in the chaotic world where the common people struggle to survive. A destitute youth named Qin Feng arises from obscurity, vowing to trample upon all and restore clarity to the realm. Chapter 1. The Lowly Commoner. In the impoverished district of Fenghua City, within a dilapidated old house, a gaunt and emaciated boy lay, his head bound with a bandage that faintly oozed blood, having seemingly succumbed to life itself. Suddenly, this lifeless youth opened his eyes wide. Qin Feng gasped for breath, acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout his body, unable to suppress a grimace. Memories surged like a tide as he absorbed the recollections of the boat's original owner. At that moment, a system notification flickered in his mind. Qin Feng cultivation, none. Martial arts, none. Only this single line of information, followed by a blank void. With hunger gnawing at him, Qin Feng stepped outside, stumbling along a path until he arrived at a small hall. Brotherly, it's Qin Feng. Ah, here you go. With a light slap, Lier glanced up and placed a piece of silver on the table. This was the bounty from a recent gang conflict, 5 taels of silver, owed to the original Qin Feng. He pocketed it and licked his lips, saying, "Brotherly, I wish to borrow some money." "How much?" 20 taels. Lier smirked, his lips curling into a grin. "Are you looking to enroll in the martial arts academy?" "Indeed." "Very well, you understand the rules, don't you?" "Of course, the rules of the Menghu gang's lending system, with stringent terms." Lier produced a promissory note, inscribing a few characters with a brush before handing it to Qin Feng. The note stated that the Menghu gang would lend Qin Feng 22 taels of silver, to be repaid with interest totaling 28 taels after 3 months, with additional late fees to follow. Hearing their conversation, a burly man at a nearby table set down his drink and approached, clapping Qin Feng on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Kid, whether you succeed or not depends solely on your own fortune." Qin Feng nodded, his expression unreadable. He recognized this man as Dainyu, the leader of the Menghu gang. After signing the note, he exited the hall with his 20 taels of silver. Once Qin Feng's figure vanished, the two men exchanged smirks. "Heh, not bad. How many is this year?" "The 15th. They chuckled, knowing that whenever the nearby Iron Claw Martial Arts Academy began recruiting, they would send someone to coax the young men from the slums into applying. With no money, they would have to borrow from the gang, and when unable to repay, they would be left with no choice but to sell themselves to the gang. Upon exiting, Qin Feng wasted no time carrying the 20 taels of registration fee. Felt perilous. He headed directly to the Iron Claw Martial Arts Academy, where the sounds of training resonated within. "What's your name?" "Qin Feng." The registrar confirmed the amount of silver and inscribed Qin Feng's name in the ledger. "Training begins on the afternoon of the 1st of next month, don't forget." "Understood." After paying, Qin Feng rushed to a nearby eatery and indulged in a hearty meal, for his hunger had become unbearable. With his mouth stuffed, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. According to the memories of the former Qin Feng, he had never once tasted a full meal from birth to death. This place was rife with chaos. Life was as fragile as grass. As he absorbed the memories, it felt as if he had lived them himself. The fusion of both memories infused Qin Feng's gaze with the original owner's bitterness. Now that he had traversed into this world with a system, if he wished to survive, he must escape his lowly status. His sole opportunity lay in mastering martial arts. 7 days later, over 30 individuals gathered in the training ground of the Iron Claw Martial Arts Academy. The senior disciple, Huang Li, demonstrated a set of Iron Claw techniques, the Academy's signature martial art. Within 10 days, if you can proficiently execute the entire set, you may consider yourself initiated. If not, you may leave. Huang Li's words were unyielding. After witnessing the demonstration, a new line of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Iron Claw Technique Realm. Not initiated. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 20 times to advance to the next stage. A surge of information flooded his mind, and Qin Feng instantly comprehended the Iron Claw techniques. The apprentices around him began to practice as well. As Qin Feng processed the influx of information, he adapted and commenced his training according to the moves in his mind. The first iteration was clumsy, yet he felt a surge of heat throughout his body. By the second iteration, his posture improved, yet his muscles began to ache. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, stars dancing in his vision. Struggling to rise, he leaned on his knees, gasping for air. Though his injuries had healed, his body remained frail, and despite the recent improvement in his diet from earned silver, it merely offered slight relief. Years of malnutrition had rendered him considerably weaker than his peers. The scene did not go unnoticed by the other apprentices and disciples, who erupted in laughter. This lowly commoner thinks anyone can come here to learn? We've seen this type before. Look at him, can't even fill his belly. Yet he dreams of practicing martial arts? What a fantasy. Hey, I bet he borrowed money at exorbitant interest from those gangs. Oh, it's just 20 taels of silver. He can work as a laborer for a decade to repay it. Ha ha, 20 taels indeed. Where could one earn that in 3 months? By then, the gang's interest would accumulate, leaving him in debt for years. The apprentices wore mocking expressions, for they were at least recognized as commoners, while Qin Feng was but a lowly peasant from the slums. Huang Li, hearing the commotion from the training ground, remained unfazed. He had encountered too many similar cases. The lowly commoners from the slums aspired to rise through martial arts. Training demanded immense physical strength, yet they struggled to secure even a basic meal each day. Once 10 days passed, they would inevitably depart in disgrace. After a brief rest, Qin Feng steadied himself and continued to practice. The third iteration. By the time he reached the fourth iteration, he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, attempting to rise several times but ultimately failing. The onlookers paused in surprise, and a disciple stood up, pointing at him among the apprentices. You three, carry him away." A few apprentices were reluctant, but out of respect for the disciple, they inquired, "Where to?" The disciple stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating. "Lift him and toss him into the corner. He's a nuisance here." He gestured towards a corner. "Ha ha ha. You're truly cruel." The laughter erupted from the disciples. Suppressing their amusement, the 3 apprentices lifted Qin Feng and carried him to a corner filled with rubble and debris. Without a shred of hesitation, they tossed him onto the pile. Observing the tattered, worn clothing of Qin Feng, one rotund apprentice's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Ha!" He spat a mouthful of saliva onto Qin Feng. The other 2, witnessing this, covered their mouths in laughter, then imitated him, spitting on the fallen Qin Feng. As he lay on the ground, Qin Feng's heart seethed with humiliation and rage. Thus, he remained sprawled there for an entire afternoon. As the apprentices concluded their training, they departed in droves, while Qin Feng, after a brief interlude, gradually regained a semblance of vitality. At this moment, his gaze had transformed into a tranquil facade, and he staggered away from the martial arts school. None could fathom the ferocity concealed beneath that calm exterior. Qin Feng chose not to return home instead. He made his way to a small river nestled within the impoverished district, where he stood expressionless in the water, methodically, cleansing his body time and again. He had etched the visages of those 4 individuals into his memory. Chapter 2. The Bun from the Slums. With the 5 taels of silver bounty bestowed by the Tiger Gang, Qin Feng no longer fretted about sustenance during his training at the martial arts school. However, he dared not practice excessively. He limited himself to merely 3 sessions a day. This frequency paled in comparison to his fellow apprentices, who, with their daily meals assured, could afford to train 7 or 8 times without concern for fatigue. Initially, Qin Feng's movements were awkward and unrefined, but gradually, with each repetition, he became increasingly proficient and precise, his body instinctively adjusting to align with the postures etched in his mind. To the outside observer, his performance appeared no different from that of his peers. Yet Huang Li, observing closely, noted that Qin Feng progressed at a markedly swifter pace, exhibiting a greater standard of execution. While the other apprentices trained more frequently, their postures became distorted, and they committed numerous minor errors, diminishing the efficacy of their training. Nonetheless, Huang Li chose not to intervene or correct them. Not only the apprentices, but even many disciples within the school displayed similar shortcomings. Such individuals were destined to falter in their martial journey. He would not squander his goodwill on the inept. In contrast, Qin Feng was exceptional, his talent at least on par with the disciples on the training ground. Finally, on the 7th day, he completed his 20th repetition. A soft chime resonated in his mind as the system's progress shifted from 95 to 100. The data within the system refreshed. Iron Claw Technique. Realm, Beginner. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 100 times to advance to the next stage. In the remaining 3 days, Qin Feng continued his practice. When the 10th day finally arrived, Huang Li assessed the apprentice's training results, observing the sun dip below the horizon. Only 5 succeeded, among them Qin Feng. The unsuccessful candidates, 4 or 5 in number, cast furious glances toward Qin Feng, their eyes blazing with resentment. How could it be that they failed while this lowly commoner triumphed? Among them were 2 who had previously spat at Qin Feng. Huang Li witnessed the unfolding drama, but remained impassive as he declared, "You are now officially initiated as entry-level disciples of the Iron Claw Martial Arts School. Do not grow complacent. Mastery benefits only the diligent. Failure to learn may cost you dearly on missions." Dismissed. Qin Feng exhaled in relief, despite his unwavering trust in the system. The moment Huang Li's words confirmed his status brought a wave of liberation. As he walked home, he remained unperturbed, aware that several figures followed him, those who had failed the assessment. He had sensed their presence long ago, but feigned ignorance. Upon reaching a secluded spot in the slums, Qin Feng halted. "This will do. Damn it, get him." The assailants' eyes glinted with malice as they seized bricks and wooden sticks from the ground, lunging at Qin Feng. With his hands poised like claws, the skin on his palms faintly tinged with blue, a hallmark of the iron claw technique, he was wholly untroubled by the system's enhancement. His claws sliced through the air, shattering the bricks and wooden sticks effortlessly. Deploying the iron claw technique he had mastered, he dispatched the attackers with ease. How dare they confront him when they could not even perfect the most fundamental of techniques? The 4 apprentices lay on the ground. Fear etched across their faces as they beheld Qin Feng. The once frail figure had transformed remarkably in just 10 days at the martial arts school. "Stay back. This time, we concede," they stammered, attempting to rise. "Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't matter," Qin Feng replied coldly, unwilling to let them off so easily. Those who dared to confront him would pay the price. He swiftly knocked 2 of them unconscious, while the others who had humiliated him would not escape so lightly. Remembering their prior insults, Qin Feng seized a brick from the ground and struck one of them across the face. A scream erupted as bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, revealing a gaping wound where his front teeth had been. The individual howled in agony. Qin Feng delivered a final blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Turning to the last remaining assailant, Qin Feng mounted him, raining down punches that left his opponent's face a grotesque mess of blood and flesh before he finally ceased his assault. Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, peered out from their homes. Qin Feng crouched down, rifling through the belongings of his assailants. "Only 5 taels of silver? Pathetic," he muttered, disdainful. The defeated apprentices lay motionless, evidently knocked out cold. Observing the gazes of the onlookers, Qin Feng turned to leave. He understood the nature of the slums better than they did. After Qin Feng departed, residents began to gather around the fallen apprentices. Following a round of haggling, they each dragged an unconscious individual back to their homes. The nearby inhabitants were mostly petty vendors, catering to the needs of the impoverished denizens of the slums. After all, Qin Feng had never purchased food in that wretched place. The following day, several parents arrived at the martial arts school, inquiring about their missing children. The school maintained that it was not their concern. After training concluded, the apprentices had simply departed. Unable to extract further information, the frustrated parents had no choice but to swallow their grievances, knowing well that the school was not to be trifled with. One parent, spotting a stall selling meat buns near the school, thought of his hungry wife and child. He approached the vendor, purchasing several buns to take home. This location was merely a few dozen meters from the slums. "Why are your eyes so red? It's rather unsettling," he remarked, taking a bite of the bun. "Oh, business has been slow, and I haven't slept well at night," replied the middle-aged vendor with a sinister grin, his eyes bloodshot as he regarded the parent. The taste is quite good. I shall return for more," the parent said casually as he made his way home. The vendor's smile took on an eerie quality as he watched the parent depart. Meanwhile, the affairs of the outside world were of no concern to Qin Feng, who stood in the training hall, diligently absorbing the fundamental principles of martial arts imparted by his senior brother, Huang Li. Such knowledge was never shared with apprentices. Only upon officially becoming disciples of the school did they earn the right to learn. The realms of martial arts are divided into iron skin, muscle refinement, bone forging, blood refinement, and organ cultivation. Each realm is further subdivided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. The names alone indicate the distinct focus of cultivation within each realm. Iron skin, as its name suggests, involves hardening a specific part of the body to the toughness of iron, rendering it impervious to ordinary weapons. It is crucial to note that this pertains to a particular area, not the entire body. Unrefined regions remain vulnerable to conventional weaponry. Different techniques entail varying target areas for cultivation. For instance, leg techniques focus on the legs, while the iron claw technique hones the hands. Some methods allow for full-body cultivation, such as the iron cloth shirt, which can strengthen the entire physique. However, this approach significantly slows the cultivation process. Once they achieve proficiency in the iron claw technique, they may begin refining their hands, at which point they can be considered early-stage practitioners of the iron skin realm. Achieving the ability to withstand ordinary weapons is not particularly challenging. With approximately 10 days of dedicated practice in the iron skin realm, one can attain this proficiency. Qin Feng is acutely aware of this, as his hands are already capable of striking against bricks without sustaining injury after just a few days of training. Following the iron skin realm is the muscle refinement stage, where practitioners focus on tempering the major muscles within their bodies. There are a total of 45 major muscles in the human body, 5 in each limb and the remaining 25 situated within the torso. These muscles are responsible for the mobilization of bodily strength, and refining them significantly enhances a warrior's power. A practitioner at the early stage of muscle refinement can augment their strength by 100 pounds for each muscle they successfully refine. Thus, by refining all 5 major muscles in either a hand or foot, a warrior can directly increase their power by 500 pounds. This is merely the beginning for those in the muscle refinement realm. As one progresses further, their strength continues to amplify. Considering that the average adult male weighs just over 100 pounds, the terrifying potential of a practitioner in the muscle refinement realm becomes evident. Discussing even higher realms, such as bone forging, would be futile, as merely reaching the muscle refinement stage already signifies a formidable expert. The training at the Martial Arts Academy continues unabated. Once officially enrolled, disciples are provided with specialized meals, alleviating Qin Feng's previous concerns about hunger. However, he is still required to pay for his meals, which are exorbitantly priced at 5 taels per month. In contrast, he could sustain himself for an entire month on just 2 taels when dining outside. Qin Feng struggles to comprehend the nature of the food provided by the academy. Old he, how many slots do we have for this batch of new disciples? Ma Go, we have 2 slots this time. Very well, proceed. The young man who initially inquired nodded affirmatively. After the daily training concluded, Qin Feng was engrossed in his own practice when an older disciple approached him. You come here. Is there something you need? Qin Feng asked, but the disciple snapped. Just come over when I tell you. No need for unnecessary chatter. At this moment, Qin Feng noticed that the other 4 apprentices who had entered with him were also being summoned aside by other senior disciples. Observing this, he silently rose to follow the disciple, suppressing his displeasure, as his primary focus was to enhance his abilities. Time was of the essence. Given a little patience and the aid of the system, his strength could rise swiftly. He decided to observe what this senior disciple intended. Upon arrival, he discovered that another new disciple had also been brought to this location. A robust young man lounged under a large tree, while several disciples either sat or stood nearby, clearly led by this young man. Newcomers, what are your names? The young man asked in a relaxed manner. Lu Gang, Qin Feng. They both responded candidly. Very well. My name is Ma Wan. From now on, you are to pay me 10 taels of silver as a safety fee each month. 10 taels. Qin Feng was taken aback. He was still repaying a high-interest loan of over 20 taels borrowed from the Tiger Gang. Indeed, where there are people, there are hierarchies. Lu Gang did not hesitate, nodding in agreement and promptly handing over 10 taels to Ma Wan. His family had already gathered information about the safety fee, so he was prepared. Ma Wan tossed the coin pouch, a smirk playing on his lips. A smart lad. Qin Feng hesitated but ultimately did not reject Ma Wan's demand. All right, though I don't currently have that much money. Lu Gang cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng, thinking to himself that a lowly commoner dared to aspire to martial arts, oblivious to his own shortcomings. I heard you still owe the Tiger Gang a high-interest loan? Indeed. You're rather fortunate. Ma Wan chuckled lightly, fully aware of the Tiger Gang's tactics. Each time they recruited apprentices, countless youths from impoverished districts were lured into taking high-interest loans to participate in training. Yet, very few managed to pass the entrance assessment. It was evident. The impoverished struggled to meet basic needs, and martial arts demanded a high level of physical conditioning. How could ordinary peasants possibly succeed? Ultimately, those unable to repay their loans were left with no choice but to serve as enforcers for the Tiger Gang or labor to pay off their debts. Currently, there were likely hundreds working for the Tiger Gang. This month, you can defer payment until the escort silver arrives. Then you can repay me. Ma Wan waved his hand decisively. Escort silver? Yes, the Academy has escort missions every month, with each trip yielding 5 taels of escort silver. If you make 2 trips a month, it will suffice. It was simply a matter of money, as long as Qin Feng submitted his payments on time. Ma Wan would not trouble him over such trivialities. Of course, failing to pay the safety fee was an entirely different matter. Qin Feng contemplated this, realizing that he would need to undertake at least 3 escort missions each month just to maintain equilibrium, covering both the Academy's meal costs and Ma Wan's safety fee. At that moment, commotion erupted nearby. One of the new disciples, also called aside, was being beaten to the ground. Surrounding senior disciples were mercilessly pummeling him. Evidently, due to the safety fee, he had refused to comply. Watching the scene unfold, the onlooking disciples displayed expressions of derision, eagerly discussing the spectacle. Ah, another fool. Such people only learn after a beating. What a disgrace. These disciples had also paid their safety fees and had similar experiences upon their arrival, though they had chosen to comply. Now, when someone dared to challenge this established order, the senior disciples could only mock their audacity. In the academy's loft, Huang Li cast a cursory glance at the training ground but remained unfazed, lifting his teacup to take a sip. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He had once endured the same path and was among the elite at that time. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned to the training ground to practice his techniques. With a source of income, he believed he could manage. The academy provided 3 meals a day. Although the food was mediocre, the portions were generous and included meat. After eating, Qin Feng felt invigorated. No wonder the meals were so costly, as they likely contained some form of tonic. With the improved diet, Qin Feng's frail physique gradually strengthened. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old youth in his growth phase. Thanks to the academy's special meals, Qin Feng could practice the iron claw technique 10 times a day. During his training, a warm current coursed through his hands, and he felt the hardness of his skin increasing rapidly, clearly a result of the academy's supplementary ingredients. However, this warm sensation only persisted through the first 5 repetitions. By the 6th, it dissipated, and the rate of improvement in skin hardness significantly slowed. As his practice sessions increased, after 10 days, he reached a turning point. Iron claw technique. Realm, beginner. Progress, 99. Guidance. Complete 100 repetitions to advance to the next stage. Upon finishing his final practice session, a notification chimed. Iron claw technique. Realm, minor accomplishment. Progress, 0. Guidance. Complete 200 repetitions to advance to the next stage. Qin Feng's understanding of the iron claw technique had ascended to a new level. Looking back at the disciples still practicing in the training ground, he noted their techniques were rife with flaws, and in comparison, his minor accomplishment in iron claw placed him far ahead, as most of them barely qualified as beginners. Qin Feng understood that the iron claw technique was fundamentally about honing one's hands. Thus, it was inevitable that the effects of this refinement would vary among individuals. The crux of the matter lay in the level of mastery over the technique. Yet, Huang Li had not mentioned this during his instruction. Whether it was an oversight or a deliberate omission remained uncertain. At that moment, a disciple approached to call names, announcing a delivery mission scheduled for the following day. The Martial Arts Academy assigned tasks on a rotating basis, and it was finally Qin Feng's turn. The next day, everyone was prepared for departure. Ma Wen outlined the mission details, after which 2 senior disciples led Qin Feng and their group of over 20 individuals away. This particular task involved escorting a shipment of goods to a silk shop located in the neighboring Changjiang County, with an estimated travel time of 3 days. Qin Feng personally experienced the journey. The roads outside the city were rife with bandits. Even though the academy had prominently displayed the Iron Claw martial arts banner on the cargo vehicle, numerous bandits still attempted to seize the goods. Most of these marauders were ordinary folk, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition and wielding rudimentary weapons, typically a sharpened wooden stick. Only a handful possessed anything resembling a proper weapon, and the academy's disciples faced them with little difficulty. In Chapter 4, 3 small teams, Qin Feng also dispatched several bandits, though it was his first experience taking a life. And initially, he felt a pang of discomfort. However, he gradually acclimated to the reality. Upon reaching Changjiang County and completing the delivery, the group commenced their return. This time, devoid of any cargo, they encountered no bandits obstructing their path, and they managed to return in just a day and a half. Indeed, they had run back. Only 2 senior disciples rode horses, while the rest of the group relied on their own 2 feet. The outbound journey was manageable due to the weight of the cargo slowing their pace, but on the return, the mounted disciples controlled the horses' speed, compelling the others to jog to keep pace. The rest had grown accustomed to it, but Qin Feng and another new disciple felt discomfort, their feet burning with pain. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng removed his shoes, revealing several large blisters on his soles that had already burst. The exposure to air elicited a sharp sting, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Qin Feng touched the 5 taels of silver he had just received, noting that the month was drawing to a close. Despite earning a substantial amount, expenses were equally swift. He mentally calculated his finances. The monthly cost for food and safety amounted to 15 taels. Considering the time spent on this delivery, he estimated it would take approximately 5 days. To sustain himself, he would need to undertake at least 3 such missions each month, all while accounting for the necessary rest periods, leaving him with scant days to devote to his own training. Even if he wished to focus solely on his cultivation and avoid wasting time on deliveries, The academy's regulations mandated that each disciple must accept at least one task per month. However, even if one were to take on only a single task, it was unlikely that most families could afford the monthly expenditure of 10 taels. Consequently, these disciples were compelled to dedicate at least 15 days each month to performing tasks that generated income for the academy. It was evident that the academy showed little concern for whether they had sufficient time to enhance their own skills. Moreover, the academy's exploitation was quite severe, as the compensation offered was pathetically low. For a single delivery, the reward was merely 5 taels, while previously, as an ordinary person working for the Tiger Gang, he had received 5 taels for a single day's labor. This was a blatant commodification of the disciples, reducing them to mere tools for profit. Yet, the disciples found themselves trapped. Becoming a disciple was the only pathway to martial training. Even the nourishing herbs included in the academy's meals were inaccessible to outsiders. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng walked home, realizing that in the remaining 2 months, he would need to undertake 6 deliveries each month to gather enough money to repay the usurious loan. However, committing to 6 deliveries in a month was simply unfeasible. Additionally, he still owed Ma Wen the safety fee from his first month. He needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, the Tiger Gang's loan might become an unpayable burden. Qin Feng was acutely aware that such a formidable organization as the Tiger Gang would undoubtedly harbor formidable practitioners. The following day, under the blazing afternoon sun, the disciples were drenched in sweat, and Qin Feng felt as though he were standing in a furnace. In the entire training ground, only 3 large trees offered shade. Yet they had been claimed by others. Beneath each tree, 10 individuals occupied the prime spots, and none dared to encroach upon their territory. With most relegated to standing on the fringes of the shadows, some leaned against the walls in search of respite. The majority had no choice but to lean against the sun-drenched walls, exposed to the relentless rays. Qin Feng wiped away the incessant sweat streaming down his face. Prolonged exposure had rendered his skin a vivid red, resembling a boiled shrimp. The academy's disciples were confined to the training grounds. They were forbidden from venturing elsewhere, enduring the elements without respite. Among those seeking shade beneath the trees was Ma Wen. The disciples within the academy were divided into 2 categories. The first, like Huangli, belonged to an unclear hierarchy, with no one explaining their status to Qin Feng. Despite referring to each other as brothers, Qin Feng sensed a stark disparity in the treatment of the 2 groups. The second category consisted of individuals like Qin Feng, who were classified as peripheral disciples, encompassing all those present in the training yard at that moment. Huangli did not typically engage in training within the grounds, only appearing when instructing apprentices. Qin Feng occasionally glimpsed him leisurely sipping tea in the loft. Among the peripheral disciples, 3 individuals, Ma Wen, Chen Dashan, and Luo Dong, emerged as leaders, forming 3 small teams. 3 trees, 3 small teams, each comprised of 10 members. The individuals within these teams represented the strongest among the peripheral disciples. They collaborated to organize the peripheral disciples, charging each a monthly safety fee of 10 taels, with Qin Feng assigned to Ma Wen's group. Estimating the number of disciples in the training yard to be over 100, with 30 individuals belonging to the 3 small teams. The monthly income must have been at least 700 or 800 taels. Each team likely profited 200 to 300 taels. Although Qin Feng was unaware of how the internal distributions were managed, with only 30 individuals in the 3 small teams and nearly 100 peripheral disciples remaining, Qin Feng pondered why they did not unite in rebellion. The answer lay in the vast disparity in strength during the delivery mission. The 2 leading disciples from the small teams demonstrated their prowess, easily dispatching 3 adversaries. Those who entered the small teams were at least mid-stage Iron Skin practitioners, while Ma Wen, as a team leader, had achieved full mastery of the Iron Skin realm. In contrast, the majority of those outside the small teams were only at the early stages of Iron Skin, with a few at mid-stage, but lacking considerable strength. Numbers alone were insufficient when faced with such overwhelming might. Furthermore, Qin Feng had observed that among the peripheral disciples, only 1 mid-stage Iron Skin practitioner was assigned to each small team. This ratio was rather peculiar. With a gloomy expression, Qin Feng slowly made his way to a section of the wall, where he could at least find some degree of support, even though it remained exposed to the sun. Suddenly, a stout figure collided forcefully with his back. Qin Feng stumbled forward, turning to find it was Lin Shan, the plump apprentice who had previously humiliated him. "Get out of the way, you worthless scum. Can't you see?" Lin Shan's face contorted with evident disdain. Despite being fellow disciples, he continued to look down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression darkened considerably as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on Lin Shan, yet he uttered not a single word. Lin Shan, who towered over Qin Feng, had, after more than 20 days of rigorous training at the martial arts academy, shed much of his excess weight, his physique now appearing robust and formidable. Among the disciples of the academy, his stature was indeed exceptional. In contrast, Qin Feng was naturally slender, and the disparity between them became even more pronounced. Lin Shan gradually approached, casting a shadow over Qin Feng's face, and with a disdainful snort, he shoved Qin Feng aside and sauntered towards the edge of the shade beneath a large tree. Several senior disciples, noticing Lin Shan's arrival, instinctively made room for him, allowing him to claim a prime spot in the cool shade. With his head bowed, Qin Feng retreated to sit against the wall. The three small teams were prohibited from engaging in fights with other disciples within the academy, though they were exempt from this rule themselves, a reflection of the peace fee system in place. After all, every individual present was a source of income for them. Injuring someone would result in the inability to take on tasks, thus losing out on money and the capacity to pay the peace fee. Moreover, with such strength, it would be far more beneficial to devote more time to practicing the Iron Claw technique. Chapter 5. Assassination. More than half a month passed in this manner. Qin Feng gradually concluded his training, having completed the 50th session of practice and the system in his mind refreshed. Iron Claw technique. Realm, minor accomplishment. Progress, 50. Guidance. Practice 200 times to advance to the next stage. As the frequency of his training increased, Qin Feng felt the power and intensity in his hands significantly augmenting. Unfortunately, for the sake of money, he had no choice but to undertake 2 more escort missions during this period. Regrettably, the time allotted for training was scant. Over the course of half a month, he had only 5 days available for practice. This considerably hindered his progress. Had he ample time to train, he could have achieved a breakthrough in the Iron Claw technique within a mere fortnight. Nevertheless, even with limited training hours, Qin Feng was confident that his advancement was considerably swifter than that of his peers. The Iron Claw technique, having reached the minor accomplishment stage, was no trifling matter. Among the outer disciples, he had not observed anyone else attaining this level, not even the team leader, Ma Wan, who was merely at the introductory level. With the Iron Claw technique at the minor accomplishment stage, coupled with the Academy's exceptional meals, Qin Feng clearly felt his physical strength increasing day by day. When comparing his abilities to those of the small team disciples during the escort missions, he realized he was still not a match for them, but he was approaching their level. Today marked Qin Feng's 3rd escort mission. To his astonishment, Lin Shan was part of this team. The disciples of the Iron Claw Martial Academy traversed the dirt path. Recently, the number of bandits outside the city had surged, making Qin Feng's 2 prior escort missions progressively more arduous. During the first mission, they had already encountered martial artists at the Iron Skin level among the bandits, albeit with a lower cultivation level. However, during the second mission, they faced a small band of robbers led by a mid-level Iron Skin practitioner, resulting in the Academy's team being momentarily scattered. Thankfully, the group was led by 2 disciples from the small teams, who managed to drive the assailants back. Nonetheless, several members of their team perished, and approximately 30% of their goods were seized. A few days prior, Qin Feng had noticed that the Academy was once again recruiting apprentices at the entrance. To mitigate potential risks, the Academy had decided to bolster their team's strength, assigning 4 disciples from the small teams, all of whom were at the mid-level Iron Skin stage. As expected, they had not traveled far when small groups of bandits began to weave through the nearby woods, observing their team. The leading disciples exchanged glances but chose to ignore the bandits, continuing their journey on horseback. The meager bandits, witnessing the 4 mounted disciples from the Iron Claw Martial Academy, wore expressions of conflict on their gaunt faces. The riders were evidently powerful. The bandit leaders had gleaned enough experience to know that when faced with merely 2 opponents, they could leverage their numerical advantage to snatch a few items. However, with the increase to 4, the challenge became insurmountable. Glancing at the positions of other bandits, they showed no inclination to act, waiting for someone to make the first move. At that moment, one bandit sprinted over to a bandit leader and whispered something into his ear. Subsequently, the bandit leader gestured to the other leaders and led his men down a different dirt path. The other bandit leaders, upon observing the signal, quickly followed suit, having found a new target. Thus, the 20-plus disciples of the Academy continued on their way, yet they could not evade confrontation, fending off 2 waves of bandits in quick succession. 3 days later, the group had traversed more than half of their journey. Suddenly, Chindahu, a disciple mounted on a horse, pulled the reins and raised his hand, signaling the caravan to come to a gradual halt. From the woods flanking the dirt path, a surge of bandits erupted, brandishing a variety of weapons as they charged forward. A cursory glance revealed that there were over 100 of them. The disciples immediately engaged in battle, the clashing of iron resounding through the air. A large knife swung towards Qin Feng. He extended his clawed hand and seized it, his palm now transformed into a deep azure hue. With a swift twist of his wrist, a piercing sound erupted as the blade was bent. In the next instant, a blue claw-like silhouette swept across the throat of the bandit wielding the knife. blood gushed forth from the severed throat, staining Qin Feng's claws crimson. The Iron Claw Martial Academy specialized in the Iron Claw technique. Once one grasped the fundamentals, their hands would be reinforced, becoming exceedingly resilient, more than capable of withstanding weaponry. However, as more bandits surged forward, 5 or 6 blades and spears assailed Qin Feng simultaneously. He flailed his claws in a desperate defense while retreating. Not far away, several disciples of the academy had already succumbed to the relentless onslaught of blades. Their bodies sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. The disciples of the academy, like ordinary individuals, were vulnerable to fatal injury if struck in any part of their bodies aside from their hands. The sheer number of bandits overwhelmed their formation, scattering them in disarray. Furthermore, Qin Feng discerned that many of the bandits possessed martial prowess. With the throng of enemies closing in, the disciples of the academy hastily distanced themselves, fleeing into the woods flanking the dirt path. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed Lin Shan retreating with a few disciples in a particular direction. A surge of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he set off in pursuit. Behind him, an initial-level Iron Skin practitioner, accompanied by 5 or 6 bandits, continued their relentless chase after Qin Feng. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Feng emerged, his hands slick with blood, pressing onward in the direction Lin Shan had fled. Lin Shan and 2 of his disciples had huddled together as they retreated into the woods. But after a short while, the pursuers caught up with them. Kill. 2 martial artists, flanked by 7 or 8 bandits, surrounded Lin Shan and his companions, attacking with fervor. By the time Lin Shan dispatched the last of the bandits, only he and 1 surviving disciple remained standing, while the other lay on the ground, bloodied and devoid of life. Lin Shan and the surviving disciple panted heavily, a palpable sense of relief washing over them. Suddenly, a figure lunged from behind a tree trunk, a claw piercing deep into Lin Shan's back, the dark azure fingers protruding from his chest. Lin Shan looked down in disbelief at the hand, a torrent of blood gushing forth from his throat. Qin Feng kicked Lin Shan's lifeless body aside and turned his gaze towards the surviving disciple. The disciple, momentarily stunned by the scene before him, instinctively felt anger upon recognizing Qin Feng, but quickly regained his composure and spoke up. "Spare me. I have seen nothing, and I assure you that no one will ever know of this incident." Although he believed himself to possess greater strength than Qin Feng, he had just endured a fierce battle, leaving him considerably drained. Another confrontation would yield an inconclusive outcome. Humph, if you perish, who would be the wiser? Qin Feng could not forget this individual. It was he who had once orchestrated for Lin Shan and others to cast him aside in a corner of the martial arts school. The disciple's countenance shifted dramatically at these words, and without further ado, Qin Feng lunged forward with a claw-like grasp. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's fingers morph into deep azure talons, the disciple exclaimed, "Your strength." The disciple was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation. The deep azure hue signified an imminent breakthrough into the mid-tier of the Iron Skin realm, and Qin Feng had barely been there for 2 months. Chapter 6. The covert mission of the small team. Upon reaching a modest level of mastery in the Iron Claw technique, the refinement speed of Qin Feng's hands accelerated. However, the color of his hands would only manifest in the heat of battle, which was why the other disciples at the martial arts school remained oblivious. Ignoring the other's shock, Qin Feng unleashed a relentless series of strikes aimed directly at vital points. The disciple's hands had also attained a deep azure hue, but his technique was merely rudimentary, having been cultivated over several years at the school. Despite the minor difference in realms, the small mastery of the Iron Claw technique was no trifling matter, and Qin Feng swiftly discerned the flaws in his opponent's approach. After a flurry of exchanges, the disciple bore numerous grotesque claw marks, and a swift azure flash severed his throat. The disciple's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he clutched the blood gushing from his neck. Qin Feng observed coldly, raising his hand to deliver a decisive blow to the disciple's head. After rifling through the corpses for spoils, he tucked the loot away and turned to leave. By the time he returned to the roadside, the cargo they had been escorting had been entirely pillaged. Those who had narrowly escaped the ordeal had also returned, but now there were fewer than 10 remaining. Before long, 2 more disciples from the small team returned, visibly injured and pallid. The onlookers dared not utter a word. The 2 leading disciples instructed everyone to return to Fenghua City. Clearly, the escorting mission had ended in failure, and it seemed the other 2 disciples from the small team were likely doomed as well. Iron Claw Martial School. Bang! What on earth were you 2 thinking? Huang Li slammed his hand on the table, berating the 2 individuals before him. Brother Huang, it was the sheer strength of the bandits. We had arranged for 4 men. Ma Wen stammered in explanation. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I only desire results. Do you have any idea how much we have lost this time? Huang Li interrupted Ma Wen sharply. Both Ma Wen and Chun Er trembled. Should there be a second time, and Master lays the blame at my feet. Do not expect me to show leniency, Huangli warned ominously. Yes, yes, yes. The two were drenched in sweat, but dared not wipe their brows, bowing deeply instead. Humph. Huangli scoffed, rising to leave. Only then did Ma Wen and Chun Eru breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 disciples who had led the mission were members of their small team, and they had not only lost all cargo but also one of their own. Their concern was not for the deceased disciple, but rather the diminishing number of capable leaders to oversee future escorting missions. Ma Wen and Chun Eru exchanged glances, sighed, and then departed separately. Time was of the essence. They needed to elevate another disciple to fill the gap, at least temporarily. Among the disciples under Ma Wen's jurisdiction, there was only one disciple at the mid-tier of Iron Skin, Lu Chong. With no other options, Lu Chong was the only choice for promotion. Upon hearing the news, Lu Chong was overjoyed, although he had anticipated this promotion upon learning of the death of a disciple from the escort team. The reality of it still overwhelmed him with delight. From now on, he would no longer need to pay the safety fee and would instead receive a monthly stipend, 15 taels, a sum befitting a mid-tier Iron Skin disciple. Qin Feng observed Lu Chong's ascension to the small team with an impassive gaze. Meanwhile, a disciple named Xiang, witnessing the event, was filled with regret, for he too was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier of Iron Skin, just a hair's breadth away. Had he achieved that breakthrough sooner, he might have been the one promoted. Qin Feng regarded Xiang, who was lamenting his misfortune, and silently turned away to resume his training. He needed to hasten his cultivation to reach the pinnacle of mastery as swiftly as possible. 5 days later, Qin Feng participated in another escorting mission, accompanied by the aforementioned Xiang. This time, 3 small teams dispatched 6 leading disciples and 40 base-level disciples to set out together. Ma Wen's team sent forth Lu Jia and Ding Ming, both of whom were mid-tier Iron Skin disciples. After the group managed to severely weaken a wave of bandits, the remaining few began to retreat. Lu Jia and another leading disciple instructed the others to clean up the battlefield, then turned to Xiang, saying, Xiang, take a few men and eliminate the bandits that fled into the woods. Xiang acknowledged and led a handful of disciples in pursuit. A quarter of an hour later, only one of those disciples returned, bearing injuries. Brother Lu, it was an ambush. The others have perished. Lu Jia responded tersely, signaling for the group to continue onward. Within the small team, there existed a covert mission to maintain the number of mid-tier Iron Skin disciples outside their ranks to a single individual. After Lu Chong's promotion, his previous position had been vacated. Now, among the disciples under Ma Wen's authority, there were several poised to break through to the mid-tier of Iron Skin, necessitating the removal of 2. Who among them would ultimately survive to fill Lu Chong's spot would depend on their own fortune. Qin Feng observed all of this keenly, his mind awakening to the underlying truths. He had sensed something amiss. Why were there so many initial-tier Iron Skin disciples outside the teams, yet only one mid-tier Iron Skin disciple within each team? Now he understood. Thankfully, he had been perceptive enough to refrain from revealing his full capabilities. This time, the strength of the escort team had significantly increased. Although they still encountered numerous bandits along the way, they ultimately completed the mission with minimal risk. Subsequently, Ma Wen's team undertook another mission, once again including a disciple on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier of Iron Skin, and this time, Qin Feng was not included. Upon their return, however, that disciple had mysteriously vanished. Thus, only one fully realized initial-tier Iron Skin disciple remained under Ma Wen's jurisdiction. That remaining disciple subsequently accompanied the team on several more missions, each time returning safely. Is one fully realized initial-tier Iron Skin disciple truly sufficient? Qin Feng pondered silently. Previously, he had been unaware of the specific number Ma Wen sought to control. Now, the truth was clear to him. He resolved that unless he could directly break through to the mid-tier of Iron Skin, he must never expose his prowess. Otherwise, should their numbers swell, Ma Wen's faction would undoubtedly take action. As the end of the month approached, Qin Feng repaid in full the safety fees he owed Ma Wen, including the 10 taels for the following month. As for the silver, it was naturally acquired from Lin Shan and his companions. Ma Wen did not inquire further and happily accepted the payment. This month, Qin Feng undertook a total of 4 missions, while the practice of the Iron Claw technique reached an impressive 150 repetitions. Iron Claw technique. Realm, minor accomplishment. Progress, 150. Guidance. Practice 200 times to enter the next stage. Chapter 7. Bounty on Assassins. He was merely 50 repetitions away from achieving mastery in the technique. However, Qin Feng already sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of the Iron Skin realm. Meanwhile, the previous disciple remained stagnant at the early perfection of the Iron Skin realm. Qin Feng, unwilling to wait any longer, recognized that there was only one mid-level position available outside of the team, compelling him to seize it. After completing a transport mission at the beginning of the month, he finally broke through to the mid-level of Iron Skin at the training ground. His timing was undoubtedly strategic, surpassing the last disciple to achieve this breakthrough. Consequently, he would be the next to join the small team. As for whether the other disciple would face any peril, that was no longer a concern for Qin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of many, news of Qin Feng's breakthrough quickly reached Ma Wen and others. Upon learning that it was Qin Feng who had advanced, Ma Wen approached him with a sardonic smile, feigning warmth as he remarked, "Junior brother Qin, what a remarkable feat, silently breaking through to the mid-level of Iron Skin." Qin Feng had always concealed his true strength, leading Ma Wen and the others to believe he had yet to attain the early perfection of the Iron Skin realm. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so effortless during the transport mission. However, Qin Feng felt a sinking sensation at the implication of Ma Wen's words. It was not in line with his expectations. Had he merely taken Lu Chang's former position? Why was Ma Wen displaying such an attitude? Had he misjudged the situation? "Brother Ma, it's merely a stroke of luck for me," Qin Feng replied. Ma Wen snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Just a lowly commoner, dreaming foolishly." Lu Zhao mocked. Ding Ming approached, poking Qin Feng's chest with his finger, his expression grim as he cautioned. "Do not presume that your breakthrough to the mid-level places you on equal footing with us. Be wary in the future." Qin Feng watched them depart, pondering the implications of being labeled a commoner. It seemed that this designation had rendered Ma Wen and the others unwilling to accept him, and given their attitudes, future missions would likely be fraught with difficulties. He needed to devise a plan. This month's mandatory transport mission had concluded. Alternative routes must now be sought. As night fell, Qin Feng emerged from the dimly lit slums, reflecting on the vague descriptions he had overheard from disciples of the Martial Arts Academy's small team. After turning corners and searching diligently, he finally arrived at a secluded courtyard. Reaching into his garment, he retrieved a monkey mask purchased from a street vendor and donned it to obscure his features. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he entered a room and opened a small ledger on the counter, densely filled with various bounties. The assassin organization of Fenghua City, known as Feng Lu. Flipping to a specific page, he paused and spoke. Number 59. The elderly man behind the counter slid a wooden plaque forward. Raising his gaze, the elder scrutinized Qin Feng's attire before abruptly stating, "You are a commoner?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had not changed out of his old clothes. Although the Iron Claw Martial Arts Academy provided uniforms, he could not wear them for assassin work. "What if I am?" he retorted. The elder regarded him with disdain, extending 5 fingers and speaking in a brusque tone. "Then this bounty is worth only 20 taels." An hour later, Qin Feng exited the small courtyard, a wooden plaque resting quietly in his embrace. The original reward for this task had been 50 taels, but due to his status as a commoner, he was only entitled to 20. Qin Feng never anticipated that his identity as a commoner would be met with such disdain here. The term commoner referred to outsiders without means, and the slums were where these displaced individuals congregated in large numbers. The slums of Fenghua City were a uniquely troubled area, where an influx of displaced persons arrived annually. Yet, even the grandest of cities could not accommodate such a multitude. Job opportunities were largely fixed, and as the population swelled, the local citizens and the newcomers inevitably clashed. Struggling for survival, the displaced would lower their demands to secure even the slightest sustenance. This burdened the city's inhabitants, whose already difficult lives were further complicated by the influx of chaos. Over time, the locals, stripped of work, directed their resentment towards employers who hired the displaced. Whenever possible, they would hurl stones and refuse, making life unbearable for the employers. With their own livelihoods in jeopardy, the locals paid little heed to the possibility of capture. Ultimately, employers ceased hiring displaced individuals altogether, and the locals derogatorily labeled them as commoners, an epithet laden with contempt. Yet, the displaced were still human and required sustenance, often resorting to menial labor, with their wages frequently diminished. The sheer number of individuals in the slums meant that if one refused to work, countless others would gladly take their place. Each year, the number of displaced individuals flooding into Fenghua City was not less than 800. Employers had no shortage of manpower and thus treated these individuals without courtesy. However, as long as there was money to be made, Qin Feng resolved to endure the indignities for the time being. After all, the rewards were indeed substantial. As the night deepened, Qin Feng stealthily approached a rice shop in the southern part of the city, glancing up at the sign, Lin's Rice Shop. This was the target of his mission. The proprietor, Lin Erniu, was marked for assassination. Furthermore, he recalled Lin Shan mentioning in conversation at the academy that he was Lin Erniu's son. Thus, this mission had come full circle. Qin Feng circled the rice shop, arriving at the rear entrance. Observing the towering wall, he scanned the surroundings before donning the monkey mask. Crouching low, He gathered his strength and leapt, gripping the wall with his hands and propelling himself over with force. Moments later, a commotion erupted from Lin Ernyou's room. "Who goes there?" A terrified scream pierced the night. Suddenly, 5 burly men arrived just in time to see a shadow emerge from Lin Ernyou's chamber. A trickle of blood slid from Qin Feng's hand, dripping onto the stone floor. The approaching men, upon spotting the masked figure of Qin Feng, roared and charged at him. Brandishing large knives, Qin Feng's hands curled into claws as he confronted them. The clang of metal against metal resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Having reached the mid-level of iron skin, Qin Feng's hands had transformed into a deep azure hue. His claws dug into the blades, leaving indentations upon impact. The 5 men, mere ordinary folk relying solely on brute force, found themselves outmatched in the face of a martial artist. In mere moments, Qin Feng's claw-like strikes sliced through their throats, blood splattering across the ground. The sound of air escaping from their throats was chilling. Clutching their necks in agony, the men collapsed onto the ground. Qin Feng swiftly sprinted towards the wall and leapt with vigor. With a thud, his feet touched the ground outside the wall, and he hastily fled. Chapter 8. Shadow Flash Steps. In a secluded and narrow alley, 2 shadowy figures engaged in a fierce battle, their strikes accompanied by the whoosh of slicing air. Suddenly, a figure donning a monkey mask emerged, adjusting the mask on his face as he glanced around before turning to leave. Thus, Qin Feng completed 5 bounties at the Wind Pavilion in succession, targeting significant gang members, small-time proprietors like the Lin Rice Shop, and various martial artists from the underworld. He remained indifferent to their grievances. His priority was mere survival. Upon submitting his 5th bounty, he encountered the elderly figure from earlier at the Wind Pavilion, whom everyone referred to as Old Chun. He tossed a copper plate, about the size of half a palm, to Qin Feng. This plate served as proof of a killer's rank within the assassin organization, Wind Pavilion. It should be noted that across the continent, all assassin organizations classify their operatives similarly. There are 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze. The bronze plate signifies the iron skin realm, the silver plate denotes the muscle refinement realm, and the gold plate represents the bone forging realm. The bronze plate indicates one is merely the lowest tier of assassin. The benefits of possessing this plate, aside from receiving a manual on secret techniques, include significantly reduced service fees at the Wind Pavilion, which would only take 30% as opposed to the exorbitant 50% without one. Previously, due to his identity, Old Chun had charged him an additional 10%. The secret technique provided was named Shadow Flash Step, a method particularly useful for assassination. This technique not only conceals the user's form, but also enhances their speed dramatically for a brief period through a unique application of power, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful kill. Opportunities often arise in fleeting moments. Mastering the Shadow Flash Step could allow one to eliminate a target before they even realize what has transpired. It is undoubtedly well suited to an assassin's combat style. However, after reviewing the technique, Qin Feng mused, "No wonder Wind Pavilion is so generous. I initially thought it was a boon. But it seems they are merely calculating the costs to the assassins." While the Shadow Flash Step could indeed unleash a surge of speed beyond one's normal capabilities, it exacts a considerable toll on the practitioner's body. The more frequently it is employed, the greater the resultant harm. The manual candidly outlines these drawbacks. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and it is clear why Wind Pavilion would part with such a technique. It is well understood that even an ordinary manual or martial art is a closely guarded secret among various factions, seldom revealed lightly. Qin Feng harbored doubts about the existence of other techniques that could similarly enhance a martial artist's speed. If none existed, the Shadow Flash Step would not be so readily available. Nevertheless, despite its flaws, Qin Feng resolved to cultivate the Shadow Flash Step without hesitation. Necessity dictated that he had no other options. Shadow Flash Step, Realm, Uninitiated Progress, 0 Guidance. Practice 20 times to enter the next stage. As anticipated, the system exhibited no shortcomings. The moment Qin Feng decided to train, it displayed the details of the Shadow Flash Step. Like the previous techniques, it required 20 repetitions to reach the threshold. Qin Feng speculated that this was a standard process for all forms of martial arts. However, such techniques rely on the practitioner's ability to exert force. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the speed enhancement. In contrast, the Iron Claw technique does not augment the practitioner's cultivation speed. For instance, Qin Feng had rapidly advanced to the mid-iron skin realm through the moderately proficient Iron Claw technique, creating a significant gap between himself and his peers. Could it be then that the secret techniques harmoniously complemented his system's advantages, leading to optimal results? Qin Feng pondered. The system facilitated the elevation of martial arts and secret techniques through the number of repetitions practiced. Once a martial art is mastered, further cultivation requires time. Yet, Each secret technique can be initiated after merely 20 repetitions. Consequently, acquiring multiple secret techniques would significantly bolster his overall prowess. Moreover, the effectiveness of the Shadow Flash step is directly proportional to its realm. The higher the realm, the greater the enhancement. Even at the entry level, it could potentially double one's speed in a short span. Qin Feng was confident that even martial artists of a higher realm could fall prey to it. Of course, he would not use it excessively, but as a trump card, it was invaluable. Having a weapon on hand is vastly different from being unarmed. Returning to the martial arts school, a month had elapsed. Regarding the loans from the Fierce Tiger Gang, the 5 bounties from Wind Pavilion had afforded him 100 taels as remuneration, which he promptly repaid. However, half a month prior, Qin Feng had encountered a troubling issue. His Iron Claw technique had stagnated at the moderate proficiency level, unable to progress further. At present, the system displayed Iron Claw technique, moderate proficiency progress, 199 guidance. Practice 200 times to enter the next stage. Technique incomplete, cannot progress to full mastery. Technique incomplete? Qin Feng fell into contemplation. He had unwavering faith in the system. Subtly, he cast a glance at the eldest disciple, Huang Li, in the loft. The only plausible explanation for this predicament was that Huang Li had not imparted the entire technique. Perhaps he himself had not mastered it completely, or the schoolmaster had also lacked the full knowledge. If the schoolmaster possessed the complete Iron Claw technique, then there must be a flaw in one of its components. Qin Feng was uncertain. Currently, practicing the Iron Claw technique could only refine his claws and enhance his cultivation, but the technique's realm would no longer evolve. This meant that his cultivation speed was at a standstill, an intolerable frustration for him. On another note, Qin Feng accepted his first task of the month. He had no choice. It was a mandatory requirement of the martial arts school to undertake at least one task each month. He sensed that after he accepted the task, Ma Wen's small team was noticeably attentive to him. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained composed. He had anticipated such scrutiny ever since Ding Ming had threatened him directly. The following day, the martial arts school's convoy set out. This time, Ma Wen's team included 2 members, Lin Sheng and Ding Ming. Lin Sheng was a relatively slender young man, exuding a calm demeanor as he rode, his body rising and falling with the horse's gait. Though he lacked the imposing stature of Ding Ming, Qin Feng did not underestimate him, for Lin Sheng was the only one in Ma Wen's team at the late Iron Skin realm, second only to Ma Wen himself. Throughout the escort, Qin Feng maintained an unremarkable facade. Despite having entered the mid-Iron Skin realm, he behaved as he always had, appearing rather ordinary. To those unfamiliar with him, he might have seemed like a mere underling. However, to Lin Sheng and Ding Ming, this was interpreted as a sign of Qin Feng's submission. If Qin Feng had made an effort to showcase his abilities, he would have inadvertently come across as ostentatious. Chapter 9. Ding Ming's Demise. In their eyes, since Ding Ming had issued a threat to Qin Feng, the latter had been thoroughly intimidated, even refusing to accept tasks from the martial arts school. Following the repulsion of the first wave of bandits, Ding Ming pointed at Qin Feng and then gestured towards 5 or 6 other disciples nearby. As expected, he began to make things difficult for him. Lowly wretch, take those few with you and pursue them along this route. A momentary silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned towards him. Ding Ming's demeanor was undeniably contemptuous. He dared to humiliate Qin Feng so brazenly in front of everyone. It would have been one thing if he were addressing a disciple of lesser cultivation, but Qin Feng was his equal, both being mid-stage Iron Skin practitioners. The members of the other 2 small teams looked on with keen interest, eager to see how Qin Feng would respond. Any man, particularly a young one brimming with youthful vigor, would likely find it intolerable to endure such treatment. Lin Sheng, the highest ranked among them, lifted his gaze slightly towards Qin Feng. With the presence of the other 2 teams, he was keen to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to manage his disciples. The small teams within the martial arts school required absolute dominance over the lower-tier disciples. Rebellion was utterly unacceptable. Qin Feng paused momentarily, yet did not refuse, replying, "Understood." He then set off to pursue the enemy, a few disciples trailing behind him. As expected, Qin Feng and his companions returned safely, reporting to Senior Brother Ding. All enemies along this route have been eliminated. One of the disciples who returned with Qin Feng respectfully announced. Very well, continue onward, Ding Ming replied indifferently. Thus, the martial arts school successfully repelled 3 waves of bandits. After each encounter, Ding Ming would instruct Qin Feng to lead the charge, always directing him towards the strongest and most numerous of the fleeing bandits. However, during the 4th time, Ding Ming unexpectedly commanded, "Wretch, come with me to pursue the enemy." The onlookers understood immediately. Qin Feng glanced at Ding Ming and replied, "Understood." Was he finally compelled to take action himself? Qin Feng thought. Not long ago, one of the disciples at the early stage of Iron Skin had successfully advanced to the mid-stage. This meant that under Ma Wen's management, 2 mid-stage iron skin practitioners now existed among the lower-tier disciples, undoubtedly sowing seeds of discord within their hierarchy. There was a reason they hadn't simply absorbed these new talents into the small teams. It was not advantageous to have too many members. Each additional person meant a reduction in the safety fees collected and more division of profits, hence the ideal number was 10. Because of their vested interests, each disciple within the small teams strived to maintain this exploitative equilibrium. Qin Feng was directed to lead the way, with Ding Ming closely following and the remaining disciples bringing up the rear. The group pursued the fleeing bandits until they reached a small creek, finally catching up with them. The martial arts school members advanced to engage in battle. Ding Ming stood back, hands clasped behind him, watching as the others exerted themselves. Qin Feng wielded his iron claws with astonishing ferocity, mercilessly dispatching the bandits, none of whom posed a challenge to him, seemingly deliberate. Qin Feng lifted a foot and kicked one bandit squarely in the chest, sending him flying. The unfortunate bandit's trajectory led him directly towards Ding Ming, who wore a look of mild discontent as he punched the airborne bandit aside. Soon after, a figure emerged from behind the now displaced bandit. Shadow Flash. Qin Feng's speed surged by 50% in an instant, catching Ding Ming off guard. A deep green claw shot passed Ding Ming's line of sight. PFF. A spray of blood erupted forth. Ding Ming's pupils constricted sharply, then gradually dulled as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. A gaping wound marred 2/3 of his neck, leaving only a third still attached. In terms of martial arts, Qin Feng's cultivation was superior. Both were mid-stage iron skin practitioners. Even if it were a face-to-face confrontation, Ding Ming would have found it impossible to defend against Qin Feng's sudden acceleration. One could only wonder if, in that final moment, Ding Ming regretted targeting Qin Feng so ruthlessly. The combatants around them momentarily froze. Qin Feng turned, coldly regarding the remaining disciples. They faltered, collapsing to their knees, banging their heads against the ground in desperate supplication. Senior brother Qin, I saw nothing. Please spare me. I saw nothing either. I swear. The remaining bandits, still clutching their knives, trembled in fear at the sight of Qin Feng. Reporting to senior brother Lin, we were caught off guard by the bandits' ambush, and senior brother Ding has been slain in a surprise attack. And the others? Lin Cheng's expression darkened. They met the same fate. I barely managed to escape. The onlookers could not help but notice that Qin Feng, appearing completely unruffled, had indeed committed a bold act by eliminating a member of the small team. They were struck by an unfathomable truth. Qin Feng had actually triumphed over Ding Ming. How long had he been here? Just over 3 months. Not only had he advanced to mid-stage iron skin, but he had also dispatched Ding Ming, a veteran disciple who had trained for 5 to 6 years. Lin Cheng's gaze bore into Qin Feng, shrouded in shadows. Yet, under his scrutiny, Qin Feng remained impassive, standing resolute. All the corpses were discarded into the creek, watched as they drifted away, unperturbed by potential repercussions. Good, very good. Well done. Lin Cheng's words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Lin Cheng vanished from his horse, a dark-hued claw materializing before Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He moved instinctively, bending to evade Lin Cheng's strike while retaliating with his own deep green iron claw aimed at Lin Cheng's abdomen. Lin Cheng felt an awkwardness, as if he had been interrupted just as he was about to unleash his full power. He had to halt, or risk colliding with Qin Feng's claw. Retracting his hand, he switched to a different technique, and the two began to clash in full view of their peers. The air crackled with cold light as various techniques clashed, leaving the onlooking disciples in awe. Lin Cheng, being one rank higher, exhibited superior speed and strength. However, it became apparent that, despite Qin Feng's slower movements, he was managing to hold his own against Lin Cheng, an oddity indeed. Lin Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, the cause of which only he could fathom. He could not comprehend why this was happening. Qin Feng remained cautious against Lin Cheng's advances. Defeating Lin Cheng without employing Shadow Flash would not be an easy feat. Lin Cheng's Iron Claw technique was evidently only recently mastered, while Qin Feng's had reached a level of near perfection. As Lin Cheng executed each move, Qin Feng anticipated his attacks instinctively. Chapter 10, a further rejection. Ultimately, due to his lower cultivation rank, the two found themselves in a stalemate. Bang, bang. They exchanged blows, each retreating. Lin Cheng's expression was grim. He simply could not fathom how Qin Feng was achieving this. How could he be so peculiar? He even began to doubt his own perceptions. Despite being at a higher cultivation level, why was he unable to prevail? Qin Feng glanced around at the observing disciples before turning his attention back to Lin Cheng. They locked eyes for a brief moment before Qin Feng spoke first, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for your leniency. Lin Cheng glanced around, reluctantly huffing before returning to his horse. His tone resolute as he commanded, continue on our journey. The other disciples, sensing his displeasure, dared not utter a word and obediently packed their belongings to resume their travel. The members of the two smaller teams remained silent as well. After all, Lin Cheng was the most accomplished amongst them, having reached the peak of the Iron Skin stage. It would be unwise to provoke him and risk incurring his wrath. The remainder of the journey proceeded with greater normalcy, as Lin Cheng refrained from deliberately harassing Qin Feng. Much unlike Ding Ming, the other team members also chose not to instigate any conflict. Given that even Ding Ming, who was on par with them in strength, had been bested by Qin Feng, it was evident that Qin Feng's prowess was at least equal to theirs. Moreover, this task fell within the purview of Ma Wen and his crew, making it a matter unrelated to their team. Qin Feng welcomed the peace content as long as they left him undisturbed, allowing him to navigate this period in tranquility. He was confident that as he grew stronger, he would eventually be able to deal with them. Upon returning to the Martial Arts Academy, Ma Wen was furious upon learning of the situation, casting a dark, brooding gaze at Qin Feng. Although the academy was not an ideal venue for retribution, it mattered little. Even if Qin Feng refrained from taking on tasks this month, he would still not escape next month. Ma Wen was already resolved to personally intervene next time, and with his perfected iron skin cultivation, he would ensure Qin Feng would not survive again. The following day, Qin Feng noticed a new addition to Ma Wen's team, Lin Shi, who had just broken through to the mid-iron skin stage. Brimming with vitality, he strode with confidence, receiving congratulations from his former acquaintances among the lower-tier disciples. Qin Feng observed silently for a moment before resuming his training. Ma Wen had firmly decided against accepting him, but it no longer mattered. With the income from Feng Lu, he was not compelled to join the small team at the academy. Most disciples at the academy hailed from families with moderate wealth, and thus, they refrained from pursuing the assassin profession for fear of family repercussions should their activities be discovered. However, Qin Feng was indifferent. As a solitary figure on the edge of survival, he had little concern for such matters. The region he inhabited was also under the dominion of the Great Chu dynasty, with various assassination organizations being targets of the regime's crackdown. Yet, Qin Feng did not believe that Feng Lu's location was sufficiently concealed to evade the attention of the imperial forces. His current mission was to expedite his cultivation and seek an opportunity to obtain the complete technique of the Iron Claw skill. Indeed, Qin Feng's decision to remain at the academy was solely motivated by the aspiration to master the full Iron Claw technique. For now, cultivating the Iron Claw was his only path to advancement, unless he could find another complete manual to substitute it. Even a subpar technique would suffice, provided it was systematic, albeit requiring additional time. Eventually, he aimed to refine the technique to its consummate form, which would surpass the efficacy of practicing the incomplete Iron Claw skill. Naturally, these were merely Qin Feng's internal contemplations. He estimated that with his near-completion level in the Iron Claw, reaching the pinnacle of the Iron Skin stage would pose no challenge. However, the journey beyond that point would be arduous. He could only take it one step at a time. Recently, the Iron Claw Academy had admitted a new batch of apprentices. Qin Feng witnessed his senior brother Huang Li demonstrating the Iron Claw technique once more. After observing carefully, he noted that Huang had only achieved a minor level of proficiency, identical to when he had taught Qin Feng initially. However, it was not a combat scenario, leaving him uncertain whether Huang Li had intentionally withheld knowledge. After watching, Qin Feng resumed his practice of the Iron Claw technique. The sun blazed fiercely, and in the southern region of Great Chu, even in November, there was no respite from the heat. During the afternoon break, the shade beneath 3 large trees was densely populated. Qin Feng glanced up at the tree where Ma Wen and his cohorts were gathered. 2 individuals at the edge of the shadow exchanged uneasy glances and edged away, inadvertently creating a space. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and made his way to the shaded corner. The 2 individuals visibly relaxed, exhaling in relief as they moved closer together to occupy the newly available spot. On the other side, as Qin Feng approached, 2 lower-tier disciples were forcibly pushed out of a previously crowded corner by their peers. Left with no choice, they retreated to another sunlit corner. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to claim the vacant spot, leaning against the wall to rest. The newly arrived apprentices, mirroring Qin Feng's earlier behavior, settled against the sunlit wall. A few of them, noticing Qin Feng's audacity, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who is this guy?" one apprentice inquired, wiping sweat from his brow. An older disciple, aware of the situation, replied, "You don't know? This is Qin Feng. He just arrived a little over 2 months ago from the slums." "A commoner," exclaimed another apprentice in astonishment. "Shoo." The older disciple quickly admonished, "Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'll tell you. Qin Feng is already a mid-iron skin warrior, on par with Ma Wen's team, and there's even a rumor that he fought with Lin, who was in the late iron skin stage, and held his ground for dozens of exchanges without defeat." The other disciple gasped, covering his mouth in shock. A mid-iron skin against a late iron skin, and he didn't lose? That's incredible. But why hasn't he been recruited by Ma Wen's team? If he had, he wouldn't be lounging against the wall, but sitting beneath the tree like Ma Wen and the others. It's all about his background, the older disciple side. Ma Wen's team has already replaced 2 members, yet they refuse to take him in. The apprentices fell silent, pondering the injustice of Qin Feng's upbringing in the slums, which had evidently deprived him of the comfort and opportunities he deserved. The older disciple's eyes glimmered with envy as he gazed at Qin Feng. I wonder how he possesses such talent. In just over 2 months, he has broken through to the mid-iron skin stage. Chapter 11. The Flower Thief. Just as they were resting, a commotion erupted from the training grounds of the academy. Curious, Qin Feng turned to see what was amiss. It appeared there was some trouble brewing, not instigated by the apprentices against their seniors, for the academy's disciples would not bother with them. Rather, it was a brawl among the apprentices themselves, 3 against 1. The surrounding disciples, including Ma Wen and his group, watched with amusement, treating it as entertainment, occasionally pointing and laughing. As mere apprentices, Ma Wen's team had no obligation to intervene. They were only responsible for the lower-tier disciples. If such an incident had involved lower-tier disciples, Ma Wen's group would have surely stepped in, given that they were financially invested in them. The apprentice being ganged up on lay sprawled on the ground, while the 3 attackers, clearly in cahoots, rained down punches and kicks upon him. Strikes landed on his abdomen and head, drawing blood from his mouth and dirt from his clothes as he desperately attempted to shield his vital areas with his hands. From his vantage point on the balcony, senior brother Huang Li observed the chaos with a calm demeanor, leisurely sipping tea from a cup placed on the table. In his eyes, it was nothing but folly. As long as no one was killed, he felt no obligation to intervene. Qin Feng, with an equally calm gaze, did not rush to defend the apprentice simply because he himself had once been a victim of bullying. After a while, perhaps tiring from their exertions, the 3 apprentices cursed loudly as they departed, leaving the assaulted individual sprawled on the ground. The beaten apprentice struggled to rise. His forearms scraped and bloodied from the rough contact with the ground. Fresh blood seeped from several abrasions, mingling with the dirt clinging to his arms. He wiped the dust from his face, his eyes red-rimmed as he surveyed the onlookers who were merely spectators to his plight. A look of injustice crossed his features, and he limped over to a nearby wall, crouching down to silently clean the sand from his wounds. The surrounding disciples and apprentices seized the moment to mock him, pointing and jeering before they resumed their conversations. Such brawls in the martial arts school occurred not less than 8 or 10 times a year, a routine that every batch of apprentices had long since grown accustomed to. In due course, Qin Feng returned to the Wind Pavilion to accept a bounty. At this moment, he stood before the counter, adorned in an ordinary commoner's attire, having discarded his previous worn garments. He was donning a monkey mask and perusing a small notebook when he momentarily paused. Number 48. Grass flying, thief hateful wind. Old Qin nodded, retrieving a wooden plaque inscribed with the number 48 from behind the counter. Qin Feng took the plaque without uttering a word and turned to leave. Old Qin's eyes lifted slightly as he observed Qin Feng's departing figure. Then he spat disdainfully to the side. Bah, wretched dog. Despite Qin Feng's change into a somewhat presentable outfit, it did little to alter his status as a pauper. Old Qin harbored no reservations in expressing his contempt. In his view, a lowly commoner like Qin Feng deserved to perish in the slums and remain there. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he was the subject of Old Qin's scorn. Even if he had been aware, he would not have cared. He reflected on the details noted in his small book, realizing that the task ahead posed considerable challenges. Yet, the reward was substantial, 200 taels of silver. The target was to eliminate grass flying, thief hateful wind. This notorious figure had earned a considerable reputation in the martial world, albeit one that was far from admirable. A notorious flower thief, he had once been an ordinary disciple at a martial arts school, but had acquired an exceptional technique in lightness skill known as grass flying, enabling him to move with unparalleled grace and stealth. Thief Hateful Wind possessed an inherent talent for lightness skills, mastering the technique to an extraordinary degree within just a few years. After achieving such prowess, he succumbed to his baser urges, preying upon the daughter of a prominent local family. This household, unprepared for such an affront, fell victim to his brazen assault, and afterward, the perpetrator remained elusive. His status as a martial arts disciple provided an excellent cover for his misdeeds. The thrill of overpowering the noble daughters of affluent families became an obsession for him, leading to further transgressions. As the saying goes, those who walk by the riverbank often get their shoes wet. Fearing for their daughter's safety, the affluent families began to bolster their defenses. Eventually, during a chance encounter, Thief Hateful Wind was discovered by a martial artist of the refining Tendon realm, his identity exposed, forcing him to flee the martial arts school and vanish into the world. With his identity now revealed, he grew increasingly bold, abducting women wherever he traveled. Although his martial prowess was modest, limited to the late stage of the Iron Skin realm, his lightness skills allowed him to evade even the most skilled refining tendon practitioners. Cunningly, he shifted his focus from noble women to those of lesser means. Knowing that the guards of the wealthy were formidable, the women from modest backgrounds, having never known hardship, were often beautiful and well-formed, posing little threat to him. Over the years, countless women fell victim to his depravity. He would not kill them, but would return them the same night, leaving them to grapple with their shame. Some families, too embarrassed to speak of the matter, chose to silence the truth, while others resorted to dire measures, declaring the women had succumbed to a disease. Recently, the Lin family of Fenghua City received word that grass-flying, thief-hateful wind intended to target their daughter, Lin Wanning. The third daughter of the Lin family was renowned for her beauty across several neighboring cities. Naturally, thief-hateful wind was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Though the bounty did not specify who had initiated it, it was evident that it was commissioned by the Lin family through the Wind Pavilion. If the assassins of the Wind Pavilion could eliminate thief-hateful wind before he reached Lin Wanning, it would be a significant boon for the Lin family. It remained uncertain whether the assassins had refrained from accepting the task due to a lack of confidence or if they had simply failed. For it was no small feat to escape from a refining tendon practitioner. As night fell, serenity enveloped Fenghua City. A shadow scaled the wall, silently landing in the Lin family's courtyard. The figure, a man in his 30s clad in black stealth attire, had a square face adorned with a pair of faint mustaches. His appearance unremarkable enough to blend into any crowd. This man was none other than grass-flying, thief-hateful wind. Chapter 12. The Secret Technique of Lightness, Grass-Flying. With a triumphant smile, thief-hateful wind advanced deeper into the Lin residence. He was well aware that a bounty had been placed on his head by an assassin organization. But he was unconcerned. Over the years, numerous such bounties had been issued against him. Yet whenever he struck, he never lingered in one place for long. The vast expanse of the great Chu dynasty meant that after a few years, who would remember him? Confident in his lightness skills, he believed he could venture anywhere as long as he avoided crossing paths with the wealthy. Before long, thief-hateful wind leaped over the Lin family's wall. A young woman in white nightclothes draped over his shoulder, seemingly unconscious. He landed soundlessly on the ground, even with the added weight, and swiftly slipped into a narrow alley. As he rounded a corner, a flash of cold light emerged from the shadows. With quick reflexes, thief-hateful wind tilted his head aside just in time. The glint of steel grazed his chest, leaving 5 deep gashes. Clenching his fist, he retaliated swiftly, desperately fending off the subsequent onslaught. However, carrying a person significantly hampered his ability to fight. Taken by surprise by the sudden ambush, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. The assailants' claws were sharp and relentless, and they seized the opportunity to inflict 5 more deep scratches upon his arm. With a sudden flick of his elbow, Dao Henfeng shook off the claw that had gripped his wrist, allowing him to lower his shoulder and thrust the Lin family's third miss, Lin Wanning, towards his opponent. He then swiftly retreated a few steps to establish a firm stance. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, blood seeping slowly from his chest and left arm. He gazed at the assailant emerging from the shadows, a young man donning a monkey mask. It was none other than Qin Feng, though the mask obscured his features. His physique suggested youth. However, his deep green hands appeared somewhat unsettling in the dim light of night. Dao Henfeng glanced at his wounds, a twitch at the corner of his mouth signaling his displeasure as his expression darkened. The pain radiating from his arm and chest ignited a fury within him. He had never felt so beleaguered in all his years. After exchanging a few blows, Dao Henfeng had discerned that Qin Feng was merely at the mid-level of the Iron Skin realm, while he himself had attained the latter stage. Thus, he felt no fear. Dao Henfeng assumed a fighting stance, exuding the ferocity of a tiger as he launched powerful punches toward Qin Feng. Tiger's claw fist. Qin Feng, unwilling to confront the onslaught directly, nimbly dodged left and right, attempting to seize Dao Henfeng's joints with his claws from the side. The dull thuds of fists colliding with claws echoed repeatedly as the two engaged in combat within the confines of the narrow alley. After several dozen exchanges, Qin Feng created distance, flexing his hands that had stiffened from the impacts. The disparity in their realms rendered the difference in strength and reaction time quite pronounced. Although both Dao Henfeng and Lin Cheng, of the Iron Claw martial arts school, were at the same late stage of the Iron Skin realm, Lin Cheng practiced the same claw technique as Qin Feng. Thus, Qin Feng had previously managed to hold his own against Lin Cheng due to his near mastery of the technique. However, Dao Henfeng's style was unfamiliar to him, and he found himself quickly overwhelmed. Humph, a fool unaware of his own limitations, Dao Henfeng scoffed as he observed Qin Feng stretching his palms. The audacity of a mid-level iron skin assassin daring to provoke him was nothing short of foolishness. He resolved to shatter Qin Feng's hands as retribution for the earlier ambush. Despite being at a disadvantage, Qin Feng remained undaunted, moving his limbs with ease. Feigning bravado, Dao Henfeng sneered, unleashing a punch that sliced through the air with a whistle, while his left hand coiled slightly, preparing to execute a lethal blow. Qin Feng evaded, only to suddenly vanish. Whoosh! An afterimage streaked through the night. Dao Henfeng's pupils constricted sharply as he froze in place, a line of blood appearing slowly at his throat. Shadow Flash Step, Minor Mastery. After practicing 20 times for entry level and 100 times for minor mastery, it had taken Qin Feng just over half a month to achieve this. As his trump card, he had naturally dedicated ample time and effort to mastering the Shadow Flash Step, which proved to be more efficient than honing his Iron Claw technique alone. Dao Henfeng's eyes widened, rooted to the spot, as Qin Feng materialized behind him, exhaling softly. The burden of the minor mastery of the Shadow Flash Step was palpable, causing a subtle ache in his feet. At that moment, Lin Wanning, the Lin family young lady, stirred awake on the ground, clutching her groggy head and scanning her surroundings. As her vision cleared, she spotted two figures in the alley. Startled, she instinctively shielded herself with her hands, struggling to press against the wall. She opened her mouth to scream, but her nerves betrayed her, resulting in stammered sounds that failed to produce any coherent cry. Qin Feng turned to see Lin Wanning and raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Panic washed over her as she regarded Qin Feng, mistaking him for a thief. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from not far away. Clearly, the Lin family had finally realized their young lady was missing. A glimmer of hope flickered across Lin Wanning's face. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng began to rummage through Dao Henfeng's belongings. In a short while, he uncovered several 100-tael silver notes and a handful of loose silver coins. As a man of the Jianghu, Dao Henfeng undoubtedly carried all his valuables on his person. Qin Feng hastily stuffed the money into his own clothing, continuing his search for something of greater importance. At last, he discovered a parchment scroll hidden within Dao Henfeng's undergarment, a sheepskin scroll that contained the secret technique of grass on the fly. Qin Feng carefully tucked the scroll into his clothing, patting it gently before making a hasty retreat into the depths of the alley. Grass on the fly, a secret technique of the Xian rank. Qin Feng's heart soared with exhilaration. All martial arts techniques and secrets were classified into ranks, with 4 tiers ranging from high to low: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Both the Iron Claw technique and Shadow Flash Step belonged to the yellow rank, with the latter possessing its own flaws. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more challenging the cultivation, reserved for those with exceptional talent. It was no wonder that Dao Henfeng could maneuver with such grace. Qin Feng carefully examined the scroll. According to its contents, not only did it promise swift speed, but at the entry level, one would be as light as a swallow, and at minor mastery, one would land without a sound. Clearly, Dao Henfeng had demonstrated significant talent, having cultivated grass on the fly to the minor mastery level, which explained how he could escape from a practitioner of the muscle-refining realm. Chapter 13, The Recruitment by the Tiger Gang. 3 days later. Grass on the fly. Technique, entry level. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 200 times to advance to the next stage. Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly before relaxing them again. It seemed that the number of repetitions required for practice was indeed correlated to the rank of the technique. Similarly, grass on the fly required 20 repetitions for entry level, but to reach the minor mastery stage, the requirement soared to 200, an increase of 100%. Conversely, upon reaching minor mastery, both the yellow-ranked Iron Claw technique and Shadow Flash Step only required 100 repetitions. Following this pattern, it was likely that the higher-ranked techniques of Heaven and Earth would demand even greater practice counts for each level. Consequently, achieving minor mastery of the Xian rank grass on the fly would require around 20 days. However, Qin Feng did not have the luxury of time to cultivate the technique gradually. Although he was unaware that Ma Wen had prepared to take matters into his own hands soon, the murder of Ding Ming had prompted Ma Wen to merely recruit the newcomer Lin Shi, showing no signs of letting the matter rest. This instilled within Qin Feng a sense of urgency. He must hasten his cultivation. His current mid-level iron skin prowess was inadequate within the martial arts school. If he struggled against a late-stage Dao Henfeng, how could he hope to contend with Ma Wen, who had reached the perfected stage of the iron skin realm? He needed to strive for a breakthrough to the late stage of the iron skin realm before the next martial arts school assignment. Bang! A burly man found himself gripped by the throat and violently slammed against the wall. His face flushed crimson as he futilely attempted to pry away the hand constricting his throat, but he possessed no strength to resist. The hand tightening around his neck twisted with force. Crack! Thud! The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and a man wearing a monkey mask turned away. One day, A subordinate of the Tiger Gang sought out Qin Feng. Qin Feng recognized him as Chen Wu, a member of the Tiger Gang. Brother Qin, our leader invites you to pay a visit. What is it about? Have I not already repaid the money I borrowed? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It is not about the borrowed money. Our leader seeks to discuss a matter with you, Chen Wu replied respectfully. Chen Wu had not anticipated that Qin Feng, who had once fought alongside their gang, had transformed into a formidable Iron Skin Realm warrior in just a few short months. The leader had specifically instructed caution in dealing with him. After a few months, Qin Feng once again encountered the brawny Xianxiaaudiobooks at the gang's hall. Xianxiaaudiobooks lounged in the main hall, grinning at Qin Feng. Young friend Qin, you have truly soared to great heights. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed. What does the leader wish to discuss? Please speak plainly, Qin Feng inquired directly. I've heard that your recent experiences at the Iron Claw martial arts school have not been particularly favorable. Therefore, would you be interested in joining our Tiger Gang? Qin Feng frowned. What are the benefits? How does 100 taels a month sound? That is the standard rate within the Tiger Gang. Moreover, we can offer you a position as a hall master, just like me. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. Of course, Xianxiaaudiobooks was not a warrior himself. But if any warrior were willing to join the Tiger Gang, the higher-ups would not hesitate to bestow upon them a minor title, such as hall master. He had learned of Qin Feng's difficult situation at the martial arts school and sought to see if he could entice him. Only 100 taels? Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. The sum was far too meager. For a warrior, 100 taels was utterly insignificant. Maintaining a normal regimen of training and improving one's skills necessitated considerable expenditure on sustenance. The higher the realm, the greater the costs. During his time at Fenglu, the rewards from his bounties had amassed to several hundred taels, nearly all of which had been spent on this endeavor to sustain his rigorous training regimen. While remaining at the martial arts school provided less in terms of escort fees, the daily meals included restorative herbs that no gang could offer. Consuming these herb-enriched meals enhanced a warrior's training efficacy. Although this benefit diminished after reaching the mid-stage of the Iron Skin realm, it was certainly better than having none at all. Thus, joining a gang like the Tiger Gang was hardly an appealing prospect for any warrior. Do not dismiss it as insignificant. It is simply that the lion's share is not ours to keep, Xianxiaaudiobooks hinted. At these words, Qin Feng was taken aback. You mean? Yes, us, the Tiger Gang, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied openly, gesturing upward. The higher-ups must receive their share. The higher-ups? Qin Feng's expression grew intricate. Who could these higher-ups of the Tiger Gang be, if not the city lord's mansion or the influential families? Every year, we must remit a substantial sum upward. What remains is for our gang's own use. If you join us, we can seize territories from nearby gangs, and naturally, everyone will benefit more. Ultimately, Qin Feng remained noncommittal. The profits of gangs like the Tiger Gang stemmed from the impoverished. Apart from collecting protection fees from the destitute, they exploited them through various means, including the initial loan they had extended to him. Having grown up in this environment, Qin Feng was all too familiar with it. Furthermore, hearing that the gang had to surrender most of its earnings to the higher-ups only further diminished his interest. Xianxiaaudiobooks did not press the matter but concluded with a final remark. If you ever feel unable to remain at the martial arts school, do not hesitate to seek me out. The doors of the Tiger Gang will always be open to you. Understood, Qin Feng nodded, departing from the Tiger Gang's hall. Even if he could no longer endure the martial arts school, he would never join the Tiger Gang. As the month drew to a close, a surprising announcement came from the martial arts school. Due to a lack of business at year's end, all students were granted a month's respite, with December upon them. This meant they would not return until February. Qin Feng welcomed this news. An additional month meant more time for training. He was on the verge of reaching the peak of the mid-stage Iron Skin realm, with the beginnings of a bluish-black hue appearing on his hands. This bluish-black tint signified the characteristics of the late stage of Iron Skin realm. Once his hands fully transformed, he would officially enter the late stage. While Qin Feng was elated, Mawen appeared somewhat dejected. However, his discontent was fleeting, for he believed that granting Qin Feng an extra month mattered little. Two minor realms apart, what storm could he possibly stir? Chapter 14. Year-end in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had spent 3 months in this world. Sitting in a dilapidated old house in the impoverished area, he wore a somewhat dazed expression. From afar, the joyous sounds of the townsfolk reached his ears. Opening the creaky wooden door, Qin Feng stepped outside. Whoosh! Bang! Brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky. Families emerged from their homes, holding their children's hands. Standing along the pathways, gazing into the distance with envy as the lights of the fireworks illuminated their smiling faces. Long-term malnutrition had left everyone's complexion pale and gaunt, reminiscent of Qin Feng's own arrival. Despite the hardships of life, the residents of the impoverished district found joy on the last day of the year, celebrating another year safely passed. Young children, captivated by the fireworks, gasped in wonder. They dared not venture out, remaining distant in the impoverished area to observe. As Qin Feng stepped outside, the surrounding residents instinctively paused. He was unmistakable. He alone donned coarse linen clothing akin to that of the commoners in the impoverished district. The others were clad in tattered garments, with many men lacking even basic clothing. Thankfully, being in the south meant that, while it was somewhat chilly, they were not at risk of freezing. Typically, Qin Feng engaged little with them, spending his days either at the martial arts school or fulfilling bounties at Fenglu. The residents had seen him in the martial arts uniform and recognized him as a warrior, instilling a sense of trepidation that caused them to avert their gazes when he passed. Qin Feng paid them no mind and walked towards the outskirts of the impoverished area. Those standing on the road instinctively made way for him. Upon exiting the impoverished district, he entered the bustling streets of the common folk. Although his attire was humble, it was still similar to that of the majority of the populace. After walking for a while, the people around him no longer realized he had emerged from the impoverished area. The street was lively, having toiled for an entire year. Families emerged to celebrate the last day together, every face adorned with joyous smiles. Vendors lined the streets, displaying trinkets and toys, surrounded by clusters of children eagerly inspecting the offerings. Some distance away, performers showcased their skills. Qin Feng felt as though he had traversed centuries, the scenes before him intertwining with memories from his mind, both those of the original owner and his own. However, the patrolling officers disrupted the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. They lazily loitered in front of the vendors, extending their hands. The vendors, accustomed to this, cautiously produced 10 copper coins from their pockets and placed them into the officers' hands. The officers jingled the coins and pocketed them, casually snatching a sugary treat from the stall as they walked away, munching as they went. The proprietor of the street stall wore a forced smile, remaining silent as the officials turned their backs. Once they were out of sight, a flicker of bitterness crossed his face, but he quickly masked it with a smile to serve the other patrons. The street was teeming with people, not only common folk, but also young gentlemen and ladies eager to partake in the festivities, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. The vibrant array of lanterns, riddle games, acrobatics, and delectable snacks created a scene of exuberance, a novelty for those who had endured a year devoid of entertainment. Lin Wanning accompanied her elder siblings to enjoy a little respite. Recent events had left her quite shaken, only later realizing that the deceased in the alley was none other than the notorious flower thief, saved by the mysterious figure donning a monkey mask. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, yet no one knew the identity of her savior. Drawn to the charming lanterns, Lin Wanning found herself enchanted by their delightful shapes. Qin Feng wandered through the throngs of people, aimlessly traversing the street, flanked by an array of splendid lanterns. A middle-aged woman stood at the roadside, holding candied hawthorns, her face aglow with warmth as she beckoned a small boy. The child, clutching a tiny windmill, scampered over, eyes wide with anticipation at the sight of the treats. The woman, with a smile, offered him a piece. Such a sweet little boy, go ahead and enjoy, it's on the house. The boy, upon hearing this, cheered and eagerly took a bite of the candied hawthorn. However, as he savored his treat, a shifty-eyed man approached from behind, scooping the boy into his arms and heading directly toward Lin Wanning. The child, lulled by the warmth of the man's shoulder, drifted into slumber, the candied hawthorn slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. The middle-aged woman discreetly slipped away into the crowd. Lin Wanning, engrossed in adjusting a lantern, inadvertently witnessed this unsettling scene, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from behind the man. Erwa, Erwa. A young woman in the distance called out frantically, searching high and low. However, the throng obstructed her view, preventing her from spotting the boy cradled in the man's arms. Realizing the situation, Lin Wanning understood that a child was being abducted. The man, hearing the cries, did not look back, but hastened his escape. Qin Feng, standing at the roadside, also observed the actions of the middle-aged woman and the man, yet his expression remained impassive, devoid of reaction. As the man passed by Lin Wanning, she seized the moment, reaching out to snatch the child away. The man, sensing her movement, tightened his grip on the boy and forcefully pushed Lin Wanning to the ground. Nevertheless, she clung tenaciously to the child's clothing. Infuriated, the man glanced around at the bystanders and kicked at the seated Lin Wanning. Qin Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as he caught sight of the stones on the ground. Suddenly, 2 stones struck the man, causing him to stumble and fall, unintentionally revealing a plum blossom tattoo on his arm. By this time, the surrounding crowd had begun to take notice of the commotion, murmuring in curiosity. Realizing the predicament, the man released the child and dashed into the crowd, disappearing in moments. Are you all right? Lin Wanning looked up to see a slender youth of about 16 or 17 years. Shaking her head, she replied, I'm fine. Qin Feng stepped forward, extending a hand to assist her. Wanning, what happened? 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, rushed to Lin Wanning's side, helping her up. with the woman casting an irritated glance at Qin Feng. Wanting? The third miss of the Lin family? Qin Feng was taken aback, surprised by the coincidence. The young woman finally reached them, cradling her child and expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Wanting. She smiled gently, waving her hand in a gesture of dismissal. When she turned to look again, the youth had vanished. Although Lin Wanting felt curious about his sudden appearance, she dismissed it from her mind. After the siblings had learned of the incident, Lin Qing, the eldest brother, noticed the two small stones on the ground. Someone must have intervened from the shadows, he remarked. Could it have been that boy? Lin Wanting speculated. Unclear, but you must exercise caution in the future, little sister. It would be unfortunate if you were to get hurt. Lin Qing advised. Nodding obediently, Lin Wanting acknowledged her brother's concern. As they strolled through the bustling street, Qin Feng felt a turmoil within himself. He suddenly recognized his growing numbness. Initially, he had harbored no inclination to intervene until Lin Wanting took action. This realization struck him hard. He had changed, becoming someone different from the memories he held. Was it the toll of taking lives as a killer, or the influence of the original owner's memories? The truth eluded him. In the following days, Qin Feng spent his daylight hours in the dilapidated house within the impoverished district, practicing diligently, and ventured to the Wind Pavilion at night to accept bounties. By the end of January, he had progressed to the later stage of the Iron Skin realm, granting him a sense of relief, as only an increase in strength could provide him with a semblance of security. At the beginning of February, the martial arts school reopened. Yet Qin Feng refrained from rushing into taking on tasks there, opting instead to continue his work at the Wind Pavilion. Having just reached the later stage of the Iron Skin realm, he understood that his cultivation would not see significant improvement in the short term. Therefore, to rapidly enhance his strength, he resolved to focus on mastering the Shadow Flash step. The Shadow Flash step proved exceptionally useful, capable of determining the outcome in critical moments. When facing opponents of the same level, Qin Feng found his near mastery of the Iron Claw technique to be more than sufficient, negating the need to employ the Shadow Flash step. However, when confronted with stronger adversaries, such as Ma Wan at the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm, the fledgling Shadow Flash step became Qin Feng's ultimate weapon. Moreover, the stealth capabilities of the Shadow Flash step were invaluable, providing him with significant advantages during missions at the Wind Pavilion. Thus, from every angle, prioritizing its enhancement aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's current circumstances. What Qin Feng remained unaware of was that, despite being merely an ordinary yellow-grade secret technique, most individuals within the Wind Pavilion could only grasp it at a rudimentary level. Why was this the case? The training difficulty of the Shadow Flash step was exceptionally high, rivaling that of profound-grade techniques. The rankings of all techniques and secret arts are determined by their potency. However, those with high training difficulty are not necessarily of a higher grade. While higher-grade techniques invariably come with significant challenges, the Shadow Flash step exemplified this phenomenon, low in rank, yet demanding in its mastery. Qin Feng commenced his training in the Shadow Flash step. After 200 repetitions, he could elevate it from the initial stage to near mastery, requiring less than a month's time. As for the affairs concerning the martial arts school's small team, Qin Feng had long ceased to concern himself with them. He felt confident in his ability to handle opponents at the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm. Initially, his plan had been to combine the later stage of Iron Skin cultivation with the fledgling Shadow Flash step. Now he had achieved that milestone ahead of schedule. As February drew to a close, Ma Wan found himself in a foul mood, having waited a month for Qin Feng to accept the task. This situation nagged at him, akin to a thorn lodged in his heart. Just as his patience wore thin at long last, Qin Feng accepted the mission. At the entrance of Fenghua City, the Martial Arts Academy's team officially set forth. Qin Feng squinted at Ma Wan in the ranks, only to find Ma Wan glaring back at him. His murderous intent laid bare without a hint of concealment. Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me, Qin Feng mused inwardly. Not long after passing through the city gates, Ma Wan could no longer contain his eagerness to strike. This time, he dropped all pretense and, before the assembled disciples of the academy, coldly declared, Qin Feng, today marks your demise. Who dies remains to be seen. Qin Feng retorted defiantly. Then let us see if you can maintain that bravado. With that, Ma Wan leapt from his horse, his hands turning pitch black, launching directly at Qin Feng's face. The inky hue of his hands signified his mastery of the Iron Skin realm at its pinnacle. Ma Wan's hands became mere shadows, forcing Qin Feng to barely defend himself while retreating. The disparity between them was even greater than the one Qin Feng had experienced during his confrontation with Lin Chang, when he was at mid-Iron Skin. Back then, Qin Feng could still counterattack using his martial arts prowess, but now he found himself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, the onlookers gaped in horror at Qin Feng. Late-stage Iron Skin. How astonishing that Qin Feng had managed to advance so swiftly. This was utterly unfathomable. Ma Wen felt a surge of alarm within, yet Qin Feng's prowess only solidified his resolve to eliminate him. Their enmity had deepened, and should Qin Feng survive today, Ma Wen standing within the academy would undoubtedly be jeopardized once Qin Feng reached the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm. He must act now. While Qin Feng's cultivation still fell short of his own, Qin Feng deftly dodged Ma Wen's assaults. Ma Wen's claw technique, though comparable to Lin Cheng's, was only at the initial stage of minor proficiency, making it relatively easy for Qin Feng to evade. He crouched to avoid the black claws aimed at his face, then propelled himself backward, creating distance. Turning swiftly, he fled into the thicket, wishing to conceal his shadow flicker step from the eyes of the others. Upon seeing Qin Feng attempt to escape, Ma Wen smirked coldly and pursued without hesitation. The two of them enacted a chase through the woods, their distance narrowing steadily. Feeling the moment was right, Qin Feng slowed his pace, suddenly turning to charge at Ma Wen, as Ma Wen executed his Black Tiger Steel Heart technique. Just as they were nearly upon one another, Qin Feng doubled his speed, appearing at Ma Wen's right side, his claws now a deep shade of blue-black. Slicing through the air toward him, Ma Wen, stricken with dread, hastily raised his hands to block. A sharp cry rang out as 5 crimson gashes appeared from the root of Ma Wen's right arm to his wrist. Enraged, Ma Wen retaliated with his other hand. Qin Feng swiftly parried, his figure accelerating once more. Qin Feng's silhouette flickered around Ma Wen, who struggled to defend himself as the wounds on his body multiplied. Ma Wen's speed could no longer match Qin Feng's. Moreover, Qin Feng had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He aimed merely to inflict injury upon Ma Wen. The shadow flicker step enhanced only his movement speed, while his attack speed remained at the late-stage Iron Skin level. Qin Feng's movements resembled a stuttered video feed. One moment, he was before Ma Wen. The next, he appeared in 3 other directions. Ma Wen's body could barely respond. Furthermore, Qin Feng was only employing the minor proficiency level of the shadow flicker step. With the speed granted by this technique, Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of ruthless strikes upon Ma Wen. Gradually, the wounds on Ma Wen increased, his garments soaked in blood. As Ma Wen's reaction time began to slow, a massive gash erupted on his abdomen, hot blood gushing forth. Qin Feng raised his claw, a glimmer of cold light flashing, and Ma Wen's head was severed from his body. At the location of the Martial Arts Academy's team, the crowd engaged in relaxed conversation, their faith in Ma Wen's prowess unwavering, not expecting any unforeseen events. However, the rustling sounds from the forest drew their attention, and an unexpected figure emerged. It was Qin Feng. The onlookers were taken aback. What of Brother Ma? Lin Cheng's complexion paled slightly. Brother Lin, I regret to inform you that we fell victim to an ambush by bandits, and Brother Ma was killed in a surprise attack, Qin Feng stated flatly. Once again, this dismal news settled over them like a bitter pill. A late-stage Iron Skin master, Ma Wen, had perished. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Cheng's face turned even more ashen. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Cheng swallowed hard and quickly reacted, stammering, "The mission is of utmost importance. We should continue our journey. Junior brother Qin, you should mount your horse. The cargo is critical, and you must conserve your strength in case of unforeseen circumstances along the way." Qin Feng nodded and mounted his horse. A slight sway, and he steadied himself in the saddle. Though he had never ridden before, as a martial artist, his control over his body surpassed that of an ordinary person. With a little adaptation, it came naturally. The convoy pressed onward, yet this time the atmosphere within the ranks was markedly different, eerily silent. Each member was awestruck by Qin Feng's astonishing feat of defeating a late-stage Iron Skin practitioner. Although they had not witnessed the battle unfold in the woods, the outcome was indisputable. Qin Feng had triumphed. None could fathom how Qin Feng managed such a victory. Upon returning to the Martial Arts Academy, the group remained silent as Lin Cheng gathered a few members of the team. With Ma Wen deceased, a replacement was necessary, and that individual could only be Qin Feng. Having held his own against Lin Cheng while at the mid-Iron Skin stage, and now having defeated Ma Wen, Qin Feng's strength was beyond question. Thus, it was only logical that Qin Feng would assume Ma Wen's position. The remaining 9 disciples stood uneasily before him. "Brother Qin, do you have any instructions to impart?" Lin Cheng inquired respectfully, addressing him as brother for the first time. "Proceed as before, Lin Cheng. You shall handle the usual matters." Lin Cheng was taken aback, hesitating momentarily. "Shall I? What about the mission arrangements?" "You will oversee those as well," Qin Feng replied. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Cheng stepped forward to explain everything in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng inhaled sharply, contemplated briefly, and asserted, "You shall handle all arrangements." Yes, thank you, Brother Qin," Lin Cheng said, suppressing his joy and bowing deeply. The other disciples behind Lin Cheng regarded him with envy. Previously, Ma Wen had managed all affairs, relegating Lin Cheng to a mere follower. Now, Qin Feng's intent was clear. He was entrusting Lin Cheng with all responsibilities, including mission arrangements, much to Lin Cheng's delight. Not only would he gain respect in front of others, but he would also have significant latitude in arranging escort missions. After all, these tasks could vary greatly in risk, and the disciples would naturally prefer to partake in those with lesser peril. At such times, they might offer a portion of their earnings to the one orchestrating the missions or even share the escort fees, eager to align themselves with stronger disciples. With each team managing around 30 individuals, if a disciple contributed 1 or 2 pieces of silver and the team undertook 5 missions in a month, that would amount to 5 pieces of silver. Even with just 10 disciples contributing, that would yield 50 pieces of silver. In the past, these arrangements were orchestrated by Ma Wan, but now it was Lin Cheng who took charge, and naturally, the funds would find their way into his pockets. Just moments ago, Lin Cheng had elucidated the intricacies of the situation to Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng acquiesced, thereby tacitly permitting Lin Cheng to appropriate the funds, which is why Lin Cheng appeared so elated. Days later, Lin Cheng approached Qin Feng with a demeanor of utmost respect, presenting him with a money pouch. "Senior brother Qin, this is the safety fee for this month." Qin Feng hefted the pouch and, upon opening it, was taken aback by the sight. A rough estimate revealed over 100 taels. "We oversee 29 disciples, and in total, we collected 290 taels. The disciples in the mid-iron skin realm received 15 taels, I took 50, and the remaining 120 taels belong to you, senior brother Qin." Lin Cheng explained candidly, without any trickery. "Is this truly so easy to earn?" Qin Feng mused. If one were to factor in the silver collected by Ma Wan from previous assignments, the monthly earnings would approach 200 taels. The martial arts hall operated in a manner akin to a parasitic hierarchy, with the master and the senior brother Huang Li draining the lifeblood of the outer disciples. Among the more formidable outer disciples, 3 small teams were formed to extract wealth from the lower-tier disciples. Subsequently, Lin Cheng, with an air of mystery, advised Qin Feng not to leave that evening, as there was a task to be assigned by the senior brother. A jolt of anticipation surged through Qin Feng. A task. At last, he was to touch upon the core operations of the martial arts hall. That evening, Qin Feng entered the inner sanctum of the martial arts hall alongside Lin Cheng. At that moment, senior brother Huang Li occupied the high seat and appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Qin Feng, yet he remained silent, continuing to savor his tea. Qin Feng and Lin Cheng stood quietly to the side, and soon, members of the other 2 teams arrived in succession, all disciples of at least late Iron Skin realm. Senior brother Huang Li set down his teacup and pronounced, 3 days hence, we shall convene at Maogong Mountain. Tomorrow morning, after you arrange matters concerning the martial arts hall, we will depart." "Yes, senior brother," they responded in unison. 2 days later, 7 members from the martial arts hall, including senior brother Huang Li, arrived at Maogong Mountain. Situated several hundred miles from Fenghua City, at the foot of Maogong Mountain, a dirt road conveniently traversed the area. Qin Feng began to familiarize himself with the surroundings as senior brother Huang Li laid out the plan, and they spent the night atop Maogong Mountain. The following afternoon, a merchant caravan appeared on the horizon, gradually making its way to the foot of Maogong Mountain. The caravan comprised over 30 individuals, escorting a dozen carts laden with goods, prominently marked with the character Qin on their canvas coverings. The Qin family caravan from Fenghua City had arrived. This was indeed the target of the Iron Claw Martial Hall's operation. Indeed, the Iron Claw Martial Hall was not solely engaged in escorting, they were also involved in highway robbery. Not only the Iron Claw Martial Hall, but other martial halls in Fenghua City were implicated as well. They did not merely target the affluent merchant caravans within the city, but also the escort teams of rival martial halls. However, they refrained from pillaging ordinary goods, focusing instead on items of higher value. They sought rare substances that could aid in cultivation, secret medicines. It was well known that ordinary martial artists consumed their internal energy during daily training. Consequently, they needed to increase their food intake for replenishment, but even so, the frequency of their training remained limited. Qin Feng could only practice 7 times a day. Secret medicines could alleviate this constraint. After consuming a secret medicine, one could increase their training sessions. In theory, if an unlimited supply of secret medicines were available, a martial artist could train ceaselessly throughout the day. Chapter 17, Ambush. Secret medicines are divided into 3 tiers: ordinary, advanced, and premium. An ordinary secret medicine allows for 10 additional training sessions, while both advanced and premium medicines also provide 10, yet enhance the training efficacy to 4 and 8 times the usual rate, respectively. It is crucial to note that the higher one's realm, the fewer training sessions one can perform each day due to the immense energy expenditure involved. Without the support of secret medicines, a martial artist in the muscle refinement realm could only sustain 3 training sessions a day. An ordinary secret medicine for the muscle refinement realm could supply the necessary energy for 10 training sessions. As for the pricing of secret medicines, it varies according to realm. For martial artists in the Iron Skin realm, an ordinary secret medicine costs 50 taels, an advanced 200 taels, and a premium 400 taels. Qin Feng learned all of this from Lin Cheng's explanation the previous night. The existence of secret medicines was unknown not only to Qin Feng, but also to the lower-tier disciples. It was not merely the lower disciples who were in the dark. Even the members of the small teams were equally oblivious. Only after reaching the late Iron Skin realm and gaining eligibility to partake in the martial hall's operations could one become privy to such knowledge. Lin Cheng had gone through the same process. No wonder others were so eager to amass wealth. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart burned with fervor. The limitation on his training sessions that had obstructed his cultivation progress now had a solution. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes at the Qin family caravan. The previous night, senior brother Huang Li had already assigned them their respective tasks. Within this Qin caravan, the strongest individuals were 3 martial artists in the early muscle refinement realm, 3 in the late Iron Skin realm, and 7 in the mid-Iron Skin realm, with the remainder being early and mid-tier martial artists. Meanwhile, in their ranks, senior brother Huang Li was at the mid-muscle refinement realm, accompanied by 2 in the late Iron Skin realm and 4 in the mid-Iron Skin realm. The disparity in strength between the muscle refinement and Iron Skin realms was substantial. At this juncture, the Qin caravan had entered their designated ambush zone, and the martial hall's members, cloaked in black veils, swiftly sprang into action. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the Qin caravan, another group surged forth. Judging by their attire, they were unmistakably bandits from outside the city. The 2 leading bandits were also masked and bore prominent veins on their arms, resembling coiled dragons, and were indeed 2 martial artists in the early muscle refinement realm. The 2 parties engaged in a fierce skirmish against the members of the Qin caravan. Senior brother Huang Li, alongside the 2 muscle refinement bandits, confronted the muscle refinement martial artists of the Qin caravan. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the other bandits clashed with the Iron Skin martial artists of the Qin family. The strength of the bandits varied widely. Among them were a dozen early to mid-Iron Skin martial artists, with the rest being mere commoners. However, their numbers were overwhelming, totaling several hundred. As Qin Feng fought against an opponent in the late Iron Skin realm, he seized both of the adversary's elbows, his fingers digging fiercely into the joints, twisting with force until the sound of shattering bones echoed. The opponent let out a cry of agony, and Qin Feng released one hand, swiftly plunging his fingers into the opponent's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining Qin Feng's hands, the dark hue of his grip now enhanced with crimson. Having dispatched the foe before him, Qin Feng glanced over at senior brother Huang Li, his eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, senior brother Huang Li's Iron Claw technique had evidently reached a level of mastery. Moreover, several techniques he executed had never been taught to them initially. There was something amiss. He was doing this intentionally. Qin Feng was certain of it. It was the omission of these critical techniques that had prevented his Iron Claw technique from advancing to a higher realm. Qin Feng plunged into the fray among the mid to early Iron Skin martial artists of the Qin family, battling while observing Huang Li's techniques. The system began to activate, recording Huang Li's moves and instilling them in Qin Feng's mind. Before long, he received a notification. Iron Claw technique. Technique, minor completion. Progress, 199. Guidance, practice 200 times to enter the next stage. Technique complete. Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. The crucial techniques were finally within his grasp. At the side of Master Brother Huang Li, 2 muscle refining realm bandits held back 2 individuals while Huang Li launched a frenzied assault on another. With his mid-stage muscle refining prowess and the mastery of his Iron Claw technique, he swiftly dispatched his opponent. Following this, he turned his attention to the other 2 members of the Qin family. A short incense stick later, the battle had come to a definitive conclusion. Over 30 martial artists from the Qin family were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving not a single survivor. Master Brother Huang Li approached the center of a cart laden with goods, tearing away the canvas covering to reveal neatly stacked wooden boxes within. A cursory glance revealed approximately 30 boxes. He picked up one of the most exquisitely crafted boxes and opened it, finding a pill quietly resting inside. It was indeed the secret medicine. Huang Li leaned closer to inhale its scent, a smile curving his lips. It was a high-grade secret medicine for the muscle refining realm, valued at 800 taels. On the top tier, there were 4 additional boxes containing ordinary secret medicines for the muscle refining realm, each worth 200 taels. As for the bottom tier, it was filled with both ordinary and high-grade secret medicines for the Iron Skin realm. 2 muscle refining realm bandits approached Huang Li, clasping their hands respectfully. Master Brother. These 2 were Lin Er and Qin Xing, other direct disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. However, they were not present at the academy. Instead, They had infiltrated the bandit ranks outside the city, recruiting soldiers and collaborating with Master Brother Huang Li in his endeavors. The academy provided them with secret medicines for cultivation. Thus their collective strength surpassed that of the Qin family's merchant convoy. Master Brother Huang Li nodded, handing them 2 boxes containing ordinary secret medicines for the muscle refining realm. Their faces lit up with joy as they gratefully accepted the gifts. "Thank you, Master Brother." Huang Li smiled and replied, "These are well deserved by you both." Subsequently, Lin Er and his companion organized the remaining bandits to collect the rest of the goods. Huang Li, along with the remaining secret medicines, led Qin Feng and the 6 others back. The goods from the Qin family could not be sold in Fenghua City. If discovered by the Qin family, it would lead to significant trouble. Thus, they were left for Lin Er and the others, who needed funds for recruiting and daily expenses outside the city. As for how they would dispose of the goods, they could sell them to passing merchant convoys or other bandits with connections, or even use them personally. Upon returning to the martial arts academy, Qin Feng received 2 ordinary secret medicines for the Iron Skin realm. After expressing their gratitude to Master Brother Huang Li, he and the others dispersed. The ordinary secret medicines held minimal value for them, serving merely as a meager consolation. After all, 20 uses for cultivation would only yield the effects equivalent to 2 days of training. This haul is rather meager. If only the target's goods had been more abundant, we might have had a chance to secure a portion of the high-grade secret medicine, Lin Sheng murmured. A high-grade secret medicine would be a different matter entirely, offering 4 times the effects for 10 uses. Qin Feng nodded, yet he remained indifferent. The ordinary secret medicine was still quite beneficial for him, as it could be used to accumulate practice attempts. The system specified practice, not cultivation. A single word made all the difference. However, he could purchase high-grade secret medicines from Master Brother for 180 taels at an internal rate. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at this prospect. It was indeed appealing. The following day, Qin Feng sought out Master Brother Huang Li. "Oh, you know the price, right?" Huang Li spoke nonchalantly. The allure of secret medicines was undeniable for all newly joined disciples. Qin Feng was well aware of this. "Very well. Do you wish to buy ordinary or high-grade? 1 high-grade secret medicine or 4 ordinary ones?" Qin Feng offered 380 taels. The original price for an ordinary secret medicine was 50 taels, and the academy sold it at a 10% discount, making it 45 taels each. Qin Feng had clarified this with Lin Cheng prior to coming. Huang Li did not inquire about the source of Qin Feng's funds, simply accepting the payment and retrieving 5 secret medicines to hand over to him. "Thank you, Master Brother," Qin Feng said, his face alight with joy. Suddenly, Huang Li spoke. "Your talent is quite remarkable. You must be nearing mastery of the Iron Claw technique." "Indeed," Qin Feng replied candidly. "Haha, have you come to any realizations?" "Yes, the academy is generous enough to allow you to cultivate. You should be grateful and avoid harboring unrealistic fantasies." Master Brother Huang Li remained composed, recognizing that Qin Feng possessed talent surpassing even his own. Huang Li had received personal instruction from the academy's master to achieve such breakthroughs at a young age, while Qin Feng's accomplishments at this age were indeed impressive. Alas, without the remaining techniques, Qin Feng could not fully master the Iron Claw technique. Noticing Qin Feng's solemn expression, Huang Li asked, "What do you mean?" "It means that your current mastery of the Iron Claw technique is sufficient for you. Continue to serve the academy diligently. Perhaps one day the master will reward your hard work by allowing you to learn the missing portions." Huang Li spoke slowly. The Iron Claw technique, being the core technique of the academy, could not be freely taught in its entirety. He, too, had been taken in by the master at a young age to receive the complete teachings. As for other disciples, it was exceedingly rare. While he spoke thus, Huang Li internally resolved not to allow anyone to compete with him for resources. Qin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. Huang Li then added, "Additionally, you may only purchase 1 high-grade secret medicine every 6 months, and 5 ordinary secret medicines within the same time frame. You may leave now." With that, Master Brother Huang Li waved his hand dismissively at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded silently and exited. Huang Li believed he had Qin Feng under the thumb of the Iron Claw technique, unaware that Qin Feng had been secretly studying and completing the technique on his own. The Iron Claw technique posed no limitations for him. However, he was surprised to discover how strictly the academy controlled the distribution of secret medicines. Upon returning home, Qin Feng completed his final practice session with the Iron Claw technique. As he opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashed within them. His understanding of the Iron Claw technique suddenly became clearer and more profound. Qin Feng felt as though he could execute the most appropriate moves seamlessly with each action. Iron Claw technique. Technique, mastery, progress, 0, guidance. Practice 500 times to enter the next stage. 500 times. The next step would be to reach perfection. Qin Feng's heart swelled with excitement. 500 repetitions, at 10 per day, would take only 50 days to achieve. He was eager to witness the landscape of the perfected iron claw technique. He then consumed the high-grade secret medicine he had purchased. With the enhancement of his mastery of the iron claw technique, he enjoyed the benefits of 4 times the effect for 10 uses, equating to 4 days of cultivation for him. Qin Feng distinctly sensed a slight increase in his cultivation level. Although it was merely 4 days, every little bit added up. If he had enough high-grade secret medicines, a year of cultivation could equal 4 years for others. Satisfied, Qin Feng nodded and stepped outside his courtyard. He had rented a small residence near the martial arts academy, solely for himself, to facilitate his training, since he had achieved mastery of the iron claw technique. Continuing his training at the academy was no longer appropriate, as he feared being discovered by Master Brother Huang Li, which would lead to difficult explanations. In the following days, Qin Feng consumed 4 ordinary secret medicines in succession. Iron claw technique. Technique, mastery, progress, 90. Guidance, practice 500 times to enter the next stage. Senior Brother Qin, do you have any instructions? Lin Sheng asked respectfully. Qin Feng lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion. Are there still individuals below striving for a breakthrough? Lin Sheng's gaze flickered momentarily. Not yet. It appears it will take several more months. Since Lin Shi was substituted into the small team, no lower-ranked disciples have yet managed to surpass the mid-level of Iron Skin to take Lin Shi's position. Consequently, the disciples have been diligently training, all vying for the vacant substitute position. I believe it won't take that long. What do you think? Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng paused, his eyes directed towards one individual within the small team. Lin Sheng followed Qin Feng's gaze. Junior brother understands. Thus, during the next escort mission, Lin Sheng arranged for Lu Jia to accompany him in the same team. After repelling the attacking bandits, Lin Sheng turned to Lu Jia and stated, Junior brother Lu, you will accompany me in pursuing the bandits. The movements of those from the martial arts academy halted, their gazes oscillating between the two, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. After all, these two belonged to the same team. Lu Jia's expression stiffened, a chill coursing through him as he feared he had misheard. Brother Lin, what does this mean? Lin Cheng's eyes remained indifferent, his tone frigid. Lu Jia, do you require me to repeat myself? Lu Jia suddenly felt his limbs turn cold, his gaze darting towards the others. Those who met his eyes hastily lowered their heads, silently tending to the battlefield. Let us depart. Lin Cheng dismounted and urged. The two ventured into the woods. Lu Jia, suppressing his internal dread, trembled as he spoke. Brother Lin, I am, after all, at the mid-level of Iron Skin. No need to worry, someone will soon take the place. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia fell silent for a moment before finally succumbing to the pressure, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Lin, I was wrong, truly wrong. As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face, causing his cheeks to swell instantly, a testament to his exertion. Lin Cheng remained silent, merely observing as Lu Jia struck himself repeatedly. Tears and snot mingled on his face, which had already begun to show signs of blood. Lin Cheng's gaze flickered, and he ultimately felt a twinge of compassion, uttering, You know the reason. Upon hearing Lin Cheng speak, Lu Jia felt a glimmer of hope and repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, I beg you, Brother Lin, I do not wish to die. If Senior Brother Qin can spare me, I will do anything. At that moment, Lu Jia regretted his words deeply. He had only acted out of spite previously. When Qin Feng had secretly advanced to the mid-level of Iron Skin, Ma Wen had expressed dissatisfaction, and he and Ding Ming had insulted Qin Feng. Now, he was the last one left. I cannot decide for you. I will give you a chance. Go speak to Senior Brother Qin yourself. When the members of the Martial Arts Academy's convoy next saw Lu Jia, they were met with the sight of his face swollen beyond recognition, a pitiful sight indeed. However, none dared to mock him, merely choosing to ignore his plight and continue on their way. Chapter 19. Refugees outside the city. In the end, Qin Feng did not take action against Lu Jia. It was not out of compassion, but rather because Lu Jia had spent 200 taels of silver to buy his own life. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy mostly came from families engaged in small businesses, and gathering 200 taels was already a considerable strain. Only someone like Qin Feng, an anomaly, could rise to such heights. Lu Jia's expenditure for his life was welcomed by Qin Feng. As time passed, Qin Feng, relying on his mastery of the iron claw technique, made rapid progress, finally elevating his cultivation to the perfection of Iron Skin after a month. Iron Claw Technique. Technique, Mastery, Progress, 350. Guidance, Practice 500 times to enter the next stage. The progression of the Iron Claw Technique also advanced significantly. However, with the increase in his cultivation, the number of times he could train daily decreased once again. Without the aid of secret elixirs, Qin Feng could only practice 7 times a day. Moreover, as he struck, his hands had turned as dark as ink. With his cultivation breakthrough to the perfection of iron skin, Qin Feng firmly established his position as the leader of the small team. Why say firmly? The leaders of the other two small teams and the disciples at the late stage of iron skin had not been without thoughts. Yet, they hesitated. Ultimately, the cultivation of the late-stage iron skin was still lacking. However, the fact that Qin Feng had slain Ma Wen at the perfection of iron skin was undeniable. They suspected he might have employed some special means, yet they could also be subjected to such methods. Furthermore, Lin Cheng's respectful demeanor towards him did not appear feigned, which left them in a quandary. However, such concerns dissipated once Qin Feng broke through to the perfection of iron skin. At this level, he was undoubtedly qualified. Recently, all escort missions from the Martial Arts Academy had been suspended. This was not due to a lack of assignments. Not only the Iron Claw Martial Academy, but all the caravans in Fenghua City had similarly halted operations. The reason was that the number of refugees flooding into Fenghua City from outside the southern city gate had surged alarmingly, and the population within the city had escalated to a staggering degree. Moreover, the influx of refugees showed no signs of abating. The city lord's office, alarmed, promptly ordered the closure of the southern city gate, subsequently sealing off the remaining 3 gates as well. Refugees from the other 3 directions were also denied entry. With all city gates closed, the supply of resources within the city was significantly impacted. A few days later, the 6 members from the 3 small teams gathered in the inner hall. Shortly after, a burly man in his 40s with a beard strode in, followed closely by Master Brother Huang Li and a striking young woman appearing to be in her early 20s. "We pay our respects to the Academy Master." Everyone greeted in unison. The burly man took his seat at the head, with Master Brother Huang Li and the young woman standing beside him. This man was none other than Huang Dong, the Academy Master of Iron Claw Martial Academy, a perfected practitioner of muscle refinement. The beautiful young woman was undoubtedly his only daughter, Huang Linghua. Once everyone had gathered, Academy Master Huang Dong looked towards Master Brother Huang Li and nodded. Then, Master Brother Huang Li addressed the assembly, saying, "The Academy Master Huang Dong has spoken. Recently, the number of refugees has increased significantly, blocking all 4 city gates and severely disrupting the normal operations of Fenghua City. The city lord has ordered that all martial arts academies within the city must mobilize to expel the refugees." Expel? How do we expel them? The crowd frowned, puzzled by the Academy Master's intent. "A bunch of fools," Huang Linghua remarked, her brows furrowing. "Drive them away, force them into the mountains. If they refuse to leave, kill them until they do. They are nothing but lowly commoners, not worth our concern. Driving them into the mountains will naturally lead to an increase in bandits." Huang Dong nodded in approval and then turned to Qin Feng and the others, barking, "Do you understand?" "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Huang Dong contemplated for a moment, still feeling a bit uneasy. "Huang Li, you will personally lead the charge. The city lord Feng has taken an interest. We cannot afford to mess this up." He then fixed his gaze on Master Brother Huang Li, extending his index finger to the air and enunciating clearly, "Do not show any mercy." "Yes, Master, your disciple understands." Academy Master Huang Dong nodded in satisfaction. He felt confident in his disciple's capabilities. After giving his instructions, he rose and exited the inner hall. Once the Academy Master had departed, Master Brother Huang Li briefed Qin Feng and the others on various matters before addressing Huang Linghua. "Junior sister, I have heard that Qin's jewelry has received a new collection of accessories, which are all the rage in the capital. Would you like me to take you to see them?" "Certainly, let us go at once." Upon hearing this, Huang Linghua was quite taken with the idea. Grasping Huang Li's hand and making her way outside, their camaraderie was evident. However, as they passed by Qin Feng, Huang Linghua suddenly halted, her gaze filled with disdain. "Are you the wretched commoner from the slums?" Qin Feng's expression darkened, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting. "I have met senior sister." "What ill fortune! How can anyone just waltz into the martial arts hall nowadays?" "Senior brother, you ought to be more discerning." Huang Linghua waved her small hand in front of her nose, as if repulsed by an unpleasant odor. "Very well, that shall not happen again." With a huff, Huang Linghua issued a warning to Qin Feng. "Keep your distance from me in the future. You are no different from the lowly commoners outside." The eldest brother, Huang Li, wore a smile throughout, indulgently observing Huang Linghua, before turning to the others lingering nearby, commanding, "Hurry along, attend to your own matters." "Yes, yes." The others quickly bowed their heads and departed, with Qin Feng following suit. Qin Feng did not lose his composure, despite Huang Linghua's youth. She was a legitimate practitioner at the initial stage of the muscle refinement realm. This information was shared by Lin Cheng. Moreover, Huang Li had been raised by the Hall Master since childhood, growing up alongside the Hall Master's daughter, Huang Linghua, forging a bond unlike any other. The next day, the martial arts hall gathered, with Huang Li and Huang Linghua leading the way towards the city gates. By this time, many refugees had already entered the streets. Arriving before the gates were closed, the patrolling soldiers were now driving them into the impoverished quarters of the city. Qin Feng observed the refugees. A mix of young and old, though the elderly were few. Many children appeared emaciated and filthy, their faces etched with confusion and despair. A middle-aged couple, each supporting an elderly woman and holding the hand of a boy, were being shoved forward by the soldiers. One soldier, with a particularly harsh demeanor, grew impatient with the slow pace of the elderly woman and raised his sword sheath, striking her mercilessly on the back. The woman let out a muffled groan, stumbling unsteadily. "Mother! Mother! Grandmother!" The middle-aged couple gasped in shock and rushed to support her, while the boy was so frightened he burst into tears. "Officer, I beg you. Please have mercy," the man pleaded, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Bang! The callous soldier kicked him in the stomach, and he fell to the ground. The soldier raised his sword sheath again, poised to continue the assault. Chapter 20. A scene of carnage. An older soldier nearby, seemingly reluctant, feigned discontent and remarked, "Here. Don't strike her too hard. If she dies, we'll have to clean up the mess ourselves. Especially with such an old crone. A couple of hits and she'll be done for. You'll be the one to bear the burden." Hearing this, the soldier, begrudgingly lowered his weapon. "Get moving, damn it. Why don't these people just die outside?" The couple dared not utter a word, summoning their remaining strength to stagger forward. The martial arts hall's members had grown accustomed to such sights. Qin Feng remained expressionless throughout, his pace unaltered as he continued alongside the others. He understood that being driven to the impoverished quarter was still a stroke of luck for these people. Huang Linghua frowned, the stench emanating from the refugees overwhelming her senses, nearly provoking her to retch. Noticing her discomfort, Huang Li withdrew a fragrant handkerchief from his pocket and gently reassured her, "Dear junior sister, bear with it. This shall soon pass." With a huff, Huang Linghua snatched the handkerchief and adorned herself with it. Upon reaching the South City Gate, they found a large crowd already gathered. Qin Feng estimated there were at least 300 individuals present, all wearing various martial arts uniforms from different halls in the city. Fenghua City boasted numerous martial arts halls, with at least a dozen scattered throughout the outer city. As for the inner city, it was a place inaccessible to these halls. The most renowned halls in Fenghua City included the Eagle Claw Hall, Copper Leg Hall, and Whirlwind Fist Hall. Iron Claw Hall did not rank among them. In fact, the strength of all the halls was relatively similar, but the fame of these three overshadowed the rest. 6 halls had come to the South City Gate, with Copper Leg Hall being one of them, while the others were stationed at 3 other gates. The 6 halls stood distinctly apart, forming 6 separate factions, silently observing the entrance. Meanwhile, at the side gates, anxious refugee children and young women were being ushered in. Special personnel approached to segregate the children and women, gathering them to either side. Dozens were sifting through the refugees, selecting individuals to take to their own quarters. The women and children resisted vehemently, but after being reprimanded by nearby soldiers, they quieted somewhat. Those doing the selecting appeared to be stewards of affluent households, adorned in finery and bedecked with gold and silver jewelry, though their mannerisms suggested they were not of respectable lineage. Qin Feng recognized a familiar figure, Miss Lin Wanning, the third daughter of the Lin family. She appeared conflicted, with the Lin family steward standing beside her, speaking earnestly. With a resigned sigh, Lin Wanning ultimately chose 2 young girls and led them to a carriage. As the selections continued, the number of women and children dwindled. By midday, only a few very young children remained. Then, a new group arrived, distinctly not from wealthy households. They wore simple clothing of commoners, carrying one child and leading another, taking away all the remaining children. One man, as he cradled a child, inadvertently revealed a familiar tattoo on his sleeve. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. A plum blossom tattoo. Lin Cheng, who are these people? Lin Cheng turned to observe closely. They are from the baby care hall, which specializes in caring for orphans. Oh. Qin Feng cast a deep glance at the group, pondering whether it was mere coincidence. No more refugees were entering from outside the city. A deputy officer waved his hand at the martial arts hall members, leading them out through the city gates. The midday sun bathed the faces of the martial arts hall members, and as they looked ahead, they were met with a sea of refugees. Some disciples had never witnessed such a multitude gathered in one place, and as realization dawned, their faces paled slightly. By now, the number of refugees outside the city gates had swelled, particularly at the South City Gate, where there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 souls. Outside the South City Gate, hundreds of soldiers formed a semicircle around the entrance. An officer stood within, waiting. After a moment, seeing no young women or children approaching, he shouted, "Is there anyone left?" After several calls went unanswered, he glanced at the sun, confirming it was indeed noon. The encircled refugees gazed at the officer with hopeful eyes, awaiting his decision on how to accommodate them. To their astonishment, the officer's expression hardened, and with a sweeping gesture, his voice echoed through the crowd. Kill! Kill! The soldiers surrounding them brandished their blades and charged forward. 3 small teams led the assault, mercilessly cutting down the refugees. The disciples of the other martial arts schools also began to engage. Faced with the untrained populace, these warriors exerted little effort, simply sweeping through the masses. Huang Linghua, wielding an exquisitely crafted Qin Feng sword, plunged into the throng, unleashing a bloody rampage. Her graceful movements stood in stark contrast to the anguished cries of the refugees. Some of those lying on the ground, still clinging to life, wailed in misery before being swiftly silenced by the soldiers who followed. Outside the city, it transformed into a hellscape. Disciples from 6 martial arts schools surged in different directions. Qin Feng, his gaze resolute, executed his strikes with ruthless precision, delivering fatal blows with every move. Behind him trailed Lin Cheng and the rest of their small team. The senior brother, Huang Li, brought up the rear, his black claws striking with lethal efficiency as he dealt with the stragglers among the refugees. Blood spurted forth incessantly. One disciple from the Iron Claw Academy, having just slain a few individuals, gazed upon the scene of carnage, his face draining of color as tremors coursed through his body, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. A sudden flash of dark, cold light darted through the air. With a sickening thud, this disciple remained in his prostrate position, yet his head rolled away, coming to a halt only upon colliding with a corpse. Pathetic, the senior brother Huang Li muttered coldly. He then swiftly dispatched several other faltering disciples who lagged behind, bellowing in anger, "Do not stop! Continue the slaughter!" Nearby disciples swallowed hard, steeling themselves to advance upon the refugees. Huang Li's actions propelled the Iron Claw Academy to the forefront, placing them leagues ahead of their peers. An hour later, the battle concluded. Ultimately, thousands of refugees fled into the mountains, for to remain was to invite death. Outside the city lay a grim tableau of corpses, those who had been unable to escape. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground, each step sinking into pools of congealed blood. The members of the Iron Claw Academy were drenched in crimson. A deputy officer approached the captain, gesturing toward the Iron Claw Academy and then to another martial arts school, murmuring something. The disciples of the indicated academy lay incapacitated on the ground, surrounded by their own vomit. These were the disciples of the Qin Academy, who, having engaged in combat only briefly, succumbed to their distress, leaving them unable to participate further. The captain nodded silently in acknowledgement. Chapter 21, Blossoms in Full Bloom. The disciples from various martial arts schools were escorted back. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Qin Feng filled buckets with well water beside the well in the backyard, cleansing himself repeatedly. Despite being scrubbed clean, his eyes remained fixed ahead, his hands numbly drawing water, pouring it and scrubbing. The following day, when Qin Feng arrived at the martial arts academy, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of disciples. Almost half were absent. A glance revealed that those missing were primarily the ones who had gone to the South City Gate the previous day. The Iron Claw Academy had dispatched 50 individuals. Today, 30 were unaccounted for. Senior brother Qin, the participating disciples fell ill after returning, Lin Cheng explained as he approached. After a night's rest, his complexion had improved considerably. Qin Feng replied indifferently. In just a few days, word spread that the Qin Academy had closed its doors. The reasons remained unknown to outsiders. Only those who had participated in the massacre at the South City Gate could surmise the underlying causes. As a school of equal standing to the Iron Claw Academy, the master of the Qin Academy must also be a practitioner of the muscle refinement stage, likely not far from reaching perfection. Such a sudden demise spoke volumes. Weakness is a fundamental sin. Today, they treated the refugees in this manner. Who could guarantee that those stronger than themselves would not do the same one day? The Qin Academy was a glaring example. Subsequently, Qin Feng sought out senior brother Huang Li, expressing his desire to purchase the last share of a common secret potion. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Huang Li's face broke into a smile, his demeanor markedly warmer than before. Following the South City Gate incident, the Iron Claw Academy's vigorous efforts garnered significant praise from the city lord, Feng Liangji, elevating them above their rivals. As the leader of the team, Huang Li naturally emerged as the principal beneficiary of this success. Upon Huang Dong's return, he expressed great satisfaction with Huang Li, affirming his keen judgment. The Iron Claw Academy had indeed made a striking impression. Thus, Huang Li's spirits soared in the days that followed, and he regarded Qin Feng with newfound appreciation. Among the leaders of the 3 small teams, Qin Feng had exerted himself the most, executing his tasks with remarkable efficiency and distinction. Huang Li had taken note of this. Upon learning that Qin Feng sought to purchase secret potions, Huang Li stated, "I can offer you an additional high-grade potion along with 3 shares of the common ones. You may acquire them at your convenience." Thank you, senior brother, Qin Feng replied, his face lighting up as he promptly produced over 300 taels of silver to complete the transaction, essentially all he possessed. You performed admirably. Your potential is limitless. Maintain this momentum, Huang Li advised with a smile. Yes, Qin Feng acknowledged, bowing respectfully. Huang Li nodded, taking a sip from his teacup. Qin Feng then took his leave. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Feng consumed the secret potion. The effects were remarkable. He could distinctly feel his cultivation gradually ascending. A few nights later, adorned in a monkey mask, Qin Feng set out for the Wind Pavilion's hall. With the martial arts affairs and his recent potion-fueled training, he had not taken on a mission in nearly half a month. As he progressed, Qin Feng was astonished to notice an increase in the number of sentinels surrounding the Wind Pavilion. However, he paid it little mind. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the hall. As he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. Just as he contemplated retreating, a figure appeared before him. Creak. The door behind him swung shut, and another person emerged at the entrance, blocking his escape. Arms crossed over their chest. Both figures were clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by black cloth, forming a barrier around Qin Feng. The one behind him suddenly manifested hands as dark as ink, an adept of the iron skin stage. The person in front, however, appeared to harbor something writhing within their sleeves, an adept of the muscle refinement stage. With a furrowed brow, the muscle refinement adept inquired, "How did you get in here?" "Just walked in," Qin Feng replied. The muscle refinement adept shifted their gaze to the iron skin adept standing at the door, who sheepishly scratched their head, admitting, "We didn't notice. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere." They had stationed numerous iron skin practitioners around the Wind Pavilion to deter any assassins. The iron skin adept, being their superior, stood prepared. A silence enveloped the three. Qin Feng's shadow flash step possessed an inherent stealth effect, which, when perfected, became even more elusive. Even if he passed right beneath their noses, they remained utterly unaware. Had he not revealed himself upon entering the Wind Pavilion, they likely would not have known he was there. "Are you an assassin from the Wind Pavilion?" "Yes." "How do you prove that?" Without a word, Qin Feng retrieved a bronze token from his pocket and tossed it towards them. The martial artist of the muscle refinement realm extended his hand to accept the copper plate, examining it thoroughly before nodding slightly. Suddenly, with a fierce grip, he crushed the plate with a sharp crack. Qin Feng remained motionless, merely observing the other man. The individual retrieved another copper plate from his bosom and tossed it back. Qin Feng caught it. Its dimensions were akin to the one previously issued to him by the Wind Pavilion, albeit with a different design. The inscription on the plate read Flower Pavilion instead of Wind Pavilion. "Flower Pavilion?" The man then spoke. "From this moment forth, there is no Wind Pavilion here. Only Flower Pavilion." "You are quite impressive," he continued. "The ability to effortlessly evade the gaze of the assassins stationed outside Flower Pavilion attests to your commendable skills in subterfuge. This is a fundamental trait of an assassin. Assassins are categorized into various types. While any individual can become a mere killer, an assassin is distinct. A killer, who charges directly at their target without concealment, is merely a killer. In contrast, an assassin shrouds their presence, striking the target when they are most vulnerable, often achieving a lethal blow in a single strike. Thus, assassins are inherently more specialized, boasting a higher success rate. This talent is inherently linked to one's aptitude. Without the requisite talent, even the most advanced stealth techniques would elude one's grasp. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room. The three turned to see a figure burst through the wooden door, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Qin Feng's gaze froze. The individual was none other than Elder Chun. Though he now appeared gravely injured, his body marred with wounds. Staggering to his feet, one arm dangled limply, blood trickling from his fingertips onto the floor. "You wretched scoundrels! Do you not know who stands behind the Wind Pavilion?" Elder Chun seethed through clenched teeth. What of it? Flower Pavilion has never feared anyone," came a crisp voice from within the room, as a slender figure emerged. Dressed in black, her attire adorned with an exquisite narcissus embroidery at the chest. She approached with an air of confidence. "I shan't hesitate to inform you that by the end of this night, not only will the Wind Pavilion in Fenghua City vanish, but also its branches across a dozen nearby cities." Chapter 22. Bounty. Madame Narcissus. The two martial artists from Flower Pavilion bowed respectfully. Narcissus, one of the 8 leaders of Flower Pavilion, had reached the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm. Beneath this small courtyard lay a secret passage that she had just cleared with her subordinates. Given Elder Chin's unique status, Narcissus had hoped to extract the location of the Wind Pavilion's headquarters from him, yet his lips were sealed tight. Upon hearing Narcissus's words, Elder Chin trembled with rage. The sudden loss of so many branches represented a severe blow to the Wind Pavilion. How would he explain this to the family? He himself was a mid-stage iron skin realm martial artist, yet due to his age, He had been assigned to the branch in Fenghua City. Knowing this, how dare Flower Pavilion act so brazenly? My young master will not spare you, he declared defiantly. You shall not extract any information from me. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, whom he could not help but curse under his breath. Vile peasant. Beneath the monkey mask, Qin Feng's eyes twitched, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. You old fool. Elder Qin glared at the individuals from Flower Pavilion, about to utter more, when a figure closed in abruptly, delivering a resounding slap to the crown of Elder Qin's head. With a spurt of blood, Elder Qin's eyes widened in shock, his gaze turning crimson as he collapsed to the ground. How swift! The three onlookers stared in disbelief at Qin Feng, whose speed was far beyond that of an iron-skinned realm martial artist. Narcissus turned her attention to the other two, her eyes filled with intrigue. Gao Ji, the muscle refinement realm martial artist, approached Narcissus and recounted what had just transpired with Qin Feng. Narcissus adjusted her sleeves, her interest piqued as she regarded Qin Feng. How much is his life worth? I shall purchase it. Flower Pavilion is open for business and shall not refuse such an offer. Meeting Narcissus's gaze, Qin Feng replied coolly. You may assume I am worth 50 taels. After all, they would not spare Elder Chen. Narcissus nodded. That is acceptable, but I currently possess no funds. I shall settle the amount with the bounty rewards later. Hehe, do you know this man's background? Narcissus's eyes sparkled with mischief as she regarded Qin Feng. Uninformed, he replied. Then allow me to enlighten you. He is a member of the Qin family. The Qin family? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. I do not recognize them. I only know I have accepted a bounty from Flower Pavilion. Narcissus could not help but chuckle softly. What a cunning lad, bold yet meticulous. She waved her hand dismissively. In truth, it is entirely plausible that you have never heard of the Qin family. I overheard Elder Qin's contemptuous remarks towards you. Vile peasant, how amusing. This matter no longer concerns you. You may leave. You can still accept bounties from Flower Pavilion in the future. We will officially open 5 days hence. Thank you. Qin Feng saluted in gratitude before turning to depart. Little did he expect that merely seeking a bounty would lead him into such a significant event. It truly opened his eyes. The world of assassins was fraught with turmoil. Moreover, the Qin family? It appeared that the influence of aristocratic families extended far and wide, even infiltrating assassin organizations, with branches spanning several cities, a clear indication of formidable power. No wonder the Wind Pavilion had been able to maintain its existence here without incident. A notable family must have been backing them. This clarified much. However, he pondered whether Flower Pavilion also had the support of an influential family. He certainly did not regret eliminating Elder Chen. As for whether Flower Pavilion would betray him, that was absurd. Their actions were likely to be far more ruthless. Besides, he was now an acknowledged assassin of Flower Pavilion and would continue to accept bounties there. From both a pragmatic and relational standpoint, there was no cause for concern. Furthermore, he had perpetually worn a mask, so even Elder Chen had never seen his true face. With 5 days until the official opening, Qin Feng resolved to diligently train at the martial arts academy. On the evening of the 6th day, a youth donned in a monkey mask stood beside a street vendor, observing a scarred man emerge from the inn. The scarred man glanced around, his demeanor alert as he scrutinized the throngs of pedestrians and the vendors lining the streets, finding nothing suspicious before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had long vanished from sight. On the adjacent street, a shadow darted silently between the shadows of various buildings, following the same path as the scarred man. Upon reaching a street corner, the scarred man turned, and after a short distance, his destination, a brothel, came into view. A smile crept across his face as he adjusted his course towards it. However, just as he rounded the corner, a shadow sprang forth from behind a pillar of a shop, swiftly closing the gap between them. The entire sequence unfolded without a whisper. As the distance shrank to within 3 steps, the scarred man's expression shifted in alarm. He raised a hand to defend himself, but it was too late. The shadow's speed suddenly doubled. With a splatter, a jet of liquid erupted from the scarred man's neck, staining the ground beneath him. Yet, Qin Feng's figure had vanished without a trace. The terrified cries of bystanders echoed as they scattered in all directions. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the patrol officers arrived, their demeanor nonchalant, as if such occurrences were commonplace. They proceeded to drag the scarred man's lifeless body outside the city, indifferent to the bloodstains left behind. On his first night, Qin Feng had merely followed the scarred man to the brothel he frequented, and tonight, he had resolved to take action. The bounty he accepted explicitly mentioned the scarred man's lecherous nature. In the ensuing weeks, Qin Feng undertook 3 more bounties, employing the same assassination technique. Each victim had only realized their fate when he was mere steps away. With 2 formidable assassination skills at his disposal, it was exceedingly simple for Qin Feng to eliminate practitioners at the iron skin stage. Among the myriad of martial artists, Few had cultivated their techniques to perfection at the iron skin level. Most were merely at the minor completion stage. And achieving the later stages of that was already considered commendable among the martial community. The bounty for a fully realized iron skin practitioner was set at 500 taels. Thus, over the course of 4 bounties, he had amassed a total of 2,000 taels. His previously deflated coin purse was now filled once more. Despite his rapid earnings, the life of an assassin was fraught with peril. The failure rate was not insignificant, with many falling victim to retaliation. Chapter 23, The Black Market. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the iron skin stage, Qin Feng reduced his daily training sessions to 7. Bereft of the enhancement of secret medicines, his advancement was agonizingly slow. This was an unwelcome adjustment for Qin Feng, who had previously tasted the sweetness of rapid progress. If this continued, he could scarcely fathom when he might break through to the muscle refinement stage. Thus, he sought out Lin Sheng, inquiring if there was a way to procure secret medicines. He surmised that the leaders of the other 2 smaller teams likely harbored similar sentiments, yet their unfamiliarity and lack of trust deterred him from approaching them. Lin Sheng, having spent considerable time at the martial arts school, might possess some knowledge on the matter. Lin Sheng was well aware that anyone who had partaken of secret medicines was eager to find ways to procure more, especially after experiencing the benefits. There is a way, but it comes at a steep price, he replied. The black market. Indeed, there exists a black market not far outside Fenghua City, which opens every 10 days. However, the prices within are exorbitant. Ordinary secret medicines at the iron skin level cost 100 taels, while advanced ones are 400, double the price found elsewhere. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. 400 taels for an advanced secret medicine left him with only enough for 2. Yet, the reality was harsh. Without purchasing, he would have to wait until the latter half of the year to buy from his senior brother, Huangli. Are there no alternative channels? Lin Sheng shook his head. No, at least not that I am aware of. Moreover, even if one manages to buy something at the black market, ensuring its safe return is no easy feat. Not easy? What do you mean? Although the controlling powers of the black market prohibit violence within, once outside, they no longer hold sway. Hence, ambushes and robberies are frequent in the vicinity. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and inquired, how many days until the next black market opens? In 3 days. Very well, take me with you in 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Qin Feng and Lin Sheng, their faces obscured, stood at the foot of an unassuming hill outside the city. A cave had been hewn into the mountainside, flanked by 2 late-stage iron skin practitioners. Lin Sheng guided Qin Feng into the cave, and after descending a flight of stairs, they arrived at the true visage of the black market. Before them lay a vast subterranean expanse teeming with people. The air was thick with the sounds of haggling and negotiation. Each individual, like Qin Feng and Lin Sheng, had their faces concealed, rendering anonymity a commonality. Stalls lined the ground, selling a variety of wares. Qin Feng glanced around, noting vendors offering various secret medicines, martial arts techniques, and even weapons. These were no ordinary arms. Common weapons could not withstand the force of a martial artist's attack. Such weapons were forged with special materials, greatly enhancing their sharpness and durability, tailored specifically for martial practitioners. Even quality weapons could not be easily handled by those practicing the iron claw technique. Qin Feng had encountered such weapons before. The martial arts school's master's daughter, Huang Linghua, wielded a Qin Feng sword of this caliber. Naturally, the prices were steep. As far as he knew, a Qin Feng sword suitable for the iron skin stage cost 100 taels, and that was the most basic model. Where there were weapons, there were corresponding martial techniques, referred to as weapon manuals by practitioners. The status of a weapon manual was akin to that of a secret technique, albeit a mere technique. Lin Sheng nudged Qin Feng with his elbow and led him in a specific direction, disregarding the stalls selling secret medicines. The vendors here were all martial artists. While prices were relatively lower, the authenticity of goods varied, and quality was not guaranteed. The black market imposed no regulations, merely collecting a stall fee of 10 taels from each vendor. As they navigated the vast underground space, they encountered densely packed stalls. Qin Feng estimated there were over 500. Just from the stall fees collected in a single night, the black market's revenue must reach 5,000 taels. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a series of stone chambers housing secret medicines, martial techniques, and weapons. These were sanctioned shops within the black market, where every item had been vetted for authenticity. In a world where trust between individuals was scarce, and given the black market's lucrative nature, the powers behind it exercised great caution, ensuring their reputation remained intact. After all, the black market was not solely theirs. Qin Feng stepped forward to examine the offerings. There were not only secret medicines for the iron skin stage, but also those for the muscle refinement stage, albeit only in ordinary and advanced varieties, with no exceptional grades available. The prices were clearly marked. Ordinary secret medicines for the Iron Skin stage were 100 taels, while advanced ones were 400. Upon seeing the prices for the muscle refinement secret medicines, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Ordinary muscle refinement secret medicines were 400 taels, while advanced ones reached a staggering 1,600 taels. With resolve, Qin Feng produced his silver notes and purchased 2 of the Iron Skin medicines, 2 ordinary for 200 taels and 4 advanced for 1,600 taels, totaling 1,800 taels. No matter how much wealth one possessed, it was the transformation into strength that truly mattered. Lin Cheng, observing Qin Feng's extravagant expenditure, felt a pang of disbelief. So much money. He could not fathom where Qin Feng had amassed such wealth. Having arranged the personnel for the martial arts school's escort tasks, Lin Cheng earned an extra 50 to 60 taels a month, and with a share of the security fee, he barely exceeded 100 taels. Previously, he had been even worse off, receiving only 50 taels from the security fee. After acquiring the desired secret medicines, the two made their exit. However, shortly after departing the black market, masked figures emerged to surround them. Just as Lin Cheng had warned, leaving unscathed was no simple task. One was a fully realized Iron Skin practitioner, accompanied by 3 late-stage Iron Skin warriors. Hand over the secret medicines if you know what is good for you. Lin Cheng braced himself for a confrontation, while Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, observing the 4 with a calm demeanor. Since the completion of his Iron Claw technique, in a sense, he has not engaged in any direct confrontations with others. The missions involving bounties and assassinations have always concluded within a few swift moves, and he yearned to determine how long it would take to defeat an opponent of equal caliber in a face-to-face encounter. Make your move. I am eager to see what you are capable of. With those words, the 4 adversaries charged towards Qin Feng and his companion. 2 of the late-stage Iron Skin warriors squared off against Lin Cheng, while a fully realized Iron Skin master and another late-stage Iron Skin fighter advanced upon Qin Feng. The fully realized Iron Skin warrior brandished his hands like claws, launching a ferocious assault characterized by broad, sweeping movements. His claw techniques, although similarly claw-based, differed significantly in style from the Iron Claw technique, which emphasized cunning and sharpness. In contrast, the opponent's claw techniques exuded a menacing vigor, making Qin Feng feel as if he were facing a tiger. Qin Feng met the onslaught with composure, his hands moving with agile precision as he weaved through the dual attacks. Each of his gestures unleashed the most suitable offensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng found himself in a perilous predicament against the 2 assailants. After several exchanges, Qin Feng seized an opportunity, grasping the arm of the late-stage Iron Skin warrior. He tightened his grip, his fingers sinking into flesh. With a forceful yank, an arm was severed, plummeting to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the stump, pooling around the incapacitated foe who writhed in agony. Just as he dispatched one opponent, Qin Feng swiftly raised his other hand defensively in the direction of his shoulder, intercepting the incoming claws of the fully realized Iron Skin warrior. The clash of their hands produced a resounding metallic clang, causing Qin Feng to stagger back a couple of steps, his arm tingling from the impact. The ferocity of his opponent's strikes was formidable, proving that his Iron Claw technique was not a match. Regaining his stance, Qin Feng surged forward once more, now unhindered by the other adversary. His assault intensified as he chose to attack from the side rather than directly confronting the opponent's claws. His uncanny hands soon left the adversary in a state of cold sweat, compelling him to focus entirely on defense. Claw marks marred the enemy's body, blood streaming from his arms. A flash of dark energy flickered in the opponent's eyes. With a swift motion, Qin Feng pierced the throat, and the opponent crumpled to the ground, lifelessness overtaking him. Having dealt with that side, Qin Feng hastened to assist Lin Cheng, who was struggling against his own 2 foes. The sight of their fallen comrades sent the 2 late-stage Iron Skin warriors into a panic, trembling with fear and attempting to flee. However, Lin Cheng was unwilling to allow them to escape, desperately blocking one of them. Qin Feng pursued the fleeing adversary, dispatching him swiftly before returning to aid Lin Cheng in overcoming the remaining foe. Lin Cheng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred by numerous wounds. A truly pitiful sight. Had Qin Feng delayed, even slightly, he would have perished. Can you stand? Yes. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Qin Feng retrieved a finely crafted wooden box from his cloak and tossed it to Lin Cheng. Here. Lin Cheng hurriedly caught it, staring at the exquisite box, clearly the container for a high-grade medicinal pill that Qin Feng had recently acquired. In disbelief, he looked at Qin Feng and inquired, "Senior brother Qin, what is this? We came together. I would not let you toil in vain." "Thank you, Senior brother Qin." Lin Cheng's expression filled with excitement. His face flushed as he hastily bowed in gratitude. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng would bestow upon him such a boon, especially considering Qin Feng's status as the leader of their small team. Not only had he received a benefit, but it was also a high-grade medicinal pill worth 400 taels of silver. Lin Cheng's heart raced with exhilaration. Qin Feng waved his hand, urging, "We should not linger here. Let us depart swiftly." Understood. Lin Cheng carefully tucked the wooden box into his cloak, patting it gently, and then followed Qin Feng back into the city. Days passed. Iron Claw Technique. Technique level, Mastery. Progress, 499, 500. Guidance. Practice 500 times to enter the next stage. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed in Qin Feng's mind, as if all the techniques of the Iron Claw had been pulverized and reintegrated into his consciousness. At this moment, the Iron Claw technique had transcended mere techniques in his mind. Iron Claw Technique. Technique level, Perfection. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 1,000 times to enter the next stage. Qin Feng was taken aback by this guidance notification. Is there truly another stage? And one that requires 1,000 repetitions? He found it incomprehensible, having achieved perfection. What could the next stage possibly entail? Currently, he could only practice 7 times a day, without an increase in cultivation or the use of medicinal pills. It would take him over 140 days, nearly 5 months, to reach that count. Resolving to remain calm, he reassured himself that he would eventually achieve that number, and then he would see what surprises awaited him. Thus, he completed his 7 training sessions for the day. The cultivation speed of the perfected Iron Claw technique accelerated significantly, twice as fast as during the mastery stage, but still lagged behind the effects of medicinal pills. He had long since exhausted all the pills he had purchased from the black market. The entirety of the Iron Skin realm revolves around the tempering of flesh. When a warrior refines a specific part of their body to the depth of the tendons, they officially enter the tendon refinement realm. Presently, Qin Feng's hands had reached an impressive depth of over 80% in this refinement process. If he were to follow a methodical training regimen without the aid of medicinal pills, he would still require another 3 months to break through to the tendon refinement realm. This was, of course, based on the acceleration afforded by the perfected Iron Claw technique. If he were to consider the refining speed of the mastery stage, it would likely take over a year. Naturally, this pertains to Qin Feng's own Iron Claw technique. In contrast, ordinary disciples of the Iron Claw martial arts school, who have yet to master the techniques, experience an unimaginably slower refining pace. Consequently, the disciples of the martial arts school, and indeed all warriors across the land, exhibit a profound reliance on medicinal pills. Subsequently, Qin Feng continued to accept the bounties from the flower pavilion, occasionally joining his senior brother Huang Li in ambushing other merchant caravans. The martial arts school's members concealed themselves as they observed the merchant convoy passing below. The carriage bore a flag emblazoned with the character for Li. This was the merchant convoy of the Li family from Fenghua City, their target for this operation. Attack! With a commanding shout from senior brother Huang Li, the group charged down. Simultaneously, a band of robbers led by Lin Er and Qin Xing clashed with them. The two factions collided in a chaotic and brutal melee. As usual, the 3 tendon refinement realm warriors of the martial arts school surged toward the 2 carriages, activating their Iron Claw techniques, their hands dark as ink, exhibiting tremendous power bolstered by the tendon refinement enhancement. According to intelligence received, the leaders of the merchant convoy were 2 tendon refinement warriors hidden within the carriages. Bang! The wooden structures of the carriages shattered into splinters, and 5 figures erupted forth, charging directly at the 3 members of the martial arts school. Bang! 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 The 2 sides engaged in fierce combat on the open ground. Before long, the 3 warriors from the martial arts school wore expressions of terror. Their adversaries numbered 5, including 2 mid-stage tendon refinement warriors. Retreat! Senior brother Huang Li urgently called out. The 3 hastily scattered, but the members of the Li family convoy were not inclined to let them escape easily, pursuing and attacking. One of the early-stage tendon refinement warriors from the Li family convoy chose not to join the chase, opting instead to remain behind to eliminate the remaining foes. Among them, Qin Feng and his companions were the most conspicuous, as a practitioner at the muscle refining stage began to approach them. Upon noticing this, Qin Feng and the others attempted to break through towards the outside. The muscle refining warrior swiftly closed in on a late-stage disciple from the Iron Skin realm, seizing both sides of the disciple's shoulders. The disciple, engulfed in terror, struggled desperately, but found himself utterly unable to break free. With a forceful grip, the warrior pressed inward. Crack! Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, and the disciple's agonized screams lasted but a moment before he succumbed, blood gushing from all his orifices. The shoulders were grotesquely compressed, reduced to a smaller circumference. The muscle-refining warrior then hoisted the lifeless body with one hand and hurled it with great effort. The corpse was used as a weapon, hurtling towards a disciple not far away, none other than Lin Cheng. Chapter 25. Lin Cheng withdraws from the academy. Lin Cheng's countenance was one of sheer horror. He barely had time to evade before being struck violently, his body uncontrollably sent flying several paces away. He could not contain a mouthful of blood that erupted forth, his expression twisted in pain, feeling as though his bones were about to splinter apart. In the midst of retreating, Qin Feng caught sight of Lin Cheng not far from him, his gaze wavering momentarily before he dashed towards Lin Cheng, grasping him and fleeing. The pursuing muscle-refining warrior let out a cold snort and surged towards them with alarming speed. As the distance between them diminished ominously, Qin Feng sensed the urgency of the situation, veering towards Chen Eru, the leader of a small team within the academy. Chen Eru's complexion paled, and he bellowed in fury. "Damn it, don't get me killed." A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he suddenly lunged towards Chen Eru, employing the perfected iron claw technique to render his movements unpredictable. Chen Eru was caught off guard by the sudden blur before him and could not react in time. Finding himself seized by the neck by Qin Feng, who then flung him towards the oncoming muscle-refining warrior. Having completed his maneuver, Qin Feng did not look back. He pressed his feet against the ground, activating the grass-flying lightness technique, and swiftly made his escape into the distance. The muscle-refining warrior dispatched Chen Eru and, seeing Qin Feng shrink into the distance, spat disdainfully onto the ground before turning his wrath upon the others, who lacked any lightness techniques and stood no chance of fleeing. By the time the 4 muscle-refining warriors from the Li family merchant convoy returned, the scene was already cleared, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses as the group continued on their journey. In truth, they had not specifically ambushed the Iron Claw Academy. Rather, the Li family was covertly transporting a batch of highly valuable secret medicines. To maintain secrecy, even those within the Li family were unaware, believing they were merely escorting ordinary medicinal supplies. Only the core higher-ups of the Li family were privy to the truth. Thus, aside from the additional muscle-refining warriors, the rest of the personnel were arranged just like a typical escort convoy. It was merely a stroke of misfortune for the Iron Claw Academy. Within the confines of a carriage, a muscle-refining warrior's eyes glinted with cold light. Iron Claw technique, humph. Qin Feng raced ahead with Lin Cheng, and upon realizing they were no longer being pursued, he halted and leaned Lin Cheng against a tree. Lin Cheng coughed lightly, clutching his chest. "Thank you, senior brother Qin." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. After a moment of silence, Lin Cheng spoke again. "Senior brother Qin, in a short while, I shall break through to the perfected Iron Skin realm. At that point, I intend to leave the Iron Claw Academy." The academy did not impose restrictions on disciples wishing to depart. Anyone who desired to leave could do so at any time. For the academy, there was no shortage of disciples eager to rise in rank. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. "Why do you wish to leave? Even if you achieve the perfected Iron Skin realm, I would not hold it against you." Others were concerned that the rising strength of the disciples below them would threaten their own positions, leading them to suppress the growth of others. However, Qin Feng harbored no such fears, for even now, he could effortlessly defeat ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Moreover, he had no inclination to leave the academy. With Lin Cheng present, he could help manage affairs below. While he could replace him with someone else, familiarity was preferable, and having someone he knew was far better. Perhaps due to their time spent together, Lin Cheng had come to understand Qin Feng's character to some extent. He sighed deeply and, for once, revealed his inner thoughts. "It is not merely because of you, senior brother, but rather the lack of freedom within the academy. Beyond the daily grueling escort duties, we are also compelled to raid other merchant convoys. In situations like today, had you not intervened, I would have perished here. The most pressing issue is that acquiring secret medicines from the academy is exceedingly difficult." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Cheng continued, "Of course, it cannot be denied that serving in the academy is far more stable than being outside. However, the limitations on enhancing one's strength are substantial." He then articulated a crucial concern. To break through to the muscle-refining realm requires a significant quantity of secret medicines to assist in cultivation. Within the academy, not only is it challenging to obtain these medicines, but even if one were to miraculously succeed in breaking through, they would still be assigned to raid other merchant convoys like Lin Er and Chen Xing. Qin Feng, perplexed, inquired, logically, the greater the number of muscle-refining warriors, the stronger the academy should become. Why does the Iron Claw Academy not cultivate more? Lin Cheng, hearing this, let out a self-deprecating smile. "Because we are all outsiders. The academy head, Huang Dong, allocates those secret medicines solely to senior brother Huang Li and his daughter, Huang Linghua, in hopes of securing a place in the Longmen Academy." Longmen Academy? Qin Feng had never heard of this institution. "You have not been here long, so it is understandable you haven't heard of it. The Longmen Academy is where the great Chu dynasty cultivates its martial artists, regardless of background. Anyone under the age of 25 who reaches the mid-stage of muscle refining can apply for admission. Each city, depending on its size, has its own quotas. For instance, in our Fenghua city, a level 4 city, admissions occur every 3 years for 20 slots each time. Once someone successfully enters the Longmen Academy, that experience is akin to being gilded, making them highly sought after by distinguished families. Of course, this does not concern someone like me with only average talent. So, the Academy head aims to cultivate senior brother Huang Li for entry into the Longmen Academy? Lin Qing shook his head. You are mistaken. The Academy head is far more inclined to cultivate his daughter, Huang Linghua, for entry into the Longmen Academy. You have yet to grasp the significance of entering the Longmen Academy. Those who gain admission are either exceptionally gifted or come from illustrious backgrounds. Once one infiltrates that circle, they become classmates with those individuals, and that connection is what the Academy head covets. Even more so, if a noble scion were to take a liking to Huang Linghua and bring her into their family, the Academy head would ascend to great heights. As for senior brother Huang Li, Lin Cheng concluded with a sardonic smile, while his talent is commendable and significantly exceeds that of Huang Linghua, granting him a considerable chance of entering the Longmen Academy with sufficient resources, he ultimately remains the adopted son of the Academy head, Huang Dong. Thus, the true intentions behind senior brother Huang Li's pursuit of Huang Linghua remained shrouded in ambiguity. Qin Feng suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, should senior brother Huang Li manage to marry Huang Linghua, he would be both the adopted son and son-in-law of the Academy head, coupled with his commendable talent, which would compel Huang Dong to allocate resources in his favor. The two of them had been childhood friends, their bond requiring no elaboration. Master Huang Li's choice of this path promised a significant chance of success. What are your plans next? He inquired. I am on the cusp of achieving perfection and intend to work as a guard for a wealthy household. In the later stages of the Iron Skin realm, the monthly stipend is 200 taels, while achieving perfection would yield 300. Although the meals may be ordinary, lacking the enhancement effects of a martial arts school, one can procure secret elixirs from the wealthy. Secret elixirs? Is there a limit on their availability? Certainly, but it is considerably better than at the martial arts school. While high-grade elixirs remain elusive, one can acquire at least 5 ordinary elixirs per month at standard prices. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Many individuals in the martial world, initially disciples of martial arts schools, eventually chose to venture out independently, which speaks volumes. The root of the issue lies in the fact that the martial arts schools viewed their disciples not as kin, but merely as tools for profit. Based on what he had learned, the remuneration for guards at wealthy households was not inferior to that of the martial arts schools. Truth be told, Qin Feng found himself wavering. Even if the elixirs were only ordinary, they would still be advantageous. Being at the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm, a monthly stipend of 300 taels would allow him to purchase 5 elixirs, leaving him with 50 taels. By increasing the frequency of practicing his other techniques, his strength would also rise swiftly. Currently, his Shadow Flash step was already mastered, while Grass on the Fly remained at a rudimentary level. In the past, as a late-stage Iron Skin realm thief, he had managed to escape from a practitioner of the muscle-refining realm using his Grass on the Fly technique, albeit at a minor level. Now, as a peak Iron Skin realm practitioner, he could effortlessly lead Lin Cheng away from the pursuit of the muscle-refining realm. This demonstrated the terrifying potential of that technique. Of course, the failure of the pursuers could also be attributed to their lack of proficiency in lightness skills. Additionally, Qin Feng had contemplated the recruitment of disciples by the Dragon Gate Academy. At just 17 years of age, having achieved the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm, he had a genuine chance of vying for a disciple's position. In that case, the secret elixirs would become all the more crucial for him. The allocation of elixirs provided by the Iron Claw Martial Arts School was indeed meager, 1 high-grade elixir every 6 months and 5 ordinary ones. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng returned to Fenghua City with Lin Cheng. At their parting, Lin Cheng provided Qin Feng with his address, offering assistance should the need arise. It was only then that Qin Feng learned Lin Cheng's family owned an inn, which indicated a modest degree of wealth. With a sense of bemusement, Qin Feng returned to his rented courtyard. A few days later, he arrived at a mansion and, upon greeting the attendant at the entrance, was ushered inside. Above the grand entrance, the plaque boldly bore the characters Lin Mansion. Following the near abduction of the third Miss, Lin Wanning, by the thief using Grass on the Fly, the Lin Mansion had begun to recruit martial artists, primarily for nighttime security and as escorts for the 2 young ladies. Indeed, Qin Feng had resolved not to return to the martial arts school. His purpose for being there was to apply for the escort position, which only required him to accompany the young ladies during the day, allowing him to continue accepting bounties at Huamen Lu by night. The Lin Mansion, being a modest household on the outskirts of Fenghua City, did not possess significant power. With Qin Feng's mastery of the Iron Skin realm, it was no surprise he gained entry. The steward inquired about a few details. But upon confirming that Qin Feng was a former disciple of the Iron Claw martial arts school, he expressed no further concerns. Generally, disciples of martial arts schools hailed from respectable civilian backgrounds, often possessing some small enterprises within Fenghua City. Such individuals made for reassuring escorts for the household, unlike those wandering martial artists with no ties, who could easily vanish if trouble arose. Thus, Qin Feng successfully secured a position as a guard in the Lin Mansion. His interest in the position wasn't solely for the meager pay. Rather, he valued the opportunity to acquire secret elixirs from the Lin Mansion. Otherwise, no matter how much money he had, it would be futile, as he would have to resort to the black market, where prices were exorbitantly inflated. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw martial arts school faced dire straits. Of the 6 disciples from 3 small teams, only 2 returned, and even the early-stage muscle refining realm disciple, Qin Feng, had perished. The master brother, Huang Li, who was in the mid-stage of muscle refining, had sustained serious injuries. Given that the Li family was a prominent household in the outer city, they were unlikely to let the Iron Claw martial arts school's audacity toward their caravan go unpunished. In the ensuing period, any escort teams from the Iron Claw martial arts school were attacked by the Li family, with none returning. Consequently, the Iron Claw martial arts school had no choice but to suspend accepting missions temporarily. Master Huang Dong was left seething with indignation but dared not speak out, well aware of the repercussions once their actions were revealed. Thus, he personally visited to offer apologies, explaining it was a misunderstanding, and after paying a hefty price, the Li family finally agreed to cease their hostilities against the Iron Claw martial arts school. The Li family, recognizing their advantage, refrained from going too far, understanding that the combat prowess of a peak muscle refining realm practitioner was comparable on both sides. Unless a bone refining realm expert intervened, mutual destruction would serve no one's interests. Subsequently, the Iron Claw martial arts school resumed recruiting apprentices, but with many outer disciples dead, it would be quite some time before they could undertake escort missions again. The following day, Qin Feng was led by a servant of the Lin Mansion to a side hall. Upon entering, he noticed 3 individuals already seated within. After a quick scan of the room, he took a seat for himself. Less than 15 minutes later, the steward, Lin San, entered with a respectful demeanor, flanked by 2 young women who followed him into the side hall. These 2 women were none other than the Lin family's 2 young ladies. The second Miss Lin Wan Ro and the third Miss Lin Wan Ning. "Greetings, young ladies," the 4 men in the room said in unison with cupped fists. "These are the 4 guards we have recruited during this time. Please assess their suitability." The sisters exchanged glances, noting that all 4 were peak Iron Skin realm martial artists, originating from the martial arts schools within Fenghua City. When Lin Wan Ning's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, she paused momentarily, recognizing him as the young man from the night of the flower-picking incident. Her expression remained unchanged as she casually selected 2 individuals to serve as her personal guards, with Qin Feng being one of them. Qin Feng was indifferent to whom he served as a guard. It was all the same to him. Thus began his tenure as a guard for the second miss of the Lin Mansion. The third miss, Lin Wan Ning, rarely ventured outside, and when she did, it was usually for gatherings or to purchase jewelry and clothing. Qin Feng, along with the other assigned guard, spent most of their time in a small courtyard adjacent to Lin Wan Ning's residence. The other guard, named Lu Song, was originally a disciple of the Storm Fist School. Since he was also at the peak of the Iron Skin realm, he naturally assumed a leadership role within their small team. The small teams derived from the Iron Claw martial arts school were not unique. This was a common structure across all martial arts schools. The Storm Fist School specialized in the Storm Fist technique, said to unleash strikes as ferocious as the wind, making it difficult for opponents to evade, accompanied by a powerful whistling sound akin to a tempest. During the day, both men found themselves with ample free time. By night, however, Qin Feng would venture out to accept bounties at Huamen Lu. Recently, the influx of external martial artists in Fenghua City had surged, leading to frequent skirmishes at various locations within the city. Each morning, one could witness the patrol teams collecting the remains of the fallen. Chapter 27. The Attack. The chaotic influx of various unsavory characters has further disrupted the order of Fenghua City. However, certain affluent families revel in the recruitment of such martial artists, particularly those who have established a name for themselves in the martial world, making them highly sought after. Each of these individuals possesses unique qualities. The young masters also admire these renowned figures, eager to bring them under their banner and flaunt their prowess to their peers. Naturally, attracting such martial artists comes at a significant cost, as these individuals are often headstrong and disdainful of constraints, dismissing roles such as bodyguards for the Lin family with scorn. The arrival of these martial wanderers has also led to a notable increase in bounties posted at Wamenlu, as many among them are the very targets of these rewards. It must be acknowledged that Wamenlu excels in intelligence gathering, providing precise locations of the bounty targets. They have meticulously tracked where the martial artists entering Fenghua City reside, down to the specific inns, along with detailed information regarding their martial techniques, levels of mastery, and personal exploits. Clearly, there exists an organized entity operating covertly to collect such intelligence, and it appears to be of considerable scale. In this light, Qin Feng found himself begrudgingly accepting the hefty service fees charged by Womanlu. Qin Feng had also heard about the Iron Claw Martial Arts Hall, yet it stirred no emotions within him. His indifference towards the hall meant that its destruction would not affect him in the slightest. Their relationship was purely one of mutual exploitation. At Womanlu, he was prompted to choose a codename. A codename? What codename? He inquired. Every assassin adopts a codename. Or do you wish to use your real name? Lu Liang replied, gesturing towards Qin Feng's monkey mask. If you opt for your true name, then the mask is unnecessary. Typically, those occasional martial wanderers who sought a bit of extra income would not shy away from revealing their identities, readily announcing their true names. Conversely, those who preferred to remain concealed would not be pressed for their codenames by Womanlu, as they might soon venture to another city or organization for new assignments. However, Qin Feng was different. He had been a regular at Womanlu, thus they kept records, and having a codename would facilitate matters. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let it be Shadow." Shadow? Lu Liang echoed, nodding in agreement as he pinned the name in the ledger. Qin Feng opened the bounty document, flipping directly to the section marked in red. This segment contained not ordinary bounties, but those specifically targeting members of prominent families. One entry read, "Eliminate the third son of the Li family outside Fenghua City." The Li family was merely a small yet competent clan in the outer city. Among the 8 prominent families of the outer city, many smaller families existed, including the Lin family, to which Qin Feng currently belonged. The bounty ledger encompassed not only targets from Fenghua City, but also those from neighboring locales. The rewards were astonishingly high, with each assignment promising at least 1,000 taels of silver. However, such lucrative rewards were accompanied by significant risks. While the targets might not be exceptionally powerful, they invariably traveled with personal guards, typically at the peak of their martial prowess, and usually numbering at least 2. If discovered, retreating unscathed would prove exceedingly difficult, resulting in a high probability of failure. Generally, only martial artists of the muscle refinement stage could undertake such bounties successfully. Without hesitation, Qin Feng accepted the bounty, embodying the adage that fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Earning money from ordinary martial artists was a sluggish endeavor. Without substantial earnings, how could he afford the secret medicines? Moreover, he possessed confidence in his abilities. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's decision, Lu Liang furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? Regardless of success or failure, I doubt you can conceal your identity. Such a high-stakes operation, once fully unleashed, will undoubtedly reveal the characteristics of your techniques. If your identity is exposed, you will find it impossible to remain in Fenghua City. Even the strength of a minor family is far beyond that which an ordinary martial artist can provoke." Previously, it had always been martial artists of the muscle refinement stage who undertook such tasks, and even if their identities were revealed, they could simply depart without consequence. Qin Feng nodded resolutely, unyielding in his decision. Lu Liang, seeing this determination, ceased his attempts to dissuade him and inscribed Shadow next to the bounty for the third son of the Li family. This indicated that the bounty had been claimed by the assassin known as Shadow, preventing others from taking it. Should the mission fail, they could simply strike through the codename. On a fateful night a few days hence, as the third son of the Li family traversed a certain street, a shadow sprang forth from the darkness, swiftly delivering a lethal blow. By the time his 2 guards, both at the pinnacle of their martial skills, reacted, the shadow had already claimed its prize. As the guards turned to confront the assailant, they observed a figure clad in black night attire, a monkey mask obscuring their face. They attempted to apprehend the intruder, but after a brief exchange, the masked assassin evaded their grasp and vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving the guards in their wake. For an entire month, Qin Feng operated with remarkable efficiency, dispatching his targets with surgical precision. None he pursued managed to escape. As more and more individuals fell victim to his strikes, members of the noble families began to sense the growing danger, succumbing to panic, fearing they might be next on his list, leading them to sequester themselves within their homes. Yet, some individuals discreetly sought to place bounties on their foes at Womanlu, hoping that this elusive assassin would take down their adversaries. The heads of these families, incensed, scoured for information regarding the mysterious assassin. Those who had crossed paths with the figure described a masked individual sporting a monkey mask, possessing skills merely at the pinnacle of the iron skin realm, yet adept at remaining concealed, employing a technique that allowed for sudden bursts of speed to approach targets and deliver fatal strikes before they even realized the threat. The exploits of the monkey-masked assassin spread among the ranks of assassins, garnering considerable attention. The codename Shadow became a topic of speculation among those who visited Wanmanlu seeking bounties. They pondered the origins of this enigmatic figure. All that could be discerned was that the individual was proficient in claw techniques, yet the specific style remained elusive. In a city teeming with practitioners of claw techniques, discerning Qin Feng based solely on this information proved impossible. Having perfected his iron claw technique, Qin Feng had deconstructed the fixed moves within his mind, allowing him to strike without being confined to any particular form. Whenever he sought to attack, his claws could reach the vital points of his opponents in an instant. Thus, others remained oblivious to his true capabilities. As a month passed, Qin Feng amassed nearly 10,000 taels of silver through the bounties at Wanmanlu. He retained a portion for his daily expenses, while the remainder was spent on secret medicines. His cultivation progressed rapidly. The refinement of his hands had now reached 90%, bringing him close to a breakthrough into the muscle refinement stage. Qin Protector, Lu Protector. The third miss is about to go out, a young servant announced as he entered the courtyard, addressing both Qin Feng and Lu Liang with respect. Without delay, the two followed the servant as they set off. Chapter 28, The Wolf Gang. The targets listed in Wanmanlu's bounty ledger were all significant male members of minor families, leaving the lives of the family women untouched. Lin Wanqing and her sister sat inside the carriage, accompanied by 6 guards. Aside from the 4 newly recruited members led by Qin Feng, there were also 2 female guards named Guaqi and Guijiao, both accomplished martial artists at the Iron Skin realm. It was said that their mother had specifically summoned them from her family to protect the 2 young ladies of the Lin family. Despite their equal prowess, it was often they who organized the actions of Qin Feng and his companions. Qin Feng was indifferent to this, as they were merely outsiders. To be candid, female martial artists were a rarity in this world that revered strength, particularly at Qin Feng's level. Thus far, he had only encountered 2, the Narcissus from Huaman Tower and Huang Linghua from the Iron Claw Martial Arts School. This scarcity was perhaps due to the inherent challenges women faced in martial arts. Only a few prestigious families would cultivate female martial artists to protect their own kin. As the carriage exited the city gate and journeyed outward, Qin Feng was unaware of their destination. He had no need to know. His role was simply to follow along with the guards. After approximately half an hour, the carriage arrived at a rather grand estate, likely a venue for a gathering of the affluent youth from the outer city, an event he had witnessed several times over the past month with Lin Wanqing. The carriage halted at the entrance, where several other carriages had already parked. Just as the 2 young ladies alighted, an acerbic voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, how precious you both are, requiring such an entourage merely to step outside." It was the second young lady, Lin Wanru, who turned to them with a smug smile. "Is it not reasonable? After all, with a family background like Miss C's, arranging for a few guards is hardly a challenge, is it?" Upon noticing the female guards, Si Jing's jealousy intensified. For such accomplished female guards were privileges not often afforded to the daughters of even the wealthiest families in the outer city. With an irritable huff, Si Jing fell silent and strode into the estate, accompanied by her maid. The 2 sisters of the Lin family paid her no heed and followed suit into the estate, with Guiqi and Guojiao trailing behind. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions dismounted and awaited beside the carriage, as male guards were not permitted inside and could only wait outside. An hour later, the gathering concluded, and the young gentlemen and ladies of the estate began to emerge, returning to their own carriages. As they rode along the path, Qin Feng leisurely accompanied the carriage, eavesdropping on the sisters' conversation, which revolved around several signs of noble families intending to arrive early at the Martial Hall in Fenghua City for enrollment. The Martial Hall was an institution located in the inner city, exclusively for the scions of noble families to study martial arts, with no eligibility for those from the outer city. At that moment, not far ahead of the Lin family carriage, a group of over a dozen martial artists was attacking a carriage, with several bodies sprawled across the ground, some of guards and others of the assailants. 3 guards were desperately escorting a terrified young woman from the carriage, attempting to break free, but the numbers and strength of their opponents proved overwhelming. Among the attackers were 3 martial artists at the Iron Skin realm, while the guards had only 1. Even those in the later stages of the Iron Skin realm faced a daunting 5 adversaries. Seeing the grim situation, the sole Iron Skin guard urged the others, "You must take the young lady and flee." He then bravely engaged the 3 Iron Skin adversaries. The other 2 guards, realizing the urgency, grasped the young lady and made a dash for escape. Unfortunately, despite their own prowess in the later stages of the Iron Skin realm, they found themselves equally matched by the surrounding foes. Exhausted and bloodied, they struggled to break free, their chances of survival dwindling. "Kill them. Just leave that young lady from the C family," barked a burly martial artist. The situation appeared dire when, at last, the Lin family carriage arrived. "It's the people of the C family," Lin Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Guiqi glanced at Lin Wanru, who nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Guo commanded Qin Feng and his companions, "You must go." Understood, they replied in unison before charging forward. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Qin Feng's hands darkened as he plunged into the throng, striking mercilessly, with the sound of shattering bones and splattering blood echoing around him. Those he seized met grievous fates. Lu Song fought with the ferocity of a tempest, his fists a blur, landing punishing blows on an opponent who barely managed to block the first strike. With a series of resounding impacts, bones cracked, and the assailant was sent sprawling, bloodied. The four swiftly cleared the outer ring of attackers, leaving Lu Song to safeguard the Xi young lady while escorting her towards the Lin family's carriage. Qin Feng and the other two guards pressed on, alleviating the pressure on the Xi family's protectors. One of these guards hailed from the Copper Leg Martial Arts School, his powerful strikes forcing the opponents to retreat. Qin Feng confronted the burly martial artist, and while he refrained from exerting his full strength, the oppressive aura of his iron claw technique left their adversary drenched in cold sweat. After exchanging blows for several rounds, it became evident that the Xi young lady had reached the safety of the Lin family carriage, and Lu Song was hastening towards them. Realizing that continued engagement would be futile, and that he might even falter, the burly martial artist began to withdraw. Qin Feng did not pursue, as Lu Song and the others arrived. The two sides stood their ground, 5 against 3. Although the Xi family's guard bore injuries, he remained a formidable force. The burly adversary, clearly the leader, cast a dark glance at the Lin family insignia atop the carriage before coldly stating, "The Lin family, very well. I, Li Yun of the Wolf Gang, shall remember this." With that, the three retreated. Qin Feng and his companions refrained from attacking, allowing them to depart. "The Wolf Gang?" Qin Feng asked, perplexed, glancing at his companions, who mirrored his confusion, evidently unaware of the significance of this gang. Given the number of martial artists they commanded, it was apparent they were not an ordinary faction like the Tiger Gang within the city. Their audacity to assault the Xi family was particularly alarming. Puzzled, they returned to the Lin family's carriage, where Si Jing sat pale and shaken inside. "The Wolf Gang," Guo exclaimed, furrowing her brow. "What brings them here?" "Have you heard of this gang, Guo?" Lin Wanqing inquired. "Indeed, miss," Guo replied. "The Wolf Gang is quite powerful. Not long ago, they launched an assault on several cities in the south, mercilessly plundering the wealth of the outer city and committing widespread slaughter, leaving even the affluent families unscathed." Chapter 29, Siege. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged incredulous glances. What kind of force would dare attack an entire city? No wonder so many martial artists had recently flocked to Fenghua City. Many must have been fleeing from those very cities. Were they planning an assault on Fenghua City? Lin Wanqing's expression darkened with worry. The others shared her anxiety, for their homes lay within Fenghua City, and if it fell, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. "It is unclear, but this matter is grave. We must promptly inform Lord Lin." The group returned to the Lin residence to report the situation to the head of the Lin family. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng and his companions gradually learned of several young ladies being abducted during gatherings outside. The perpetrators sent word back, warning that unless a substantial ransom was paid, the captives would face dire consequences. Fearful of defying them, everyone complied and paid the ransom to secure the release of the hostages. Qin Feng heard that not only did they demand over 100,000 taels of silver notes, but they also insisted on a considerable quantity of secret medicines. Ultimately, the captives were returned, though the state of their well-being remained uncertain. Among them, Miss Si Jing of the Xi family was undoubtedly the luckiest, having narrowly escaped disaster with the assistance of the Lin family. However, as time passed, the situation grew increasingly dire. After a fortnight, Fenghua City was completely surrounded, with throngs of people flooding the mountains and valleys. Outside the city, amidst a throng of admirers, a bald man sat astride his horse, gazing intently at Fenghua City before him. He was the leader of the Wolf Gang, the Wolf King Lang Yun, a formidable master of the bone refinement stage. With a smirk playing on his lips, he casually waved his hand and uttered a single command: "Attack." "Yes, boss." The surrounding members mounted their horses and galloped off, each returning to their designated positions to mobilize. In no time, the Wolf Gang commenced their assault. The majority of their ranks appeared ragged, with ashen faces and emaciated bodies, resembling refugees more than soldiers, wielding rudimentary weapons such as sharpened sticks. This group constituted over 60% of their numbers. Some among them were even bandits who had previously lurked outside the city, seizing the opportunity to partake in the plunder. Observing the multitude gathered outside, the defenders on the city walls could not help but swallow hard. The assailants began to surge forward, scaling ladders, while the guards brandished their blades in a futile attempt to repel the onslaught. The ground outside became a veritable mountain of corpses. As the relentless tide of attackers trampled over the fallen to continue their ascent, their eyes ablaze with fervor. It wasn't long before the wolf gang's forces breached the city walls, clashing directly with the defenders, resulting in a brutal skirmish. The scene quickly devolved into a massacre, with the defenders ruthlessly slaughtering the attackers. The initial wave of assailants consisted of ordinary individuals lacking in strength, and their prolonged starvation had significantly diminished their combat capabilities. However, their sheer numbers soon overwhelmed the defenders. Subsequently, the city gates swung wide open. The leading warriors of the wolf gang commanded the charge. With a multitude of fighters rushing into Fenghua City, while the bandits trailing behind them surged ahead in a chaotic frenzy, the outer city descended into utter chaos. The turmoil rapidly spread to the inner city. Those who foolishly approached the inner gates were immediately gunned down by the guards stationed there. On the gates, not only were the city guards armed with bows and crossbows, but also the servants of the prominent families within the inner city. Even as the outer city descended into such disorder, their expressions bore no trace of panic, as if the carnage outside had no bearing on them. Among the throng of the wolf gang, several prominent figures emerged, reprimanding those who sought to breach the inner city, and subsequently directing their forces to continue pillaging the outer city, disregarding the inner city entirely. The wolf gang's warriors exhibited remarkable precision in their targets. Upon entering the city, they charged towards the residences of affluent families and martial arts schools, locations that housed nearly all the wealth of the outer city. At this moment, the wolf gang was besieging the Lin residence. The guards of the Lin family fought valiantly to resist, but found themselves steadily retreating. Among the assailants, a shadow darted forth. Approaching a Lin family guard, with a swift motion, the guard let out a blood-curdling scream as crimson sprayed forth, deep gashes marring his face, rendering it grotesque. The shadow revealed itself to possess hands as dark as night, claw-like, and wielding an unparalleled ferocity as it plunged into the Lin residence, wreaking havoc. Iron claw technique. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Although he had never seen the individual's true visage, the form and technique unmistakably belonged to the direct disciple of the Iron Claw martial school, who had been dispatched to act as bandits outside the city. Linaire, a novice in the bone refinement stage. Soon, more warriors from the wolf gang sprang forth, infiltrating the Lin residence. The young master of the Lin family observed the unfolding chaos with eyes wide in fury, intercepting a bone refinement stage warrior. Lin Qing, to his astonishment, was also at the bone refinement stage. Meanwhile, the Lin family patriarch, a mid-stage bone refinement master, was locked in combat with a late-stage warrior. His bloodshot eyes and numerous injuries indicating he was on the verge of collapse. Qinger, protect the others and leave. Lin Qing gritted his teeth, torn with inner conflict as he turned to dash towards the inner courtyard. At that moment, the inner courtyard was in disarray. The two young ladies had originally been together, but had become separated in the chaos. Now, Qin Feng, Lin Wanning, and Guiqi found refuge in a storage room. Qin Feng turned back, raising a finger to his lips to signal for silence, before continuing to observe the movements outside. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wanning behind him widened her eyes in astonishment. In her gaze, Qin Feng's silhouette began to converge with that of the man who had slain the flower thief on that fateful night. It was him. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Follow me. Where to? The slums. Guiqi hesitated momentarily, but Lin Wanning spoke without hesitation. Lead the way. She trusted that Qin Feng would not harm her. Qin Feng led the two of them towards the slums. The outer city had become unsafe. All members of the wolf gang were charging towards the most prosperous areas, while the outer city slums would ironically be the safest refuge. That's him. A thunderous shout rang out. Qin Feng turned to see the burly wolf gang warrior, Li Yun, along with two other fully realized Iron Skin stage bandits who had previously attempted to abduct Miss Si Jing of the Si family. Li Yun had not forgotten this incident, as the Lin family's interference had cost them a significant sum of income. You go and stop them. Guiqi commanded Qin Feng. Guiqi, Lin Wanning hesitated. Miss, this is what they ought to do. Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he glanced at Guiqi but said nothing, turning to confront those pursuing them. Guiqi pulled Lin Wanning and swiftly departed. By the time Qin Feng evaded Li Yun and the others, catching up within the slums, he beheld a figure gripping Guiqi by her hair, lifting her off the ground. Chapter 30. Confronting a bone refinement stage warrior. Guiqi's face was stricken with terror as she looked at the man before her. Then she spotted Qin Feng, urgently calling out, Qin, hurry and take the young lady away. Lin Wanning found herself positioned between the two factions. The man's arms bulged with sinewy muscles, resembling coiled dragons, exuding a power that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Qin Feng's expression turned grave. A bone refinement stage warrior. Damn it. He began to step backward slowly. Seeing Qin Feng's movement, Guiqi threatened fiercely. If you dare run, the Lin family will not spare you. If I don't say anything, how will the Lin family know? Besides, after this, whether the Lin family still exists is debatable. You. How much does the Lin family pay you in a month? Why go to such lengths? Qin Feng replied expressionlessly. You see things clearly, but can you escape? Zhao Si sneered. At that moment, Li Yun, who had been pursuing from behind, arrived with over a dozen accomplices, blocking Qin Feng's retreat. 3 fully realized Iron Skin stage warriors stood before him. Their expressions twisted into cruel smiles as they regarded Qin Feng. Upon witnessing the scene, Guiqi's eyes were filled with despair. It was now utterly impossible to escape. With so many people around, attempting to take Lin Wanqing away was akin to reaching for the heavens. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the surrounding individuals. Yet his expression betrayed not a hint of emotion. If he truly wished to flee, none could impede him. His lingering apprehension was solely directed towards Zhao Si, the martial artist of the bone refining realm. Qin Feng, don't worry about us, just run. A trembling voice called out. Turning to look, Qin Feng saw Lin Wanqing, tears glistening in her eyes, trembling in fear, fully aware that taking her along was now an impossibility. He recalled the scene of Lin Wanqing fiercely contesting with a beggar to protect a child, and a struggle flickered in his gaze, prompting him to halt his advance. Hee. Such deep bonds between master and servant. Once we've had our fun, you can have a taste too, Li Yun sneered. The surrounding cohorts echoed his sentiment with lewd laughter. Qin Feng's eyes darkened instantly. Seeking death, his iron claw technique surged within him, transforming his hands into shadows of ebony. Whoosh. In an instant, Qin Feng became a blur, appearing before Li Yun, moving at double the peak speed of a bone refining martial artist. One claw lunged towards Li Yun. Startled, Li Yun attempted to defend himself, but unexpectedly, the claw changed direction, leaving 5 crimson gashes across his chest. Li Yun grunted, instinctively retreating, only to have a claw seize his arm, pulling him back. A streak of black flashed through the air, slicing across his neck. Splat! Li Yun's head flew off. The sudden turn of events left everyone present aghast. After dispatching Li Yun, Qin Feng did not linger and immediately charged toward the remaining 2 at the peak of the bone refining realm. His claw movements were erratic and unpredictable, unleashing the full prowess of his perfected iron claw technique, coupled with the shadow flash step. Even with merely a doubled enhancement from a minor success, these 2 were no match for him, perishing within mere exchanges. Subsequently, Qin Feng transformed into a shadow, rushing towards the remaining adversaries. Mere moments later, the battle concluded. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing Qin Feng's hands drenched in blood. Save for the bone refining martial artist before him, all others lay slain. The nauseating scent of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. Zhao Si regarded Qin Feng with a darkened expression. I didn't expect you had such skills. Guiqi and Lin Wanqing stared at Qin Feng, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they beheld his sudden surge of power. Guiqi's gaze was laced with suspicion, as Qin Feng's ability to accelerate reminded her of the recently rumored shadow assassin. Qin Feng moved, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhao Si, moving at double the speed of a bone refining warrior. Zhao Si smirked coldly. While this speed was indeed impressive for a bone refining martial artist, it was insufficient for him, as he believed Qin Feng could not maintain such a pace. Bam! 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 Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, his figure darting around Zhao Si. The latter responded swiftly, and the 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. However, Qin Feng's enhancement lay in his movement speed, not his striking velocity. Zhao Si swung a punch, and Qin Feng was unable to evade. Crossing his arms in defense, he was sent crashing into a nearby building, reducing it to rubble. Raising his hands, Qin Feng felt them tremble, pain radiating from the area where he had been struck. His eyes narrowed in apprehension. Such strength. As Zhao Si charged at him, Qin Feng dared not meet his force head-on, instead opting to maneuver around him. Yet, the frequent use of the shadow flash step began to take its toll on his legs, causing them to swell and ache, a side effect of the technique. Noticing Qin Feng's movements slowing, Zhao Si smirked coldly. Just as he thought victory was assured and his guard relaxed, Qin Feng's gaze hardened, pushing the shadow flash step to its ultimate form. His speed surged to triple that of before. The sudden acceleration caught Zhao Si off guard, and before he could react, darkness enveloped his consciousness. Qin Feng re-emerged, leaving Guiqi in shock. He had won. Furthermore, this technique was undoubtedly the rumored shadow assassin's. Her eyes began to flicker with uncertainty. Suddenly, Qin Feng let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to his knees, his body sprawled on the ground. Guiqi and Lin Wanqing were alarmed and rushed to his side. They found his pant legs stained with blood, a pool forming beneath him. Guiqi cautiously lifted the hem of his pants, revealing several gruesome lacerations on his calves, blood seeping from the wounds. Her expression grew grave as the gaping cuts revealed the faint outline of veins. The 2 supported Qin Feng, and Guiqi hastily tore strips of cloth from a nearby corpse, binding them around his legs to staunch the bleeding. Are you the shadow? Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. After a moment of silence, Guiqi realized that this was not the time for such concerns. I'll find some medicine. Suddenly, a sickening sound pierced the air, the sound of flesh being pierced. Guiqi's face was one of disbelief as she looked down to see a black claw protruding from her chest. Her heart had been obliterated. Lin Wanqing, standing nearby, stared at Qin Feng in terror, unable to comprehend why he had killed Guiqi. Withdrawing his hand, Qin Feng let Guiqi's lifeless body collapse to the ground. He turned to Lin Wanqing and stated, I do not trust her. But, no buts. After this, I will leave the Lin residence. Lin Wanqing was at a loss for words. Subsequently, Qin Feng directed her to assist him to the small wooden house he had occupied in the slums. Chapter 31. Return to the slums. The two walked slowly along the dilapidated roads of the slums. The area was unusually quiet, and their footsteps gradually drew the attention of the surrounding residents. Those living in the adjacent houses peered through the cracks of their doors, noticing Qin Feng and his companion. When they caught sight of Lin Wanqing's beauty, their astonishment deepened. Moreover, Qin Feng limped, suggesting he had sustained significant injuries. Some onlookers began to stir. Creak. Finally, someone took the first step, cautiously opening a rickety wooden door. The person scanned the street, noting that it was only Qin Feng and Lin Wanqing present. With one brave soul leading the way, more and more people began to follow suit, peering outside. As Lin Wanqing observed the growing crowd, their gazes filled her with unease. The hands that had been supporting Qin Feng's arm tightened involuntarily. Qin Feng's neck slowly turned, his icy gaze sweeping over the gathering crowd. When they passed a small wooden shed propped up at the side of the street, Qin Feng halted, gripping the support beam with ease. With a swift tug, the shed lost its support and crashed to the ground. Seizing the wooden beam, Qin Feng swiftly swung it. Whoosh! A wooden stick transformed into a shadow, swiftly launching from his hand towards a man dressed as a laborer at the forefront. Thud! The stick pierced directly through the man's abdomen, pinning him against the wooden wall of a nearby hut. Blood gushed forth from the man's mouth as he raised his hand, attempting to touch the stick lodged in his belly. Yet, before he could reach it, his arm succumbed to weakness and fell limply. Due to inertia, his arm continued to sway in the air. The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying scene, swallowed hard, their steps faltering as they retreated hastily into their homes. The street once again fell into a state of tranquility. Oomph! Qin Feng let out a soft snort. Though these individuals were indeed pitiable, he felt no trace of compassion. These people would resort to any means to survive. Trusting in their conscience would be folly. At last, Lin Wanqing, supporting Qin Feng, limped towards his small wooden cabin. As soon as they entered, ready to breathe a sigh of relief, a fetid odor of decaying wood assaulted them, causing Lin Wanqing to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Perhaps the earlier situation had been too tense for her to notice, but now that the atmosphere had stabilized, the unpleasant scent made her feel nauseous. She surveyed the interior, noting only a simple wooden bed. Is this truly where these people reside? For someone like her, who had been raised in comfort, it was difficult to fathom. Curiously, she gazed at the small cabin and asked, Qin Feng, is this where you used to live? Yes, Qin Feng replied tersely. They remained in the cabin until nightfall. Qin Feng, how much longer must we stay here? She inquired. Until the wolf gang leaves Fenghua City. And how will we know when they've departed? Just observe the impoverished people outside. If they dare to venture into the outer city, it means the danger has passed, and then we shall emerge. Oh, gurgle. Lin Wanqing clutched her stomach. After such a long time, hunger had begun to gnaw at her. Yet, she understood that under the current circumstances, acquiring food was utterly impossible, unless they resorted to robbing the impoverished inhabitants nearby. Qin Feng struggled to rise, prompting Lin Wanqing to rush to his side for support, puzzled. What are you doing? To that corner, Qin Feng pointed towards a section of the cabin. Though confused, Lin Wanqing assisted him over. Qin Feng began to search the corner, finally prying loose a stone brick. To her astonishment, there was a small hole beneath it. He reached inside, and when he withdrew his hand, he held an oil paper package. What is this? Lin Wanqing asked, intrigued. Without a word, Qin Feng unwrapped the package, revealing some dry rations inside. Here, Lin Wanqing took a bite, her expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. The dry food had a coarse texture, lacking flavor, and was rather dry. In contrast, Qin Feng's demeanor remained composed as he consumed the rations bite by bite. Having lived in the slums, he had endured far worse. These provisions had been buried when he left to rent a place outside, prepared for emergencies. In truth, there were more supplies hidden at that rented place. Although the dry food was bland, it was inexpensive, filling, and had a long shelf life. Recognizing Qin Feng's resilience, Lin Wanqing understood that having something to eat was a blessing, and thus she quietly nibbled at her portion. Qin Feng glanced at his own legs. Hoping that the turmoil outside would conclude swiftly, Otherwise, his foot injury would become a significant hindrance. Regardless of who ultimately governed Fenghua City, it bore little relevance to him. 3 days later, several miles from Fenghua City, over 1,000 riders galloped towards it, clad in armor, each bearing the prominently displayed character for wind emblazoned on their backs. As they approached the city, they spotted scattered members of the wolf gang outside its walls. Among the 3 leading figures at the forefront, one raised a fist high, a cold voice resonating, "Prepare for battle." The others behind him followed suit, raising their fists and shouting in unison, "At your command, prepare for battle." The larger contingent, observing their leader's gestures, simultaneously placed their hands on their shoulders, gripping their sword hilts. With a synchronized motion, they drew their blades. Clang! A glimmer of cold light emerged, with all swords held horizontally, pointing towards the ground. Kill! This 1,000-strong force charged forward, mercilessly cutting down anyone who stood in their way without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering the outer city, they divided into 10 groups, sweeping through the streets to eliminate their enemies. A civilian from Fenghua City, seeing the soldiers, initially thought they had come to rescue them. However, as he drew closer, the nearest soldier struck without hesitation, swinging his sword. Thud! The civilian's head flew off, his body thumping heavily to the ground. The same grim scene played out throughout the city. Regardless of whether they were members of the Wolf Gang or the original inhabitants of Fenghua City, anyone they encountered was slaughtered. Even martial artists were of no use. For the lowest among this battalion was at the initial stage of muscle refining, while the 3 leaders were formidable warriors of the bone refining realm. At the estate of a prominent family, a report came in, "Boss, the Wind family's troops have entered the city." Wolf King Langyan nodded, as if he had anticipated this. He surveyed the near-completed gathering of riches before issuing an order, "Leave the remaining items. Inform the other hall masters to retreat in 15 minutes and exit the city." "Yes," the messenger replied respectfully. Thus, Langyan led the mid-ranking members of the Wolf Gang, along with carts laden with plundered wealth, swiftly exiting the city from another direction, heading for the distance. As for those who could not escape in time, he paid them no mind. The Wolf Gang had always operated in such a manner. Chapter 32, The Lin Family's Estate. When Qin Feng and Lin Wanning finally stepped outside, 2 hours had elapsed. The outer city lay in tatters, with corpses strewn across the streets. Leaning on a cane, Qin Feng made his way slowly towards the Lin residence, supported by Lin Wanning. Upon their arrival, they found Lin Qing and a noblewoman standing at the entrance, bewildered and helpless. "Elder brother, mother, Wanning." The 2 rushed forward, their eyes red with emotion, examining Lin Wanning closely. Only after confirming she was unharmed did they release a collective sigh of relief. The noblewoman was none other than Lin Wanning's biological mother, Guo, the matriarch of the Lin family. Lin Qing turned to Qin Feng, who leaned on his cane, and asked, "What happened to Qin Hu?" "It was Qin Hu saved me. He sustained severe injuries to his legs in the process. We had been hiding in the slums until just now." Upon hearing this, both were filled with immense gratitude, and Lin Qing comforted him. "Thank you, Qin Hu. Do not worry about your leg injury. The Lin family will ensure you receive proper treatment." Qin Feng nodded slightly, remaining silent. Lin Wanning looked around, puzzled. "Where are father and my second sister?" Guo covered her face and wept, while Lin Qing, suppressing his sorrow, replied, "Father has passed away. We have found the body of Wanzhou's personal guard, but she is still missing." At that moment, Lin Qing could only manage to find his mother, Guo, and subsequently remained by her side. "Father." Lin Wanning's heart jolted in alarm as she hurried into the Lin residence. Qin Feng followed closely behind, entering the estate to find it thoroughly pillaged, the ground littered with corpses. Now, only the Lin siblings and Guo remained in the Lin estate, as the lord of the Lin family had perished in battle, leaving the estate stripped bare, with even many of its property deeds seized. Qin Feng sighed, taken aback that the formidable Lin family could suffer such calamity. He then stayed at the Lin residence to recuperate. Although the visible valuables of the estate had been taken, there were still some hidden treasures within its shadows, preventing them from becoming utterly destitute. Moreover, the eldest son, Lin Qing, kept his promise and summoned the finest physician to treat Qin Feng. The gaping wound on his leg had healed, yet the injured tendons required further time to fully recover. Through this ordeal, Qin Feng resolved within himself that he must avoid employing the perfected shadow step unless absolutely necessary, as its side effects were indeed too severe. As time passed, one day, a visitor arrived at the Lin residence. "What?" Lin Qing slammed his palm forcefully onto the wooden table, seething with rage. "Where did you obtain this deed?" Guo questioned sharply from beside him. "Here is a transaction contract issued by the city lordess office. Feel free to verify with them, Mr. Lin and Madame Guo. The officials from the city lord's office can attest to its authenticity. It is clearly documented in black and white that I acquired this land with genuine currency." The 2 stared at the transaction contract in their hands, their faces drained of color. This was the deed to the Lin estate, explicitly stating that the individual had purchased the land from the city lord's office. Astonishingly, the Lin estate was marked as unclaimed property. Absurd. How could they be considered unclaimed when they were still present? Lin Qing's eyes blazed with fury, and he opened his mouth to retort, but Guo raised a hand to restrain him. Mother. Guo shook her head and then addressed the visitor. Could you allow us a few days? The Lin family still has many matters to attend to. The visitor nodded in agreement. Is 2 months sufficient? The deed pertains solely to the land transaction, and it does not encompass the other belongings of the Lin estate. Furthermore, I am aware of certain underlying circumstances and do not wish to pressure the Lin family too harshly. As long as the transfer proceeds smoothly, that will suffice, thank you. Guo replied with remarkable calmness. After the visitor departed, Lin Qing, unable to contain his fury, resolved to confront the city lord's office in the inner city. However, Guo fixed her gaze upon him and countered, what will you achieve by going there? Lin Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. Guo sighed deeply. Do not complicate matters further. We are not the only ones in this predicament. You should gather everything salvageable from the estate, sell what you cannot take with us, and then we shall depart for the Guo family. The Guo family was Gui's maternal home. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing calmed down, his expression thoughtful. Yet he could not help but ask, what about Wanro? During these 2 months, you must search thoroughly. If she cannot be found, once we reach the Guo family, we will send someone back to continue the search. She too was concerned for her second daughter, but with 2 children still alive, she had to prioritize their safety. Their roots in Fenghua City had been completely severed. They had no manpower left, and remaining there would be futile. Guo then penned a letter and summoned a servant, giving him instructions to deliver it. After the servant departed, in the following days, various individuals began to arrive at the Lin estate to take possession of its various properties. Lin Qing, upon receiving the news, was engulfed in anger yet took no action. He understood the implication of his mother Guo's words. If the city lord's office was orchestrating this affair, it was beyond their capacity to resist. This was not an isolated incident, as many small and even large families faced similar fates, with individuals arriving with deeds in hand to claim their estates. Some, like Lin Qing at first, furiously ventured into the inner city seeking answers, but after several days, none returned. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, properties of various families in the outer city were seized, and no one dared to voice their grievances. The actions of the Wolf Gang had utterly decimated the ranks of skilled practitioners in the outer city. Many of the most formidable heads of prominent families were slain, and only a fraction of their kin survived. Some families were even completely exterminated. The estate was a gruesome sight, strewn with corpses, while the female relatives and maids faced unimaginable horrors, their bodies left bare, ravaged to death. Many were likely abducted by the Wolf Gang, their bodies never to be found. A month later, in the courtyard, Qin Feng was engaged in cultivation, his injuries having fully healed. At that moment, the refinement of his hands had reached its zenith. When the depth of his refinement breached the flesh and touched the tendons in his palms, a wave of clarity surged through his hands, and he felt a newfound strength coursing through the tendons. He had entered the initial stage of tendon refinement. Without pausing, he continued to practice the iron claw technique. And after a considerable time, he completed the preliminary refinement of the first tendon in both hands. Qin Feng moved his hands, feeling a potent sense of power emanate from them. Although he had only gained approximately 20 extra pounds of force, it was quite substantial for a martial artist. Furthermore, he sensed that the speed of his strikes had increased by over 50%. Chapter 33, The Li Family in the Inner City. The enhancement of his striking speed was indeed the most formidable aspect. Now, he could easily overpower any ordinary Iron Skin realm martial artist in a fair fight. And this was merely the beginning. As he continued his refinement, his strength would only grow. Should he succeed in fully refining a tendon, it would grant him an entire 100 pounds of force. The next day, Qin Feng bid farewell to Lin Wanning. He had heard of the troubles surrounding the Lin family's properties, yet he felt no obligation nor the capability to assist them. He then returned to the courtyard he rented, which had also fallen victim to the chaos, its contents ransacked and his clothing stolen. Of course, his possessions were limited. He had expended most of his funds on secret medicines, leaving only a modest sum of silver on his person. He tidied up casually, intending to venture out to purchase some fresh garments, only to find the streets largely deserted. Thus, he could only retreat back to his courtyard. The Iron Claw Martial Arts School, once bustling with activity, was now a shadow of its former self, with only the eldest disciple, Huang Li, and the master, Huang Dong, remaining. The rest of the disciples were either dead or had fled. Huang Li fared relatively well, while Master Huang Dong was gravely injured, and Huang Linghua had been captured by the Wolf Gang. In the study, Huang Dong coughed violently, as if his lungs were about to expel themselves. During the Wolf Gang's assault on the martial arts school, he had fought valiantly, slaying countless foes. Yet ultimately fell victim to a coordinated attack from two fully realized practitioners of tendon refinement, resulting in severe injuries. His wounds penetrated deep into his organs, and healing would require an extended period. At that moment, his strength was diminished to a fraction of its former self, and he was intermittently plagued by high fever. In a daze, Huang Dong instinctively felt the wooden floor beneath him, slowly opening his eyes. A figure stood at the bedside. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his adopted son, Huang Li, who was now staring intently at the floor beneath him. Huang Dong sensed Huang Li's gaze and shifted his body slightly in that direction. Upon noticing this, the senior brother Huang Li's eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement, and he forcefully pushed Huang Dong off the bed, sending him crashing to the floor. He lifted the bedding, revealing a wooden board beneath, and with both hands began to search fervently. Knock, knock. One of the wooden planks was easily pried up, and his expression brightened. He completely removed the board. To his astonishment, there lay a hidden compartment filled to the brim with silver notes. Senior brother Huang Li reached in and extracted all the notes, quickly flipping through them, each one worth 1,000 taels, and there seemed to be over 100 of them. 100,000 taels. Just as I suspected. There was something amiss. I always wondered why Huang Dong had to remain in the study after his injury, rather than in his own bedroom. The hall master, Huang Dong, turned pale at this revelation. This was the wealth accumulated by the martial arts school over many years. He immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. You beast. Keep your hands off my money. Senior brother Huang Li sneered. Now that you have become half a cripple and your junior sister is missing, your fate is likely to be grim. You have only me left as your adopted son, yet you fail to consider my interests and instead try to conceal the truth. You beast. How could I have taken you in, taught you martial arts, only for you to treat me this way? Huang Dong spat out insults, punctuated by fits of coughing. A cold glint flashed in Huang Li's eyes. Since you lack benevolence, do not blame me for being unjust. With a swift motion, senior brother Huang Li seized Huang Dong by the throat, twisting it with force. Crack! Huang Dong's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his life extinguished. Releasing his grip, Huang Li gazed at the silver notes in his hand, bursting into hearty, exhilarated laughter. The opportunity for a position in the Longmen Academy is now mine. With this fortune, he could secure a place, and once he entered the Longmen Academy, wealth and prosperity would be within his grasp. Beyond 100 miles from Fenghua City lay Yunshan. Once, a band of thieves had operated in the vicinity with only moderate influence. However, in recent years, their strength inexplicably surged, allowing them to absorb various surrounding forces. Yet today, they were about to face their nightmare. A large contingent of martial artists surrounded Yunshan, including over 20 at the refinement stage and more than 50 at the iron skin stage, all charging up the mountain. Stop! We surrender! Shouted the fallen leader of the bandits. Too late. The leading martial artist sneered and swiftly beheaded him. To prevent any news from leaking, all bandits, regardless of age or gender, were slaughtered, leaving no survivors. A few days later, on a morning when Qin Feng rode out of Fenghua City, he arrived at a small hill several miles from the city. Shortly thereafter, he joined a group of people departing from the hill, racing towards the distance. The guide, a steward named Li, was from the Li family. This was not the small Li family of the outer city, but rather the prominent Li family of the inner city. The inner city was home to 4 major families: Zhang, Wang, Zhao, and Li. Qin Feng had received this recruitment notice from the black market, unaware of its purpose until he met Steward Li, who revealed that it was a call from the Li family. Steward Li had recruited 20 refinement stage martial artists, and Qin Feng was merely one among them, while the Li family also dispatched 30 of their own. Additionally, he encountered an unexpected individual, senior brother Huang Li. The other party was also among the recruited martial artists. Naturally, the two exchanged no words, behaving as though they were strangers. Setting out at dawn, they approached Yunshan by afternoon. From a distance, they observed the mountain's silhouette, but as they drew nearer, over 20 figures suddenly emerged to block their path. Before the opposition could speak, Steward Li issued a direct command: kill. The 20 recruited martial artists, including Qin Feng, charged forward without hesitation, slaughtering the group. The opponents, merely ordinary iron skin stage fighters, stood no chance against Qin Feng and his comrades. In no time, they were all vanquished. After dealing with the obstruction, Steward Li instructed, dismount and proceed at full speed. We must capture Yunshan before sunset. The crowd responded eagerly. Steward Li was the first to dismount and swiftly led the charge forward, revealing himself to be a refinement stage martial artist as well. Before long, they reached the foot of Yunshan, where they were already detected by the inhabitants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A scatter of iron arrows flew toward them, yet for martial artists of their caliber, ordinary arrows posed little threat unless in a dense barrage. As the distance closed, the battle erupted instantaneously. Stop! A figure suddenly darted out, delivering a series of kicks that forced two refinement stage fighters back. Chapter 34, Covert Cargo. Steward Li took the initiative to meet the opponent head-on, engaging in a fierce battle. Observing their exchanges revealed that both were mid-level refinement stage fighters, their strengths evenly matched. Upon recognizing Steward Li's attire, the opponent's expression darkened. "You are from the Li family," he snarled, threateningly. "This is the territory of our Zhao family's fifth young master. Do you wish to provoke a conflict between our families?" Steward Li chuckled coldly, showing no signs of fear. "Humph. I won't hesitate to inform you that we are from the Li family's third young master. Moreover, Yinshan does not belong to your Zhao family. Do not think we are uninformed. We intend to claim Yinshan today, so leave while you still can." Hearing this, the opponent's teeth clenched in rage. Despite their efforts to keep it under wraps, how could the other party be aware? Their words were unguarded. Qin Feng, overhearing the exchange, understood that the rival faction was the Zhao family, one of the four major families of the inner city. The two families' young masters were vying for control of Yinshan. Was there something special about this mountain? The hired martial artists exchanged uneasy glances. The Li family's actions seemed rather unscrupulous. But they had no choice now. Zhao's men could not be allowed to return alive. Soon, more Zhao family martial artists descended from the mountain, and a chaotic battle ensued. Qin Feng faced a novice refinement stage fighter, engaging him with his perfected iron claw technique, while the opponent practiced a style of boxing. Though Qin Feng's number of refined muscles was fewer, the iron claw technique was inherently deceptive and fierce, not a straightforward confrontation. After a series of exchanges, Qin Feng seized an opportunity, grasping the opponent's wrist and swiftly closing the distance. His right hand clutched the opponent's shoulder, fingers sinking into flesh as he yanked down towards the elbow. 5 bloody gashes appeared on the arm. He locked the opponent's elbow in a peculiar grip and twisted it. Crack! The opponent's forearm dislocated with a piercing scream. In an instant, a dark flash struck, severing the opponent's throat, who collapsed to the ground convulsing. The entire sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng continued to cut through the ranks of others, even against novice refinement stage fighters. His perfected iron claw technique rendered him unstoppable. Most martial artists would consider it a significant achievement to cultivate their techniques to near perfection. Apart from Qin Feng, another individual also shone brightly amidst the fray. It is indeed the esteemed senior brother Huang Li, who has likewise mastered the iron claw technique to great perfection. And his cultivation has ascended to the mid-stage of muscle refinement, having successfully tempered no fewer than 5 major tendons, thereby augmenting his strength by 500 pounds, rendering his prowess formidable and not to be underestimated. He has also managed to entrap a mid-stage muscle refinement warrior from the Zhao family, who has been forced into a retreat, bearing multiple wounds upon his body. This time, the Zhao family had dispatched merely 20 warriors at the muscle refinement level, with only 2 of them being mid-stage. Additionally, there were over 50 warriors at the iron skin level. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. The battle continued for half an hour before concluding. Subsequently, Qin Feng and his companions remained at the foot of the mountain while the martial artists from the Li family, led by Steward Li, ascended to seize control of the entire Yun Mountain. On the morning of a few days later, the third young master of the Li family arrived at Yun Mountain, and Steward Li approached him to report, particularly highlighting the performances of Qin Feng and Huang Li. Given his position as a steward, his vision is naturally far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He had already discerned that both of them had attained the realm of mastery in their techniques. Li Mingxian, the third young master, expressed his astonishment, recognizing that to elevate their techniques to such a level, their talents must be extraordinary. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Very well. You may proceed with the arrangements." "Understood, my lord," Steward Li replied. After the third young master Li Mingxian finished speaking, he ascended the mountain by himself, leaving Steward Li to handle matters alone. Once Li Mingxian departed, Steward Li, with a respectful demeanor, addressed Qin Feng and the others, saying, "The matters here have concluded. You may come forth to collect your remuneration before departing." Thereafter, Steward Li began distributing the rewards. The Li family was quite generous, offering 2 ordinary secret medicines and an additional 200 taels of silver notes to those at the initial stage of muscle refinement. If calculated at black market prices, Qin Feng's remuneration for this task amounted to 1,000 taels of silver. For those at the mid-stage of muscle refinement, the reward included 2 ordinary secret medicines, 1 advanced secret medicine, along with 400 taels of silver notes. After receiving their rewards, the group did not linger and swiftly departed. Qin Feng and senior brother Huang Li were the last to collect their rewards. After Steward Li handed them their remuneration, he smiled and inquired, "Your strengths are commendable. Recently, our Li family has a batch of clandestine goods requiring transport. Would you two be interested in joining? Of course, the Li family would not shortchange you. The compensation will surely satisfy you. However, it must be made clear that you both are to maintain utmost discretion. Although Steward Li did not elaborate on the repercussions, given the Li family's influence in Fenghua City, no one dared to cast doubt. Qin Feng and Huang Li hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, the compensation offered by the Li family far exceeded that of typical tasks. Excellent. Please leave your addresses. Our people will notify you of the departure time. Both men provided their addresses before turning to leave. As for what lay atop Yun Mountain, it was apparent that the Li family was not inclined to disclose such information, nor did they wish to invite trouble upon themselves. Atop Yun Mountain, Li Mingxian held in his hand a sphere as translucent as jade, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Young master, the jade essence pearls produced by Yun Mountain are of exceptional quality, having reached the advanced grade. The jade essence pearls are, in fact, materials used for concocting secret medicines, and only those of advanced quality can be employed in the crafting of high-grade secret medicines. Previously, the bandits of Yun Mountain had clandestinely sold these pearls. Regrettably, they lacked discernment and mistakenly sold them as ordinary jade essence pearls. The Zhao family was one of the buyers. The Yun Mountain bandits sold only limited quantities each time. And this continued for several years until a steward from the Zhao family noticed something amiss and sent individuals to investigate, ultimately uncovering the bandits' operations. The informants planted by Steward Li within the Zhao family promptly relayed the information back. Thus, today as events transpired, Li Mingxian appeared quite pleased, praising Steward Li. You have executed this task splendidly. I was indeed correct in my judgment of you. It is also due to the young master's decisiveness and adept command. I dare not take credit, Steward Li flattered. Li Mingxian playfully poked Steward Li with his finger and laughed heartily. A month elapsed. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to venture once more to the black market outside the city to procure secret medicines, the Li family contacted him for a task requiring him to fetch goods from a location several hundred miles away. Once again, they were to gather outside the city. Qin Feng set out alongside the others, and after waiting for 2 days at their destination, a procession of several horse-drawn carriages appeared in the distance. The group stirred with anticipation. They had finally arrived. As they drew near, it became apparent that the windows of the carriages were tightly shut, obscuring the contents within. The opposing party's leader was a burly middle-aged man, while the leader from Qin Feng's side was also Steward Li. Approaching the carriages, Steward Li lifted the fabric curtain, revealing the interior. Qin Feng and senior brother Huang Li were momentarily taken aback. The expressions of the others remained unchanged, as though they were accustomed to such sights. Within the carriage were not goods, but rather women, tightly bound with ropes, their eyes covered with black cloth, and their mouths gagged with strips of cloth. Perhaps due to days without proper care, they appeared disheveled, and a foul odor pervaded the carriage. Despite their dirty garments, it was evident they were not clad in common fabric, clearly indicating they were not ordinary women. The carriage was crammed with 5 to 6 women, with several more carriages following behind. Upon hearing the commotion, the women emitted muffled sounds. Steward Li surveyed their faces, nodding in satisfaction. Rest assured, these have been meticulously selected. Their quality is undoubtedly assured. Steward Li produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to the burly man. Brother He, please verify the count. The man merely glanced at the notes before stowing them away in his pocket. Ha ha ha. After collaborating so many times, could I possibly doubt Brother Li? Steward Li chuckled in response. Very well, a straightforward transaction. It is indeed my oversight. Time is of the essence, and we must take our leave. Agreed, farewell. They exchanged courteous gestures, and the middle-aged man departed with his subordinates. Steward Li then led the group to take possession of the carriages and headed towards Fenghua City. The journey proceeded smoothly, with none daring to impede their passage, as even the lowest among them possessed the strength of the initial muscle refinement stage. Days later, they delivered the carriages to Fenghua City, and the convoy entered the inner city unimpeded, ultimately entering through a back gate of a grand residence. As the carriages halted, numerous servants approached to assist the women down from the carriages, guiding them into the rooms. Qin Feng once again encountered the third young master Li. Yet the latter did not spare them a glance, merely exchanging a few words with Steward Li before turning away. Steward Li escorted Qin Feng and Huang Li to a spacious hall, producing 6 small boxes and several silver notes, which he distributed to both men. Upon seeing the rewards, both were taken aback. The amount was truly beyond their expectations. Qin Feng's share included an advanced secret medicine, valued at 1,600 taels in the black market. An ordinary secret medicine, valued at 400 taels, plus an additional 200 taels in silver notes, totaling 2,200 taels. Senior brother Huang Li received 2 advanced secret medicines, 2 ordinary secret medicines, along with 400 taels, amounting to a total of 4,400 taels. Observing their reactions, Steward Li smiled faintly. This is the remuneration for the two of you, and future tasks will adhere to this standard. Thank you, Manager Li. Qin Feng and the other person cupped their fists in gratitude. Manager Li was quite pleased with their attitude and remarked, "You ought to express your gratitude to the third young master. It is by his directive that I have acted." "Thank you, third young master." Qin Feng and Huang Li echoed once more. Manager Li nodded gently. Ordinary martial artists at the muscle refinement stage would not command such compensation. But both Qin Feng and his companion had achieved great mastery in their techniques, rendering their combat prowess far superior to that of typical warriors. As long as they could secure a position under Li Mingxian, such trivial sums were well within their means. Naturally, it was unnecessary for the esteemed scion of the Li family to personally oversee these matters. It was all handled by Manager Li. You both are exceptional talents. As long as you apply yourselves diligently, the third young master will not neglect your contributions. You may also stay here for the next few days. It will broaden your horizons. That evening, Manager Li led Qin Feng and Huang Li to an expansive courtyard. They had scarcely taken their positions when a procession of servants entered, each accompanied by a line of young women, who formed neat rows. These were the very women transported that day, now freshly bathed and attired in exquisite garments. Each possessed beauty and grace that would rival the daughters of affluent households. At that moment, Manager Li unexpectedly spoke, "Qin Feng, Huang Li, choose whichever one you fancy. I must inform you, such an opportunity is rare." Upon hearing this, the young women trembled slightly, fully aware of their impending fate. Comparatively, those who remained confined with them, yet were not brought forth, faced a far more dire outcome. Huang Li turned to Manager Li, his surprise evident. Although he had suspected this might occur, hearing it articulated was still astonishing. Manager Li smirked and said, "Brother Huang, if you have set your sights on anyone, feel free to take her. The servants will make the necessary arrangements." As Huang Li surveyed the array of young women, he felt his throat constrict. Each displayed remarkable beauty, far surpassing Huang Linghua. Now, with a mere nod, he could indulge in any of them. Despite his inner tumult, he refrained from making a move. Manager Li, seemingly perceiving Huang Li's thoughts, chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Do not feel burdened. Simply enjoy yourself. After all, she is but a woman. I am not so petty." Huang Li smiled in return, casting aside his pretenses, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Li." He then pointed to a particularly charming young woman. Her expression shifted slightly, but as she contemplated her fate, her eyes reflected a struggle before she resigned herself and obediently followed the servant. Manager Li laughed heartily. "Ha, she is yours from this moment forward. To do with as you please. You may take her with you or leave her here. There are plenty of guest rooms in this grand estate." Thus, Huang Li departed with the young woman in tow. Noticing Qin Feng's hesitation, Manager Li inquired, "What is the matter, Brother Qin? Have you not found someone to your liking?" "I am not particularly inclined towards such matters. Thus I feel I might be disappointing you, Manager Li." Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Manager Li said nothing further, merely waving his hand for the servants to escort the women away. He harbored no resentment towards Qin Feng's rejection, for in life, desires are inevitable, and everyone's pursuits differ. Yet wealth, beauty, power, and fame are universally sought after. Since Qin Feng had no interest in the young women, Manager Li turned his attention to the other three. With a smile, Manager Li patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Whenever you wish for one, do not hesitate to let me know. However, you may only select one. I will keep a record for you." As he uttered his last words, he pointed to his own head. Understanding, Qin Feng replied, "Thank you, Manager Li." Chapter 36, The Inner City Auction. Manager Li, still smiling as he patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, perhaps due to Qin Feng's youth, took the rare opportunity to explain. "Do you know what my original background was? Aren't you a member of the Li family?" Manager Li shook his head and began to recount his tale. It turned out he was originally a wandering martial artist, not even bearing the surname Li. After years of navigating the martial world, he had encountered a multitude of individuals from all walks of life, and had even committed numerous offenses, earning the attention of the authorities. However, by a stroke of fortune, he met the current third young master, Li Mingxian, who recognized his potential and granted him a clean slate, allowing him to enter the Li household and bestow upon him the Li surname. As for the bounty on his head, the third young master merely issued a command, and it was promptly rescinded. By performing various covert tasks for the third young master, Manager Li gradually rose through the ranks. Although his talent was mediocre and his martial arts only cultivated to a minor success, with the third young master's backing, he managed to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of muscle refinement. As they spoke, the two men made their way to a stone table in the courtyard, where the awaiting servants promptly served an array of meats and delicacies. Manager Li raised his cup and drank heartily, his face reflecting satisfaction with his current life. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Without a background, one is rendered inconsequential. Those martial arts school masters in the outer city, despite possessing talent, are often foolish or merely unfortunate, failing to encounter a benefactor. Ultimately, they can only scrape by running a small martial arts school, yet even in my presence, they must tread carefully. Therefore, whatever you desire, you must seek to align yourself with a powerful faction. Otherwise, you will squander your precious time in vain. Do you grasp my meaning? Qin Feng understood. I hope you can seize your opportunities. The following evening, Manager Li brought Qin Feng and Huang Li to a brothel. The main hall was bustling with patrons, but they were not there for leisure. Manager Li presented a token to a waiter, who then escorted them to a private room. Upon entering, Manager Li walked straight to a wardrobe, opened it, and retrieved 3 cloaks and masks. Once attired, their figures were thoroughly concealed. Manager Li slid the wardrobe aside, revealing a hidden passageway, and led the way inside. When they emerged, they found themselves in an opulently furnished chamber. Outside the room lay an auction hall, with similar rooms mirroring theirs across the way. The entire auction venue was shaped like a funnel, allowing those above to observe the proceedings below. A crowd had already gathered, donning masks and cloaks akin to those of Qin Feng and his companions. This was the inner city's black market auction. Manager Li produced 2 jade tokens and handed them to Qin Feng and Huang Li. Inscribed upon the tokens was a single character, Li. In the future, this will serve as your pass to enter the inner city. While the black market auction does not impose restrictions on identity, access to the inner city is not so easily granted. Admission requires endorsement from a family of power, and these tokens serve as proof. Moreover, only those of noble lineage are permitted to utilize the room you are in. The 3 stood by the window, observing as the auction commenced. The auction featured an array of weaponry and esoteric martial arts techniques, prompting fervent bidding from the crowd below. As the auction unfolded, the steward, Li, provided explanations to Qin Feng and his companion. The martial arts here differed significantly from those found in the black market beyond the city. The techniques presented were complete and comprehensive, ensuring safe cultivation up to the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm. In contrast, the Iron Claw technique taught at the Iron Claw Martial Arts Academy, where Qin Feng trained, was not fully imparted from the outset. The quality of martial arts techniques available in the black market was highly variable, often plagued by flaws or adverse side effects. Thus, despite being classified as merely yellow grade, these techniques commanded exorbitant prices, often reaching tens of thousands of taels. As the auction for the techniques concluded, a group of women was brought to the stage, among whom was a familiar face from the Li residence. The elderly auctioneer smiled gently as he introduced them to the audience. These women were all young ladies from respectable families, each having been meticulously selected for their exceptional beauty. Without further ado, the bidding commenced. Having mentally prepared himself, Qin Feng was not overly surprised. His gaze instinctively swept across the stage. Suddenly, his hands, concealed beneath his cloak, clenched tightly upon recognizing 2 familiar figures, Lin Wanru and Huang Linghua. They were indeed among the auctioned women. The eldest disciple, Huang Li, also spotted his childhood friend and sister disciple, his expression slightly shifting behind his mask. Steward Li, who are these women? Qin Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, do you recognize any? Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Indeed, I've seen some in the outer city, Qin Feng responded, nodding. Yet, Li deftly shifted the topic, suggesting that some of the women were not under his purview, hinting that they could be purchased if desired. The auction commenced with a starting bid of 5,000 taels per woman, eliciting palpable excitement from the martial artists in attendance, as such auctions were rare. The women, however, were taken away amidst despair and helplessness, with final prices fluctuating around 7,000 to 8,000 taels. Finally, it was Lin Wanru's turn. Standing on stage, she trembled uncontrollably, clutching the hem of her garment, her expression one of utter confusion and distress. The 3rd daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wanqing, enjoyed a modest reputation in nearby cities, attracting the attention of unsavory characters. Although Lin Wanru was not as striking as her sister, her beauty was nonetheless considerable, placing her among the more attractive women on stage. Her pitiful demeanor only served to incite further enthusiasm among the bidders. 6,000 taels, 10,000 taels. The price quickly soared to 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels once. 10,000 taels twice. 15,000 taels. A voice rang out. Both Li and Huang Li turned in surprise to Qin Feng. Previously, during his time at the Li estate, he had refrained from bidding on any of the women. Is this the one you know? Li teased. Yes, Steward Li, Qin Feng replied, realizing that this represented all of his savings accumulated over this time. He had initially intended to purchase secret medicines from the black market. Now, he felt compelled to act. After Li made his comment, he did not press further. After all, She was merely a young lady from a prominent family, not a matter of great concern to him. Whether Qin Feng sought to rescue her or harbored some peculiar inclination was of no consequence to him. Chapter 37. The auction concludes. At the auction, the sudden increase of 5,000 taels indeed had a staggering effect. 15,000 taels, third time sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 12. Qin Feng sighed in relief, grateful that no one else had raised the bid. A servant approached to escort Lin Wanru off the stage, and shortly thereafter, she was brought to the room occupied by Qin Feng and his companions. At this moment, Lin Wanru, clad in a black hooded cloak, appeared somewhat pale. The servant who entered did not leave, but positioned himself beside her. Qin Feng chose to ignore her, continuing to observe the auction. Half an hour later, only Huang Linghua remained on stage. The elderly auctioneer gestured towards her, stating, "This is the final participant, a female martial artist at the early stage of muscle refinement. And the only one among them. The starting bid is 20,000 taels. Let the bidding commence." As Huang Linghua listened to the auctioneer's voice, fear filled her eyes, rendering her motionless. Despite her initial strength, the guards present were far more powerful, and she was well aware of their brutal methods against those who resisted. This was why so many complied without protest. As the auctioneer's voice echoed, the audience fell silent. He did not expect them to bid. Such high-value items could only be afforded by the upper echelons of society. Moments passed. 25,000, 30,000, 70,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, soon reaching 70,000 taels, though the number of bids began to dwindle. After the final bid was announced, the auctioneer called 3 times, and upon receiving no further offers, he exclaimed, 80,000 taels. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 3. Huang Linghua's face turned ashen as she was taken away, while Qin Feng and Huang Li remained motionless throughout the ordeal. Qin Feng held no affection for Huang Linghua. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. As for Huang Li, Qin Feng glanced at him but said nothing. After all, it was simply too exorbitant. The auction concluded, and the group returned to the estate by carriage. Throughout the journey from the auction to their arrival, Lin Wanru kept her head bowed. Upon entering the guest room, she stood frozen at the door. Qin Feng approached, causing her to instinctively flinch and step back. He paused momentarily before unfastening her cloak, revealing that her hands were bound. As he untied her, he spoke, "You may rest here for the night. I will take you back to the Lin estate first thing tomorrow." Lin Wanru, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the person before her. Qin Protector? Tears welled in her eyes, and the emotional toll of her recent tribulations burst forth as she cried out and embraced Qin Feng tightly. He let out a gentle sigh, seemingly attempting to release the pent-up emotions within. Though the beauty was in his arms, he harbored no ulterior motives. He softly patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. You are safe now." The following day, Qin Feng escorted Lin Wanru out of the inner city, heading straight for the Lin estate. Upon disembarking the carriage, Lin Wanru dashed into the estate, disregarding her appearance, calling out loudly, "Father, mother, brother, Wanqing." Hearing her voice, family members rushed out. Elder sister, Wanru, reunited with her family. Lin Wanru could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears once more. The group embraced, weeping together, and Lin Wanru soon learned of her father's passing from their sorrowful words. Qin Feng stood quietly beside them, not intruding, merely observing. Once their emotions settled somewhat, Guoshe hurriedly inquired, "Wanru, how did you return?" "It was the protector Qin who rescued me," Lin Wanru replied, briefly recounting her experience to her family. When they learned that Qin Feng had expended a staggering 15,000 taels to aid Lin Wanru's escape, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In the past, the Lin family could certainly have produced such a sum, but Qin Feng had previously been merely Lin Wanning's personal protector, earning a mere 1,000 taels a month. How could he so casually offer up 15,000? Their surprise was palpable. Nevertheless, they quickly moved past their astonishment, for the fact remained that Qin Feng had indeed saved Lin Wanru. Guoshe staggered forward to Qin Feng, kneeling before him with a thud and bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, young friend Qin, for your assistance." The 3 siblings of the Lin family followed suit, kneeling and bowing as well. Qin Feng rushed to support them, saying, "Madam Lin, esteemed young lords and ladies, there is no need for such formality." With tears streaming down her face, Guoshe expressed, "A great kindness deserves no words of thanks. The favor shown by young friend Qin will be etched in my memory for eternity." Lin Qin earnestly invited, "Perhaps you could accompany us, brother Qin?" "Yes, young friend Qin. Please join us. The Lin family will surely not treat you poorly," the Lin family members implored, their expressions sincere. Yet, Qin Feng shook his head. They were all heading to their maternal home. What could he do if he accompanied them? "I currently have no intentions of leaving here. I shall visit when the time permits. Whenever you come, our Lin family will be sure to welcome you with open arms. Subsequently, Guo produced a silver note for 10,000 taels and handed it to Qin Feng, stating, "Young friend Qin, this is 10,000 taels. It is all we can offer at present. The remaining amount will have to wait until later. I hope you do not mind." As she spoke, Guo's expression grew somewhat awkward. Their current funds barely totaled 15,000 taels, and offering 10,000 was already their utmost limit. The Lin siblings felt equally uncomfortable, as they had relied on someone else to rescue their loved one, yet they could not even repay his initial investment. Qin Feng regarded the silver note in Guo's hand, but did not take it. "Let it be. You need this money more than I do at present." Guo tightened her grip around the note, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young friend Qin, for your understanding." Indeed, this was true. The Lin family was heading to Guo's maternal home, and the journey would incur substantial expenses. "Well then, now that I have delivered your loved one, I must take my leave." Before departing, Lin Qing provided Qin Feng with an address, indicating that he could seek him out if needed. Half a month later, the guard sent by Guo's family finally arrived in Fenghua City, escorting the Lin family out. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued his work under the stewardship of Manager Li. Chapter 38, The Infant Care Hall. Although the tasks were not numerous, each assignment offered generous remuneration, which ignited within Qin Feng a desire to serve the third son of the Li family. With the enhancement of advanced secret medicines, his cultivation was progressing steadily. The refinement efficiency of the complete iron claw technique was exceptionally high. Thus far, he had refined the tendons in both arms, augmenting his strength by an additional 100 gene in each hand. Now, possessing the complete iron claw technique and the fully developed shadow flash step, he had only partially mastered the grass on the fly technique. The fully developed shadow flash step sufficed for his needs, yet its severe side effects deterred him from using it recklessly. Therefore, since recovering from his leg injury, he had devoted himself to practicing grass on the fly. After all, as a profound level lightness skill, mastering it would significantly enhance his survival capabilities. Thus, Qin Feng utilized advanced secret medicines to elevate his cultivation while practicing, or using ordinary secret medicines to increase his repetitions of grass on the fly. Finally, after concluding his last practice session, the system data in his mind updated swiftly. Grass on the fly. Technique, fully developed. Progress, 0. Directive, practice 1,000 times to enter the next phase. Grass on the fly was fully mastered. He exhaled a breath of stale air, joy illuminating his eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the air, as if he might soar with the wind at any moment. One early morning, a weary young couple, burdened with a package, arrived before an old, dilapidated courtyard. Days of travel had left them fatigued. They lifted their gazes to the plaque on the door, Infant Care Hall. Though it was still early, their impatience was evident. The woman, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, approached the doorkeeper and exchanged a few words with him. The doorkeeper nodded as he listened, then turned to walk inside. The couple stood outside, their expressions tense. Before long, the doorkeeper re-emerged, accompanied by a young man who appeared drowsy, yawning and rubbing his eyes, clearly roused from slumber. Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman urgently inquired, "Excuse me, has a child been taken in recently? About this tall and this chubby." As she spoke, she gestured to indicate the child's height and build. "Oh, and he has a black mole under his brow," her husband added. The young man's face displayed a flicker of recollection, but he shook his head, saying, "We haven't taken in any children in recent months. Perhaps you are mistaken? That cannot be. My cousin said he saw someone carrying a child inside, and that child was dressed just like Xiao Jin when he went missing. We just want to take a quick look, just one glance, I beg you." The young man continued to assert that no children had been taken in recently, yet the couple remained undeterred. As their agitation grew, nearby townsfolk began to emerge for their daily routines. The young man's expression shifted to one of impatience, and he relented, saying, "Perhaps you should come in and take a look. There are many children inside. Perhaps one has come in without being registered." Thank you, thank you." The couple's faces brightened, and they expressed their gratitude with deep bows. They followed the young man inside. However, before they left, the couple failed to notice the subtle gesture the young man made towards the doorkeeper, who nodded imperceptibly. Once the couple had moved further away and disappeared from sight, the doorkeeper rose, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and closed the door to the infant care hall. The couple never emerged again. Qin Feng received a message from Manager Li's subordinates and arrived at the inner city courtyard, making his way towards the assembly hall. Just as he reached the entrance to the assembly hall, he encountered his senior brother, Huang Li, exiting. Their eyes met, and they passed each other with an air of nonchalance. As they drew closer, both maintained impassive expressions. Yet Huang Li's body tensed as if prepared to spring at any moment. Their paths crossed without incident, and nothing transpired. After traversing a stretch of road, Huang Li halted his steps and turned to glance back at Qin Feng. He observed that Qin Feng maintained his speed, swiftly rounding a corner and vanishing from view. A shadow flickered across Huang Li's eyes. During his mission at Yinshan, he had naturally discerned that Qin Feng's iron claw technique had reached a consummate level. Heaven knows how astonished he had been at that time. He had always been perplexed, for he had not imparted all his techniques. And Qin Feng had certainly not mastered them all. How then could he have achieved such a breakthrough? Moreover, it seemed as though Qin Feng was genuinely confident that he would not dare to act here. Was Qin Feng self-assured or merely arrogant? On the other hand, Qin Feng remained composed, fully confident in his perfected iron claw technique. Not to mention that this was the territory of the Li family. Even if Huang Li dared to strike, he was certain of his ability to retreat unscathed. Furthermore, the frequency with which he practiced the iron claw technique was steadily increasing, having surpassed 500 repetitions. Though he had attained perfection, the accumulation of practice had rendered his technique increasingly profound. According to the system's readings, reaching 1,000 repetitions would usher in a phase of refinement, and he eagerly anticipated the changes that would manifest upon reaching that milestone. Stepping into the main hall, Qin Feng noticed that, apart from Steward Li, there was also a middle-aged man standing nearby. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, Steward Li instructed him, "Recently, a group of rogue martial artists has been causing disturbances in our outer city territory. Qin Feng, you shall handle this matter." He gestured towards the man beside him. "This is Director He. You two should become acquainted." "Director?" Qin Feng thought to himself, feeling a tinge of confusion, yet he displayed no signs of hesitation and politely saluted. "I have the pleasure of meeting Director He." "Pleasure to meet you, Lord Qin." Director He responded, somewhat taken aback, hastily returning the salute. He was merely an ordinary individual residing in the outer city, while Qin Feng was a formidable practitioner of the refinement stage, freely entering and exiting the inner city estate. Serving under Steward Li, their statuses were worlds apart. However, as he bowed, the sleeve of his robe slipped down, revealing a familiar mark. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. A plum blossom tattoo. Yet he remained impassive, refraining from inquiring on the spot, merely harboring a sense of curiosity. Previously, when he had ventured outside the city to deal with the refugees, he had recognized that this plum blossom tattoo was the emblem of the infant care hall. Yet, he had not anticipated that the third son of the Li family would have ties to the infant care hall. Subsequently, Steward Li instructed both men regarding certain matters before allowing them to proceed independently. Steward Li held a significant regard for both Qin Feng and Huang Li, gradually entrusting them with minor tasks to manage. He likely sensed the discord between the two. Otherwise, how could they practice the same technique yet remain estranged? Hence, when assigning tasks, he would always separate them. That day, Qin Feng, accompanied by several refinement stage martial artists, followed Director He to the infant care hall in the outer city. The group waited for several days at the hall. Yet Qin Feng found it perplexing that there were not a single child within. However, seeing no reaction from the others, he chose not to voice his concerns. Finally, one night, 5 figures scaled the walls of the infant care hall, landing softly on the grass within the courtyard, then stealthily made their way inside. The courtyard housing the infant care hall was a typical one, containing just a few rooms, with sleeping arrangements consisting of several rows of communal beds. Before long, the 5 individuals emerged from various rooms and reconvened. "No one here. Neither is there anyone over here. Well, everyone seems quite spirited at such a late hour." A mocking voice suddenly rang out. A figure emerged from around the corner. In the moonlight, Qin Feng's visage was illuminated, a knowing smile gracing his features as he regarded them. The intruder's expressions shifted slightly, and from several other directions, 3 more individuals climbed over the outer wall. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the courtyard, and the main gate was thrust open as a group of people, brandishing torches, surged into the infant care hall, encircling the 5 intruders, the flames illuminating the entire courtyard. It was none other than Director He, who had arrived with reinforcements. Approaching Qin Feng, he coldly demanded, "Speak. Who are you?" The 5 did not reply, and one among them bellowed in anger, "You beasts shall not die a good death." He charged forward, sleeves billowing, aiming a palm strike at Qin Feng, who stood before Director He. As the hand drew near, Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. Not long after, "Little song, run. Brother Lin. Uft. Go." Bang. The gate of the infant care hall was shattered, and 2 figures tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state. Struggling to rise, they hastily fled toward the outer city. Within the courtyard of the infant care hall, Qin Feng flicked his hand, discarding Brother Lin's lifeless body aside, issuing a cold command. "Pursue." The 3 companions who had accompanied Qin Feng immediately split off to chase after them. The assailants comprised 1 woman and 4 men, 3 at the early refinement stage and 2 at the perfected iron skin stage. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's side consisted of 3 early refinement stage martial artists besides himself. Originally, the odds were not overwhelmingly unfavorable, yet Qin Feng's combat prowess was exceedingly extraordinary. In mere moments, he severely injured the 3 assailants. Were it not for Brother Lin's desperate attempt to hold him back, the other 2 would have certainly escaped. Qin Feng's figure darted forward, trailing one of the early refinement stage fighters as he pursued the female martial artist. She, already wounded, had barely made it a short distance outside the city before collapsing beneath a tree. Song Gu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion ghastly as she regarded the approaching Qin Feng and his companion. They had never anticipated that such an ordinary establishment as the infant care hall could be entangled with so many refinement stage martial artists. Moreover, the one at the forefront was indeed peculiar. Despite being merely at the early refinement stage, with a limited number of refined muscles, he managed to overpower Brother Lin, who had already refined for major muscles. As Song Gu spat blood onto Qin Feng's shoe, she declared, "The infant care hall is indeed suspicious, abducting children left and right. Do you not fear retribution? Abduction?" Qin Feng turned to Lucy beside him, who coldly retorted, "You vermin are truly bothersome. It has been you who have been ambushing us lately, hasn't it? Who else is involved? Where are they? Speak." Lucy had worked under Stewardly for some time, possessing far more knowledge than the newly inducted Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent, connecting the dots to previous signs he had observed. Along with the third son's modus operandi, he understood all too well. If they dared to purchase daughters from prominent families, they would undoubtedly partake in child abduction as well. Though he realized escape was impossible, Song Gu displayed no intentions of begging for mercy. Grasping a dagger, she recklessly lunged at the frontmost Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. He seized her wrist with one hand while his other hand, unbeknownst to him, had already halted before her. Transforming his claw into a palm, he struck her shoulder, propelling her away. Song Ji's back collided violently with the tree trunk, nearly causing her to lose her breath, her vision darkening. Seizing the opportunity, Lucy advanced, gripping her throat with one hand while pinning her wrist to the ground, wresting the dagger from her grasp. Just as he prepared to plunge the dagger into her, Qin Feng interjected, "Take her back for questioning. There are surely more than just these 5. Understood." Lucy pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound, responding with decisive clarity. He then produced a bundle of ropes from his bosom, binding Song Ji's hands behind her back. Qin Feng took a few strides forward, placing a hand on Lucy's shoulder while gesturing toward the dagger in his grasp. Understanding the cue, Lucy handed over the dagger and crouched down, preparing to secure Song Gu. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a dagger pierced Lucy's throat, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he clutched his neck. He cast an incredulous glance over his shoulder, the assailant being none other than Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Song Gu, seated on the ground, was equally bewildered. Qin Feng withdrew the dagger, blood gushing forth in a crimson arc, and carelessly tossed it aside, instructing, "Hurry and leave. And mind your tongue." Song Gu, perplexed, looked at Qin Feng, struggling to comprehend his motives. "Why are you helping me?" she inquired. When Qin Feng offered no reply, she pressed on. "And who exactly is behind all this?" Qin Feng retorted with a mocking tone, "If you cannot even handle me, how do you expect to confront those lurking in the shadows?" As Song Gu appeared poised to argue further, Qin Feng interjected, "If anyone else approaches, you may as well abandon any hopes of escape." With a fierce glare, Song Gu remarked, "You have slain so many of us. This matter will not simply fade away." Qin Feng curled his fingers, his hands darkening ominously, and coldly warned, "Speak another word, and do not blame me for taking your life." Gritting her teeth, Song Gu turned and fled into the distance, while Qin Feng watched her figure vanish. With this episode concluded, he returned to the inner city to report. As for the deceased Lucy, casualties were an expected risk in such undertakings. As the year drew to a close, the outer city began to regain its vibrancy after a period of recovery. Various industries were in dire need of labor, yet the common folk had been drastically reduced in number. The proverbial proximity to water ensured that those who once resided in the impoverished regions seized this opportunity, emerging to find work in taverns, shops, and other enterprises. It was a case of turning misfortune into fortune. Had it not been for the actions of the Wolf Gang, they might have remained trapped in their destitution for a lifetime. Chapter 40. The young miss of the Feng family enters the city at the city gates of Fenghua City. Several gate guards, yawning and leaning on their iron spears, exhibited signs of fatigue as they stood at attention. Their initial excitement from being assigned to the gate duty had long since waned. A few horse-drawn carriages approached leisurely from the distance, each adorned with a crimson emblem bearing the character for Feng. As they drew nearer, the carriages showed no intention of slowing down. One of the guards, sensing the situation, stepped forward with a hint of annoyance, positioning himself squarely in the center of the gate. He raised his hand impatiently, commanding, "Halt." The coachman, donning a conical hat, furrowed his brow at the sight but nonetheless reined in his horses, bringing the carriage to a stop. Peering out at the guard with narrowed eyes, the coachman observed the guard's reaction with irritation. "What are you staring at? Do you not understand the rules?" he snapped, sensing no unusual sounds from within the carriage. He suddenly flicked his whip, sending a swift lash toward the guard. Crack! The tip of the whip struck the guard's face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. "Ah!" The fallen guard cried out, clutching his face as blood seeped through his fingers. "You blind fool!" The coachman growled, his expression darkening. The commotion startled onlookers, who hastily scattered, pointing and whispering about the carriage. "Impudent!" shouted the other guards, who rushed forward, brandishing their spears and surrounding the carriage. An older guard, instinctively glancing at the crimson emblem on the carriage door, paled in realization and quickly halted his colleagues, exclaiming, "Do not act rashly. It's a misunderstanding." After restraining his fellow guards, the elder approached with trembling hands, bowing respectfully. "We apologize, esteemed one. It was our ignorance that disturbed you. Please forgive us." The other guards exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. Given the elder's seniority, they dared not act impulsively. The coachman, eyeing the elder, was not inclined to waste time on the lesser guards. With a disdainful snort, he barked, "Then make way." "Yes, yes, my lord," the elder replied, turning to his comrades with authority. "Quickly, drag this clueless fool aside." The guards hurriedly attended to the injured comrade, pulling him to the side of the gate to clear the entrance. The coachman then urged his horses forward, gradually steering the carriage through the gate. The elder, still trembling, lowered his gaze, breathing a sigh of relief once the carriage passed. He glanced at the injured guard, whose blood had stained the front of his armor. However, he showed no concern, scolding him instead. "You wretch! How many times have I told you to check the emblem before stopping a carriage? Do you wish to endanger us all?" The others stood in stunned silence, realizing they too had overlooked the emblem. The elder, noticing their expressions, grew angrier, his complexion darkening. "That emblem is crimson, the mark of the Feng family." The group gasped in alarm. The family emblems of the Great Chu dynasty were categorized into 4 colors: gold, black, purple, and crimson, each representing varying degrees of status, with gold being the highest and crimson the lowest. Different families used distinct colors to denote their rank. Gold signified the most powerful, belonging to the royal family of Great Chu, while the Feng family, a prominent clan with influence across nearly 100 cities in the southern continent, could only bear the lowest crimson emblem. Even the most minor of crimson emblems represented a formidable force. One could only imagine the might of the families ranking above them, forces that many would never encounter in their lifetime. Lesser families, such as those within the inner city of Fenghua, were forbidden from coloring their emblems. Now, the guards comprehended the gravity of the encounter they had just witnessed. In such circumstances, should the Feng family choose to exterminate them, it would be entirely justified. Each guard bore expressions of dread, including the injured one. "Humph. Now you understand the gravity of the situation. Quickly, take him away for medical attention. And remember to keep your eyes peeled in the future." They could only nod in compliance. Meanwhile, the carriage bearing the Feng family emblem glided along the streets of the outer city. Within one of the carriages, 2 slender fingers lifted the curtain, revealing a stunning visage. The young woman, no more than 20, possessed a captivating beauty, her bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting. Feng Yin peered curiously at the street, but after a mere glance, she sighed in disappointment and let the curtain fall. It was a folly to harbor any illusions. After all, what good could one expect from such a rudimentary fortress? Feng Yin sighed inwardly. "My lady, this is merely the outer city. The inner city will be much better," the maid by her side consoled her. "It's utterly vexing. Why must we arrive so early? Would it not suffice to come when the Dragon Gate Academy is enrolling?" Feng Yin complained. The coachman outside the carriage, overhearing her grievances, interjected, "My lady, the outer city of Fenghua has recently been swept by a force known as the Wolf Gang, which has opened up this opportunity. Our matron made considerable sacrifices to secure it. Furthermore, the Dragon Gate Academy has recently amended its regulations. One must study at a martial arts hall for at least a year in various locales before applying. Hence, our early arrival." Upon hearing the coachman's explanation, Feng Yan's ire only intensified. "Do you take me for a fool? Do not presume to lecture me. It was my fault for speaking out of turn. Please forgive me." "My lady," he stammered. "Humph, just drive your carriage and refrain from your prattling." The coachman could only comply meekly, his previous arrogance entirely diminished. The Feng family's carriage gradually approached the inner city. Although still at a distance, the commander of the city guards, sharp-eyed, soon spotted the Feng family emblem on the carriage and hastily turned to command his subordinates, "Open the city gates." "Yes, sir." The commander quickly dismounted the city wall and stood at the gate, awaiting the carriage's arrival. As the carriage drew near, he respectfully clasped his hands, bowing. I greet the second young lady. Without revealing herself, a proud voice emerged from within the carriage. No need for formalities. I shall lead the way for you, my lady. Very well. With permission granted, the commander took hold of a horse prepared by his subordinates and mounted, riding ahead of the carriage to guide them. Chapter 41. Young Master Li San. The commander led the carriage directly to the Lord's manor, where Lord Feng Liangji, accompanied by his wife and daughter, awaited at the entrance. As soon as the Feng family's carriage appeared at the inner city gate, word had already reached the Lord's manor. Upon seeing Lord Feng Liangji, the commander quickly dismounted and knelt on one knee, saying, I present my respects to the Lord. Lord Feng Liangji smiled and nodded, replying, You may rise. Yes, sir. The occupants of the several carriages accompanying Feng Yin began to disembark. The group was not numerous, 2 coachmen, a maidservant, and an elderly woman. The 4 bowed respectfully, proclaiming, We greet Third Master. Feng Yin stepped down from the carriage, a smile gracing her face as she affectionately called out, Uncle San, Aunt San, Cousin Jean. The trio responded with joy, Yin Mei. Ha ha ha. Good Yin, you finally arrived. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Lord Feng Liangji laughed heartily. Uncle San is so busy. How could Yin dare to disturb you? Feng Yin replied with a beaming smile. She then stepped forward to link arms with Feng Jin, engaging in amiable banter. Feng Jin, the treasured daughter of Lord Feng Liangji, possessed both grace and beauty, and when the 2 stunning women stood side by side, the surroundings paled in comparison. Clearly, Feng Yin and Feng Jin shared a close bond, whispering to each other. Having grown up together, their friendship was deep. However, it had been several years since they last saw each other due to Lord Feng Liangji's elevation to the Lord of Fenghua City. Feng Liangji's wife looked at Feng Yin with affectionate concern, asking, Yin, was your journey smooth? It was fine, though it was quite a distance. Just traveling took several months, Feng Yin lamented. The others burst into laughter at her words, with Lord Feng Liangji stating, Enough, enough. After such a long journey, you must be fatigued. Let Jin take you to your resting quarters. Spend some time familiarizing yourself with the surroundings before enrolling in the martial arts hall. Feng Yin cheerfully acquiesced, and amid a chorus of laughter, they entered the Lord's manor. In the following month, several other noble families' carriages gradually arrived in Fenghua City. Their presence far grander than that of the Feng family. With numerous carriages trailing behind, onlookers might mistake them for a merchant convoy. After the previous incident with the Feng family, the guards of the outer city remained vigilant, carefully inquiring about any unfamiliar carriages bearing noble emblems, refraining from any rash actions. 4 noble families arrived in Fenghua City, the Fengs, the Guos, the Yes, and the Lands. The term upper city refers to the designation for those from lower-tier cities when speaking of those from higher-tier cities, determined by overall strength. Like Feng Yin, these individuals must first attend a martial arts hall for a year before they may participate in the Dragon Gate Academy's enrollment a year hence. As the guests gathered, the young generation of the Li family hosted a welcoming feast for them. Meanwhile, in the study of the Li family's patriarch, this space represented the core of the Li family, where many significant decisions or confidential matters were deliberated. In other words, standing here bestowed a profound honor upon any member of the Li family, signifying their entry into the inner circle. At this moment, the 3rd young master of the Li family, Li Mingxian, stood respectfully by. Before him stood a middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back, observing a stack of silver notes on the table. The topmost note prominently displayed the figure of 10,000. This was a note with a denomination of 10,000 taels of silver, and the notes beneath were undoubtedly of the same value, 50 notes in total, amounting to 500,000 taels. This man bore a striking resemblance to Li Mingxian, though it would be more accurate to say that Li Mingxian resembled him. He was none other than Li Mingxian's father and the current head of the Li family, Li Fengyan. Li Fengyan stroked his beard, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He turned to glance at his son, nodding slightly, and remarked, Mingxian, you have worked hard these past few years. Hearing this, Li Mingxian felt a swell of joy within. Though he replied, Father, it has not been arduous. It is what I should do. Li Fengyan smiled gently, saying, Everyone has their own path. Your accomplishments have surprised and pleased me greatly. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingxian felt a twinge of emotion, his eyes slightly moist. Gaining his father's approval was something he had yearned for throughout the years. To speak sentimentally, there were times he had dreamt of such a scene. Yet, being born into a prominent family came with its own burdens. As a man, it was entirely normal to have multiple wives. Li Fengyan, as the patriarch of the Li family, was no exception. In addition to his legitimate wife, he had taken numerous concubines, resulting in a vast number of offspring, at least a dozen or 20, a count he himself could scarcely remember. Yet, the only children who truly held his regard were his eldest son, Li Mingcheng, and his second son, Li Mingze, both born of his legitimate wife. As for the children of his concubines, they were largely neglected. Although they lacked for nothing materially, competition and strife often brewed among the concubines themselves. Such strife naturally extends to the children below, with various sordid tactics emerging from the inner chambers. Li Mingxian is one such child, born of a concubine. Fortunately, he was born early, the first child of the concubine, and at that time, Li Fengnian had expressed joy at his arrival. However, as more children were born to the concubine, Li Fengnian gradually became desensitized. Nonetheless, he still held a modicum of affection for this firstborn son of his concubine, subsequently granting him some resources. Having endured various experiences in his youth, Li Mingxian's intellect began to mature. By the time he entered adolescence, he had already realized that if he did not strive for something greater, he would live a life of perpetual humility. He yearned for strength. He desired his existence to be acknowledged by others. To achieve his aspirations, the prerequisite was wealth. He needed to devise a way to accumulate silver. Conventional means yielded scant rewards and were inefficacious, so to rapidly expand and strengthen himself, he resorted to shortcuts. Thus, leveraging the meager resources provided by Li Fengnian, he began to dabble in illicit enterprises. True to expectations, his ventures flourished, growing larger and broader. With wealth comes influence. He utilized his riches to pave his way within the Li family, generously rewarding any steward or servant willing to assist him. Money is the most exquisite of commodities. Who does not covet it? Though born of a concubine, he was nonetheless a scion of the Li family, the biological son of the head of the household. This status rendered him an unattainable figure for those of lower standing. Possessing both status and a willingness to spend, an increasing number of individuals gravitated towards him, including some distant relatives of the Li household who began to work for him, yielding to his every command. Others dared not encroach upon his domain, allowing him to gradually ascend. The title of the third young master of the Li family began to circulate both within and beyond the confines of the Li estate. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he was of legitimate birth. Indeed, this title proved advantageous for Li Mingxian. Regrettably, his martial prowess was lacking. Despite investing considerable resources into his training, he had only reached the pinnacle of the iron skin realm. To break through to the muscle refinement realm, and to sustain further cultivation, the resources required were exponentially greater, leading him to ultimately relinquish that ambition. Now in his early 20s, he remained merely an iron skin warrior. Eventually, he began to seek out individuals from the martial world, leading to the recruitment of stewardly. With this capable subordinate at his side, Li Mingxian's fortunes soared. Often, a single transaction would yield an income of over 100,000 taels. For instance, his recent dealings involving the trafficking of young ladies from affluent families netted him close to 1,000,000 taels. This was merely one facet of his shadowy revenue. Astutely, he contributed significant sums to Li Fengnian at regular intervals, starting from several tens of thousands of taels, escalating to hundreds of thousands, and now reaching a staggering 500,000. As his financial contributions increased, so too did Li Fengnian's support for him. With Li Fengnian's backing, while Li Mingxian's status may have been somewhat unrefined, his actual standing had risen to be on par with, if not superior to, the legitimate offspring of the other prominent families. For instance, during the incident with the Yunsan bandits, he had the audacity to confront the fifth young master of the Zhao family, a legitimate heirborn of the Zhao family's principal wife, yet in terms of stature, he was still overshadowed by Li Mingxian. Vivid memories of past events flickered through Li Mingxian's mind like lanterns. Steeling himself, he composed his emotions and humbly declared, "All credit is due to my father's support. I dare not take credit for myself." Very well, it seems the young scions of the upper city have arrived. You should accompany them to make acquaintances. The more allies you have, the broader your path becomes. Should your older brothers require assistance, you will be well placed to support them. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Li Mingxian's eyes. This was an indication that he was to step into the limelight. Suppressing his excitement, he clasped his hands together in salute and said, "Thank you, Father. Mingxian understands. You may go." In the blink of an eye, over a week passed. Through deliberate networking, the three young masters of the Li family grew acquainted with these newcomers. Both groups belonged to the younger generation of their respective families, making it easy for them to connect through shared topics. Soon, several like-minded individuals began to congregate. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng remained oblivious to all this. He was solely focused on his training. At that moment, the system in his mind displayed Iron Claw Technique. Cultivation, Perfection, Progress, 812. Guidance, Practice 1,000 times to enter the next stage. Just under 200 more to go. One day, Qin Feng received instructions from Stewardly, indicating that a significant figure was to arrive and that they must be prepared for security. That evening, Qin Feng and others stood guard in a secluded courtyard within the estate, accompanied by their elder brother, Huangli. As midnight approached, the third young master Li Mingxian arrived with several young men. "Third brother, I have long heard of your grand estate. This is my first time entering," said the eldest son, Li Mingxing, with a smile. "Oh, your own brothers have never visited? How mysterious," remarked Guoyinqing, a young master from the Guo family in the upper city. "It's not mysterious. It's merely some trivial matters not worthy of mention," Li Mingxian replied modestly. "Third young master, you jest. Ordinary things wouldn't captivate your discerning eye," said Xiao Feng, the second young master of the Zhao family, with a chuckle. Hearing Xiao Feng's comment piqued the curiosity of the others, and as they chatted, they gradually approached Qin Feng and his companions. "Greetings, third young master." Steward Li and a dozen others respectfully acknowledged in unison. Apart from Steward Li, the others wore black cloth masks, obscuring their faces. The individuals accompanying Li Mingxian were all aspiring candidates for the Longmen Academy, which required a minimum strength of mid-level muscle refinement for admission. Therefore, apart from Li Mingxian, who was an iron-skin warrior, the others were all mid-level muscle refinement warriors. They could easily discern that Qin Feng and his companions were all muscle refinement warriors. While outsiders like Guoyinqing did not see anything amiss, others felt differently. A glimmer of shock crossed Li Mingqing's eyes. He had not anticipated that his third brother had quietly assembled such a formidable entourage. A mid-level muscle refinement warrior would demand at least 1,000 taels per month. This price only covered their presence. Any additional tasks or requests would require extra remuneration. Thus, even without any additional duties, keeping just those visible 10 or so individuals would cost over 10,000 taels a month. What he did not realize was that Li Mingxian offered a minimum of 1,000 taels per task. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, the second young master of the Zhao family, cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingxing, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Li Mingxian merely nodded slightly at Qin Feng and the others before leading Li Mingxing and the others inside. Qin Feng and Huang Li remained stationed outside the courtyard, while Steward Li stepped aside. Before long, Qin Feng observed a group of youthful boys and girls being led over by Steward Li and another man. Qin Feng's expression tightened as he recognized Director He from the infant care hall. The young individuals appeared as if they had been meticulously selected, each embodying a delicate beauty, suffused with the vitality of youth. Without exception, they bore a plum blossom mark etched upon their arms. Given their tender age, it was evident that they were the orphans who had previously vanished from the infant care hall. Watching Director He escort these individuals inside, a suffocating sensation enveloped Qin Feng's heart. Shortly thereafter, faint cries of anguish echoed from within the courtyard, each sound striking Qin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. The following morning, Qin Feng saw servants entering the courtyard. Soon, elongated objects wrapped in white cloth were being carried out. They placed the shrouded items into a large chest, from which a bruised and swollen arm slipped out, dangling helplessly in the air. The chest was sizable, yet it took 4 or 5 bodies to nearly fill it. Chapter 43, The Assault. Qin Feng, his demeanor numb, departed from Li Mingxuan's grand residence. He did not linger within, but returned to his own quarters in the outer city. Lying upon his bed, he found sleep elusive, as memories of past experiences flooded his mind. What has become of this world? Sighing, Guo Yinhang lamented the lack of entertainment in such a rustic locale, finding it utterly dull. They had been here for nearly a month, and even the resources for cultivation were woefully scarce, extinguishing any desire for practice. "Brother Guo, if you're seeking excitement, look no further than Fenjialu," someone suggested. Fenjialu was the most prestigious brothel in the inner city. Such a blatant remark caused the nearby young ladies from noble families to momentarily pause. Yet they displayed no signs of displeasure, instead stifling their laughter behind delicate hands. Observing their reactions, Wei Yanhong's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain. Yet he soon erupted into hearty laughter, leaving the reason for his mirth ambiguous. The others around him joined in the laughter. One member proposed, "How about we venture to the hunting grounds outside the city?" "Excellent. That sounds intriguing," Wei Yanhang decisively replied. The group cheerfully made their way toward the courtyard's exit. The third young master wore a similar smile, preparing to follow when Li Mingza, standing beside him, raised a hand to halt him. "Third brother, you needn't accompany us." Li Mingxuan's smile faltered. "Why not?" Li Mingza, visibly displeased, retorted, "What business do you have there? It is not a place for you. It is already a rare exception for you to join us these past few days. Do not take it for granted. Are you not aware of your own standing?" With that, Li Mingza cast a scornful glance at him and strode ahead to join his elder brother, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they walked away. Left behind, Li Mingxuan's expression darkened, his face gradually turning ashen. Despite his efforts for the family, he remained unseen by his 2 elder brothers. The young nobleman who had previously seemed friendly with Li Mingxian now appeared to have forgotten him entirely, not a single one inquiring after him. In the forefront, Xiao Feng, The second son of the Zhao family glanced back at the downtrodden Li Mingxian. Noticing his ashen face, Zhao Feng's eyes glimmered with mockery before he dismissed him, returning to jovial banter with others. In Zhao Feng's view, the Li Ming brothers were utterly foolish. It was not merely that they should suppress Li Mingxian. It was their tardiness in realizing the situation that struck him as truly dim-witted. He wondered how the head of the Li family had raised them. As direct descendants of their respective families, they were naturally aligned on certain matters and would stand united. This concerned the issue of illegitimate offspring rising to power. Regardless of how distasteful direct descendants found one another, or how fiercely they competed, such rivalry remained an internal affair. To put it bluntly, even if they were to face defeat in the future, they could still become core figures within the family. Furthermore, the future head of the family would be their own brother. Unless they were to completely sever ties, they would continue to support one another. However, if no clear successor had been determined, the emergence of an illegitimate child or someone overshadowing them would inevitably threaten their future influence and authority, something none of them wished to encounter. The third young master, Li Mingxian, epitomized this dilemma. He shone too brightly. While they had yet to determine the victor among themselves, Li Mingxian had already begun to surface, even earning the title of third young master of the Li family. Most troubling was his apparent ability to garner the support of the Li family's collateral branches. Should he gain strength, internal strife within the Li family could very well ensue. The Li Ming brothers ought to have acted decisively at the onset of Li Mingxuan's rise, either to subjugate him under their banner or to crush him outright. Yet, both brothers chose to ignore him entirely. Was it a bond of brotherly affection that spurred their reluctance to contend for the headship? Of course, other young scions from the inner city had no intention of intervening. They relished the unfolding situation. The turmoil within the Li family aligned with their interests, but they could not openly side with Li Mingxian, nor even extend a superficial gesture of goodwill, as they must remain within the ranks of the direct descendants. Currently, Li Mingxian found himself in a most precarious position. At the very least, the Li family required a publicly acceptable reason to address him. Unfortunately, even Li Mingxian seemed oblivious to this predicament. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity. Meanwhile, once the group exited, they mounted their steeds, spurring them onward, soon breaching the outer city. Upon entering the outer city, they disregarded all caution, galloping wildly through the streets. Go! Crack! The common folk scattered in panic as the group wielded their whips recklessly. Any who failed to evade were met with a harsh strike. The aftermath was a scene of chaos and disarray. Observing the frightened townsfolk, the group felt a thrill of exhilaration, some even erupting into wild cries of delight. At the forefront, Guo Yanhang was reveling in the excitement when suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a volley of arrows soaring towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others nearby gasped, hastily dodging to evade the incoming projectiles. Meanwhile, the previously terrified vendors sprang into action, retrieving concealed weapons from beneath their stalls and launching an assault on Guo Yanhang. Their weapons varied greatly. One wielded an iron spear, its tip lunging forth like a striking serpent. The sudden onslaught left Guo Yanhang's countenance transformed, as he found himself on horseback with little room to evade. In a moment of dire urgency, he unleashed his full strength, striking aside the incoming weapons. Yet, the iron spear, cunningly agile, twisted mid-lunge, redirecting toward his abdomen. Guo Yanhang could only strive to shift his body slightly upward, attempting to avoid a fatal blow, but the spear grazed his thigh and plunged deep into the horse's flank. Scalding blood gushed from the wound, splattering Guo Yanhang from head to toe. With a mournful cry, the steed collapsed, rolling on the ground several times before skidding to a halt. The momentum sent Guo Yanhang flying from the saddle, crashing heavily to the ground. A contingent of assassins, undeterred by any semblance of mercy, relentlessly advanced towards Guo Yanhang. From the surrounding taverns and narrow alleys, dozens more assassins emerged, their singular focus unwavering. Guo Yanhang. The first to arrive was a martial artist armed with a gun, seizing the weapon's butt and thrusting it forward with lethal precision, akin to a venomous serpent lunging at its prey, aiming directly for Guo Yanhang's throat. The serpent strikes. As Guo Yanhang rose, still regaining his balance, he caught a glimpse of a glinting blade. Without a thought for his dignity, he rolled aside. The gun's edge narrowly grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trail of blood. Chapter 44, The Third Young Master's Plot. The gun-wielding martial artist missed his initial thrust and, in a fluid motion, executed a sweeping strike. Whoosh! Guo Yanhang raised his arms in defense, the iron spear crashing down heavily onto his hands. The sheer force compelled him to stagger back, his foot landing heavily on the stone pavement, finally halting his retreat. Other assailants soon arrived, launching their attacks against Guo Yanhang. His expression darkened, muscles taut. He retaliated with a sweeping strike, the diamond iron arm technique. The sharp blade struck his arm, merely tearing his garment without inflicting any harm. Guo Yanheng deflected the weapon aside and unleashed a flurry of punches, landing devastating blows on his opponents. Thud, thud, thud. Several adversaries were sent flying. The gunman pursued him, his marksmanship remarkably adept, launching a series of agile strikes. In a matter of moments, he landed a shot against Guo Yanheng's chest. Clang! The gun's tip failed to penetrate flesh, instead producing a resounding clash of iron. The assailant was taken aback. Hardchi! Guo Yanheng's gaze turned icy as he seized the long spear, delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's abdomen. Bam! The killer was sent sprawling. Dozens of assassins had converged. Most possessed the strength of iron skin, with a few at the early stages of muscle refinement. Despite their numerical superiority, Guo Yanheng exhibited no fear, engaging them with unrestrained ferocity. Although he was merely at the mid-stage of muscle refinement, his formidable presence placed him at an advantage in this one versus many confrontation. Brother Guo. At this moment, Li Mingxing and his companions sprang into action to assist. Their strength was equally formidable, all at the mid-stage of muscle refinement, easily overpowering the lesser foes. The assassins, having lost their prime opportunity for attack, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Retreat. Initially, the few who had disguised themselves as vendors attempted to flee, but Guo Yanheng had no intention of letting them escape. Before long, the street was littered with the bodies of the fallen. Guo Yanheng stood amidst the chaos, looking quite disheveled, his clothing torn, though he bore no significant injuries. Nevertheless, his countenance was dark and foreboding. It was his own negligence that led him to believe he could evade danger by running so far. He could surmise who had orchestrated this attack, his own cousin. Brother Guo, are you unscathed? Li Mingxing inquired with concern, just as Guo Yanheng was about to respond. A sarcastic voice pierced the air. Ah, it seems Master Guo has quite a number of enemies. Indeed, a tall tree catches the wind. With Master Guo's renown, it is only natural that he attracts adversaries. A group of young men emerged from the adjacent tavern. Leading them were two elegantly attired gentlemen, flanked by members of the other two prominent families of the inner city, the Zheng and Zhao clans. These two were none other than Yu Zhou and Lan Ruo, the scions of the Yu and Lan families in Upper City. Aside from Feng Yan, the participants vying for entry into the martial hall were now assembled. The four families of Upper City had sent a total of 4 representatives: Feng Yan, Guo Yanheng, Lan Ruo, and Yu Zhou. Where there are people, there are invariably conflicts. And they were no exception. The 4 families of the inner city, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, and Li, had also divided into 2 factions due to familial business interactions. The Zheng and Wang families allied with the Yu and Lan clans, while the Li and Zhao families sided with the Guo clan. Naturally, Feng Yan was an exception. The Feng family governed nearly 100 cities in the southern region of Dechu, standing as the undisputed sovereign. As a daughter of the Feng family, Feng Yan held the most prestigious status among them. The other 4 families, under the Feng family's dominion, dared not provoke them. Rather, they sought to curry favor with Feng Yan. Although Feng Yan had only appeared once at the welcoming banquet upon her arrival in Fenghua City, she had not accepted any subsequent invitations. Despite this, whenever there were events, invitations would be sent her way, hoping for her unexpected attendance. Their intentions were transparent. They sought to align themselves with Feng Yan to gain favor with the Feng family. Yet Feng Yan offered them no opportunities. Yu Zhou, close your foul mouth. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Guo Yanheng glared at Yu Zhou, showing no mercy. Yu Zhou, unfazed, retorted mockingly. Heh, many wish for your demise. Do exercise caution. One misstep here, and it could be quite the hassle to return home. Lan Ruo laughed heartily at this. Brother Yu, your foresight is commendable. If such a day were to come, we must celebrate grandly at the elegant Wind Pavilion. Their unrestrained laughter grated harshly against Guo Yanheng's ears. The individuals from the Chun and Wang families behind Yu Zhou remained silent, awkwardly averting their gazes, too intimidated to join in the mirth. The trio could exchange insults freely, while others dared not interject. Each of them was backed by 3 major families, making it exceedingly simple to dominate the lesser scions of Fenghua City. Guo Yanheng snorted coldly, choosing not to engage further, and turned to leave. The members of the Li and Zhao families followed suit in silence. With such an incident transpiring, they had lost all desire to continue hunting outside the city. Bang! Li Mingxian slammed his palm onto the table in a fit of anger. This is intolerable. Third young master, please temper your rage. Manager Li, who had been by Li Mingxuan's side for the longest time, understood his predicament well. The two were now bound together by the same fate. If Li Mingxian fell, he would not fare better. Moreover, Li Mingxian had shown him kindness over the years, compelling Manager Li to assist him at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Li stepped closer to Li Mingxian and whispered in his ear. A flicker of hesitation passed through Li Mingxuan's eyes as he pondered aloud. Is this feasible? Manager Li's gaze was resolute. Young master, we have provided ample gifts over the years. Yet your two elder brothers refuse even to meet you. Can you not see the writing on the wall? They have made it clear they wish to exclude you. In a few years, should one of them ascend as the head of the Li family, your fate will be entirely out of your hands. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxian fell silent. Acutely aware of the truth, he was reluctant to confront. If they refused to accept him, the more glorious his current standing, the more dire his future would be. Despite his strong influence now, it was essential to remember that he was still riding on the Li family's coattails. What if, at that time, the head of the Li family fabricated a reason to replace him, or simply demanded he relinquish his business? Should he acquiesce, he would be at their mercy, his life dictated by their whims. And if he resisted, would he then be forced to confront the entire Li family? Moreover, over the years, he had accumulated enmity with the other three families, both overtly and covertly. Manager Li continued, the Li family has but two sons, should they both perish. The continuation of the family legacy would solely rely on your guidance. After all, there must be someone to inherit the family business. Moreover, the talents of the two are rather mediocre. Their ascension to the muscle refinement stage has been largely dependent on the resources provided by the family head. Chapter 45, Senior Brother Huangli. Should only the third son remain, you could still advance to the muscle refinement stage. Listening to the words of the steward, Li Mingxuan's gaze grew increasingly fierce, and he resolutely acquiesced. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Additionally, do not involve anyone from the Li family. Understood. My subordinates know what to do. Wait, Li Mingxian pondered for a moment before continuing. How much silver do we have in reserve? Approximately 1 million taels. Withdraw 200,000 taels to procure secret medicines, techniques, and beauties. Whatever pleases them, you are well aware of their preferences. Deliver them as before. Furthermore, take out 400,000 taels in silver notes, and present 20,000 to each of them. What is the reason for this? I wish for everyone to know that I, Li Mingxian, willingly submit. The steward contemplated briefly, his eyes lighting up as he bowed in acknowledgement. I understand. The steward acted swiftly. Within days, he arrived at the residence of the eldest son, Li Mingxing, with several carts of gifts. In the study of the eldest son, he announced, Young master, this is from the third son's subordinates. Li Mingxing took the silver notes, glanced at the list with a hint of surprise, then coldly laughed as he stored the notes away. Understood. Have the items collected? Yes. The steward hesitated before speaking again. Young master, shall we not pay him a visit? Li Mingxing scoffed dismissively. Visit whom? What is there to see? Merely a buffoon. Yes, the steward replied with resignation, bowing once more. Upon reaching the door, the steward informed Li Mingxian, the eldest master is quite pleased. You may take your leave. Li Mingxian clasped his hands in salute, refraining from further words as he departed. He subsequently delivered the gifts to the second son, Li Mingza, experiencing a similar reception. Despite the considerable wealth bestowed, the steward still did not lay eyes on either of the two. However, he was indifferent now, for this was merely a part of Li Mingxuan's grand design. Indeed, after delivering the gifts during the day, that night, the family head, Li Fengyan, received word of the events. He was well aware of the value of the gifts received, including the 400,000 taels in silver notes. His attitude towards Li Mingxian was quite favorable. 10 days later, the steward surveyed the dozen or so individuals before him, warriors they had discreetly recruited over the years. Among them were over 10 in the mid-stage of muscle refinement, and 2 elder warriors in the late stage. Only one, Qin Feng, remained in the early stage. The next course of action posed too great a risk should they employ the early-stage warriors, so the steward decided to retain only Qin Feng. Once a warrior reaches the muscle refinement stage, advancing any further becomes increasingly arduous, and the remuneration offered by Fenghua City is rather insufficient for their growth. Particularly upon entering the mid-stage, they could earn merely 1,500 taels a month, even if all were spent on cultivation. It would only afford them less than 4 portions of high-grade secret medicines at regular prices. As such, most warriors, upon reaching the mid-stage, would opt to leave Fenghua City for more prosperous locales in search of cultivation resources. It was through substantial financial expenditure that the steward managed to retain these individuals, especially the 2 elderly warriors in the late stage, whose demands had made even him feel the strain. Were it not for their prior acquaintanceship, they might not have agreed. Thankfully, at this moment, their past connection proved invaluable. Elder Chun, Elder Liu, I entrust this matter to you both. Brotherly need not be so formal. One must honor their obligations when compensated. We are both men of our word in this realm. This is the way of the martial world. Those who have thrived to this day have done so by maintaining their reputation. The steward turned to the others, his expression grave as he declared, upon the completion of this task, all of you must leave Fenghua City immediately. Return only a year later. Once the affairs of the Longmen Academy have concluded and all events have settled, a chorus of agreement followed. The next day, a sensational incident shook Fenghua City to its core. The signs of the 4 prominent families within the inner city were simultaneously assailed. Even though precautions had been taken due to the previous events surrounding Guoyanheng, with several early-stage muscle refinement guards by their side, the talents and combat experience of Qin Feng and his companions far surpassed that of the Li family's young masters. The sudden assault caught them completely off guard. Several from the noble families were grievously injured, for severely, and 3 perished on the spot. The eldest son, Li Mingcheng, lay gravely injured and unconscious, rumored to be at risk of permanent disability. Among the deceased was none other than the second son of the Li family, Li Mingzhe. The attack was executed by Elder Lu and Elder Chun, who, with their late-stage muscle refinement prowess, should have faced no unexpected challenges against mid-stage opponents. Had it not been for the serendipitous intervention of Feng Yan, Li Mingcheng might have also met a dire fate. Of course, this was not due to Feng Yan's strength reaching the late stage, but rather that of the elderly woman by her side, an accomplished master in the pinnacle of muscle refinement. Just as Elder Lu was about to deliver a fatal blow to Li Mingcheng, the old woman intervened in the nick of time. After exchanging several blows, Elder Lu was wounded and retreated swiftly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his 2 accomplices, having completed their mission, rapidly retreated towards the city outskirts. Their task was fulfilled, and one of the deceased was indeed their doing, specifically, the result of Qin Feng's own hand. As they approached the outer city gate, the city guards attempted to obstruct their exit, but were swiftly dispatched. The trio burst forth from the city, vanishing from sight. Shortly after leaving the city, Qin Feng and his companions instinctively separated, for trust was scarce among them. Presently, he traversed the forest alone. Suddenly, a streak of dark light flashed through the air. Qin Feng, anticipating the attack, instinctively blocked it with an incredible maneuver. He then retaliated, his claws creating several afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 engaged in a flurry of exchanges, a dozen blows exchanged in an instant. SSSHH. The assailants staggered back, staring at the claw marks on their chest, a look of horror creeping into their eyes. They fixated on Qin Feng's hands, their expression turning ghastly as they stammered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Qin Feng regarded the assailant, who was none other than senior brother Huang Li. At this moment, Huang Li gazed in shock at Qin Feng's hands, asserting in a tone of disbelief, "This is not the iron claw technique of the perfected realm." Qin Feng chuckled coldly, mocking, "Oh, perfected? How long ago was that? Are you still clinging to the past? You have ascended to the perfected realm? Want to find out? Then try me." Qin Feng replied in a chilling tone. Initially, he had thought they would not cross paths again so soon, but since Huang Li sought his own demise, he had no one to blame. With deliberate slowness, he raised his hands, adopting a seemingly innocuous stance of the iron claw technique, which at first glance appeared utterly unthreatening. Chapter 46, The 100 Refinements Iron Garb. However, for Huang Li standing opposite Qin Feng, the sensation was entirely different. The recent exchanges had already afforded him a glimpse into Qin Feng's prowess. He now understood that Qin Feng had likely perfected the iron claw technique. The weight of pressure upon him began to swell. Were it not for his slight advantage in realm over Qin Feng, he would have doubted his ability to survive even 3 exchanges against him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huang Li's forehead, and his eyes gradually hardened with ferocity. Disbelief coursed through him. Qin Feng was undoubtedly bluffing. With a fierce shout, Huang Li charged at Qin Feng once more, and the 2 clashed again. At this moment, Huang Li was fully committed, his claws slicing through the air with an aura of lethal intent. In stark contrast, Qin Feng faced Huang Li's onslaught with remarkable composure. Every offensive maneuver of the iron claw technique was etched in his mind. Before Huang Li could complete his series of attacks, Qin Feng had already calculated all possible counters in his mind. He stepped back, then unleashed a seemingly mundane yet precise strike towards Huang Li. Huang Li effortlessly dodged. But just then, as the initial thrust had seemingly exhausted its power, Qin Feng defied all logic, accelerating unexpectedly. One claw grazed Huang Li's abdomen. With a sickening sound, a gash appeared on Huang Li's midsection, and a torrent of blood spilled forth, compelling him to kneel. This was the perfected iron claw technique. Liberated from the constraints of fixed forms, it transcended mere technique. If Qin Feng so desired, he could unleash appropriate force from any angle instantaneously. It was no exaggeration to say that each move he executed could stand alone as a unique technique. This was indeed the consummation of the iron claw technique. How did you achieve this? Huang Li could scarcely believe it. His master, Huang Dong, had imparted all techniques to him, and yet he had only recently reached maturity, while Qin Feng had already attained perfection. In a fit of rage, Huang Li charged at Qin Feng once more, determined to fight to the bitter end. Alas, even in his prime, he could not best Qin Feng. In his current wounded state, victory was utterly unattainable. With a swift and decisive motion, Qin Feng pierced his throat with a claw. With a resounding thud, Huang Li's body crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open, forever staring into the void. Qin Feng advanced to search him, first discovering a handful of silver ingots. Just as he was about to give up, his hand froze over Huang Li's chest. Pressing down, he focused his gaze, gently slicing with his finger. With a swift motion, Huang Li's clothing was torn, revealing an inner lining from which a corner of paper protruded. Qin Feng pinched it out, finally discerning its nature. It was a currency exchange note, a document representing a large denomination of silver. As far as Qin Feng knew, the highest denomination of notes issued by the money exchange was 10,000 taels. Anything above that required such exchange notes. A faint smile crept across Qin Feng's face. If it was indeed an exchange note, the amount would surely be substantial. He wondered how much his senior brother could contribute. Turning the note over, upon seeing the figure inscribed upon it, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. 100,000 taels. He could hardly contain his excitement as he tucked the exchange note away. Various thoughts whirled in his mind. The Iron Claw martial arts school, having been purged by the Wolf Gang, was now effectively defunct. He had also noticed that the school had ceased recruiting disciples. Rumor had it that the headmaster, Huang Dong, had been gravely injured during the Wolf Gang incident and had succumbed shortly thereafter. Huang Linghua had been taken during the auction. Now, even his senior brother, Huang Li, lay dead at his hands, leaving the school desolate. This was indeed his opportunity. Although the actions of the third young master would undoubtedly provoke the families of Fenghua City into action, the Iron Claw martial arts school was located in the outer city, where danger was not a certainty. Furthermore, even if he were discovered, given his prowess and lightness skills at the consummate level, escaping unscathed would not pose a challenge. With these thoughts resolved, Qin Feng sought a secluded hill outside the city, patiently awaiting the fall of night. Time quickly passed, and soon evening descended. Most of the populace in the outer city were commoners of modest means, thus few could afford to light oil lamps. As Qin Feng leapt over the city wall and entered the city, the majority of the outer city was shrouded in darkness. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Iron Claw martial arts school once more. With his agility, he remained undetected. Within the school, he surveyed the familiar training grounds, now largely abandoned. With training equipment clearly neglected for some time, the school now only housed a handful of new servants tasked with cleaning, and though there were many, they were oblivious to his presence. Qin Feng pressed further inside, swiftly locating the headmaster's study. He rifled through the shelves, which were filled with mundane books of little value. His brow furrowed in disappointment. Had he perhaps overestimated the place? His main intention was to ascertain whether the Iron Claw martial arts school housed any other secret techniques. After all, even ordinary yellow-tier techniques could fetch several thousand taels. His gaze fell upon the desk. Having searched this area, if nothing was found, so be it. After a while, a solitary tome lay quietly in Qin Feng's hand, upon which were inscribed the words 100 Refinements Iron Garment. A smile of delight crossed his face as he opened the book for a cursory examination. This was a defensive yellow-tier technique, much like the Iron Claw technique. It could enhance a martial artist's cultivation. However, unlike the Iron Claw technique, which focused solely on the hands, the 100 Refinements Iron Garment refined the entire body. Thus, the resources and time required were several times that of the Iron Claw technique. This created a disadvantage for defensive techniques, as almost no one would consider them as primary cultivation methods. After all, with the same resources and time, one could opt for a technique that enhanced the hands or legs, leading to a swifter improvement in cultivation. This had become the mainstream approach to training. However, defensive techniques were rarer compared to others, leading to higher prices. Only those of significant means would choose to cultivate them, often as secondary techniques. Qin Feng tucked the tome into his robes before departing the Iron Claw martial arts school. The following day, he walked along the official road, heading towards the next city. Given the turmoil caused by the third young master of the Li family in Fenghua City, the prospects for the future appeared grim. Who could say whether Li Mingxuan's plans would be exposed? Should they be, with his current level of cultivation, remaining there would be perilous. He intended to travel to the next city and inquire which cities had allocations for the Longmen Academy. Moreover, he was close to breaking through to the next stage with the Iron Claw technique, with only about 100 practice sessions remaining. He needed to find a secure location to focus on his breakthrough. Currently, being outside the city, he had to maintain his combat readiness, refraining from full-fledged training. After all, the circumstances here were not like those within the city. Should he finish training only to be confronted by a fight, he could very well lose his life. Chapter 47. The Escort Agency. As Qin Feng traversed a wooded area with his pack, a rustling sound emanated from the trees on either side, and several individuals emerged. Flanking him, armed with large knives, they bore anxious expressions as they confronted Qin Feng. The leader, visibly nervous, spoke with a stammer. "Young lad, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, surrender the money you possess." Qin Feng halted his steps, his gaze sweeping over the group before him. At the forefront stood a man who appeared slightly more robust, flanked by several scrawny individuals whose disheveled attire suggested they resembled beggars more than bandits. The unusual calmness that Qin Feng displayed, rather than panic, only served to heighten their unease. This group of local brigands had previously only dared to act in the shadows of larger forces, emboldened by numbers. However, the spoils they garnered were meager at best. Now, desperation drove them to venture out in smaller numbers. The leader, meeting Qin Feng's steady gaze, instinctively swallowed hard, while his feeble companions shrank back in trepidation. They were baffled as to why this seemingly youthful individual could instill such dread within them. Mustering a semblance of bravado, the leader inhaled deeply and declared, "Leave us 2 taels of silver as a toll, and we shall allow you to pass unharmed." He recited the words he had learned from others with forced confidence. Qin Feng regarded them with equanimity, and after a few moments, he reached into his garments. His sudden movement sent a ripple of tension through the group. Yet, he merely produced a small piece of broken silver, tossing it at the leader's feet. The brigands exchanged startled glances. And then elation washed over them as the leader quickly scooped up the silver, weighing it in his hand. It was slightly more than 2 taels. Qin Feng resumed his forward motion, and the group instinctively parted to let him pass. As he drew nearer, their expressions shifted. It was no longer fear that filled their eyes, but greed and regret. Their initial goal had merely been to procure some silver for food. But the youth's appearance led them to believe he might be a plump target. They regretted not demanding more. With each passing moment, their thoughts turned darker, and an insidious idea began to take root in their minds. As Qin Feng brushed past them, the others hesitated. Suddenly, the leader's expression twisted into a snarl, and he swung his blade towards Qin Feng's back. His action ignited a fierce resolve among his companions, who raised their weapons in unison. The road soon bore witness to several fallen bodies, crimson blood pooling beneath them. A hand reached down to retrieve the silver that had fallen to the ground, wiping away the dust before returning it to Qin Feng's pocket. At that moment, the sound of hooves thundering upon the earth approached from behind. Qin Feng turned to see a caravan of several horses slowly making their way toward him. At the forefront of the procession, a young man, sensing trouble, urged his steed forward, breaking away from the group to close the distance to Qin Feng. "Whoa!" The young man reined in his horse 10 paces away. Assessing the situation from his mount, Qin Feng appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, burdened with a simple pack and clad in plain coarse linen. His countenance unremarkable. The rider, dismissing him as inconsequential, thought little of the matter, believing it merely involved dispatching a few common bandits. However, upon surveying the scattered corpses, his expression soured. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. "You there, move these bodies. They are obstructing the path." To his dismay, Qin Feng merely glanced at him, ignoring the command and continuing on his way. "You." The young man, feeling slighted by Qin Feng's insolence, unsheathed his sword with a metallic clang, pointing it in Qin Feng's direction. "Take another step forward, and I shall not hesitate to strike." At his warning, Qin Feng indeed paused, turning to meet the young man's gaze in silence, his demeanor unyielding. The young man prepared to unleash his wrath when, from the distance, the caravan drew closer. Perhaps sensing the brewing conflict, another rider approached, a middle-aged man with a somewhat simple demeanor. "Pinger, what is going on?" he inquired. "Uncle, just some ordinary mountain bandits. These bodies are blocking the caravan's route," the young man replied. "Just move the bodies aside. Why the delay? How can you speak so rudely while traveling?" The middle-aged man admonished, his tone stern. Annoyed, the young man, Lu Ping, retorted, "You come do it then," before turning his horse back toward the caravan. "Lu He." The middle-aged man shot him a disappointed glare before directing his attention to Qin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Despite being only a few years older than Lu Ping, Qin Feng's audacity to travel alone was commendable. "I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am Lu He from the Wei Yuan Escort Agency." Qin Feng was familiar with the escort agency from his time at the Iron Claw martial arts school. Although they did not take apprentices, their operations were quite similar to those of martial arts schools. However, the escort agency operated on a familial basis, with most members related by blood, fostering a high level of trust among them. Furthermore, they maintained rigorous standards for their members' capabilities, at the very least. One must reach the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm to participate in escort missions. They occasionally recruited capable escorts from outside, but the selection process was stringent, resulting in a team of significantly higher caliber than that of typical martial arts schools. "I am Qin Feng," he responded with a respectful bow. As the caravan drew ever closer, Lu He wasted no time. He dismounted and approached the bodies of the bandits. Grasping one with a single hand, he tossed it into the nearby ditch. Qin Feng's expression softened as he stepped aside, mimicking Lu He's actions with the nearest bandit's corpse, effortlessly lifting it with one hand and disposing of it as well. Lu He was astonished by Qin Feng's strength. These bandits were all grown men, and even the frailest weighed over 100 pounds. For Qin Feng to lift one with such ease suggested he possessed remarkable strength. It was known that the power of an iron-skinned martial artist did not increase until reaching the muscle-refining realm. Hence, unless Qin Feng was inherently strong, he must be a practitioner of the muscle-refining realm. Yet, a 17 or 18-year-old at the initial stage of this realm was extraordinary among his peers. Chapter 48, A Familiar Encounter. As the caravan passed safely, Lu He brushed away non-existent dust from his hands and turned to Qin Feng. The latter's assistance in moving the bodies had left a favorable impression on Lu He. Moreover, Qin Feng's youthful prowess sparked a desire for camaraderie within him. He approached Qin Feng with a smile. "Young brother, your strength is indeed remarkable." "You flatter me, Senior Lu," Qin Feng replied, returning the gesture of respect. Noticing that Qin Feng carried only a simple pack and no means of transportation, Lu He inquired about his destination. "Bocking, huh? That is quite a distance. We are headed there as well, so why not travel together since our paths align?" Bocking was indeed Qin Feng's intended destination. If one were to walk there, it would take at least half a month. However, boarding a merchant caravan had indeed been Qin Feng's intention. It was just that due to Lu Ping's exceedingly unpleasant demeanor earlier, he refrained from speaking up. Initially, he contemplated waiting for the next caravan, but Lu He perceptively discerned Qin Feng's predicament and promptly extended an invitation. Since the opportunity had been presented, Qin Feng graciously accepted. Recognizing that traveling with the escort agency would alleviate many complications, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Senior Lu." Lu He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No need for such formality. We are all merely trying to make a living in this world. It is only natural to assist one another while we are on the road." Qin Feng, feeling a surge of goodwill toward Lu He, did not insist on further politeness. Lu He then called out in a particular direction, and immediately a rider approached. "Lend your horse to this young brother," he instructed. "Yes, second master." Without further ado, the man dismounted and left the horse behind, casually choosing another cart to climb aboard alongside the driver. Thus, Qin Feng joined the convoy of the Wei Yuan escort agency. When Lu Ping noticed that Qin Feng had indeed followed along, he felt a surge of displeasure. However, in an effort to avoid conflict with his uncle, he chose to ignore him. As dusk fell, the group began to set up camp and light a fire. Qin Feng sat beside Lu He at the fire pit, munching on some provisions. Meanwhile, Lu Ping approached a cart and, with a somewhat solicitous tone, said, "Miss Song, you may come down to rest now." Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng turned to look. A woman of graceful stature descended from the cart, her complexion pale, suggesting she had not fully recovered from her injuries. Upon seeing her face, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, for he recognized her as the woman he had previously allowed to escape from the nursery. Noticing Lu Ping's overly enthusiastic demeanor, he feared that their relationship was rather close, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, trouble ensued. Lu Ping guided Song Gu towards Qin Feng's group. "Miss Song, how is your injury?" Lu He inquired with genuine concern upon seeing her approach. At this moment, Song Gu noticed Qin Feng, and her expression shifted to one of shock. "You," she exclaimed, before quickly regaining her composure and shouting, "How dare you appear here?" Lu He, taken aback, asked, "Miss Song, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Ping shot a hostile glance at Qin Feng. "We traced the culprits to the nursery in Fenghua City, and it was he who lay in ambush there. I was the only one to escape, and this man inflicted grave wounds upon me." The expressions of those nearby changed, and Lu He frowned as he turned to Qin Feng, asking, "Young brother Qin, what is the truth of this matter?" Qin Feng, however, did not contest her claims. "She speaks the truth. I did indeed injure her," he admitted. Lu He and the others were aware that Song Gu had sustained her injuries while investigating the matter of child trafficking, and that several of her companions had lost their lives. Without hesitation, Lu Ping drew his sword and pointed it at Qin Feng. "You are indeed a scoundrel. We were foolish to extend our kindness to you." "Pinger, do not act impulsively," Lu He interjected, blocking his nephew's advance. He then fixed a serious gaze on Qin Feng. "Young brother Qin, who exactly are you?" Surrounded by members of the escort agency, Lu He doubted Qin Feng's ability to escape. Furthermore, since Qin Feng did not attempt to deny or argue against Song Ji's accusations, he appeared quite forthright, prompting Lu He to seek clarity before resorting to violence. "I was merely hired to do a job, and I was unaware of the nursery's sinister dealings beforehand," Qin Feng explained. He then turned to Song Gu. "And let us not forget, You owe your survival to my mercy at that time. Are you now repaying kindness with enmity? Song Gu fell silent, recalling how Qin Feng had swiftly dispatched another assailant upon learning of the children's abduction, thus acting in ignorance of the full situation. It was indeed thanks to his intervention that she had survived. Yet, the thought of her companions, including Lin Gu, who had been killed by this very man, filled her with anguish. Her eyes reddened as she choked out, "But you did kill Lin Gu and the others." "Indeed, and what of it? Do you seek vengeance?" Qin Feng challenged. "If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige, but this time, I shall show no mercy." Song Gu was momentarily at a loss for words. Even Lin Gu, the strongest among them, could not contend with him, let alone herself. As for enlisting the assistance of the Wei Yuan escort agency's experts, her conscience would not allow it. With a fierce determination, she declared, "Very well. Then who is the mastermind behind the nursery? Reveal their identity." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a derisive laugh. "Are you certain that if I divulged their names, you would dare confront them?" Song Gu remained resolute. "Even if I lack the strength now, I must know the identity of my enemies. One day, I will avenge Lin Gu and the others." Qin Feng shook his head in refusal. "Then wait until you possess sufficient strength to act." After listening to their exchange, Lu He began to grasp the depth of their enmity. Song Gu attempted to speak again, but Lu Ping interjected with a derisive scoff. "Why waste words? Murderers must pay with their lives. It is only just. Besides, this scoundrel has infiltrated our caravan. Who knows what schemes he harbors? I shall slay him here and now." "Foolishness. Silence yourself," Lu He reprimanded. "Pinger, step aside." Lu Ping shot a venomous glare at Qin Feng. "Consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for my uncle's protection, you would be dead by now." He then assisted Song Gu to another fire pit. Lu He looked at his nephew, disappointment evident in his gaze. With such a mindset, he was even inferior to Qin Feng, who was several years younger. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that Song Ji's strength was not on par with Qin Feng's, and she had lost several companions to him. Yet, Lu Ping, who possessed a strength comparable to Song Ji's, dared to boast so brazenly. With a sigh, Lu He clasped his hands before Qin Feng in apology. "Young brother Qin, please do not take offense." "Senior Lu, you are too kind," Qin Feng replied, acknowledging the sentiment. As they resumed their seats by the fire, a moment of silence enveloped them. Lu He was the first to break the stillness. "Why did you not reveal the identity of the mastermind to her?" Qin Feng paused for a moment before replying honestly. "She is a good person. She does not deserve to die like this." Lu He sighed. "It seems the forces behind that group are quite formidable." Qin Feng picked up a piece of dry wood and tossed it into the flames, remaining silent. The following day, the escort agency's convoy continued its journey, and Qin Feng seized the opportunity to inquire about the situation in Ba City. "Senior Lu, do you know what rank Ba City holds?" Under the rule of the Great Chu dynasty, cities are evaluated and ranked based on various criteria, with a total of 5 ranks. In truth, many are unaware that some cities do not qualify for any rank at all, merely being classified as unranked. Only those cities that achieve a rank are afforded a place in the Longmen Academy. Qin Feng needed to ascertain whether Ba City had attained a rank. "A 5th rank city?" "Young brother, why do you ask?" "A 5th rank? That is the lowest tier, yet it is acceptable. At least there is a quota." Qin Feng then expressed his intention to contend for a place as a disciple at the Longmen Academy. "So, this is your aim for the Longmen Academy's discipleship quota." Lu He, having journeyed extensively across the land, was naturally aware of the recruitment process for the Longmen Academy, possessing more insights than Qin Feng. He shook his head and said, "Brother Qin, Ba City is a 5th-tier city. Indeed, it has its quotas, yet none are allocated for ordinary folk." Qin Feng furrowed his brow. "Ordinary folks' quotas? What does that mean?" Lu He elaborated. "You underestimate the complexity of the Longmen Academy's recruitment. Although tiered cities have specific quotas, there exists an unwritten rule whereby the majority of these allocations are prioritized for local powers. In a 5th-tier city, there are merely 5 quotas, and local factions often struggle to divide them amongst themselves. For tiers above 4, prominent families engage in the distribution, leaving only a handful of quotas for us commoners to compete for. Thus, if you wish to participate, you must at least venture to a 4th-tier city like Fenghua City. As I understand it, the nearest Fenghua City is indeed a 4th-tier city, boasting 20 quotas, yet only around 5 will be available for us to contend over." "Is it truly so?" Qin Feng was taken aback, for he had been completely oblivious to the myriad undisclosed intricacies surrounding the recruitment of disciples at the Longmen Academy. Noticing Qin Feng's lack of knowledge, Lu He continued to clarify. "Moreover, simply gaining admission does not equate to becoming a disciple of the Longmen Academy. The academy is divided into inner, outer, and branch schools. Once candidates are determined in these cities, they will congregate and undergo 3 years of training, culminating in an assessment. Only those who pass will become disciples of the branch school. As for the higher outer and inner schools, I am unfamiliar with their particulars." Qin Feng nodded and inquired further. May I ask, Elder Lu, what is the nearest fourth-tier city aside from Fenghua City? Chang City, located in the northeast, is approximately 3,000 miles from here. 3,000 miles. That would take a month or two on horseback. Suddenly, Lu He posed a question. One more thing. Do you have money? Money? What do you mean? Lu He revealed a knowing expression. Though the official registration fee is merely 100 taels, in reality, if you do not possess 100,000 taels ready for the person in charge of recruitment, your visit will be little more than a formality. Failing even the first round. 100,000 taels? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is not a secret. Anyone with connections would be aware. Qin Feng recalled the 100,000 taels in exchange tickets he received from his senior brother, Huangli. It seemed his senior brother was also privy to this information and had made plans accordingly. Thank you for enlightening me, Elder Lu. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. As this information was crucial, had he remained ignorant, waiting foolishly in Ba City, even with the 100,000 taels, he would have been unable to secure a quota, prolonging his wait for another 3 years. Haha, it's no big deal. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Lu. All right, Uncle Lu. The two continued their conversation, with Qin Feng gaining much from Lu He's extensive knowledge of the world. However, Lu Ping occasionally cast glances their way, growing increasingly displeased with Qin Feng's presence. Suddenly, a cry rang out, "Kill!" A band of mountain bandits surged down from the hills towards the convoy, exuding a formidable aura. The crowd began to resist. Lu Ping unsheathed his cold sword and plunged into the fray, his swift swordplay leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Yet, these were merely ordinary bandits, easily handled by the convoy's personnel. The skirmish did not last long. The bandits suffered heavy losses and, realizing they could not prevail, began to retreat. Observing the remaining bandits flee, Lu Ping turned and provocatively glanced at Qin Feng, only to find the latter's gaze calm, merely exchanging a fleeting glance before shifting his attention elsewhere. Lu Ping snorted coldly, leading his companions to tidy up the battlefield before continuing on their journey. Thus, the Wei Yuan escort's convoy arrived safely in Ba City. That evening, within an inn in Ba City, Qin Feng took out the 100 Refinements Iron Shirt technique and began to study it meticulously. The system in his mind swiftly updated. 100 Refinements Iron Shirt. Technique, not yet initiated. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 20 times to enter the next stage. Without hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved 2 ordinary refining pills from his pack, utilizing them to increase the practice count of the 100 Refinements Iron Shirt. After 2 hours, 100 Refinements Iron Shirt. Technique, initiated. Progress, 20. Guidance, practice 100 times to enter the next stage. Qin Feng concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of turbid air and opening his eyes. He assessed his body. The effects were modest. Aside from his hands, his skin's resilience was akin to that of someone at the early stage of the iron skin realm. However, it could still withstand ordinary stones and similar objects. In this world, the techniques strengthened the parts of the body they trained. Practicing iron claw techniques, for instance, would not make the rest of the body as resilient as the hands. Naturally, the larger the area of training, the slower the cultivation speed. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not anxious. Given enough time, he would eventually elevate his learned techniques to their utmost levels. For instance, the perfected iron claw technique would accelerate his cultivation progress significantly compared to others. Otherwise, how could he have refined the muscles of both arms in just a few months? Beyond the efficacy of the medicinal pills, his techniques provided substantial assistance. Chapter 50, New Techniques. High-tier techniques were his greatest advantage. The following day, Qin Feng stood at the inn's entrance, bidding farewell to Lu He. The members of the Wei Yuan escort had only paused for a night to replenish supplies and were set to continue their journey today. Their route diverged from Qin Feng's, heading towards Qifeng City in the northwest, while Qin Feng aimed for Chang City in the northeast. Brother Qin, until we meet again. Uncle Lu, take care. Qin Feng solemnly clasped his hands in farewell. Haha, well then, I'm off. After watching Lu He depart, Qin Feng purchased essential provisions and a horse, while also inquiring about the location of the nearby black market. Later, he visited the money house, withdrawing 30,000 taels from the 100,000 in exchange tickets, combining it with the 20,000 he had on him to amount to 50,000. The latter 2,000 taels were his final payment from Steward Li, slightly lesser than others, as he was still in the early stage of the refining muscle realm. It is worth noting that those selected by Steward Li were generally formidable individuals among their peers. The generous remuneration Qin Feng received could be considered quite accommodating. That evening, Qin Feng ventured to the black market, acquiring a plethora of refining pills for his cultivation on the journey. Naturally, it was inevitable to attract attention on the return trip. However, in the end, only a few more corpses were left outside the city. As for the 100,000 taels designated for the Longmen Academy, Qin Feng's thoughts diverged. Only by converting wealth into personal strength could it truly belong to him. Just like his senior brother Huangli, who guarded the 100,000 taels closely, was it not destined to benefit him in the end? Qin Feng did not expend all his resources on purchasing secret medicines. Rather, his burden was too great to accommodate such quantities. Otherwise, he would have genuinely wished to exchange everything. He first returned to the inn, subsequently extracting the ordinary secret medicines he had acquired and began to consume them. The primary advantage of the ordinary secret medicines was their ability to refresh training attempts. Thus, while still within the city and enjoying a semblance of safety, he aimed to complete the remaining 100+ practice sessions of the Iron Claw technique. After 3 days, he had entirely depleted the ordinary secret medicines. Upon finishing the last training session, the system data in his mind began to shift. The original entry for the Iron Claw technique gradually faded, replaced by a new name for a martial art. Iron Claw technique, Phantom Ghost Claw. Technique, perfect level. Description, an enhancement of the Iron Claw technique, striking as if summoned by a ghost, killing invisibly. With a mere gesture, one can take a life. As the name Phantom Ghost Claw emerged, his comprehension of the Iron Claw technique began to transform, giving rise to a new technique derived from it. Instinctively, Qin Feng initiated the Phantom Ghost Claw. He then observed as his hands began to morph. The joints of his fingers swelled slightly, while the bones contracted, and the muscles of his entire palm tightened inward. Qin Feng stared in astonishment at his hands. What was this? The prior characteristic of his hands darkening during the execution of techniques vanished, supplanted by this claw-like form. Although they appeared significantly thinner than usual, Qin Feng could discern that his hands possessed greater strength and resilience, and this form was better suited for executing the Iron Claw technique, now aptly named the Phantom Ghost Claw. According to his newfound understanding, this claw form minimized air resistance during attacks, resulting in a swifter striking speed. It was the evolution of his hands into the most suitable shape for claw techniques. The following day, Qin Feng set forth towards the next city. Days later, at the entrance of a bustling tavern in a certain city, a figure donned in a monkey mask perused the bounty list at the counter. Throughout these days, he had traveled by day and utilized the nights to consume high-grade secret medicines for training, successfully refining his third major tendon. Still 2 arm tendons away from the mid-stage of the muscle refinement realm. The refining effect of the Phantom Ghost Claw surpassed previous levels, with efficiency at least doubled. This bolstered Qin Feng's confidence for the upcoming recruitment at the Longmen Academy in a year. However, the cost was that his secret medicines had been entirely consumed. Thus, after restocking on secret medicines from the black market outside the city, he returned to the tavern to accept another bounty. As Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a particular piece of information, his brow furrowed, and he swiftly skimmed through it. A bounty for an assassination task against the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau offered a reward of 2,000 taels. The target, Lu He, was of the late muscle refinement realm, and slaying him would yield 4,000 taels. However, this bounty had already been crossed out. What could this mean? The counter attendant glanced at it and spoke. Oh, this task required a large number of assassins, but recruitment has now ceased. Ceasing recruitment implied that sufficient personnel had been gathered, rather than the task being completed. When did this happen? Upon hearing this, the person frowned, looked up at him, and replied, I cannot disclose that information. Initially intending to glean further details, Qin Feng realized the individual was evidently cautious, and he had no choice but to relent. An uneasy premonition stirred within him. Yet he opted for a bounty and turned to leave the tavern. Qin Feng reassured himself that it was merely a fleeting encounter. Moreover, Lu He's strength was formidable. While he himself was merely an early-stage muscle refinement practitioner, worrying was futile. After completing the bounty at hand, Qin Feng returned to the inn, lay upon his bed, and closed his eyes, yet slumber eluded him for an extended period. After a stick of incense had burned, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A hint of helplessness reflected in them. With a touch of frustration, he tossed the blanket aside and exhaled heavily. Rising, he donned his clothes, descended to check out of his room, mounted his horse, and rode through the night, heading towards the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau. Qin Feng recalled Lu He mentioning that their destination was Qifeng City, which, although distant, was a level 4 city that also had quotas for the Longmen Academy. It was fortuitously along his route. It had been less than 10 days since he parted ways with Uncle Lu. Yet he was uncertain if the other party had taken action. Half a month later, as Qin Feng rode to a mountain pass, he beheld several corpses strewn across the road, alongside a wrecked carriage. He hastily urged his horse forward to investigate. The carriage belonged to the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, and among the fallen was the very individual who had earlier offered his horse to Qin Feng. Distant shouts of battle echoed. He spurred his horse towards the source of the clamor, but upon turning a corner, discovered a large boulder obstructing his path. Qin Feng dismounted, gathered his breath, and leaped over the boulder, swiftly propelling himself forward. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures assaulted the members of the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau. The battlefield was chaotic. At that moment, Song Gu also brandished her dagger, engaging in combat with the enemy. Her dagger moved with remarkable agility in her grasp, leaving wounds on her adversaries with each deft maneuver. With a final slash across her opponent's throat, she dispatched him, but clutched her chest as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her complexion growing paler. Several black-clad figures advanced to deliver fatal blows, but a figure leapt in front of Song Gu, setting Sun sword technique. Hiya. Chapter 51, repelling the attack. The flash of the sword cut through the air, instantly slaying the advancing assailants. Miss Song, hold on. Lu Ping rushed forward to support Song Gu, concern etched on his face. Song Gu surveyed the situation. The enemy's strength was formidable, and several of the Escort Bureau's mid-stage muscle refinement practitioners were occupied, while other black-clad figures hunted down the Bureau's members, rendering the situation dire. Soon, another wave of black-clad figures surged towards them, including one in the mid-stage of muscle refinement. Seeing this, Lu Ping could only advance with his sword to hold the line, but the adversary's overwhelming strength forced him into retreat. Swoosh! The assailant's claw struck Lu Ping's shoulder, instantly staining his arm with blood. The other hand lunged towards his face. Lu Ping hastily raised his sword to block, but the opponent followed with a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying several yards. Clutching his injured arm, Lu Ping gazed at his opponent in terror. Acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, he stood no chance. Meanwhile, Lu He was embroiled in combat with several black-clad figures, occasionally glancing towards Lu Ping, his heart racing with anxiety as he witnessed Lu Ping being besieged and injured. Get back! Lu He bellowed, unleashing a punch at the nearest black-clad figure. 5 tigers break the door fist. Bang! The black-clad figure crossed his arms to defend, but with a sickening crack, he was sent hurtling backward, landing and spewing forth a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Though one enemy was defeated, another black-clad figure seized the opportunity to strike at Lu He. Lu He braced himself, retaliating with another punch, forcing the assailant back. Suddenly, a palm struck Lu He's back. He felt an immense force akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, causing his complexion to pale slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and turned to engage his assailant. The two exchanged a few blows before creating some distance. Lu He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Iron Mountain Palm. You are from the Iron Mountain Escort Bureau. Heh. Second Master Lu, your charisma has not waned with the years, the familiar voice responded, darkening Lu He's expression. Tai Shihua, it is you. Tai Shihu, the head of the Taishan Escort Agency, stood at the pinnacle of the late muscle refinement realm, his prowess surpassing even that of Lu He. Heh. I never expected that Lord Lu Air would still remember me. Are you contemplating war against the Wei Yuan Escort Agency? He sneered, casting a glance toward Lu Ping. As long as I keep you here, your elder brother alone cannot hope to contend with us. A moment later, he added, in a short while, your precious nephew will meet his demise here. Lu He turned to look at Lu Ping, who was now on the brink of despair. He wished to rush forward, but Tai Shihu bellowed, Stop Lu He. He must not escape today. Several figures clad in black swiftly responded, launching a barrage of lethal strikes toward Lu He to impede his advance. Lu Ping, summoning the last of his strength, swung his sword, momentarily forcing back the assailants before he planted the blade into the ground, his body riddled with wounds. Exhausted, he found himself backed against Song Gu. Miss Song, flee, he urged. I cannot, she replied, her eyes filled with despair as the encroaching foes closed in once again. A black-clad warrior in the mid-muscle refinement realm clawed at Lu Ping. Just as they believed their end was nigh, a shadow darted from a distance, racing towards them and leaping over Lu Ping and Song Gu to confront the black-clad assailant. Ghostly claw of the underworld. The black-clad warrior's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily altered his stance. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Clang, clang. Sparks erupted between them as Lu Ping and Song Gu looked on in astonishment. The newcomer, with hands transformed into claws, matched the mid-muscle refinement warrior's technique. Yet his strikes were undeniably more ferocious and unpredictable. In less than 10 moves, the shadow abandoned the black-clad foe and charged towards the others nearby. The black-clad warrior remained poised to attack, but 5 delicate crimson lines suddenly appeared on his throat, growing more vivid as blood profusely gushed forth, ultimately causing his body to collapse heavily to the ground. Moments later, all the assailants surrounding Lu He were dispatched. The figure came to a halt, turning to face Lu Ping and Song Gu. It was Qin Feng. It's you. Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise. Observing their injuries, Qin Feng instructed. You two find a safe place to hide. I shall assist Uncle Lu. Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the battlefield where Lu He was engaged. Now, Only Tai Shihu, a late muscle refinement warrior, and 2 mid-muscle refinement warriors remained against Lu He. However, Lu He was in a dire state himself. In a fit of urgency, he had allowed Tai Shihu to injure him while he dispatched the 2 black-clad assailants. His condition had deteriorated significantly, and if time slipped further, he risked being killed by Tai Shihu. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived just in time, unleashing his ghostly claw upon one of the mid-muscle refinement warriors. The unpredictable angles and trajectories of his attacks soon had the opponent struggling to defend himself. Noticing the dire situation, the other rushed to provide support. Yet Qin Feng held his ground against both adversaries. Seeing that it was Qin Feng, Lu He was filled with elation, laughing heartily. "Ha, brother Qin. It's good to see you again." Qin Feng's hands transformed into shadows, and one opponent suddenly found himself disoriented. With a swift motion, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, stumbling backward to discover 5 gashes bleeding profusely. Qin Feng had somehow slipped past his comrade, and was now dangerously close. As blood splattered, Qin Feng turned toward the remaining assailant, calmly stating, "Uncle Lu, please take the battle more seriously." "Ha ha ha, all right. Once I dispatch him, we can have a proper chat," Lu He replied. The surrounding black-clad warriors, witnessing the turn of events, charged at Qin Feng. However, their numbers proved futile against the uncanny ghostly claw, which caught them off guard from all angles. Moreover, Qin Feng possessed a unique technique that allowed him to accelerate unexpectedly, evading their attacks at crucial moments. Watching the battle unfold, Lu Ping and Song Gu were left in awe. So powerful, they marveled, realizing that his strength far exceeded their comprehension. As the number of attacking warriors dwindled and Lu He remained unrestrained, Tai Shihu's face darkened, his heart racing with anxiety. Some among the attackers were his own men from the Taizhan escort agency. If they fell here, the agency would suffer irreparable damage. Reluctantly, Tai Shihu ordered a retreat. As the enemy fled, Lu He felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to cough up blood moments later, realizing the pain in his back. "Uncle Lu, are you all right?" Qin Feng rushed to his side. "Second uncle, Senior Lu." Lu Ping and Song Gu approached, concern etched on their faces. Lu He waved them off. "It's nothing. A few months of recuperation will suffice." He then turned to Qin Feng, asking with curiosity, "What brings you here?" "I intended to visit Zifeng City, so I came this way," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Understanding the unspoken implications, Lu He merely smiled. Standing beside them, Lu Ping and Song Gu fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Ping glanced at Qin Feng, his expression conflicted, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining. As the heir of the Wei Yuan escort agency, he felt embarrassed to humble himself before Qin Feng. Lu He observed his nephew's demeanor with a disapproving glare, remarking, "A true man in the world of rivers and lakes must distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Cast aside that repugnant sense of superiority. Remember, you're not formidable. You merely have a good father." His tone grew stern as he concluded. Hearing this, Lu Ping hung his head in shame. Lu He, dismissing him, turned to the remaining survivors, instructing, "Everyone, check if anyone is injured and do your utmost to assist them. Gather the fallen brothers and find a proper place for their burial. Do not let their bodies lay in the wilderness." "Yes, Second Master," the group replied, promptly attending to their tasks. As Qin Feng supported Lu He and prepared to leave, Lu Ping suddenly clasped his hands in a deep bow, sincerely stating, "Thank you, Brother Qin, for your timely assistance. I, Lu Ping, shall remember this kindness. I apologize for any previous offenses. Please forgive me." Beside him, Song Gu pressed her lips together, realizing Lu He's words also applied to her. She added, "I owe you a life." Hearing their expressions of gratitude, Qin Feng paused, his back turned to them, while Lu He's expression softened. After a brief moment, Qin Feng nodded, his face devoid of emotion, and quietly replied, before turning to leave. As he departed, Song Gu called out, "You mentioned that you would tell me who my enemies are once I possess sufficient strength. What level of power are you referring to?" "When you attain the completion of the muscle refinement realm, I will reveal it to you," he responded. After the group finished tidying up, they continued on their journey. However, the recent battle had significantly reduced the escort agency's numbers, especially among those who primarily supported in combat. A few days later, the group arrived at the next city, where the Wei Yuan escort agency promptly recruited a fresh batch of individuals, each possessing strength at least at the pinnacle of the Iron Skin realm. Naturally, they had no interest in those of higher cultivation levels, as they needed to ensure their own personnel maintained a dominant presence. Within half a day's time, they selected over 50 martial artists from the throng of applicants. After procuring necessary supplies and resting for the night, they continued their journey. In the stillness of the night, in a narrow alley of a certain city, 2 lifeless bodies lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling beneath them, releasing a heavy stench of iron. Drip! A drop of blood slipped from the fingertips of a shadow, striking the ground below. as a few faint beams of moonlight cascaded down. The visage of a monkey mask became apparent on the figure's face, its comical and endearing nature starkly contrasting with the bloody corpses before it. The figure bent down, rummaging through the bodies, extracting several silver notes and some loose coins. With a swift motion, he vanished into the depths of the alley. 2 months flitted by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the 70,000 taels that Qin Feng had originally possessed had long been depleted. By day, he traveled with the escort agency's convoy, and by night, he sought bounties at Huaman Tower, earning several thousand taels in various endeavors, all of which he invested in purchasing secret medicines from the black market. Such expenditure of resources allowed him to refine the tendons in his arm to the 5th stage, nearing completion and just a step away from mid-stage in tendon refinement. Moreover, the potency of the spectral ghost claw exceeded Qin Feng's expectations, both in the seamlessness of its execution and its sheer power, surpassing the iron claw technique by at least 1 tier. Throughout this period, the escort agency's convoy encountered a few minor setbacks, yet they ultimately arrived safely at a small town near Qifeng City, Depaying Town, which was the intended destination of the Weiyuan escort agency. Qin Feng noted that the further north they traveled, the more prosperous the areas became, with an increasing population. Furthermore, the distances between cities appeared significantly reduced, often merely requiring the crossing of 1 or 2 mountains to glimpse another city. As he strolled through the streets, observing the bustling crowd, Qin Feng felt a distinct difference compared to the populous Fenghua city. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the disparity. The common folk here bore a healthier complexion than those in Fenghua city, although most still donned coarse linen garments. They did not exhibit the pallor of malnourishment seen in Fenghua. Clearly, life here was markedly better. After the Weiyuan escort agency delivered their goods, it was time to part ways. This was a genuine farewell. In the realm of martial arts, one rarely lingered in one place for long. After exchanging cordial farewells with Lu He, they each went their separate ways. Given the proximity to Qifeng City, Qin Feng resolved to seek out a place to settle temporarily. He inquired about locations along the way and subsequently arrived at a leasing agency within the town, specialized in buying, selling, and renting properties. Upon entering, several agents within the agency perked up, directing their attention toward him. However, upon seeing his youth in relatively plain attire, though not as coarse as before, they quickly lost interest. Typically, young men like him had little money to spare, and thus their spending power was minimal. Even if they managed to close a deal, the profit would be negligible. Consequently, they feigned ignorance, attending to their tasks of cleaning and bookkeeping. This was hardly surprising. Having commenced his martial training at the age of 16, Qin Feng had only been practicing for 2 years, now at the tender age of 18. He still bore the remnants of youth, appearing somewhat naive. At that moment, a young man of similar age emerged from one of the agency's rooms, noticing Qin Feng and curiously addressing one of the agents beside him. "Li Gu, is there a guest here?" The agent, previously engrossed in his accounts, seemed to only just recognize Qin Feng's presence, displaying an expression of sudden realization as he replied, "Ah, a guest has arrived. Xiao Lu, why don't you attend to him? I have matters to wrap up." "Oh, all right." The young agent, Lu, approached Qin Feng with a polite smile, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed guest, do you wish to buy or rent?" "I wish to rent a small courtyard." Upon hearing this, Lu's smile broadened, and he nodded enthusiastically. After a brief conversation, Lu took up the ledger and led Qin Feng out of the agency. Chapter 53, a minor incident at the leasing agency. As they stepped out, the remaining agents snickered, exchanging sarcastic remarks. "What a show. Heh, this Xiao Lu is diligent, but lacks the sharpness needed for our line of work. He has much to learn," the agent namedly boasted, relishing his supposed wisdom. "Huh, you're the sharpest of us all, I suppose." Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Lu returned to the agency, having inspected 5 courtyards. Qin Feng found 2 that met his preferences in terms of price and location. Ultimately, he chose one situated favorably near the bustling area. After negotiating, they settled on a rental fee of 200 taels per year, and he opted to rent it for 2 years. With the new year just beginning, he was aware that Longmen Academy would enroll students a year later, but the precise date remained uncertain, prompting him to secure a 2-year lease. 400 taels were a trivial sum for him. A single bounty could yield over 1,000 taels. Lu, brimming with excitement, approached the counter to prepare the contract. The agency took a commission of 10% from their agents, meaning Lu would earn 40 taels from Qin Feng's rental fee. For an ordinary person, this was a substantial amount, as most common folk earned less than 10 taels a month. Moreover, being a newcomer in the field, this was his first significant deal. As Lu reveled in his good fortune, Li cast a curious glance at the exhilarated young man, his expression darkening upon realization. "This courtyard rents for 200 taels a year, and you're renting it for 2 years." "Indeed, Lu Gu." The other agents exchanged glances. remorseful that they hadn't pursued the opportunity themselves. Li, muttering under his breath, turned away, feeling frustrated. Just as Lu prepared to finalize the contract, a burly man entered, accompanied by another agent. As the agent approached the counter, he noticed Lu's nearly completed contract. "Hey, Xiao Lu, is someone renting this place?" In response to the agent's inquiry, Lu, puzzled, replied, "Yes, Chenggu, what's the matter?" With a frown, the agent explained, "My client has also taken a liking to this courtyard. However, it's first come, first served, and their contract is already prepared." Lu, feeling awkward, smiled apologetically and guided Qin Feng aside to sign the contract. Meanwhile, the agent approached the burly man, explaining, "A guest just happened to choose this courtyard. Shall we look at the others? The other options are quite nice as well. They're all similar." However, the imposing figure, accustomed to getting his way, retorted arrogantly, "Similar? What do you mean by similar? I want this one." The robust figure of the Han turned his head towards Qin Feng, who was not far away. Within the dental shop, aside from him, the only other patron was Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to affix his signature, a rough, calloused hand reached out and snatched the contract away. "This courtyard is mine. You may look for others," the man declared. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. "Sir, this is against the rules." "Rules? What rules? I have the means." The man retorted. "Let us see. It's 200 taels a year, right? I'll add 10% and rent this courtyard to myself." "That's unacceptable." The anxious clerk tried to interject. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Then I shall add 20%. The two clerks nearby were taken aback. 30%, 40%, 50%. The burly man shouted, anticipating a counteroffer from Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng merely gazed at him calmly, showing no inclination to bid, and simply uttered two words, "Childish." The man's face flushed with anger as he cursed himself inwardly for having made such an outrageous offer. Money should not be squandered so foolishly. Yet, having made his declaration, he could not retract it. With a scowl, he hastily signed the rental contract and pressed his seal. He then shot a menacing glare at Qin Feng, threatening, "All right, kid, I'll remember you." With a heavy snort, the man departed from the dental shop. The worried clerk remarked, "Little brother, these people are not to be trifled with. You must be cautious." Qin Feng merely nodded nonchalantly, then selected another small courtyard he favored. After spending some time sorting out the paperwork, he exited the dental shop and made his way to his new residence. As he stepped out, several shadowy figures stealthily followed behind him. Seemingly unaware, Qin Feng proceeded to a street corner and turned inward. The figures quickly pursued him, navigating the twists and turns of the alley, only to find themselves in a dead end, with Qin Feng's figure having vanished. "Where is he? Are you looking for me?" a voice called from behind them. They turned to find Qin Feng emerging from a shadowy corner of a doorway, blocking their path. "Kid, you've got some nerve." The imposing figure they encountered earlier sneered, drawing a short knife from his sleeve and regarding Qin Feng with derision. "It's not too late to beg for mercy." Moments later, Qin Feng re-emerged from the alley's entrance, glancing around. He extended his foot, rubbing the sole of his shoe in the dirt at the corner, turning it over slightly, before continuing down the street. In the dark soil he had disturbed, a few inconspicuous crimson specks became visible. After becoming familiar with Deping Town for a while, Qin Feng realized it was rather chaotic. While bustling, people from all walks of life flocked here. The environment was rife with disorder, often leading to fights over trivial matters. However, as martial artists congregated in this area, the intelligence network of Hua Man Lu also followed suit. As time passed, a month swiftly went by, during which a killer known by the moniker Shadow began to circulate in the vicinity. The frequency of Shadow's strikes was alarmingly high. In just a month, over 30 individuals had met their demise, a veritable spree. Moreover, the crime scenes bore little evidence of struggle, suggesting that the victims were caught completely off guard and killed in a single blow. This instilled a sense of dread among the populace, each fearing they might be next. The distinctive monkey-faced mask of Shadow became widely recognized. One evening, Qin Feng slowly concluded his meditation, opening his eyes. The enhancement of his cultivation brought him immense relief. Recently, he had visited the nearby black market, also seeking to purchase secret elixirs. To his astonishment, he found premium secret elixirs on sale, albeit at exorbitant prices. A single premium elixir for the muscle refinement stage cost 2,000 taels. Despite the steep cost, these elixirs could save him considerable time. Chapter 54, The Tavern. Previously, practicing his techniques 10 times would consume an entire hour. With the premium elixir, the repetitions remained the same, but the efficacy surpassed that of high-grade elixirs by a factor of 2. Thus, consuming one premium elixir equated to using 2 high-grade elixirs, effectively having the time required. Qin Feng purchased 25 of them at once, and subsequently devoted several days to training in his courtyard. Now, he had successfully refined his 5th muscle. officially entering the mid-stage of muscle refinement, with his sixth muscle nearly halfway completed. At this pace, he felt confident he could achieve a breakthrough to the late stage of muscle refinement, or even reach perfection by next year. His anticipation for the Dragon Gate Academy next year grew immensely. After tidying up, Qin Feng ventured out to a small tavern in the town. At that moment, the tavern was particularly lively. Though not comparable to grander establishments, it attracted a diverse crowd, and one could occasionally overhear snippets of gossip. Today, as usual, Qin Feng ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, settling into a corner to pour himself a drink. He first heard discussions about shadow, and after a while, he caught a familiar term. I've heard that a gang called the Wolf Gang in the south is quite fearsome. They've reportedly breached over 10 cities. Ah, I think I've heard of it too, Qin Feng mused, surprised that news of the Wolf Gang had reached this far. However, as he listened further, he sensed something amiss. It was not just the south. There were several factions stirring trouble in other directions from Qin Feng City as well. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Humph, the Wolf Gang? You should know that there's an even more ruthless group to the west, the Cult of All Beings. They say it can render an ordinary person impervious to blades and bullets, claiming to be divine beings descended from the heavens, promoting a hodgepodge of doctrines and gathering a large following. I tell you, those people are mad. One of his companions appeared anxious, hastily trying to silence him. Shoo, you're asking for trouble, speaking such things behind their backs. Uft, are they that far away? Do they have ears all the way over here? The companion retorted. How do you know there aren't any of their people here? The speaker fell silent at this, but recalling the fervor of those cult followers, he could only retreat in defeat. Qin Feng's eyes reflected a contemplative expression. Deep down, he felt perplexed. This place was supposedly under the rule of the Great Chu dynasty, yet the presence of the dynasty felt remarkably faint. Up until now, he had not heard a single mention of the Great Chu dynasty. Furthermore, the name of the Cult of All Beings suggested it was no benevolent organization. He had personally witnessed the Wolf Gang's atrocities. The outskirts of Fenghua City had been nearly wiped out, yet despite the passage of time, there had been no military response to quell the chaos. It was utterly bewildering. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Qin Feng finished his meal and exited the tavern. As he approached the vicinity of his courtyard, he suddenly spotted several figures darting swiftly past him, seemingly in pursuit of someone. A flicker of interest crossed Qin Feng's gaze as he leapt into action, trailing them from a distance. Not far outside Deping Town, before a dilapidated temple, a battered man collapsed onto the ground, desperately attempting to rise. Among the three pursuers, one delivered a vicious kick to his back, sending him sprawling. The body of the man soared through the air, colliding violently with the stone lantern at the temple's entrance. A resounding crash echoed. The stone lantern, crafted from solid rock, was instantaneously shattered in two, and the tremendous impact forced the man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Another individual swiftly approached, delivering a powerful kick that struck the man's chest from above, producing a sharp crack that signified the end of his life. After the three had slain the man, one among them stepped forward to hastily rummage through the deceased's belongings. A brief moment later, that individual led the other two away from the scene in haste. Once they had vanished from sight, Qin Feng quietly emerged before the lifeless body. He crouched down and began to search the man's remains, quickly uncovering several silver notes and 2 boxes of secret medicine. Strangely, Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, sensing that something was amiss. In fact, he had arrived here before the trio and had been lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. How could 3 individuals, after pursuing their target for so long and committing murder, leave without taking anything? Even in the case of a vendetta, it seemed improbable that they would forego silver notes and secret medicine, unless, of course, they had a matter of greater urgency at hand, rendering them unwilling to waste even a moment. Intuitively sensing the complexity of the situation, Qin Feng swiftly concealed the secret medicine and silver notes within his garments and set off in pursuit of the direction the trio had taken. Suddenly, a firework erupted in the sky. The 3 men abruptly looked up, then accelerated towards the location of the explosion. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a group of over 10 individuals assaulting 3 formidable men. The trio quickly joined the fray, and soon more combatants surged forward to partake in the conflict. At that moment, Qin Feng was concealed within the branches of a large tree, his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding below. Despite being outnumbered, the 3 besieged men exhibited prowess that matched their adversaries. The surrounding attacks, though numerous, merely produced a cacophony of metallic clashing and sparks, inflicting no harm upon them. Their strikes were powerful and unrestrained, sending anyone struck spiraling back in a spray of blood. The intensity of the combat was palpable, with an array of techniques that dazzled the eyes. Not only were the 3 men formidable, each of their opponents was equally challenging for Qin Feng to contend with. as the trio were all perfected practitioners of the muscle refinement realm. Among the assailants, 5 were also at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement stage, while the rest were in the late stages of the same realm. Qin Feng's keen eyes noted that one of the besieged men carried a package on his back, which he deduced must be the object of contention. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Feng as he pondered the significance of the item that had incited such fierce conflict. Huamanlu, how dare you covet the master's possessions? He thought indignantly. Enough of this chatter. Those who are wise will surrender the item. Surrender? Only over our dead bodies, retorted the men. The mention of the master and Huamanlu sent a jolt through Qin Feng. He hadn't anticipated that the individuals involved were from Huamanlu. Which side did the master belong to? As the battle resumed below, despite Huamanlu's numerical advantage, the 3 besieged men employed an unusual martial art that rendered them nearly invulnerable and immensely powerful. During the skirmish, one individual executed a swift maneuver, dislodging the package from the back of one of the men and aiming to seize it. With a fierce glare, the man caught the attacker by the ankle, yanking him back and delivering a devastating punch that struck squarely in the chest. A resounding thud echoed. The attacker was sent flying, yet his leg remained firmly in the grasp of the man. The leg was severed cleanly at the root, and the mangled body crashed to the ground, utterly unresponsive. As the package tumbled through the air, rolling onto the nearby grass, all attention was instantly drawn to it. Subsequently, everyone surged forward to claim the package, while the 5 perfected practitioners from Huamanlu moved to intercept the 3 men. Huamanlu's members reached the package first, swiftly retreating into the distance. Along, pursue them, commanded one of the men. Understood. The 2 remaining men immediately took action to block all attacks, while Along strategically exited the fray, chasing after the retreating figures. Not long after, Along caught up with a few of the fleeing individuals. A small leader turned to see Along approaching and commanded, "Stop him." Instantly, several individuals broke from the group, rushing towards Along, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and within mere moments, they were dispatched. However, the delay allowed the 2 factions to widen the gap between them. The chase ensued, with Along relentlessly pursuing from behind, occasionally fending off a few obstacles. The number of Huamanlu members dwindled steadily. The small leader, clutching the package, frequently glanced back, panic evident as he noticed the giant closing in. After eliminating the last hindrance, Along fixed his gaze on the small leader 100 paces ahead, seizing a nearby corpse in one hand. He unleashed a furious roar and hurled it forward. The body flew with astonishing velocity, crashing into the small leader's back with tremendous force, sending him sprawling several yards away. The package tumbled free and landed nearby. With a cough, the small leader spat blood as he attempted to rise. Suddenly, a masked figure darted towards the package. The small leader's face paled with dread, and he leaped into action. The newcomer was none other than Qin Feng, who snatched up the package and attempted to flee. However, the small leader clutched Qin Feng's ankle with both hands, refusing to let go. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy as he delivered a powerful palm strike directly to the small leader's forehead. A sharp crack resonated. With wide eyes, the small leader's head tilted, and he succumbed to death. After dispatching the small leader, Qin Feng grasped the package and landed firmly on the ground. In a state of heightened mastery, he executed the grass on the wind technique, propelling himself swiftly into the distance. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Along, racing from afar, realized that someone had been lurking in the shadows, attempting to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, and he cursed furiously. Damn rat, seeking death. He charged towards Qin Feng. But after a brief pursuit, Along was astonished to find the distance between them widening. With renewed determination, he planted his foot firmly on the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, relentlessly pursuing Qin Feng. The 2 raced through the forest, with Along employing powerful stomps to accelerate. Each time his momentum waned, he would repeat the process, gaining speed. Remarkably, he began to close the gap on Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced back, alarmed. What incredible speed! Only 20 paces separated them now. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he pressed his feet against a tree trunk, crouching down to gather strength, then explosively launched himself in the direction of a denser cluster of trees. With a thunderous crash, the tree he used for leverage splintered under Along's impact as he swiftly adjusted his course. Qin Feng exhibited remarkable agility, weaving between the trees, which transformed from obstacles into aids. Behind him, the sound of crashing trees echoed as Along bulldozed through, hands outstretched. Though the stout trees posed no real threat to him, they significantly hindered his speed, as one side accelerated and the other decelerated. It wasn't long before Qin Feng vanished from Along's line of sight. Cursed be it! Along, the burly man, let out a furious roar and struck a nearby tree with his hand. With a resounding crack, the tree, which could be embraced by a single person, was shattered. After a stick of incense burned, Qin Feng confirmed he was safe and sought a secure location. Only when he was certain his pursuer could not catch up did he find a concealed spot to pause. He took a moment to steady his breath and unwrapped his bundle, revealing a finely crafted wooden box. Slowly, he opened it, and a dark golden elixir adorned with peculiar patterns appeared before him. As the elixir was exposed to the air, an exceptionally pleasant medicinal fragrance began to waft around him. Inhaling this aroma, Qin Feng felt as if his body had become considerably lighter. Although he was certain the elixir was extraordinary, he remained unaware of its true nature or purpose. After contemplating for a moment, he repacked the items and took a long detour back to his courtyard in Ping Town. There, beneath a tree in the corner of his yard, he dug a small pit and buried the bundle within. The following day, he feigned nonchalance and made his way to the tavern. Given the significant events that had transpired the night before, particularly in the vicinity of Ping Town, it was impossible for the news not to have stirred the townsfolk. Perhaps he could glean some useful information from others. Indeed, upon entering, he overheard conversations regarding the altercation from the previous night. But they were merely wild speculations lacking any substantial information. After several days of waiting, someone finally began to divulge details. At last, I've heard something. Speak quickly. Originally, that night's incident involved the Xianxiang sect and the Huaman Lu, two factions clashing. Was it really them? What was the reason? It turned out that 3 Warlords from the Xianxiang sect had appeared nearby, having expended a considerable fortune to procure a 9-transformation golden pill, intending to escort it back to the sect. The 9-transformation golden pill? What is that? Someone queried in confusion. The 9-transformation golden pill is a supreme secret remedy for cultivating defensive martial arts. Its efficacy not only aids martial artists in refining their physical form, but also enhances their comprehension of martial techniques. Coincidentally, the leader of the Xianxiang sect practices a mysterious defensive technique. It is said that once perfected, it boasts unparalleled defense and immense strength. The Huaman Lu, having somehow learned of this, dispatched 5 hall masters to intercept the pill en route. A collective gasp echoed through the tavern. 5 hall masters. That means 5 perfected muscle refinement experts. And what happened in the end? In the end, after a fierce battle between the Xianxiang sect and Huaman Lu, both sides suffered heavy casualties, yet the 9-transformation golden pill was snatched away by a mysterious individual. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. A mysterious figure seized it? Wasn't anyone captured? What kind of strength allowed someone to escape from a throng of perfected muscle refinement experts? The exact strength remained unclear, but it was said that this mysterious person possessed remarkable lightness of foot. Although excitement surged within Qin Feng, he maintained an impassive facade, waiting until he finished his meal before departing. Chapter 56. Consuming the 9-transformation golden pill. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Feng refrained from immediately unearthing the bundle. Instead, he continued to collect bounties from Huaman Lu as if nothing had transpired. On the 3rd day, after purchasing secret remedies from the black market, he stepped into his courtyard only to feel a slight unease. This presence was familiar. He feigned nonchalance and walked toward his house as usual. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly struck, a claw lunging toward a shadow lurking behind the wooden pillar. The shadow writhed, and then a fist materialized, colliding forcefully with his hand. Bang! A figure clad in black was forced from the shadows, and a swift exchange ensued. In the darkness, the sound of fists howling through the air was audible, while the claws remained eerily silent. The two engaged in a deadly dance of offense and defense, each move brimming with lethal intent. In a brief span, they had exchanged dozens of blows, and after a powerful punch from the black-clad figure, both retreated a few steps to reassess. The figure's brow furrowed, gazing at Qin Feng with a grave expression, and in a low voice, inquired, "Who are you?" The black-clad man was profoundly astonished. Never had he encountered someone capable of detecting his concealed position. This was the first time since mastering his technique. While he would not have been surprised if his opponent were a perfected muscle refinement expert, he was aware that the person before him was merely in the mid-stage of muscle refinement, a level inferior to his own. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. "You infiltrated my residence and now question my identity?" His gaze shifted to the chest of the black-clad figure, where a camellia flower was embroidered. When he first encountered the water immortal hall master, he had noticed a similar flower on the chest of her subordinate. Fixating on the black-clad man, he asserted with certainty, "You are one of Huaman Lu's operatives." Before the figure could respond, Qin Feng slowly retrieved a badge from his bosom and tossed it toward him. The black-clad figure caught the badge, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted from surprise to understanding. This was a silver badge issued by Huaman Lu. Since Qin Feng had advanced to muscle refinement, his copper badge had been upgraded to silver. No wonder, it seemed the other was a skilled assassin adept in stealth. The black-clad man mused. Given that he was a Huaman Lu assassin, and Qin Feng was not a target of particular interest, he could be dismissed. The organization had assessed that the mysterious figure who had snatched the 9 transformation golden pill possessed at least late-stage muscle refinement skills and had remarkable agility. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. After a brief misunderstanding, the assassin explained and returned the silver badge to Qin Feng. He received the badge with a cold glance at the departing figure, who then bowed and swiftly exited his residence. Days passed, and upon returning to the tavern, Qin Feng overheard explosive news. The Zhongsheng sect and Huaman Lu had clashed. On their way back, the 3 Warlords, in a fit of rage, had swept through all Huaman Lu branches in their path. With 3 perfected muscle refinement experts, none of the branches could withstand the onslaught. One of Huaman Lu's hall masters had even sustained grave injuries. Upon learning of this, Huaman Lu's high command was furious, dispatching numerous assassins, including most of the personnel from the vicinity of Feng City, leading to a chaotic confrontation. Knowing that Deping Town was temporarily safe, Qin Feng returned to his residence and unearthed the bundle once more. To prevent his cultivation level from affecting the elixir's efficacy, he resolved to elevate his mastery of the 100 Refinements Iron Garment technique. He then consumed an ordinary secret remedy and commenced his training. The 100 Refinements Iron Garment, a yellow-grade defensive technique, progressed slowly in terms of cultivation speed. Although he could rapidly enhance his mastery through the system, elevating his level merely accelerated the refining efficiency. Substantial time remained necessary to refine his physical form before the technique could yield results. Thus, he had never prioritized the 100 Refinements Iron Garment as his primary focus of training. Typically, his cultivation path involved continuing to refine his hands using the underworld ghost claw technique. Once he had refined all 10 major tendons, he would break through to the late stage of muscle refinement. This also serves as the swiftest means for him to elevate his cultivation. However, now that he has fortuitously acquired a top-tier secret elixir, the 9 turns golden pill, specifically designed for the cultivation of defensive martial arts, he cannot afford to squander it. Gaining an additional safeguard for his life is something he ardently desires. With ample secret elixirs at his disposal, in a mere 3 days, Qin Feng advanced the 100 Refinements Iron Garment from the novice stage to minor success. 100 Refinements Iron Garment. Technique, minor success. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 200 times to enter the next stage. Without hesitation, Qin Feng continued to consume ordinary secret elixirs, and after 7 days, he reached the major success stage. 100 Refinements Iron Garment. Technique, major success. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 500 times to enter the next stage. At this juncture, Qin Feng ceased his practice. Although the technique had attained major success, his physical strength still languished at the early stage of the Iron Skin realm, with half the progress remaining to reach the mid-stage. He glanced at the 9 turns golden pill beside him, contemplating briefly. For safety's sake, he decided to divide the pill into 3 small pieces. Grabbing one piece, Qin Feng promptly tossed it into his mouth. Upon consuming 1/3 of the 9 turns golden pill, it instantly transformed into a surge of overwhelming medicinal power, flooding through Qin Feng's limbs and bones. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Such potent medicinal energy, even with only 1/3 of the pill. The immense power left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, began to form on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort to operate the 100 Refinements Iron Garment technique, as the medicinal energy surged within him, creating tumultuous waves that subsequently began to refine his body. This state persisted for an entire day before Qin Feng finally exhausted the medicinal energy. He opened his eyes and silently assessed his condition. His physical strength now rivaled that of the late stage of the Iron Skin realm, not just in certain areas, but throughout his entire body. Truly, it is a premier secret elixir. It must be quite expensive, he mused, before picking up the second piece of the 9 turns golden pill and continuing his consumption. Once again, after a day's time, his physical strength broke through to the perfection of the Iron Skin realm. Upon reaching the 3rd piece, he noticed that the medicinal power felt markedly less potent than before. The higher the physical strength, the greater the energy required for a breakthrough, particularly for a major realm advancement. After depleting a significant portion of the medicinal energy, his physical strength ultimately surged to the initial stage of the muscle refinement realm. During the refinement process, he had deliberately avoided his hands. Thus, he could only control the remaining medicinal energy to envelop one of the major tendons within his torso, ultimately completing its refinement. This was one of the 5 major tendons connecting his hands within the torso. Ordinarily, one would need to reach the late stage of the muscle refinement realm to refine it, yet he accomplished this ahead of schedule. The human torso contains a total of 25 major tendons, with 5 located at the joints of the feet and hands. If the cultivation technique is focused on the legs, one must refine the major tendons connecting the legs. As for Qin Feng, who practiced claw techniques, he needed to refine the major tendons connecting his hands. Chapter 57. Perfection of Grass on the Wind. As for the remaining 15 major tendons, they are distributed near the spine along the back. But that pertains to the completeness of the muscle refinement realm. In addition to the refinement of his body, the 100 Refinements Iron Garment also saw an increase of over 100 practice repetitions. It seems this is what others refer to when they talk about enhancing one's comprehension of a technique. Qin Feng exhaled heavily, sensing the condition within him, and felt a hint of the essence of the Diamond Honored One. Yet, he remained oblivious to the specific techniques practiced by those Diamond Honored Ones from the All-Being sect, whose defenses are not only formidable, but whose strength is also astonishingly great. Casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Feng held the wooden box that contained the 9 turns golden pill and, with a swift motion, crushed it into a pile of fragments. For the sake of caution, he wrapped the remnants securely and then took them to the kitchen stove, where he incinerated them to ashes with a single flame. Gazing at the flickering flames, Qin Feng fell into contemplation. In truth, after engaging in a pursuit with the Diamond Honored One, he began to ponder whether the realm of grass on the wind was truly sufficient. As a profound lightness technique, the major success stage should, in theory, be adequate for most situations. He had always believed this to be the case. It is important to note that Qin Feng was merely in the process of refining the 6th major tendon of his arm, corresponding to the early stage of the muscle refinement realm. The significant disparity in realms allowed him to successfully evade the grasp of someone at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm, which speaks volumes about the potency of the grass on the wind technique. However, that fateful night, had it not been for the obstruction of the surrounding mountains and forests, he would likely have been apprehended. Given the disparity in strength between them, he would not have survived a single strike from the Diamond Honored One. This time, he was fortunate to utilize the terrain, but what of next time? If he were in an open field, or faced an opponent who had honed their own lightness technique to the perfection of the muscle refinement realm, merely reaching the minor success stage, he might not be so fortunate. Qin Feng examined the system in his mind. Grass on the wind. Technique, major success. Progress, 120. Guidance, practice 1,000 times to enter the next stage. During this period, he had focused on refining the major tendons, intermittently accumulating this technique to 120 repetitions, with 880 repetitions still required, even disregarding the time spent resting and eating. Dedicating his entire day to this pursuit would yield a maximum of 30 repetitions. Given that practicing the technique 10 times takes an hour, 30 repetitions would consume 3 hours. By this calculation, to elevate grass on the wind to perfection would take a minimum of an entire month. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng resolved to allocate more time to swiftly elevate it to perfection. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly impact the efficiency of his major tendon refinement. The minimum requirement for enrollment at the Dragon Gate Academy is the mid-stage of the muscle refinement realm. Thus, to stand out among a multitude of competitors, he must enhance his cultivation to secure a greater advantage. Nonetheless, he believed that fortifying his life-preserving trump card must take precedence. After all, as long as he is alive, he possesses the right to consider future matters. 3 months later, Qin Feng gradually withdrew his energy, and the data within his mind's system rapidly transformed. Grass on the wind. Technique, perfection. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 2,000 times to enter the next stage. Subsequently, his insights and comprehension of the grass on the wind technique began to transcend, gradually reaching its zenith. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and in that instant, he emanated an ethereal aura, as if he might drift away with the wind at any moment. After a brief period of adjustment, he quelled the technique and returned to his usual state. A breath of relief escaped his lips. Achieving perfection in grass on the wind provided an additional layer of assurance. However, the cost was that his progress in refining the major tendon slowed considerably. It took him 3 months to complete the refinement of the 6th major tendon. As for advancing grass on the wind to the next stage, that would have to be a gradual process. Now it was June, and unconsciously, half the year had already elapsed. During this time, matters pertaining to the All-Being sect and the Flower Pavilion had begun to settle. One evening, Qin Feng donned a monkey mask and ventured several miles outside of Depaying town to a small village. The entire village lay in silence. He made no attempt to conceal his presence, boldly traversing the village path. Soon, he arrived at a stone house at the center of the village, pushed open the door, and walked straight inside. The interior of the room resembled that of a pawnshop, and at that moment, there was already a person standing at the counter within. Upon hearing a disturbance, the individual turned to gaze, and upon spotting Qin Feng's monkey mask, a chill ran through him. An ominous shadow. The person evidently grew wary, pausing for a moment before continuing to peruse the bounty book in hand. Observing this, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, quietly standing by as he awaited the outcome. Before long, the individual selected a bounty and retreated. Only then did Qin Feng approach the counter to retrieve the bounty book, beginning to leaf through its contents leisurely. This was indeed a stronghold of Warlord in the vicinity. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the village, several dark figures emerged stealthily from the forest, silently infiltrating the village. Shortly thereafter, as if signaled by some unseen cue, a group of cloaked figures surged forth from the woods. They traversed the terrain without uttering a sound, seamlessly merging into the village like water flowing into the ocean. After a brief interlude, just as Qin Feng finalized his bounty selection, a sudden alertness gripped him. His ears twitched, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he set the bounty book aside, striding towards the door. The individual behind the counter cast a puzzled glance in his direction, but paid it no further mind. Upon reaching the door, Qin Feng paused, keenly scanning his surroundings before cautiously peeking outside. When his gaze landed on a certain spot along the distant village path, it abruptly halted. He quickly retreated in the opposite direction. For the hidden sentinels of Warlord that should have been stationed there had vanished without a trace. No sooner had he moved than a piercing whistle sliced through the night air. The cadre of infiltrating figures, realizing their cover was blown, cast aside their stealth and charged recklessly towards the villagers within. Instantly, chaos erupted in the village stronghold, cries of battle echoing throughout. It was evident that the assailants had come prepared, their strength far surpassing that of the village's defenders. The assassins from Warlord were being driven back relentlessly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's form flickered as he dashed into a nearby dilapidated wooden cabin, then leapt through a window on the other side, hastening towards the outskirts of the village. Their audacity, coupled with their ability to infiltrate a stronghold of assassins unnoticed, spoke volumes. They were either rivals or part of another formidable force, and he had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed through the darkness, aimed directly at Qin Feng's throat. His eyes hardened, and he swiftly raised a hand to block, the sound of metal clashing ringing out, while his other hand transformed into an ethereal form. The spectral claws of the underworld striking forth. A shadowy glow flickered in the dark. The assailant reacted swiftly, leaning back to evade the lethal strike. However, the next moment, a hiss echoed. The would-be attacker staggered back, and just as Qin Feng prepared to pursue, two black-clad figures appeared from behind, uniting to thwart his advance. The would-be assailant steadied himself, glancing down at his once weapon-bearing hand, horror dawning in his eyes as 5 bloody claw marks marred his flesh, the flesh itself torn and mangled. When had the attack occurred? Why had he been completely oblivious? On the other hand, Qin Feng faced 2 adversaries yet held his ground firmly. In that moment of haste, he had nearly dispatched the first attacker. Given a moment more, the foe would have been a lifeless corpse. The 2 before him possessed strength comparable to that of the one who had attempted to ambush him, their skills ranking among the stronger mid-phase practitioners in the realm of muscle refinement, and their coordinated assaults were relentless, momentarily stalling his progress. However, this brief delay allowed additional black-clad figures to converge upon him, encircling him. Recognizing the peril of being ensnared, Qin Feng understood that he stood alone against a multitude. He leapt back a few paces and declared, "Your grievances with Warlord are of no concern to me. I intend to depart from this place immediately." At his words, the surrounding figures hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Just then, the sounds of fierce combat erupted nearby, accompanied by the crashing of collapsing structures. The level of destruction far exceeded what one would expect from mere mid-phase practitioners, indicating that a fully realized master was engaged in the fray. Following this, a resounding explosion lit up the night sky as a firework blossomed, forming a striking pattern of rhododendron in the darkness. A figure clad in black suddenly appeared atop a nearby rooftop, a cold and unyielding voice issuing forth from him. Time is of the essence. It is better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. The surrounding black-clad figures responded in unison, understood. A wave of unease washed over Qin Feng, prompting him to swiftly shift in another direction to break free. Behind him, the commanding figure surged toward him with remarkable speed. It was evident that he had cultivated a form of light-footed technique with considerable proficiency, rapidly closing the distance between them. Qin Feng soon found himself face to face with the 2 encroaching figures. Activating his shadowy step, his speed surged dramatically, leaving the 2 adversaries momentarily bewildered before they felt a sudden chill at their throats, liquid warmth spilling forth. When Qin Feng reappeared, he was already behind them, making his escape without a backward glance. With a thud, the 2 black-clad figures clutched their necks in agony, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Enraged by the loss of his subordinates, their leader bellowed, "You seek death." In another part of the village, 2 figures stood in opposition, flanking a disheveled silhouette between them. The ruckus of battle had been their doing. The individual at the center was none other than one of Womanlu's 8 masters, designated as Rhododendron. Though his title bore the name of a flower, the Rhododendron Master was, in truth, a burly man. However, he was far from unscathed. His body bore numerous wounds, and one arm was entirely absent. Clutching the stump where his arm had been, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Sure as sect." After breaking free, Qin Feng navigated swiftly through the houses, soon exiting the village and racing toward the outskirts. Yet, even as he exerted himself to the fullest, employing his perfected grasp on flying technique, his pursuers remained hot on his heels, their speed slightly exceeding his own. A sense of trepidation gripped Qin Feng's heart. Unbeknownst to him, the leader pursuing him was equally astonished. The secret techniques of light-footed movement were fundamentally reliant on the practitioner's physical prowess. In essence, the stronger the leg muscles, the more potent the technique. He had cultivated a yellow-grade light-footed technique, honing his leg strength. Now at the mid-phase of muscle refinement, all 10 major tendons in his legs had been tempered, and he was currently refining the tendons connecting his legs. Such a combination yielded remarkable speed. Yet even with this advantage, his pace was only marginally superior to Qin Feng's. No wonder he was taken aback. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. Could it be a profound-grade light-footed technique? It could not be otherwise. Having witnessed Qin Feng's earlier prowess, it was evident he practiced claw techniques, which could only be a profound-grade secret skill to bridge such a significant gap in speed. In the brief span of time, the two had covered 5 or 6 miles. The leader's eyes glinted with greed, and he drew in a deep breath, employing an unknown technique to dramatically enhance his speed. Upon catching up to Qin Feng, he unleashed a whip-like kick, cleaving through the air toward him. In a moment of peril, Qin Feng executed a roll upon landing, only to find his opponent swiftly approaching. As he turned, he launched a side kick mid-air. Qin Feng raised his hands to block. Bang! The force of the kick propelled him several meters away, his back crashing violently against a stone as large as a grinding wheel. The tremendous impact shattered the stone to pieces. With a sudden surge, Qin Feng performed a fish leap, regaining his footing, his expression grave as he regarded his adversary, a surge of blood and energy coursing through him. How formidable! Had it not been for the protection of the 100 Refinement's iron garb, the injury he sustained would have been far more severe. Hand over your lightness skill, and I might spare your life, the leader uttered coldly. The Xian-level martial arts were already exceedingly precious, but the secret techniques were even more so. If he could possess a Xian-level lightness skill, with his innate talent, he could undoubtedly succeed in mastering it. At that point, his power would surge, elevating his status within the Shura sect. Qin Feng licked his lips, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. "Come and try if you dare," he retorted. "Humph, stubborn fool," the leader declared, unwilling to waste any more time. He resolved to incapacitate Qin Feng before proceeding with the interrogation. With a powerful push, he leaped forward, chasing Soul Kick. The two clashed again. The leader's leg techniques exhibited incredible speed, bolstered by the strength of his legs, leaving Qin Feng hesitant to engage directly. He could only evade repeatedly. The gust generated by the leader's kicks felt sharp against his skin, causing him pain. However, with only the leader standing before him, Qin Feng no longer had to worry about side effects. His eyes hardened, activating the perfected shadow flash step. His speed surged to 3 times its normal rate. A quarter of an hour later, the leader's eyes had transformed into 2 bloodied voids. Lifeless as he collapsed to the ground, Qin Feng stood, enduring the side effects of the shadow flash step, his legs feeling as if they had lost all sensation. No sooner had he begun to breathe a sigh of relief than the sound of crushed dry leaves reached his ears. A faint rustling of footsteps drew his attention, and he turned sharply to see a slender figure emerging slowly from the nearby woods. Chapter 59, Daffodil 1. Upon realizing there was another presence, Qin Feng's countenance darkened significantly. This was precisely why he had hesitated to unleash the full extent of his shadow flash step. The side effects were indeed too severe. Even though his strength had increased, and, with the tempering of the 100 Refinement's iron garb, his physical resilience had improved, the aftereffects of the shadow flash step still rendered his legs temporarily incapacitated. At that moment, encountering another enemy would make him an easy target, almost entirely defenseless. The figure approached, and upon glimpsing the other's visage, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The newcomer possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, clad in simple black attire that accentuated her curvaceous form, with a delicately embroidered daffodil adorning her chest. It was none other than Shui Xian, one of the 8 hall masters of the Hua Man Lu. Shui Xian gazed at Qin Feng, her unusual and highly recognizable monkey mask eliciting a subtle smile at the corners of her mouth. Well, little one, we meet again." Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, clasping his hands in salutation. "Greetings, Hall Master Shui Xian." Shui Xian's beautiful eyes drifted toward the lifeless body on the ground, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. Although she had arrived just in time to witness the final moments of Qin Feng's battle, a mere glance was enough for her to discern that his opponent was no ordinary foe. If she were not mistaken, he was indeed a seed assassin from the Shura sect. Among warriors of the same realm, prowess varied significantly. The strength of their techniques, their comprehension of martial arts, and their combat awareness were all critical factors influencing the outcome of battles. The seed assassins of the Shura sect were the Cr. de las Army among them. For an assassin organization to thrive, it must possess its own strength. Individuals like Qin Feng, in strict terms, were merely employees, not truly part of the Huamanlu. Typically, assassin organizations cultivate their own assassins internally, ensuring their survival and growth. Shui Xian, who had been nurtured from a young age by Huamanlu, was one such example. The organization provided them with various resources and martial arts, and through a rigorous and bloody selection process, they ultimately evolved into their current forms. In terms of talent, combat skills, and temperament, they stood out among their peers, boasting far superior combat capabilities than ordinary warriors. Among these trained individuals, those who ranked at the top were known as seed assassins. Once matured, seed assassins often became candidates for significant positions within the organization, such as the 8 Hall Masters of Huamanlu. However, even seed assassins from the Shura sect could be defeated by those of a higher tier. It was evident how formidable Qin Feng was, standing before Shui Xian. This implied that his strength was at least comparable to Shui Xian in her youth. Nevertheless, Shui Xian did not believe she would lose to him in their contemporaneous period, showcasing her confidence in her own talent and power. Shui Xian scrutinized Qin Feng, seemingly perceiving the state of his body, and spoke. "Little one, you should return for now and come back tomorrow." In her casual tone, Shui Xian exhibited immense confidence, as if the enemies at the stronghold were no match for her. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng acquiesced, as he could find no valid reason to refuse. If she intended to harm him, she could have done so already, with no need to wait until tomorrow. Furthermore, there was no direct interest between him and Shui Xian, leaving him unconcerned about her potential betrayal. Receiving a clear response, Shui Xian nodded and proceeded towards the village. At that moment, the hall members of Shui Xian had also just arrived, and wherever she walked, shadows trailed behind her, swiftly converging on the battlefield where 3 individuals were engaged in combat. Her voice ringing crisply through the air. "The Shura sect has a fair amount of audacity, daring to come here to court death." Shui Xian, the 2 fully realized cultivators of the Shura sect, upon seeing her, were instantly struck with fear. Their intelligence had indicated that Shui Xian was in the southern city attending to business. How could she suddenly appear here? However, with Shui Xian closing in, the 2 had no choice but to grit their teeth and confront her. Chapter 60, Daffodil, 2. The 2 attacked Shui Xian simultaneously from either side, their assault fierce and relentless. As their strikes came forth, Shui Xian gracefully received them, deftly redirecting their force and rendering it null. Her hands, seemingly delicate and lacking in bone, danced fluidly, causing all their aggression to dissipate into nothingness, not stirring a single ripple. After exchanging a dozen blows, their fists felt as though they were glued to her palm. With a swift motion, Shui Xian pulled her hands back and, with a chilling glint in her beautiful eyes, unleashed a powerful strike. 1,000 waves. The 2 opponents, one with a fist and the other with a palm, met her attack, but were met with an overwhelming force far surpassing that of perfected cultivators. Both spat blood as they were sent flying backward, their eyes filled with dread, their hearts already contemplating retreat. Shui Xian's figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she charged toward the 2. Startled, they turned to flee. Nowhere to run. Shui Xian intercepted one of them, blocking his path, and unleashed a barrage of strikes, alternating between fists and palms, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Each blow seemed trivial until, at last, her knuckles struck a specific point on his abdomen with tremendous force. Previously, the areas on the opponent's body that had been struck erupted in clouds of blood mist. A few droplets of fresh blood splattered onto Shui Xian's face, after which she delivered a powerful strike to the top of the opponent's head. The opponent's eyes bulged outward, filled with horrifying bloodshot veins, and ultimately, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching her foe with a single blow, Shui Xian cast her gaze towards the individual who had fled into the distance, letting out a cold snort, yet she had no intention of pursuing further. With the 2 strongest individuals now dead or escaped, the members of Shui Xian Hall began to scour the area for those from the Shura sect who had not yet retreated. The leader of the Cuckoo Hall, clutching his severed arm and supported by his subordinates, approached with a furious inquiry. "Shui Xian, why did you arrive so late?" He was aware that Shui Xian had been dispatched to Jifeng City, Yet she had been so close, and it took her an eternity to respond to the signal. Shui Xian turned her head to regard the Cuckoo Hall leader, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. You worthless fool. When has it ever been your place to question my actions? You. Shui Xian's gaze hardened, and without further ado, she unleashed a strike. Bang. Splutter. The Cuckoo leader vomited blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, he glared at Shui Xian with a look of resentment. But soon his head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Having already been gravely injured, the blow from Shui Xian had only exacerbated his condition. Leader. The subordinates of the Cuckoo Hall gasped in shock and hurried over to assess his situation, then turned their furious gazes towards Shui Xian. Upon meeting their stares, Shui Xian merely raised an eyebrow, causing them to lower their heads in fear. With a cold snort, she turned to leave, her voice ringing clear. Withdraw your people. Remaining here will only bring disgrace. The next day, when Qin Feng returned to the village, he found it had already reverted to the control of the flower pavilion. After a night of recuperation, the side effects of his shadow flash step had dissipated. He was not entirely aware of the specifics of the previous night's events, only knowing that at least one formidable expert at the peak of the muscle refinement realm had arrived. However, these matters did not concern him. Upon encountering the leader of Shui Xian Hall, Qin Feng performed a respectful salute. Shui Xian regarded him with interest, appraising him from head to toe before articulating her intent. Are you interested in joining Shui Xian Hall? Indeed, she was seeking to recruit Qin Feng. As the leader of the flower pavilion, her position dictated her perspective. In a realm where competition thrived, harmony among the 8 halls of the flower pavilion was far from guaranteed. Resources were finite, and one's performance determined their share. Most significantly, Shui Xian recognized Qin Feng as potential. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng inquired, what are the benefits? Shui Xian raised an eyebrow, impressed that he dared to negotiate despite her offer. Yet, she was not angered. Instead, she probed further. What do you desire? Techniques, secret arts, or cultivation resources? The flower pavilion possesses all of these. As long as you demonstrate sufficient ability, nothing is beyond reach. Naturally, everything depends on your own efforts. Additionally, the flower pavilion will periodically provide you with a certain amount of secret medicines. Should you require more, you need not venture into the black market. You can purchase them internally at a fair price, with no limit on quantity. Consider this carefully. Most individuals would find it impossible to even gain entry. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a tremor within. While the allure of techniques and secret arts did not captivate him at the moment, the prospect of acquiring secret medicines at a reasonable price was undeniably enticing. This meant that as long as he joined the flower pavilion, he would no longer need to pay exorbitant prices for secret medicines. At that moment, Shui Xian added, there is one more requirement. Serve me. The simplicity of her words belied their weight. Qin Feng understood that this meant serving her directly, rather than the flower pavilion as a whole. Although he was uncertain of the specific tasks that would be assigned to him, he felt no trepidation. The fact that Shui Xian had taken an interest in him signified his worth. Qin Feng expressed his willingness to join, but voiced his concerns. I am inclined to join, but I aim to compete for a spot in the Dragon Gate Academy next year. Will this cause any conflict? Shui Xian initially furrowed her brow before relaxing. That should not pose a problem. It is quite natural for you to have such aspirations, though I must warn you, disappointment awaits. Why is that? Shui Xian chuckled softly and continued. The Dragon Gate Academy is a cradle of talent for the great Chu dynasty, who wouldn't wish to enter. Do you think the Flower Pavilion cannot find a single individual to secure a position in the Branch Academy? Hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Flower Pavilion's capabilities suggested that securing a spot should not be insurmountable. Shui Xian continued. While the Dragon Gate Academy can offer excellent cultivation resources, including various high-tier techniques and secret arts, as well as auxiliary medicines, these are allocated primarily to the top-ranking disciples. For ordinary individuals, even if they gain entry, what can they achieve? If their strength is lacking, their share of resources diminishes, leading to a vicious cycle of weakness. The coveted spots in the Dragon Gate Academy are invaluable for the younger generation from noble families, yet for ordinary individuals, they may not hold the same significance. Observing the gradual furrowing of Qin Feng's brow, Shui Xian spoke further. You must understand who you are competing against. Each branch academy admission typically accommodates hundreds of candidates. The majority of those who succeed are the young scions of powerful families, whose talents are not merely high, but often exceptional. From a young age, they have access to various medicinal baths to enhance their physiques, resources that are never available to the public, setting them apart from ordinary individuals from the very beginning. Moreover, they lack for nothing in terms of techniques and medicines, with many youngsters achieving peak muscle refinement realm or even higher. Thus, while entering the Branch Academy may seem feasible, that is where it ends. aspiring to join the Outer Academy is utterly impossible. Over the years, has there been no ordinary individual who has managed to enter? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. At least not in the past 200 years has anyone without a family background managed to enter the Outer Academy, let alone the highest tier Inner Academy. With all this in mind, do you still wish to go? Xian inquired. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. I will go. Entering the Dragon Gate Academy was a crucial step in his plan, and he refused to be dissuaded by mere words. Upon hearing this, Xian shrugged. I have said all that needs to be said. Since you are determined to go, it matters little to me. After a few years, when you face obstacles, you will undoubtedly return to the Flower Pavilion. Conversely, should fortune favor you and you gain entry to the Outer Academy, your value to me will only increase. Regardless of the outcome, I incur no loss. Go if you must, but remember to keep your identity concealed, as the reputation of an assassin organization is not well regarded. Understood. Qin Feng replied. He then posed a long-standing query. If the quotas are so precious, why don't those noble families seize this opportunity and reserve them for themselves instead of distributing them to ordinary individuals? Xian let out a scoff. Do you think they don't want to? Following this, she began to explain the origins of the Dragon Gate Academy. At the inception of the Great Chu dynasty, the first Grand Master established the Longmen Academy with the noble intention of unearthing talent from the lower strata of society, thereby nurturing a multitude of warriors who would serve the nation with the resources of the entire dynasty. This initiative also provided the common folk with a glimmer of hope for a better future. The founding emperor, the first king of Chu, had himself ascended from humble beginnings and fully understood the significance of the lower classes. He held the endeavors of the Longmen Academy in high regard and extended his unwavering support. Indeed, the academy fulfilled its promise, producing a substantial number of talented individuals who contributed to the burgeoning strength of the nation, ultimately aiding the Great Chu in unifying the entire continent and establishing itself as an immensely formidable empire. Thus, the Great Chu reached unprecedented heights. However, as time elapsed, and 5 to 6 centuries passed, the original regulations were altered beyond recognition. Initially, the quotas for entry were fiercely contested only by local powers and ordinary citizens. Yet, as imperial authority waned and the influence of noble families grew, they began to demand a greater share of the Longmen Academy's slots. Consequently, the distribution of these coveted quotas began to shift. The powerful families refrained from encroaching upon the quotas of the local forces, but instead turned their attention toward the ordinary citizens, resulting in a continual reduction of available slots. A once thriving 4th-tier city, which originally boasted 12 slots, now found itself with a mere 5. At this juncture, any further reduction would be tantamount to trampling upon the legacy of the founding emperor and the first Grand Master. After absorbing this historical context, Qin Feng sighed, realizing the depth of the Longmen Academy's legacy. Longmen, where fish leap to transform into dragons. Subsequently, Xian introduced Qin Feng to 3 of her subordinate leaders. However, she had no intention of assigning him to any existing team. Instead, she envisioned the formation of a 4th squad, intending for Qin Feng to lead it once his strength had ascended. After all, having single-handedly defeated a seed assassin from the Shura Gate, Qin Feng's prowess was on par with her 3 subordinates, making it unnecessary for him to remain subordinate to others. Thus, Qin Feng became affiliated with the illustrious leader of the Womanlu, Xian. Shortly after joining, he received his first mission, with the target being the Shura Gate. Chapter 62, The Mission 1. The Shura Gate, much like the Womanlu, was an assassin organization. However, the 2 factions were situated in different regions. Womanlu lay to the south of Xifeng City, while the Shura Gate was positioned to the north. Previously, the Shura Gate had seized the opportunity to strike, while Womanlu clashed with the Cult of All Beings, inflicting significant losses. They took advantage of this vulnerability, systematically dismantling several of Womanlu's strongholds. This incited considerable ire among the higher-ups, prompting them to discreetly dispatch personnel from Xian's faction. Among the 8 divisions of Womanlu, the leader of Xian's faction was not only ranked among the top, but was also known for her decisive and efficient methods, earning the respect of the higher echelons. However, shortly after Xian's personnel arrived, and before they could effectively coordinate with the Dujin Hall, they encountered an assault from the Shura Gate. Fortunately, Xian's people were nearby. Otherwise, the leader of Dujin Hall would have suffered far worse than merely losing an arm. Presently, Xian's faction had assumed full control over the affairs surrounding Xifeng City. Naturally, Xian would not let the Shura Gate's actions go unpunished. The time had come to reclaim their dignity. Of course, Qin Feng was not to undertake this mission alone. Xian assigned him to accompany a small team. At the appointed hour, Qin Feng arrived at Womanlu's stronghold village to meet with the team. The leader of this squad, known as Ping, was in the late stages of muscle refinement, having successfully tempered 13 major tendons. With only 2 tendons left to refine, he was poised to achieve perfection in muscle refinement. And Ping was one of Shui Xian's 3 leaders and the strongest among them. Qin Feng performed a respectful bow, and Ping nodded in acknowledgement but did not dwell on it, considering Qin Feng merely a mid-tier practitioner among their ranks. Although he found it perplexing why the leader would include someone perceived as weak, it was not his concern. His priority was to ensure the mission's success. Once everyone had assembled, and Ping gestured decisively. "Let us depart." The group mounted their steeds and galloped toward the horizon. The sudden addition of an outsider in their midst elicited surprise among the team, as they were all products of Wamanlu's internal selection process. This was the first instance they had witnessed an outsider joining their ranks. As they rode, the team began to murmur among themselves, speculating about Qin Feng's background. A slender team member approached and Ping, gesturing toward Qin Feng in greeting before inquiring, "Boss, is this our new team member?" "No, I do not know either. The leader instructed me to bring him along," and Ping shrugged. He then turned to Qin Feng and advised, "Just follow orders. I do not expect much from you. Merely that you do not become an obstacle." Qin Feng furrowed his brow at this remark, but refrained from retorting, nodding in understanding instead. On a subsequent night, a cohort of cloaked figures stealthily positioned themselves near a village, the site of a Shura Gate stronghold, and Ping issued commands to his team, instructing, "Xiao Fu, Shou Ho, take a few men and infiltrate from the flanks. Eliminate the hidden sentries." "Understood. Qin Feng, you will follow me at the rear. Join the fray when the time comes." "All right." Qin Feng had no objections. He was eager to gauge the combat prowess of Shui Xian's subordinates. The group sprang into action. Xiao Fu and Shou Ho led their teams, utilizing their stealth techniques to enter the village without a sound, swiftly signaling once they were inside. And Ping raised his hand, and the remaining members surged forward toward the village. Chapter 63, The Mission 2. Qin Feng dutifully trailed behind in Ping upon entering the village, and Ping's subordinates dispersed with the precision of seasoned operatives, infiltrating the nearby houses. Within mere moments, the faint sound of blades piercing flesh echoed from within the dwellings, and Shui Xian's personnel emerged, swiftly moving on to the next targets. The division of labor was clear. Xiao Fu and Shou Ho were responsible for neutralizing the guards, while the others focused on assassinating the resting individuals indoors. Qin Feng continued to follow closely behind in Ping. The team advanced with remarkable efficiency. After the burning of an incense stick, 1/5 of the Shura Gate's stronghold had been cleared. At this juncture, the personnel responsible for defense became aware of the disturbance, and a shrill bamboo whistle pierced the air, followed by a chorus of alarms throughout the stronghold. The Shura Gate members hastily lit torches, illuminating the entire compound. Although they had been discovered, and Ping showed no signs of surprise, it was unrealistic to expect an entire stronghold to be eradicated unnoticed. His expression was cold, and his voice, icy as steel, commanded, "Kill, kill." Despite being vastly outnumbered by the Shura Gate members, the team exhibited no fear, and Ping charged to the forefront, his eyes devoid of warmth, as he unleashed a powerful punch toward a Shura Gate assassin. Boom! With a single blow, the assassin was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a nearby room. A gaping hole was forcefully blasted into the solid stone wall of the room. Ping, like a thunderbolt, unleashed a flurry of iron fists, each strike resonating with a deep thud in the air. Every adversary he struck was sent reeling, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The two factions clashed, erupting into a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the members of the Shui Xian Hall were far superior in both strength and combat experience compared to their opponents. From the very outset, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in their favor. The commotion caused by Ping finally attracted the attention of the powerful figures within the stronghold. "Who dares?" A commanding voice rang out from not far away, as a figure rushed towards Ping to engage him in combat. Chasing Soul Leg. Bang, bang, bang. One fought with fists while the other utilized legs. The clash of their battle echoed mightily, prompting those nearby to swiftly retreat and create a wide space around them. Prior to their arrival, the members of Shui Xian Hall had gathered ample intelligence, fully aware of the strengths of those within the Shura sect stronghold. This combatant, without a doubt, was the strongest force within the stronghold, on par with Ping, both being in the late stage of muscle refinement. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained a short distance behind, joining his comrades to confront the other assassins from the Shura sect. Seizing one Shura assassin by the shoulder, Qin Feng tightened his grip. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Before the assassin could utter a cry of agony, Qin Feng plunged his other hand into the assassin's throat, fingers fully embedded. Warm blood splattered onto Qin Feng's masked face, lending him an air of ferocity. Having arrived, he would not merely linger idly. With the strongest of the Shura sect occupied by Onping, he charged towards the weaker foes. As two Shura assassins prepared to strike at Qin Feng, he moved with an uncanny swiftness, as if his hands had momentarily become ethereal, darting forward with sudden acceleration. Two ghostly lights flickering in the shadows as he slipped between them. Ignoring them thereafter, he plunged into the throng behind. The two Shura assassins hesitated for a brief moment before collapsing heavily to the ground. Chapter 64. Mission 3. Qin Feng then unleashed a massacre upon the Shura assassins. Although the Shura assassins were indeed stronger than ordinary martial artists, Qin Feng had already dispatched those of a higher realm with ease. The individuals here were even less of a challenge. In the same realm, even without exerting his full strength, none could withstand his onslaught. Those of lesser power fell before him, unable to withstand even a single strike. As he charged through, a trail of corpses marked his path. The commotion finally drew the attention of the other members of Shui Xian Hall, who watched in astonishment as Qin Feng dispatched his foes with remarkable efficiency, eliminating one adversary after another in mere moments. How formidable, they exclaimed, taken aback by what they had presumed to be an ordinary teammate, now revealed to be such a ruthless character. Although they too could easily vanquish these opponents, none could match his precision and decisiveness. Their adversaries were not merely passive targets, but living, breathing opponents. One Shura assassin was engaged in combat with a member of Shui Xian Hall, their exchange still in its infancy, when suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and 5 gashes appeared across the assassin's back. Unable to suppress a cry of pain, the assassin's movements became erratic. The Shui Xian Hall member seized the opportunity, driving a dagger deep into the assassin's chest. Meanwhile, Onping continued to dominate his opponent, forcing them into a retreat. After several dozen exchanges, the Shura assassin, also in the late stage of muscle refinement, roared in fury and leaped into the air, chasing Soul Leg. In an instant, countless afterimages descended upon Onping. Bang, bang, bang. Onping raised his arms to shield his head, the tremendous force dragging his feet along the ground, leaving 2 shallow grooves over a yard long. In the next moment, Onping's gaze turned icy. The tendons beneath the skin of his right arm writhed as if alive, bulging prominently, resembling a coiling dragon. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking fiercely at the opponent's foot. Bang! The Shura assassin was sent flying, struggling to regain his balance mid-air, stumbling upon landing. His face darkened as he assessed the increasingly dire situation around him. This was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. However, it was too late for regrets. If he delayed further, he too would be trapped. He turned to flee. As he dashed forward, several members of Shui Xian Hall attempted to intercept him, but were kicked back violently, spitting blood. His path led directly to Qin Feng's position. Observing the approaching figure, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, but instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. The assassin, taken aback that someone dared to approach him, narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed at Qin Feng. From a distance, Onping sensed impending danger and was about to shout a warning, but before he could utter a word, his pupils constricted. Just as the whip kick was about to connect with Qin Feng, his speed suddenly surged, closing the distance between them. This rendered the assassin's attack ineffective. The assassin's expression shifted, panic setting in as he attempted to change his technique. They collided in combat, but in truth, Qin Feng did not engage in a direct confrontation. The disparity in the number of muscles refined between the mid and late stages of muscle refinement was insurmountable. A head-on clash would only spell disaster for Qin Feng. Utilizing his shadowy swift steps, he darted around the assassin, evading attacks while deftly employing his ghostly claws to leave a series of bloody marks upon the foe. Though both were in the late stage of muscle refinement, the gap in strength compared to the earlier seed assassin was vast. The same techniques in different hands could yield vastly different results. This was the essence of a martial artist's combat awareness. An instant stick later, the Shura sect's stronghold returned to silence, the ground strewn with the corpses of their assassins. Although some had managed to escape, it was of little consequence. The remaining members regrouped. Initially numbering over 30, only 5 or 6 had fallen. Most bore injuries, and some appeared slightly pale, yet none seemed gravely harmed. As they gazed at the lifeless body of the late-stage muscle refinement assassin, a tremor coursed through their hearts. When they looked back at Qin Feng, their eyes were now filled with awe. No one dared to regard him as an ordinary mid-stage muscle refinement practitioner any longer. Onping observed Qin Feng with a complex expression before clasping his hands in respect. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness," he stated. "Your words were excessive," Qin Feng replied. Returning the gesture, after tidying up, the group departed, setting their sights on the next destination. Their mission was not limited to this stronghold. There were 3 in total. Days later, they arrived at the second stronghold of the Shura sect. Onping's eyes flickered for a moment before he turned to Qin Feng and spoke. "Brother Qin, do you have any thoughts?" Qin Feng remained silent for a moment. In truth, he had a slight understanding of Shui Xian's intentions, since he was to work under her. It was indeed necessary to appropriately showcase his talents. Thus, he cast a penetrating glance at Ping and spoke, "I shall give it a try." The others around him turned sharply to Ping, their brows furrowing in concern. "Boss, this is too risky." Ping raised his hand to silence them. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng and replied in a low voice, "Very well. Should anything arise, I will be the first to mobilize and provide assistance." Ping was no fool. He intended to assess the true extent of Qin Feng's capabilities. Given Qin Feng's previous performance, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. And Ping surmised that the leader of Shui Xian Hall held a significant interest in him. As for any schemes of betrayal, such occurrences were inconceivable to him. He was acutely aware of Shui Xian's temperament. Even the slightest hint of suspicion would lead her to eliminate him without hesitation. Therefore, he would ensure that Qin Feng remained unharmed. Qin Feng nodded silently, his figure flickering as he darted into the shadows, swiftly approaching the stronghold ahead. Chapter 65, Vast Resources. Ping and the others followed Qin Feng's movements, but as he passed a boulder, he abruptly vanished from their sight. A wave of shock rippled through them as they searched frantically, yet Qin Feng's silhouette remained elusive. They exchanged glances, their hearts racing in disbelief. What an impressive concealment technique. However, after a moment, their expressions darkened. They noticed that the sentinels within the stronghold were utterly still. What could possibly be happening? Yet, with Qin Feng already inside, they had no choice but to wait in silence. Time dragged on, and just as they were about to take action, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from within the stronghold, prompting the outer sentinels to rush inward. Ping's heart raced, and he quickly commanded, "Move out." The group surged forward into the stronghold. Strangely, they encountered no resistance along the way, no figures to be seen. This abnormality left them puzzled. Ping furrowed his brow and pointed to two subordinates, saying, "You two, go inside and investigate." Understood. The pair sprinted off in opposite directions, casually entering a few rooms to check. Moments later, they rejoined Ping. "Boss, everyone inside is dead." Ping surveyed the surroundings, apart from the distant sounds of battle. The area was eerily quiet, with no one emerging, not even a door left ajar. Could it be? They hurried to the location of the fighting, arriving just in time to witness Qin Feng dispatching the last of the Shura sect assassins. At that moment, Qin Feng was drenched in blood. Surrounded by a chaotic array of corpses, the sentinels who had come rushing to the stronghold. One man had single-handedly annihilated an entire outpost. After the team eliminated the final Shura sect stronghold, they completed their mission and set off for home. Upon reporting their findings to Shui Xian, she nodded with evident satisfaction. She then asked Qin Feng to stay behind, retrieving a package from behind her. She handed it to him, saying, "Inside are the secret medicines you requested, along with this month's cultivation resources." "Thank you, Hall Master," Qin Feng replied as he accepted the package with a respectful gesture. "There's no need for thanks. This is what you are entitled to." Qin Feng had previously discussed with Shui Xian the conversion of all mission rewards into secret medicines. After bidding Shui Xian farewell, Qin Feng returned to his residence in Ping Town, seeking a well-deserved rest. The operation alongside Shui Xian's team had spanned over a month, though much of it was consumed by travel, leaving little time for respite. While physically untroubled, he was mentally drained. After a day's rest, Qin Feng opened the package Shui Xian had given him, revealing 3 large boxes, far larger than the small ones he was accustomed to. He opened the topmost box, and before him lay a treasure trove of secret medicines, numbering an astonishing 30 pills. These were not mere high-grade medicines, but top-tier secret medicines suited for the muscle refinement stage. According to black market prices, each top-tier secret medicine was worth 4,000 taels. Thus, this single box alone was valued at a staggering 120,000 taels. The 2 remaining boxes contained high-grade and ordinary secret medicines, comprising the cultivation resources provided by Hua Man Lu for the month, 30 high-grade and 30 ordinary secret medicines. Chapter 66, Choice of Techniques. Qin Feng consumed the secret medicines and commenced his cultivation. The 30 top-tier secret medicines took him 10 full days to exhaust. Coupled with the terrifying refining effects of the ghostly claw, Qin Feng successfully refined the 7th major tendon in his arms, and even made significant progress on the 8th. Without pause, he continued using the remaining 2 boxes of secret medicines. A month later, all the secret medicines were gone, and the 8th major tendon was fully refined. Thus, only 2 major tendons remained in both of his arms. Once refined, he would enter the later stages of muscle refinement. As for the ordinary secret medicines, he utilized them entirely in practicing the Shadow Flash Step. Since mastering the Shadow Flash Step, Qin Feng had not devoted much effort to it, but intermittent practice had accumulated to over 200 repetitions. Now, with the addition of 30 ordinary secret medicines, he surpassed 500 repetitions. At this moment, the system in Qin Feng's mind displayed the following: Shadow Flash Step. Technique, perfected. Progress, 20. Guidance, practice 1,000 times to advance to the next stage. As September approached, only 3 months remained until the new year. The eagerly awaited enrollment at Longmen Academy was drawing near. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng set off for Huaman Lu's stronghold to seek out Shui Xian once more. Upon encountering her, he directly inquired about the enrollment details for Longmen Academy, as this was the very purpose of his visit. Shui Xian, as the leader of Huaman Lu, surely possessed more information than he did. True to his expectations, Shui Xian did not disappoint. She provided him with a precise date, February 1st of the following year. Since you've come all this way and demonstrated commendable performance previously, allow me to present you with a token of goodwill, Shui Xian remarked with a mysterious smile. She had heard from Ping about the events of the last mission and was quite pleased with Qin Feng's performance. In this world, mere words held little weight. To gain trust, one must offer tangible benefits. Unlike other leaders, she possessed both strength and intellect. With that said, Shui Xian gestured for Qin Feng to follow her. They exited the stronghold, and after half an hour of travel, they arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was flanked by cliffs on 3 sides, with only a long, narrow path leading from the direction they had come. Yet, even this narrow path is guarded by numerous formidable checkpoints. Following behind Shui Xian, Qin Feng traversed the path and entered one of the caves within the valley. After navigating through a labyrinth of winding corridors, they finally arrived before a grand stone door. Shui Xian produced a key-like object from her bosom and inserted it into a small opening on the door. With a twist of her wrist, the stone door trembled and began to part to either side. "Follow me," Shui Xian intoned calmly, stepping inside. Qin Feng nodded and, with careful footsteps, followed her. Upon entering, he looked up to behold a perfectly arranged row of wooden shelves, divided into several distinct sections. Shui Xian first guided him to the initial area. This section contained various martial arts techniques and secret skills cataloged by Huaman Lu. Although only the most basic yellow-tier techniques were displayed here, they encompassed a wide array of cultivation methods. Higher-tier techniques also existed, but one had to accumulate substantial merits to access them. "With my current authority, I can permit you to choose any one of these," she stated. Chapter 67, Auxiliary Secret Medicines. Shui Xian gestured invitingly, and Qin Feng expressed his gratitude with a slight bow before stepping forward. His gaze swept across the first row of shelves. Diamond Fist, Demon Suppressing Great Palm, Star Pursuit 100 Styles, an abundance of martial arts techniques dazzled his eyes, including those pertaining to weaponry. However, Qin Feng felt no immediate interest in these. Cultivating low-tier techniques offered minimal utility. They merely provided an additional martial art without a proportional return on the time and energy expended. If possible, he preferred to await the discovery of a higher-tier technique for cultivation. Until then, he intended to focus his efforts on the techniques he currently possessed. Presently, he needed to accumulate practice repetitions for 3 techniques: Shadow Flash Step, Grass on the Wind, and 100 Refinements Iron Garment. Although the first 2 had reached perfection, they could still be further refined. Achieving the next stage might allow for enhancements akin to the Iron Claw technique. Qin Feng directly approached the 4th row, where secret techniques were displayed. Among them were stealth techniques, lightness skills, and others similar to the Shadow Flash Step that could enhance speed. Suddenly, Qin Feng was captivated by the title of a particular technique. He retrieved it from the shelf, and the 4 prominent characters inscribed on it read, Thousand-Faced Sorcery. Flipping it open, he could only peruse the first page, as the subsequent content was securely sealed with a red silk ribbon. He paid little heed to this barrier, quickly scanning the introduction, which outlined the technique's purpose. A yellow-tier technique, it could alter one's physical musculature to achieve the effect of disguise. Disguise? After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng decided, this one will do. Upon seeing the title of the technique, Shui Xian displayed a look of surprise but refrained from comment, merely nodding before leading Qin Feng to the next section. Here, the shelves bore the large boxes similar to those he had previously received. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, for the names of the secret medicines inscribed on these 2 rows were unfamiliar to him. He looked at Shui Xian, puzzled. "What is this?" Shui Xian explained. "In truth, there are many types of secret medicines, not solely those for enhancing cultivation. There are numerous auxiliary types, but they are tightly controlled and thus not widely circulated. These were procured at great expense from specialized channels." She elaborated on the various secret medicines uses, including the 3-turn golden pill, specifically designed to enhance the effectiveness of defensive technique cultivation, which functions similarly to the 9-turn golden pill. Naturally, its efficacy fell far short of the latter. The disparity between the 2 could be greater than that between ordinary secret medicines and premium ones. There were also specialized secret medicines for cultivating the limbs. For instance, martial artists practicing claw techniques could directly enhance the strength of their hands after use. Additionally, there were living secret medicines that kept a martial artist's muscles in an active state, significantly reducing cultivation time, though they were generally used in conjunction with cultivation secret medicines. After providing a brief overview, Shui Xian pointed to a type of secret medicine that could refine the hands. I know you practice claw techniques. Although I am unaware of the specific style, this would be most suitable for you. If it were the iron claw technique, Shui Xian would certainly recognize it, as it is a rather common martial art found in many places, not exclusive to Fenghua City. Simply put, the iron claw technique is a widely recognized method. However, Qin Feng had never demonstrated it before them, leading to their ignorance. By the time he showcased it before Shui Xian and others, the iron claw technique had already evolved into the phantom ghost claw, its appearance and style so drastically altered that others could not identify it. Qin Feng gazed at the secret medicine Shui Xian indicated. The demonic hand secret medicine indeed had impressive effects, aligning well with his technique. But Qin Feng's attention shifted to another option, the living secret medicine. How much time can this living secret medicine save in cultivation? He inquired. It can reduce the time for 10 sessions of cultivation from 1 hour to less than 15 minutes, enhancing efficiency approximately tenfold. One portion of living secret medicine can be combined with 5 portions of cultivation secret medicine. Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he pressed further. Can this living secret medicine be acquired in bulk? Shui Xian frowned slightly, responding, why? This type of secret medicine should hold little value for you. After all, reducing cultivation time is only necessary when one possesses a large quantity of cultivation secret medicines. To be blunt, ordinary individuals have no use for such items. In Hua Manlu's secret repository, very few come to exchange for living secret medicine, as the price is equivalent to that of premium secret medicines. With that kind of funding, one would be better off purchasing a portion of premium secret medicine. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng replied, I have my reasons. Shui Xian's frown deepened as she regarded him coldly. You have risen from humble origins to your current standing with considerable difficulty. Do not mislead yourself. Shui Xian held a certain appreciation for Qin Feng's talent. In her mind, if he could follow her guidance and grow step by step, he would become a formidable ally in the future. This was why she invested so much effort into him. After speaking, Shui Xian fixed her gaze intently on Qin Feng, who met her gaze unwaveringly. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. After nearly 10 breaths, Shui Xian suddenly broke into a smile, saying, if you believe it is appropriate, then so be it. You may decide for yourself. Shui Xian had come to understand that if he were an honest and straightforward person, he would not have ascended from his lowly status to his current position. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his chest. Shui Xian's pressure had been quite overwhelming. Truthfully, he had no desire to stand firm against her. However, he had gleaned enough of her temperament to know that if he were to back down now, she would likely regard him with even greater disdain. Thus, he chose to maintain this resolute demeanor. Xianxian lifted the substantial box containing live secret medicines and extended it towards Qin Feng. Within this grand container lay 30 precious doses of live secret medicine. Consider this a token of our initial meeting. I trust you will not come to regret it. Qin Feng received the box with both hands, bowing respectfully in gratitude. He then inquired, might I ask if this secret medicine can be supplied to me on a long-term basis? Indeed, she replied. The price of live secret medicine is equivalent to that of top-tier secret medicines used in muscle refinement. Should you desire it, I can arrange for someone to procure it. However, if fortune smiles upon you and you manage to enter the Longmen Academy, you may purchase it directly at the branch, where it will be offered at a more favorable price. Chapter 68, The Emergence of New Techniques. After selecting his token of introduction, Qin Feng expended over 10,000 taels to acquire 60 portions of ordinary secret medicines. He then departed with his newly acquired medicines and techniques. Upon returning to his residence in Depang town, he promptly retrieved the technique for the thousand-faced monster art and perused it thoroughly. Immediately, the system unveiled the details of the technique. Thousand-faced monster art. Technique, uninitiated. Progress, 0. Guidance. Practice 20 times to advance to the next stage. As this information manifested, the methods for cultivating the thousand-faced monster art flooded into Qin Feng's mind. Every detail crystallized, as if he had perused it countless times. Without delay, he commenced his training. 20 repetitions were a trivial task for him, and he consumed the live secret medicine simultaneously. Indeed, as Xianxian had indicated, his muscles became extraordinarily animated, akin to activating an accelerator, significantly enhancing his practice efficiency. 1 dose of live secret medicine could complement 5 doses of cultivation medicine. Remarkably, in less than 15 minutes, Qin Feng had mastered the fundamentals of the thousand-faced monster art. Thousand-faced monster art. Technique. Initiated. Progress. 30. Guidance. Practice 100 times to advance to the next stage. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he observed as his facial muscles began to twitch, slightly shifting position. Qin Feng seized a nearby bronze mirror and turned his head to assess the effects of his disguise. Though the changes were subtle, his overall appearance was markedly different from before. It was nearly indistinguishable upon closer inspection. Furrowing his brow, he concluded that this transformation was insufficient and continued to practice. An hour later, thousand-faced monster art. Technique. Minor achievement. Progress. 30. Guidance. Practice 200 times to advance to the next stage. This time, the contours of his face began to morph, and a peculiar movement rippled through his throat. Moments later, Qin Feng again lifted the bronze mirror, only to discover that he had transformed from an 18-year-old youth into a wrinkled old man. The only alteration in his appearance was the reshaping of his facial muscles. He had not grown any beard, rendering him an oddly peculiar sight. Upon attempting to speak, his voice resonated with a hoarse and weathered tone. Satisfied with this effect, Qin Feng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his focus to the shadow flash step and grass on air, both of which he had perfected. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for grass on air. Although it required 2,000 repetitions to achieve a breakthrough, the increase in practice frequency would undoubtedly enhance his speed during execution. Continuing to utilize the live secret medicine, he consumed the remainder of the ordinary secret medicines. Grass on air. Technique. Perfected. Progress. 550. Guidance. Practice 2,000 times to advance to the next stage. Glancing at the remaining handful of live secret medicines, Qin Feng resignedly set them aside for the time being, as he had depleted all his funds. In a secluded forest, two figures stealthily navigated through the underbrush. After traversing a distance, they met with a person who had been waiting here for some time. The three exchanged wary glances, surveying their surroundings before the two began to report in hushed tones, each producing a letter from their pockets and handing it to the waiting individual. As they turned to depart, just a short distance away, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree. With a swift flash, one of the two was caught unawares and fell without resistance. The other, alarmed, turned to face the threat, only to witness a shadow descending from above, a dagger plunging directly into the top of his head. The 3-inch blade sank entirely in, leaving only the hilt protruding. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of 3 bodies hitting the ground resonated in succession. Meanwhile, the assailant who had dealt with the waiting individual approached, clutching 2 envelopes, and joined the others as they made their escape. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Despite having worked together multiple times and knowing the other was nearby, they had failed to detect Qin Feng's concealed position. The implications were chilling. Had Qin Feng been an operative of the opposing faction, the consequences would have been dire. These 3 were none other than Qin Feng and 2 members from another squad of the Water Fairy Hall. During this time, Xianxian had resumed her offensive against the Shura sect, though not by invading their territory. Rather, she was purging the hidden agents dispatched from the Shura sect around Qin Feng City. As a subordinate of Xianxian, Qin Feng naturally followed her orders to operate alongside others from the Water Fairy Hall. The others had witnessed the prowess of this newly recruited individual, while the forces of Huaman Tower and the Shura sect engaged in a clandestine bloodbath in Qin Feng City. Both sides exchanged blows with fervor, each adept in their combat skills, their stealth and assassination techniques surpassing those of ordinary martial artists by at least a tier. Yet, these challenges posed little difficulty for Qin Feng, with his strength. As long as the disparity in realms was not insurmountable, victory was assured. A month later, utilizing the earnings he had amassed, Qin Feng procured a plethora of secret medicines and live secret medicines. Grass on air. Technique. Perfected. Progress. 1999. Guidance. Practice 2,000 times to advance to the next stage. With the completion of his final practice, the method for grass on air began to evolve within his mind, leading to the emergence of a new technique derived from it, flowing wind 100 techniques. Subsequently, Qin Feng's physique underwent a transformation. The muscles in the balls of his feet grew slightly, while the rest of his body became more streamlined. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy sparkled within. The speed of flowing wind 100 techniques had more than doubled compared to grass on air, and remarkably, his physical exertion had decreased rather than increased. This was precisely the effect he sought from the live secret medicines. His efficiency had surged tenfold, allowing him to complete up to 300 practice sessions in a single day. Since 1 dose of live secret medicine could complement 5 doses of cultivation medicine, he only needed 6 doses daily. Thus, within a mere 5 days, he could achieve 1,500 practice sessions. Although the expenditure was considerable, Qin Feng deemed it worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xianxian scrutinized the correspondence provided by the intelligence personnel of Huaman Tower. Huaman Tower boasted a comprehensive training mechanism, albeit bloody, which selected specialized intelligence operatives for each individual. As time ticked away, Xianxian's brow gradually furrowed. The situation in the south had grown increasingly dire, with the wolf gang leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, dismantling the order of the cities they traversed, and reducing the populace to mere refugees. The number of refugees has escalated alarmingly, akin to a snowball effect, growing ever larger. Long subjected to the torment of hunger, they have descended into a state of madness. The wolf gang exploits these displaced individuals, utilizing them as cannon fodder to assault the city. In Chapter 69, regarding the recruitment at Dragon Gate Academy, it becomes evident that human strength has its limits. Even a warrior at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement stage finds himself powerless against thousands upon thousands of refugees. Aside from the fortified level 4 city of Fenghua, which boasts masters of the bone-forging realm, smaller towns are utterly defenseless. After perusing this situation, Shui Xian instinctively tapped her slender fingers on the wooden table. Her expression contemplative. She was not motivated by a sense of national or civic duty. Rather, a significant portion of those cities affected by the wolf gang fell under the jurisdiction of Shui Xiantang. Although the wolf gang strategically refrained from encroaching upon the strongholds or halls of Huamanlu, their operations nevertheless impacted its business. As profits dwindled for Huamanlu, the corresponding share for Shui Xiantang naturally diminished as well. After a brief period of contemplation, Shui Xian picked up a brush and swiftly inscribed her directives onto a piece of paper. She then folded it into an envelope and handed it to a subordinate standing below. She instructed them not to act rashly without her command. Understood, the subordinate replied respectfully, bowing as he accepted the letter and exited the hall. Shui Xian then turned her gaze to Ping and his companions standing at the foot of the hall. Her tone icy as she commanded, "Accelerate your efforts. In 3 months, I do not wish to hear that there are still members of the Shura sect within our territory." "Yes," Ping and his companions replied in unison. In the ensuing months, Shui Xian monitored the movements of the wolf gang while simultaneously engaging in a power struggle with the Shura sect. The towns surrounding Zifeng City, including Depang Town, had long been divided between the two factions, each infiltrating the other's ranks. This stalemate persisted for over a decade. However, with Shui Xian at the helm, her resolve was unyielding. She employed ruthless measures to eliminate all of the Shura sect's informants. Although the Shura sect sent reinforcements, they could not compete with the might of Shui Xiantang. Under the vigorous purging by Shui Xiantang, the Shura sect faced continuous setbacks. Ultimately, the Shura sect was compelled to retract its influence, allowing Shui Xiantang to gain complete control over the towns under its jurisdiction and even extend its reach into Shura sect territory. While the Shura sect sought to eradicate Huamanlu's informants on its own turf, the results were far from satisfactory, as Huamanlu excelled in its covert operations. During this period, Qin Feng, leveraging his formidable strength, eliminated numerous covert operatives of the Shura sect. Consequently, he acquired a wealth of secret medicinal resources from Shui Xiantang, retaining 100,000 taels and silver notes, while exchanging the remainder for medicinal elixirs. At long last, Qin Feng successfully refined all 10 major tendons in his arms, officially advancing to the late stage of muscle refinement. Previously, he had preemptively refined the connection points of 2 major tendons, establishing a complete circuit of strength. This development signified that whereas Qin Feng could previously exert the power of only 5 tendons with one hand, he could now channel the combined might of 2 major tendons from his left hand through the connection to his right hand, enabling him to wield the strength of 7 tendons. As the recruitment for Dragon Gate Academy approached, the venue was set in a grand estate under the academy's name, located outside Zifeng City. Upon his arrival, Qin Feng found the premises already teeming with martial artists from the Jianghu. As the appointed time arrived, the great doors creaked open. A robust man resembling a steward emerged, his piercing gaze silencing the previously raucous crowd. With a disdainful snort, he announced, "Step forward one by one to register. Once registered, you may enter. Each applicant will receive a wooden token bearing a registration number. Find the corresponding room number inside, and as long as you pass the test, you will advance to the next round." Upon hearing this, the crowd obediently formed an orderly line to register. Soon, it was Qin Feng's turn. After submitting a registration fee of 100 taels, his name was recorded, and he received a wooden token in return, which bore the inscription A4. Entering the courtyard, he observed rows of rooms, each adorned with a number. Quickly locating the room marked A4, he approached and opened the door, stepping inside. The room resembled a typical training chamber, devoid of any furnishings, with a hard, barren floor made of a resilient blue stone specifically utilized for martial training. At that moment, a young man stood within, arms crossed behind his back, attired in a distinct white uniform emblazoned with the words Dragon Gate on the left breast. Upon hearing Qin Feng's entrance, The young man opened his eyes, exuding an air of superiority as he regarded Qin Feng and spoke in a measured tone, "Surpass my trial, and you shall proceed to the next round." He then gestured for Qin Feng to continue. In another room, a burly man faced the Dragon Gate Academy instructor, clasping his hands in respect as he said, "Senior brother, I seek your guidance." This marked his second attempt at the Dragon Gate Academy recruitment. During his previous attempt, he had only recently broken through to the mid-stage of muscle refinement and lacked sufficient strength, resulting in his elimination in the first round. Fortunately, he was still in his early 20s at the time. This time, he had prepared thoroughly. After 3 years of diligent training, he had finally advanced to the late stage of muscle refinement. Confident in his talent and capabilities, he was certain he would pass the first round. However, the Dragon Gate Academy instructor, observing the burly man's earnest demeanor, felt a flicker of disdain. The position of first-round examiner was not easily attained, requiring a significant price to be paid. Not just any student could assume this role. Moreover, since the number of examiners assigned was fixed, the absence of one would naturally affect his own income, dampening his spirits. After exchanging a few moves, the burly man unleashed a furious roar and launched a powerful punch. The Dragon Gate Academy instructor let out a cold snort, his muscular tendons surging as he countered with a fist of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding crash. Bang! Crack! The burly man screamed in agony as he was sent flying, his back crashing into the stone wall of the room. Spitting out blood, he clutched his fractured arm, staring incredulously at the instructor, muttering, "Why? This is impossible. Humph. Inability is inability. I too am at the late stage of muscle refinement, yet your strength is woefully inadequate to qualify you for the next round." Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression fell into despair. He sensed that his opponent was indeed at the same level, yet the disparity in their strengths was bewildering. In room A4, Qin Feng slowly approached, retrieving 10 1,000 tael silver notes from his pocket and placing them into the palm of the instructor. Upon seeing the substantial amount, the instructor's expression softened slightly. After confirming the thickness was correct, he accepted the notes into his own robe, nodding as he instructed, "Hand me the wooden token." Following his command, Qin Feng presented the wooden token. The instructor produced a brush and inscribed the character Chun onto the token before tossing it back to Qin Feng. "You have advanced. Exit and turn right. Someone will guide you." Gratefully accepting the token, Qin Feng clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." In Chapter 71, the second round awaits. The man remained silent, his hands crossed over his chest, eyes closed as he awaited the next individual. Qin Feng, observing this indifference, turned and exited the room. After walking a short distance to the right, he was intercepted by 2 attendants who raised their hands to block his path. Presenting a wooden plaque, Qin Feng handed over the plaque, and upon seeing the character inscribed upon it, the attendants nodded in acknowledgement. One of them then led Qin Feng to a spacious training ground. At that moment, several individuals were already present on the field. Noticing the commotion, they instinctively turned their heads, and without exception, a flicker of astonishment appeared in their eyes. "He is remarkably youthful." Qin Feng was precisely 20 years of age. Paying no heed to their gazes, he found a quiet spot devoid of others and stood in contemplation. As time progressed, the number of participants gradually increased. When approximately 20 individuals had gathered, the robust steward who had initially appeared stepped forward. He stood before the assembly, surveying the crowd before announcing, "I am the steward responsible for admissions at Longmen Academy, and my surname is Chun. You have successfully passed the first round of preliminary selection. Now we shall proceed to the second round, which is also the final round. A draw will determine your respective opponents. There are only 5 slots available, meaning that out of these 23 individuals, only 5 will emerge victorious from this trial. Therefore, all of you must summon your utmost strength." After delivering his address, he raised his hand and gestured, prompting an attendant to approach with a small box. Steward Chin continued, "You will each draw lots. Those who draw the same number will be opponents in this round, with one participant receiving a bye. During the matches, the use of weapons is permitted, but the employment of poisons or concealed weapons is strictly forbidden. Should you concede or lose the ability to fight, you will be deemed defeated. If your opponent concedes, you must cease all aggression. Additionally, I must remind you that in a contest of martial prowess, injuries may occur, and the consequences shall be borne by the individuals involved. If anyone has objections, now is the time to withdraw." After a brief pause, he scanned the crowd with his gaze. No one spoke. Having invested such significant effort to arrive here, retreat was not an option. Satisfied with their silence, Steward Chun nodded slightly and declared, "Since there are no objections, please come forward to draw lots." One by one, the participants approached to draw their lots. Upon receiving his, Qin Feng unwrapped the paper, revealing a cross. The individual who drew number 1 then stepped forward to commence the match. 2 combatants stood forth, both possessing robust physiques, their muscular arms bulging with latent power. They exchanged courteous bows, uttering, "May I have your guidance?" With that, both surged towards one another. Their styles were aggressive and equal in prowess, each blow landing with palpable force, creating a truly spectacular display as the sounds of their bodies colliding echoed throughout the arena. After exchanging dozens of blows, one fighter, with a fierce glint in his eyes, relinquished his defense against an oncoming punch aimed at his chest. He unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his opponent's temple. The impact of the opponent's fist against his chest resonated with a metallic clang, startling the onlookers. A defensive martial art, they murmured, noting its considerable mastery. After absorbing the opponent's punch, the fighter's face reddened, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the opponent's expression changed drastically, attempting to retreat. But it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the fist drew nearer. With a resounding thud, the opponent's temple was struck with tremendous force, causing his eyes to bulge and his body to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The battle concluded. Two attendants approached to assess the situation, then shook their heads at Steward Chun before dragging the body away from the training ground. A chill swept through the crowd. Some exhibited flickering expressions, yet the majority soon donned resolute visages. The matches continued. In the second contest, two individuals faced each other. One was a man with a somewhat sinister appearance, who regarded his opponent with a cruel smile. Though his adversary was slightly larger, the ominous demeanor of the man caused him to swallow hard. The match began. The sinister man charged forward, his hands twisting in a series of rapid transformations. Sometimes they morphed into fists, at other times into palms, and then into claws, all delivered with ferocity and an unsettling unpredictability. The opponent struggled to defend against the relentless onslaught, blood soon staining his attire. After several exchanges, the beleaguered fighter retreated in panic, exclaiming, "I concede." However, before he could finish, the sinister man executed a peculiar twist of his waist. Serpent strike. In an instant, his speed surged, and he appeared directly before his opponent. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he witnessed a martial art akin to the shadow leap, achieving similar effects. The sinister man delivered a punch to the opponent's abdomen, interrupting his words, and then seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The man's face flushed, his limbs flailing weakly as he looked up at the sinister man in terror. With a cold smile, the sinister man twisted his wrist. Crack! The opponent's body went limp, and the sinister man released his grip. The lifeless form crumpled to the ground, its neck contorted at an unnatural angle. The onlookers' faces paled, realizing the opponent had clearly intended to concede, yet the sinister man had shown no mercy. However, despite their trepidation, one individual stepped forward, demanding, "How can you act in such a manner? This is deliberate cruelty." Steward Chun, he clearly intended to concede. "Yet you permitted this brutality. Does this not violate the rules you just established?" Steward Chun frowned, glancing at the sinister man before responding. The opponent did not call for a concession. The match continues. Next contestant. The questioner fell silent, turning to gauge the reaction of the others, hoping for support. Yet, he found them averted, focused on their own concerns. Embarrassed, he turned back to the sinister man, who wore a mocking smile, his gaze fixed upon him, and then raised his hand to mimic a throat-slitting motion. The questioner paled, instinctively retreating a few steps. Given the events of the previous matches, several participants, recognizing their inability to contend, quickly conceded. Qin Feng observed from the sidelines, acknowledging that the strength of these fighters was formidable. Although the minimum requirement for admission to Longmen Academy was mid-stage muscle refinement, it was a folly to believe one could gain entry solely at that level. As the rounds progressed, not a single contestant possessed a strength below the late-stage muscle refinement, with one even reaching the pinnacle of that realm. To achieve such heights before the age of 25 indicated that these 23 individuals were the epitome of common martial artists. Their prowess far surpassed that of ordinary warriors within the same tier, with several even matching the caliber of the assassins from the Water Immortal Hall, and a few exhibiting even greater strength. For instance, the sinister man who left a deep impression on him. Qin Feng instinctively glanced at the man's position. It seemed the other party sensed it, abruptly turning his head to gaze at him, his eyes swiftly locking onto Qin Feng. The sinister man smirked, his gaze filled with mockery. Qin Feng maintained an expressionless demeanor as he held the man's gaze for a few moments before redirecting his attention to the competition in the arena. At last, number 10. A silhouette leapt into the arena, revealing a man sporting a pair of handlebar mustaches, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Merely standing there, an imposing aura emanated from him. Qin Feng stepped out of the crowd, advancing steadily into the arena. Upon realizing it was Qin Feng, the man with the mustaches felt a flicker of delight within. He hadn't expected it to be him. With so few people present, Qin Feng's youthful visage was exceedingly conspicuous. Although no one voiced it, they collectively believed that Qin Feng's strength must be the weakest among them. Luck seemed to be on the mustached man's side. Alas, they were only half correct. In terms of cultivation, Qin Feng had indeed only refined 11 major tendons, making him the weakest among them. However, if judged by actual strength, they were gravely mistaken. The two exchanged polite gestures. The mustached man's eyes turned cold as he twisted his right hand gripping the silver spear. Clang! A glint of cold light rapidly magnified in Qin Feng's vision. He raised his hand to block, a piercing sound resonating as the spear had spun rapidly in his palm, creating sparks. Qin Feng forcefully deflected the silver spear. The mustached man, following the trajectory of the spear being deflected, grasped the tail and spun around, stepping forward to bring the spear down heavily upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly raised both arms to block. Boom! This strike, imbued with tremendous force, sent Qin Feng staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, the mustached man launched a relentless barrage of thrusts, his spear resembling a sky full of stars as it continuously lunged toward Qin Feng. Yiming Ghost Claw. Qin Feng exerted all his strength to fend off the onslaught, then seized the spear just below the head. The mustached man twisted his hand, causing the silver spear to whirl rapidly, instantly breaking free from Qin Feng's grasp, then delivering a fierce kick to the spear's tail. The silver spear shot forward, aiming straight at Qin Feng. He turned to evade, swiftly retreating a few steps to create distance. The two resumed their stances, facing each other. His expression grave. He raised his palm, where a drop of blood trickled forth. The defense had been breached. After forming the Yiming Ghost Claw, this was the first time his palm had been pierced. The opponent was also at the late stage of tendon refining, yet he had refined at least 13 major tendons. And his spear technique was undeniably sharp. If he had not reacted swiftly, he would have already met his demise. The mustached man chuckled mockingly and said, "Perhaps you should come back in 3 years. The next attack won't be so fortunate. Be careful not to perish here." Qin Feng, with an expression devoid of emotion, regarded him as he gradually lifted his hands, adopting a battle stance. The sinister man at the edge of the arena, hearing the mustached man's words, revealed a playful smile. Though he had merely exchanged a glance with Qin Feng, one could not deceive the eyes. Certain individuals, upon locking eyes, could discern the opponent's lower limits of strength. Despite the impressive power exhibited by the mustached man, Qin Feng's gaze showed no trace of fear, indicating his confidence in facing him. To him, the strength displayed by the mustached man was intriguing. Chapter 73, Qin Feng's Contest, 2. Observing that Qin Feng had yet to concede, the mustached man sneered derisively, just as he was about to speak further. Qin Feng slightly bent his knees, and then surged toward him. As they closed the distance to about 10 paces, Qin Feng's speed surged dramatically. Whoosh! In the next instant, he appeared directly before the mustached man, unleashing a torrent of ghostly light. The mustached man was taken aback, quickly raising his spear to block. Clang! 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 In that moment, amidst the clamor of metal colliding, countless sparks erupted from the gleaming silver spear. Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of afterimages, launching a fierce assault. The myriad claw shadows and bizarrely sharp techniques intensified the mustached man's pressure, as Qin Feng's speed left him no opportunity to counterattack. By now he was utterly horrified, aware that he could not continue like this. Enduring a claw strike to his arm, he rolled on the ground to create some distance, and then the silver spear swept through a graceful arc, launching outward. Bang! However, the silver spear had barely traversed a short distance, its force not yet fully realized, when a hand abruptly intercepted it 2/3 of the way down the spear shaft. Gasp! The mustached man looked up, suddenly freezing, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples. For at that moment, 5 fingers hovered before him, mere half an inch from his face, 2 of which were pointed directly at his eyes. The mustached man swallowed hard, experiencing death at such close quarters for the first time, his voice trembling as he stammered. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fingers tightly. Crack! The mustached man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his face grotesquely mangled. Since the opponent had not held back from the beginning, Qin Feng would naturally show no mercy either. Witnessing this, the sinister man's eyes lit up, as though he had found a kindred spirit, his entire body trembling with excitement. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was already dumbfounded. It was simply too swift. After a moment of contemplation, they could only feel disheartened, realizing that even if they were to step in, they could not withstand such a sharp onslaught. As the saying goes, an inch of strength is an inch of advantage. The mustached man's spear technique was indeed formidable, but it was predicated on maintaining sufficient distance between them. Qin Feng, however, gave him no such opportunity. Directly utilizing the shadow flash step to accelerate and engage him in close combat, rendering the mustached man's spear technique ineffective and instead an encumbrance, reducing his overall strength to below 50%. Qin Feng crouched down, wiping his bloodied hand, now smeared with mysterious fragments, on the mustached man's clothing. He then proceeded to search the body, retrieving several silver notes, which he nonchalantly tucked away. This was to be expected. A normal person wouldn't carry martial arts manuals when venturing out. It was akin to keeping a book tucked away in one's clothing. Wasn't that rather awkward? Qin Feng himself had destroyed all the scrolls he had acquired, whether it was the grass on the fly parchment or the subsequent manuals. Following several rounds of contests, only 12 individuals remained in the arena. By now, over an hour had elapsed, and Elder Qin's expression had grown somewhat impatient. To him, these battles resembled mere childish brawls. Although a few individuals had indeed caught his eye, he felt little connection to them. Regardless of who ultimately advanced, it bore little significance to him. These individuals were merely participants, as it was each year, devoid of any surprises. He simply wished to expedite the conclusion. Thus, he surveyed the remaining 12 individuals, pondering for a moment before pointing to 5 of them, stating, You, and you too, step forward. Chapter 74, Resources of the Martial Arts Hall. Qin Feng was among those selected, alongside the sole individual at the pinnacle of tendon refining and the sinister man. Though the 5 individuals were initially perplexed, they complied with the directive and stepped into the arena. Elder Qin pointed at Qin Feng and the others, stating, These 5 are the fortunate recipients of the Dragon Gate Academy's quotas. Each of you possesses a singular opportunity to challenge any one of them. Should you believe you can best any of these contenders, step forth and issue your challenge. The victor shall secure a quota, while the defeated may not select that individual again. The crowd exchanged glances, and one among them spoke up, Elder Qin, after the first round. Several of us will be injured. May we defer our battles until the following day? This individual, among the more severely wounded, recognized that immediate confrontation would significantly diminish his chances of victory. However, Elder Qin remained resolute, insisting, No, it must conclude today. With gritted teeth, the man pressed on. That is unjust. In peak condition, the outcome could be entirely different. Unjust? If you face a formidable opponent in the first round, it is merely a stroke of bad luck on your part. Yet luck is a form of strength. When engaged in combat, do you believe your fortune will spare you? The man fell silent, rendered speechless. Subsequently, 2 other participants, bearing only minor injuries, stepped forward to select their adversaries. Naturally, they refrained from choosing Qin Feng, the consummate practitioner, and the ominous figure, for their prowess was unmistakably superior. With only 5 individuals in total, the options for selection dwindled down to just 2. Their willingness to step forward indicated their commendable strength, and the ensuing matches were fiercely contested. Alas, neither participant succeeded in their challenges. Elder Qin, representing the Dragon Gate Academy, and a formidable figure in the bone-tempering realm, possessed the discernment to ascertain that no further challenges would arise. Upon confirming this, he declared the recruitment for the Dragon Gate Academy concluded. Qin Feng, having achieved his goal, secured a quota. 3 days hence, at noon, you shall gather here, and we shall depart for the branch academy. Punctuality is paramount, Elder Qin proclaimed, waving his hand dismissively before departing. Upon returning, Qin Feng bid farewell to Xian. She, unfazed, remarked, Now that you've secured a quota, pursue your ambitions as you see fit. Never once did she doubt Qin Feng's capability to attain a spot. To fail in securing a Dragon Gate Academy quota would reflect poorly on her judgment. While her support for Qin Feng's admission to the academy was lukewarm, she added, Should you encounter any difficulties, you may send word to me through any hall of Hua Man. Lu. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. 3 days later, upon his return to the grand courtyard in Qifeng City, he found dozens waiting, forming a clear divide. To the left, a group of over a dozen individuals engaged in lively conversation, laughter occasionally echoing through the air. Their attire suggested they belonged to distinguished families, likely the elite of Qifeng City, who had secured quotas. On the right, a small cluster, including the ominous figure and his 3 companions, stood apart, silent and dispersed. In the center, a group of individuals casually stood, subtly isolating the ominous figures, likely the guards or confidants of the noble heirs. Qin Feng's arrival drew the attention of the guards, yet he chose to remain inconspicuous, moving to the right to await developments. At noon, Elder Qin reappeared, outlining essential points before leading the group onward. Their destination lay near the sole 3rd-tier city in southern Dechu, Nanzhou City, still a considerable distance from Qifeng City. After enduring a fortnight of horseback travel, they finally reached Nanzhou City. Just half an hour more, and we shall arrive, Elder Qin announced. Upon hearing this, the noble heirs collectively exhaled in relief. Their pace had not been swift, for despite their considerable abilities, they were unaccustomed to such rigors, having been pampered all their lives. This was their first experience of enduring such a lengthy journey alone, and tedium had long since set in. In contrast, Qin Feng and his companions remained unperturbed, for such challenges were commonplace for them. Upon entering the city, they did not pause, traversing through to exit from another gate. After half an hour, they arrived before a stone fortress, and Qin Feng gazed upward to see the grand characters inscribed above the entrance, Martial Arts Hall. This was the venue for their concentrated training before entering the branch academy. Numerous individuals from various locales, similarly striving for quotas, were also entering the stone city. The noble heirs promptly dismissed their attendants, for it was forbidden to bring retainers into the martial arts hall. Elder Qin guided them into the stone city, where a servant rushed over. For the fourth-tier city of Qifeng City, 20 individuals are accounted for, the servant respectfully stated before bowing to Qin Feng and the others. Please follow me. As the servant walked, he provided a brief introduction, leading them to a row of courtyards. Select any room to your liking. Within each room lay a booklet detailing the martial arts hall's credit system, resource acquisition guidelines, and the types and quantities of secret medicines dispensed daily. After delivering this information, the servant took his leave. The group chose their respective courtyards to settle in. Inside his room, Qin Feng picked up the booklet from the table and skimmed through its contents. It meticulously outlined the rules of the martial arts hall, the protocols for obtaining resources, and the various secret medicines distributed each day. His gaze then fell upon a small box on the table, and he opened it to discover 3 advanced secret medicines for the muscle refinement realm. What a generous allocation, Qin Feng marveled. The commitment of the entire Dechu Empire to nurture its students was indeed extraordinary. Though it seemed merely 3 advanced medicines, Qin Feng knew that the Dragon Gate Academy enrolled 400 to 500 students at a time. Each receiving such treatment amounted to an astronomical sum. This did not even account for other provisions, which could only be afforded by a colossal entity like the Dechu Empire. Moreover, according to the booklet, exceptional performance would yield additional rewards from the martial arts hall, including techniques and various cultivation and auxiliary medicines. Of course, the prerequisite was to be remarkably outstanding, otherwise, one would only receive the 3 advanced medicines daily. Remarkably outstanding meant distinguishing oneself among hundreds, competing not with the average, but with the gifted youth from prominent families. Qin Feng consumed the secret medicines and promptly entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 75, The Essentials of Claw Techniques. Thus, Qin Feng diligently trained for several days, occasionally perusing the booklet to familiarize himself with the regulations in this entirely new environment, an essential endeavor, regardless of its immediate utility. Preparedness was vital. During this period, all daily necessities were provided by the servants, and the meals served were exceptional, not only visually appealing but also delectable. After dining, Qin Feng felt a warm current rising from his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Upon resuming his training, he discovered a significant enhancement in the efficiency of his muscle refinement, at least 20% faster than usual. Simultaneously, he received an identity badge inscribed with his name. As all the participants for the Longmen Academy's admission gathered, the training hall commenced its operations. In an open-air plaza, hundreds of individuals sat on the ground as an elderly man with a square face and flowing white hair ascended the stone platform, his keen gaze surveying the assembly. The previously bustling plaza fell into an immediate hush. Despite his advanced age, the old man stood with impeccable posture, exuding an aura of authority that suggested he had been even more formidable in his youth. He then spoke, "I am Feng Howren, the chief instructor of the training hall. Over the next 3 years, I will oversee your training regimen, the details of which are outlined in the pamphlet provided to you. Additionally, each of you may select one martial technique from the martial pavilion to practice free of charge. The martial pavilion is where the techniques are stored. Although most are of the yellow rank, they represent the pinnacle within that category. If you wish to exchange for additional techniques, you may do so using your academic credits." Following this, Chief Instructor Feng elaborated on various rules governing the training hall, which were also specified in the pamphlet. However, he emphasized one crucial point. Any physical altercations within the training hall must take place in the designated sparring arena, and no life-threatening harm is permitted. Violators will be dealt with according to the hall's regulations, regardless of any pleas for leniency. The training hall is a venue for selecting talent for the academy, offering a wealth of training resources and courses. Thus, your focus should be solely on your cultivation. At the end of 3 years, an assessment will take place to determine your eligibility for admission to the academy's branches, and I hope none of you become complacent. After succinctly concluding his address, Chief Instructor Feng turned and departed, his demeanor suggesting a mere formality. The crowd began to disperse, some heading to the martial pavilion, while others exited the training hall in groups. The training hall imposed no restrictions on students leaving, nor did it mandate their training. Essentially, it provided an environment for cultivation, with techniques and elixirs available. Whether one chose to strive for advancement or to languish in idleness was entirely up to them. While the intentions of others remained uncertain, Qin Feng was resolute in his determination to improve. He made his way alone to the martial pavilion, having little interest in the techniques, but rather seeking useful secret arts. Upon arrival, he found many others already selecting their techniques, and their attire indicated they were predominantly of his ilk, including the menacing figure he had encountered earlier. Qin Feng bypassed the techniques section and proceeded directly to the secret arts area. He casually picked up a volume on secret techniques, flipping through its scant pages, which merely described the functions of the arts. Choices could only be made based on these descriptions before exchanging for the complete content with the pavilion's overseer. The technique he held detailed a martial art centered on the concept of unyielding, which involves mobilizing the entire body's muscles, generating power from the legs, transmitting it through the waist, and unleashing it from the arms, allowing the practitioner to produce tremendous force over short distances. After reading, Qin Feng shook his head and returned it to its place. While effective, it did not align with his style, particularly his use of the ghostly claw technique, which required a foundation in boxing to integrate effectively. He continued perusing the volumes, encountering triple force, which similarly emphasized coordination of the entire body's muscles to deliver multiple strikes during combat. This, too, was unsuitable for him. Besides these, there were lightness techniques and acceleration arts akin to his shadow flash step. He certainly had no need for the lightness techniques, having already mastered the superior profound rank Lu Feng Baijua. As for the acceleration techniques, though they bore no side effects, the speed enhancement was significantly inferior to that of shadow flash. After a cursory examination, Qin Feng found nothing that resonated with him. However, he was unperturbed, time was abundant, and he could return for exchanges once he had a clearer idea. The following day, within a loft of the training hall, Qin Feng arrived early and chose a seat near the front. The training hall offered various classes, not to teach techniques, but to impart the essence of martial arts, covering topics such as claws, fists, legs, palms, and even swordplay and knife techniques. Each class was conducted by different instructors, each specializing in distinct areas, primarily focusing on fundamental concepts and their personal insights. Although the training hall provided a schedule, attendance was not compulsory. Students could choose based on their individual needs and preferences. These classes were held every 3 days, and today's session was titled Essentials of Claw Techniques, which piqued Qin Feng's interest as he practiced claw arts. As time passed, the room filled with students, and soon it was at capacity. The instructor appeared at the appointed time and began the first day's lesson. He commenced with a brief self-introduction before diving into the material, stating, "The fundamentals of claw technique encompass basic claw shapes, methods of exerting force, and targeted attack areas. The basic claw forms differ among martial arts schools. Common examples include the tiger claw, which requires the fingers to be slightly spread and bent inward toward the palm, with the thumb extended and curved while the other 4 fingers remain together, the third joint flexed, and each finger striving toward the back of the hand, forming a shape reminiscent of an eagle's claw, providing formidable gripping and striking power. The eagle claw involves the index and middle fingers being brought together and bent inward toward the palm, with the remaining 3 fingers also curled in, characterized by its agility and concentrated grip strength in the index and middle fingers. The dragon claw sees the thumb and index finger coordinating while the other 2 fingers curl toward the palm, allowing for a range of actions such as grasping, holding, and entangling. Qin Feng listened, enthralled. Due to his system, his comprehension of claw techniques had reached an advanced level. Yet, as he absorbed the instructor's explanations, many of his previously vague understandings suddenly became crystal clear. Simultaneously, the system within his mind exhibited a response. Essentials of Claw Techniques. Progress 1. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 76, 7 Essentials. Essentials of Claw Techniques? He had not anticipated that the instructor's discourse would trigger the system to actively generate an entry, indicating its significance. He focused intently on the lesson. The instructor, while referring to his notes, delivered the lecture with remarkable detail, revisiting any difficult concepts and often interjecting his own insights. However, Qin Feng failed to notice that several scions of affluent families displayed expressions of disappointment after only a brief listening. Yet, out of respect for the instructor, they begrudgingly endured. An hour swiftly passed, and by the conclusion of the session, the progress bar had risen to 7%. Upon finishing his lecture, the instructor stood and departed. Qin Feng, still wanting more, sensed a stark contrast in the reactions around him. As soon as the instructor had vanished from sight, a quiet voice broke the tension in the loft. "Humph, I expected more from this course. It's just this triviality." Alongside Qin Feng, all the common martial artists turned to glance in confusion. This remark seemed to ignite the conversation among the gathered scions, who began to voice their agreement. Amidst the discourse, disappointment and disdain permeated the air. Was this not reminiscent of the teachings imparted to him at home when he first embarked on the path of martial arts? How disheartening! He had anticipated more profound instruction. Moreover, a plethora of courses lay ahead, seemingly of little value. So, this was the essence of the curriculum at the martial arts hall? A sheer waste of time. Indeed. Listening to their words, Qin Feng gradually comprehended the situation. It appeared that such courses were encountered during their initial foray into martial arts. Those with favorable conditions were privileged to have dedicated instructors, while those from less affluent backgrounds had access to relevant literature within their families. Thus, the courses at the martial arts hall were largely superfluous to them. Nevertheless, a handful of scions from noble families felt their faces flush with embarrassment upon hearing this, for they hailed from minor clans and had not received such training. Upon returning home, Qin Feng immediately commenced his practice. With the addition of the intricacies of claw techniques, he seamlessly integrated them into his execution of the spectral claw. However, perhaps due to his insufficient progress, he did not perceive any significant difference from his previous attempts. As he continued his daily training, the advancement of the claw technique gradually increased. In 2 days, he achieved a 1% enhancement. The martial arts hall convened its classes every 3 days, and during the second session, once again focused on the intricacies of the claw technique. However, this time, the attendance had dwindled significantly. Only a few scions remained, and the number of martial artists of common birth had reduced by more than half. Only those practicing claw techniques continued to attend. Within the vast space of the loft, merely a dozen individuals were present. Yet, this was of little concern to Qin Feng as he continued to listen intently, raising his progress in the claw technique to 15%. At last, after attending 5 classes, his progress in the claw techniques reached 48. In that moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized that the time required for practicing the spectral claw had indeed diminished. Previously, 10 repetitions took an hour. Now, it had been reduced by a quarter, and the refining effect had also slightly intensified. This unexpected delight caught him off guard. If this continued, once his progress reached its zenith, the time required for his practice could be halved. Half a month later, within the loft, the course on the intricacies of claw techniques had concluded, and the subsequent classes would be conducted by other instructors. Although the course had finished, the system in Qin Feng's mind displayed claw techniques. Progress, 98. It had not yet reached a full 100. Evidently, further practice was necessary. This course spanned an entire month, during which his personal training contributed approximately 15% to his progress, while the remaining 83% stemmed from the classes. Nonetheless, only 2% remained. A matter of just a few days. After concluding his remarks, the instructor prepared to depart. At that moment, Qin Feng abruptly rose to his feet, drawing the attention of the assembly. With a solemn expression, he respectfully cupped his hands in salute towards the instructor, expressing his gratitude for the guidance rendered by Instructor Guo during this time. Regardless of the instructor's standing, such acknowledgement was warranted. For every insight shared by Instructor Guo had notably accelerated the advancement of his claw technique. Subsequently, Qin Feng came to an epiphany. The system in his mind was progressively refining martial arts, but Instructor Guo's explanations effectively spared him from much of the deductive reasoning involved. This exemplified the advantage of having dedicated instruction. On the other side, Instructor Guo encountered such a situation for the first time, his expression slightly taken aback. Observing Qin Feng's demeanor, he sensed sincerity rather than flattery. Had it been anyone else, he might have suspected insincerity, but in Qin Feng's case, he felt differently. Among all the students, Qin Feng was the most earnest. Others occasionally lost focus, but he remained steadfastly attentive. This was a consistent pattern that Instructor Guo had long since noted. A complex emotion flickered in Instructor Guo's eyes as he regarded Qin Feng. He had once envisioned such a scene but lamented that his efforts had gone unrecognized. Ultimately, he merely nodded gently before turning to leave the loft. The others perceived Qin Feng's actions as an attempt to curry favor, their gazes laden with undisguised scorn. Returning home, Qin Feng resumed his training, achieving another 1% increase in progress over the span of 2 days. Claw techniques. Progress, 99. On the 3rd day, another course was set to commence, this time focusing on the intricacies of fist techniques, which he would not let pass by. Although Qin Feng had not practiced fist techniques, the future held untold possibilities. However, after attending a single session, disappointment clouded his features. The system in his mind revealed fist techniques. Progress, 5. The instructor's delivery was rather mediocre, akin to reading verbatim from a textbook. Yet, Qin Feng had no recourse but to endure the lecture. 6 months later, Qin Feng's mind housed a compendium of 7 martial arts techniques: claws, fists, legs, palms, swords, sabers, and spears. However, only the claw techniques had reached a full 100%. The remaining 6 fluctuated between 60 and 70%. The time required for him to practice had decreased from 1 hour to half an hour. Moreover, he discovered that the intricacies of leg techniques were equally applicable to the practice of shadow step. Setting aside other considerations, the acquisition of these 7 martial arts techniques rendered Qin Feng's journey worthwhile. Over the course of 6 months, the number of his major tendons had increased from 11 to 14, and he was now refining the 15th tendon. Upon completion of this final tendon, he would officially attain the pinnacle of tendon refinement. As one's realm ascended, the pace of cultivation slowed, typically requiring 3 to 4 years for an average individual. Yet, Qin Feng accomplished it in merely 6 months. Chapter 77. The Grand Competition at the Martial Arts Hall. In the span of 6 months, he had refined 3 major tendons. Despite the scarcity of resources, presently, he received only 3 doses of high-grade elixirs daily, and his finances were insufficient to procure more. Moreover, at this juncture, he was reluctant to go to the flower pavilion to accept tasks, as any potential exposure could lead to troubles. However, resources would soon be at hand, as a grand competition was set to be held at the Martial Arts Hall in a month's time. Should he secure a place within the top 100, his daily cultivation resources would be significantly enhanced. Achieving the top 100 would yield 6 doses of high-grade elixirs and 1 vitality elixir daily. Entering the top 50 would grant him 1 premium elixir, 6 high-grade elixirs, and 1 vitality elixir daily. Attaining the top 20 would result in 3 premium elixirs, 6 high-grade elixirs, and 1 vitality elixir daily. Lastly, securing a position in the top 10 would provide him with 6 premium elixirs, 6 high-grade elixirs, and 1 vitality elixir daily. Those who did not rank would continue to receive resources as per the original arrangement. Qin Feng diligently focused on his training. A month swiftly passed. Concurrently, he completed the refinement of his final major tendon, officially entering the pinnacle of tendon refinement. As the competition commenced, Qin Feng faced his first opponent. To his astonishment, he learned that his adversary was none other than Li Mingxian, the 3rd son of the Li family from Fenghua City. However, it appeared that Li Mingxian had already forgotten Qin Feng. Even when facing him directly, there was no sign of recognition from the other party. In truth, upon seeing Qin Feng, Li Mingxian felt a flicker of familiarity, but he assumed he must have encountered him somewhere in the martial arts hall, and thus paid it no mind. Over the past few years, he had indeed been riding high on the winds of success. Following the assassination attempt he orchestrated involving Qin Feng and others, the 2nd son of the Li family, Li Mingzhe, had perished on the spot, while the eldest son, Li Mingcheng, fell grievously injured into a coma. Although Li Mingcheng eventually regained consciousness, he was left with a lifelong disability, one of his legs rendered utterly useless. Unable to accept the harsh reality, Li Mingcheng underwent a drastic change in temperament, becoming volatile and prone to violent outbursts, often resorting to the abuse and even murder of his servants at the slightest provocation. Naturally, Li Mingxian was not inclined to relent. He secretly procured a rare and difficult-to-detect chronic poison with substantial sums of money, subsequently bribing the servant responsible for Li Mingxian's care to mix the poison into his meals. At long last, after a year had passed, Li Mingxian succumbed to heart failure, and the physician summoned could find no evidence of foul play. Thus, the only capable heir left in the Li family was the 3rd son, Li Mingxian, who ascended as the rightful successor. To ensure additional safety, he also tampered with the diets of the younger Li family offspring, albeit with a different poison that would not result in death, but rather weaken their constitutions, hindering their progress in martial arts. Presently, he had successfully entered the martial arts hall, forging connections with the younger generation of various noble families. This would serve as a valuable resource for him in the future. He had not anticipated being able to gain entry into the branch academy. Merely reaching this point had fulfilled his ambitions. As Qin Feng and Li Mingxian stood opposite each other, the referee announced the commencement of the duel. Li Mingxian unleashed his full strength, charging toward Qin Feng. However, after merely a few exchanges, Li Mingxian found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground by Qin Feng's claw. The disparity was far too great. Although Li Mingxian had indeed improved over the past few years, he had only reached the late stage of the muscle refinement realm. Even if Qin Feng were to be at the same level, he could still effortlessly defeat him. Chapter 78. Changes from afar. Qin Feng emerged victorious. Though he cared little for the outcome, being bested by another, particularly a commoner martial artist, was hardly a cause for celebration. With a cold huff, Li Mingxian turned away, departing the arena without a backward glance. The martial arts hall competition adopted an elimination format, with participants drawn at random to duel in pairs, the victors advancing to the next round while the defeated were eliminated. It was a straightforward and brutal system. If one encountered an opponent of significantly greater strength, One could only count themselves unfortunate. Despite the large number of participants, the martial arts hall had arranged for 10 arenas to operate simultaneously, allowing the matches to progress rapidly. In less than half a stick of incense, Qin Feng's second match began. Luckily, fortune was on his side, as his next opponent was also of mediocre strength. A scion from a minor family in a level 5 city, only slightly stronger than Li Mingxian. After easily dispatching him, only a little over 120 competitors remained. However, most were identifiable as scions of noble families by their attire, with only about a dozen commoner martial artists present. It remained uncertain how many would ultimately enter the top 100. Soon, the third match arrived, but it seemed Qin Feng's luck had run dry. As this opponent was no ordinary foe, Qin Feng, Guoyinshi, the referee announced with a booming voice. The two ascended the platform, locking eyes. With the referee's command to begin, both surged toward one another. Guoyinshi let out an enraged roar, his arms sweeping forward with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. Shadow flash step. His speed surged, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Guoyinshi. Both hands transformed into twin beams of ethereal light, striking down on Guoyinshi's back from both sides. With a tearing sound, Guoyinshi's clothing was instantly shredded, yet after a sickening noise, Qin Feng's full force strike merely left a few faint lacerations on Guoyinshi's back. It was evident he had mastered a defensive martial art. Furthermore, it had been refined to the point of withstanding the full mastery of the muscle refinement realm. Guoyinshi spun around, launching another assault against Qin Feng, his hands a whirlwind of blows. The golden arm of iron technique. The air crackled with the sound of his strikes, a testament to the incredible power contained within his arms. However, Qin Feng's agility was remarkable, despite his opponent's overwhelming strength. He could not land a blow on him. For a time, both combatants seemed to be at an impasse. While Qin Feng appeared to be at a loss, Guoyinshi was increasingly shaken. The defensive martial art he practiced was the Guo family's profound technique, the Stone Lotus Guardian. The fact that it had been breached even slightly was a testament to Qin Feng's prowess. Could it be that his claw technique was of a profound level? Yet, he perceived Qin Feng as merely a commoner martial artist. How could he possibly possess such high-level skills? After exchanging blows for several rounds, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, namely the low tier of his martial arts. While he could manage against ordinary martial artists, facing off against those with noble backgrounds, particularly those trained in high-level defensive techniques, proved to be quite the challenge. The spectral ghost claw had evolved from the yellow tier iron claw technique, and its current strength lay somewhere between the yellow and profound tiers, making it difficult to break through the limitations of its tier and inflict damage on his opponent. However, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he once again flashed to Guoyinshi's rear, delivering another strike to his back. With almost pinpoint accuracy, he targeted the initial breach made earlier. Upon receiving the impact once more, the small lacerations widened slightly. This pattern repeated, and after several strikes from Qin Feng, those small cuts had grown to the size of chopsticks. Guoyinshi's back was now a bloody mess, and it was clear that if this continued, he would soon lose the capacity to fight due to excessive blood loss. You lowly peasant, is your only tactic to scurry about like a rat? Guoyinshi seethed, utterly exasperated. He had always relied on the strength of his iron arms coupled with a highly refined defensive martial art, sailing smoothly through his previous encounters. Now, he found himself unable to exert his power. Observing Guoyinshi's state from a short distance as the referee, the instructor subtly shook his head. In his view, had this been a life-and-death struggle, Guoyinshi would not have lasted 10 exchanges. For the martial arts hall competition prohibited strikes to vital areas such as the groin or eyes. With Qin Feng's nimble movements, he could have easily blinded Guoyinshi before proceeding to dispatch him at will. Meanwhile, at the adjacent arena, a sinister-looking man regarded his opponent with an expression devoid of tension. Months prior, he had successfully attained the peak of the muscle refinement realm, significantly amplifying his power. He was confident that, at equal levels, he would not be outmatched by these so-called noble prodigies. As expected, the battle commenced, and the sinister man immediately pressed the attack, employing a bewildering array of strikes that alternated between fists, palms, and claws, lacking any discernible pattern. Combined with his sudden bursts of speed from the serpent's strike step, his opponent was utterly unable to defend. Ultimately, he landed a crushing blow to his adversary's chest with his collapsing fist, sending him careening backward, blood spewing forth as he fell from the platform. Lung Qi wins, the referee declared. Meanwhile, the battle on Qin Feng's side had also reached its conclusion, with Qin Feng emerging victorious. The two adversaries exchanged a brief, penetrating gaze across the arena, and a faint smirk graced the lips of Lung Qi. As the grand tournament in the martial arts hall unfolded with fervor, thousands of miles away in the city of Fenghua, chaos erupted. Kill. Countless figures surged into Fenghua City with fervent urgency. Among them stood a bald man bearing a prominent scar across his face. Quietly surveying the city before him, he was none other than Lang Yun, the leader of the Wolf Gang. Merely a few years had passed since the Wolf Gang last attacked Fenghua City, yet this time, their ambitions extended beyond merely the outer city. The members of the Wolf Gang swiftly advanced toward the inner city. The guards stationed at the inner city wall observed the slaughter of the outer city inhabitants with impassive expressions, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Lives lost were inconsequential. In a few months, the outer city would return to its former state. After all, there was no shortage of commoners. They had never entertained the thought that the Wolf Gang would dare to strike at the inner city. However, as time passed and the resistance from the outer city waned, the Wolf Gang's members began encircling the inner city from all directions. The expressions of the guards atop the inner walls grew increasingly nuanced. Damn it! Have the members of the Wolf Gang gone mad? This is a provocation against the noble families of the inner city, they thought, fully aware that the leader of the Wolf Gang was merely at the early stages of bone refinement. With such limited strength, what audacity did he possess to threaten the inner city? It should be noted that the heads of the four major families within the inner city were all formidable warriors at the bone refinement stage, and beneath them lay countless practitioners at the muscle refinement stage. With such might, obliterating the Wolf Gang would be a matter of moments. Moreover, there was also the personal guard of the city lord, Feng Liangji. The combined strength of these five factions left the city guard commander baffled as to why the Wolf Gang would so recklessly court destruction. Nonetheless, as the enemy drew ever closer, the city guard commander, despite his disbelief, turned to his subordinates and barked, quickly informed the city lord. Yes. A city guard swiftly descended from the wall, mounted his horse, and galloped toward the city lord's mansion at the heart of the city. The commander then addressed the representatives from the four great families who had come to assist in guarding the city, instructing, "You must hasten back and inform your masters that the Wolf Gang is preparing to attack the inner city." Understood. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly selected one among them to relay the message. Just as they finished speaking, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside the city. Kill. As the dark mass of figures surged forward, the city guard commander drew his sword, pointing it toward the encroaching enemy and issuing a fierce roar. Prepare for battle. At the city lord's mansion, a teacup was violently smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Feng Liangji seized the collar of the city guard. Disbelief etched on his features as he demanded, "Repeat that." "City lord, the Wolf Gang is assaulting the inner city." "Are you certain?" "When I arrived, the Wolf Gang had already surrounded us." Feng Liangji forcefully pushed him away, his face contorted with rage. "How dare Lang Yun?" He then commanded his subordinates. "Notify all guard teams." Yes, the entire city lord's mansion sprang into action, and shortly thereafter, Feng Liangji emerged with nearly 100 guards, charging toward the gates of the inner city. Outside the inner city, the horizon was densely populated with figures, rapidly approaching the range of arrows. The throng drew ever nearer. At the forefront were emaciated refugees, their faces pale and drawn, some still bearing remnants of the food they had recently plundered from the outer city. Driven by insatiable hunger, they had disregarded everything else to stuff their mouths, having endured too long without sustenance. While the outer city possessed ample food, the sheer number of refugees rendered it insufficient, leaving many without even a morsel to eat. The city guard commander wasted no time, issuing the command, "Loose the arrows." Whoosh! A torrent of arrows was released from the city walls, tracing elegant arcs through the air before raining down upon the masses below. The sickening sound of iron piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, and in an instant, blood erupted amidst the chaos. The wounded refugees cried out in agony as they fell, but those behind them pressed on relentlessly. In truth, even if they wished to halt, they could not. The throng behind them propelled them forward, trampling upon one another. Their cries silenced in mere moments. Such horrific scenes played out in every direction. The arrows continued to rain down, an unending barrage directed toward the advancing horde. Countless refugees fell, yet they drew closer to the city walls, with some managing to set up siege ladders and charging upwards. As one refugee dared to poke their head above the wall, a flash of blade met them, and they instantly became a lifeless body plummeting down. Yet, for every one that fell, more continued to surge forward. The defenders atop the walls wielded their blades with reckless abandon. They were warriors, and against this famished horde, they wielded their might as if slaughtering livestock. However, the sheer number of attackers began to exert a formidable pressure. "Lang Yun, do you seek rebellion?" A furious shout rang out. In the distance, a figure raced forward, leaping atop the city wall with remarkable agility. It was the city lord, Feng Liangji. Upon hearing this, Lang Yun sneered. "Have I not always been in rebellion? Soon, The members of the four great families and the city lord's guard arrived in succession, ascending the walls to engage the climbers, pushing them back down. The heads of the four families glared at Lang Yun, chastising him in unison. Lang Yun, you are courting death. Lang Yun, have you lost your mind? Lang Yun remained silent, merely regarding them with a chilling smile. The battle raged for the span of a single incense stick, and the arrows of the inner city were swiftly exhausted. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Who would have imagined that anyone would dare to assault a level 4 city? Meanwhile, the corpses below had accumulated into a veritable mountain. The rear ranks stepped upon the bodies, creating a sloped path to the walls, engaging the defenders in close combat. Yet, this was of little concern. Within that brief incense's time, Feng Liangji and the members of the noble families had gathered. The moment the arrows ceased, the gates of the inner city swung wide open, with the four family heads personally leading their forces out, targeting the position of Lang Yun. A formidable wave of several thousand surged forth, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, instantly overwhelming the refugees. These were the martial practitioners of the noble families, each at least of muscle refinement rank. The four family heads themselves were all early-stage bone refinement experts. Slaughtering countless refugees bore little significance. To capture the leader was paramount. As long as they subdued Lang Yun, the rest would surely scatter. The thousands of warriors formed a sharp blade, with the four leaders as its tip, cleaving through the throng of refugees and splitting them in two. In no time, they had reached a mere stone's throw from Lang Yun, where the members of the Wolf Gang surged forward to confront them, composed of the core members who were martial practitioners in their own right. The advance of the noble families began to slow. However, Li Fengyan, the head of the Li family, along with the other three family heads, showed no signs of hesitation, leading a portion of their forces onward. Yet, in the eyes of others, the seemingly unperturbed Lang Yun, at the initial stage of the bone-forging realm, faced the approaching quartet without the slightest hint of panic. Instead, a chilling smile graced his lips as he commanded, "Engage." Three figures leaped forth from behind Lang Yun, joining him in the fray. Instantly, the 8 combatants were embroiled in chaos. It was remarkable that all 3 figures bore shaved heads, clad in black attire, their faces obscured by masks, as though they wished to conceal their identities from prying eyes. Li Fengyan confronted Lang Yun, the two evenly matched. However, before they could exchange more than a few blows, the expressions of the other 3 clan leaders shifted dramatically as they retreated, exclaiming, "The situation has changed. Withdraw quickly." Yet, the trio of black-clad figures had no intention of allowing them to escape, hastening forward to ensnare them. One of the black-clad assailants closed in on Zhao Da, the head of the Zhao family, disregarding his counterattacks, and delivered a crushing blow to Zhao Da's chest. With a sickening thud, Zhao Da felt a surge of agony as blood gushed from his mouth. Strikingly, the assailant remained unscathed by Zhao Da's retaliation. As Zhao Da collapsed to the ground, horror etched across his face. He gazed at his adversary in disbelief. Mid-stage of the bone-forging realm. Chapter 80, The Fall of Fenghua City. Moreover, the strength exhibited was astonishing, completely surpassing what was expected from someone at the mid-stage of the bone-forging realm. The other 2 clan leaders were similarly beset by peril. Recognizing the dire situation, Li Fengyan sought to retreat. Just then, Lang Yun launched a palm strike, which Li Fengyan met with his own. Initially, he had intended to use the force of Lang Yun's strike to escape, but upon contact, his expression morphed in alarm. "This is bad. He has concealed his true strength." With a resounding crash, Li Fengyan was forced to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Yun revealed his true prowess. The speed of his mid-stage bone-forging realm prowess surged forth, swiftly closing the gap to capture Li Fengyan's arm. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a blade and struck down upon Li Fengyan's elbow. Crack! In an instant, Li Fengyan's arm was severed, and he let out a harrowing scream, clutching his bleeding stump in disbelief as he stared at Lang Yun. Mid-stage of the bone-forging realm. How is this possible? How could he be so fast? According to their knowledge, Lang Yun had only recently broken through to the bone-forging realm. How could he have ascended to the mid-stage in such a short span of years? Lang Yun nonchalantly tossed the severed arm aside. Had he not feigned weakness? Overcoming the adversary would have required considerable effort, despite his recent breakthrough. With a sinister grin, Lang Yun declared, "Nothing is impossible. Fear not. It won't be long before your family joins you." Li Fengyan glared furiously. Lang Yun wasted no more words, advancing with haste. Within mere exchanges, he dispatched the already gravely wounded Li Fengyan. Subsequently, he joined forces with the others to besiege the remaining 3 clan leaders. In terms of both strength and numbers, the opposition held no advantage. After a brief span, the heads of the 4 great clans had all perished. Lang Yun, along with the 3 masked figures, surged into the battlefield, advancing toward the remaining members of the clans. Each of them, skilled practitioners at the mid-stage of the bone-forging realm, were the most formidable combatants present, plowing through their foes with ease. Having dealt with the outer city's defenders, Lang Yun and his cohort swiftly breached the inner city. Feng Liangji, caught near the city gates and unable to flee in time, was soon apprehended by Lang Yun and his companions. His strength was modest, merely at the peak of the muscle refinement realm, and he had attained the position of city lord primarily through family connections. The guards assigned to ensure his safety had all been slain, leaving him utterly alone. As he faced Lang Yun, terror was palpable on his countenance. "You cannot kill me. I am of the Feng family. If you dare to harm me, the Feng family will never let you go." Lang Yun grinned mockingly. "Fool, even at this juncture, you still believe the Feng family's status holds any weight?" Feng Liangji's expression shifted drastically, and he opened his mouth to protest, but a masked figure behind him, with a cold gaze, raised a hand and struck down upon his head with a sickening crunch, crushing his skull into his chest cavity. Thus, Fenghua City fell completely into ruin. As the sounds of anguish and cries echoed around him, Lang Yun inhaled deeply, his face alight with delight. This was nothing short of the most exquisite symphony of human suffering. Turning to the three bald, masked figures, he spoke with a tone of slight reverence. "I am grateful for the unwavering support of the three esteemed warriors. No need for such formalities. We act under orders," they replied in a tone devoid of embellishment. Lang Yun paid no mind, recognizing that his swift breakthrough was largely due to the abundant secret elixirs provided by their sect. The resources expended to elevate a novice of the bone-forging realm to its mid-stage in a matter of years were undoubtedly considerable, and it was only natural to feel a twinge of discomfort over the matter. With a glint in his eye, Lang Yun leered. "I have long heard that Feng Liangji has a daughter of unparalleled beauty. Might the esteemed warriors be interested?" The three paused momentarily, exchanging glances that revealed a clear interest. Observing their reactions, Lang Yun discerned their intentions and continued, "Do not fret. Merely ensure the matter is handled discreetly." With Lang Yun's assurance, they no longer hesitated. After all, Lang Yun was now effectively an ally. "In that case, we three brothers shall indulge ourselves." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall escort the Lady Feng to the next room, rallying support for you." Upon hearing this, the group erupted into laughter. The news of the Wolf Gang's obliteration of Fenghua City spread rapidly. A single stone cast into a pond created ripples. All who heard were left astounded. This was a fourth-tier city. How could the Wolf Gang dare such an act? Did they not fear retribution from the Feng family? Moreover, with the Wolf Gang's evident strength, it seemed implausible that they could vanquish the clan leaders of the inner city, who were four formidable warriors at the bone-forging realm. Yet, regardless of the doubts, the evidence was undeniable. Fenghua City had been annihilated. Swiftly, messengers were dispatched from various locales, bearing this news to Nanzhou City. Nanzhou City, the sole third-tier city in southern Dezhou, was also the stronghold of the Feng family. Such a monumental event necessitated reporting. Furthermore, they sought the Feng family's assistance, as they remained woefully ignorant of the internal strength of the Wolf Gang. If the Wolf Gang could destroy Fenghua City, they could just as easily obliterate them. Simultaneously, they dispatched numerous informants to gather intelligence on the Wolf Gang. If they could ascertain the gang's precise strength and general location, they might enlist the aid of bone-forging realm warriors from other fourth-tier cities, potentially eliminating the threat. The only drawback was the vast distances between fourth-tier cities, which would require a considerable amount of time for travel. Meanwhile, the Wolf Gang's rampage showed no sign of abating. Everywhere they traversed, be it city or village, town or hamlet, was left in ruin. This time, Lang Yun was even more ruthless, stripping every useful resource before ordering a conflagration, watching as the flames roared to an uncontrollable height before departing with his subordinates. The few surviving civilians could only gaze in despair as their homes were consumed by the flames. They were but the lowest of the low, their lives contingent on a semblance of safety and stability, with little resilience against calamity. Now bereft of their homes, they could only embark on long treks to seek refuge elsewhere, thus becoming the new wave of displaced persons. In the beginning, certain areas were still able to accommodate the influx of refugees. However, as time passed, the number of displaced individuals surged beyond the capacity of various regions. Consequently, cities began to deny their entry. Many refugees, having traveled hundreds of miles, were weary and famished, and when they could go no further, they congregated outside the city gates. The number of refugees outside steadily increased, reaching tens of thousands within a few months, completely surrounding the four city gates and severely disrupting the normal functioning of the city. Humanitarian aid was deemed impossible, since the problem could not be resolved. The solution lay in expelling those who posed a problem. Kill. Those who refused to leave would be slain until they vacated the premises. With the efforts of the Wolf Gang, chaos began to engulf the entire southern continent. Chapter 81. The the resolute Feng Xian. Meanwhile, the martial arts competition at the Hall of Martial Arts was still ongoing. As the contest for the top 50 intensified, the battles grew increasingly fierce, with the participants who had reached this stage naturally possessing greater strength. To allow everyone a clearer view, the number of fighting platforms began to dwindle. Currently, only 3 platforms remained for the competitions. On one such platform, a figure executed several somersaults, dissipating momentum before landing on the surface. Those at the edge of the platform laughed derisively, exclaiming, "Country bumpkin, hurry up and concede. With your meager skills, dreaming of victory is futile." Seated on the platform, the chief instructor Feng Haoren raised an eyebrow at these taunts, but chose not to intervene. The individual under derision, however, seemed oblivious to the insults, as if driven by an indomitable spirit. With legs slightly bent, he suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed, charging toward his opponent. Opposite him stood a young man of striking demeanor, with sharp eyebrows and a noble bearing. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, darting around the imposing figure and unleashing a flurry of ethereal strikes. The jeers from the audience fell abruptly silent. So swift, unbelievably fast. Such velocity would be insurmountable for any other individual at the peak of their physical training. Yet, the young man on the platform, though somewhat taken aback by his opponent's sudden display of power, maintained an air of calm. A faint smile graced his lips, and no matter how his adversary shifted or unleashed intricate attacks, he consistently reacted with alacrity, raising his hands to fend them off. The duel unfolded at a pace so rapid that the observing students could scarcely discern their movements. After several dozen exchanges, sensing the futility of his efforts, the figure retreated to create distance. As he steadied himself, his true identity was revealed. It was Qin Feng. His expression was grave as he regarded his opponent, acutely aware that his legs were beginning to feel the strain. His opponent was far too formidable. Although he had mastered the shadow flash technique to a significant degree, tripling his speed, it was still insufficient to match the other. Moreover, the young man remained entirely defensive throughout, as if he were merely toying with a child. The young man regarded Qin Feng with a nod of acknowledgement and proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "Your strength is indeed commendable. It is a rare feat to reach this level. However, this is where your journey ends. You can only blame your misfortune for encountering someone of my caliber." Stung by the disparity, Qin Feng contemplated briefly before declaring, "I concede." Upon hearing his admission, the crowd erupted in cheers, naturally directed toward the young man. Without further ado, Qin Feng turned and descended from the platform. He had successfully entered the top 20, had he fully unleashed the shadow flash technique, enhancing his speed 5-fold. There might have been a minuscule chance of victory, propelling him into the top 10, but at the cost of further injury. The last time he was injured had taken him over a month to recuperate. If he lost, not only would he fail to improve his ranking, but he would also be hampered in his training speed due to injury, worsening his situation. The reason for the minuscule chance lay in the identity of his opponent. Feng Xian, the eldest son of the Feng family, who was recognized as the strongest among the participants. Qin Feng had observed Feng Xian's matches before. His prowess was nothing short of terrifying, showcasing a stark superiority among his peers. By all accounts, Feng Xian appeared to possess no weaknesses, defensive martial arts, techniques to instantaneously enhance speed, and a plethora of striking methods, all at least at the mastery level, and all among the pinnacle of profound martial arts. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Feng Xian had refined an astounding 43 tendons. What does this signify? It is worth noting that the human body contains only 45 tendons. Feng Xian was on the verge of refining all his body's tendons to break through to the bone-forging realm, which would result in his strength being significantly greater than that of others at the same level. The only drawback was the immense quantity of secret elixirs required. The more tendons one refines, the better. Ordinary martial artists would never dare to undertake such a challenge, but as the legitimate heir of the Feng family, Feng Xian lacked not for secret elixirs. Furthermore, his training speed was no less than that of others. On that day, at the conclusion of the competition, the chief instructor announced the rankings. As expected, Feng Xian claimed the top position. Qin Feng was ranked 18th, while the cold and sinister figure, Lung Qi, placed in the 30s. They were the only 2 commoners to break into the top 50, an unprecedented occurrence. This ranking was established by the Hall of Martial Arts based on the instructor's recommendations, without wasting excessive time on precise ordering, as the resources awarded were distributed according to ranking segments. In other words, the rewards for the 20th and 11th positions were identical, facilitating calculations and saving considerable time. Of course, this ranking was not immutable. At the end of each month, students could challenge those ranked just above them upon request to the instructors, who would arrange the match. A victory would allow them to usurp the opponent's position. After the competition concluded, Qin Feng returned to the martial pavilion. After much deliberation, He opted for a profound claw technique. His current offensive capabilities were indeed lacking. The cost for this exchange was 200 credits. The top 20 in the competition earned 800 credits, while the top 10 received 1,500 credits, and the first place garnered a staggering 3,000 credits. These credits were akin to currency within the Hall of Martial Arts, redeemable for all necessary resources, including techniques and elixirs. Furthermore, these ranking rewards were distributed monthly, meaning that the stronger an individual was, the higher their ranking, and consequently, the more resources they could obtain. The more resources one acquired, the stronger one became, creating a widening gap for those lagging behind who failed to strive forward in the early stages. After redeeming the technique, Qin Feng used the remaining 600 credits to acquire 300 ordinary elixirs and 60 living elixirs. An ordinary elixir required just 1 credit, while a living elixir demanded 5. In truth, the available credits were insufficient. To fully master a profound tier technique, one would need to practice it over 3,600 times, which translates to at least 360 ordinary medicinal pills. However, due to the lack of credits, I must wait until the end of the month. Moreover, acquiring a profound tier technique would significantly enhance my strength, thus increasing my chances of challenging the top 10. As far as I am aware, the top 10 students utilize only the finest profound tier techniques. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Feng opened the manual for the claw technique he had exchanged for, the Tiger Crushing Star's Claw. This was an exceptionally formidable claw technique, fierce as a tiger, with claws powerful enough to shatter gold and split stone. In contrast, his ghostly claw emphasized eeriness and sharpness. The two styles were entirely different in their combat approaches. After thoroughly reviewing the content, the system in his mind swiftly updated. Tiger Crushing Star's Claw. Technique, uninitiated. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 10 times to enter the next stage. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 times? What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be 20? The required practice sessions had been halved. He fell into contemplation, clearly recalling that the initiation practice for techniques always required 20 repetitions, a detail he would never misremember. All the martial arts he practiced, whether yellow tier or profound tier, adhered to this rule. The only variable during this period had been the essence of claw techniques, which he had cultivated to perfection. With this thought, a spark ignited within Qin Feng. Could it be that the essence of claw techniques had the ability to reduce practice sessions? Without hesitation, he swiftly consumed the living medicinal pills and ordinary pills he had just exchanged for, commencing his practice. With the aid of the living medicinal pill, he quickly completed the 10 repetitions. Tiger Crushing Star's Claw. Technique, initiated. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 100 times to enter the next stage. Gazing at the displayed count, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Qin Feng's eyes. Indeed, the practice sessions had been halved. This was a delightful surprise. Without delay, he continued to consume ordinary medicinal pills. Under the enhancement of the essence of claw techniques, his practice efficiency doubled. In merely 3 days, upon completing the final practice session, the system data in his mind began to change. The entry for the Tiger Crushing Star's Claw gradually faded away. However, this time, unlike the previous occasion, no new technique emerged. Instead, an intense sense of guidance surged within Qin Feng, compelling him to choose between the ghostly claw and the Tiger Crushing Star's Claw. After a brief pause, he resolutely selected the ghostly claw. The moment he made his choice, the feeling of guidance vanished, followed by an update from the system. Ghostly Claw. Technique, perfect level, profound tier. Description, improved from the Iron Claw technique. Its strikes are as lethal as a ghost's grasp, killing unseen, with a mere flick of the wrist. One can claim a life, while possessing claw strength capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. To his astonishment, what was once merely a pseudo-profound tier ghostly claw had evolved. Moreover, it had absorbed the characteristics of the Tiger Crushing Star's Claw, enhancing its ability to shatter gold and split stone. A wave of elation washed over Qin Feng. This meant that the grade of the technique would no longer be his Achilles heel. As long as he mastered enough claw techniques, his ghostly claw could undergo infinite evolution while incorporating traits from other claw techniques. As for the remaining 100 ordinary medicinal pills, Qin Feng pondered briefly. Currently, he could still cultivate 3 more martial arts: the 100 Refinements Iron Body, Shadow Flash Step, and 1,000 Faces Trick. The 100 Refinements Iron Body was a defensive technique, which, even when its level was increased, would be of little use, as it required resources to enhance physical strength. Only with sufficient bodily strength could it be effectively utilized. At present, Qin Feng's physical strength was at the initial stage of muscle tempering. If he executed the 100 Refinements Iron Body, his defense could reach a level capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a mid-stage muscle tempering practitioner. Even if he perfected the 100 Refinements Iron Body, it would only elevate him 2 levels to contend with late-stage muscle tempering opponents. Yet what was the point? His current adversaries had already achieved the pinnacle of muscle tempering. Thus, Qin Feng swiftly ruled out the 100 refinements iron body. Turning his attention to the remaining 2 martial arts, he focused on the shadow flash step without further hesitation, allocating all the medicinal pills to this technique. The shadow flash step was merely a yellow-tier secret technique, and its practice count had not diminished. Qin Feng speculated that this was due to the essence of leg techniques not reaching perfection. Nevertheless, he did not mind the expenditure. 3 days later, once the practice count was fulfilled, the entry for shadow flash step vanished. Yet, this time, a new technique did not immediately materialize. Qin Feng frowned, sensing that the system was intensely computing within. The shadow flash step had originated from the first assassin organization he collaborated with, inherently possessing deadly side effects, and he was somewhat apprehensive about whether the system could successfully compute it. After a wait of 15 minutes, the entry gradually became clear. A new secret technique name appeared, ghostly shadow disguise. Subsequently, a stream of information instantaneously manifested in Qin Feng's mind. He closed his eyes, meticulously digesting the information. After several breaths, Qin Feng reopened his eyes, fully comprehending the transformations of ghostly shadow disguise. Its characteristics mirrored those of the shadow flash step, retaining the concealment and acceleration effects. Following its upgrade, the concealment effect had significantly strengthened, while the original side effects had vanished, albeit at the cost of reducing the acceleration effect to 4 times. Qin Feng sighed in relief, satisfied with this outcome. With no side effects, he could now freely utilize the shadow flash step, now appropriately named ghostly shadow disguise. Before long, the end of the month arrived. Throughout this period of rigorous training, Qin Feng had successfully tempered 3 major muscles. Each day, he consumed 3 top-tier medicinal pills, 6 advanced medicinal pills, and 1 living medicinal pill. Such luxurious resources propelled his strength to new heights. The tempering speed of a profound tier technique was indeed astonishing. At this rate, within 5 months, he could attempt to break into the bone-forging realm. Furthermore, he intended to push further. On the eve of his planned challenge to the instructor, a loud crash reverberated through the air. The gate of Qin Feng's courtyard was forcefully swung open, a broken bolt flying into the central courtyard. A figure swaggered in. Qin Feng, currently in training, had no choice but to halt and gaze at the fallen bolt nearby, his expression darkening. This was no longer a matter of rudeness. It was a blatant affront to his dignity. He turned to face the intruder, who was none other than Guo Yinxing, someone he recognized from his previous encounter in Fenghua City. Guo had once engaged in unsavory activities with Li Mingxian and others while Qin Feng stood guard outside. Without a trace of embarrassment, Guo Yinxing casually waved his hand in a dismissive manner and smiled, saying, "My apologies for the unannounced visit." Qin Feng let out a cold snort. "Then, I suppose I should take offense." Guo Yinxing's expression faltered, his smile fading as his eyes narrowed, fixating on Qin Feng. Unyielding. Qin Feng met his gaze. After a moment of tense silence, Guo Yinxing spoke up, "Were it not for the confines of the martial arts hall, your mere utterance would ensure you do not survive the night." Even though Qin Feng managed to secure a place among the top 20, Guo Yinxing remained unyielding. Let it be known, even a perfected practitioner of the muscle refinement realm, or a warrior of the bone-forging realm, would find themselves relegated to servitude within the Guo family. Chapter 83. A grievous rift forms. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. This was a blatant threat. Before he could respond, Guo Yinxing candidly stated his intentions. "In the coming days, I will apply to challenge you. When the time comes, merely resist a little before conceding. Do not be foolishly obstinate." Observing Guo Yinxing's demeanor, Qin Feng was left speechless and promptly replied, "I refuse. Seek another." Guo Yinxing's brow furrowed, convinced that Qin Feng was oblivious to his own capabilities. This competition had not favored Guo Yinxing, placing him outside the top 30. Given his prowess, entering the top 20 should have been effortless. Regrettably, he had faced a contender from the top 10 and suffered defeat. As for why he had chosen Qin Feng, it was primarily because Qin Feng lacked any prestigious lineage. The other competitors who could breach the top 20 were of similar status to Guo Yinxing, making it impossible to persuade them to forfeit voluntarily. For those ambitious youth in their generation, ranking in this competition was an opportunity for recognition. A striking performance would prompt their families to consider investing greater resources in their development. Thus, others would not only refuse to concede, but would also exert every effort to ascend, making an unscathed victory exceedingly challenging. Guo Yinxing did not wish to sustain injuries from this contest, as it would severely impede his cultivation progress. Furthermore, he possessed confidence in his own abilities. "I have witnessed your match against Guo Yinshi. He practices the same martial techniques as I do, the Guo family's profound defensive art, the Stone Lotus Shield." Guo Yinshi was none other than the cousin who had once dispatched assassins to eliminate him in Fenghua City. The two had known each other since childhood. Yet Guo Yinxing had always overshadowed Guo Yanshi with his superior talent and aptitude, leading to a long-standing enmity between them. With a self-satisfied smile, Guo Yinxing declared, "It is no secret that I have recently perfected the stone lotus shield. You cannot even breach his defense, let alone mine. There is no need to squander our time." Given Qin Feng's previous display of prowess, Guo Yinxing's assertion was not unfounded. This was a common shortcoming of commoner warriors, the limitations imposed by their techniques. In Guo Yinxing's view, the only troublesome aspect was Qin Feng's secret technique that could instantaneously enhance speed, which would require considerable effort to counter. Nevertheless, he was certain of his eventual triumph. Thus, the most favorable outcome would entail Qin Feng putting up a mere token resistance before conceding. However, despite Guo Yinxing's overtures, Qin Feng merely replied with indifference, "Are you finished?" Noticing Qin Feng's obstinate demeanor, Guo Yinxing's impatience began to surface. He directly stated, "Name your price." "Absolutely not," Qin Feng replied without hesitation. The offer Guo Yinxing could provide was undoubtedly inferior to the resources and credits offered by the martial arts hall, and more importantly, Qin Feng harbored a strong disdain for him. "You." Guo Yinxing's expression faltered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a venomous tone. "Very well. You possess some audacity. Let us see if your resolve remains unyielding." Yet, the martial arts hall was not a suitable venue for confrontation, otherwise, he would have relished teaching Qin Feng a harsh lesson. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that opportunities would arise in due course. After uttering this, Guo Yinxing turned and departed. Qin Feng watched as Guo Yinxing's figure faded from view, refraining from any excessive response. Although Guo Yinxing's threatening behavior was undoubtedly against the regulations of the martial arts hall, strictly prohibited, in fact, Qin Feng held no illusions regarding the outcome. As a commoner, he did not expect to receive any semblance of justice. He had noted that all instructors here belonged to prominent families, implying that the position of instructor was almost exclusively occupied by those of noble lineage. As long as they remained unyielding, it was clear which side the instructors would favor. Everything else was inconsequential. The paramount concern was the enhancement of his strength. He had painstakingly acquired these resources for cultivation, and none would take them from him. The following day, Qin Feng submitted a challenge application to the instructor overseeing the competition. However, upon hearing his request, the instructor immediately furrowed his brow and looked at Qin Feng for confirmation. "Are you certain?" He saw Qin Feng nodding with unwavering determination. Trusting the judgment of the instructors, he opted to challenge Chen Rong, who ranked 10th and was relatively weaker in strength. Chen Rong, the eldest son of the Qin family, hailed from one of the most prestigious families in southern Deqiu. As the future heir of the Qin family, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Those who entered the top 10 did so through merit, and Qin Feng had no need to seek fame by challenging stronger opponents. Interestingly, Qin Feng had some ties to the Qin family. The first assassin organization he encountered, Feng Lu, was under the control of individuals associated with the Qin family. When Hua Man Lu dismantled Feng Lu's operation in Fenghua City, Qin Feng had even killed a member of the Qin family, Chen Lao. Yet, he placed his faith in the instructor's judgment, though the instructor appeared skeptical of his strength. Everyone knew of Qin Feng's capabilities, otherwise, he would not have been placed at the 18th rank. This suggested that within that ranking tier, Qin Feng's strength was considered quite low. Yet, merely a month had passed, and Qin Feng audaciously claimed he would challenge the 10th-ranked contender. Was this not sheer arrogance? The instructor briefly pondered this notion. Although he did not believe Qin Feng would succeed, he decided not to dwell on it further, officially recording Qin Feng's challenge request and stating, "Very well, prepare yourself. The contest will take place in 3 days." Qin Feng silently nodded and departed. 3 days later, the competitors gathered once more by the martial arts arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Among the crowd, Guo Yinxing scanned the area until his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, a disdainful smirk forming on his lips. "Since you refuse to show proper respect, I shall relish the opportunity to trample you underfoot." He resolved that, should the chance arise, he would inflict serious injuries upon Qin Feng, after which lower-ranked competitors would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Beside Guo Yinxing stood Li Mingxian and other scions of the Fenghua City aristocracy, who had been closely aligned with him during this time. None relished the feeling of being disregarded, and thus Guo Yinxing reveled in their camaraderie. Li Mingxian followed Guo Yinxing's gaze and quickly spotted Qin Feng, his expression momentarily stunned. Recognizing Qin Feng as his opponent in the first match, he instinctively recalled his face, albeit not his name. "Brother Guo, is this the individual you intend to challenge?" Guo Yinxing nodded expressionlessly. "It should pose no significant challenge. He is merely a commoner warrior." "Then it seems there is no problem at all. Brother Guo must treat us to a grand celebration tonight." Li Mingxian smiled, showering praise upon Guo Yinxing. Despite having lost to Qin Feng in their match, He did not believe he would remain inferior for long. Chapter 84. I concede. Due to a lack of recognition in the past, the Li family had not invested resources in him, and even their secret techniques were not made available to him. This resulted in his current lack of strength. However, the future holds great promise for him. With the full support of the Li family, surpassing Qin Feng is merely a matter of time. One can find solace under the shade of a great tree. What does it matter if one's innate talent is slightly lacking? This exemplifies the distinction between the scions of noble families and commoners. Meanwhile, those nearby began to shower Guo Yinhang with flattery. As he listened to their praise, his mood improved slightly, yet he still remarked, "Humph, I'll find an opportunity to cripple him. I want to see him kneel before me and beg for forgiveness." Upon hearing Guo Yinhang's words, the others immediately understood that there must have been some unpleasantness between the two. However, they wisely refrained from probing further and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "That shouldn't be difficult. We just don't know when he will come out. They need not concern themselves with strength. What does it matter if one has reached the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm? Is there anything in this world that cannot be accomplished with money? If there is, it is simply a matter of insufficient funds. A few tens of thousands of taels would suffice to hire several masters at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm." Upon hearing this, Guo Yinhang felt a bit troubled but still declared, "I refuse to believe he will never come out." While they plotted against Qin Feng, the instructors began calling names, and the students summoned to the stage quickly ascended to compete. As this was the first grand competition, many among the top 100 had been placed lower due to encountering formidable opponents early on. Consequently, there were as many as 20 students applying for challenges in the first month, including the ominous figure, Lung Qi, who challenged a student ranked 25. The challenged student appeared bewildered, even incredulous, and only after confirming with the instructor did he step onto the stage. Upon seeing Lung Qi before him, he could not help but exclaim in anger, "You lunatic!" It is worth noting that there is no distinction in the resources allocated between ranks 50 and 20. If a scion of a noble family were to challenge him, it would be understandable, as ranks hold some significance. However, why would a commoner like Lung Qi challenge him? Hearing the insult, Lung Qi was not angered. Instead, a sinister grin spread across his face. He had chosen his opponent at will and cared little for the resources tied to rank. After all, he was not facing death. What he relished was the thrill of combat. As the match began, Lung Qi employed a chaotic blend of martial arts in his aggressive approach, coupled with his frenzied demeanor. He momentarily suppressed his opponent. However, as time passed, the opponent gradually adapted and began to counterattack. Observing the fray from the sidelines, Qin Feng furrowed his brow at Lung Qi's assault. With a comprehensive understanding of claw techniques, he had reached a high level of comprehension. Yet, upon scrutinizing Lung Qi's moves, he noticed many inconsistencies that were the very reasons Lung Qi could not maintain his dominance. As the battle neared its conclusion, Lung Qi ultimately succumbed to his opponent. His reckless assaults had left him with significant injuries. Watching Lung Qi stagger down from the stage, Qin Feng could not help but ponder. As rounds of matches concluded, it soon came time for challengers to face the top 20. However, Guo Yinhang waited for a long time without seeing his match, which left him puzzled. Logically, since Qin Feng was ranked 18th, Guo Yinhang's challenge should have been prioritized. Yet, they were already on the match for the 15th rank. After this round concluded, the instructor announced, Guo Yinhang challenges the 18th ranked Qin Feng, while Qin Feng challenges the 10th ranked Shenrong. Thus, Guo Yinhang, you have two options. Either choose another opponent for tomorrow's match or forfeit your challenge. Please make your decision and respond to the instructors below. Qin Feng and Shenrong ascended the stage to compete. Guo Yinhang's fury ignited instantly. According to the challenge rules, if a higher-ranked Qin Feng had a target, he would take precedence over Guo Yinhang. Regardless of victory or defeat, all, including Guo Yinhang, would have to wait 3 months before challenging Qin Feng again. Is this your plan? Guo Yinhang thought to himself. For the sake of resources in these few months, Qin Feng would resort to any despicable means. However, it mattered not. If he failed to challenge, he could not apply again within 6 months. Once the 3-month period elapsed, he would immediately challenge Qin Feng. The latter would not escape then. Yet, Qin Feng's maneuver was indeed somewhat infuriating. This deepened Guo Yinhang's animosity toward Qin Feng. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Qin Feng stepped onto the stage, facing Shenrong. The match commenced. Qin Feng struck first, and with a swift motion, he activated the ghostly shadow technique, appearing instantly before his opponent. Without any side effects, Qin Feng no longer needed to hold back. Moving at 4 times the speed, Shenrong was clearly taken aback and hastily raised both hands to his chest. A series of ghostly lights suddenly manifested on the stage, with countless attacks rapidly surging toward Shenrong. With a graceful arc, Shenrong traced a semicircle with his hands, seemingly slow, yet curiously managing to deflect all of Qin Feng's strikes. A remarkable scene unfolded on the stage. Qin Feng's afterimages flitted about, ghostly lights enveloping Chun Rong, while Chun Rong, throughout, moved his hands leisurely in a circular motion, as if an elderly man engaging in a fitness routine. Yet, he accurately blocked all of Qin Feng's attacks. The contrasting dynamics of their movements evoked a dissonance among the spectators, merging two entirely different spectacles in a manner that was both discomforting and strangely harmonious. After dozens of exchanges, Qin Feng's superiority became evident. With the perfected ghostly phantom claw and the pseudo-mystical ghostly shadow technique, Chun Rong gradually fell out of rhythm. Qin Feng feigned a strike and then seized Chun Rong's shoulders, fingers tightening. With the properties of shattered stars and cracked stones, his fingers pierced through Chun Rong's flesh in an instant, restraining the bones of his shoulder. Chun Rong found himself unable to move. Their figures became clear, and Chun Rong gazed at Qin Feng, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? He had observed Qin Feng in previous matches. How had he suddenly become so extraordinary? Nevertheless, defeat was inevitable. I concede. Those words tumbled out of Chun Rong's mouth as if forced through clenched teeth. Qin Feng released his grip, gave a slight bow, and said, I yield. The blood on Chun Rong's fingers was strikingly vivid. He gritted his teeth, but disregarded Qin Feng and turned to leave the stage. A humiliation. Chapter 86. Rise in Strength. News from the south. At this moment, the onlookers were utterly stunned, and as they regained their composure, an uproar ensued. Among all present, the instructors included. A commoner martial artist had broken into the top 10. This was undoubtedly a first in the history of the martial arts hall spanning centuries. Moreover, they also noticed that Qin Feng's speed had surpassed his previous levels, due to the enhancements made to the phantom shadow technique. Its speed has now reached an astonishing fourfold increase, doubling its previous capability. One must not underestimate this additional speed, for the disparity between top-tier experts is indeed considerable. The spectators, including Guo Yinxing, were left in a state of shock. Guo Yinxing muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the referee on the stage, who, finally coming to his senses, promptly announced, Qin Feng has successfully challenged. With that, Qin Feng descended the arena without a backward glance. It was only after his silhouette vanished from sight that the crowd regained their composure and began to murmur amongst themselves. The following day, Guo Yinxing challenged the student ranked 20th. Relying on his perfected stone lotus shield, he withstood his opponent's attacks, unleashing a barrage of fierce strikes with his iron arms. However, his adversary was no pushover, employing a powerful palm technique that increased the pressure on Guo Yinxing significantly. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, resulting in a highly intense battle. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, Guo Yinxing triumphed over his opponent, albeit sustaining considerable internal injuries. Despite utilizing healing elixirs, he knew it would take at least 10 days to recover. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of Qin Feng's match, news of his entry into the top 10 spread rapidly. Initially, some students were skeptical, but as more witnesses came forth, they were astonished to discover the veracity of the claims. Qin Feng, however, paid little attention to the external commotion. For the very next day marked the beginning of the month, and the rewards for the top 10 rankings were promptly distributed. 6 exquisite elixirs, 6 advanced elixirs, 1 live elixir, and a sum of 1,500 credits. Upon receiving these rewards, Qin Feng immediately immersed himself in his training, witnessing a remarkable acceleration in the refinement of his tendons. Days later, Qin Feng reappeared within the martial hall, this time with the intention of purchasing martial techniques. Aware that martial arts could evolve, he was determined not to miss this opportunity, as the grade of the underworld ghost claw would significantly impact the efficiency of his tendon refinement. He casually selected a volume, knowing that all were of similar caliber. Through his studies at the martial hall's courses, he learned that even among techniques of the same grade, there were distinctions in strength, categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The martial arts offered by the hall, available for exchange, belonged to the lower tier of the Xian grade. To attain a higher grade, he would have to wait until he entered the branch academy. Upon the evolution of his underworld ghost claw, it was already close to the middle tier within the Xian grade. With just one more lower tier Xian technique, he could potentially break through to the middle tier. As for advancing to the earth grade, Qin Feng estimated he would require at least 20 volumes, a rather extravagant figure. After all, the earth grade was the pinnacle of martial arts, divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Qin Feng even questioned whether the prominent Feng family of the southern region possessed any earth grade techniques. Nonetheless, he understood that perseverance pays off, and such advancements would take time. Qin Feng calculated silently in his mind: 200 credits for 1 Xian technique, plus 300 credits for the necessary elixirs to reach its full potential. This would deplete 500 credits, leaving him with 1,000. After making his selections, he prepared to leave, but paused momentarily as he passed through the area designated for fist techniques. A thought of Guo Yinxing crossed his mind. After some contemplation, and to hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Feng chose a rather ordinary Huang-grade fist technique, combining it with the previously examined inch-power secret technique, perfectly complementary. Presently, his overt offensive capabilities were limited to the underworld ghost claw, making him easily identifiable. He resolved to master this fist technique and inch power without showcasing it publicly. The Huang-grade technique required 50 credits, and since his understanding of the technique had not yet reached 100%, he would need an additional 300 credits to perfect it. The same applied to the inch-power secret technique. Exiting the martial hall, Qin Feng had exhausted all his credits. He utilized the remaining 300 credits to purchase elixirs aimed at enhancing his strength. Upon returning to his residence, he again immersed himself in relentless training. With the assistance of the live elixirs, he quickly consumed the additional elixirs. By the end of the month, his strength had surged dramatically, having refined the 9th of the 15 tendons along his spine. Furthermore, he had completely mastered the fist technique and secret technique. The rampaging elephant fist was characterized by its immense power, while the inch power technique retained its name. However, after refinement, its potency had significantly increased, allowing for an explosive quintuple force in confined spaces. This was achieved without the augmentation of other techniques, and when combined with the rampaging elephant fist, its power could be doubled. Just as he believed that life at the martial hall would proceed in this tranquil manner, a messenger dispatched from the southern city finally arrived in Nanzhou City. The news sent shockwaves through the community, while the small town remained unaffected. The annihilation of the fourth-tier city, Fenghua City, was entirely unexpected. Even the martial hall was stirred by the events. The most affected were undoubtedly the offspring of the families from the destroyed cities. Upon hearing the news of Fenghua City's destruction, Li Mingxuan's expression froze, as if he were trapped in a dream. His roots lay in Fenghua City. With the Li family obliterated, what was he now? As a son of a concubine, his maternal family lacked any real power. All his confidence stemmed from the Li family. Now that the Li family was gone, he was reduced to a commoner. The same sentiment resonated with the several other scions from Fenghua City who had accompanied him. The very commoners they had always looked down upon were now destined to become their new reality, a notion they found intolerable. As they gradually reconciled with this harsh reality, they gathered together and deliberated, ultimately deciding to seek out Guo Yinxing. Presently, the only ally they could rely on was Guo Yinxing, with whom they had shared several pleasant years, believing their relationship to be strong. In their hearts, they harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps Brother Guo could assist them in rebuilding their families. However, the reality was far from what they had envisioned. Upon learning the specifics of the situation, Guo Yinxing's demeanor towards them swiftly turned icy. The foundation of their previous camaraderie was their shared status as scions of noble families, albeit of a lower tier, which had at least granted them a semblance of belonging. Yet now that this foundation was lost, so too was their value to him. In a moment of terror for Li Mingxian and his companions, Guo Yinxing unceremoniously expelled them from his estate. Chapter 87. The Martial Hall Takes Action. Days later, a figure on horseback galloped out from Nanzhou City, heading straight towards the Martial Hall. In a short time, he arrived at the gates of the stone fortress that housed the Martial Hall, producing a plaque-like item from his bosom to show the guards at the entrance. He was granted unhindered access to the Martial Hall. He navigated the familiar halls with ease, making his way to the study of the chief instructor, Feng Haoren. The two engaged in a conversation within the study, the content of which remained undisclosed. After a brief incense's burn, the visitor took his leave. With a solemn expression, Feng Haoren exited the study and turned to a guard stationed at the door, instructing, "Notify all instructors to convene for a meeting." Understood. That very afternoon, Qin Feng received notification from the Martial Hall. In the southern regions, the Wolf Gang wreaked havoc, committing heinous acts that plunged countless lives into despair. In response, the Martial Arts Hall resolved to mobilize all its students to assist the Feng family's soldiers in the extermination of the Wolf Gang, with several instructors accompanying them. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's eyes, recognizing the magnitude of this undertaking. Despite his immersion and cultivation, he had overheard discussions among fellow students regarding the Wolf Gang's atrocities, yet he had not anticipated such a decisive action from the Martial Arts Hall, which boasted a cohort of 400 to 500 students, over half of whom had attained the pinnacle of muscle refinement. The implications of this were staggering. On the following morning, the vast square was filled with assembled individuals. The chief instructor, Feng Haoren, stood solemnly at the forefront, announcing the mission's arrangements. The primary responsibility for eliminating the Wolf Gang would fall to the Feng family's soldiers, particularly in confronting the gang's bone refinement warriors. As for the students, they were tasked with dealing with the remaining forces of the Wolf Gang, ensuring that not a single member escaped. His voice resonated with a chilling intent to annihilate. The Feng family, as the sole dominion in southern Chu, appointed its members as lords of every fourth-tier city. Previously, although the Wolf Gang had launched assaults on cities, they had only troubled the outer regions, leaving the inner cities relatively unscathed. However, this time, the audacity of the Wolf Gang to obliterate several fourth-tier cities, resulting in the demise of the Feng family members who governed them, was a grave affront to their authority. The Feng family was compelled to act with unyielding resolve to eradicate this threat. As a member of the Feng family, Feng Haoran could not remain aloof. As the chief instructor of the martial arts hall, he possessed the authority to impose additional assessment tasks on the students. This operation would serve as a test, with further details to be provided during the journey. Without delay, he commanded all students and instructors to set forth immediately. Yes, resounded the collective reply. Subsequently, instructors called out names from a roster, and those names stepped forward to join their mentors. The students were organized into squads of 20, each led by an instructor. Qin Feng, XXX, Lung Qi, one instructor called out loudly. Once the numbers were confirmed, the instructor led Qin Feng and the others to mount the prepared horses, galloping forth from the martial arts hall towards the horizon. Along the way, the instructor elaborated on the assessment task. The leading instructor would evaluate each individual's performance, and upon the conclusion of the assessment, the martial arts hall would bestow varying levels of credit rewards based on the scores. On the following day, as the martial arts hall's personnel embarked, a well-organized contingent emerged from the city of Southern State, donned in armor emblazoned with the prominent character for Feng. As they exited the city gates, they hastened southward. The urgency of the mission compelled Qin Feng and his group to travel day and night. Finally, after a month of relentless journeying, they found themselves a mere day's distance from their destination, Yi City. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming trudged forward, clutching a stick he had scavenged from the roadside. Having gone days without food and walked over 500 miles, he was both exhausted and famished. His mind and body pushed to their limits. Yet, he dared not pause, fearing he would end up like the lifeless bodies along the roadside. Dazed and numb, he followed the throng ahead. Zhang Ming had once been a humble clerk at a grain store, blessed with a gentle and virtuous wife and a sweet, obedient daughter. He was a simple man, barely making ends meet with his meager wages. Though lacking in wealth, he had anticipated a tranquil life. However, not long ago, a group known as the Wolf Gang attacked their city, instilling terror in his family. Eventually, the city fell, and his life was irrevocably altered. The assailants violently invaded his home, seizing the scant food and savings his family had painstakingly accumulated over the years. Outnumbered by 5 or 6 men, Zhang Ming dared not resist, instead shielding his wife and child behind him, believing their safety paramount, for material possessions could be regained. Yet, contrary to his hopes, after pillaging their meager supplies, the intruders sought to violate his wife. Trembling, Zhang Ming confronted them, kneeling and bowing his head, humbly pleading for mercy for his family. Instead, he was savagely beaten, held down while they continued their assault on his wife. With rage igniting within him, Zhang Ming, an ordinary civilian, found the strength to resist for the first time in his life. Breaking free, he seized a knife from one of the attackers and wielded it recklessly. The small confines of their home, combined with his desperate ferocity, rendered his assailants paralyzed with fear, leading to their demise at his hands. However, one man, emboldened by the chaos, charged at Zhang Ming. In a moment of dread, Zhang Ming's wife bravely grasped the knife's handle, only to be thrown to the ground. The assailant, with a malevolent glare, plunged the knife into her back, then turned to strike down their weeping daughter. In a frenzy of despair, Zhang Ming retaliated, driving the knife deep into the man's skull. As the body crumpled, a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter spilled forth. Crushed by the weight of his loss, Zhang Ming fell to his knees, sobbing inconsolably over the lifeless forms of his beloved wife and daughter. Time slipped away as he vacantly followed the flow of refugees out of the city gates, turning to gaze back at the inferno engulfing his home. The flames illuminating his anguished face, he lamented the wretched state of the world. Meanwhile, within Qin Feng's group, as they drew closer to their destination, the silhouettes of refugees began to emerge along the road, clad in tattered garments, wielding makeshift walking sticks. Their gaunt faces were smeared with dirt and grime, long bouts of hunger rendering their complexions waxen. Their hair lay in disarray, and their bodies bore the scars of branches and brambles, perhaps from their arduous journey. Their shoes were worn and stained with the remnants of dried blood. Yet, Qin Feng and his companions paid them no heed, continuing to press forward. However, as the number of refugees swelled, they soon obstructed the path, forcing Qin Feng and his group to slow their pace. The surrounding refugees, wobbling and desperate, closed in, their voices weakly pleading for assistance. "Please, kind sirs, could you spare some food?" Initially, the distance had masked their plight, but now, as they drew near, an unbearable stench assaulted the senses. While Qin Feng experienced a momentary discomfort, he quickly regained his composure. He had once resided in a slum for an extended period, where the surrounding stench was even more unbearable than this. Thus, encountering such a scene was not entirely intolerable for him. Cold Qi exhibited a similar demeanor. However, for the others, this was a novel experience. Every brow was furrowed deeply, faces contorted in disgust, and some even succumbed to involuntary retching. The leading instructor, clearly unable to endure the situation, grimaced and bellowed, "Get away." Yet, his voice seemed to have little effect, as the destitute pressed closer, now within 5 feet. Clang. The instructor unsheathed his large blade with a grim expression and warned, "Step closer, and you shall die." The vagrants were startled by this display, but a few continued to disregard the warning and advanced. The instructor's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, several heads soared into the air. Scalding blood splattered onto the nearby vagrants, who recoiled in terror. The instructor, lacking patience, did not wish to waste time on these people. He turned to Qin Feng and the others, commanding, "Proceed forward. We must reach He City by tomorrow. Any lowly rabble obstructing our path shall be killed." "Understood," the group replied, drawing their blades, the sound of steel ringing out in unison. These were the standard broadswords provided by the Martial Arts Academy at the time of departure. The broadsword, a straight-bladed weapon typically wielded with one hand, was among the most common arms for ordinary martial artists. Utilizing a weapon against foes significantly inferior in strength proved far more convenient. Naturally, when faced with a powerful adversary, one would still have to rely on their own martial arts prowess. Armed with broadswords, the riders pressed onward, with several students instinctively stepping ahead of the instructor to take on the task of clearing the way. The frightened vagrants recoiled, yet behind them was a throng of people, some still unaware of the danger and pushing forward. In an instant, they found themselves blocked. Unable to retreat, the students who had approached would show no mercy, and a flurry of strikes ensued. Thud. Chapter 89, The Beginning of Action. The air was filled with terrified screams as the vagrants rushed to escape. Qin Feng, expressionless, wielded his broadsword with relentless precision. In a moment, accompanied by the sound of steel meeting flesh, blood spattered, and dismembered limbs flew through the air. After a brutal slaughter, the group finally cut through the mass of vagrants and galloped away, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses behind. 10 days later, by the bank of a small river, two factions faced off against each other, several bodies lying on the ground between them. "Who are you to dare touch the Wolfgang's men?" a one-eyed giant demanded angrily. Yet one among the opposing group sneered, "You have not mistaken us. We are here to kill your Wolfgang members." Hearing this, the one-eyed giant felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Were they truly targeting them? However, noticing that there were only 2 adversaries, he steeled himself and shouted, "Kill them! Kill!" Dozens of subordinates immediately raised their blades and charged at the 2 unwelcome guests. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the 2 combatants fought with unyielding resolve. One of them boldly advanced, intercepting 3 fully realized martial artists. Meanwhile, the other, wielding a broadsword, sprang forward, plunging into the midst of the enemy ranks. As they closed in, he swung his blade downwards with ferocity. The hulking man in front, initially believing it to be a casual strike, raised his blade to block, already plotting his next move. When the broadsword struck, sparks flew where the 2 blades met. However, the giant soon felt an overwhelming force transferring through the descending broadsword. He instinctively attempted to deflect the blow, but despite exerting every ounce of strength, his face turning crimson, he could not halt the broadsword's descent. In the giant's horrified gaze, the broadsword pressed down upon his own blade and then cleaved heavily into his chest. Thud! The giant was sent flying several yards, collapsing to the ground with a massive gash across his chest. Having dispatched the giant, the assailant's foot moved, and his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a blade struck the very spot where he had stood. When he reappeared, he was already several paces away. Gleaming coldly, he wielded his broadsword with relentless efficiency, blood splattering as one foe after another fell around him. Even with numerous late-stage martial artists among the crowd, they were no match for him. Although Qin Feng had never formally studied swordsmanship, the reflexes and physical strength granted by his fully realized martial arts, combined with the elusive ghost shadow technique, rendered him impervious to these lesser adversaries. In little time, dozens lay slain beneath his blade. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the others still engaged in battle nearby. He planted his sword into the ground, opting not to intervene, but instead observing quietly. Among those fighting was Cold Qi, pitted against 2 fully realized martial artists. Originally, there had been 3, but Cold Qi had already dispatched one, and it was only a matter of time before the remaining 2 met their demise. 9 days prior, upon the arrival of their group at Yi City, they had secured temporary accommodations. Within 2 days, the instructor introduced a stranger to the students. Through the stranger's account, they learned that the Feng family's troops had engaged in a fierce battle with the Wolf Gang's main force. The Feng family's soldiers, all at least martial artists of the refining muscle stage, were led by several who had reached the bone forging stage. In total, the Feng family mobilized hundreds of soldiers, with over a dozen bone forging martial artists among them. The outcome was predictable. The Wolf Gang suffered a crushing defeat, and it was said that their leader, Lang Yun, was also wounded, fleeing in disgrace with a handful of followers. The Feng family continued the pursuit of Lang Yun, while the remaining Wolf Gang members scattered in panic. Perhaps they still believed that, like before, they would eventually regroup. Little did they know, this time the Feng family was resolute in their intent to annihilate them, with the martial arts academy's students having encircled them. According to the stranger, a dozen groups of defeated Wolf Gang members were fleeing toward Yi City. Consequently, the instructor divided all students into 7 groups and dispatched them to intercept. Whether by coincidence or other reasons, Cold Qi and Qin Feng were assigned to the same group, while the other 6 groups consisted of 3 members each. However, Qin Feng paid little mind to it. After receiving the mission, he set off. Meanwhile, Cold Qi employed his rather peculiar martial arts to eliminate a second fully realized martial artist. The remaining 2 faced him one-on-one, unable to contend against 3. The last one was in dire straits. Qin Feng merely observed their skirmish. Frankly, Cold Qi's prowess was commendable. Had Qin Feng not appeared, he would have been the first civilian martial artist in centuries to break into the top 50 of the Martial Arts Academy's competition. Moreover, Qin Feng was intrigued. He had encountered myriad martial arts over the years, yet this peculiar blend of fist, claw, and palm techniques was a first for him. If various martial arts were merely mechanistically combined, Qin Feng could achieve that. The techniques he possessed, such as the Netherworld Ghost Claw and the Rampaging Elephant Fist, could indeed be alternately utilized, yet the execution would undoubtedly lack finesse. However, Lung Qi's 3 martial arts were intricately interwoven, allowing for seamless transitions in attack at any moment, with an array of unpredictable moves that left opponents utterly bewildered as to the nature of his offensive style. Previously, during his time in the martial pavilion, Qin Feng had sought similar techniques, but found none. If he could somehow acquire such a skill and refine it to perfection, the rewards might be astonishing. Yet, as he observed, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, for he discerned something extraordinary. He noticed that several of Lung Qi's claw techniques were strikingly different from those he had previously encountered, not merely variations derived from the essentials of claw techniques. Qin Feng was aware that Lung Qi had attended courses on fist, claw, and palm techniques, yet this alteration transcended what the essentials could achieve. The essentials primarily focused on minor adjustments to body movements, akin to correcting substandard actions into standard ones. In contrast, Lung Qi's modifications encompassed the trajectory of attacks and the utilization of overall body strength, clearly indicating that these changes were of his own design, resulting in techniques that were notably more coherent and effective, somewhat reminiscent of Qin Feng's own system. Upon this realization, Qin Feng's heart quaked. Meanwhile, Lung Qi had dispatched the last adversary. Qin Feng momentarily set aside his lingering doubts. Perhaps, as both hailed from humble beginnings, they exchanged a knowing glance and, in harmonious accord, began to search the corpses. Qin Feng refrained from disturbing the bodies of the 3 perfected refinement realm warriors, as those spoils rightfully belonged to Lung Qi. Chapter 90, Lung Qi 1. The 2 rode in silence on their way back. Along the journey, flashes of contemplation occasionally flickered in Lung Qi's eyes, as if he were pondering something profound. Upon reaching a wooded area, Qin Feng suddenly launched an attack on Lung Qi with a swift movement of his fingers. Lung Qi's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he raised his hand to block, swiftly countering. The 2 engaged in combat atop their horses. After several exchanges, when Qin Feng swept the claw horizontally, Lung Qi reclined backward, rolling off his mount. Qin Feng exerted force through his lower body, leaping into the air, and as he soared, he moved his claws. Whoosh! Ethereal lights materialized before Lung Qi. Bang! Bang! The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange within the thicket. After dozens of rounds, following one of Lung Qi's techniques, Qin Feng took a step back, and they finally distanced themselves. Lung Qi furrowed his brow, casting a look of mild confusion at Qin Feng. Before entering the martial hall, he had been confident in his ability to match anyone of equal standing. And had he encountered Qin Feng then, he would have approached the competition with unshakable confidence. However, he now understood that there were indeed greater talents beyond the horizon. Those aristocratic scions he had previously dismissed as superficial were beyond his reach. And Qin Feng, a contender for the top 10, was undeniably formidable. Yet, from their recent skirmish, He grasped that the other party did not harbor ill intent. Lung Qi's gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes on Qin Feng and spoke. What do you mean by that? After a moment of silence, Qin Feng replied, What martial art are you employing? I have never seen anything like it, nor anything even remotely similar. Moreover, what Qin Feng did not articulate was that Lung Qi's final technique had undergone yet another modification. Upon hearing this, Lung Qi remained silent, simply regarding Qin Feng with a frigid stare. Observing Lung Qi's reluctance to respond, Qin Feng snorted coldly and remarked, Casualties during missions are not uncommon. At this blatant threat, Lung Qi's expression darkened considerably. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, and just as Qin Feng prepared to make a move, Lung Qi reluctantly spoke up. This is not a conventional martial art. It is a synthesis of several styles I have created. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's brows knitted tightly. Created? Since you have admitted it, why not be forthright? Lung Qi, no longer wishing to conceal the truth, readily acknowledged, Indeed. I scavenged 3 incomplete martial arts manuals from the corpse of a black market merchant in my youth. As they were all flawed, I decided to practice them together, which has brought me to this point today. For commoners aspiring to learn martial arts, even enrolling in the most rudimentary training hall requires a fee of several dozen taels of silver to barely qualify as an apprentice. For instance, Qin Feng had initially relied on usurious loans from the Tiger Gang to gain entry into the Iron Claw Martial Hall. However, more ordinary individuals would not dare to tread such a perilous path, as failing to become a martial artist could bind them for life to a cycle of servitude for the gang in a bid to repay their debts. Yet at that time, Lung Qi was merely a frail beggar, lacking the financial means to pursue martial arts. And even attempts to secure loans from gangs were met with refusal. It was only when he was utterly famished, foraging for wild vegetables beyond the city, that he stumbled upon the corpse of a black market merchant, whereupon he discovered the 3 manuals carelessly discarded nearby. He retrieved them and began to practice haphazardly. Chapter 91. The Arrangement of the Water Fairy. Initially illiterate, he painstakingly memorized a few characters at a time, subsequently comparing them throughout the city or scavenging for discarded primers in rubbish heaps, eavesdropping in the corners of classrooms. Thanks to Lung Qi's remarkable aptitude, he gradually honed his skills through trial and error. Thus began his journey of rising against the odds. With nothing to lose and a life deemed worthless, the sudden opportunity to alter his fate ignited an intense fervor for strength within him. In countless confrontations, he exhibited extreme ruthlessness and decisiveness. Given that the 3 martial arts were incomplete, the number of techniques was significantly fewer than that of standard manuals, prompting him to blend the 3 styles into a single practice. Moreover, through repeated battles, he utilized his keen intuition to modify the techniques, evolving them to a point where they bore no resemblance to their original forms. Additionally, he needed to continually experiment with his hypotheses in combat, which explained his combative nature. After hearing Lung Qi's account, astonishment flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, prompting him to inquire, Why did you not choose to cultivate another martial art instead? However, upon hearing Qin Feng's question, a trace of disdain curled Lung Qi's lips. Martial arts are meant for killing. Other techniques might not surpass mine. His words conveyed both contempt for alternative arts and confidence in his own abilities. Indeed, to fuse 3 flawed manuals into a new technique and ultimately turn the tables against several adversaries of equal rank is no feat that ordinary martial arts could rival. Are you satisfied now? Lung Qi's gaze remained steely as he addressed Qin Feng, all the while remaining wary of him. Qin Feng fell into a prolonged silence before finally stating, Hand over the techniques, or else, death. Eventually, in a state of extreme frustration, Lung Qi acquiesced, promising that upon their return, he would transcribe the techniques for Qin Feng. After all, they are now part of the same group, and Lung Qi cannot escape. He is unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to enter Longmen Academy. When the 2 returned to Yi City, twilight had already descended. As they walked along the path home, Qin Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure turning into a narrow alleyway. It was the enigmatic man who had provided them with information. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng addressed Lung Qi, saying, You should return and report back. As he spoke, Qin Feng tossed the reins into Lung Qi's hands, dismounted, and proceeded toward the direction of the stranger. Lung Qi grasped the reins with a grip that cracked from tension, his gaze toward Qin Feng ablaze with fury. Ultimately, though, he dared not voice his anger. Meanwhile, Song Tong navigated the alley with caution, repeatedly confirming that he was not being followed before arriving at an unremarkable little courtyard. He then pushed open the door and stepped inside. Shortly after Song Tong entered, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby. It was none other than Qin Feng. At this moment, he had donned a mask, and as he turned to glance at the corner by the door, he noticed a charcoal drawing, seemingly the handiwork of a child. Yet Qin Feng knew that it was not merely a child's doodle. It was the distinct mark of the Womanlu's Narcissus Hall. Thus, this location was indeed one of Womanlu's establishments in Yi City. After ensuring no one was around, Qin Feng removed his outer garment, turned it inside out, and astonishingly, it transformed into a black cloak. He then pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he found Song Tong engaged in conversation with another individual. Upon noticing Qin Feng's presence, both men halted their discussion, their expressions shifting to one of scrutiny. Those who appeared in such a place typically fell into one of three categories: bounty hunting assassins, task assigning employers, or members of Womanlu itself. Qin Feng produced a token from his pocket and placed it before the two men. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they hastily bowed in greeting. "I am Gu Xinsong, and this is Song Tong. We pay our respects to you, my lord." Gu Xinsong was the head of this Yi City outpost. The token Qin Feng displayed was given to him by Shui Xian, who intended for him to serve as the fourth small leader, thus naturally. It was of a rank higher than Gu Xinsong's. Hearing this, Qin Feng turned to Song Tong, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. So it was indeed a person from Womanlu. Had Womanlu recently forged an alliance with the martial arts hall? One was a place for the great Chu dynasty to sift through and cultivate talent, while the other was an assassin organization engaged in the trade of human lives. It was indeed remarkable that the two had begun to collaborate. Song Tong, unable to conceal the truth, replied candidly, "Yes, some time ago. When the Wolf Gang began to aggressively capture numerous cities, Lord Shui Xian instructed us to investigate the movements of their members. Following the fall of Fenghua City and several other Tier 4 cities, we immediately deployed all our spies and are currently working in full cooperation with the Martial Arts Hall." "When did you begin gathering intelligence?" Qin Feng inquired. After a moment's reflection, Song Tong responded, "Approximately 5 months ago." Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Was this merely a coincidence? The news of Fenghua City's demise reached the Martial Arts Hall not long after they had begun their operations. The transmission of such information would require considerable time, at least 2 to 3 months. Yet Shui Xian had begun making arrangements 5 months prior, over 2 months in advance. Puzzled, Qin Feng shook his head, casting aside his uncertainty, and instructed Gu Xinsong, "Please convert all the resources I have yet to claim over the past few months into living secret medicines and ordinary secret medicines at a ratio of 1 to 5. Qin Feng was also entitled to a supply of cultivation resources from Womanlu, but he had not retrieved them until now, and he had accumulated over 4 months' worth of allocations. Now that he had emerged, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize them. Gu Xinsong responded promptly, albeit with a hint of hesitation, "My lord, we currently lack such reserves of secret medicines. Might I request some time? How long will you need?" "At most 5 days. I can borrow some from nearby outposts in the interim." "Very well. Also, may I inquire how I should address you?" "Codename, Shadow. Inform the hall master that I require cultivation resources. Please advance some to me." After all, he would be staying at the Martial Arts Hall for over 2 more years. And while there, he would not lack for cultivation resources. He could make do with those from Womanlu for the time being. "Understood. I will arrange this immediately." 5 days later, within Qin Feng's chamber, he laid out the secret medicines obtained from the outpost. Womanlu had provided him with 30 high-grade secret medicines and 30 ordinary secret medicines each month. Now, all had been exchanged for living and ordinary secret medicines. On the other hand, he also had the cultivation technique handed to him by Lung Qi. Chapter 92. Illusory Prison Thousand Threads Hand. Illusory Cloud Hand. This should be the name Lung Qi had given it anew. Qin Feng promptly began his cultivation. The technique's rank was not high, merely at the yellow tier. Remarkably, within just 2 days, he had fully mastered this technique. Illusory Prison Thousand Threads Hand. Technique, perfect level, mysterious tier. Description, improved from Illusory Cloud Hand. It integrates 3 martial arts styles, punch, claw, and palm, allowing for arbitrary transitions between any of the 3 upon execution. When Illusory Prison Thousand Threads appeared in Qin Feng's mind, a new entry materialized in his system, Great Luo Hand. Characteristic, free conversion between punch, claw, and palm. Subsequently, the techniques of the Underworld Spectre Claw and the impetuous Elephant Fist began to evolve in Qin Feng's mind, adapting seamlessly to one another. Even mid-transition, he could flawlessly connect with another technique. Qin Feng was taken aback. This was the core skill that Lung Qi had created through his innate talent. Although the level of the Great Luo Hand was not specified, Qin Feng believed that even if it were classified as a ground-tier secret skill, it would not be an exaggeration. What kind of genius was Lung Qi? After completely digesting the information in his mind, Qin Feng exited his room and went to the bookstore, purchasing some blank sheets of paper to transcribe the Illusory Prison Thousand Threads Hand. By the time he finished, it was already evening. At Lung Qi's residence, upon Qin Feng's arrival, Lung Qi did not greet him warmly, coldly asking, "What is it now?" Though he posed the question, He suspected that Qin Feng had come to inquire about the cultivation of the technique he had painstakingly created. He had great confidence in the technique, knowing that its cultivation was immensely challenging. Even ordinary warriors found it difficult to master a single martial arts type. Yet his method required the mastery of 3 styles: punch, claw, and palm. As he awaited Qin Feng to speak, unexpectedly, a book was tossed toward him. Lung Qi caught it. Glancing at the pristine binding and detecting the faint scent of ink, he raised his eyes to Qin Feng, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. Qin Feng nodded slightly, indicating for him to take a look. With a scoff, Lung Qi opened the first page, where several large characters read, "Illusory Prison Thousand Threads Hand." Mysterious Tear. Lung Qi's brow furrowed. Was this an attempt to buy him off with a mysterious tear technique? It is quite condescending of him, isn't it? In his eyes, given sufficient time, the technique he developed, the Cloud Mirage Palm, would undoubtedly transcend the yellow rank and evolve into a unique and unparalleled mystic rank martial art. As he turned to the second page, his initial indifference gradually morphed into astonishment. Although much of the content had been altered beyond recognition, the Cloud Mirage Palm was something he had meticulously refined from the ground up. How could he possibly fail to recognize it? His pace of reading quickened, and the astonishment in his eyes deepened. With a sudden clap, Lung Qi closed the book and looked up at Qin Feng, incredulity saturating his voice. How on earth did you manage this? He was utterly convinced that this so-called illusionary prison thousand threads was an enhanced version of the Cloud Mirage Palm. To put it plainly, even if he continued to refine the Cloud Mirage Palm in his own manner, the best he could achieve would merely be the illusionary prison thousand threads. This was not due to any inadequacy in the Cloud Mirage Palm, but rather the inherent limitations of the 3 incomplete martial arts he had initially obtained. Qin Feng smiled slightly and replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me, are you satisfied with this martial art?" Lung Qi was tempted to deny it. He did not wish to grant Qin Feng the satisfaction. Yet he bore his own pride. He could kill without a moment's hesitation, but when it came to martial arts, he would not betray his principles. What do you mean by that? Chapter 93, Securing Lung Qi. Lung Qi did not outright deny Qin Feng's inquiry, thus indirectly affirming it. Qin Feng smiled faintly and stated, "I want you to follow me, and this martial art is my sincerity." Upon hearing this, Lung Qi scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "You think you can buy me off with a mystic rank martial art?" Indeed, mystic rank martial arts were exceedingly precious. Under different circumstances, most would likely acquiesce. However, Lung Qi was different. Even if this martial art resonated with him deeply, Qin Feng, as if anticipating this reaction, spoke with calm assurance. "Of course, it is not merely that. If you become my right-hand man, while I may not be able to provide you with training resources, I will spare no effort in supporting you with martial arts techniques. Just like this time, you offer me the Cloud Mirage Palm, and in return, I can provide you with the illusionary prison thousand threads. Any martial arts technique?" "Indeed, any martial arts technique," Qin Feng affirmed confidently. After learning of Lung Qi's past, he had developed an intention to recruit him. The humble origins of a beggar, coupled with 3 incomplete martial arts, had somehow allowed him to rise to his current stature, which spoke volumes about his potential. Lung Qi's talent, comprehension, and character were all exceptional, and Qin Feng suspected that without his presence, Lung Qi would be akin to a protagonist in a reversal narrative. However, the grade of Lung Qi's martial arts remained his Achilles heel. Regardless of his extraordinary gifts, he would remain constrained for a considerable time. This limitation would significantly hinder Lung Qi's growth. Martial arts are not something one can simply exchange at will. Given Lung Qi's ranking and credits, changing to a mystic rank martial art should not be difficult. Yet, the rank of the martial art directly influenced the refining efficiency of his meridians. Elevating the rank of martial arts requires a deep understanding, which cannot be achieved overnight. Alternatively, one could seek guidance from a master proficient in the same martial art, but this would still demand vast amounts of time and energy. Furthermore, wasting credits on a mystic rank martial art at this juncture was not a prudent choice. Qin Feng recognized Lung Qi's potential and, knowing that he himself could only offer martial arts techniques, was willing to risk exposing his system to demonstrate this to Lung Qi. That is impossible. Yet, Lung Qi was wholly unconvinced. Any martial arts technique? What a preposterous notion. If you were speaking of fist, claw, and palm techniques, I might begrudgingly believe it. Perhaps your understanding surpasses mine, but your assertion is simply too far-fetched. There is nothing impossible. If I say it is possible, then it is. In the realm of martial arts, talent, techniques, and resources are indispensable. You possess the talent. I can assist you with the martial arts techniques. With your ability, you can traverse further along the path of martial arts. Or do you wish to squander vast amounts of time attempting to elevate the rank of your martial arts? In the end, you might find yourself stagnating at the branch academy, perhaps leaving behind a martial art that astonishes future generations but is exceedingly difficult to master. Is that truly what you desire? Internally, Lung Qi acknowledged the validity of Qin Feng's words. However, his stubbornness prevailed. Humph. Are you so certain I cannot enter the outer academy? In response, Qin Feng revealed a sardonic smile. Huh. What do you possess to compete with those prodigies from noble families? Techniques? Ours are inferior. Training resources? We can only rely on what the martial arts hall or branch academy provides. But what of them? They have their families backing them with a continuous supply of training resources. Even I do not dare to claim absolute certainty. How can you? Indeed. Even Qin Feng himself lacked that assurance. It was not that he underestimated himself, but rather that he did not underestimate the aristocracy. The centuries of foundation held by top-tier families was not to be trifled with. The efforts of generations to cultivate a talented successor could not be surpassed by the extraordinary talent of a commoner alone. The grand competition at the martial arts hall was merely beginning. He had the resources provided by the hall, yet those noble heirs had their families to support them. By the third year, he could not guarantee he would still rank among the top 10. Feeling belittled by Qin Feng's remarks, Lung Qi was displeased. However, both he and Qin Feng hailed from humble beginnings. Yet Qin Feng had managed to break into the top 10, leaving Lung Qi feeling inferior. If even Qin Feng claimed uncertainty, what confidence could he have? A silence enveloped them for a moment before Qin Feng finally spoke. I shall not indulge in further words. Simply tell me, will you? Qin Feng was ill-suited to be a negotiator. He merely expressed his thoughts, and the choice ultimately lay with Lung Qi. After much contemplation, Lung Qi eventually nodded in agreement. Seeing his desired outcome materialize, Qin Feng could not suppress a smile, stating, very well, from now on, we shall call each other brothers. But remember, I must be the one in charge. Should you betray me, you know the consequences. Lung Qi raised his gaze to meet Qin Feng's, revealing no hint of concealment, and spoke clearly, I despise you. Yet even if I were to betray you, I would do so openly. I disdain the backstabbing that is beneath me. In truth, Lung Qi had two reasons for agreeing. Firstly, following the recent competition at the martial arts hall, he had realized he was beginning to falter. Secondly, Qin Feng, like him, was a commoner. Had it been a scion of a noble family attempting to recruit him, he would have categorically refused, for he held a deep-seated disdain for those of noble birth. Lung Qi had once attempted to serve as a bodyguard, but those noble heirs, while outwardly splendid, displayed no respect for common martial artists like him, relegating him to dirty and demeaning tasks. Eventually, he could no longer endure it, and chose to forge his own path. Now that Lung Qi had consented, Qin Feng obtained the result he sought and returned to his residence to continue his cultivation. In truth, Qin Feng's willingness to take such a risk was calculated. He was unafraid that Lung Qi would divulge their agreement. Whether others believed it or not, life was singular. And he did not believe Lung Qi would jeopardize his own life by revealing it. Moreover, providing cold Qi with a master-level cultivation method aligns with his interests. He has no reason to betray me. As for whether cold Qi would decline my invitation, Qin Feng harbored no concerns. For if cold Qi were to refuse my overture, I would unhesitatingly eliminate him during our next mission. If he cannot be of use to me, and possesses knowledge of my secrets, he is destined for a dead end. On the other side, Shui Xian had received Qin Feng's message through her subordinates. After perusing its contents, a trace of derision curled at the corners of her mouth, followed by a scoff. Ah, such a stubborn little fellow. Chapter 94, Shui Xian's Assistance. Reflecting on the past circumstances of the martial arts hall, she had prematurely concluded that Qin Feng would follow the path of previous commoner warriors, falling behind the talented scions of noble families. At the time of Qin Feng's admission to the Dragon Gate Academy, he was merely in the late stage of muscle refinement. With such strength, it was barely feasible for him to establish himself in the martial arts hall. However, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. And if the martial arts hall was challenging, entry into the branch academy would be even more arduous. The threshold for entering the branch academy from the martial arts hall was not particularly high. Apart from the top 100 participants in the grand competition who could directly advance, an additional 100 would be selected from the remaining students, totaling 200. With over 400 vying for 200 slots, the selection was nearly halved. Although Shui Xian had not paid close attention to Qin Feng's ranking, she surmised that it was not impossible for him to place within the top 100 or even the top 50. Furthermore, the students of the martial arts hall had recently been dispatched to deal with the remnants of the Wolf Gang, resulting in a temporary suspension of the hall's secret medicine supply. This meant they would have to rely solely on their own efforts to seek out secret medicines for cultivation. Otherwise, their progress would stagnate. Those with noble backgrounds would naturally have no such concerns, as their clans would proactively deliver secret medicines to their hands. However, Qin Feng was different. He could only rely on the advanced supply from Wamanlu to meet his cultivation needs. Shui Xian understood all this upon receiving Qin Feng's message. Nevertheless, since Qin Feng had approached her, she could not afford to turn a blind eye. After a moment of contemplation, she began to write on a blank sheet of paper, and upon completion, handed it to a subordinate waiting at the foot of the stage, instructing him, go to the nearest secret storehouse to Yeqing. Retrieve the secret medicines according to this list and its specifications, and deliver them to the shadow. The subordinate took the list, and, upon glancing at it, was momentarily taken aback, yet he dared not voice his doubts. He responded with a respectful acknowledgement, and then withdrew. Before long, the secret medicines were delivered to Wamanlu in Yeqing. When Qin Feng unwrapped the bundle, he was taken aback. For within, aside from a plethora of cultivation secret medicines, there were also various auxiliary medicines, such as the magical hand elixir that could refine the bones and muscles of the hands. Logically, the advance should consist solely of high-level and ordinary secret medicines. Why were there auxiliary medicines included? At that moment, Gu Xinsong spoke up. The Hall Master has specifically instructed that during your time outside, Lord Shadow, you may retrieve these at any outpost at the beginning of each month, maintaining the same specifications. The original monthly supply will be added separately. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng pondered briefly but did not refuse. He indeed required these items. After securing the secret medicines, he departed from the hall. Although the value of these secret medicines could not be compared to those provided by the martial arts hall, they were still considerable. He understood Shui Xian's intentions. All her previous actions were acts of benevolence. Such benevolence often seeks reciprocation. The relationship between Shui Xian and himself was far from pure, as they were merely utilizing one another. Shui Xian valued his potential, while he required the cultivation resources she could provide, each party fulfilling their own needs. Nevertheless, up to this point, he held no negative impressions of Shui Xian. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng and his companions continued to rely on the intelligence provided by the spies of Wamanlu to eradicate the remnants of the Wolf Gang. However, the sheer number of Wolf Gang members was overwhelming. Even though they were only tasked with the area surrounding Yeqing, their team found themselves utterly exhausted. Chapter 95, The Instructor's Trials. Once again, tasks were assigned. The instructor responsible for their team had presumably communicated in advance with Song Tong of Wamanlu. As the instructor called out each group, Song Tong would announce the locations of the Wolf Gang remnants they had uncovered. Since Wamanlu merely predicted the movement routes of all Wolf Gang personnel based on the spy's intelligence, they informed the students of potential paths that might lead near Yeqing. Consequently, the students were required to arrive within the designated time, after which they could either wait or search at their own discretion. Upon locating their targets, they would execute the ambush to complete the mission. After all, the approximate timing and routes of the Wolf Gang were provided. Whether or not they succeeded depended on their own abilities. Of course, it was not enough for the students to claim success. Wamanlu always had personnel shadowing the movements of the Wolf Gang, and whether a mission was successful or not would be reported back to Wamanlu's intelligence team, which Song Tong would then relay to the instructor. The instructor would assess the mission's difficulty and completion status, grading from A, highest, to C, lowest. Thus far, only Qin Feng and one other group had managed to complete their tasks in full, while the remaining 5 groups had barely managed to accomplish half of theirs. They either miscalculated their locations, missing each other entirely, or failed to meet the timing. This time, each group was assigned 2 or 3 tasks, and the students wore expressions of despair as they noted the locations and timings. Unfortunately, this period had been quite taxing for them. Each mission consumed several days, and the Wolf Gang members, aware of the current instability within the city, kept their distance, only occasionally passing through nearby towns to procure food. Most of their movements occurred in the wilderness, which forced the students to endure hardships akin to camping in the wild. The Wolf Gang members had long since adapted to such survival conditions, but the students were not accustomed to such lifestyles. Previously, they traveled by sedan chairs or horses, and even on distant journeys, they were accompanied by a retinue of guards and attendants, with their daily needs meticulously catered to. Having experienced such treatment throughout their lives, the novelty wore off quickly. After a few days of drinking cold water and subsisting on hard, dry rations, even their basic hygiene needs went unmet, leaving them feeling utterly disheveled. Several groups of students had already begun to respond passively, with some opting to find a nearby town to rest for a few days before returning. Finally, as the assignments concluded, only Qin Feng and Cold Qi remained in the last group. The instructor glanced at Qin Feng and Cold Qi, both standing to the side, and emotionlessly called out their names, after which Song Tong astonishingly announced 6 tasks in succession. At this, the other students displayed expressions of schadenfreude, and one young man, with a somewhat amused glint in his eye, looked toward Qin Feng and Cold Qi. This young man, named Shi Yanji, belonged to the only other group besides Qin Feng's that had consistently completed their tasks in full. Xianxia's strength was not to be underestimated, having ranked 8th in the grand competition, 2 places above Qin Feng. Moreover, the instructor was Xianxia's uncle. Both Qin Feng and Cold Qi furrowed their brows simultaneously. They were clearly being pushed further. Initially, the distribution had been relatively equitable, with each group assigned 3 to 4 tasks. However, as the other groups continually failed to fulfill their assignments, the instructor had reduced their numbers, while the tasks for Qin Feng and Xianxia's group remained unchanged. At the time of this allocation, neither Qin Feng nor his companion voiced any objections. After all, aside from them, Xianxia and his group faced a similar situation. And since they did not stand up in opposition, it would have been inappropriate for them to do so as well. However, this time, even Xianxia's group was assigned only 3 tasks, whereas Qin Feng's group astonishingly had their number increased to 6, an utter absurdity. Realizing that silence was not an option, Qin Feng understood that if they accepted 6 tasks this time, the next assignment might demand 12, which would mean they might as well remain in the wilderness. Thus, he inquired, "Instructor Shi, could you explain why our group has been allocated such a disproportionate number of tasks?" "There are reasons for this arrangement that do not require disclosure to you," Instructor Shi replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened. The lack of even a fabricated justification indicated that the instructor was not acting in their best interest. The onlookers regarded Qin Feng with a mocking gaze. Their interest piqued to see how he would respond. Yet, after a brief silence, Qin Feng simply acknowledged with a subdued yes and refrained from further comment. Leng Qi, who had initially intended to question the instructor, fell silent under Qin Feng's warning glance, his face betraying his dissatisfaction. The other students, who had anticipated witnessing Qin Feng's defiance, now displayed expressions of disappointment. "We thought he would be remarkable, yet he is merely this," Xianxia muttered softly. However, even in hushed tones, his words were clearly audible to all present. Instructor Shi cast a glare at Xianxia, but chose not to respond, turning away to leave. Were it not for Xianxia's earlier complaints, he would not have taken such measures against Qin Feng's group. Yet, with Xianxia being the designated heir of the Shi family, a low score or the embarrassment of being outperformed by 2 commoners was unacceptable. As a member of the Shi family, he could not stand idly by. He was first and foremost a member of that family, and then a teacher at the martial arts hall. This distinction was clear to him. Meanwhile, Song Tong observed the entire exchange with an impassive demeanor. Where there are people, there will be oppression, yet it did not concern him. When Qin Feng first met him, he had not shown his face, nor did he speak in this manner. Thus he remained oblivious to the fact that the Qin Feng before him was the same shadowy figure he had encountered before. Once the task distribution concluded, everyone wasted no time and returned to prepare. As Qin Feng and Leng Qi rode along the dirt path, Leng Qi could no longer contain himself. "Brother Qin, why did you not allow me to press further?" Although he was a few years older than Qin Feng, the latter replied coolly, "What good would it have done? An instructor's position can easily suppress us." Qin Feng was certainly filled with indignation, yet such feelings were futile. Escalating the situation would yield no positive outcome, especially considering Instructor Shi was a bone-forging realm martial artist. In terms of strength, they could not compete, and the instructor was unwilling to reason with them, merely stating, "There are reasons for this," which effectively silenced them. Thus, the 2 could only follow the instructor's assigned tasks. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. As they were engaged in eliminating the remnants of the Wolf Gang, additional groups had already crossed the boundaries of Yi City and were making their escape. In subsequent assignments, Instructor Shi continued to burden Qin Feng and his companion with an excessive number of tasks, causing them to repeatedly miss opportunities. Ultimately, Instructor Shi recorded their scores in his notebook as a grade of C. Chapter 96, Wei Yuan Escort Agency. Of course, Qin Feng and his companion were unaware of this C grade, nor could they have anticipated that despite the Wolfgang remnants not yet being fully eradicated, the instructor had already sealed their fates. Although they were oblivious to Instructor Shi's actions, Qin Feng and Leng Qi found themselves unable to dwell on the unfair treatment. Instead, they slowed their efforts. Weakness is indeed a sin, and under the eaves, one must lower their head. After some time, it seemed that Instructor Shi had received some news, leading him and the other students forward to the next city. Meanwhile, instructors from other locations were also guiding their students onward, further tightening the encirclement. Pingyang City. Qin Feng and his companions had been here for several days. Through a series of missions, their number of assignments had significantly decreased. Seizing the opportunity of a day without tasks, Qin Feng stepped out of their temporary lodgings. As he walked along the street, he observed beggars in tattered clothing lining both sides, pleading for alms. Their attire suggested they were once ordinary citizens, reduced to this plight by the Wolf Gang's destruction of their homes, forced into begging upon arriving here. Among them were many with children kneeling by the roadside, with a stalk of straw inserted atop the heads of the little ones. A phrase flashed through Qin Feng's mind: selling children for labor. A gaunt couple clung to passing pedestrians, relentlessly asking, "Sir, would you like a servant? My daughter is very obedient, with just one meal a day. She can do many tasks. Miss, do you need a maid at home?" Beside them stood a girl of around 10, trembling as she stood still, her eyes vacant as she watched her parents peddle her on the street. She hadn't eaten in several days, and even standing was a struggle. Yet, her mother had repeatedly urged her to hold on, not to move or speak. Although she did not understand the situation, she subconsciously obeyed her mother's words, standing still and silent. Occasionally, a few passers-by stopped to inquire about the price, just a few taels of silver. They examined her thoroughly, pinching her cheeks and inspecting her teeth, as if selecting merchandise. The girl winced in pain at the pinching but remained silent, allowing them to handle her as they pleased. "She doesn't have any hidden ailments, does she?" The young couple quickly explained. No, she is perfectly healthy. She was very lively at home, absolutely no issues." Yet the man, after a moment's inspection, shook his head and moved on to another selection. The couple pressed on, attempting to persuade him, but he remained unmoved, leaving them with faces full of disappointment. This process of peddling continued until finally, a young man, chuckling, chose the little girl. The couple expressed their endless gratitude, eagerly pushing their daughter toward him while repeatedly instructing her to behave and obey. Qin Feng witnessed all this, aware that such occurrences transpired on this street at all times. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. After some inquiries, he arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. He looked up at the plaque above the door: Wei Yuan Escort Agency. Chapter 97. Reunion with Lu He. Inside the reception hall of the Wei Yuan Escort Agency, a maidservant entered, carrying a cup of tea. "Thank you." She curtsied and took a step back to wait. Just as Qin Feng lifted the teacup to take a sip, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside the door. "Young friend Qin, it has been a long time." A robust middle-aged man strode into the hall, his face alight with joy as he beheld Qin Feng. Rising quickly, Qin Feng smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "Uncle Lu, I hope you have been well." This middle-aged man was none other than Lu He, the very individual who had provided Qin Feng with a ride when he left Fenghua City aboard the Wei Yuan Escort Agency's carriage. Despite having endured an unfortunate episode with Lu He's nephew, Lu Ping, the rapport between Qin Feng and Lu He flourished harmoniously. It was indeed thanks to Lu He's guidance that Qin Feng gleaned insights into the admissions regulations of the Longmen Academy, including the allocation of quotas across various cities and the substantial fee of 100,000 taels, which spared him considerable detours. Subsequently, upon learning that a bounty had been placed on Lu He, Qin Feng hastened to his aid, thus repaying the favor. Their relationship had evolved into one of mutual support. Lu He admired Qin Feng's youthful approach to matters and felt grateful for the rescue. Conversely, Qin Feng held deep respect for Lu He's character. To him, Lu He was both an elder and a friend, a bond that transcended age. As Lu He approached Qin Feng, he patted his arm with his rough hand, marveling at how much Qin Feng had changed in the 2 or 3 years since they last met. At merely 20 years of age, Qin Feng was in the prime of his physical development, and his remarkable progress in strength had significantly altered his physique since their last encounter. They sat down, and a maidservant served tea. After taking a sip, Lu He inquired when Qin Feng had arrived in Pingyang City. Qin Feng replied that he had just arrived a few days prior, coincidentally, and had come to pay a visit to Uncle Lu, since Lu He had informed him previously about the Wei Yuan Escort Agency being located in Pingyang City. Coincidental indeed. Lu He suddenly recalled the recent news about the Martial Arts Academy's students coming to Pingyang City, and connecting it to Qin Feng's earlier mention of participating in the Longmen Academy admissions. His eyes glimmered with understanding. "Could it be that you have successfully entered the Martial Arts Academy?" "Yes, fortune smiled upon me," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lu He's face lit up with genuine joy. "Congratulations. I had thought you would need to wait for the next session to pass. It seems I underestimated your capabilities." Qin Feng's acceptance truly took him by surprise. After all, at the time of their last meeting, Qin Feng was merely in the mid-stage of the muscle refinement realm. Even if he had managed to advance to the late stage within a year, standing out among numerous martial artists was an exceedingly daunting challenge. Despite the years that had passed, their conversation flowed seamlessly, as if no time had elapsed, discussing their recent circumstances. However, Qin Feng only recounted minor occurrences since their separation and daily life in the Martial Arts Academy, omitting any mention of his prowess. Lu He, too, refrained from inquiring about rankings and competitions, and their dialogue gradually shifted to the recent troubles caused by the Wolf Gang. Lu He sighed, lamenting, that gang has turned the entire southern region into a chaotic mess. Many cities have been reduced to ruins, and the surviving civilians have become refugees, desperately seeking a means of survival. The young and able-bodied are left with no choice but to resort to banditry. Even the escort agency's business has suffered greatly. Although the chaos has led to increased commissions, the volume of escorting jobs has dwindled, leaving the agency in a precarious financial situation. As Lu He spoke of the wolf gang, the maidservant who had been serving tea could not help but stifle a sob. Qin Feng turned back, puzzled. Lu He regarded the maid with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Xiao Hong, perhaps you should take your leave for now." Xiao Hong bowed gratefully, responding, "Thank you, second master. I am fine. I will remain close by to attend to you." Lu He turned to Qin Feng and explained, "Xiao Hong was purchased by us a few months ago. When her family fled to Pingyang City, her father fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter, leaving behind only her mother and sisters. In desperation, her mother resorted to selling herself on the streets. Seeing their plight, and with the escort agency in need of some rough servant girls, I decided to take them all in. Her mother is now helping in the kitchen." Sighing, Lu He continued, "It is truly disheartening. There are far too many unfortunate souls, and the agency lacks the capacity to assist them all. I cannot foresee an end to such turmoil." After a moment of silence, Qin Feng offered some words of consolation. "Uncle Lu, your capacity is limited. There is no need for you to feel guilty. You have done your utmost. While the initial cost of purchasing them may have only amounted to a few taels of silver, the ongoing expenses for their sustenance and well-being were no trifling matter, especially given the agency's current struggles." As their conversation meandered, they began discussing Lu Ping and Song Ge. Aside from Lu He, they were the only two individuals with whom Qin Feng had any connection. Lu Ping had long harbored feelings for Song Ge, and their relationship had blossomed over the years. However, Song Ge remained burdened by past grievances, fixated on enhancing her strength to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind her brother Lin's demise and avenge him. Consequently, Lu Ping had also dedicated himself to rigorous training, and both had recently broken through to the late stage of the muscle refinement realm. However, upon receiving the news of Fenghua City's destruction, Song Ge seemed to lose all motivation, becoming increasingly despondent. With Fenghua City gone, it was highly likely that the mastermind had also met a grim fate. Whom could she seek vengeance against now? Currently, they were both out on escort missions, with Lu Ping remaining by Song Ge's side. If all went according to plan, the Wei Yuan escort agency would eventually be supported by the two of them. The mastermind in question was none other than the third son of the Li family from the inner city, Li Mingxian, who had also entered the martial arts academy and narrowly escaped disaster. It appeared that the Li family had been reduced to him alone. Qin Feng did not hesitate to reveal this information. Lu He was taken aback. "I never would have imagined that the esteemed Li family was involved in such nefarious deeds. No wonder you chose not to disclose this to Song Ge." Lu He was well aware of the Li family within Fenghua City's inner district. The Wei Yuan escort agency had previously assisted them with various escort tasks. Given the Li family's formidable strength, they had countless subordinates in the muscle refinement realm and even formidable warriors in the bone refinement realm. If Song Ge, consumed by her desire for vengeance, were to recklessly confront the Li family, the consequences would be dire, potentially endangering Lu Ping as well. It was not merely Song Ge who would face peril. Even the entire Wei Yuan escort agency would hesitate to provoke a prominent family from the inner city. The agency's most formidable member was Lu Hai, who had achieved the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm. However, now that the Li family had been obliterated, leaving only Li Mingxian, the situation had become considerably simpler. "When Song Ge returns, I will share this news with her. It will fulfill a wish of hers," Lu He remarked. Just as Qin Feng was about to respond, a gruff voice boomed from outside. "Second brother, eldest brother needs your assistance. Come help us sort things out." A robust figure strode into the room. Upon witnessing this, Lu He displayed a look of exasperation. "What now?" He then introduced Qin Feng, saying, "Oh, this is my elder brother, Lu Hai, the current head of the Wei Yuan escort agency." "Eldest brother," Qin Feng greeted with a respectful nod. Lu Hai scrutinized Qin Feng, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. However, as his younger brother frequently associated with various individuals from the martial world, he had grown accustomed to such encounters and paid little heed to Qin Feng's salutation. Instead, he directed his inquiry toward Lu He. "Have you finished your conversation?" Lu He let out a deep sigh, casting an apologetic glance at Qin Feng. "I apologize. My elder brother is often rather brash. Please do not take offense." Qin Feng shook his head, unperturbed. His connection was solely with Lu He, and he held no regard for the other members of the Wei Yuan escort agency. "Never mind, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I shall pay Uncle Lu a visit another day when time permits." "Very well, we shall converse at a later date." Once Qin Feng had walked away, Lu Hai impatiently remarked, "Second brother, must you consistently associate with such unsavory individuals? It is a waste of your expressions. Louis furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger as he replied, Elder brother, I sincerely wish for you to refrain from uttering such words in my presence in the future, especially before my friends. If you harbor disdain for my companions, it would be better for you not to appear at all. A servant could simply relay your sentiments. Observing his younger brother's vehement reaction, Lu Hai could only relent. Despite being the elder, it was typically Lu He who made decisions in their affairs. Fine, fine. I shall say no more, Lu Hai sighed internally. You always claim that, yet nothing ever changes. I have expressed this to you numerous times, but to no avail. Your talents may surpass mine, yet your thoughtlessness has offended many. Meanwhile, four bald men were swiftly fleeing through the forest, pursued relentlessly by the Feng family's soldiers. These men were none other than the leader of the wolf gang, Lang Yun, and three enigmatic individuals he referred to as the Fuangs. Despite their precarious situation, the quartet displayed no signs of panic. One of them calculated their current position and inexplicably remarked, "It won't be long now." Simultaneously, in a small town several hundred miles away, all the townsfolk gathered in the streets, bowing reverently towards the center of the town. They knelt, hands clasped in prayer, their expressions filled with fervent devotion as they murmured incantations, as if beseeching for divine intervention. At the heart of the town stood a modest temple, resonating with the sound of melodic bells. Emerging from the temple was an elderly man, benevolent in demeanor and clad in a colorful robe. Accompanied by dozens of muscular men dressed in simple attire, all bore shaven heads. They proceeded, step by step, towards the outskirts of the town. The townsfolk, upon spotting the elder, were momentarily taken aback before their eyes ignited with fervor, and they knelt in excitement, exclaiming, "The Holy Lord descends from the heavens to save all beings." The elder, donning a sympathetic expression, also clasped his hands, bowing slightly to the kneeling populace. This only heightened the townsfolk's fervor, their gazes towards the elder brimming with an almost fanatical zeal. As more townsfolk gathered to witness the elder, the volume of their exclamations intensified, echoing even from several miles away. Before long, the elder and his companions exited the town. One of the muscular men beside him quietly advised, "Holy Lord, the time is nigh. We must hasten our departure." The elder nodded, lifting his gaze towards a particular direction. This town lay within their territory, a blind spot for Wamanlu's intelligence network. It was not that they had refrained from sending spies, but every operative dispatched here had vanished without a trace. Only when they departed the town did Wamanlu's spies become aware of their movements. Days later, Lang Yun and his companions appeared to have stumbled into a canyon, seemingly lost. They were flanked on three sides by sheer cliffs, with only the path they had taken remaining accessible. A glance behind revealed that the Feng family soldiers had completely blocked their retreat. The opposing force boasted hundreds of martial artists at the refinement stage, alongside a dozen leaders at the bone-forging stage. It was evident that Lang Yun and his companions were cornered. One of the Feng family's leaders sneered coldly, "Lang Yun, cease your futile struggles and surrender. If you comply, perhaps the master will consider sparing your life." Yet, the prospect of sparing Lang Yun was merely a facade. Surrender would only result in fewer casualties for the Feng soldiers. Lang Yun, however, merely smirked defiantly, responding, "Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined." A frown creased the leader's brow, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from behind them. A massive boulder plummeted from above, crashing onto the sole exit of the canyon, sealing it off completely. Several Feng soldiers, caught unawares, were crushed beneath the stone. Dust billowed, and a torrent of blood flowed from beneath the rock. "Who dares?" A resonant voice echoed through the canyon. "All beings are infinite." The elderly man clad in a robe and his muscular companions appeared before the boulder. The elder, hands clasped, was the source of the previous exclamation. The three bald, mysterious figures who had been shadowing Lang Yun began to chant, "All beings are infinite," while simultaneously clasping their hands in prayer. With a resounding crack, their black garments burst apart, revealing the simple attire underneath. The holy master of the All Beings sect. The faces of the Feng leaders paled. "What are your intentions? All Beings sect?" The once benevolent elder lifted his gaze, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. "I invite you all to your demise." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished, reappearing in front of a leader from the bone-forging stage. With a single punch, he obliterated the leader's form, scattering entrails and limbs as blood drenched the elder. He raised his head, his eyes now a furious crimson, resembling a vengeful deity of slaughter. Before long, shocking news reverberated through the land. The Feng family soldiers had been ambushed by the All Beings sect, with none surviving. All hundreds of Feng soldiers, including over a dozen leaders at the bone-forging stage, perished within that canyon. Chapter 99, The All Beings Sect. In the wake of this, a more explosive revelation emerged. Just days after the calamity befell the Feng soldiers, within one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the All-Beings sect, a voice resounded unexpectedly within an ordinary tavern. The Holy Lord descends from the heavens to save all beings. The previously noisy tavern fell silent in an instant. And after a brief pause, the voice echoed once more. Heavenly Lord descends, saving all living beings. This time, there were sporadic voices that proactively echoed this sentiment. And soon the number of voices grew, initially chaotic but gradually synchronizing into harmony. Heavenly Lord descends, saving all living beings. The proclamation resonated from within the tavern, prompting the nearby populace to instinctively pause their activities, turning to gaze blankly at the establishment. Among them were humble street vendors, tavern attendants, and chefs, insignificant figures from various trades, encompassing men and women of all ages, many of whom had resided in the city for over a decade. Subsequently, these individuals began to join in, vociferously chanting along. This phenomenon spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the outer city. In due course, the denizens of the outer city gradually converged towards the inner city, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The city guard stationed atop the inner walls, sensing the unusual commotion, grew anxious, vaguely aware that something was amiss. Before they could react, the citizens outside produced enigmatic pills from their pockets and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed them. A mere few breaths later, all present closed their eyes, expressions contorted in anguish as if enduring some profound torment, wisps of steam beginning to rise from their bodies. In the next instant, they abruptly lifted their heads, their faces flushed crimson, eyes bloodshot. With a collective roar, they surged towards the inner city. The guards, alarmed, swiftly dispatched subordinates to notify those within the city. The followers of the sect of all beings advanced rapidly, eschewing any ladders. With a mere leap, they soared several yards, directly scaling the city walls. When the two sides clashed, the guards were taken aback to discover that the once ordinary civilians had transformed into formidable adversaries, impervious to the typical weapons of blades and guns. Even when injured, they exhibited no signs of pain, quickly rising from the ground to charge forward anew. Although no single individual could rival the guards in strength, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. One guard swung his large blade with a whoosh, striking down upon the shoulder of a nearby assailant. Crack! The blade lodged itself deep into the shoulder bone, an abundance of blood gushing forth instantly. Yet, the individual seemed utterly unfazed, instead seizing the opportunity to grip the blade tightly. The guard attempted to wrench it free several times, but to no avail. His expression shifted as he hastily kicked at the assailant, trying to extricate himself. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding sect followers seized the opportunity, pouncing upon him, some grasping his arms and others his legs, effectively immobilizing him. Soon after, a barrage of indiscriminate punches rained down upon him, devoid of any technique, resembling a typical brawl with fists flailing wildly. However, bolstered by the effects of the unknown pills, their lethality was now on an entirely different level. Thud! Thud! The sound of fists striking flesh echoed repeatedly, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones fracturing. It wasn't long before the guard collapsed, his body limp and devoid of life, contorted in a grotesque angle as his upper body bent unnaturally backward. This grim scene unfolded across the walls. Once ensnared, escape was an impossibility. After neutralizing all the guards, the followers of the sect of all beings surged towards the inner city, colliding with the reinforcements that had just arrived. In an instant, chaos ensued, blood and flesh flying. Yet the sect's adherents remained undeterred by life or death, relentlessly launching themselves into the fray in waves. The conflict raged for 3 days and nights without respite, the followers displaying an unyielding tenacity, even continuing their assault under the cover of darkness. By the 4th day, the warriors of the inner city were utterly exhausted, and the sect's fighters finally took the initiative, decisively breaching the inner city's defenses. They subsequently unleashed a bloody purge upon all the noble families within. This harrowing scenario played out in every city under the control of the sect of all beings. In a mere 5 days, a multitude of cities within the western domain of the sect fell completely under their dominion. In Pingyang City, in the main hall of the courtyard where the Martial Arts Academy's students and instructors resided, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The arrival of 2 pieces of news within just a few days had left everyone in a state of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons from their own perspectives. What have you all been doing? Such a significant upheaval from the sect of all beings, and you've not gathered even a whisper of intelligence. The instructor glared at Gu Xinsong, his voice laced with icy reproach. Gu Xinsong met his gaze without flinching, offering no deference. We are indeed powerless regarding the territory of the sect of all beings. If the Sure family possesses such great capabilities, why do you not investigate for yourselves? You. The instructor's eyes widened in fury, fixing Gu Xinsong with an intense glare. He had merely spoken offhandedly, not anticipating that the other would dare to retort so boldly. Previously, Song Tong had faced a reprimand from the instructor over matters concerning the Feng family's military, and his limited authority left him unable to grasp the true intricacies of the situation, forcing him into a submissive silence. After returning, he had muttered a complaint, which Gu Xinsong happened to overhear. Given the enormity of the unrest stirred by the sect of all beings, Gu Xinsong decided to come in person. After all, the Feng family's military had just been ambushed by the sect's experts, resulting in total annihilation, and the sect's territory had immediately sprung into action, indicating a premeditated scheme. It was evident that new directives would soon arrive from above, and it would be more fitting for him to convey them personally. The students below were equally astonished. What is happening? This was a direct affront to the Shi family's reputation. Although Wamanlu provided intelligence for their group, they remained oblivious to Wamanlu's true identity, and even the instructor himself was uncertain. The only thing the instructor could ascertain was that the Feng family certainly did not possess such a clandestine and formidable intelligence-gathering force. Gu Xinsong met the instructor's gaze fearlessly. Despite the Shi family's considerable influence, Wamanlu had no need to cower, regardless of his lower status or strength. He now represented the face of Wamanlu. As the students speculated about which faction Gu Xinsong might be aligned with, he confronted the instructor's darkened expression and spoke directly. I have received orders from above. The operations here will be temporarily halted, and all members of the Martial Arts Academy will proceed to the territory of the sect of all beings to initiate a new plan. I presume the instructor has received similar communications? Instructor, is this true? A few anxious students inquired, their families residing not far from the sect of all beings. If the sect were to undertake further actions, their families could very well be in jeopardy. Conversely, if all the students from the Martial Arts Academy could band together to confront the sect, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous for their families. However, the instructor merely snorted dismissively, firmly denying the claims. I have received no such communication. Until further notice, we shall adhere to our original action plan and continue to purge the remnants of the Wolf Gang near Pingyang City. You must continue to provide us with intelligence. The last statement was directed pointedly at Gu Xinsong. Gu Xinsong furrowed his brow. This was implausible, as the information he had received could not possibly be erroneous. He scrutinized the instructor, his gaze filled with skepticism. The two individuals found themselves at an impasse. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xinsong could only nod in agreement and subsequently departed. The instructor, sure, instructed everyone to disperse, leaving him alone in the grand hall, where he lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Spitting out the remnants of tea leaves, he muttered in disdain, foolish. His ire was directed not at Gu Xinsong, but rather at the chief instructor, Feng Haoran. In truth, he had received word from Feng, indicating that the Feng family's higher-ups had commenced their actions, urging them to swiftly mobilize all the students of the martial arts hall for assistance. However, Shi had no intention of complying, and the rationale was straightforward. The Feng family, being the foremost clan in the southern region of Dechu, ought to address their own insurrection. The martial arts hall, affiliated with the Longmen Academy, was not a mere tool for any clan, and Feng Haoran's directive posed significant issues. Moreover, Shi was certain that the Feng family would reach out to other prominent clans for support. After all, the Xianxia sect had already obliterated several hundred of the Feng family's soldiers and taken down numerous captains of their elite troops, inflicting substantial damage. It was clear that if left to handle this alone, the Feng family would require considerable time to recover, while other clans might remain oblivious. Shi understood that the head of the Shi family would undoubtedly oppose such a course of action. The Shi family was situated far from the Xianxia sect's influence, posing them no immediate threat. The notion that the Xianxia sect could bring down the Feng family was ludicrous, despite the sect's seemingly formidable presence. The Feng family possessed centuries of heritage that could not be easily dismantled, albeit at a significant cost. This was precisely the outcome Shi hoped to see. The greater the wounds inflicted upon the Feng family, the more opportunities would arise for other clans, who wouldn't desire to ascend to greater heights. Surely, others would come to the same realization. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Shi had no intention of executing Feng Haoran's orders, especially considering the added justification of eradicating the remaining remnants of the Wolf Gang. Days later, instructors Chun and Shi sat opposite each other. Shi Feng, what is your perspective on this matter? Shi Feng, which was Shi's given name, set down his teacup and replied nonchalantly, what can I possibly think? I am but a humble instructor. It is you who must decide. Chen Jun hesitated at this remark. Upon receiving the message, his initial reaction mirrored that of Shi Feng. Like the Shi family, the Chun family resided far from the Xianxia sect and had no cause for concern about being affected. However, if they were to proceed, how would the Feng family hold them accountable afterward? He found himself uncertain, aware that Qin Feng was on this side of Pingyang City, which lay directly in the path to the Xianxia sect's territory. Qin Jun hastily gathered all his students and rushed over. As for the remnants of the wolf gang, he thought little of them. Pouring tea from the pot into Qin Feng's cup, he spoke with a hint of reluctance. Perhaps we should go together. Even if we do not lend a hand, we could at least put on a show. Qin Feng scoffed. The situation there is unclear. Those scoundrels of the Xianxia sect have managed to conquer all the cities in a mere few days. Under such circumstances, even we, as practitioners of the bone refinement realm, cannot guarantee our safety, let alone with a large group of students in tow. Have you considered what would happen if something went awry with these students? When the Longmen Academy comes to hold us accountable, do you think we can evade responsibility? Qin Jun's expression fell into one of distress. Losing 1 or 2 students might be manageable, but given the current state of affairs, the position of instructor was one he had toiled greatly to attain. If he were to be dismissed, he would have nowhere to express his lament. After much deliberation, Qin Jun nodded gravely. You are right. I shall heed your advice. Qin Feng. Observing that Qin Jun remained indecisive, Qin Feng continued. Moreover, these students are primarily the scions of various esteemed families. Should anything go awry, the other clans would not let you off the hook, irrespective of the Longmen Academy's inquiries. By the way, do you know which team your Qin family's juniors are in? What if someone foolishly brings them along and they meet with disaster? Qin Jun's face paled suddenly. He had completely overlooked that detail. Hastily, he rose and clasped his hands in apology. I beg your pardon, I must send a message at once. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, he hurriedly departed. Watching his frantic retreat, Qin Feng could not suppress a chuckle and resumed savoring his tea. The most promising of the Qin family's juniors, Shi Yan, was fortuitously assigned to his team, so he had no cause for concern. As for the other juniors of the Qin family, he paid them little mind. They would have to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong arrived at a grand estate. Having hurriedly followed directions obtained from passersby, ever since the incident at the Wei Yuan escort agency, she had been in a state of constant anxiety, unsure of what to do. She had narrowly escaped that calamity while out running errands. Upon her return, she discovered the Wei Yuan escort agency surrounded by soldiers, and the townsfolk murmured that the agency had been colluding with the remnants of the wolf gang, leading to its downfall at the hands of the city lord's office. This news struck her like a thunderbolt, and Xiao Hong could scarcely believe it. Surely, there was more to the story. However, as a mere servant girl, she felt utterly powerless to assist. For days, she had wept incessantly, her mother and sisters having been apprehended, leaving her utterly alone and directionless. Furthermore, her meager funds were nearly depleted. Just as despair began to engulf her, she overheard a conversation about the martial arts hall, which triggered a memory of the time when Lord Liu had met with a gentleman surnamed Qin. She had been present, serving nearby, and had overheard their discussion. Realizing that this individual was affiliated with the martial arts hall, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Hong resolved to attempt to seek help. Excuse me, could you please convey a message? I am looking for a gentleman with the surname Qin, she inquired, her heart pounding with trepidation. She had not caught the full name of Qin Feng, only the surname. The doorman scrutinized her from head to toe, his face betraying a look of disdain. She appeared to be a servant girl, yet she reeked, as if she had not bathed in days. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his nose and grumbled. Surname Qin? What is the full name? And who might you be? Xiao Hong's heart raced. She knew she could not mention the Wei Yuan escort agency's name, so she improvised. Just an old friend. An old friend? The doorman regarded her with skepticism. In this state, you claim to have an old friend? Only those of exceptional caliber can enter the martial arts hall. How could such a person possibly know someone like you? If you truly know them, how can you not even provide a name? You must be here to stir up trouble. Moreover, she had been evasive about her identity, which only raised further suspicions. Unbeknownst to the doorman, there might indeed be a person with the surname Qin inside, as there were 20 students alone. And he only remembered the highest-ranking individual was of the Shi family. However, looking at Xiao Hong's disheveled appearance, he could not bring himself to believe her, and he began to wave her away. Begone. Do you think you can meet a dignitary at will? Just look at yourself. Be quick and step aside. If you collide with any esteemed individuals, the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong became anxious and pleaded fervently. Please, I beg of you, relay my message. No, no, go away. The doorman, surnamed Su, retorted while pushing her aside. Brother, assist me just this once. As they tugged at each other, several students emerged from within, immediately covering their mouths and noses in disgust. What is that foul stench? One exclaimed. Su-san, what on earth are you doing, allowing a beggar to block the entrance? Su-san, the doorman, appeared flustered. Esteemed guests, this person claims to be searching for someone, he explained. Who are they looking for? Yu Huazong inquired. grimacing as he suppressed a gag. They seek a gentleman with the surname Qin. Might any of you recognize him? The gentleman? Xiaohong interjected eagerly. Yes, yes. That is indeed the one. I implore you all, please mention that a humble servant seeks him for an urgent matter. Hope flickered in her eyes. Surely. As dignitaries of the martial arts hall, they would be aware of him. Surname Qin? The group exchanged glances. They were familiar with Qin Feng, yet Yu Huazong, with a deliberate air, replied, there is no one by that name here. Su San's expression shifted. He realized he was being mocked. In a fit of rage, he slapped Xiaohong across the face, causing her cheek to swell instantly. Clutching her face, tears began to well in her eyes. How could there not be? I distinctly heard it. It is indeed Qin. Su San, now devoid of any courtesy, continued to strike her. You wretched girl, you've brought this upon me. Get out of my sight. With one final kick, he sent her sprawling to the ground. Turning to Yu Huazong and the others, he adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Esteemed guests, I only acted out of pity for her. I nearly fell for her deception myself, but thanks to your timely warning, I avoided making a grave mistake. Please, hurry and remove her, lest she inadvertently offend the instructors. Your life might be in jeopardy. Indeed, I shall have her removed at once, Su San affirmed. Chapter 104. Xiaohong 2. Just as Su San was about to strike again, a large hand suddenly appeared from behind him, pressing firmly on his shoulder. Confounded, Su San turned to see a hand growing rapidly in his field of vision. Smack! The force of the slap sent him flying. Su San, clutching his face, spat out two bloody teeth. He turned to confront his assailant but refrained from expressing his anger, instead speaking with trepidation. Esteemed sir, why? I am Qin, came the response from the individual, none other than Qin Feng. Su San's expression froze. This was the person the maid sought? He recognized Qin Feng's face but had never known his name, and yet the dignitaries had just claimed no one named Qin was present. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Yu Huazong, his voice laced with menace. Are you tired of living? Yu Huazong faltered, responding with hostility. What did you say? Bang! Before anyone could comprehend Qin Feng's swift movement, Yu Huazong was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The expressions of his companions shifted dramatically. Are you insane? How dare you strike a student? They shouted, yet none dared to approach, acutely aware that even combined, they might not stand a chance against Qin Feng, risking further humiliation. As Yu Huazong was helped up, clutching his injured chest, he was filled with dread at the swiftness of Qin Feng's attack. Regaining his composure, his expression darkened with rage. To be struck in front of so many, the laughter of bystanders felt like mockery. He glared venomously at Qin Feng. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? Qin Feng coldly regarded him, replying, consider this a warning. Should you provoke me again, I will break your legs. How dare anyone presume to challenge him? Hearing Qin Feng's disdainful words, the trio's faces darkened. They longed to retaliate but knew deep down that even together, they might not be a match for him. The prospect of greater humiliation loomed. Yu Huazong glared at Qin Feng, weighing his options before finally uttering a menacing retort. Fine. Just you wait. As they retreated, Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Su San stood trembling nearby. Begone. Yes, yes, I shall leave at once, he stammered. Qin Feng approached Xiaohong and inquired, are you unharmed? Lord Qin, I implore you, save the Wei Yuan escort agency. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. What has transpired at the Wei Yuan escort agency? Xiaohong recounted the situation to him. Colluding with the Wolfgang? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. How could this be? Based on my understanding of Lu He, such treachery is unfathomable. Could it be the actions of others within the agency? Lord Qin, the Wei Yuan escort agency is certainly not guilty of collusion. You must advocate for us. And where are they now? They are imprisoned in the Eastern City Jail by the City Lord's guards. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng replied, find a safe place to settle for now. I shall investigate the situation. With that, he produced a handful of silver coins and pressed them into Xiaohong's hands. My lord, I cannot accept this. Do not argue. Just take it. Chapter 105. The jail in the Eastern City Jail. Qin Feng offered the jailer 20 taels and was promptly granted entry. A guard led him deeper into the prison. For Qin Feng, acquiring hundreds or even thousands of taels was a trivial matter. He need only retrieve them from the Tang Hall. Before long, Qin Feng found himself once more in the presence of Lu He. Each cell was devoid of any gaps. Clearly constructed from solid, unidentifiable stone. The brothers Lu He and Lu Hai were confined together. Their situation dire. Their hands and feet had been shattered. Iron chains piercing their bones, with the other end of the chains locked to the stone floor of the cell. How cruel. Observing their plight, Qin Feng's eyes involuntarily twitched. During his journey, he had encountered prisoners merely restrained by iron rings, yet the Lu brothers had been utterly incapacitated. Clang. The guard accompanying Qin Feng rapped on the bars of the cell. Lu He, Lu Hai, someone has come to see you. The two feebly opened their eyes. their vision gradually sharpening to reveal Qin Feng's silhouette. "Qin, my young friend?" Lu He exclaimed in surprise. "It's you." Lu Hai gasped, astonished. Lu Hai was equally taken aback. He had never expected that someone he deemed a dubious friend of Lu He would come to visit them at such a sensitive time. Their charges were serious, colluding with the Wolf Gang. One wrong move could easily lead to being branded as accomplices. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. Upon truly seeing Lu He found himself at a loss for words, merely whispering, "Uncle Lu." The jailer spoke up, urging them to be quick and articulate in their words before he discreetly stepped away. Qin Feng sighed inwardly and asked, "Uncle Lu, what is happening?" "It must be those scoundrels from the Taizhan escort agency," interjected Lu Hai, filled with indignation. Qin Feng disregarded Lu Hai's outburst and focused on Lu He, who slowly moved in front of him, saying, "It is likely the work of the Taizhan escort agency. Our Weiyuan escort agency would never collude with the Wolf Gang. They had previously threatened us, demanding that we merge with them, but we refused, and then this incident occurred. Is there truly no way to turn this around? Is there any means to assist you in your release?" Qin Feng's inquiry was directed solely at Lu He, excluding Lu Hai. Lu He shook his head. "It is futile. Our brothers are now rendered useless. Qin, my young friend, I have but one request. Speak, Uncle Lu. Please take care of Lu Ping and Song Go. They will not trouble you. As a member of the martial arts hall, they would not dare to harm you. Just assist them when you can. As a favor from Uncle Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback. "The martial arts hall? Your friend is from the martial arts hall?" He quickly moved closer to Qin Feng, pleading, "Qin, you must help me look after Lu Ping. He is my only son." Qin Feng, already somewhat irritable, disregarded his dignity and snapped, "Be quiet. You are truly bothersome." "You?" Lu Hai was left dumbfounded by this callous demeanor. Lu He sighed, having some understanding of Qin Feng's temperament. "Brother, do not speak." Chapter 106. Lu He's request. After silencing his brother, Lu He gazed earnestly at Qin Feng. "Qin, my young friend, Uncle Lu is not pressuring you. If it does not infringe upon your safety or interests, please assist if you can. If you truly cannot, then let Lu Ping and Song Go leave their fates to chance. Do not carry any psychological burden." When the Weiyuan escort agency encountered trouble, they happened to be out on a mission and were not captured. I noticed something amiss and promptly sent a servant to slip out the back door to inform them. I am unsure if it was of any use. If they are unfortunate enough to be captured, if you can help, please do so. If they are fortunate enough to escape, should you encounter them in the future, lend a hand if you are able. "Brother, did you hear what Lu said?" Lu Hai, feeling anxious, tugged at his brother's sleeve. "You are usually quite astute. Why are you being so foolish this time?" Qin clearly values loyalty. In this situation, even if you were to make an unreasonable request, he would surely agree. Why be so restrained? Just say you will help. Lu He chose to ignore his brother's comments, focusing solely on Qin Feng. With his years of experience in the martial world, he believed that if Qin Feng agreed, he would undoubtedly follow through. Seeing Lu He's almost pleading gaze, Qin Feng fell silent. He had always admired Lu He's character, and now, even as Lu He sought his assistance, he was considerate of his feelings and situation. However, if their roles were reversed, he questioned whether he could exhibit such magnanimity. He might well act as Lu Hai presumed. Ultimately, Qin Feng nodded and said, "Very well, I shall assist you." Meanwhile, Yu Huazong and others met with a few young men at a tavern, engaging in lively conversation. Among them was Guo Yanqing. Li Mingxian was also present, having fortuitously been assigned to the same team under Chun Jun's instruction. Throughout their journey, he had been overly accommodating towards Guo Yanqing, knowing that he was his only avenue for support. With Guo Yanqing's backing, establishing a new Li family was not beyond the realm of possibility. Luckily, Guo Yanqing was finally moved, and their relationship began to thaw. As their conversation meandered, they broached the subject of Qin Feng and recounted how they had deceived him. "Qin Feng, is he in your team?" Guo Yanqing exclaimed in surprise. "You know him, brother Guo?" Yu Huazong responded, equally astonished. They exchanged glances, recognizing a shared understanding. Yu Huazong then recounted the events of the day involving Qin Feng, though he described the incident where he was struck as Qin Feng having ambushed him. "Oh," Guo Yanqing noted a discrepancy. "What did that woman want with him?" "I am not certain," Guo Yanqing replied, turning to Li Mingxian. "Brotherly, could you investigate?" Li Mingxian, overjoyed, felt that merely being addressed as brotherly was worth it. He patted his chest, assuring, "Certainly, I will have stewardly look into it." He feared being idle, otherwise he could not demonstrate his value. Since the fall of Fenghua City, he had only Steward Li by his side, who followed him wherever he went. Whenever Li Mingxian needed something, it was Steward Li who arranged it. To be fair, Steward Li's capabilities were impressive. Even without the Li family's support, he still managed to carve out a niche in Nanzhou City, albeit through unsavory means. Chapter 107. A smooth resolution. The news of the Wei Yuan escort agency's collusion with the Wolf Gang had stirred quite a commotion, surprising everyone. For the Wei Yuan escort agency had always maintained a good reputation in Pingyang City. They were astonished to learn of the allegations linking them to the Wolf Gang. Soon, Steward Li had thoroughly investigated the matter, uncovering the truth regarding the Wei Yuan escort agency's involvement with the Wolf Gang. This was easily discernible, as there was no substantial evidence to support the claims. It was entirely a frame-up, orchestrated by none other than the Lord's estate of Pingyang City. More precisely, it was the Lord's only son, Guazide. Taishan escort agency's leader, Tai Shihu, had a charming and beautiful young daughter who, during a chance gathering, met Guazide from Pingyang City. Guazide subtly insinuated his desires, and Tai Shihu promptly acquiesced, sending his daughter to his bed as a concubine. Subsequently, Tai Shihu seized the opportunity to propose the merger of the Wei Yuan escort agency, promising that once successful, he would share half of the profits with Guazide. No one would ever turn down a windfall. Thus, the events leading to the Wei Yuan escort agency's alleged collusion with the Wolf Gang unfolded. Following this, a maid named Xiao Hong escaped and sought out Qin Feng, who then visited the eastern prison to see Liu He and his brother. Steward Li had uncovered the details, but he discovered a shocking fact. Qin Feng was the very youth who had once served as a guard under him. Years ago, when Qin Feng and Huang Li displayed their mastery of the iron claw technique, Steward Li had taken note of them, leaving a lasting impression. Despite the passage of time, he recognized Qin Feng immediately. He shared this revelation with Li Mingxian, who was equally astounded, recalling that Qin Feng had been his opponent in the first round of the grand competition. At the time, he had thought Qin Feng looked somewhat familiar, but had not paid it much mind, never realizing that he had once worked under his command. Upon reflecting on this, Li Mingxian felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort within. For Qin Feng's ascension into the top 10 of the competition would inevitably lead to his ranking plummeting as other competitors grew increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, maintaining a position within the top 100 was undoubtedly within reach. In stark contrast, Li Mingxian, once the third scion of the Li family, found himself unable to even breach the top 100. When the 3-year term expired, he would be forced to vie for one of the 100 positions beyond the rankings of the competition. This sensation of being overshadowed by those he once deemed insignificant filled him with humiliation. As fate would have it, while he languished in decline, others, including Qin Feng, steadily rose in stature. Moreover, it was certain that Qin Feng remembered him and likely harbored mockery in his heart. Subsequently, he accompanied Steward Li to seek out Guo Yanhang and others, relaying all the findings of their investigation with utmost candor. Guo Yanhang, upon hearing the revelations, was indeed astonished, for he had not anticipated that Qin Feng had such a connection to the Li family. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If Qin Feng had ties to the Wei Yuan escort agency, perhaps they could exploit this connection to drag him down. A few days later, Qin Feng received a notification from his instructor indicating that an important matter was to be discussed. As he made his way to the assembly hall, Lung Qi approached him and whispered, "I have received word that someone is plotting against you." Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied softly, "All right, regardless of what transpires, do not act impulsively." Since learning about the Wei Yuan escort agency, Qin Feng had anticipated such a possibility. Lung Qi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why? If there is indeed a plot against you, my support could prove useful. There is no need for you to inquire further. You are still too weak to assist me." Qin Feng replied with a hint of indifference. Lung Qi clenched his fists, yet found himself unable to retort. "Unless we are faced with a life-and-death situation, you need not disclose our relationship. Your priority now should be to enhance your own strength." After a moment of silence, Lung Qi acquiesced with a simple, "Understood." As Qin Feng entered the assembly hall, he noticed that instructor Chun Jun's group was also present, and all eyes turned towards him, imbued with an inexplicable significance. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed, yet he found a seat and settled down. Guo Yanhang initiated the confrontation. "Qin Feng, you are aware of the Wei Yuan escort agency, correct?" "Yes, I am." Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. "It has come to my attention that your connection with the Wei Yuan escort agency is quite profound." Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, locking onto Guo Yanhang as he coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that? I suspect you are colluding with the Wolf Gang. Just days ago, you assaulted several students to protect a maid from the Wei Yuan escort agency. You cannot deny this, can you?" At this moment, Yu Huazong stepped forward to confirm the accusation, asserting that Qin Feng had threatened him afterward. Then, Shi Yanji, assuming an air of authority, leisurely remarked, "Heh, injuring students in the training hall is strictly prohibited." Guo Yanhang and his cohorts brightened at this revelation. "Indeed, esteemed instructors, Qin Feng has violated the regulations of the training hall by attacking and injuring students. And there are murky connections with the Wolf Gang. It is imperative that we take him into custody for thorough interrogation. Otherwise, if word spreads that individuals associated with the rebellious wolf gang are allowed to study in the training hall and even gain entry into the Longmen Academy, it would tarnish the reputation of the training hall. The instructors maintained their composure, merely observing Qin Feng as if awaiting his defense. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. With a derisive laugh, he retorted at Xianxia, "If you are unaware of the rules of the training hall, it is best not to speak out of turn. While there are regulations against fighting within the training hall, there are no such restrictions outside of it." When Qin Feng first entered the training hall, he had meticulously reviewed the entire manual. His adherence to the rules was not out of a desire for compliance, but rather to avoid giving others leverage against him. Though he could not recall every word, he grasped the fundamental essence. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced at the two instructors above, noting their calm demeanor, which indicated that Qin Feng's assertions were indeed valid. This rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Had he known, he would not have positioned himself as a target. Instructor Shi cast a disappointed glance at Xianxia, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation. To seek trouble with others without adequate preparation was to risk tarnishing the Shi family's reputation. Meanwhile, Gui Yanhang remained resolute in his pursuit of Qin Feng. The collusion between the Wei Yuan escort agency and the Wolf Gang was nearly impossible to refute, and Qin Feng had undoubtedly interacted with that maid. Regardless of the incident involving the injured students, how do you explain your connection with the Wei Yuan escort agency? Explain? Qin Feng shook his head with a dismissive smile, choosing to disregard Gui Yanhang's slander and instead directing his attention to Instructor Shi. He had grown weary of Gui Yanhang's provocations. Ultimately, this was nothing more than a baseless accusation, a case of fabricating charges without justification. The outcome would ultimately rest in the hands of the instructors. Should Instructor Shi decide to act upon these allegations, there would be little Qin Feng could do. His only option would be to flee. With his current skills in the flowing wind 100 techniques and ghostly shadow displacement, even the two instructors of the bone refinement realm would find it impossible to detain him. At that moment, Instructor Shi was inwardly seething. His concern did not lie with the truth of the matter. In his eyes, a common martial artist like Qin Feng was expendable. However, Qin Feng held the status of a student at the training hall, a matter that impacted the admissions for the Longmen Academy branch. The information of every individual present had already been reported to the branch. If he were to dismiss Qin Feng on these grounds, the branch would undoubtedly send personnel to investigate. Moreover, the accusation of collusion with the Wolf Gang was one that Instructor Shi knew, based solely on Gui Yanhang's account, could not withstand scrutiny. Was it justifiable to implicate Qin Feng due to his association with a minor figure suspected or confirmed to have ties to the Wolf Gang? Such an assertion was utterly unfounded. Furthermore, with Qin Feng's ranking within the top 10 of the competition, he was under considerable scrutiny. Should Instructor Shi proceed with such actions, other noble families would seize the opportunity to exploit the situation, likely attempting to bring him down while elevating their own. Yet, as Instructor Shi met Qin Feng's gaze, the intricacies of the situation were not to be divulged. He cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia and, with a quiet scoff, addressed the assembly. Such matters without concrete evidence should not be raised again. As for the Wei Yuan escort agency, Yanji, go to the eastern prison and bring those two principal culprits here. Understood. Although uncertain of Instructor Shi's intentions, Xianxia complied without hesitation. Soon, Lu He and the others were brought forth, accompanied by several guards and Guazide, the son of the city lord. Lu Hai expressed confusion. "Second brother, what do you think they intend to do?" Lu He furrowed his brow, responding, "This is the residence of the training hall students." He recognized that Qin Feng had inquired about the residences of the Martial Academy's disciples after arriving in Pingyang City. Lu Hai's eyes brightened immediately, and he exclaimed in excitement, "The Martial Arts Academy? Could it be that your younger brother was the one who rescued us?" Beside him, Guazide's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of unease evident in his eyes. Earlier, he had subtly probed Xianxia about this matter, but since Xianxia himself was unaware, it was improbable he could divulge anything. Could it be that a certain young lord from the Martial Arts Academy had intervened on behalf of the Wei Yuan escort agency? Xianxia instructed the others to wait outside while he entered to report. Before long, everyone in the courtyard followed him out. All eyes turned to Master Shi. Uncertain of his intentions, Master Shi, however, glanced at Qin Feng. "The Wei Yuan escort agency is of no consequence. Since you are not implicated in their collusion with the Wolf Gang, I shall grant you an opportunity. Personally eliminate these two and prove your worth." The surrounding disciples were initially taken aback, but soon their faces morphed into expressions of schadenfreude. Guazide let out a sigh of relief. It turned out there was no appeal, which was a relief indeed. Moreover, judging by Qin Feng's demeanor, he clearly did not hail from a noble family, which made matters much simpler. Chapter 109, Overstepping Boundaries. lacking exceptional talent in martial arts. He could not vie for a place in the martial arts academy and had to pin his hopes on the next generation. In this sensitive period, offending the young masters of the academy was not a prudent course of action for them. Fortunately, their adversary was merely a common martial artist. Yet, Qin Feng's gaze darkened, the murderous intent within him nearly spilling over. Knowing he had a history with Lu He and still demanding him to execute a personal judgment was clearly a provocation. Master Shi's eyes were devoid of warmth, his fingers subtly shifting behind his back, poised for action. With so many witnesses present, should Qin Feng dare to act out of line, Master Shi would intervene personally. Lu Hai was utterly stunned. Was it truly the case that they had been brought here simply to be executed on the spot? Lu He, after a moment of shock, regained his composure. He had long anticipated such an outcome, and this was merely an acceleration of fate. Moreover, if Qin Feng were to act, it would not necessarily be a bad thing. Observing the situation, it seemed that Qin Feng's standing within the martial arts academy was not particularly favorable. Lu He fixed his gaze firmly on Qin Feng, silently hoping he would not let him down. Though both of them were already incapacitated, and despite knowing that Qin Feng would make the most rational decision, Lu He could not suppress his worry. Why do you hesitate? Master Shi's cold voice broke the silence. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and it appeared they were about to witness a public execution of the offenders, simply unprecedented. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Yet he slowly approached the two brothers, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. The surrounding disciples felt an involuntary tension, their feet subtly shifting as they prepared for a confrontation. Qin. Lu Hai's eyes were filled with terror, yet when faced with the specter of death, he could not maintain his composure. However, his words were left unspoken. Clang. A flash of cold light cut through the air. Thud. The heads of the two brothers flew up, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. With the sword returned to its sheath, Qin Feng resumed his previous position, lowering his gaze to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Only then did the crowd relax. Master Shi cast a glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips, before addressing Guazide. Have all the members of the Wei Yuan escort agency been apprehended? In response to your excellency, not yet. Lu Hai's only son, Lu Ping, and a woman named Song Gu happened to be out on an escort mission, so we could not capture them. Master Shi nodded, saying, those ordinary maidservants and young attendants are likely unaware of the situation. Let them go. As for these two, continue the pursuit. After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at Qin Feng. Guazide hastily acknowledged, since the key figures of the Wei Yuan escort agency have been dealt with, the fate of the minor characters is inconsequential. However, as Master Shi has spoken, I dare not defy. Once the matter concluded, the guards took it upon themselves to tidy the area outside. Qin Feng returned to his routine of calm training, though internally, he was anything but serene. Overstepping boundaries. If you seek to instigate trouble, then let it come. A glimmer of cold light danced in Qin Feng's eyes. Guiyanheng, very well. Subsequently, Qin Feng appeared unaffected, continuing his efforts to eradicate the remnants of the Wolf Gang and engage in training. However, due to the recent developments surrounding the Western sect, the general populace seemed disinterested in the remnants of the Wolf Gang, including the instructors. Essentially, it became a mere fade, and the number of tasks assigned diminished significantly. At last, Qin Feng awaited the departure of Guiyanheng and his group to execute their mission. Chapter 110. Ambush. Shortly after Qin Feng and Lung Qi set off, Qin Feng came to a halt. Brother Lung, for this mission, you shall go alone. Although the number of tasks had decreased, Master Shi consistently assigned them to their group, and Qin Feng had little desire to contend over such matters. Not voicing any objections, Lung Qi naturally kept silent as well. The other disciples assumed that Qin Feng had been thoroughly tamed and gladly indulged in their leisure, feasting and reveling in the delights of Pingyang City. However, the disciples of Chun Jun's team were not as fortunate, having to share the burden evenly, with each group taking turns to undertake missions. At long last, Qin Feng awaited the arrival of Guiyanheng's group. Good. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, Lung Qi did not hesitate and readily agreed. Handling the remnants of the Wolf Gang was a trivial matter that he could manage alone. Ever since Qin Feng had bestowed upon him the illusion Prison Thousand Threads, his strength had significantly surged, and he was confident he could break into the top 20 in the next competition. After all, this was a perfected technique of the mystic rank. Even Feng Xian, the heir of the Feng family, had yet to attain perfection in any of his skills. Feng Xian's talents were beyond question, and while he had mastered multiple mystic rank techniques to a significant degree, achieving perfection remained a distant goal. Lung Qi planned to provide Qin Feng with additional resources upon returning to the martial arts academy, requesting his assistance in refining his wild serpent step technique. By then, his strength would experience another remarkable leap. Indeed, while Qin Feng had agreed to assist in the refinement of techniques, Lung Qi would need to offer a price in return. The illusion prison thousand threads was a gift from Qin Feng, but should Lung Qi desire any of his techniques refined, he would need to provide various secret medicines according to the rank of the technique, including a substantial quantity of ordinary secret medicines and live medicinal herbs. Additionally, he would need to supply 20 advanced secret medicines or their equivalent in premium-grade medicines. These demands stemmed from Qin Feng's own interests. Lung Qi, however, saw no fault in this arrangement, though he was unaware of how Qin Feng accomplished it. He felt he was gaining a significant advantage by exchanging a perfected technique for such a price. The two shared no further words. Qin Feng left his horse behind, turning to face Gui Yanhang's group. With a powerful push off the ground, he sped away like a gust of wind, his pace rivaling that of a galloping horse. Lung Qi stared in astonishment as Qin Feng's figure vanished from view, remaining dazed for a considerable time. What incredible speed! What exquisite lightness of foot! This was the first time Qin Feng showcased the flowing wind 100 techniques before him, leaving him to wonder what other hidden abilities Qin Feng might possess. However, upon reflection, Lung Qi realized that if Qin Feng had the capability to provide him with perfected techniques, it was likely that the techniques he himself employed were equally of a perfected caliber. Lung Qi was unaware of Qin Feng's possession of a system. Yet he understood that such a martial arts prodigy, as long as he did not meet an untimely end, would undoubtedly grow to unimaginable heights. Qin Feng's form appeared to carry no weight. Occasionally, he would lightly step upon a patch of grass, and astonishingly, his speed would increase, his body never touching the ground. Merely after the passage of a short incense stick's burning time, he caught sight of Gui Yanxing and the others in the distance. They were leisurely riding horses, trotting along the dirt path at a measured pace. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then the muscles of his face twitched. A yellow tear's secret technique, the Thousand Faces transformation. In just a few breaths, Qin Feng's appearance underwent a tremendous change. His cheeks slightly caved in, his cheekbones rose, and his facial features morphed into that of a lean man he had once seen at the Iron Claw Martial Arts Hall. Once prepared, Qin Feng unleashed his full speed, showing no intention of concealing his presence as he directly pursued Gui Yanxing and the others. Even at such high velocity, he made not a whisper, as if a gentle breeze were merely passing by. At that moment, Gui Yanxing and his companions were engaged in conversation, though it felt more like Gui Yanxing was speaking with another while Li Mingxian attempted to interject, only to be consistently ignored by both. Occasionally, Gui Yanxing would respond, causing Li Mingxuan's face to light up with joy, prompting him to talk even more fervently. While the other individual completely disregarded him, their gaze filled with disdain. Suddenly, Gui Yanxing felt an inexplicable chill in his heart and abruptly turned to look back. His expression shifted in shock as he noticed a shadowy figure had approached within mere feet. The apparition withdrew its hand to its waist, readying itself. Realizing it had been discovered, the figure launched a fist towards Gui Yanxing. In a moment of crisis, Gui Yanxing quickly ducked, pressing tightly against his horse's back, narrowly evading the blow. He escaped, but the same fortune did not smile upon the other two. As the first strike was dodged, Qin Feng remained airborne, his fists suddenly pivoting and striking out with tremendous force, the sound of his fists slicing through the air akin to a raging elephant's charge. To the other two, the fists appeared to swell in size. Their expressions paled, and in a frantic scramble, they raised their hands to defend themselves. The sounds of impact echoed, bang bang, followed by the sickening splatter as Li Mingxian and the other individual were sent flying, blood spewing forth. Li Mingxian, the most unfortunate, fell from his horse, landing directly in front of it, only to be struck by the horse's hooves, which crushed down on his calf with a sickening crack. Li Mingxuan's pained wail pierced the air. Qin Feng landed, positioning himself in front, and as three horses charged towards him, he unleashed a flurry of punches. The rampaging elephant fist. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck the horses with tremendous force, each punch delivering over 1,000 pounds of power, creating deep indentations in their bodies. The combined inertia from the horses and the might of his blows sent them spiraling to the sides, skidding across the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Qin Feng surveyed the scene, aware that Li Mingxian was incapacitated for the moment, while the third student stood between him and Gui Yanxing. With a swift movement, he charged towards that student. As he approached, the student barely managed to steady himself before witnessing a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. The speed was so overwhelming that he had no chance to resist. Bang! The student's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering onto Qin Feng, intensifying his aura of brutality. The battlefield was left with only Qin Feng and Gui Yanxing. Gui Yanxing regarded this unfamiliar face with a grave expression. Who are you to dare strike at us? We are from the martial arts hall. So powerful. The ghostly figure of Qin Feng instilled a sense of dread in Gui Yanxing. had it not been for an instinctual feeling of impending danger. He believed he would have perished in the first exchange. Moreover, he sensed that this assault was directed specifically at him. Chapter 111, Ambush, Part 2. Qin Feng smiled coldly, opting not to waste words, and charged directly at him. Realizing that the opponent was ignoring him, Gui Yinxing's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to respond with force. From the display of lightness earlier, he understood escape was futile. Although he possessed a lightness technique of his own, it was merely of the yellow tier. It was not that he did not wish to learn more advanced techniques, but rather that they were excessively difficult to cultivate. For now, he could only hope that the opponent's combat prowess did not match the prowess of his lightness technique. As they engaged, their fists and arms danced through the air, accompanied by the continuous sound of their bodies colliding. Gui Yinxing wielded two profound tier techniques, the stone lotus body defense and the diamond iron arm technique, both of which had reached a state of great accomplishment. In contrast, Qin Feng relied solely on a yellow tier fist technique, the rampaging elephant fist. Both fighters employed broad, sweeping moves, while Qin Feng had perfected his fist technique. Each strike merely resonated against Gui Yinxing's defenses, leaving shallow imprints and failing to penetrate his guard. Conversely, Gui Yinxing ignored Qin Feng's assaults entirely, unleashing his own strikes with abandon. Yet, Qin Feng's elusive movement technique, the ghostly shadow displacement, allowed him to weave left and right, rendering Gui Yinxing's attacks ineffective. Qin Feng was searching for an opportunity, a moment of perfect timing. Gui Yinxing increasingly felt that the opponent's movements were eerily familiar. Each movement of a lightness technique was distinct, and thus the body's arc would differ during execution. He was certain he had seen it somewhere before, though Qin Feng's appearance had severely misled him. At that moment, Qin Feng's fist surged forward. Gui Yinxing seized the opportunity, swiftly clamping his arms together to secure Qin Feng's forearm. A flash of realization struck his mind. It's him. Gui Yinxing's gaze shot up to meet Qin Feng's. No matter how much one's appearance altered, the eyes remained the essence of one's spirit and could not be changed. In his vision, Qin Feng's gaze slowly aligned with his own. Despite the intense killing intent emanating from Qin Feng's eyes, he recognized him. There was no doubt. The disbelief in his expression was palpable. How dare Qin Feng lay a hand on him? A distinguished member of the Gui family and a student of the martial arts hall? Did Qin Feng not comprehend the consequences of such actions? Simultaneously, Gui Yinxing instinctively exclaimed, "So it's you, Qin." However, at that moment, Qin Feng had found his opportunity. His gaze turned icy, his energy rising from the ground, coursing through his muscles and amplifying as it reached the forearm that Gui Yinxing had seized. His hand burst free from Gui Yinxing's grip and struck directly at his chest. The perfectly cultivated inch power erupted. The might of his physical form multiplied fivefold. A deafening thud resonated through the air. Gui Yinxing's body shot forth like a cannonball, soaring through the air as blood gushed from his mouth without restraint, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Despite being shielded by the stone lotus, Gui Yinxing's physical form could not withstand Qin Feng's punch, which indented his chest significantly. As Qin Feng moved with alacrity, he swiftly closed the distance, extending a single hand to seize Gui Yinxing by the throat just as he descended, and then he tightened his grip. The sound of a crushing fracture echoed. Gui Yinxing's throat shattered instantly, his head tilted, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Having dealt with Gui Yinxing, Qin Feng turned his gaze backward, where Li Mingxian looked upon him with a visage of sheer horror. Qin Feng approached Li Mingxian, who was now pallid with fear, a warm liquid pooling beneath him. The specter of death loomed ominously close, yet he clung desperately to life. Abandoning all dignity, Li Mingxian knelt, pressing his forehead repeatedly against the ground. "Spare me, my lord. If you can grant me mercy, I shall be at your service in any endeavor, undeterred by hardship." Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that the man before him was Qin Feng. Otherwise, his pleas for mercy would not have been so smooth. A hint of disdain flickered across Qin Feng's lips. To offer oneself in servitude? The more subservient Li Mingxian became, the more contemptible he appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Li Mingxian, perceiving Qin Feng's demeanor, continued to grovel, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, drawing blood. At that moment, one of Li Mingxuan's hands stealthily crept to his waist, and his expression turned vicious. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming blade and thrust it toward Qin Feng with all his might. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with derision. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. A dagger pressed against Qin Feng's abdomen, but could advance no further. The iron body technique. Despair filled Li Mingxuan's gaze. A fist descended from above, crashing down upon Li Mingxuan's skull. Boom! His head was driven into his chest cavity, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. With that, Gui Yinxing's entire group was obliterated. After eliminating the three, Qin Feng turned on his heel and pursued the direction of Lung Qi. Why did Qin Feng not dispose of their bodies? Whether by casting them into the nearest river or over a cliff, they would be nearly impossible to find. He could have set them ablaze as well. However, Qin Feng refrained from such actions. He desired others to investigate, necessitating that he provide conditions for such inquiries. Leaving behind a trace for them to follow was preferable to offering no clues at all. If the trio remained unaccounted for an extended period, it was certain that someone would come searching. Once it was confirmed that they had met with foul play and their bodies were nowhere to be found, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. After all, aside from those of the bone refinement realm, only Qin Feng possessed the strength to dispatch them and had the opportunity to do so. However, leaving the bodies changed the scenario entirely. The techniques Qin Feng employed to kill them, mighty elephant fist and inch force, had never been displayed before others. His established reputation was that of a practitioner of a peculiar claw technique. This would inadvertently minimize his suspicion. The sole flaw lay with Lung Qi. For Qin Feng's lightness, skill, and his ability to refine techniques had only been demonstrated in front of him. Moreover, when the trio encountered their fate, Qin Feng had conveniently departed. Should his involvement be exposed, it could only imply that Lung Qi had betrayed him. This, too, would serve as a test for Lung Qi. Countless thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind. His ambitions were not trifling. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited, and he required allies. While he harbored intentions to nurture Lung Qi, he could not afford to be entirely unguarded. He merely hoped that Lung Qi would not let him down. In a brief span of time, Qin Feng rejoined Lung Qi. Yet, Lung Qi merely cast a glance at Qin Feng, offering no inquiries, as though Qin Feng had always been at his side. Chapter 112. The incident. The two returned directly to Pingyang City, seamlessly resuming the tasks assigned by their instructor. Days passed, and initially, no one sensed anything amiss. However, by the seventh day, a realization dawned upon them. Gui Yinxing's group had yet to return. Given the difficulty of the assignment Chen Jun had dispatched them on, such a delay was entirely unwarranted. Chen Jun's dissatisfaction grew. He initially suspected that Gui Yinxing and his companions were idling in some distant locale. Nonetheless, even if they were to indulge themselves, prior notification would have been appreciated. And for the sake of the Guo family, he would have been inclined to accommodate them. Their utter disregard for communication was tantamount to a blatant disrespect for his authority as their instructor. In his subconscious, he never considered the possibility of misfortune befalling them. After all, in such a small place, unless a bone refinement master intervened, their skill set would allow them to escape unscathed, even against 10 fully realized practitioners of muscle refinement. If they could not defeat their foes, they could at least flee, especially since Gui Yinxing possessed formidable defensive techniques. His ability to protect himself was nearly unparalleled. Little did he know, Qin Feng was even more formidable. His perfected yellow rank fist techniques, combined with the explosive power of inch force, were sufficient to breach Gui Yinxing's defenses. As for the masters of the bone refinement realm, given the heightened vigilance in the nearby martial arts hall, they would hardly dare to expose themselves by attacking students. Chen Jun had already begun contemplating how to reprimand the trio upon their return. By the 10th day, he finally recognized something was amiss. Even if they had succumbed to the temptations of leisure, it was improbable that not a single word would reach him. Chen Jun promptly assembled a team to search, tracing the route taken by Gui Yinxing and his companions, ultimately discovering their lifeless bodies. The scene was gruesome, as the remains had been ravaged by wild beasts, rendering them unrecognizable. Several students turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. While the other two might be of lesser consequence, the Guo family was no ordinary clan. Among the noble families, there existed hierarchies of status, and the Guo family, ranking just below the Feng family, was firmly within the upper echelon. The students hastily transported Gui Yinxing's remains back to Pingyang City. The news erupted throughout the city like wildfire. Chen Jun, upon witnessing the corpses of the trio, wore an expression of deep distress. He quickly dispatched messengers to inform the families of the deceased, though in reality, only 2 families were to be notified. As the entire Li family had been wiped out, the Li family had truly met its end. It remained uncertain whether Li Mingxian had any illegitimate offspring. A fact unknown to all, the ever-loyal steward Li, who had followed Li Mingxian for years, rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Upon seeing Li Mingxuan's remains, he was momentarily paralyzed. He had known Li Mingxian too well. Even with his head crushed into his chest, rendering his face unrecognizable, he recognized him instantaneously. Despite the fate that befell the Li family, which he had cared little for, the only emotion he felt was the profound realization that the path ahead for the third young master, Li Mingxian, would be fraught with challenges. Now, with Li Mingxuan's demise, his sole concern was irrevocably shattered. A profound sorrow enveloped the heart of Manager Li as he contemplated the tragic manner in which they had met their demise. Chapter 113, The Incident, Part 2. Gazing upon the three mangled corpses before him, a pallor crept across the faces of all present. Guo Yinhang was no mere minor character. He was among the top 20 students prior to the grand competition. Among the 30 or so students gathered, Guo Yinhang's overt strength ranked just beneath Qin Feng and Shi Yan, placing him firmly within the upper echelon. Yet, despite such prowess, he had still fallen victim to murder. In other words, aside from the two groups led by Qin Feng and Shi Yan, any other individual encountering the assailant would likely have met the same grim fate. Who could say whether the next group assigned to a mission would also face an attack from this individual? Instructor Shi knelt down, meticulously examining the traces upon the bodies of the deceased. Although some flesh had been devoured by beasts, much could still be discerned. All three had succumbed to the same style of fist technique, with no other types of wounds present. This indicated that the assailant was either a single individual or a group employing the same martial art. The body of Guo Yinhang bore a multitude of shallow fist imprints, clearly indicating that the adversary did not surpass him significantly in strength, and that their struggle had persisted for some time. After silently estimating the potency of the imprints, Instructor Shi concluded that the perpetrator could not be a warrior of the bone-forging realm, for even a recently ascended practitioner of that level would possess greater offensive capability. As for the deepest imprint upon Guo Yinhang's chest, it likely represented a lethal strike within the assailant's fist technique, or perhaps a secret technique that augmented the power of their strikes. Therefore, it was probable that the attacker was one or several individuals who had perfected their mastery in the muscle-refining realm, proficient in the same martial art. A mere cursory inspection allowed Instructor Shi to surmise the basic details of the assailant. However, what was the intent? Why target Guo Yinhang and his companions? Moreover, the incident occurred a mere day or two's journey from Pingyang City, not far at all. Had the perpetrator traversed from elsewhere, or were they a local? Instructor Shi turned to the Lord of Pingyang City and inquired, Guo Xiong, are there any exceptionally skilled muscle-refining warriors in proximity to Pingyang City? Guo Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly looked to a steward beside him. After a moment of contemplation, the steward stepped forward and replied, to answer your query, my lord, there is no such figure within Pingyang City. There are indeed two individuals of that caliber within the city, but they specialize in palm and leg techniques, not fist techniques. And Manager Gu? Instructor Shi then directed his gaze toward Gu Xinsong, the head of the Wamanlu stronghold. Gu Xinsong responded directly. As far as I am aware, no such person exists nearby. They may have merely passed through from elsewhere. Wamanlu frequently issues bounty tasks, and we keep records of the techniques and strengths of the assassins who come to accept such tasks. There is indeed no record of such an individual. Investigate this matter. I wish to have results by tomorrow, Instructor Shi stated decisively. Hearing the tone that bordered on command, Gu Xinsong felt a flicker of dissatisfaction and replied coolly. We cannot fulfill Instructor Shi's request in such a short time. We require at least 5 days. I will grant you 3 days. 5 days is the utmost limit. Accept it or seek out others to investigate. Instructor Shi's expression darkened, yet he ultimately acquiesced. Very well, 5 days it shall be. They currently possessed no alternative means, and he had to concede that the organization to which Gu Xinsong belonged did indeed have commendable intelligence capabilities. Moreover, Instructor Shi was also curious to uncover the true nature of this clandestine organization. Chapter 114, Managerly. The sudden emergence of power from the Feng family left Instructor Shi in a state of unease. Each time he encountered Gu Xinsong, he could not help but ponder. What are the intentions of the Feng family? Might they be plotting something against their own clan? The southern region was rife with influential families. Although the Feng family stood as the foremost among them, the strength of other families could not be underestimated. Several of these families, recognized for their formidable prowess, included the Shi, Chun, and Guo clans. While they all ostensibly operated under the aegis of the Feng family, there was an undercurrent of rivalry between them. The fact that Instructor Shi and his companion dared to directly defy the support orders of the chief instructor Feng Haoren was a testament to this. With no leads to pursue for the time being, they could only await news from Gu Xinsong or determine how to address the situation when the Guo family arrived. Instructor Qin Jun also wore a troubled expression, for with Guo Yinhang's untimely demise, the Guo family would inevitably hold him accountable. It was imperative to provide an explanation before the arrival of the Guo family. The assembly dispersed. The bodies of Guo Yinhang and another student were temporarily placed in a room within the courtyard, while the body of Li Mingxian was entrusted to Manager Li for the aftermath. After some contemplation, Qin Feng approached Manager Li and softly spoke, Manager Li. It has been a while. Manager Li raised his gaze slightly to meet Qin Feng's eyes, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as he remarked, young friend Qin. One must reevaluate after 3 days of separation. Initially, he had felt a tinge of disappointment that Qin Feng had not sought him out, but the passage of mere years had witnessed Qin Feng Feng's remarkable growth. The third young master had been eager to curry favor with Gui Yanhang, while Qin Feng had been treated as an adversary by Gui Yanhang. After a brief silence, Qin Feng continued, "Manager Li, what plans do you have moving forward?" Qin Feng was well aware of Manager Li's capabilities. His extensive knowledge of various trades could prove advantageous if he were to lend his services. However, Manager Li replied, "I have no particular plans. My sole desire now is to avenge the third young master. As for anything else, I find myself weary." Qin Feng nodded gently, refraining from further dialogue. Manager Li had not anticipated that the target of his vengeance stood before him. He had never suspected Qin Feng to be the perpetrator. After all, the instructor had already described the characteristics of the assailant, and since Qin Feng was proficient in claw techniques, he had naturally been excluded from suspicion. That very day, Manager Li took Li Mingxuan's body beyond the city. However, after his departure, he never returned. The following day, Qin Feng ventured alone to a tavern, procuring 2 jars of liquor and making his way toward the outskirts of the city. After a short walk, he arrived at a small hill located several miles from the city limits. There, he found 2 small mounds of earth, and he approached one of them, placing a jar of liquor before it. At the front of the mound stood a crude wooden plank, upon which were inscribed the words, "Grave of Lu He." This was the final resting place of Lu He. Subsequently, Qin Feng uncorked the second jar and took a swig, as if sharing a drink with Lu He in spirit. As for the other mound, he chose to ignore it. That mound contained the remains of Lu Hai. At least Lu He had a headstone, while Lu Hai's grave bore nothing. After their deaths, the bodies had been carelessly discarded by guards at a mass grave outside the city, and it was only after a clandestine search that Qin Feng managed to recover Lu He's remains. Lu Hai's body had been discarded alongside it, and out of respect for Lu He, Qin Feng had decided to take Lu Hai's remains as well. Chapter 115, Seeking Revenge. Qin Feng crouched slightly, wiping the remnants of liquor from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Suddenly, he felt a slight twitch in his ears, and then, with a fluid motion, he gently set the wine jug down on the ground. Whoosh! 2 figures materialized from behind him, swiftly advancing with lethal intent. Both wielded glinting blades, aiming for his heart and the back of his head. The distance between them shrank, closing to within a mere yard. In this critical moment, Qin Feng spun around, his claws raised, deftly intercepting the swords. The blades met his palms with a sharp clang, yet failed to penetrate further. In an instant, Qin Feng's 5 fingers converged, grasping the swords tightly, his wrist twisting with a sudden, spine-chilling sound. The weapons were instantly contorted into spiral shapes. Bang! Bang! His palms struck the 2 assailants, sending them hurtling backward to the ground. Even without exerting his full strength, Qin Feng's current might was formidable enough that even a casual blow held considerable power. They clutched their chests, blood seeping uncontrollably from their mouths, their faces contorted with hatred as they glared at Qin Feng. These 2 were none other than the escaped Lu Ping and Song Gu. Lu Ping's eyes blazed with a crimson fury, as if he wished to devour Qin Feng whole. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Qin Feng, may you meet your doom." He loathed his own weakness, for the murderer of his father stood before him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. "Qin Feng, even in death, we shall not spare you. Master Lu regarded you as a friend, frequently praising you in our presence. To abandon us in our peril is one thing, but to take our lives is sheer madness." Song Gu echoed with vehement disdain. Lu Ping and Song Gu had stealthily returned to Pingyang City several days prior. Upon learning of the execution of the Lu brothers, they found it unbearable. They knew well that the Wei Yuan escort agency had no dealings with the Wolf Gang. Though the city lord's manor claimed to be hunting them, it was merely a facade, with no real effort to pursue them. Thus, they managed to disguise themselves and successfully infiltrate Pingyang City. However, the bounty issued by the city lord's manor effectively branded them as fugitives, compelling them to remain hidden, even in other locales, lest they be recognized. This status as wanted criminals would forever linger as a ticking time bomb in their lives. Through various inquiries, they discovered that the martial arts hall had intervened, and that Qin Feng himself had slain his father and uncle. The details of the events were unclear, but the outcome was undeniable. Qin Feng had taken action. Initially, they were skeptical, but the servants of the Wei Yuan escort agency, released by Master Shi, corroborated the grim tale, having heard the accounts from their friends and family. After all, those witnesses had seen the events unfold with their own eyes, and the servants bore no doubts. Thus, Lu Ping and Song Gu discreetly consulted several long-serving elders at the Wei Yuan escort agency, receiving a consistent narrative. The original premises of the Wei Yuan escort agency had been usurped by the Taizhan escort agency, leading them to suspect that Taizhan was the true puppet master. They were unaware that the city lord's only son, Wazide, was involved. Although they could not ascertain Qin Feng's exact role, the fact remained that he had wielded the blade that ended lives, a truth that could not be disputed. Moreover, the bond between Song Gu and Lu Ping had nearly reached the stage of betrothal, naturally intensifying their animosity toward Qin Feng. Have you finished speaking? Qin Feng replied, his expression unperturbed. Chapter 116. You will regret this. That stewardly must have been dealt with by you as well, Song Gu mocked. Indeed. We were the ones who ended him. What? Are you heartbroken? Qin Feng retorted. He got what he deserved. Do you truly believe that his loyalty to his master grants him any protection? With his master gone, today was simply an opportunity for you to seek vengeance? Ignoring Song Ji's venomous remarks, Qin Feng merely nodded slightly, recognizing the inevitable outcome for Stewardly. If they had the audacity to come after him, it was only logical that they would not spare an old enemy like Stewardly. Following Steward Li's departure to bury Li Mingxian yesterday, his absence had been all too telling. Qin Feng had previously disclosed to Lu He and Lu Ping the truth of the Li family's machinations, and naturally, they were aware of the situation. With Li Mingxuan's death, only Steward Li remained, making it easy to deduce he would be targeted. Moreover, given that Steward Li's prowess was limited, Lu Ping and Song Gu, both at the late stage of the muscle refinement realm, would face no significant challenge in confronting him. Still, Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret at the loss of such a talent. Do you have anything else to say? He asked. In the end, the victor executes the vanquished. If you wish to kill, then do so without further ado. However, Qin Feng regarded their juvenile antics with disdain. You two are truly disappointing. Like mud that cannot be molded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's anger surged uncontrollably. A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. What right do you have to lecture me? He had long grown weary of being compared to Qin Feng by his uncle. And now how did it stand? The very person his uncle admired had been slain by his own hands, proof of his poor judgment. To him, a hypocrite like Qin Feng was utterly unworthy of comparison. Qin Feng shook his head, letting out a sigh. Were I in your position, I would remain hidden until my strength was formidable enough to seek vengeance. If that were not feasible, then surely you could consider hiring an assassin or employing poison. To come here so foolishly, merely to meet death, is a complete waste of your uncle's efforts. In this chaotic world, a few thousand taels can hire a master of the muscle refinement realm to serve you. With sufficient wealth, rallying several warriors to act on your behalf is hardly a daunting task. Even if Qin Feng held no regard for ordinary martial artists, facing dozens simultaneously would pose no threat to him. Martial prowess is influenced by numerous factors, not merely one's cultivation level, including the quality of one's techniques, battle experience, and more, all of which directly affect the outcome of a confrontation. Listening to Qin Feng's merciless derision, they glared at him in fury. Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ping, taunting, Lu Ping, you are not only a coward but also a fool. Lu Ping's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking. The humiliation was palpable in their eyes. This is intolerable. Turning back to the mound where Lu He lay buried, Qin Feng lifted the wine he had brought to honor him, slowly pouring it onto the ground. In a hushed tone, he murmured, Uncle Lu, it seems your family is destined for extinction. Even if I do not slay him today, his future in the martial world is fraught with peril. Observing Qin Feng's theatrics, Lu Ping and Song Gu exchanged disdainful glances. Was he merely trying to embellish his own narrative? Leave now. Should we cross paths again, I will show no mercy. You won't kill us? Lu Ping stammered, incredulity etched on his face. Your strength poses no threat to me, neither now nor in the future. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Find a place to survive, settle down, and raise children. At the very least, you may continue the Lu family's lineage. Out of respect for Uncle Lu, I suggest you depart promptly. Despicable. The words of Qin Feng pierced deeply into the hearts of the two individuals, illustrating the essence of mere survival. However, both were acutely aware that even in collaboration, they were no match for Qin Feng alone. They could only endure their injuries. Trembling as they approached their father and second uncle to pay their respects. You will come to regret this. Chapter 117, No Clue. After uttering those words, they supported each other and departed. Watching their receding figures, Qin Feng let out a soft sigh. I would indeed hope that you could evoke a sense of regret within me. At present, he regarded them as nothing more than a nuisance. Wishing fervently that they would never again cross his path, he had no desire to hear any news regarding them. If calamity were to befall them, he preferred it to occur quietly, or for the news to reach him belatedly. That way, he could absolve himself of any responsibility for their fate. Later, he would exact vengeance on their behalf, thus providing an explanation to Uncle Lu. A wicked thought crossed Qin Feng's mind. In Pingyang City, following this incident, all external missions for the students were temporarily suspended. 5 days swiftly elapsed. Bang! Instructor Chen Jun slammed his palm down on the table, glaring at Gu Xinzong. What do you mean you can't find anything? Is the murderer a figment of imagination? How am I supposed to account for this when the Gu family arrives? Beside him, Instructor Shi wore a look of disbelief. Gu Xinsong, feeling helpless, handed over the intelligence gathered overnight from the hall, speaking as he did so. Here are the warriors from several nearby cities who matched this level of strength, along with their activities over the past 2 months. There are a total of 22 individuals skilled in martial arts who could potentially defeat Gu Yanhang and his companions using their perfected muscle refinement stage abilities. Among them, 8 are wandering warriors, but none have the time frame to commit the crime. Indeed, Gu Yanhang and his peers were exceptional among their contemporaries, yet they were not invincible. The individuals identified had lingered at the perfected muscle refinement stage for over a decade, honing their martial skills to an extraordinarily high level. Given even a modicum of time and opportunity, they might well break through to the bone refinement stage. Furthermore, their combat experience far surpassed that of youthful contenders like Gu Yanhang. However, despite the abundance of capable individuals, the distances between these cities and Pingyang were not negligible. Under normal circumstances, traveling by horse would take 6 to 7 days. Even at full gallop, the journey could be reduced to under 2 days, but that would necessitate 4 days for a round trip. Considering the location of the incident, even the nearest city would require more than 3 days for a complete round trip. A person's disappearance for such an extended period would inevitably raise suspicions. Moreover, the warriors identified by Hua Manlu lacked the time to commit the crime, or their disappearance did not align with the timing of the incident. Thus, it could only be concluded that the culprit was an outsider, deliberately concealing their strength, which accounted for the lack of evidence. Gu Xinsong shared his conjecture. Instructor Shi, perplexed, found it equally puzzling that not a single suspect had emerged. Yet, throughout the investigation, they had never suspected the students of the combat hall. Primarily because none of those practicing martial arts possessed the strength to defeat Gu Yanhang. Consequently, they had ruled out the students of the combat hall from their inquiries. Days passed again, and finally, the representatives sent by the Gu family arrived in Pingyang City. Without exception, they first sought out Instructor Chen Jun to hold him accountable. Chen's face turned ashen, yet he could only apologize profusely. He understood the significance of Gu Yanhang to the Gu family among the younger generation. 3 individuals stood out prominently: Gu Yanhang, Gu Yanshi, and the eldest son, Gu Yanming. Chapter 118, the elder of the Gu family. Among these 3, Gu Yanshi had the least talent, being the one who had previously hired assassins to ambush Gu Yanhang in Fenghua City. Gu Yanhang and Gu Yanming, however, were nearly equal in talent, though Gu Yanming, as the eldest son of the Gu family and the biological child of the family head, had access to far more training resources than Gu Yanhang, resulting in the latter's inferior strength. Notably, Gu Yanming ranked second in the combat hall's martial competition. Although the 3 were in fierce competition for the position of family heir, this was an internal matter for the Gu family, regardless of who ultimately prevailed. The other 2 would remain formidable assets for the family in the future. The untimely demise of such a promising talent represented a significant loss for the Gu family, inciting their wrath. Leading the Gu family delegation was an elder who held the intelligence compiled by Hua Manlu in his hands. As he scanned the names on the paper, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Since we cannot ascertain the perpetrator, it is better to mistakenly eliminate 100 than to let one escape. We shall eradicate them all. Instructor Shi and Chen Jun were taken aback. Elder Gu, such actions may not be prudent. Apart from the 8 wandering warriors, the remainder are members of powerful families. Nonsense. There is no need for your intervention. The Gu family will handle this ourselves, the elder asserted with unwavering firmness. He was disinclined to discern each individual. While the wandering warriors could be overlooked, the noble families represented on the list were mere ants in comparison to the Gu family. Chen opened his mouth to protest, but Shi gently elbowed him, shaking his head. With the elder of the Gu family resolute in his decision, they felt there was no point in further persuasion. The elder turned to the few individuals behind him, coldly commanding, "You 4, set out immediately and bring back the heads of those on this list. Any who obstruct you shall be dealt with mercilessly." "Yes, my lord." The 4 responded with respectful bows. Those accompanying him exuded an imposing aura, all being warriors at the bone refinement stage. Yet faintly, one could discern a hint of a rough-and-tumble demeanor about them. They were not members of the Gu family, but rather warriors who had previously roamed the martial world. After breaking through to the bone refinement stage, they had been fortuitously recruited by the Gu family to serve them. This was not a matter of humble submission. Rather, once a warrior reached the bone refinement stage, the resources required for their training were no longer attainable through ordinary black markets. The secret medicines for the bone refinement stage were exceedingly rare, making them invaluable in the marketplace. Even ordinary grade medicines, when they appeared, were swiftly snatched up. In a world where wolves are plentiful and meat is scarce, the situation differed for those who could join prominent families. Not only would they receive a consistent supply of bone refinement medicines each month, but they would also have a small quota for purchases. Although they had to heed the commands of others, this was an unavoidable choice. After all, others could not even gain entry, as only the elite few were considered during the selection process of the great families. Thus, at the bone refinement stage, martial artists faced two choices: either continue to wander the martial world, stagnating in strength, or align themselves with a powerful family to obtain training resources, with the prerequisite that the family's influence must be sufficiently formidable. Only the prominent families possessed the formidable strength necessary to acquire an abundance of the bone refinement medicinal elixirs. While ordinary families may be able to procure such elixirs, they scarcely have enough for their own use, let alone the means to hire bone refinement martial artists from the Jianghu. Chapter 119. The matter resolved. The 4 bone refinement martial artists wasted no time. Upon receiving the list, they immediately set forth towards the outskirts of the city. For those Jianghu warriors, they struck directly, executing them swiftly and severing their heads. In the reception hall of a certain clan, the head of the Liu family, with a countenance full of fury, exclaimed, "My second brother has assuredly not committed such an act, and we are not acquainted with that young master of the Guo family. How could we have any motive to assassinate him?" However, Qin Tao, one of the 4 bone refinement warriors, regarded him with a mocking gaze and leisurely replied, "Master Liu, I am merely here to inform you, not to engage in debate. You need only tell me whether you will surrender this person or not." Lu Shufeng, the brother of the Liu family patriarch, was on Qin Tao's list, and furthermore, he was the patriarch's own sibling. Hence, Qin Tao had come directly to confront him. The Liu family patriarch's expression faltered, and he was compelled to suppress his anger, speaking in a subdued tone, "Brother Qin, could you grant me a little more time? I shall immediately set out for Pingyang City to explain to that esteemed elder Guo." Witnessing the Liu family patriarch's demeanor, Qin Tao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Not long ago, individuals of such standing as the Liu family patriarch were those he had to carefully appease, yet now the tables had turned, and it was the patriarch who was seeking his favor. While he reveled in this newfound power, Qin Tao showed no inclination to relent. "There is no need for further discussion, Master Liu. I am simply carrying out my orders. You need only provide me with your answer. I shall not conceal from you that there are 4 bone refinement warriors, including myself, executing this task. Ponder your response carefully." Upon hearing this, the Liu family patriarch's countenance darkened significantly, and his heart was filled with frustration. He was also a bone refinement warrior and was confident that in a direct confrontation, Qin Tao would not prove his equal. Yet, did he dare to make a move? He did not. After all, Qin Tao now represented the Guo family. But Lu Shufeng was his own brother, and their bond had always been strong. Even from the perspective of the family, Lu Shufeng's strength was only slightly beneath his own. And in a few years, Lu Shufeng would surely break through to the bone refinement realm. At that time, the Liu family's power would experience a tremendous leap. Just as the Liu family patriarch was about to speak again, a voice emerged from outside. "Brother, there is no need for further words." A middle-aged man strode in boldly. "Second brother." The Liu family patriarch's eyes turned red. "Perhaps this is my fate." Lu Shufeng sighed helplessly. He too yearned for survival, but he could not endanger the Liu family for his own sake. Lu Shufeng turned to Qin Tao. "You may proceed." Half a month later, the 4 returned without incident, bearing 22 severed heads. Although there were some disturbances during the process, primarily due to resistance from certain families, the reputation of the Guo family was so formidable that they dared not oppose it. In truth, they could not resist. The families within these cities were merely third-rate clans, with the strongest among them barely at the initial stage of bone refinement. How could they hope to contend? Merely the guards of the Guo family possessed bone refinement strength. Any resistance would be met with a crushing response from the Guo family, leading to the obliteration of their entire clan. Having achieved the desired outcome, the elder of the Guo family no longer lingered, departing Pingyang City with the 4 guards. Meanwhile, as time progressed, the conflict between the cult of all beings and the Feng family escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides engaged in consecutive battles, resulting in countless casualties and a landscape strewn with corpses. In terms of bone refinement level, the cult of all beings was undoubtedly inferior to the Feng family. However, in terms of lower-tier combat power, the Feng family faced utter defeat. Chapter 120. The Cult of All Beings 1. To compare high-end combat power with the Feng family was a delusion. Yet, what was the Cult of All Beings' greatest advantage? An abundance of commoners among its ranks, and a vast number at that. Each time they clashed with the Feng family, the bone refinement law kings of the cult would directly send thousands of common followers into battle who not only showed no signs of resistance, but were fervently enthusiastic. They shouted the slogans of the Cult of All Beings, and then promptly consumed the mysterious pills they had previously used. In mere moments, their expressions transformed into frenzied ecstasy. They became immensely powerful and entirely devoid of pain. There were no formations or strategies to speak of. They simply charged chaotically towards the enemy. After consuming the pills, each individual's destructive capacity rivaled that of an ordinary refinement of Tenden's warrior, and they fought recklessly. With their overwhelming numbers, the ability of the Feng family's bone refinement experts to exert influence in such circumstances was severely limited. Moreover, these followers did not adhere to conventional tactics. Although the strength of the bone refinement warriors was indeed formidable, the followers would hurl themselves en masse, desperately seeking to seize hold of the Feng family's bone refinement martial artists. Once they latched on, they clung to the warriors like glue. Once ensnared, escape became exceedingly difficult. As the number of those entangled increased, the bone refinement warriors found their movements completely constrained, ultimately succumbing to a torrent of brutal strikes that ended their lives. Simple and brutal, yet the Feng family could find no means to counter it. Since the onset of the conflict, the Feng family had suffered the loss of over 20 bone refinement personnel. Coupled with the preemptive maneuvering of the cult of all beings and the treachery of the Wolf Gang, the Feng family had lost hundreds of troops and several bone refinement family generals. As a result, the Feng family had incurred losses exceeding 40 bone refinement experts, a significant blow to their strength. One day, the cult of all beings captured yet another city. All the major and minor families within had been dealt with, and the entire city fell completely under the control of the cult. In a spacious square within the inner city, a law king, with a solemn expression and hands clasped together, bowed slightly to the hundreds of ragged followers before him. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of bloodshot in the eyes of these followers, yet their faces bore an unusually ruddy hue. Most bore injuries, some even missing limbs, yet their expressions remained tranquil, devoid of any signs of pain. Each individual was accompanied by a normal follower, and those who could not stand due to their injuries were supported by their companions, barely managing to remain upright. The Law King's words acted as a spark. In an instant, thousands of cult of all beings followers gathered around, simultaneously clasping their hands together and bowing in unison. All beings are boundless. The spectacle was grand, their voices resounding throughout the heavens. Yet, this was far from the end. Their commotion reached the outer city. Upon hearing this sound, the followers in the outer city immediately grasped the situation. They collectively set aside their tasks, their eyes filled with admiration, respect, and envy, bowing towards the inner city with hands clasped together. All beings are boundless. All beings are boundless. All beings are boundless. The echoes reverberated throughout the city. Although not perfectly synchronized, the overwhelming chorus of tens of thousands stirred astonishment among the countless commoners within. They were baffled by the unfolding events. In the inner city square, all beings are boundless. The several hundred devotees bowed with an air of profound reverence. The Pope, his countenance imbued with compassion, slowly began to speak. You have dedicated yourselves to the well-being of all sentient beings, and your merits are now complete. May the Holy Sovereign grant you protection. The remaining tasks shall be undertaken by us. These devotees were indeed the very individuals who had consumed the enigmatic pills to join the battle. Out of the thousands who had fought, only these few hundred remained alive, while the rest perished in the conflict. Yet, even those who survived the battle would not see the night through. This was the sinister side effect of the mysterious pills, which unleashed the full potential of the human body within a brief span, bestowing immense power at the cost of their own lives. Their current lucidity was sustained only by a drug that alleviated their madness, yet the adverse effects of the mysterious pills still lingered. All they needed to do was await the inevitable moment of their demise. The cult of all beings did not conceal this from its followers. Everyone within the faith understood this reality, yet they felt no remorse. We are honored. We only wish for all beings to endure. The several hundred devotees declared with unwavering resolve. They bore no concern for how their families would survive after their passing. The Pope nodded gently and instructed the accompanying devotees. Take them away. All present watched as they departed, only averting their gaze once their figures vanished from sight. The Pope waved his hand. Everyone else, return to your tasks. Yes, Your Holiness, they replied. The devotees of the cult of all beings commenced their work with fervor, as several Vajra masters, accompanied by some followers, began to handle the corpses both inside and outside the city. They treated the bodies of their fallen comrades with utmost care, diligently sorting and preparing them for identification, ultimately to return them to their ancestral homelands. Meanwhile, other devotees were stationed throughout the city, maintaining order to prevent any disturbances from the panicked civilians who were not part of the cult. Although they had successfully conquered another city, the cult of all beings did not immediately set their sights on the next target. Historically, each time they captured a city, they lingered for an extended period. This was not due to a lack of desire for conquest, but rather because they prioritized the welfare of the impoverished citizens within the city. In a matter of days, the city returned to a state of normalcy. The local populace soon recognized that the arrival of the cult had not worsened their lives. In fact, it had improved them. The cult refrained from pillaging or abusing their property, instead advocating for the rights of the commoners. They targeted the various gangs, both large and small. As their first order of business, the representatives of the cult personally engaged with the gang leaders, demanding the abolition of all usurious loans and forbidding any further monetary demands from the common people, even insisting that the gangs dissolve entirely. According to the cult's stance, it was either dissolution or death, leaving no room for negotiation. Consequently, all gangs within the city vanished overnight. The long-oppressed commoners felt an overwhelming sense of relief, for the gangs had not only exploited them through loans, but also extorted protection fees. Anyone residing within gang territory was required to pay regularly. Even stall owners faced demands for stall fees. Moreover, the devotees of the cult gathered daily in designated areas to elucidate their doctrines and provide various free services to the common folk. The first of these services was a free clinic, where any needy citizen could receive medical attention and medication without incurring any expenses. Concurrently, the cult established numerous rudimentary soup kitchens throughout the city, offering 3 meals a day, particularly in the impoverished districts. They set up an abundance of soup kitchens and temporary medical stations. It was noteworthy that many commoners typically subsisted on merely 2 meals a day, which was considered a stable existence. However, the cult's provision of 3 meals led to a surge of people eagerly queuing for the free food, especially among the residents of the poor districts. Thus, at mealtimes, long lines formed at every soup kitchen. Yet, the followers of the cult remained unfazed, even increasing the number of soup kitchen locations across various areas. The supplies for this initiative were sourced from the estates of the wealthy within the city, and should the food supplies dwindle, additional provisions would be transported from neighboring cities. In fact, prior to the cult's arrival, the concept of a poor district had been virtually non-existent, as the impoverished had owned nothing and toiled in the most grueling jobs for meager wages, often facing ostracism from the local populace. Their daily existence was a constant struggle for sustenance, frequently teetering on the brink of starvation, especially for those with families. At such times, any assistance rendered would inspire unwavering loyalty among the impoverished. To some extent, these destitute individuals were more susceptible to becoming followers of the cult than the average citizen. Thus, the poor districts in each city became the primary focus of the cult's outreach. The cult not only facilitated easier, better-paying job opportunities for them, but also generously offered loans without interest, allowing repayment whenever they found themselves financially stable. Furthermore, all followers were encouraged to assist any struggling commoners they encountered, as this was a fundamental tenet of the cult's teachings. The overarching aim of these endeavors was to cultivate new adherents. This principle guided the actions of all high-ranking members of the cult, while the grassroots followers equally aspired to welcome more individuals into their fold to collectively strive towards the cult's objectives. United in purpose, their combined strength was formidable. This established a virtuous cycle, as the followers of the cult were acutely aware that their community would not abandon any commoner, alleviating any concerns about their families' futures after their own demise. Their devotion to the cult deepened as a result. The cult gradually assimilated these commoners, planning to launch an offensive against the next city once the time was ripe. Thus, they methodically advanced, city by city, with the Feng family utterly powerless to intervene. When news of the battle reached the ears of Qin Feng and his companions, they were left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated the cult of all beings to be so formidable, especially given that the Feng family had failed to gain any advantage despite multiple assaults. Subsequently, the instructors received a directive from the chief instructor, Feng Haoran, announcing the conclusion of the campaign against the Wolf Gang and instructing all instructors to return to the martial arts hall with their students. Faced with this command, the instructors had no justification to defy it and promptly gathered their respective teams, hastening towards the martial arts hall. In the discussion hall of the martial arts hall, Feng Haoran sat at the head of the table, casting a particularly somber gaze upon the multitude of instructors before him. "Why have you not acted in accordance with my orders?" The instructors exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to step forward as they instinctively turned their attention towards a few of their peers. These particular instructors were aligned with families of considerable influence. Among them was one who, with a disdainful huff, spoke up directly. "Chief Instructor Feng, do you not perceive any flaws in your commands?" "What flaws?" Feng Haoran retorted. "I possess the authority to assign assessment tasks to the students." "Humph, while you indeed hold that right, in this incident, you prioritize the interests of your own family over the safety of numerous students, placing them in perilous situations. This contravenes the very essence of the assessment at the martial arts hall. As I am aware, the number of student fatalities resulting from your orders exceeds 20, and tragically, 2 instructors have also lost their lives. Chief Instructor, while you take the time to question us, Have you considered how you will explain this to the head of the Longmen Academy? To be precise, it is the head of the branch of Longmen Academy. Not someone from the southern aristocracy, but directly appointed by Longmen Academy itself. The position of Longmen Academy within the Great Chu is profoundly exalted, entirely separate from the administrative structure of the Great Chu dynasty. The director of Longmen Academy wields complete authority. Such a grave incident involving the martial arts hall students cannot be concealed. It will inevitably reach the ears of the director of Longmen Academy. In short, whoever touches it shall perish. Even the branch head is not exempt. After that command was issued, 5 instructors led their teams of students to provide support. Without exception, their family strongholds lay directly in the path of the invasion by the cult of all beings. Thus they unhesitatingly took their students to assist. However, the outcome was devastating, with instructors and students suffering heavy casualties. Even those fortunate enough to escape carry severe injuries, requiring several months of recuperation, even with the aid of top-tier elixirs. For the students, time is the most precious commodity. A stagnation in their advancement for months equates to a regression compared to others. Nearly 100 students have been affected by this incident. With a resounding crash, Feng Haoren slammed his palm upon the table, shattering it into splinters. Insufferable. Sure, Feng. You are playing with fire. Feng Haoren glared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet, Instructor Shi remained undaunted. Having reached this point, retreat was not an option. Feng Haoren, I believe your personal emotions have severely disrupted the normal operations of the martial arts hall. Instructor Shi turned to the other instructors and proposed. I motion for a vote to temporarily suspend Chief Instructor Feng until the branch head arrives to oversee the situation. Feng Haoren seethed with fury. The martial arts hall has regulations stating that if a chief instructor's decisions egregiously harm its interests, any instructor may call for a vote. If a majority of instructors concur, the chief instructor's powers may be suspended. This provision was intentionally left by Longmen Academy to prevent unchecked authority. The instructors fell silent momentarily. I concur, spoke Instructor Gua, who had initially taught Qin Feng the intricacies of claw techniques. Soon after, many instructors voiced their support for Instructor Shi's proposal, without exception. You all. Feng Haoren's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his finger trembling as it pointed at all the instructors below. The recent troubles with the cult of all beings had already left him in disarray, marking the greatest setback the Feng family had ever faced. He could hardly fathom that. At such a critical moment, these individuals would stage a coup against him. After a prolonged silence, Feng Haoren gritted his teeth and said, very well. You have all proven yourselves. It appears the Feng family has been overly lenient in the past. A resolve formed in his heart. Once the Feng family subdued the cult of all beings, he would deal with these individuals and their families one by one. Some among them felt a twinge of fear at the expression on Feng Haoren's face. However, the deeds were done, and remorse was futile. Meanwhile, upon returning to the martial arts hall, Qin Feng promptly gathered the resources for elixirs he had accumulated over the past months. The trove of resources he had amassed was substantial. With several large bundles of elixirs in hand, Qin Feng returned to his quarters and immediately entered seclusion for cultivation. Having relished the swift enhancement of his abilities previously, the stark contrast during his time away was striking. As Qin Feng immersed himself in his training, the time for the martial arts hall competition arrived, compelling him to emerge from his retreat due to a direct challenge issued against him. Given that he ranked 10th, he was perceived as the most vulnerable among the top 10. Upon arriving at the competition stage, Qin Feng found a throng of spectators already gathered. His gaze swept across the crowd, unexpectedly landing on a familiar figure, Lung Qi. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, standing silently in anticipation. Soon, the challenges commenced. One by one, students stepped forward to challenge their peers. Among this large group, only a handful were there to compete. Most had come merely to cheer on their friends. Unfortunately, victories were scarce, with only a few emerging successful. At this level, the power dynamics among the aristocratic students had largely solidified. Those outside the rankings were often mere bystanders, like Li Mingxian, while those within the ranks were typically the most gifted from their respective families. In the absence of significant changes in training resources or innate talent, the disparities would only continue to widen. As time passed, it finally came time for Lung Qi to take the stage. He had requested to challenge the student currently ranked 24th, the same individual as before. With Guo Yanheng deceased, all subsequent competitors had automatically advanced in the rankings. The two faced each other on the competition platform. Upon recognizing Lung Qi, his opponent wore an expression of exasperation. You again? How many times must we go through this? You cannot possibly defeat me. His frustration was palpable. Although he had spent some time away from the martial arts hall, and thus lacked its daily supply of elixirs, his family continued to send him resources periodically. While his progress had not been as rapid as it would have been at the hall, It was certainly superior to that of common martial artists without family backing. His strength had increased significantly compared to before. Moreover, having battled Lung Qi previously, he was now familiar with his fighting style and would not take as long to conclude the match this time. With a mocking tone, he declared, "This time, I shall make you truly understand the chasm that separates us. Your strength lies in your hands. I shall break them and see how you boast then." Upon hearing this, Lung Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You had better be able to break my hands." The referee raised a hand, signaling for both combatants to prepare. Then, with a swift motion, he brought it down. "Begin." As soon as the referee's command echoed, Lung Qi executed a peculiar twist of his waist, contracting and then extending. Serpent strike. With a sudden burst of inexplicable power, his body propelled forward, closing the distance to his opponent in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand to strike. However, Lung Qi scoffed, having grown accustomed to Lung Qi's unique attack style after their previous encounter. He was confident that no matter how many times they fought, Lung Qi could not hope to defeat him. In a swift motion, Lung Qi's foot darted forward, landing a powerful kick against Lung Qi's palm, propelling him into the air for a series of rapid kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with his opponent's onslaught, Lung Qi remained unperturbed. Rather, he appeared somewhat eager for the challenge. With a fluidity that defied belief, he executed a series of intricate hand techniques, deftly deflecting Lung Qi's attacks from an array of astonishing angles. The two engaged in a dazzling exchange, their movements weaving a tapestry of ephemeral shadows upon the arena. However, merely a few exchanges later, the smile that once adorned Lung Qi's face had vanished, replaced by a growing gravity of expression. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. How could this be? The intensity of this confrontation was leagues beyond what he had previously encountered. As the battle unfolded, Lung Qi's assaults grew increasingly audacious. As if liberated from any constraints, wholly abandoning defensive maneuvers in favor of relentless offensive strikes. Coupled with the instantaneous acceleration of the desolate serpent step, Lung Qi found himself thoroughly outmatched. The pressure mounted, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow, while the glimmer in Lung Qi's eyes intensified. Excitement and exhilaration flickered in his gaze, his visage contorting into a particularly frenzied expression, punctuated by shrill, maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Is this truly your full strength? A scion of a prestigious family, and this is all you can muster? How utterly underwhelming." Lung Qi's countenance darkened considerably. In a mere few months, Lung Qi's prowess had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, his Grand Luo hand technique was indeed a marvel, artfully amalgamating three disparate styles to deliver unexpected strikes. Yet, it remained merely a yellow-tier technique. Even at its pinnacle, it paled in comparison to the secret arts wielded by the elite scions of noble families, who employed techniques of the Xian tier as a baseline. Thus, the inherent deficiencies in Lung Qi's technique were laid bare in their exchanges. However, with Qin Feng's guidance, the Grand Luo hand had metamorphosed into a Xian tier technique, the illusory Prison Thousand Luo hand. In contrast, Lung Qi's mastery was still confined to the Great Completion realm, marking a disparity of 2 tiers between them. Though Lung Qi had a greater quantity of muscle refinement, the superiority of technique could easily overshadow such a gap. Combined with Lung Qi's yellow-tier secret technique, the desolate serpent step, Lung Qi's defeat was merely a matter of time. With clawed hands, Lung Qi seized Lung Qi by the knee of his right leg, applying a crushing grip. The sound of cracking echoed ominously. The anguished cry that escaped Lung Qi's lips elicited a look of perverse delight from Lung Qi, who then turned his gaze to Lung Qi's left leg, a sickly smile creeping across his face. No, terror washed over Lung Qi as he beheld Lung Qi's expression, and he hastily attempted to concede. "I yield." Simultaneously, the referee, realizing Lung Qi's intent, bellowed in outrage, "Stop." Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Lung Qi delivered a heavy punch to Lung Qi's left knee. Crack. Lung Qi's eyes widened in agony as he clutched his mangled legs, howling in torment. Chapter 125, The Conclusion of the Match. Brazen. The referee swiftly approached Lung Qi, seizing him with a powerful grip and flinging him away. Lung Qi's body somersaulted through the air before landing deftly on the ground. The referee briefly assessed Lung Qi's injuries. His legs had been grievously deformed, particularly his right knee. Lung Qi's claw had utterly shattered the patella. Though it could be healed, the recovery would demand extensive time. At least 2 to 3 months, a devastating blow for Lung Qi. In the coming months, he would face innumerable challengers, as his entire strength resided within his legs. Now, even an ordinary person could best him. It was inevitable that he would fall from the top 100 rankings, and more critically, he would lose access to the precious medicinal supplies that came with his rank, along with vital credits. The referee turned, casting a frigid glare at Lung Qi. I commanded you to cease. Did you not hear me? Yet, Lung Qi showed no sign of fear, merely shrugging nonchalantly and grinning. The instructor said I was too slow. I couldn't halt in time. The referee snorted heavily, but found himself powerless, ultimately declaring Lung Qi the victor and summoning a physician to escort Lung Qi away. Lung Qi's triumph immediately stirred a tempest among the students. What is this? How could a common martial artist possibly? Qin Feng, observing the unfolding situation, found himself lost in thought. Lung Qi's actions sparked a glimmer of insight within him. The competition proceeded, and soon it was Qin Feng's turn to face off against the 11th-ranked miss of the Feng family. To his recognition, it was Feng Yan, whom he had met previously, though she did not recall him. Their bout was brief, with Qin Feng securing victory with remarkable ease. The disparity in strength between her and the 10th-ranked competitor was negligible. Observing Feng Yan's disgruntled expression, Qin Feng shook his head. Had she challenged any of the other top 10 competitors, her chances of victory would have been significantly higher. However, she had chosen to face him, rendering her chances nearly non-existent. Estimating Qin Feng's strength based solely on his ranking would be a grave miscalculation. With his current prowess, Qin Feng did not consider himself capable of breaking into the top 3. Yet, if it came to a fight, entering the top 5 remained within his reach. Indeed, Qin Feng held no illusions about his capability against the top 3 competitors. His previous bout with Feng Xian had made it abundantly clear that even with his present strength, he would find little success. Why? The disparity in raw power was insurmountable. The top 3 possessed not only exceptional martial talent and innate gifts, but also an abundance of medicinal resources. They refined their entire body's muscles, pursuing a well-rounded development, while the individuals below them were akin to specialists with singular strengths. If one's strongest attribute cannot surpass theirs, how could one hope to succeed? A child wielding a large axe would not stand a chance against an adult unarmed. Thus, relying solely on the advantage of technique tier would not suffice to bridge this chasm. So, if Qin Feng possessed the strength to enter the top 5, why refrain from challenging? What benefit would it yield? The answer was simple: there was little to gain. Even if Qin Feng broke into the top 5, the treatment among the top 10, save for the first place, remained uniform. The ranking competition concluded. That evening, Lung Qi visited Qin Feng's residence, presenting him with a tome and a package. Chapter 126, Qin Feng's Scheming. Upon receiving the tome, Qin Feng perused its contents. It was the acceleration technique, Desolate Serpent Step, that Lung Qi had long employed. The package contained the various medicinal supplies that Qin Feng had requested. How long will it take? However, Qin Feng did not provide an honest answer. Instead, he replied with a stoic expression, "Be patient. I will seek you out once I have results." Lung Qi paused, refraining from further comment, merely nodding gently before departing from Qin Feng's abode. Once Lung Qi had left, Qin Feng began to study the Desolate Serpent Step manual. After a considerable time, he closed the book, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The Desolate Serpent Step bore similarities to the Ghost Shadow Evasion, each offering a form of acceleration. However, the former was more pure in its essence, focusing solely on speed. However, the Ghostly Shadow technique differs in essence. Acceleration is merely one of its effects, while the primary function lies in the concealment of one's form. Furthermore, the techniques employed for acceleration in both methods are distinct. The Ghostly Shadow technique relies entirely on the power generated by the feet. In contrast, the Wild Serpent's lunge utilizes the strength derived from the human spine. The term spine is but a colloquialism. It essentially refers to the entirety of the human vertebral column. This method of exertion draws inspiration from the remarkably swift movement of a snake species known as the wild serpent. The wild serpent exhibits an astonishing speed in its advance, twisting its internal spine to form a unique angle, thereby accumulating power. Upon release, it achieves formidable propulsion. The wild serpent's lunge emulates this method of exertion. Although the principles of both techniques differ, they yield the same results. In fact, the wild serpent's lunge surpasses the pre-advanced Ghostly Shadow technique in potency. Moreover, the wild serpent's lunge is complete, devoid of any adverse effects, and holds significantly greater value compared to the Shadow Flash technique. What if the two were to be combined? A sense of anticipation welled up within Qin Feng. Within merely a few days, he perfected the technique. The entry for the wild serpent's lunge vanished. Mystical level secret technique, transformation into dragon. Subsequently, the urge he felt previously surged anew. Without hesitation, Qin Feng acted upon it, and the entry for transformation into dragon disappeared, leading to a transformation in the Ghostly Shadow technique. Although the name remained unchanged, the technique of exerting force through the spine was now interwoven with the Ghostly Shadow technique. The speed surged from quadruple to quintuple. It was not until a full month had elapsed that Qin Feng finally entrusted the modified transformation into dragon technique to Lung Qi. In truth, with sufficient secret elixirs at his disposal, this process need not have taken so long. However, Qin Feng felt it prudent to exercise restraint. Maintaining a degree of caution is never a disadvantage. Upon receiving the secret manual, Lung Qi immediately began to peruse its contents. With each page turned, the astonishment in his eyes deepened. His initial reaction was disbelief. How could anyone possess such a level of comprehension? Yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept its reality. After a lengthy silence, Lung Qi finally spoke. What do you wish for me to do? The transformation into dragon technique, with his discerning eye, was evidently of a mystical level caliber. One must ask, who would bestow 2 mystical level manuals upon a complete stranger without compensation? Even for followers. Such treatment is unparalleled. I want you to agree to any overtures made by influential families once you enter the branch academy. Upon hearing this, Lung Qi frowned. What do you mean? I want you to do whatever it takes to enter the outer academy, even if it means serving as a pawn for those families. Qin Feng stated with grave seriousness. Chapter 127. Qin Feng's Scheme 2. Qin Feng's request indeed took Lung Qi by surprise. They had yet to enter the branch academy, and already he was contemplating matters concerning the outer academy. After completing the final assessment at the martial arts hall, they would enter the branch academy, followed by admission into the outer academy. Nevertheless, Lung Qi held no doubts regarding their acceptance into the branch academy. Other students might assume they lacked familial support, yet their growth in power would undoubtedly be slower than that of the scions of noble families. If it were commoner martial artists, that would naturally be the case. However, Lung Qi was aware that those expectations would likely be dashed. He suspected that, due to Qin Feng's interventions, their techniques might have reached a perfect mystical level, allowing for rapid refinement of their sinews, thus compensating for any disparities. What he did not realize was that these techniques had surpassed mere perfection, attaining a flawless level. Lung Qi could not comprehend why Qin Feng would not keep him by his side, and instead encourage him to seek the favor of others. What connection did aligning with others have with entering the outer academy? I hope my concerns are unfounded, but I must ensure that at least one of us secures a place in the outer academy. Upon hearing this, Lung Qi grew even more perplexed. You are stronger than I. If you cannot enter the outer academy, then my chances are even slimmer. Qin Feng did not conceal his worries, articulating them plainly. Given how precious the slots in the martial arts hall were, the opportunities in the outer academy would be even more coveted, and unforeseen circumstances could easily arise. Unforeseen circumstances? Lung Qi paused, a contemplative look crossing his face. Indeed, they were solitary figures, lacking any substantial backing, and having navigated the martial world for so long, they were well aware of the methods employed by the noble families. If they were to occupy 2 of those precious outer academy slots, it would mean 2 fewer for the wealthy families. If they inadvertently obstructed someone's path, it was entirely plausible for unexpected events to occur under such reasonable circumstances. However, should they heed Qin Feng's advice and align with influential families, it would provide them with a shield against such threats. This could be seen as preparing for eventualities. If I can successfully enter the outer academy, that would be ideal. And you, if your strength continues to improve steadily, with the training resources available in the branch academy, you would surely have the means to secure a spot in the outer academy. Previously, Instructor Gua, who had taught the essentials of claw techniques, casually mentioned in class that regardless of which academy one entered within the Dragon Gate Academy, there would be no further restrictions. Each student would be allotted fixed training resources daily. The exact amount was not disclosed, but it was significant enough for the instructor to emphasize, indicating it would be more than adequate. With a perfect level mystical technique at hand, and ample support from secret elixirs, no other student could possibly match their training speed. Unless the opponent practiced techniques above the earthly level, and even then, their proficiency could not be low. However, even the scion of the foremost family in southern Shu, Feng Xian of the Feng family, trained in a mystical level technique. One can only imagine how rare earthly level techniques are. Thus, it is highly probable that no students practicing earthly level techniques would be found within the branch academy. Qin Feng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. I share this with you merely as a precaution against unforeseen events. It may ultimately prove unnecessary, but it is essential to plan accordingly. Should I fail to gain entry into the outer academy, and you do, you must find a way to acquire an earthly level claw technique and then share it with me. Chapter 128. The New Chief Instructor. This was Qin Feng's true intention. He contemplated that rather than scouring for claw techniques and elevating them to perfection before advancing the spectral ghost claw, it would be far more expedient to directly obtain an earthly level claw technique and then merge it with the spectral ghost claw. This way, the spectral ghost claw could be directly elevated to the earthly level. It is crucial to understand that the higher the level of the technique, the more efficient the refinement process becomes. With an earthly level technique, Qin Feng's strength would escalate at a rapid pace. As for the more distant celestial level, that was still far beyond his reach. Moreover, Qin Feng need not worry that Lung Qi would abandon him, for he had already demonstrated his worth. If Lung Qi desired to progress, he would need to rely on him, regardless of the technique or secret, as long as Lung Qi shared it with Qin Feng. It would be tantamount to Qin Feng acquiring that knowledge. For Qin Feng, it was a tremendous gain. The foundation of all this hinged upon securing an earthly level claw technique. This would have a profound impact on Qin Feng, thus he needed to consider every aspect carefully. Lung Qi nodded, saying, "All right, I understand. There is no need for hesitation regarding this matter." Finally, Qin Feng offered a reminder. "Moreover, after entering the division, there is little need for interaction. We shall endeavor to keep our distance. After all, your martial arts techniques have been adequately prepared for you, and in the future, you should not require my assistance unless you manage to acquire more advanced techniques, such as those of the Earth rank. The techniques cultivated by Lung Qi are limited to the illusory prison thousand threads and the transformation of the dragon. Currently, both have reached the profound tier and are at the highest perfection level, thus no further enhancement is necessary. He also does not need to refine them through various battles." Before long, the head instructor of the Dragon Gate branch descended upon us. Following a series of evaluations, he announced the removal of Feng Haoren from his position as the chief instructor. Subsequently, there ensued an internal election, culminating in the appointment of a new chief instructor, a formidable individual from the Shi family, at the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. Naturally, the students below were oblivious to these developments. After such a prolonged delay, the new chief instructor began to summarize the rewards for the mission against the Wolf Gang. Numerous students gathered in the square, where a grand list was affixed prominently to the public notice board. Based on their overall performance, the leading instructors assessed and graded their respective students. The evaluations were categorized into 3 ranks, A, B, and C, followed by a ranking within the A tier. According to their standings, rewards comprising secret elixirs and academic credits awaited them. The first place was claimed by Feng Xian of the Feng family, while the second was awarded to Xianxia of the Shi family. Feng Xian, the first place winner, received a profound tier sword as his reward, while Xianxia, in second place, was bestowed with 5 9-turn golden pills. The 9-turn golden pill, which Qin Feng had previously consumed, is specifically designed for cultivating defensive techniques. It not only enhances physical strength, but also elevates the realm of defensive arts. At that time, Qin Feng had taken but a single pill, and even then, he had to consume it in segments. This singular act propelled his physical strength to the initial stage of the muscle refinement realm and significantly advanced the realm of his iron body technique. Although its immediate effect on him was minimal, defensive techniques are often regarded as superfluous among common martial artists, their efficacy dependent on inherent talent. Elevating one's physical strength to align with their cultivation realm necessitates substantial resources in the form of secret elixirs. However, for a prodigy of Xianxia's caliber, the significance of defensive techniques is markedly pronounced, as they lack for resources. Feng Xian, upon ascending the stage to receive his reward, bore not a trace of elation. Rather, his countenance was grim. Had he the choice, he would have unhesitatingly opted for the second-place reward. Although the profound tier sword holds greater monetary value than the 5 9-turn golden pills, it serves little purpose for Feng Xian. He has dabbled in swordsmanship, yet his proficiency is mediocre, merely wielding it occasionally for display. In ordinary circumstances, a profound tier sword would indeed be a commendable reward, but comparisons matter. The 9-turn golden pills are exceedingly precious, particularly for those practicing defensive techniques. Their benefits unmistakable, yet their availability is scarce, often beyond financial reach. Even if Feng Xian wished to trade the profound tier sword for 9-turn golden pills, he would find no avenue to do so. To date, he had only consumed 2 of them. Xianxia, akin to Feng Xian, also practices defensive martial arts, yet he has only reached the minor accomplishment level, while Feng Xian has attained the major accomplishment level. These 5 9-turn golden pills could very well elevate Xianxia's defensive martial arts realm to major accomplishment, potentially surpassing Feng Xian in understanding. Conversely, should Feng Xian consume them, his defensive technique might approach perfection. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of the profound tier sword versus the 5 9-turn golden pills is not lost on the instructors of the martial arts hall. Yet, they have chosen to award the 9-turn golden pills to the second place, Xianxia. Is this not a means to narrow the gap between them? Feng Xian cast a sullen glance at the newly appointed chief instructor Shi and his fellow instructors, clearly perceiving their machinations. However, he could only swallow his indignation. In truth, Just yesterday, someone from the clan had come to confer with him in advance, clarifying the rankings and rewards to prepare him mentally. Yes, the Feng family has capitulated and is currently negotiating terms with other prominent families in private. The sole reason for this is the situation concerning the cult of all beings. The Feng family alone can no longer suppress it. They must unite with other families to confront the cult of all beings. The Feng family had previously attempted assassination operations, relying on their bone refinement realm warriors to eliminate the cult's Law King. Yet, without exception, all attempts have failed. The commotion caused by bone refinement realm warriors is considerable. They can only inflict severe injuries on the Law King in a short span. What follows is an onslaught from the multitude of cult followers. Upon witnessing an assailant, they would not hesitate to consume their portable pills, overwhelming the attackers in droves. The dispatched bone refinement warriors not only failed to eliminate their target, but also sustained heavy losses. After several operations, out of 10 warriors sent on missions, only one managed to return. Although the warriors executing these missions were recruited from the martial world by the Feng family, the family did not lament their loss. However, the perilous nature of these tasks led several warriors to abandon the Feng family and seek their fortunes elsewhere. Reluctantly, the higher-ups of the Feng family had to abandon their covert assassination strategy. Fortunately, after the cult of all beings seized over 30 cities, their advance temporarily halted. While it may be somewhat embarrassing to admit, the higher-ups of the Feng family secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had no countermeasures against the aggressive tactics of the cult of all beings. In truth, it was not that the cult lacked the capacity for further assaults, but rather that they needed to assimilate the civilian populace within the cities. Whether through brainwashing or persuasion, both require time. Thus, the removal of Feng Haoran from the chief instructor position and the current evaluation rewards are concessions made by the Feng family. As for the C rank, the top 10 students successively ascended the stage to receive their accolades, while the newly appointed chief instructor, Xianxiaaudiobooks, offered them a formal commendation. His words were quite official, essentially urging everyone to diligently pursue their training in hopes of entering the division by the conclusion of the 3-year assessment period. After his speech, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned and, with utmost reverence, departed alongside the branch instructors. As the chief instructor Shi and the other instructors left, the students gathered around the notice board to seek their names. Most students were keenly interested in their rankings, as it directly impacted their personal interests. The martial arts hall only publicly recognized the top-ranking individuals, while the others had to search for themselves on the list. Given the sheer number of students, even those with a rank were divided into several groups. Qin Feng and Lung Qi joined the throng before the notice board to check their standings. Any rating of B or above would yield a reward. Those attaining a rank would receive 100 credits along with 30 premium secret elixirs. Conversely, while B rank would not include secret elixirs, it would still grant 50 credits. For both the scions of esteemed families and common martial artists, the value of these 50 credits cannot be underestimated. These credits can be exchanged at the martial pavilion for secret elixirs or martial arts techniques, especially for common martial artists who face significant challenges in acquiring cultivation resources. Every bit of resource is fiercely contested. Qin Feng perused the elite list from top to bottom, yet his name eluded him. He merely furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Dismissing the matter, he had long since prepared himself psychologically for the outcome of the ratings. Continuing his search among the secondary list, his brow furrowed anew. Still nothing. What could this mean? Surely, he couldn't have landed in the tertiary category. Among the secondary entries, he recognized several individuals from the instructional team. Their groups, despite having executed fewer tasks, had managed to secure secondary ratings. Yet, the group formed by Qin Feng and Lung Qi, which had undoubtedly undertaken the most tasks, was left without even a secondary rating. Qin Feng even questioned whether he had misread the list. Unyielding, he scoured the secondary list once more. Still nothing. His breath quickened, and his expression darkened slightly as his gaze shifted to the tertiary list, scanning it swiftly. Qin Feng, tertiary. Lung Qi, tertiary. In an instant, Qin Feng's countenance transformed into a mask of profound gloom. He turned to see Lung Qi looking back at him, his eyes ablaze with pent-up fury. It was evident that Lung Qi had also seen their ratings. A murderous intent began to emanate from Lung Qi, his features contorting with rage. Qin Feng observed him, shook his head slightly, and then turned to walk away. Lung Qi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and similarly departed. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Feng dismissed the servants. He gazed at the rippling tea in his cup, striving to rein in his emotions. After several breaths, he abruptly seized the cup and hurled it to the ground with great force. Crash! The cup shattered into countless pieces. The audacity! Qin Feng's eyes were a tempest of sorrow, indignation, defiance, and a profound murderous intent. He could not fathom this as merely a careless oversight on the part of the instructor. After all the efforts he and Lung Qi had put forth, to receive no recognition whatsoever was clearly a deliberate act. Qin Feng had no intention of confronting the instructor directly, as it would serve no purpose. Chapter 131. Reunion with Shui Xian. Even amidst a maelstrom of dissatisfaction, Qin Feng forced himself to suppress the fire within. He understood that any outburst would likely end in humiliation. The only resolution lay in amassing sufficient strength, at which point all issues would resolve themselves. His current objective was to gain entry into the Longmen Academy branch. All other matters could be set aside for the time being. He initially thought that the days ahead would pass with relative tranquility. One day, a servant cautiously entered, bowing respectfully. "Lord Qin, there is someone outside seeking your presence." "Who is it?" They did not specify, merely requested to see you. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng rose and said, "Very well, lead the way." Huang Zhili stood before two guards, feeling quite anxious, akin to a thief before the constables. What a surprise. He had expected to merely convey a message. Yet here he was at the martial arts hall. When had Huaman Lu established a presence here? Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the martial arts hall in trance alongside the servant. He regarded Huang Zhili's unfamiliar face and paused momentarily, nodding without uttering a word. The two then proceeded outward. Once they had distanced themselves from the martial arts hall, Qin Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" "The hall master seeks you." Qin Feng's brow furrowed. His position within the martial arts hall was inherently sensitive. Shui Xian was no fool and would not typically come seeking him without reason. Indeed, the visitor was from Huaman Lu. When Qin Feng learned someone was looking for him, he had surmised the person's identity. Aside from the two fools, Lu Ping, the only one with any connection to him was Huaman Lu. Did she say nothing? Huang Zhili shook his head. The hall master did not speak. "I was merely sent to relay the message." Qin Feng sighed. "Very well, lead the way." "Yes, my lord." Months had passed, and in a town not far from Nanzhou City, Qin Feng once again encountered Shui Xian. At this moment, her face bore the marks of fatigue. "I may need your assistance with something." "What is it?" "The matter concerning the Xianxia sect. I realize that contacting you now may have repercussions, but I find myself with no other recourse." Shui Xian sighed. "By the way, how are things at the martial arts hall?" Qin Feng responded perfunctorily, "Not too bad. If there is nothing else, I would like you to assist me." "Assist? With what? What is your current realm?" Qin Feng paused before responding. "I recently achieved perfection in the muscle refining realm." Upon hearing this, Shui Xian appeared somewhat surprised, then nodded in approval. "Not bad. Your pace of cultivation is quite impressive. Typically, it takes ordinary martial artists several years to reach perfection from the later stages. Yet you, having only recently been in the late stages of the muscle refining realm, have advanced so swiftly. Are you aware of the Xianxia sect situation?" "Yes, I am aware." The affairs of the Xianxia sect had stirred considerable discussion, and Qin Feng was certainly informed. "In fact, I am responsible for this matter. I had not intended to disturb you, but this task was assigned from above, and I could not refuse. It suddenly occurred to me that you might be able to assist. Huaman Lu is taking action against the Xianxia sect?" "Indeed." "What connection does Huaman Lu have with the Feng family?" Qin Feng voiced his lingering doubts. Chapter 132. The Secret Medicine. Shui Xian did not withhold information, stating, "It is permissible to share this with you. 6 years ago, the higher-ups of Huaman Lu established a connection with a key figure from the Feng family. Though I cannot disclose the specifics of this individual, with the support of that influential figure, Huaman Lu began to flourish rapidly." "And how does this relate to the Feng family?" "The connection is quite significant," Shui Xian continued. "In truth, Huaman Lu has existed for several decades. In the past, its scale and strength placed it in the upper middle tier among assassin organizations. At that time, the Shura sect was a towering giant in comparison to Huaman Lu. However, now Huaman Lu has grown to a point where it can contend with the Shura sect." At this juncture, Shui Xian shifted the conversation to pose another question. "Have you ever pondered what obstructs Huaman Lu's ascent?" Qin Feng's expression turned contemplative as he replied, "Is it the presence of powerful figures in the bone refining realm?" "You're halfway correct," Shui Xian revealed directly. "The true obstacle lies in the supply of secret medicines." Qin Feng's expression shifted in surprise. "Secret medicines?" Shui Xian then posed another question. "Where do you think these secret medicines come from?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This question caught him off guard. He had never considered the origins of secret medicines. Upon reflection, he realized he had never heard of any specific organization or family dedicated to their production. As if these secret medicines simply materialized out of thin air. "All the medicinal concoctions pertaining to the muscle refinement realm that you are currently acquainted with are supplied by the apothecary division of the Longmen Academy. Each aristocratic family is allocated a specific quota for purchases each month, commensurate with their status. However, the price they pay is merely the original cost of the elixirs. In contrast, organizations like ours, which operate in the realm, are not afforded such privileges. Thus, we are compelled to procure these precious elixirs at exorbitant prices from the aristocrats. If we cannot acquire them, we are left with no choice but to resort to the black market, which explains the exorbitant prices of elixirs there. There exists a base price for these elixirs, and when aristocratic families recruit common martial artists as guards, they often attach a condition that allows these warriors to purchase elixirs at the original price. This is a primary motivation for common martial artists to seek employment within these families, as the disparity between the original price and the black market price can be as much as double. In reality, the aristocrats incur minimal costs. They merely engage in a system of transferring from one hand to the other, thereby hiring martial artists at a remarkably low rate. For a force like Warlord, the demand is substantial, necessitating large purchases at once, which leads to a slight reduction in price, though not to half the original cost. The families selling the elixirs are quite pleased with this arrangement, as the presence of Warlord alleviates much of their time constraints. Some families, however, opt to hold back their supplies for sale on the black market. Following Warlord's alliance with a prominent figure from the Feng family, we are now able to purchase all elixirs at their original price, which has facilitated Warlord's rapid ascent in power. Is it not possible to concoct them ourselves? All the raw materials and formulas for creating these elixirs are under the strict control of the apothecary division. Even if certain families stumble upon a few sources of raw materials, it is futile, as mere ingredients cannot yield a finished product. They must be reported and surrendered. Furthermore, should any family dare to privately concoct elixirs, the consequences would be catastrophic. The private creation of elixirs is strictly prohibited by the Dechu dynasty. Chapter 133. Qin Feng's mission. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a deep sense of reflection. It must be said that the Dechu dynasty has executed this maneuver with remarkable cunning. It is often said that heroes defy prohibitions. No dynasty wishes to see its rule undermined. For martial artists seeking to enhance their prowess, the absence of elixirs is utterly detrimental. Thus, Dechu established a dedicated apothecary division to control all elixir formulas and raw materials. By retaining distribution rights, they effectively constrict every martial artist's path to advancement. Without ample elixirs, even the most formidable martial artists from the Jianghu cannot ascend significantly. Even in cases of local unrest, powerful factions such as the Wolf Gang can usually be subdued with ease by the might of the local aristocratic families. Shui Xian continued, in truth, the elixirs of the muscle refinement realm are relatively accessible, often obtainable in the black market. However, those pertaining to the bone forging realm are exceedingly rare in such venues. Even when they do occasionally surface, their prices soar 3 to 4 times the original cost, resulting in a painfully slow progression for martial artists aspiring to enter the bone forging realm. Consequently, the forces within the Jianghu rarely achieve significant influence. What about the Shura sect? Qin Feng inquired. Given the restrictions on elixir supply, the Shura sect seems to confound the situation. With Warlord receiving covert support from a notable figure in the Feng family, they seem to engage in a balanced competition with the Shura sect. Surely the Feng family would not support 2 assassin organizations for their own detriment. Or is the Shura sect also backed by a major family in the southern region? Shui Xian shook her head, clarifying, indeed, the Shura sect does have familial backing, but it is not from a southern family. It is supported by the foremost family in the eastern part of Dechu, the Sima family. It is worth noting that Warlord's rise is also a byproduct of the Shura sect's fortunes. With the Sima family's support, the Shura sect has developed rapidly, drawing the ire of the upper echelons of the Feng family, who now seek to curtail the Shura sect's influence by bolstering Warlord instead. Having discussed this extensively, Shui Xian redirected the conversation back to the matter concerning the all-living sect. These are matters of the upper echelons, far removed from us. Returning to the main topic, the Feng family requires Warlord to infiltrate the all-living sect's territory to gather intelligence. However, we have dispatched several batches of agents, and ultimately only 2 or 3 have managed to escape, bringing back inconsequential information. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Did the others get discovered? Warlord's intelligence operations have always been commendable, making it surprising that they would falter against the all-living sect. Not quite, Shui Xian replied. I suspect those individuals have been brainwashed by the all-living sect and have defected. Brainwashed? Qin Feng echoed, intrigued. Yes, Shui Xian continued. The spies who entered later encountered those who had previously infiltrated, and upon interaction, their identities were exposed. Had they not reacted swiftly, they too would have perished within. So, what do you require of me? Qin Feng queried. I need you to investigate how the all-living sect manages to accomplish this, having risen from the impoverished districts. Your mental fortitude and resolve are commendable. It is unlikely you would succumb easily to brainwashing. In truth, external information on the all-living sect is scarce. All we know is that they draw common people into their fold through doctrine. Shui Xian informed Qin Feng, revealing what they had uncovered about the all-living sect. It would be ideal to obtain a mysterious pill capable of significantly enhancing the abilities of ordinary individuals and bring it back, she proposed. Chapter 134. Qin Feng's Mission 2. If we could acquire such a mysterious pill, perhaps we could develop a counteracting remedy. After all, the all-living sect relies on these mysterious pills to contend with the Feng family. Furthermore, should we succeed in our research, it might yield a highly potent elixir, which could be presented to the apothecary division for substantial rewards. Naturally, securing the formula would be even better. Wasn't it said that the private concoction of elixirs is strictly forbidden by the Dechu dynasty? Indeed, Shui Xian replied, somewhat perplexed. But wouldn't the all-living sect's actions qualify as private concoction? We could report them to the Dechu dynasty or the apothecary division and have them send someone to address it. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. And who do you suppose the Dechu dynasty would send? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. If it were the Feng family concocting them privately, the apothecary division would surely intervene. But if another southern family or force were to engage in such activities, it would fall upon the Feng family to address it. Otherwise, why do you think the Dechu dynasty sustains these families? All right, he conceded. It appeared he had not fully grasped the relationship between the aristocratic families and the Dechu dynasty. The Feng family functions as a vassal of Dechu, governing the southern territories on its behalf. They share a vested interest in the matter of elixirs. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng inquired, how long will this mission take? While Shui Xian's two requests seem straightforward, they will undoubtedly require considerable time. Understanding how the all-living sect brainwashes its followers will not be a quick endeavor. Moreover, obtaining that mysterious pill cannot simply be achieved by eliminating an ordinary follower. It stands to reason that those who have access to such pills have undergone rigorous scrutiny by the all-living sect before being granted them. It is unlikely that the all-living sect would distribute such pills to every commoner in the recently captured cities. The most prudent course of action is to earn the trust of the cult of all beings, allowing them to unwittingly provide him with a mysterious pill, after which he can make his escape. However, it appears that Qin Feng may require a significant amount of time to gain the cult's confidence, conservatively estimated at least 6 months. Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. 6 months? Must it take so long? Shui Xian shrugged her shoulders. If you can expedite the process, then by all means. What? Is there an inconvenience? Indeed, it is quite inconvenient. Such a lengthy absence would be difficult to manage at the martial arts hall. If he were to be absent for 6 months, how would the other disciples handle challenges against him? He cannot simply vanish. If he fails to appear, the judges would automatically declare him defeated, and he would forfeit the rewards associated with the top 10. Difficult to manage. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian's expression faltered, her gaze shifting to Qin Feng with a hint of skepticism. What is your ranking in the grand competition? Although she had not closely followed the details of the martial arts hall, she was still privy to some common intelligence. So far, the martial arts hall's grand competition is the only event that requires the disciples to be present. 10th. Shui Xian's pupils constricted. 10th. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Shui Xian was compelled to reassess Qin Feng. Up until now, no common martial artist had ever breached the top 10. Shui Xian was acutely aware of the resources available to the top 10, which were on par with those afforded to the scions of great families. If this task were to hinder Qin Feng's progress, it would be a grave miscalculation. Should Qin Feng fail to emerge in a timely manner, he would lose out on half a year's worth of ranking rewards, resources that the compensation offered by Shui Xian Hall could not cover. Chapter 135. Shui Xian's Thoughts. To be frank, Qin Feng's entry into the top 10 took Shui Xian by surprise. The top 10 in the martial arts hall's grand competition is not a place for just anyone. To speak candidly, if Shui Xian were in Qin Feng's position, her chances of achieving a top 10 ranking would be uncertain. Her only reliance would be her extensive combat experience compared to the other disciples. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shui Xian dismissed the idea of soliciting Qin Feng's assistance. Although the tasks assigned by the Feng family were of great importance, considering Qin Feng's accomplishments, she would never impose such burdens upon him. After all, her actions have consistently aimed to cultivate Qin Feng as a core figure. Having extended her goodwill towards him, it would be unwise to risk creating any rift between them by requiring his aid. Perhaps it would be best to ascertain the brainwashing methods of the cult of all beings. I shall seek out others for that task. I have now broken through to the bone-forging realm. I wonder what arrangements the Lord has for me. Originally, I had hoped for you to achieve some recognition, to make your existence known to Shui Xian Hall and even to the Flower Pavilion, but it seems that is no longer necessary. For now, focus primarily on the martial arts hall. With the secret elixir provided by the Feng family, Shui Xian successfully ascended to the bone-forging realm. She stands as the first hall master among the 8 halls to achieve this level. Shui Xian possesses remarkable talent. Had she been born into a prestigious family, her martial path would undoubtedly have been exceedingly smooth. However, she emerged from the flower pavilion. And while she has access to secret medicines and techniques, far superior to those available to commoners, she still pales in comparison to the offspring of noble families. Achieving the bone-forging realm required immense effort on her part. Upon hearing Shui Xian's words, Qin Feng felt a touch of gratitude. Her approach resonated deeply with him. A gentleman values deeds over intentions. Shui Xian has indeed treated him well. Arrangements? Might you be reassigned from Shui Xian Hall? It is quite possible. Shui Xian proceeded to elucidate the organizational structure of the flower pavilion to Qin Feng. Beneath the pavilion master, there exist 4 great protectors and 8 hall masters. Shui Xian Hall is undoubtedly the foremost hall among the 8. At this point, a proud expression graced Shui Xian's features. Before her tenure, Shui Xian Hall had not even borne its current name and was regarded as the least esteemed among the 8 halls. However, under her leadership, the hall has steadily ascended in status, now proudly claiming its position as the leading hall. Now that I have broken through to the bone-forging realm, I may very well be reassigned from Shui Xian Hall to ascend as a protector. However, should I achieve this promotion, I shall no longer manage the affairs of Shui Xian Hall. If there are not sufficiently powerful individuals to take my place, it is highly likely that the higher-ups will parachute someone in from one of the other 7 halls or the seed teams, a scenario I would prefer to avoid. Shui Xian's countenance turned serious as she spoke. Thus, should I ascend as a protector, I shall propose your promotion to hall master. If someone else is brought in from the outside, the people of Shui Xian Hall will inevitably drift from her control. It is merely a matter of time. Each of the 4 great protectors possesses their own faction, and Shui Xian cannot afford to become isolated and alone upon her ascent. The other 7 halls are backed by their own protectors, while only Shui Xian Hall lacks such support. This situation is historically rooted. Following the unexpected demise of the previous hall master, Shui Xian emerged from a multitude of candidates and was selected to assume the role of hall master, essentially an outsider. She came without any backing, standing alone. Chapter 136, Qin Feng's Objectives. Why did she come alone? Traditionally, Shui Xian's trajectory would have led her from the seed team to a position of leadership in a hall, subsequently aligning herself with a hall master's successor, thereby becoming a subordinate to a protector. Strictly speaking, it is rare for someone emerging from the seed team to directly assume the position of hall master. Despite being nominally considered a candidate, generally, one would first lead a hall, become familiar with its operations, and only upon a vacancy, whether due to the hall master's death or their ascension to the bone-forging realm, would they be elevated. Alternatively, if they reach the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm, the flower pavilion might contemplate establishing an additional hall. The current 8 halls were formed in this manner. The so-called pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm is a process worth discussing. It is commonly understood that the hallmark of entering the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm is the commencement of refining the 15 major tendons located along the spine. During the period of refining these tendons, one is considered to be at the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm. Each additional tendon refined can directly augment one's strength by 100 pounds. Thus, refining all 15 yields a total of 1,500 pounds. A martial artist newly entering the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm is at a significant disadvantage compared to one who has completed the refinement of all 15 tendons, presenting a disparity akin to that between early and late stages of the muscle-refining realm. Consequently, it is not an exaggeration to assert that in direct confrontations among martial artists at the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm, a 1-to-3 scenario is highly plausible. Ultimately, the limit of the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm is the initiation of bone refining. Between the tendons and the bones lies a layer of flesh. Those who reach the pinnacle of the muscle-refining realm are engaged in refining this layer of flesh, and only upon completion can they truly be considered bone-forging realm martial artists. Shui Xian has become the first seed candidate to break this precedent. At that time, she was the top-ranked member of the seed team, and following the sudden and untimely demise of the former hall master, the higher-ups deliberated and decided to promote Shui Xian. The 4 guardians of Wamanlu are represented by the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. The original water fairy hall is under the command of the plum guardian. Following the ascension of the water fairy, all 4 guardians dispatched their subordinates to vie for control over the now leaderless water fairy hall, which had become a coveted prize. Among the 8 great halls, the plum guardian had the most followers, commanding 3 halls. With the sudden vacancy of the original water fairy hall, the other 3 guardians were not willing to let this opportunity slip by, presenting various enticing offers to the water fairy. After much contemplation, the water fairy ultimately chose to align herself with the plum guardian. Firstly, She recognized the necessity of having a strong ally in any organization composed of humans. Factions inevitably arise, compelling her to take a stand. Secondly, she had yet to fully grasp the dynamics of the original Water Fairy Hall and to stabilize the situation swiftly. The Plum Guardian was her most viable option. However, female martial artists were a rarity, and the Water Fairy's striking beauty proved to be a source of temptation for some men. After some time, during a private conversation, the Plum Guardian insinuated that the Water Fairy should offer herself in a more intimate manner. It can be said that desire often leads to perilous paths. The Water Fairy, outraged and unwilling to submit, made the decision to sever ties with the Plum Guardian and establish her independence. Upon hearing the news, the other three guardians seized the opportunity to extend their olive branches. Yet, in her state of indignation, the Water Fairy resolutely declined their overtures. Having resolved to forge her own path, in the absence of a protective alliance, the plight of the Water Fairy Hall was dire, burdened with arduous and menial tasks that were unceremoniously assigned to them. Fortunately, the Water Fairy managed to withstand the immense pressure and persevered, diligently striving for what was rightfully hers. She maintained a clear system of rewards and punishments for her subordinates, cultivating the Water Fairy Hall into a vibrant establishment, ultimately elevating it to the foremost position among the 8 great halls. This accomplishment is indeed a source of pride for anyone. The Water Fairy invested a significant amount of her energy into the Water Fairy Hall, treating it as her own child, unwilling to let it fall into the hands of others. In truth, the other members of the hall were certainly capable of succeeding her, including the 3 leaders. In fact, any one of them could take over the Water Fairy Hall if she nominated them. However, while their prowess was commendable among the leaders, they paled in comparison to the masters of the 7 great halls. In contrast, Qin Feng stood apart, by the Water Fairy's estimation, conservatively speaking. He ranked among the top 3 masters of the 7 halls. Why? Because his performance in the martial arts competition had propelled him into the top 10, serving as the best testament to his capabilities. Observing the Water Fairy's gaze, Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. She wished to elevate him, yet it seemed as though she had not sought his own opinion on the matter. Naturally, others viewed this as a favorable opportunity. However, as for the position of Hall Master, Qin Feng was reluctant. He did not covet such a title. The Water Fairy furrowed her brow in confusion. Why? The title of Hall Master could easily attract even the most seasoned practitioners in the martial world. First and foremost, let me clarify that should the Hall Master have any commands, Qin Feng would be duty-bound to comply. Yet, he was acutely aware of his lack of administrative skills and did not wish for the burdensome responsibilities to hinder his cultivation. Therefore, he requested that the position of Hall Master be entrusted to someone more capable. The Water Fairy fixed her gaze on him, contemplating for a long moment before nodding. It seemed she had miscalculated. After a brief period of reflection, she proposed, "How about this? You take on the title of Hall Master. The mundane affairs can be managed by others, and you need not concern yourself with day-to-day matters." "Very well, as long as the Water Fairy Hall Master gives the word." "I shall comply," Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the Water Fairy's face broke into a radiant smile. Though Qin Feng's reaction surprised her, it simultaneously deepened her trust in him. His disinterest in power was a favorable trait in her eyes. Ultimately, Qin Feng was a newcomer. Unlike the 3 leaders who shared a deeper bond with the Water Fairy, she felt confident in her ability to manage them. Yet she was taking a gamble with Qin Feng, betting on his intelligence. What she did not realize was that Qin Feng's inner thoughts reflected a different sentiment altogether. The title of Hall Master was indeed a coveted prize among ordinary martial artists, yet for him, it represented a burden. If it were the position of Wamanlu's Master, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. However, the title of Hall Master held little value for him. Personal strength remained paramount. The title was merely a facade. With sufficient power, he could easily establish a killer organization of his own. All he needed to do was document the secret techniques of shadowy ghosts and seek out assassins in the martial world. A single perfect-level secret technique could attract a multitude of followers willing to serve him. Yet for now, Qin Feng's primary objective was simply to secure a stable entry into the Longmen Institute's branch. Chapter 137. Another arrangement. With this in mind, the Water Fairy paused momentarily, deep in thought, before suggesting, "How about this? In a few days, the 8 halls of Wamanlu will conduct a joint operation against the sect of all beings. You still have time to catch up. It would also allow others to become acquainted with you." "What operation?" Qin Feng inquired, intrigued. "Our intelligence indicates that the sect of all beings has been engaging in suspicious activities in various southern cities, likely procuring secret medicines. We are preparing to intercept them. Once successful, the distribution of those medicines can be determined by your group." At this revelation, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. "What secret medicines?" "The specifics remain unclear, but the closest group is suspected to be acquiring the 3-turn golden elixir," she explained. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. He had previously consumed the 9-turn golden elixir and was well aware of its effects. The two elixirs, though differing in potency, would likely share similar benefits. Externally, he feigned ignorance, adopting a puzzled expression as he asked, 3-turn golden elixir? What is that? The water fairy, unperturbed, elaborated. The 3-turn golden elixir is specifically designed to enhance the practice of defensive techniques. Consuming it significantly accelerates one's training in such arts. Beyond the 3-turn, there are also the 6-turn and 9-turn golden elixirs. The most esteemed 9-turn golden elixir not only boasts superior effects, but also enhances a martial artist's comprehension of techniques. According to our investigations, the leader of the sect of all beings cultivates a defensive technique known as the Rama's sacred image, which is renowned for its formidable defense and immense power when executed. Many of the esteemed practitioners within their sect also practice this technique. Therefore, this procurement of the 3-turn golden elixir is likely intended for their practitioners. If you have no use for it, you could exchange it for other secret medicines, she added. That won't be necessary. I have developed my own defensive technique that will prove useful, Qin Feng replied. The water fairy cautioned him. Be wary of overextending yourself. Rather than exhausting your energies on trifles, it is wiser to refine your foundational techniques to prepare for breakthroughs into the bone-refining realm. She expressed her concern that Qin Feng might stray off course. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Hall Master. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. As long as you are aware of it. The actions of Qin Feng will not be overly interfered with by Shui Xian. Each individual must navigate their own path. At most, Shui Xian may offer a word or two of guidance. Ultimately, the decisions made rest solely upon the individual. After clearly communicating the time and location of the operation to Qin Feng, he did not hesitate and promptly set off. In a secluded forest, Ping regarded the individuals before him, sensing a subtle tension among the 3 factions. Ping was one of the 3 leaders under the Shui Xian Hall and had previously executed missions alongside Qin Feng. The other 2 factions were led by the heads of the Taohua Hall and Ziwei Hall. Although their gathering was required by duty, there was an unmistakable air of hostility among them. The Diamond Elder of the All-Beings sect practiced the Maluotian technique, despite sharing the same realm. It is often challenging for warriors of equal standing to contend with one another. Defensive martial arts may be arduous to master, yet once perfected, their efficacy is remarkable. Against adversaries of the same realm, such techniques often allow one to contend with multiple foes. Their defensive capabilities are formidable, and while one may withstand several blows, a single hit from the opponent can severely injure. Such was the case with the Diamond Elder, and their current objective included 3 such formidable opponents. Chapter 138, Reunion with Ping. The prowess of the Diamond Elders was overwhelming. A moment's carelessness could result in injury or death. Relying solely on Ping's team would be insufficient to confront them. The heads of the Huaman Lu were dispersed across various southern locales, making it exceedingly difficult to consolidate members from the same faction. As a result, the higher echelons of Huaman Lu could only arrange for collaborations between different factions, leading to temporary coalitions among the 8 major halls. Supported by the secret elixirs of the Feng family and their recent training, the internal strength of Huaman Lu's personnel had surged rapidly. Numerous heads had successively achieved the pinnacle of muscle refinement, with several of their subordinates also reaching that level. Confidence surged within everyone like never before. Previously, the Shui Xian Hall had indeed been exceedingly dominant. In the past, members of other halls would have hesitated to act against them. However, now they sought to reassess Shui Xian Hall's strength. Historically, competition existed among the 8 major halls, regardless of whether they served under the same protector. Egos clashed between each faction. Although Taohua Hall and Ziwei Hall were under the same protector, competition persisted between them. Yet, now faced with an outsider from Shui Xian Hall, they unanimously chose to unite against this common foe. They were currently engaged in a heated debate over who would directly confront the Diamond Elders. Their 3 teams comprised over 60 individuals, 10 of whom had achieved the pinnacle of muscle refinement. If casualties were disregarded, eliminating the 3 Diamond Elders would pose no challenge. Nevertheless, no one wished for their own squad members to perish. The 2 factions agreed to have the 10 at the pinnacle of muscle refinement, along with Ping's team, hold the front line, while the others sought opportunities to strike from different angles. This allocation was quite reasonable. Having the strongest in front would increase survival odds, while those with lesser strength could support and attack as the situation allowed. However, when it came to the distribution of spoils post-victory, the other 2 leaders insisted on discussing it afterward, and Ping vehemently disagreed. It was either they, the 10 at the pinnacle of muscle refinement, led the charge, or if their team joined, then they would receive a fair share of the spoils. Yet, the other 2 leaders were adamant in their refusal, and Ping's team wore expressions of discontent. It was clear they were being set up. If they were to claim the majority of the spoils, it would be one thing. But to defer discussions on the loot was simply unacceptable. Executing missions was no trivial matter. A moment of negligence could cost lives. To suggest discussing it later was certainly ill-intentioned. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The gathered individuals promptly turned their gazes. A figure darted between the trees, landing lightly before them. In the flickering light, the silhouette became clearer. A person donned in a monkey mask stood before them, and Ping's expression shifted from surprise to elation. Shadow. Qin Feng nodded, a faint smile crossing his lips beneath the mask. Brethren, long time no see. They were well aware of each other's names and code names, typically addressing one another by their aliases during missions. Only those without code names would be referred to by their given names. Qin Feng's code name was Shadow, which they recognized. And Ping, emerging from the seed team of Huaman Lu, lacked a code name. Chapter 139, Acting on One's Own. As Ping observed Qin Feng's masked visage, realization dawned upon him. After exchanging greetings, he swiftly gestured to his team. Upon noticing Ping's signal, the others promptly retracted the names they were about to call out, greeting Qin Feng by his code name instead. Shadow, long time no see. Skinny monkey, fat cat. Good to see you. Qin Feng responded naturally. During their previous encounter dismantling the Azura sect stronghold, he had not concealed his appearance and had even revealed his name. Thus, they had addressed each other directly at that time. Qin Feng had even shown his monkey mask to Ping and the others. Fortuitously, he had now encountered Ping's squad. Had it been another group, he might have had to explain himself. However, as Qin Feng was now a student of the martial arts hall, with more eyes upon him, it was prudent to exercise some restraint. Fortunately, Ping and his companions reacted swiftly. Upon seeing Qin Feng in a mask and with others present, they instinctively began addressing him by his code name. The members of Ping's team displayed expressions of joy. They were well aware of Qin Feng's strength, which was nearly on par with their leader, if not superior. At the very least, that had been their impression. Now, it was 2 against 2. At least when it came to dividing the spoils, their own would not suffer losses. The members of Taohua Hall and Ziwei Hall exchanged glances, bewildered. They were unaware that Shui Xian Hall had such a figure. Qin Feng approached Ping to inquire about the situation, nodding in understanding. Ping, have you reached a consensus? I'll handle it, Qin Feng replied softly. All right. Ping responded without hesitation. Qin Feng then turned to face the 2 leaders, his voice devoid of emotion as it emanated from beneath the mask. 2 options. First, our Shui Xian Hall members will hold the front against the opponents, while you provide support from the side, but we take 80% of the spoils. Upon hearing this, the other factions' teams erupted in outrage. Are you dreaming? 80%? Why not just claim it all? Ping's team exchanged looks of shock. Qin Feng's words had startled them. Ping couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. Even occupying 80% made him uncomfortable. It is not dissatisfaction with the distribution of spoils, but rather the realization that if their team were to confront those formidable Diamond Elders directly, even if they emerged victorious, the cost would be devastating. One must understand that the internal teams of Wamanlu are not comprised of just any martial artists. Any losses would make replenishing their ranks an exceedingly troublesome endeavor. Ping was about to speak, but was interrupted by a shadow. However, Qin Feng raised his arm lightly, shaking his head to halt Ping's words. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the 2 leaders, undeterred by the clamor of the others, and continued, secondly, this mission will be undertaken solely by the members of the Water Fairy Hall, and thus, all matters are of no concern to you. The spoils, naturally, do not include you. The 2 leaders glared fiercely, and then Lu Eru, the head of the Ziwei Hall, turned to Ping, saying, Ping, do you also concur with his words? Ping glanced at Qin Feng, who nodded affirmatively. Gritting his teeth, Ping replied, yes, the Shadow's intentions align with my own. Although he had only executed a few missions, Ping understood that Qin Feng was not one to act recklessly. In such circumstances, to deny Qin Feng's bold declarations would be the most unwise course of action. This would not only lead to Qin Feng being humiliated, but would also bring further disgrace to the Water Fairy Hall. Upon hearing this, Chinda, the head of the Peach Blossom Hall, grew increasingly reluctant, his expression fraught with anxiety as he whispered, Lu Eru, if they manage to deal with this, how shall we explain ourselves upon returning? How will we justify it to our brothers? He was not keen to venture out only to return empty-handed, leaving his comrades at a loss. Do you truly believe that they alone can handle 3 Diamond Elders? Hearing this, Chinda hesitated. Logically speaking, it was indeed improbable. They had previously clashed with the Diamond Elders of the All-Living Cult, and were acutely aware of their formidable prowess. Lu Eru dismissed Chinda's concerns, turning back to Qin Feng and the others with a cold snort. Very well, this is your agreement. Our 2 halls shall not partake, and you of the Water Fairy Hall shall resolve this on your own. However, let it be known that should you fail, we will intervene to eliminate the target. and the consequences shall not be ours to bear. Agreed, Qin Feng responded. The three factions then took their seats apart. The heads of the ZY and Peach Blossom Halls would only present a united front outwardly, yet their relations were not as amicable behind the scenes. Brethren, how many in your team have achieved the pinnacle of the muscle refining realm? Counting myself, there are 4 in total, Qin Feng nodded. All right, you shall lead them to restrain one, while the rest provide support. As for the other 2 Diamond Elders, I will handle them myself. Omping's expression turned startled. Shadow, do not underestimate the Diamond Elders of the all-living cult. Their strength is extraordinary and cannot be treated lightly, even by peak muscle refining realm warriors. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern, I can manage. Omping felt conflicted, but after a moment's contemplation, he said, very well. But if the situation takes a turn for the worse, we will come to assist. Do not be overly proud. Qin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness but refrained from rebutting and simply replied, understood. Qin Feng was not merely speaking out of bravado. He had previously encountered a Diamond Elder. To be precise, he had been relentlessly pursued by a Diamond Elder. At that time, Qin Feng was merely at the late stage of the muscle refining realm. After acquiring the 9 transformations golden pill, he was subsequently hunted down. However, during that chase, he gleaned insights into the Diamond Elder's formidable destructive capabilities and reaction speeds. Their defensive techniques were indeed remarkable, providing robust protection while enhancing strength. Yet, in terms of reaction speed, they were not particularly outstanding. In the reality of combat, victory cannot be determined solely by defense and strength. In a life-and-death struggle, that Diamond Elder was only slightly stronger than the previous Xianxia, but not by much. Xianxia's prowess ranked him among the top 20 in the martial arts hall competition, whereas Qin Feng secured the 10th position. If Qin Feng unleashed his full might, defeating 3 of the initial Xianxias would pose no great challenge. Now, bolstered by the resources provided by the martial arts hall, Qin Feng's strength had significantly improved. By the most conservative estimates, he could easily handle 2 opponents. Chapter 140, The Disparity of Strength. Indeed, the gap between peak muscle refining realm warriors is quite substantial. Although they all classify as having perfected the muscle refining realm, achieving this level is a prolonged process. It requires the refinement of 15 major tendons, each presenting a minor threshold, and even upon completion, there remains the step of refining the tendons into the bones. Thus, the disparities among warriors at this stage are exceedingly evident. Before long, someone rushed in to report, "Boss, they have arrived." "All right, everyone move out." The 3 leaders simultaneously commanded their subordinates. The group swiftly extinguished the fire and moved rapidly in unison towards a single direction. They had been concealed in this forest beside a small mound adjacent to the target's route for several days, lying in wait. The mound provided cover, making it difficult for enemies on the route to detect their campfire. Today, they finally awaited the arrival of the 3 Diamond Elders. Soon, they crested the mound and spotted 3 figures on horseback in the distance. As the figures drew nearer, Omping signaled with a wave of his hand. The men swiftly reached into their cloaks, launching a barrage of concealed projectiles towards the 3 silhouettes. The 3 reacted promptly, crossing their arms to shield their heads. The sounds of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. Blood sprayed forth as the 3 figures leapt back, rolling onto the ground nearby. Huang Fu stood, his garments riddled with countless punctures from the hidden weapons, yet the exposed skin showed no signs of injury, only leaving behind pale marks. These projectiles were crafted from ordinary iron. Unless they struck a vulnerable area like the eyes, they posed no lethal threat to him. However, Huang Fu quickly turned to see that the 3 horses beneath them had been turned into sieves, lying on the ground and whinnying in agony, clearly unable to survive. The other 2 also noted this situation and turned to face Omping and the others, shouting in anger, "Who dares?" Before they could finish their words, a shadowy figure charged towards them with remarkable speed. A streak of dark light appeared before Huang Fu in an instant. Startled, he quickly raised his defenses. The shadow simultaneously targeted another individual, launching a relentless barrage that forced them to retreat repeatedly. As the remaining one prepared to assist, Omping and the others had already arrived. The 4 peak muscle refining realm warriors engaged to restrain the attacker, while the others, with lower strength, swiftly moved around, wielding concealed weapons, occasionally shooting towards the eyes of their target. The dozen or so individuals launching a surprise attack from the shadows left the Diamond Elder feeling constrained and extremely uncomfortable. This was the strategy they had deliberated upon from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the battle between the elusive Shadow and Huang Fu was exceedingly fierce. The Shadow was none other than Qin Feng. After merging the ghostly shadow technique with the evolving dragon technique, his speed surged to such an extent that it far surpassed the reaction time of Lu Fu and his companion. They found themselves being relentlessly pressed. desperately trying to protect their vital areas. Even when they occasionally attempted to fight back, they could not land a blow on Qin Feng. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Eru and Chun De watched the unfolding situation, their expressions shifting with alarm. Such formidable strength. When did Shui Xiantang produce such a figure? And why had they received no word of it? Qin Feng's ghostly claws relentlessly carved wounds into Huang Fu and his companion. After several exchanges, they were soaked in blood, their movements gradually slowing. With a feigned move, Qin Feng vanished, only to reappear with his claws slicing through Huang Fu's heel. A sharp pain surged into Huang Fu's mind, eliciting a pained grunt as his movements became distorted. A flash of ghostly light emerged, and blood gushed forth. Huang Fu clutched his neck, his complexion paling rapidly as his strength began to wane. Qin Feng swept past Huang Fu, launching an all-out assault on the other opponent. With one less adversary, Qin Feng felt even more at ease. Following a brief eruption of force, the second Diamond Elder also fell to Qin Feng's might. Ziwei and the members of Tao Huatang stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded. Not only them, even the other members of the Yinping team were taken aback. The disparity in strength was simply too great. In less than 30 exchanges, one had already been eliminated. The two Diamond Elders had not even survived 50 exchanges under Qin Feng's onslaught. Ignoring their astonishment, Qin Feng swiftly charged towards the Diamond Elder that Yinping and his team were besieging. At this moment, that Diamond Elder was clearly at a disadvantage. Yinping and his three companions attacked in unison, their coordination impeccable, yet they remained vigilant against any potential counterattacks that could leave them severely injured. Their strikes, while not particularly powerful, merely left superficial wounds on the Diamond Elder. Although they could not defeat him in the short term, their relentless assaults had left numerous scars on his body. As his injuries accumulated, the Diamond Elder's condition began to deteriorate. If given just another quarter of an hour, Yinping and his team would assuredly bring him down. The Diamond Elder caught a glimpse of Qin Feng charging towards him, and his expression changed drastically as he turned to his two comrades. The sight before him filled him with dread. Both had already collapsed in pools of blood. Summoning all his strength, he struck out forcefully to repel Yinping and the others, and then prepared to flee. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar technique. In an astonishing maneuver, his back twisted at an odd angle, and his foot pivoted sharply. By combining the evolving dragon technique with the ghostly shadows effects, his speed surged instantaneously, bringing him close to his opponent in the blink of an eye. His fingers morphed into claws, gliding across the adversary's neck. Bang! At that very moment, the Diamond Elder's foot landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, after which his body was propelled forward. However, mid-flight, he began to lose control. He barely soared 10 paces before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching slightly. Upon closer inspection, 3 deep claw marks marred his neck. The wounds so severe that they accounted for a third of his throat, blood pouring forth without restraint. The battle had concluded. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers, with only Yinping's team voicing their jubilation. In stark contrast, the expressions of those from Ziwei Tang and Tao Huatang were grim. At this point, their involvement was rendered moot, for all the spoils were now the possession of Qin Feng and his allies. After spending over 10 days on the journey and waiting, they returned empty-handed, their spirits inevitably dampened. Moreover, the emergence of such a figure as the Shadow from Shui Xiantang was hardly good news for them. Qin Feng instructed Yinping's team to gather the spoils. Turning to Lu Eru and the others, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What are you still doing here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Eru and Chunda wore expressions of indignation, yet dared not act out, ultimately muttering through gritted teeth, "Humph, we are leaving." Chapter 141, The Perfect Grade of Forged Iron Armor. The members of Ziwei Tang and Tao Huatang withdrew. Yinping approached Qin Feng, his demeanor now tinged with respect. Those who possess strength naturally earn the admiration of others. He held a large box, its lid already opened, revealing a neat array of secret elixirs within. "Shadow, how shall we handle these?" Yinping inquired, looking at Qin Feng. They had contributed little to the effort. It was entirely Qin Feng's prowess that had secured their success. Thus, any arrangement depended on Qin Feng's discretion. Qin Feng did not respond immediately, instead reaching into the box to extract a single elixir, peeling away the wrapping. A pill adorned with intricate patterns came into view. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the 9-turn golden pill he had consumed previously, albeit significantly smaller, measuring only a third of its size. This was the 3-turn golden pill transported by the 3 Diamond Elders. In this wooden box, there lay 100 of them. Qin Feng glanced at a figure behind Yinping, who was cradling 4 similar boxes. 500 3-turn golden pills. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng declared, "I shall take 2 boxes. The rest, you may divide among yourselves." Yinping was taken aback by this statement. "Isn't that rather excessive?" he remarked. not out of disdain for Qin Feng's acquisition, but rather concerned that it was too little. He did not wish to take advantage of Qin Feng and suggested, "How about this? You take 3 boxes, and we will handle the rest." Prior to Qin Feng's arrival, they had prepared for injuries or even casualties, yet now, everyone emerged unscathed after completing the task. Given that they had hardly exerted themselves, it felt unjust to divide so much amongst them. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That's settled then." Xian had already informed him of her intention to appoint him as the new leader, meaning Ping and the others were soon to become his subordinates. Having subordinates of considerable strength would serve him well, though Ping and his companions were yet unaware of this. "Thank you." Ping hesitated, stealing a glance at Qin Feng, his expression wavering before he asked, "Has Lord Xian broken through to the bone-forging realm? It seems she will soon ascend to the position of guardian." Xian's breakthrough had been quite evident, and thus they were all aware. Though Ping's voice was soft, the surrounding individuals fell silent, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Qin Feng. Before witnessing Qin Feng's strength, they had harbored a glimmer of hope for their leader. After all, among Xian Tang, the most powerful were the 3 leaders whose strengths were closely matched, and any of them could potentially become the new leader. Yet hope was mingled with trepidation, for if one of them were to assume the position of leader, Xian Tang would likely face a difficult period ahead. After all, within the 8 halls, there are no shortage of unsavory affairs. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be unwise to have the guardian, Xian, step forward. Thus, they harbored both an anticipation of imminent promotion and a conflicting concern about whether they could maintain control should such a promotion occur. The underlying logic of Wamanlu is grounded in the principle of strength, as long as one's might is formidable enough. Both the leaders and their subordinates dare to confront the hall masters of rival factions. During Xian's tenure as hall master, there was an instance where a leader brazenly clashed verbally with a hall master over a certain matter, only to be met with fury and retribution from the latter. Upon learning of this, Xian swiftly confronted the hall master and inflicted such a beating that it left the adversary bedridden for 6 months. Ever since that incident, all leaders of Xian's hall have exuded an air of unyielding confidence, engaging directly with other hall masters without a hint of trepidation, for they knew they had Xian's unwavering support behind them. However, should Xian ascend to the position of guardian, they would undoubtedly fall short of her level. The notion of exerting dominance as hall masters would be entirely out of reach. Now, witnessing Qin Feng's prowess, they found themselves filled with speculation. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, eager to glean any insights from him. Meeting their gaze, Qin Feng, unaware of their past, did not deny their curiosity. He merely nodded and stated, "Xian has informed me that I will be succeeding her as the next hall master." The crowd momentarily paused before their faces brightened with joy, collectively exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Shadow. You need not concern yourselves. I have my own matters to attend to. Continue as you have in the past." As for how Xian privately instructed them, that was their own affair, and Qin Feng had no desire to intervene. A resounding agreement echoed in response, and then Ping began distributing the 3rd transformation golden pills. Each of the 4, including Ping himself, received 35 pills, totaling 140. The others were allotted 10 each, amounting to 160. Joy illuminated every face, and there were no grievances regarding this distribution method. The stronger individuals bore heavier responsibilities, thus naturally reaping greater rewards, a notion deeply ingrained in their minds. Moreover, the value of the 3rd transformation golden pill was not to be underestimated. 1 pill could be exchanged for a dozen exquisite secret medicines, though they would not be able to acquire such high-quality remedies. Within Wamanlu, they could at most exchange for advanced secret medicines, with 1/3 transformation golden pill capable of procuring 40 such advanced elixirs. The immense worth of this batch of goods was evident. Otherwise, the sect of all beings would not have dispatched 3 fully realized diamond venerables to escort them personally. When assessed in terms of secret medicines, the concept may seem abstract, but if converted into silver, the internal price of a high-level secret medicine from the refining muscle realm is 800 taels. Thus, 500 pills would equate to 400,000 taels. On the black market, this figure could soar to 800,000 taels. A typical noble family in the southern region earns around 3 million taels annually, which represents nearly 30% of their profits. After completing their tasks, everyone returned to report back. Qin Feng, clutching his 3rd transformation golden pills, began his cultivation. He possessed a defensive technique of the yellow tier, known as the 100 Refinements Iron Garment. However, before he commenced his training, he first pushed the 100 Refinements Iron Garment to perfection. Perhaps due to the inherently low tier of the technique, by the end of his training, the 100 Refinements Iron Garment remained at the yellow tier and did not ascend to the mysterious tier. It took him a full half-month to exhaust all the third transformation golden pills. At this juncture, his physique glimmered with a metallic sheen, and he had finally achieved the peak of the refining muscle realm. Of course, it was merely a tenuous breakthrough. Nonetheless, at this level, within the refining muscle realm, Qin Feng was akin to possessing an immortal body. Even with the defensive technique of the yellow tier, the enhancements provided by reaching perfection were sufficient to withstand all attacks below the bone refinement realm. Chapter 142, The Duel with Feng Yan. However, Qin Feng was not content. The 100 refinements iron garment remained at the yellow tier and could still be improved. After bidding farewell to Shui Xian, he returned to the martial arts hall. As the end of the month approached, he needed to prepare for the upcoming competition and the academic credits awarded based on rankings. On the day of the grand competition, as expected, he was to face off again against his old rival, Feng Yan. Standing on the martial arts platform, Feng Yan wore an expression tinged with confidence. Her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng, determined to secure victory this time. Throughout this period, Feng Yan had demonstrated exceptional prowess in the martial arts competitions, garnering the attention of the Feng family's higher-ups. The Feng family had expended considerable resources, continuously supplying her with various cultivation elixirs, eagerly anticipating her rapid advancement to break into the top 10. In previous years, while the Feng family would still offer Feng Yan some support, it was never to such an overwhelming extent. This was largely due to the events involving the sect of all beings, which necessitated the Feng family to reaffirm their dominant position. Consequently, the resources allocated to Feng Yan this time were of an exceptional caliber. This situation had also stirred discontent within Feng Xian, as the increased support for Feng Yan would inevitably affect the backing he received. Nevertheless, times had changed. Due to the circumstances surrounding the sect of all beings, the Feng family required the cooperation of other noble families, particularly the likes of the Gua and Shi clans. Thus, the Feng family felt compelled to display their strength. Having two young talents from the Feng family in the top 10 would wield considerable influence, indicating that as long as the Feng family persisted, they would possess two exceptionally powerful figures capable of maintaining their absolute dominance in the southern region for the next 50 years. No one doubted that the sect of all beings could topple the Feng family. Centuries-old noble families possess a depth of resources that no emerging force like the sect of all beings could easily dismantle. With the Feng family poised for succession, other noble families would undoubtedly reconsider their stance towards them. Hence, the higher-ups resolved to provide unwavering support for Feng Yan. Even if Feng Xian was the foremost among the younger generation, his dissatisfaction could not alter the course. With the full backing of the Feng family, Feng Yan's strength had surged forward in leaps and bounds during this period. She could sense that the gap in strength between herself and Qin Feng was narrowing. Yet, as she faced Qin Feng, he remained remarkably composed, devoid of any sign of tension, for he had grown accustomed to it. Nearly a year had passed since he entered the martial arts hall, and aside from the months spent hunting the wolf gang, it had been Feng Yan challenging him at the end of each month without any change in opponents. This was also the reason he had conveyed to Shui Xian for his inability to break free. Gradually, Qin Feng came to understand that among the top 10, he was the only commoner martial artist, while the others hailed from illustrious families. With their families backing them, their speed of advancement was undoubtedly steadier. Thus, for those aspiring to break into the top 10, their primary target was inevitably Qin Feng. This was understandable in their eyes. Even if a commoner martial artist possessed exceptional talent, the overwhelming disparity in cultivation resources over time would inevitably result in their progress lagging behind that of others. Moreover, Qin Feng found himself at the bottom of the top 10 rankings, at least superficially. However, he was quite intrigued by how Feng Yan managed to persuade the other students not to challenge him. Chapter 143, Qin Feng's Victory. In such a situation, if Qin Feng were to apply to challenge someone ranked higher, thereby elevating his own position, Feng Yan would surely recognize his true strength and cease her focus on him. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Qin Feng chose not to pursue this course of action. Firstly, for the same reason as before. As long as he was not among the top 3, he would not gain any substantial benefits, and there was also the potential for unnecessary complications. Secondly, concerning Hua Manlu and the Shui Xian Tang, should they have any new plans for him, he could use this as an excuse to deflect their intentions. Just as last time, when Shui Xian wanted Qin Feng to undertake a mission in the territory of the Common People's sect. Upon hearing that he could not be absent for long due to his ranking, Shui Xian indeed abandoned her original plan. It cannot be denied that Qin Feng was playing a clever game. Everything he did now was to ensure his entry into the branch, and he would not permit any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Thus, no matter how much the instructor deceived him, he endured. He yearned to acquire a land-grade martial art. Once he obtained it, his strength would increase at a much faster pace. Relying solely on the system's enhancement was far too slow. The friends of Feng Yin in the audience began to cheer enthusiastically. The duel commenced, and Feng Yin launched a torrential assault right from the start, employing a particularly intricate palm technique. This technique was remarkable, incorporating elements of force accumulation. The longer the battle continued, the stronger Feng Yin's palm power became, until it reached the limits of what her physique could withstand. For a martial artist at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm, the maximum intensity their body could endure was often more than 10 times their inherent strength. This posed a considerable challenge for any average opponent. Qin Feng remained composed in his response. After several dozen exchanges, feeling the intensity of Feng Yin's attacks, Qin Feng could not help but feel some pressure. It was not that he could not match her. Thus far, he had not fought with his full strength against Feng Yin. What troubled him was the rapid growth of her power. Realizing he could no longer delay, Qin Feng abruptly accelerated his speed. A glimmer flickered in Feng Yin's eyes. The two figures came to an abrupt halt. Feng Yin's hair swayed slightly as she stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. He had his hand poised at her throat, and with a mere thought, he could have easily taken her life. Feng Yin gazed at Qin Feng, bewildered as to why she had lost. She recalled watching the matches among the top 10. Their intensity had never approached this level. The challenges among the top 10 were primarily for prestige. After all, the distinction between 4th and 9th place sounded vastly different. Feng Yin believed that, given her strength, even if she could not defeat Qin Feng, it should have been a contest of equals, culminating in a fierce battle. However, Qin Feng's sudden outburst had rendered her almost instantly defeated. The outcome was glaringly evident. The judge furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Qin Feng. As a martial artist in the bone-forging realm, he too sensed that the strength Qin Feng had unleashed in that moment did not align with the capabilities of a 10th-place contender. Yet, he chose not to reveal this. Instead, announcing loudly, "Qin Feng wins." Qin Feng withdrew his hand and turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark: "Next time, choose a different opponent." Feng Yin had already grown remarkably strong. It could be said that aside from the top 3, she could contend evenly with anyone else. Chapter 144, Ascending to Hall Master. Given her rate of growth, it was entirely possible she could stabilize her position at 4th place in due time. It seemed the Feng family was exerting influence behind the scenes, though the extent of this influence was somewhat unexpected for Qin Feng. He would wait until next month. If Feng Yin stubbornly challenged him again, he would have no choice but to elevate his ranking. Days later, at the beginning of the month, the academic credits for the competition rankings were once again distributed. Qin Feng promptly entered the martial pavilion. He casually selected 5 yellow-grade defensive martial arts techniques and exchanged his credits for a sufficient supply of cultivation elixirs before returning to his residence. Although the martial pavilion did not offer any profound-grade techniques, Qin Feng could purchase yellow-grade techniques with his credits, enhance them to perfection, and then use the system in his mind to elevate the 100 Refinements Iron Garment to the profound-grade level. The only cost he incurred was for ordinary and living elixirs. Aside from his personal comprehension, defensive martial arts have always been characterized by their high resource consumption. Had it not been for the support of those 200 third transformation golden elixirs, Qin Feng would have been reluctant to pursue it. After spending several days, Qin Feng elevated all 5 defensive techniques to perfection. Subsequently, the familiar situation arose once more, and Qin Feng opted for the 100 Refinements Iron Garment. At last, he succeeded in upgrading it to the profound grade level. The attributes of the 100 Refinements Iron Garment began to shift, and a new technique emerged: Iron Cloth Shirt. Technique: perfect level, profound grade. Upon seeing this familiar name, Qin Feng's expression froze momentarily. Half a month later, news arrived from Shui Xian that she had officially assumed the position of the 5th protector of Huamanlu. While Qin Feng was appointed as the Hall Master of Shui Xiantang, he then visited a stronghold of Shui Xiantang, meeting with 3 leaders and their subordinates to address some trivial matters. Perhaps they had received Shui Xian's covert instructions, as many of the matters requiring coordination were not brought up. And Ping glanced at the other 2 leaders, his expression somewhat hesitant, yet he stepped forward and spoke up. "Lord Shadow, should we consider changing the hall title?" Qin Feng, puzzled, inquired. "Change the hall title? Why would we do that?" According to tradition, each new hall master has the privilege to rename the hall to their own code name, although it must relate to flowers, and Ping explained. The hall title of Shui Xiantang originated in this manner. However, Qin Feng's codename was Shadow, implying that if he wished to change the hall title, he would first need to alter his codename. This was a declaration of sovereignty. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Let us continue using the Shui Xian title." This was acceptable. Since the leadership showed no objections, they naturally felt it inappropriate to press further. "Unless there is something urgent, you need not seek me out. Make your own decisions." One could surmise that Shui Xian had already conferred with them. and Ping and the others exchanged glances, then cautiously regarded Qin Feng. Having been turned into puppets, one might expect Qin Feng to be indignant. Why was he so forthright about it? To them, being the Hall Master of Huamanlu was no ordinary achievement. The status of Huamanlu and that of Shui Xiantang were nearly synonymous with the foremost power in the southern martial world. As a Hall Master among the 8 halls, the authority was substantial. It could be said that this was the pinnacle for civilian martial artists. A person in such a high position would typically exude an aura of confidence. Yet, in Qin Feng's case, he seemed to want everyone to be aware of it. Chapter 145, An Incident at the Water Narcissus Hall. Though the thoughts of Qin Feng remained a mystery, and Ping and the others dared not inquire further. The group exchanged a few more trivialities before Qin Feng pointed towards the middle-aged man who had been standing quietly to the side and spoke. In the future, should there be any urgent matters, you may reach out to me through Lu San. He will convey the information to me. Understood, and Ping and the others replied. Bowing respectfully, Lu San was the superior of the individual who had previously sought Qin Feng at the martial arts hall. This man was considered a trusted confidant of the Water Narcissus, responsible for intelligence gathering. Presently, the only individuals privy to Qin Feng's specific circumstances were Water Narcissus, Lu San, and Lu San's subordinate, Chun Ernyo. Qin Feng had already engaged in a private conversation with Lu San. Subsequently, he rose and departed from the hall. Fortunately, despite merely holding the title of Hall Master, the supply of secret medicinal herbs had not diminished in the slightest. Previously, he received 30 portions of high-grade elixirs. But upon his promotion to Hall Master, the monthly supply surged to 200 portions. Moving forward, although Qin Feng would appear to be the person in charge of the Water Narcissus Hall, all decisions and actions were orchestrated by Water Narcissus behind the scenes. Qin Feng immersed himself in his cultivation within the martial arts hall, indifferent to the affairs of Water Narcissus. Time flew by rapidly. Another month had passed. In a certain area of the martial arts hall, the sound of footsteps echoed. Teacher Guo lifted his gaze, and upon seeing the newcomer, a smile naturally graced his face. Ah, the young lady of the Feng family, you have returned. Indeed, Uncle Guo, Feng Yin replied politely, her voice sweet. Their dialogue clearly indicated a relationship beyond mere acquaintances. In truth, Feng Yin shared a close bloodline with the Guo family. Her mother belonged to the Guo clan, specifically to the same lineage as Teacher Guo. Marriages between prominent families were commonplace, and inter-family unions were frequent. During the New Year festivities, Feng Yin would accompany her mother back to the Guo residence for familial visits. Thus their familiarity was well established. Later, as Feng Yin showcased her formidable martial talent, their attention towards her intensified. Occasionally, the Guo family would bestow training resources upon her. After centuries of lineage, the relationships among noble families had become intricate. On one hand, they secretly competed with one another. On the other, they forged alliances through marriage. Young talents like Feng Yin, if nurtured well, could wield significant influence within the Feng family in the future. Her inherent affinity towards the Guo family would naturally lead her to consider their interests favorably in matters involving shared benefits. This is human nature, an unavoidable aspect of existence. Consequently, the Guo family maintained a certain level of regard for Feng Yin. Is it still the 10th rank Qin Feng? Teacher Guo inquired. Though his hand was already moving across the paper, Feng Yin had faced repeated defeats at the hands of Qin Feng, a scenario that Teacher Guo had grown accustomed to. After all, the 10th rank was typically regarded as the weakest. Teacher Guo had never witnessed Feng Yin's matches firsthand. Had he done so, he would have discerned the concealed prowess of Qin Feng. While writing, he comforted her. Do not lose heart, young lady Feng. Victory and defeat are but the nature of combat. Uncle Guo, Feng Yin hesitated, recalling Qin Feng's words from their last match, before she spoke again. I wish to challenge the 9th rank. Teacher Guo pondered briefly before conceding. Very well, proceed as you see fit. He then casually struck through the previous entry and filled in the challenge request anew. Ordinarily, such an act would be against the rules. Yet as the one responsible for handling challenge applications, it posed no difficulty for him. Should anyone question it, he would merely claim it was an inadvertent error in filling out the form. Who could find fault with him? By the end of the month, the challenge applications were disseminated. Once again, as the competition approached, Feng Yin faced her opponent with unwavering determination. This time, she surged forth like a tempest, dominating the match and forcing her adversary into a defensive posture. Any attempts at counterattack were effortlessly neutralized by Feng Yin. In merely 20 exchanges, she struck her opponent's braced arms with a force that had accumulated significantly over time. Bang! The opponent was propelled from the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. Feng Yin emerged victorious. She had successfully entered the top 10. Initially stunned, her face soon radiated joy. She had finally achieved her goal. It would be disingenuous to claim she had felt no pressure during this period. The continuous support from both the Feng and Guo families was substantial, yet her repeated failures had weighed heavily upon her. Furthermore, her mother frequently sent inquiries, leaving Feng Yin at a loss for words. A loss was a loss, and she had no justification for it. Despite her earnest efforts, she had been unable to break into the top 10, prompting her to question her own abilities. Little did she expect that merely attaining the 9th rank would fulfill her aspirations. With a radiant smile, she thought of Qin Feng, though her expression dimmed slightly. This past month had marked the first time Qin Feng found himself with ample leisure. No challengers had come forth, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Just as he believed this tranquility would persist, Chen Erniu approached him. In a nearby grove adjacent to the martial arts hall, the two stood facing each other. "What brings you here?" Chen Erniu bowed respectfully. "Sir, there are troubles arising from Lu Feng's team." Lu Feng was one of the 3 leaders. "What is the situation? Please elaborate." Chen Erniu relayed the information he had gathered. As he spoke, Qin Feng gradually grasped the unfolding events. During this period, Huaman Lu had not only been active against the common people as sect, but had also directed attention towards the Shura sect. Previously, it was Water Narcissus who had overseen matters concerning the Shura sect. Although she had since been promoted to protector, she still maintained responsibility for the Shura operations. While executing a mission, Lu Feng's team had encountered a squabble with individuals from the Peony Hall and another faction over trivial matters. Initially, it was a mundane incident. However, the master of the Peony Hall happened to be nearby. During their exchange, Lu Feng, adhering to customary behavior, spoke without restraint. Enraged, the master of the Peony Hall resorted to violence, injuring Lu Feng and his team. Following this, Lu Feng had promptly sent word. In truth, Lu Feng felt a tinge of regret afterward. A simple concession could have averted the conflict. Why had he chosen to confront the other party? The newly appointed master of the Peony Hall had only recently assumed the position, and although they had executed tasks together, Lu Feng still did not fully understand his temperament. Given that the new master was willing to act as a puppet, it seemed unlikely that Qin Feng could assert himself forcefully. Should he choose to appease the situation, it would be Lu Feng who bore the brunt of the consequences. Chapter 146. Qin Feng takes action. Previously, Qin Feng had participated in missions alongside them. At that time, Lu Feng and his team had merely perceived Qin Feng as possessing commendable strength, but they were uncertain about his approach to handling matters. This matter, of course, is well known to Shui Xian, for Lu Feng promptly dispatched someone to inform her. However, as the protector, her duty is to oversee the entire situation, which precludes her from intervening directly. Thus, she could only send another to notify Qin Feng, entrusting him with the resolution of the matter. Upon receiving the news, Chen Erniu immediately conveyed it to Qin Feng. "Where is it?" he inquired. "At Gushan City. It will take approximately 10 days to reach from here." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Understood, I shall handle this matter myself." 5 days later, Qin Feng arrived at Gushan City. Finding horseback travel too slow, he opted to utilize his lightness skill, the Liumeng Baijue, to hasten his journey. He first sought out Lu Feng and the others. "I have come to pay my respects, my lord." Observing the condition of Lu Feng's team, Qin Feng could not help but narrow his eyes. Each of them bore bruises, and Lu Feng lay bedridden, unable to rise. One of his feet was wrapped in white gauze, which, although treated, was still seeping with blood. Unable to leave his bed, Lu Feng propped himself up to sit, clasping his hands in greeting. Under Qin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, the others instinctively lowered their heads, uncertain of his temperament and hesitant to speak freely. Though Shui Xian was the true leader of the Shui Xian Hall, Qin Feng, as the public hall master, possessed the authority to impose punishment if he so desired. Even should he choose to eliminate them, no one would contest his actions. Seeing their despondent demeanor, Qin Feng spoke coldly. "Look at your disgraceful state." The others assumed he was displeased with the trouble they had caused and immediately bowed their heads even lower. Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. "Where is the master of the Peony Hall? Lead the way. Lu Tong, you shall go." Lu Feng instructed a young man beside him. "Yes, you all shall accompany him." Qin Feng gestured towards Lu Feng, stating, "He cannot walk. You shall carry him." The group exchanged glances, yet with reluctant expressions, they acquiesced, understood. At the Peony Hall stronghold in Gushan City, a procession of over 20 individuals approached. Impossible to overlook by the Peony Hall members. The master of the Peony Hall had long been on high alert, standing with arms crossed, awaiting their arrival. What transpired? Qin Feng inquired first. The Peony Hall master assumed he was asking about Lu Feng and his companions, thus recounting the events between Lu Feng and the Peony Hall's leader. The halls had been cooperating, and Lu Feng's team had been pursuing several hidden agents of the Shura sect when they inadvertently trespassed into an area overseen by a Peony Hall leader. Naturally, in the face of a common enemy, they united against the Shura sect. The Peony Hall leader had taken his team to assist Lu Feng in the ambush. Crucially, after the skirmish, the hidden agents were successfully captured, and Lu Feng intended to bring them back to Shui Xian Hall for interrogation, as they held significant information about lower-tier agents. If their secrets could be extracted, the merit would be considerable. Lu Feng, however, offered no words of gratitude and sought only to take his captives away. The Peony Hall leader felt that since both parties had participated in the pursuit, they deserved a share of the credit. Even if they could not claim a substantial portion, a token acknowledgement was acceptable given their efforts. Thus, he proposed that one of Lu Feng's team accompany them to partake in the interrogation. Should any clues arise, both teams could act in concert. Yet, Lu Feng was unwilling to share the spoils of victory. This disagreement escalated into a confrontation, during which Lu Feng, unable to restrain himself, struck the opposing leader, inflicting injury. Both were leaders emerging from the ranks of the Huaman Lu seeds, and Lu Feng had consistently held the upper hand. After becoming a leader and receiving support from Shui Xian, he often exerted pressure on the opposing leader, who had grown accustomed to yielding. Listening quietly to the Peony Hall master's account, Qin Feng turned to Lu Feng and the others, noting their bowed heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. It was evident they had embellished their report. To be precise, it was indeed Lu Feng and his team who had violated protocol by demanding assistance without offering any reward. No one would willingly accept such treatment. Your Shui Xian Hall is truly tyrannical, the Peony Hall master mocked. Yet, Qin Feng raised a hand, halting the Peony Hall master's words, and stated calmly, "I did not come here to hear that." The attendees were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards Qin Feng, including Lu Feng and his group, who were equally stunned. "What do you mean by that?" The master of the Ziwei Hall asked with a displeased expression. "You have struck a member of my Shui Xian Hall. Do you have anything to say?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Ziwei Hall master was momentarily at a loss for words. After several breaths, he still could not devise a response. However, Qin Feng nodded lightly, saying, "It appears you have nothing to say after all. Arrange the affairs of your hall promptly, otherwise, your grievous wounds will leave the Peony Hall in disarray." Arrogant. The Peony Hall master laughed in anger. In an instant, Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before him. Ghostly grasp. "You have some audacity." The Peony Hall master shouted furiously. Countless afterimages appeared between them as a clawed hand emerged from an unknown source, seizing the Peony Hall master's arm, twisting and squeezing. Crack! Crack! Ah! The excruciating pain forced a scream from the Peony Hall master. Yet, it did not end there. Ghostly light flickered around his limbs. His agonized cries resonated throughout the stronghold. Thud! The Peony Hall master collapsed weakly to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes glazing over. At that moment, his limbs twisted and contorted, joints crushed under the grip. The entire ordeal, from Qin Feng's strike to its conclusion, transpired in mere moments, leaving the onlookers utterly unprepared for the Peony Hall master's swift demise. "Shadow, you possess great audacity." A voice thundered. A figure dashed out from within a nearby building, landing close to Qin Feng. "How dare you lay such violent hands upon a colleague? Do you not fear the retribution of the Protector?" Qin Feng regarded the individual coldly, inquiring, "And who might you be?" "I am the master of the Ziwei Hall," the figure replied icily. He had never anticipated that the Peony Hall master would fall without a single exchange against Qin Feng. Indeed, everything had been orchestrated in the shadows. When Qin Feng ascended to Hall Master, Lu Erhu, one of his subordinates, had informed him about Qin Feng. However, at that time, the three Vajra of the Congregation of All Beings had been defeated instantaneously, leaving no clear indication of Qin Feng's true strength, only that he was on par with them. It was certain that Qin Feng was at least as formidable as they were. Chapter 147, 3-year term completed. The disparity among the ranks of the perfected muscle refinement realm is substantial. Hence, the 8 Hall Masters of Huaman Lu are categorized into 3 levels based on their strength. The likes of the Ziwei Hall Master and the Peony Hall Master belong to the 2nd tier, while the Vajra of the Congregation of All Beings rank only as the 3rd tier among these 8 Hall Masters. If the Master of Ziwei were to take the lead, he could certainly achieve the same level as Qin Feng. As for the first rank, it is held by the most formidable individual, the former Narcissus. She stands alone, her strength eclipsing that of the other masters, allowing her to dominate the ranks with an air of superiority. Thus, despite lacking the backing of a guardian, Narcissus remains exceptionally powerful, keeping the other 7 masters firmly beneath her heel. However, with Narcissus's ascension to guardian, the imposing mountain that loomed over them has shifted. Their minds inevitably began to stir with possibilities. Consequently, they harbored various thoughts regarding the newly appointed Qin Feng. Testing his resolve was a certainty, as they had long been seeking an opportunity. It can be said that the people of Narcissus Hall, accustomed to their dominance, were quick to seize this chance. Hence, the Master of ZY incited the Master of Peony to strike and injure Lu Feng, curious to observe Qin Feng's reaction. Moreover, they believed themselves to be in the right. The Master of ZY had originally intended for the Master of Peony to gauge the opponent's depth. If Qin Feng desired to pacify matters, it would be ideal. In that case, the Narcissus Hall members could manipulate them at will. If the disparity in strength between the two were negligible, he could intervene, ensuring that the situation remained under his control. Yet, he did not anticipate Qin Feng's prowess to be so exceptional, a level that distinctly set him apart from others, placing him within the ranks of the first tier. This realization left him deeply unsettled. Just as one Narcissus departed, another shadow emerged. Did this not imply that the 7 halls would perpetually be overshadowed by the Narcissus Hall? Qin Feng remained unfazed. If accountability were to be demanded, so be it. Had they not been fellow members of Warlord, today would have marked his end. With that declaration, Qin Feng turned to leave. The Master of ZY's expression darkened, frustration boiling within as he barked, "Stop! You have severely injured the Master of Peony and intend to leave just like that?" At this, Qin Feng halted, glancing back at him, and after a brief pause, inquired, "What? Do you wish to confront me as well? Can you even restrain me?" The Master of ZY, finger pointed at Qin Feng, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment had passed, he still could not articulate a coherent response. The atmosphere grew awkward as he faced the daunting prospect of being held accountable by the Guardian, yet lacked the strength to retaliate. "If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. Should the Guardian seek to hold me accountable, we can address that later. Moreover, allow me to offer a word of advice. In future conflicts between heads, should any master dare to intervene, I will deal with them personally." Qin Feng declared with an air of authority, igniting a fire within Lu Feng and the others who could hardly contain their excitement, longing to cheer in approval. Qin Feng seemed to have an epiphany, directing his gaze towards Lu Feng and the others. "Oh, by the way, if any of you are bullied by others, it is simply a consequence of your inadequacy. Do not think to seek me for assistance. Relay this message to the other 2 heads." Subsequently, Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the Master of ZY, insinuating, "However, should any master dare to lay hands on you, inform me of their whereabouts, and I shall personally pay them a visit. If they injure you, I will ensure they suffer a far worse fate." Lu Feng and the others exchanged glances, their faces flushed with excitement as they echoed in unison, "Damn it," watching as Qin Feng strode away with confidence. The Master of ZY seethed with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. He promptly organized for the Master of Peony's subordinates to carry her away and hastily summoned a physician for her treatment. Once the situation was resolved, Qin Feng returned to the training hall to continue his cultivation. The news of the shadow from Narcissus Hall spread swiftly throughout Warlord, invigorating its members. Upon receiving the tidings, Narcissus could not contain her laughter, realizing she had indeed chosen wisely. Qin Feng was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a remarkably aggressive demeanor. Were she in his position, she might have engaged in verbal sparring, but Qin Feng had taken direct action, delivering such bold declarations that resonated deeply with her. Naturally, Narcissus was not idle. She single-handedly bore the pressure from the other guardians. While it was inappropriate for her to involve herself in the matters of the lower halls, the burden at the Guardian level was certainly hers to shoulder. Meanwhile, the undercurrents within Warlord continued to swirl, but Qin Feng paid them no heed, allowing events to unfold as they would. With Qin Feng's recent exploits, any master contemplating an attack on Narcissus Hall would have to think twice. Warlord had reverted to the status quo established during Narcissus's reign, exhibiting no signs of change. Qin Feng, meanwhile, persisted in his training at the training hall. Time flew, and the 3-year assessment period at the training hall had come to an end. With the aid of the secret elixirs provided, all 15 major tendons had been successfully refined. The difficulty of refinement was not a constant. As the number of tendons increased, so too did the challenges associated with their refinement. At his current efficiency, Qin Feng could refine a single tendon at a rate comparable to that of 5 previously. Now, he stood at the final stage of bone refinement, and upon completing this last step, he would ascend to the rank of a bone-refining martial artist. This process, however, required a significant investment of time and an abundance of secret elixirs. Even with the resources available at the training hall, the refinement progress remained painstakingly slow. Estimating the timeline, Qin Feng concluded that at this rate, achieving bone refining status would take at least another 3 years, this being the speed of the 10th place during the grand competition. Despite having maximized all his training conditions, he was still hindered by the scarcity of cultivation resources. Thus, he pondered the plight of the common folk. The lack of training resources stood as the greatest barrier before all civilian martial artists. Consequently, throughout the southern region of the Great Chu, countless martial artists had mastered the refining tendon stage, yet only a scant few could elevate themselves to bone refining status. They were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional martial talent. Yet even so, breaking through to bone refining would require them to linger in the perfected refining tendon stage for over a decade. One can only imagine the slower progress of ordinary civilian martial artists. This reality also served as a means of control wielded by the Great Chu dynasty and many prominent families over the lower class. Bone refining represented a watershed moment. By controlling the circulation of bone refining elixirs, they could effectively dominate the civilian populace, ensuring that no one could incite any upheaval. To take it a step further, even if one were to reach bone refining, what of it? Without the appropriate elixirs to assist, the lower-class civilians would remain confined to the bone refining level for their entire lives. Chapter 148. The situation. In the final year, the top three, including Feng Xian, gradually broke through to bone refining, distancing themselves from the other students entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Feng maintained his position in 10th place. Since the incident with Feng Yan, although subsequent students attempted to challenge him, each was met with failure. This phenomenon drew the attention of many, prompting members of various families to seek his favor, and even instructors approached him privately. Without exception, they presented a plethora of enticing offers, attempting to win him over. However, despite their attempts at persuasion, their condescending attitudes rendered him unwilling to acquiesce, and he politely declined them all. As for Leng Qi, although their communication had ceased entirely, it was evident that he was experiencing a similar situation to Qin Feng. However, it is certain that Qin Feng would not agree with Leng Qi, even without Qin Feng's prior instructions. Given Leng Qi's temperament, he would never choose to serve the aristocratic families. After Feng Yan entered the top 10, she began to challenge those ahead of her, ultimately elevating her rank to 5th. Qin Feng observed her subsequent matches and realized that in a rematch, defeating her would require considerable effort. The gap in their strengths had significantly narrowed. With a silent sigh, Qin Feng contemplated that had he emerged from an aristocratic family, his path might have been considerably smoother, without the need to strive for everything himself. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. The efforts of many generations, even spanning over a dozen, could not be easily surpassed by a single individual. He merely hoped that upon entering the branch academy, he would find more avenues to acquire secret medicines. Otherwise, his strength would gradually lag behind. The singular opportunity to earn credits and secret medicines through the grand competition was simply too limited. The announcement of the branch academy slots was made without any dramatic surprises, and Qin Feng secured a place. Leng Qi also succeeded, ultimately ranking 15th, a commendable achievement. However, they would have to wait a little longer, as while the top 100 automatically received branch academy placements, those beyond the 100th rank would need to compete in a match to contest the remaining 100 slots. Only after the competition concluded would they proceed to the branch academy together. The location of the branch academy was not far from where they were, merely a few days' journey. The matches would take several days, but Qin Feng had little interest in them. He found a moment to visit the base of the Water Immortal Hall and gave instructions to Chen Ernyo. Chen Ernyo, you will transfer to a base near the Dragon Gate Branch Academy and maintain contact with me. Make arrangements for the matters below. Yes, my lord. Chen Ernyo responded with utmost respect, his head bowed. Although Qin Feng's presence in the Water Immortal Hall was minimal, he dared not show any negligence. Having discreetly inquired about Qin Feng's performance in the martial arts hall, he was astonished to learn that this new hall master had entered the top 10 in the grand competition. Working in intelligence, he had a fair understanding of the martial arts hall's dynamics. The prestige of the top 10 was immeasurable, achieving such a level at such a young age. When he eventually broke through to the bone forging realm, his status among the protectors of Huaman Tower would undoubtedly be significant, perhaps even surpassing that of the Water Immortal. When the Water Immortal broke through to the bone forging realm, he was already in his 30s, having set a record for Huaman Tower. In contrast, Qin Feng was merely 21. Historically, individuals remained in the muscle refining realm for no more than 8 years, and with 9 years left for Qin Feng, Chen Ernyo was confident that he would once again shatter records. At that time, Qin Feng's reputation would be unparalleled. Qin Feng picked up the teacup on the table, taking a gentle sip before speaking. What is the current situation in the southern region? Please elaborate. He had previously instructed Chen Ernyo to gather intelligence from the south, planning to check in periodically. The situation in the south was exceedingly chaotic. Earlier, the Feng family had allied with numerous aristocratic families to launch a siege against the cult of all beings, resulting in brutal warfare. Both sides suffered heavy losses, with significant casualties on all fronts. Yet, the Feng family remained unable to subdue the cult of all beings. Recently, the cult had captured 2 more cities. Moreover, the aristocratic families had begun to resist the Feng family's summons. While they were willing to provide funds and secret medicines, sending personnel was out of the question. Are they still selling secret medicines to the cult of all beings? Yes, they are. Although we have made several attempts to intercept them, The cult of all beings has numerous routes for transporting secret medicines, and our efforts have been in vain. Qin Feng responded with a soft acknowledgement. Very well, I understand. You may go. Yes. Previously, Qin Feng had intercepted a batch of third-tier golden pills from the cult of all beings alongside Ping and others. Those capable of supplying such quantities of secret medicines had to be from aristocratic families. Thus, Huaman Tower had been investigating who was supplying the cult with such vast amounts of secret medicines. After extensive inquiries, it was discovered that nearly 90% of the aristocratic families were involved, including factions within the Feng family itself. The cult of all beings offered exorbitant prices, exceeding 5 times the original cost. No aristocratic family could resist such temptation, as the trade of secret medicines was their primary source of income. A profit margin of 4 times was enough to compel all families to take risks. This information was naturally relayed to the influential figures behind Huaman Tower from the Feng family, yet no further action was taken. Earlier, the Water Immortal had tasked Qin Feng with obtaining the mysterious pills from the cult of all beings to uncover their primary components. The Water Immortal indeed sent others, who, after great difficulty, managed to bring back the pills. However, to everyone's disappointment, testing revealed that the components were quite common. This mysterious pill was merely a medication commonly used in clinics for treating external injuries. Strictly speaking, it did not even qualify as a secret medicine. When faced with external injuries or life-threatening conditions, physicians in clinics would resort to administering this medication in desperate circumstances. It temporarily dulled the patient's pain and depleted their inherent vitality, allowing them to sustain enough life force for impending surgical procedures. However, this medication bore a fatal side effect. It forcefully stimulated the patient's blood and life potential, pushing their bodily functions to their peak, which inflicted severe harm on the body. Even if the patient recovered, their lifespan would be significantly reduced. The raw materials for this medication were not difficult to find. They were virtually ubiquitous. The mysterious pills consumed by the cult of all beings were simply enhanced tenfold in dosage. The consequence of such usage was that once the effects wore off, the individual would inevitably face death. This applied not only to ordinary people, but even to martial artists, who would have a slim chance of survival. Even if by some stroke of luck they survived, their vitality would be depleted, leaving them with little time to live. Nevertheless, this medication bore an appealing name, fairy powder. After all, it did play a crucial role in healing and saving lives. Yet, no one anticipated that the cult of all beings would present fairy powder to the world in such a manner. Qin Feng had not personally experienced the strength of the cult members after consuming fairy powder, but from the collected information, he sensed the complexity of the situation. He did not underestimate his own abilities, nor did he overestimate them. Thousands of practitioners in the muscle-refining realm charging towards him left him with only one option: to flee. The threat posed by the cult of all beings was not to be taken lightly, yet the large aristocratic families in the south seemed oblivious. Perhaps they were aware, but with the Feng family providing support, they lacked a sense of urgency. Now, only the Feng family remained to bear the burden, and it was uncertain how they would cope moving forward. As his thoughts drifted momentarily, Qin Feng regained his composure, pondering the relevance of the matter at hand to himself. Subsequently, he departed from the Water Immortal Hall's stronghold and returned to the Martial Arts Hall. Unencumbered by pressing affairs, he felt quite at ease, visiting the stronghold primarily to gather the latest intelligence from the southern region and to procure the secret medicinal supplies from the Hall Master. Additionally, he occasionally received some cultivation elixirs delivered by the Water Immortal. Notably, following Qin Feng's earlier intervention, the operations of all the small teams within the Water Immortal Hall had become significantly smoother. His words had evidently wielded considerable influence. With his assurance, the members of the Water Immortal had regained their former swagger. The ability of the Water Immortal Hall to dominate the other 7 halls was not mere boastfulness. Whether it was the Hall Master, Water Immortal, the 3 leaders, or the members beneath them, their collective strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of the other halls. Even now, although Water Immortal had been promoted to Protector, she still occasionally bestowed secret medicines upon Ping and his companions, ensuring their advancement remained at the forefront. As for the so-called accountability of the Protector, it had yet to manifest. Qin Feng speculated that Water Immortal must be exerting influence behind the scenes. In truth, even if such accountability existed, he remained unconcerned. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply flee. 5 days later, the competition for the remaining 100 slots at the Longmen Academy branch finally concluded. Compared to the previous grand competition, the pace was markedly slower, as the final assessment required scrutiny by the branch instructors, necessitating a formal elimination mechanism. Each student would lose their qualification for contention only after suffering 3 defeats. This was to prevent strong contenders from being matched against each other prematurely. Consequently, this process was much more meticulous, naturally consuming more time. After finalizing the 200 slots, the crowd set forth towards the Longmen Academy branch. 3 days later, a magnificent mountain gate appeared before them, embellished with the grand characters Longmen Academy in a flowing script. It also bore the words branch below. At that moment, a group of individuals was seen orderly leading their horses into the branch. One of the students, observing the scene, could not help but inquire of the chief instructor. Sure. Instructor, who are these people? Qin Feng, standing nearby, also turned his gaze towards Shi, awaiting an explanation. Ting, the chief instructor, glanced at the questioner and, without hesitation, elucidated, they are students from martial arts halls in other regions. Martial arts halls from other regions? Indeed. The Daju territory is vast, yet Longmen Academy comprises only 4 branches, each located in different directions of Daju, absorbing students from various martial arts halls. This branch here belongs to our southern region. It is accessible not only to us, but also to 2 martial arts halls from the central region and 1 from the eastern region. The individuals before us are students from one such martial arts hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Chief instructor, is this not the southern branch? Why are students from the central and eastern martial arts halls present? Another student inquired, puzzled. At this, Shi Ting's expression became slightly uneasy. After all, this was not a matter of pride. Well, just then, a voice of surprise resonated from not far away. Is that you, Shi Ting? Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in gray accompanied by several young individuals approaching leisurely. The gray-clad man scrutinized Shi Ting with a keen gaze. Shi Ting nodded gently and replied, Sima Tong, it has been a long time. Hey, Shi Ting, what brings you here? Where's Feng Haoren? In response, Shi Ting blandly countered, what? Can I not be here? Sima Tong waved his hand dismissively. That is not the point. Of course you can be here. But what about Feng Haoren? Isn't he the chief instructor? Why has it fallen to you? Typically, the task of leading martial arts students to the branch is undertaken personally by the chief instructor. Shi Ting, Sima Tong, and Feng Haoren were contemporaries, having all entered the Longmen Academy branch years ago and were not strangers to each other. Among their peers, they were all remarkably capable. However, their circumstances diverged, as Feng Haoren and Sima Tong had each ascended to the position of chief instructor, while Shi Ting had only recently grasped this opportunity to rise. He has stepped down, and I have taken over his position, Shi Ting replied succinctly. Step down? Sima Tong exclaimed, visibly astonished, his eyes flickering momentarily before he chuckled. It seems your Shi family is not to be underestimated. That is hardly the case, no matter how it is. We cannot compare to your Sima family. The Sima family is the foremost clan in the eastern region of Daju, equivalent to the Feng family's status in the south. However, in the grand scheme of Daju, the Sima family holds a position of even greater prominence than the Feng family. Sima Tong, undeterred, merely remarked, after all these years, your temper remains as foul as ever. Enough of this. We have serious matters to attend to. Let us proceed. Shi Ting, wishing to avoid further banter, guided the group through the mountain gate of the branch. Watching the departing figures, Sima Tong shrugged and said, let us also enter. Chief Instructor Sima, who is that person so arrogant? Just a stubborn individual who fails to recognize the situation. Sima Tong paused, glancing at those around him, and warned, I must tell you all, do not bring me shame this year. Rest assured, how formidable can someone from such a rural place be? Defeating them will be as easy as pie. Sima Tong nodded in agreement, but still cautioned, even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Do not underestimate your opponent and risk losing the competition. I have heard that this year a formidable talent named Feng Xian has emerged from the Feng family. His strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 150, The Routine of the Branch. I have indeed heard of him. However, he only recently broke through to the bone-tempering realm. How strong can he truly be? Indeed, Chief Instructor, you are being overly sensitive. Brother Ming is right. In all these years, has the younger generation of the South ever ranked above the others? The accompanying young individuals chimed in, their disdain for the South unmasked. Do not worry, Chief Instructor. Sima Tong ceased his persuasion, as he himself believed that the strength of his own students surpassed that of Feng Xian. Very well, just be cautious. In their eyes, only Feng Xian, the strongest among the younger generation from the South, warranted any additional attention. As for the others, they deemed them entirely insignificant. As time passed, students from the 4 martial arts halls arrived successively at the branch. The training at the branch officially commenced. With nearly 1,000 students, their rankings were to be reassessed. In a manner akin to Qin Feng's previous experience at the martial arts hall, the branch conducted a preliminary ranking for all students. At the end of each month, students could apply for challenges. The victor would then replace the defeated in the rankings. Qin Feng glanced at his ranking, and at that moment, his position had plummeted to 74th place. The Southern Martial Arts Hall held the 10th rank, But when placed alongside students from the other 3 martial arts halls, he found himself ranked 74th, a fact that was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, this ranking held no malice. The first 41 participants are all practitioners of the bone forging realm, a fact that is rather ironic. Among the ranks of the martial arts hall to which Qin Feng originally belonged, only the top 3 were at the bone forging level. This implies that every one of the other 3 martial arts halls must have more than 10 practitioners at this level. The average strength of the younger generation in the southern regions is significantly lower compared to other areas. Even Feng Xian only managed to secure the 9th position. On the very first day after entering, the instructor made it abundantly clear to everyone the selection criteria for the outer academy. Yes, it was the instructor, not merely a tutor. The distinction may be subtle in wording, yet the disparity in status is monumental. Strictly speaking, the martial arts hall can only be regarded as a reserve for the Dragon Gate Academy, whereas the branches represent the regular army. Only by entering the branches does one truly gain visibility within the upper echelons of the Great Shu dynasty. To gain admission to the outer academy, one must break into the top 20 after the final assessment in 3 years, an arduous competition where nearly 1,000 candidates vie for just 20 spots. At this moment, Qin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder Shui Xian was so certain that he would not gain entrance to the outer academy. Such stringent requirements can only be met by the scions of top-tier families. Within the branches, there are numerous avenues to acquire resources, offering various trials and task rewards. However, ultimately, all trials and tasks depend upon one's inherent strength. With a significant disparity in realms, Qin Feng naturally cannot contend against those at the bone forging level. The reality is starkly harsh. Despite possessing a perfect grade cultivation method, overcoming a practitioner of the bone forging realm is exceedingly challenging. Thus, Qin Feng did not recklessly engage in direct confrontation, but rather endeavored to earn all rewards available for his current level. His ranking ascended swiftly, as no one below the bone forging realm could withstand his onslaught. He soon found himself ranked 42nd. At this juncture, he stood as the foremost in the muscle refining realm. Upon entering the top 50, the array of elixirs and resources available expanded significantly. With his cultivation method at the consummate level, Qin Feng's training progressed rapidly, and within just a year, he broke through to the bone forging realm. During this time, he utilized academic credits to procure various claw techniques, refining them to perfection before subsequently enhancing the spectral claw. Yet, advancing to the earth grade was not an easy feat. Qin Feng consumed 10 yellow grade techniques and 2 Xian grade techniques, yet he could only elevate the spectral claw to the mid-tier level. Chapter 151, Bone Forging Realm. In the solitude of his residence, Qin Feng practiced diligently. After a considerable period, he opened his eyes and raised his hands, repeatedly clenching and releasing his fists. Following his breakthrough to the bone forging realm, profound changes occurred within him. If one could peer within, they would see that the tips of his fingers now gleamed with a jade-like luster, radiating a translucent brilliance, albeit only for approximately an inch. While the coloration of the rest of his hands had altered, it was not nearly as pronounced as that of his fingertips. Though Qin Feng could not observe this change, he could certainly feel that his fingers had become remarkably resilient. Their strength and hardness had increased tenfold at the very least. This was the effect of completing the bone forging process. The bones in his arms had also undergone preliminary tempering, and once they reached the same jade-like sheen, he would fully enter the perfected stage of the bone forging realm. In comparison to before his breakthrough, his overall strength had similarly augmented by more than 10 times. Should he face his pre-breakthrough self, excluding the ghostly shadow technique, Qin Feng was confident he could defeat him with a single strike. For a practitioner of the muscle refining realm simply could not withstand the attacks of a bone forging realm warrior. This illustrates the stark contrast between the two realms. Qin Feng first practiced several iterations of the spectral claw. After breaking through a major realm, his strength surged, and he needed to quickly acclimate to this newfound power. Within a few days, having fully familiarized himself with the strength of the bone forging realm, he glanced at the calendar and realized that only a few days remained until the grand competition. Qin Feng calmed his mind and continued his training. With his advancement to the bone forging realm, the efficacy of his perfect grade Xian technique was now fully manifesting. The efficiency of his bone forging was astonishingly rapid. Within just a few days, the jade hue on his fingertips had extended by 1/10 of an inch. While this may appear to be a minor improvement, it was an extraordinary rate of progress for others. The bones in his arms measured just over a meter, meaning that an inch equated to approximately 333 centimeters, translating to around 30 to 40 inches. At this rate, he could complete the tempering of his arm bones within a month, achieving perfection in the bone forging realm within a year. This speed astonished even Qin Feng himself. In truth, this reflects a common misconception among many. Not just Qin Feng, But even the prominent Feng family remained unaware. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the faster the training speed. This is contingent upon the realm. Even a celestial grade technique, at the iron skin stage, does not yield as effective results as most yellow grade techniques. The bone forging realm is ideally suited to Xian grade techniques, which can fully unleash their potential at this stage. As the month drew to a close, Qin Feng resolutely applied for a challenge. This time, he was to face the student ranked 41st. Without any difficulty, Qin Feng decisively defeated his opponent. He found them woefully inadequate. By the end of February, Qin Feng boldly challenged the student ranked 10th. Upon hearing of Qin Feng's intent to challenge the top 10, a wave of astonishment swept through the branch. What was happening? Was this individual afflicted with delusions? How dare he directly challenge the top 10? I surmised that his recent breakthrough to the bone forging realm, followed by defeating a fellow practitioner at the same level, has inflated his confidence, leading him to believe he is invincible among his peers. It will serve to enlighten him about his true standing. It was noted that during his time at the Southern Martial Arts Hall, he had only managed to secure the 10th position. The second-ranked student from that hall, Yanji, had been persistently challenging others, but could not even best the 8th-ranked Dong Yun. Chapter 152. The competition begins. Almost all the students believed that Qin Feng would not prevail in the contest. Finally, the day of the competition arrived, and more spectators gathered at the arena than ever before. Students huddled in their respective circles, standing in groups of 2 or 3 at the sidelines, their expressions alight with curiosity. When they first heard the news, they were genuinely taken aback, but soon dismissed it as a fleeting fantasy of an unremarkable martial artist. To be candid, such occurrences were not unprecedented. It was common for individuals to entertain unrealistic notions upon reaching a new level. The reason they gathered was merely out of boredom. While the training environment at the martial arts hall was indeed commendable, prolonged exposure rendered it monotonous. After all, back in their homes, during training breaks, they could indulge in various forms of entertainment, be it feasting, gambling, or hunting. The options for leisure were abundant. The 4 years spent at the martial arts hall and the branch had long since dulled their enthusiasm, and now, with the prospect of entertainment, they wished to partake in the excitement. While the enhancement of strength is undeniably significant, these individuals, all in their 20s and supported by their families, lived carefree lives. Talk of martial aspirations was irrelevant. Aside from a select few at the top, the majority lacked a strong desire for improvement, as they felt no sense of urgency. Upon arriving at the competition arena, Qin Feng casually selected a spot and awaited the commencement of the match. As soon as someone recognized Qin Feng, all eyes in the arena converged upon him, pointing and whispering, "That's the one. Here he comes," and at first glance, he does seem quite impressive. Yet, he does not appear particularly formidable. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps he truly possesses the ability to work wonders, someone remarked loudly in Qin Feng's direction. A nearby individual feigned deep contemplation before solemnly nodding and replying. Indeed, should he shatter records that have stood for centuries, it would be quite remarkable. He could achieve true fame and his future would be limitless. Hearing their exchange, those surrounding them stifled their laughter, chiming in with agreement, before ultimately bursting into hearty laughter. These sounds reached Qin Feng's ears without hindrance, yet he remained unfazed, showing no sign of concern. Amidst the murmurs and gestures directed at him, Qin Feng stood steadfast, waiting with the composure of a mountain. After the incense burned for a brief moment, the judge announced loudly, "Next match, Qin Feng versus Luo He." Instantly, the crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating how Qin Feng would leave in disgrace should he lose. No sooner had the judge's words faded than a figure leaped onto the stage, gracefully flipping midair before landing firmly. The display was nothing short of elegant. Upon hearing his name called, Qin Feng's eyes widened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. Without any visible movement of his feet, he glided towards the contest stage as if carried by a gentle breeze, landing lightly upon the surface. Luo He, upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, merely smiled slightly and said nothing. At the judge's command, the competition commenced. Qin Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear directly before Luo He. Waves of ethereal light surged towards Luo He, who retaliated swiftly with his fists. The sounds of their conflict echoed throughout the arena. What ensued was a flurry of strikes exchanged between the two, igniting fervent cheers from the audience. Chapter 153. Victory. However, as time trickled by, the calm smile on Luo He's face gradually faded. He sensed that the intensity of Qin Feng's assaults was escalating, now requiring his utmost caution. What began as mutual attacks had shifted to Qin Feng's overwhelming offense, leaving Luo He with no choice but to defend with all his might. Even with all his strength, Luo He found himself unable to alter the tide of battle. The cheers from the spectators began to wane, eventually falling into silence, as they discerned Luo He's precarious position. How is this possible? Is Luo He deliberately holding back? As a powerful strike landed, both combatants staggered back a few steps. It is over, a dispassionate voice echoed. Luo He, taken aback, looked up at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Qin Feng, with a serene expression, reiterated, "I said, it is time to end this." Luo He's face paled, his muscles tensing as his gaze fixated on Qin Feng. Yet, despite his concentration, Qin Feng's form vanished from his sight in an instant. So fast, all Luo He could perceive was a fleeting shadow, and fear gripped his heart. Instinctively, he swung a fist into the empty air before him. But it did not alter the outcome. A flicker of ethereal light danced in front of him, and his attack fell short. A faint sound of air being torn reached Luo He's ears, and in the heat of battle, he almost doubted his senses. When he finally focused, his pupils constricted in horror. A hand had stopped mere inches from his face, 2 fingers aimed directly at his eyes. Luo's body froze, enveloped by an aura of death that rendered him breathless, as if he were drowning. "The victor is clear," the judge's voice resounded. Qin Feng wins. Qin Feng retracted his hand, clasping it in salute. "Thank you for the match," he said, before disregarding Luo He's reaction and departing the stage. Only then did Luo He's taut nerves relax, allowing him to gasp for air, his face ashen. He had never felt this way even after losing to others in battle. What had transpired? Luo He remained oblivious to the intangible aura of killing intent that Qin Feng emanated. Rising from humble beginnings, Qin Feng had become accustomed to the act of killing. His movements were instinctual. This was not merely a matter of martial techniques, as every art was ultimately devised for the purpose of taking life. Yet, those who wield these techniques differ greatly. The presence or absence of murderous intent is the most significant distinction among them. If one harbors the intention to slay their opponent, they will inevitably unleash the most devastating techniques in battle. Such impulses reside in the subconscious. The spectators below stood in stunned silence for a moment before collectively inhaling sharply. He actually won. That commoner martial artist emerged victorious. A rare occurrence spanning centuries had unfolded before their eyes. What in the world is happening? A student muttered, eyes wide in disbelief. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Feng continued his daily training as if nothing had transpired. He was not showcasing his prowess, but rather familiarizing himself with the evolution of his strength. Chapter 154, Doubt. The previous opponent had proven too weak, so this time he had decided to increase the intensity. Yet, even facing Luo He, ranked 10th, he found no challenge until he had fully compelled his opponent's strength, leading to a decisive victory. Fortunately, Qin Feng had adapted to the intensity of combat at the bone-forging stage. However, he found himself lost in contemplation. It was important to note that Feng Xian was ranked 9th, while Luo He occupied the 10th position. Their strengths were not drastically different. To easily triumph over Luo, he indicated that Qin Feng could similarly prevail against Feng Xian. Yet, during the martial arts assembly, Qin Feng himself had only ranked 10th. Even if he exerted every ounce of effort to ascend the rankings, he would at most secure 4th place. Entering the top 3 seemed utterly unattainable. This discrepancy felt profoundly illogical. Indeed, it was illogical. Qin Feng did not let the assistance of his system inflate his ego. He understood why he had triumphed over Luo He. The reason was clear. Those ranked higher, like Luo He, had opted for comprehensive development, beginning with the refinement of their entire musculature during the muscle refining stage. For instance, Feng Xian had chosen to hone all of his major muscle groups during that phase. The advantages of this approach were evident, as they possessed few weaknesses amongst peers of the same realm. However, this also meant that they expended considerable energy in this pursuit, significantly slowing their advancement. Consequently, upon reaching the bone forging stage, apart from mastering their primary techniques to that level, their supplementary skills, including defensive techniques, remained at the muscle refining tier. Even after advancing to the bone forging stage, their physical bodies only experienced a modest enhancement. However, Qin Feng's cultivation level is of the perfect grade, and coupled with the enhancement from his refined bodily constitution, it is evident that he has surpassed the amplification strength of his opponents. This enables Qin Feng to easily overpower them and emerge victorious. After all, achieving the refined bone realm requires both time and cultivation resources, a process that cannot be rushed. Yet, this raises another question. What significance do Feng Xian and his companions find in refining their entire body's tendons? Qin Feng is not convinced that the Feng family is oblivious to the implications. If there were no merit in refining the tendons, they would undoubtedly inform Feng Xian. After all, if Feng Xian's sole purpose is to break through to the martial realm, his ascension to the refined bone realm would be significantly expedited. A solemn expression crossed Qin Feng's face, as he sensed that there must be information at play that he was unaware of. Meanwhile, within the branch academy, news of Qin Feng's breakthrough into the top 10 spread rapidly. The initial reaction from those who heard the news was one of disbelief. However, numerous witnesses present at the scene could attest to the truth, and the Academy had publicly displayed the rankings of the grand competition. A mere glance would confirm the authenticity of the claims. Nevertheless, the situation seemed too extraordinary to be true. After much contemplation, some students began relaying this information back to their families. The fact that someone of common birth could penetrate the top 10 revealed immense potential in Qin Feng. They indeed held a disdain for common martial artists, as those from the martial world who attained the refined bone realm were predominantly over 40 years old, with little value left for cultivation. Martial artists who could break through to the refined bone realm before the age of 35 were considered exceptionally gifted, earning them greater privileges and integration into noble families. Furthermore, to be among the top 10 in the branch academy was no small feat for Qin Feng. As long as he maintained his position within the top 10, entry into the outer academy would be a certainty. Upon graduation, with a bit of maneuvering, he could secure a position within the branch academy. Even the most ordinary role as an instructor would be quite remarkable. On the other side, Qin Feng received the rewards for securing the 10th position. His monthly credits and daily supply of secret medicines saw a substantial increase. As the 10th ranked student, he would receive 3,000 credits monthly, with an additional 500 credits for each rank he ascended. The secret medicines awarded were the most basic high-grade and top-grade ones. However, due to his entry into the refined bone realm, the previously allocated tendon refining medicines were replaced with those suitable for the refined bone realm. He would now receive 100 portions of high-grade medicines and 20 portions of top-grade medicines daily. Although the quantity seemed reduced, their value was undoubtedly higher. According to market prices, a single high-grade refined bone medicine could fetch as much as 3,000 taels. In the black market, prices soared even higher, reaching at least 6,000 taels, often with limited availability. As for the top-grade medicines, the valuation was even more staggering, at 7,000 taels each. With no circulation in the market, these were typically traded among noble families, with a single portion commanding 15,000 taels. Even at market value, Qin Feng's monthly resources would exceed 500,000 taels. This does not account for the credits, which could also be used to purchase additional secret medicines. Moreover, Qin Feng still had 9 individuals ahead of him. Only the Longmen Academy branch could afford such high consumption levels in the entire southern region. Qin Feng first exchanged his credits for enough cultivation medicines, then completed the refining of the tendons in his legs. However, he only reached the consummate stage of tendon refining. The final stage of refining into the bones was the most challenging. On the 10th day, before an iron tower within the branch academy, Qin Feng's figure appeared, and he gazed at the sign at the entrance of the Tower of Villains. As the name suggests, it housed those villains who had reached the refined bone realm. It was said that these individuals were captured for various reasons by students of Longmen Academy or noble families. Adhering to the principle of making the most of resources, Longmen Academy confined them within the Tower of Villains for practical training purposes for the Academy's students. The Tower of Villains comprised 9 levels, each holding different individuals. The higher the level, the stronger the foes. The topmost level contained a mid-refined bone realm martial artist. Students were required to start at the lowest level and ascend level by level, with corresponding credit rewards for each. If one could conquer the 9th level, a monthly reward of 10,000 credits awaited. However, such a generous reward came with considerable risk. It was a true life and death duel, and the villains inside would not hold back. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Thus, the Academy stipulated that only the top 20 ranked students could attempt the challenge. Each student within the top 20 sought to undertake the challenge for the credits. Even winning the first level would yield a reward of 1,000 credits, which was a fixed monthly allocation distributed alongside the ranking credits. With determination, Qin Feng stepped inside. Upon entering the tower, the light dimmed considerably. As Qin Feng's eyes adjusted, he surveyed his surroundings. The iron door was firmly shut, and a table leaned against it. Behind the table sat an elderly man reclining in an armchair, his hands resting across his chest, his eyes closed as if in slumber. Qin Feng approached, and before he could speak, the elder's voice reached him. Name, ranking. With a respectful bow, Qin Feng replied, Qin Feng, 10th. The elder opened his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Feng before slowly straightening his posture. He reached for a ledger on the table, flipping through it briefly before nodding and speaking. You should be aware of the rules. The student understands. Well then, I advise you to act within your means. If the situation becomes dire, speak up promptly, and the instructor inside can intervene to assist you. Although the elder's words seemed routine, Qin Feng still responded with a bow. Thank you, instructor. I understand. The elder nodded, then placed his hand on a dragon-patterned disc on the iron door. As he turned his wrist, the door emitted a creaking sound. With a heavy groan, the iron door slowly parted. Before Qin Feng lay a 10-foot-long corridor, at the end of which stood a small door. He stepped forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing against the corridor's metallic floor. Shortly, he reached the small door, pushing it open to enter. Behind the small door was a spacious room, where a stern-looking middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the center, his wrists bound by two slender iron chains, the other ends anchored to the floor. Qin Feng scanned the room, noting its stark emptiness, save for a staircase in the corner leading to a higher level, where another instructor sat cross-legged. As Qin Feng pushed open the door, both men opened their eyes simultaneously. "Time to work," the instructor said, rising to his feet. No words were exchanged among the three. Luo Ming fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and, with a powerful stomp, propelled himself like a cannonball toward Qin Feng at an astonishing speed. The distance between them swiftly diminished, 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, his gaze locked onto the approaching middle-aged man. The coach furrowed his brow slightly. Half a zhang. This had already entered the range of attack. The middle-aged man executed a sweeping strike in midair. His calf viciously aimed at Qin Feng's head. The ferocity of his technique was palpable, entirely intent on killing. Just the stance alone revealed the intensity of the confrontation. The middle-aged man was indifferent to the prospect of death. He had been confined within the Evil Man Tower for over a decade. If nothing unforeseen occurred, he would likely spend the remainder of his life within these walls. Perhaps one day he would fall victim to an errant strike from a student during a battle. Or he would grow old, his strength waning, at which point the coach would deem him unworthy of trials and execute him. Thus, every warrior imprisoned in the Evil Man Tower was as good as dead. They harbored a sense of despair, yet felt powerless to change their fate. They could choose to end their lives, but to them, such an act would be a display of cowardice. They would rather perish in battle than succumb to such a pitiful end. You have designated us as trial subjects, have you not? Very well, then. We shall take a life if we can. Those who managed to enter this place were all heirs nurtured by prominent families, having invested considerable time, effort, and resources in their training. Even if not heirs, they were significant juniors within their clans. Killing them here would surely cause immense grief to those families. This shared mentality was common among all warriors confined in the Evil Man Tower. Moreover, even if they were to slay those students, they would face no repercussions. Over the years, the middle-aged man had already killed several students and continued to thrive. In fact, if a student possessed significantly greater strength, the coach would intervene. For if he were to die, the division would find it challenging to procure another bone-forging realm warrior to serve as a trial subject for the division's students in a short span of time. As the middle-aged man's attack was about to land on Qin Feng's head, Qin Feng's figure suddenly vanished. After the strike missed, the middle-aged man did not pause. His combat experience was evidently extensive. He swiftly pivoted, thrusting his knee toward the empty space beside him. There was nothing there. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow flashed by, and Qin Feng reappeared in that very spot. The sound of the knee striking air echoed sharply within the room. As the attack loomed, Qin Feng exhibited no signs of panic. His body glided backward as though caressed by the gentle breeze, akin to falling leaves. After the second strike missed, the middle-aged man continued unabated, his legs flailing as the force generated by his movements stirred up the dust from the ground. The technique he employed was exceptionally fierce, his legs assaulting Qin Feng like a raging storm. Qin Feng's hands transformed into two ethereal lights, engaging fiercely with his opponent. However, after several dozen exchanges, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The middle-aged man had entirely forsaken his defense, relentlessly attacking from start to finish, compelling Qin Feng to retreat each time. Were they evenly matched, Qin Feng would naturally not falter. Yet, in this instance, such a level of combat was entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, Qin Feng's figure morphed into something ghostly. At one moment, he seemed weightless, gently drifting a short distance away, and the next, he accelerated, vanishing and reappearing at a different angle. All of the opponent's attacks fell short. The rhythm of his movement, both stillness and motion, was entirely at his discretion, causing the middle-aged man considerable discomfort. As time passed, the bloodstains on the middle-aged man multiplied. His clothing gradually became soaked in crimson. Moreover, his attacking posture began to distort, his speed no longer as sharp and fierce as at the outset. Enough. The coach's voice rang out, and after a few breaths, the two figures separated, establishing distance once more. Qin Feng appeared unfazed, his demeanor serene, with not a single tear in his garments. In stark contrast, the middle-aged man bore over a dozen gruesome wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. He swayed slightly on his feet, the substantial blood loss causing him to see stars. Had the coach not called for a halt, he would have perished in mere moments. The coach then turned to Qin Feng, nodding in approval, and spoke. "You have passed. You may choose to continue challenging, ascend to the next level now, or return another day." The battle had not drained Qin Feng of much stamina. So he clasped his hands in acknowledgement and replied, "I choose to continue the challenge." Very well. The coach produced a key from his pocket, inserting it into a small iron door at the end of the staircase. After unlocking it, he gestured for Qin Feng to ascend. He then leaped down, landing on the floor, moving to the wall of the room, and grasping a rope hanging there. After pulling it 3 times, he crossed his arms and stood silently in place. Qin Feng ascended the staircase to the 2nd level. Before long, several physicians hurriedly entered the 1st level, expertly surrounding the middle-aged man to examine and treat his injuries. On the other side, Qin Feng continued his challenge. It was only as the sun began to set that he emerged from the doors of the Evil Man Tower. At this moment, his appearance was somewhat disheveled. His clothing bore several rents, and a shallow cut marred his cheek. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling down to his neck, now dried, leaving half his face stained a dark red, bestowing upon him a more ferocious aura. This was a remnant from his final challenge, where his opponent ranked among the top 10 students. Moreover, that adversary practiced a martial art focused on speed, matching Qin Feng's swiftness, compelling him to engage in a battle of speed. Even the coach, who had been observing from the sidelines, was left astounded by the scene. Ultimately, the opponent's hand struck his cheek, the fingertips grazing him, while Qin Feng left 5 deep gashes upon his opponent's chest. The elderly gatekeeper, seeing Qin Feng finally emerge, paid no heed to his disheveled state, instead displaying a look of profound surprise and admiration. Qin Feng, very impressive. The elder was well aware of Qin Feng's performance within. In just one day, Qin Feng had directly ascended to the 5th level and defeated his opponent. This speed, while not claiming the title of the fastest, ranked quite favorably in the division's historical records. In fact, among this cohort of students, fewer than 5 had managed to surpass the 5th level. The martial arts practiced by the villain at that level were exceedingly challenging, causing many students to stumble. In response to the elder's praise, Qin Feng courteously acknowledged him and then departed from the premises. He was not lacking in strength to challenge the 6th level. But after enduring 5 consecutive battles and extensively employing the ghostly shadows technique, his stamina had been significantly depleted. Continuing further could very well lead to injury. Currently, the best achievement in the Tower of Villains was held by Sima Ling, who ascended to the 7th level in just 2 days. Among the other 20 students, only 2 had managed to breach the 6th level, but they too were halted in their tracks. It was said that although Sima Ling had triumphed over the warrior of the 7th level, he had sustained considerable injuries and required a full 3 months to recuperate. The individuals selected as trial opponents for the students in the Tower of Villains undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, meticulously filtered through the scrutiny of the instructors. Even though they, like the students, were in the initial stage of bone tempering, they had remained in this realm for several decades, and few students could surpass them in the refinement of their bones. Moreover, in terms of martial arts mastery and combat experience, they had reached an exceptionally high caliber. To put it bluntly, these villains, if placed within the martial world, would be regarded as top-tier experts in the realm of bone tempering. Thus, it was hardly surprising that one could contend with these prodigious disciples from various academies, even overpowering them. After a brief period of rest and recovery, on the following day, Qin Feng returned to the Tower of Villains to face the trials once more. This time, he too reached the 7th level. Upon arriving at the 7th layer, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. A towering pile of food, towering to the height of 2 individuals, loomed in front of him. A veritable cornucopia of various meats, chicken, duck, fish, and pork, yet not a single vegetarian option in sight. The sound of chewing emanated from behind the mound of food. Qin Feng glanced toward the instructor in the corner, who raised a hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Nodding in reply, he stood there, awaiting the proceedings. For a brief moment, the room was filled solely with the sound of consumption. In the span of merely 15 minutes, the pile of food had diminished by nearly half, allowing Qin Feng to catch a glimpse of the individual seated behind it. Before him sat a corpulent figure, a bald man with a dark complexion, who was currently lifting a piece of fatty meat to his mouth. The meat was almost entirely covered in white fat, which jiggled grotesquely with his movements, evoking a sense of nausea merely from observation. Nevertheless, the rotund man took a substantial bite, his mouth glistening with grease, as he chewed with a look of utter delight, his eyes squinting in bliss. Just watching him was enough to make Qin Feng furrow his brows in discomfort. The glutton's pace was astonishingly rapid. In no time at all, he had devoured every last morsel on the floor. With a resounding belch, the bald man licked his greasy hands, and as he did so, he appeared to notice something amiss, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he looked up and finally spotted Qin Feng. He casually wiped his hands on his belly and slowly rose to his feet. Due to his bulk, the motion appeared somewhat laborious. Qin Feng's gaze transitioned from a level stare to one of upward scrutiny. As the man fully stood, Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. What a massive creature. This bald man was not only rotund but also towering, estimated to be nearly 9 feet tall, approaching 3 meters in height. The dark hue Qin Feng had initially perceived was actually a layer of dark iron plates affixed to his corpulent flesh. The edges of these plates were riddled with small holes, through which dozens of metallic wires pierced deeply into his flesh, binding the plates closely to his fatty tissue. In an instant, Qin Feng's form flickered. Boom! A colossal arm slammed down onto the floor. Qin Feng landed nearby, feeling the reverberations of the metallic flooring beneath him. His expression grew serious. No wonder the top-ranked Sima Ling had been injured to surpass this opponent. Such formidable strength. The dark iron plates on the man's body were of an indeterminate material, incredibly hard. Even when Qin Feng's claws struck them, they merely sparked without leaving a mark. Furthermore, given the man's towering stature, attacking vulnerable areas like the eyes would necessitate elevating his own body, which would render him unable to exert force mid-air. Unless he could secure a decisive strike, he would become a living target. As for the lower regions, the man's ample girth effectively concealed any critical vulnerabilities. And Qin Feng found little desire to contemplate further. The bald man's speed was not remarkable, allowing Qin Feng to easily evade his attacks. The two engaged in a dance of offense and evasion, neither able to best the other. The room reverberated with the sounds of their struggle. As Qin Feng dodged, his mind raced with strategies. The instructor, observing the unfolding battle, exhibited no surprise. Even he was at a loss for how to defeat this opponent swiftly. The bald man's defensive capabilities were astonishing, with the layers of fat absorbing most external assaults. Unless an attack possessed sufficient force to penetrate through the layers of fat and reach his internal organs, inflicting damage would prove exceedingly difficult. Previously, Sima Ling had employed a strategy of attrition, depleting the bald man's stamina before executing a powerful technique that combined force, unleashing a series of explosive punches to severely wound him. Only with Sima Ling's immense strength could such a feat be accomplished. However, due to his proximity, he had fallen victim to the bald man's counterattack and sustained grievous injuries. The combat continued unabated. Amidst the chaos, Qin Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of the shadow beneath the bald man. A spark of insight flashed through his mind. A shadow? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, glancing again at the man's ample belly. After narrowly avoiding another attack, he darted toward the opponent. The bald man attempted to clamp him with his massive hands, but they grasped only air. Qin Feng slid past him, slipping through his legs. The bald man turned, bewildered, only to find Qin Feng had vanished without a trace. What was happening? Where had he gone? The bald man was perplexed, but the instructor standing by observed with astonishment. Qin Feng's speed was remarkable. No matter how the bald man twisted his body, Qin Feng remained behind him, moving soundlessly. At one moment, even the instructor lost sight of Qin Feng. This was the marvel of the ghostly shadows technique. To an outsider, it seemed as if he had melded with the shadows, but in reality, it utilized light and visual blind spots to achieve concealment. At that moment, the bald man remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng had maneuvered behind him, his expression a mix of confusion as he searched for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Utilizing the visual blind spot, Qin Feng swiftly positioned himself at the bald man's rear. Then, using both hands and feet, he quietly ascended the man's back. Though the layers of fat provided excellent protection against attacks, they rendered the bald man incapable of sensing Qin Feng's approach. Qin Feng swiftly reached the bald man's shoulder, and just as the man began to search around, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the top of his head, just as he instinctively prepared to react. 5 fingers materialized before the eyes of the bald, corpulent man, causing his body to stiffen instantaneously, rendering him incapable of further movement. At that moment, Qin Feng's fingers had already penetrated the flesh atop his head, even grazing the surface of his skull, as the searing blood began to trickle down. Despite his considerable girth, the head remained encased in a mere layer of skin. Though slightly thicker than average, it was certainly no match for Qin Feng's formidable strength. Moreover, his other hand was ominously poised before the man's eyes. Applause erupted from the nearby instructor, who exclaimed in admiration, "Marvelous, simply marvelous." As Qin Feng withdrew his hand and clasped it in a gesture of respect, he stated, "I have encountered you, esteemed instructor. Very well, you have successfully passed this trial. Would you care to proceed further? I must caution you. The individual on the 8th level has reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of bone refinement, and he is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, from the 8th level onward, there will be no instructor at your side to provide assistance should any unforeseen events arise." After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall return at a later time." Having surmounted the 7th level, the additional 7,000 credits per month are already quite commendable. If such a portly man could be placed on the 7th level, the nefarious individuals of the 8th level, according to the division's assessment, would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Chapter 159, The Tower of Villains, 9th Level. With both opportunities and risks at hand, Qin Feng was apprehensive that a challenge at the 8th level might jeopardize his plans should he sustain injuries. Thus, this matter could not be rushed. He would await a period of further cultivation before attempting again, thereby increasing his chances of success. As Qin Feng exited the Tower of Villains, news of his achievements swiftly spread throughout the entire division. How is this possible? I encountered him just the other day. He appeared unscathed. It is indeed true. I have verified it. Qin Feng has conquered the 7th level, placing him on par with Sima Ling. Does this not suggest that Qin Feng's strength has reached an equal footing with Sima Ling? Not merely equal, but perhaps he has surpassed Sima Ling. Considering that Sima Ling was severely injured when he overcame the 7th challenge. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I had never heard of him before. How could he have made such significant progress after entering bone refinement? As discussions ensued, the details of Qin Feng's feats on the 7th level were unraveled. It must be due to his cultivation technique. I suspected as much. How could he advance so rapidly? Yet, it remains to be seen. We shall observe at the end of the month. If his strength is sufficient, he will certainly continue to challenge further. Utilizing the credits acquired from the Tower of Villains, Qin Feng procured a substantial quantity of medicinal elixirs for cultivation. With a total of 7,000 credits, his progress in bone refinement surged at an astonishing pace. His cultivation technique, the perfected Xian-level ghostly claw, allowed him to refine bones at a speed several times greater than others, even surpassing the top-ranked Sima Ling. By the end of the month, Qin Feng applied to challenge the first-ranked Sima Ling. Though the journey was fraught with obstacles, Qin Feng ultimately triumphed over Sima Ling, securing the top position in the grand competition. At that moment, Qin Feng's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Prominent families extended olive branches, offering any conditions he desired should he agree to their terms. This included the Feng and Sima families. However, all of them shared a singular stipulation. Qin Feng must wed multiple women from their respective clans. The inheritance of martial prowess is indeed genetic. The offspring of high-ranking warriors are likely to possess formidable martial talents, often of a commendable caliber. Yet, for reasons unknown, the probability of a martial artist successfully producing offspring significantly diminishes upon entering bone refinement. Thus, should Qin Feng entertain such notions, even should he choose to languish in idleness thereafter, these families would willingly support him. Following his victory over Sima Ling, Qin Feng turned his sights toward the 8th level of the Tower of Villains. This level housed a martial artist specializing in defensive techniques. Though the individual had reportedly lost his sanity, 3 years swiftly passed. With the support of credits from the Tower of Villains, Qin Feng's cultivation speed far surpassed that of others, allowing him to maintain his position at the forefront of the grand competition. Today, he once again set foot in the Tower of Villains, determined to test his mettle against the 9th level. Successfully conquering the 9th level would yield an additional 10,000 credits each month. As he opened the small door leading to the 9th level, it creaked ominously. Qin Feng surveyed the chamber, where a long-haired beauty sat at its center, delicately combing her hair with a wooden brush. "Oh, a visitor has arrived," she remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Please, enlighten me." The beauty stifled a giggle, responding, "Heh, you are rather polite." Qin Feng offered no reply. "Which family do you hail from?" "Neither," he stated. "Neither." The beauty, suspecting deceit, scoffed. "Heh, ordinary folk cannot reach this place." The nefarious individuals within the Tower of Villains harbored an inherent disdain for the scions of noble families. They were acutely aware that only the top 20 students possessed the ability to challenge the Tower of Villains, all of whom were prodigies from illustrious families. Their singular desire was to eliminate these prodigies. How audacious of Qin Feng to utter such a feeble justification. Chapter 160, Hidden Weapons. Why are you fixated on whether I belong to a particular family? It hardly influences the outcome of our battle, Qin Feng retorted. Having arrived at this juncture, he was fully prepared. His strength had evolved beyond recognition. Over the years, he had utilized the secret medicinal resources provided by the division to refine all his sinews. Successfully entering the bone refinement stage, his overall strength had ascended at least one tier. One could assert that the current Qin Feng bore no disparity to the esteemed scions of the great families, such as Sima Ling. While he would not claim absolute victory over his opponent, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. His eagerness to conquer the 9th level was motivated by the substantial rewards the Tower of Villains offered. Completing the 9th level not only granted him a significant number of credits, but also allowed the victor to select any Earth-tier martial technique from the External Academy's martial pavilion. Thus, should Qin Feng prevail, he would effectively realize his ambitions. "You seem quite confident," the beauty remarked with a radiant smile. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon her, asserting earnestly, "The path of martial arts is perilous. For me, there is only forward, never backward. Therefore, I must defeat you. Despite the numerous families extending invitations, Qin Feng adhered to a steadfast principle: one must rely on oneself. Only with sufficient strength could one navigate the tempests of life with ease. Words were futile. Actions would reveal the truth. The beauty's expression instantly turned cold as she launched the first attack. With a swift motion, she hurled the wooden comb like a shooting star. Qin Feng tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the comb as it whizzed past his hair. In the blink of an eye, the beauty was upon him. Her fingers poised like claws, striking directly at his face. 9 claws of the dark wind. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his fingers curled, a ghostly light flickering. Ghostly claw. Clang, clang, clang. As their hands met, sparks erupted, accompanied by a metallic clash, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, utilizing claw techniques. Qin Feng's technique was silent, revealing only the occasional glimmer of ethereal light. As the beautiful woman waved her claws, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, sharp and jarring, causing discomfort that tightened Qin Feng's brow. He deflected a claw aimed at his face, preparing to retaliate, when suddenly, the woman's forearm flicked, revealing an inconspicuous glimmer of cold light from her sleeve. Sensing danger, Qin Feng lightly tapped his foot and swiftly retreated, raising his hand to shield his eyes. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Before he could catch his breath, the woman launched a fierce assault with both hands, her movements causing flashes of cold light to dart towards him from various unexpected angles, her sleeves, collar, and elbows, among others. Qin Feng exploded into motion, his hands weaving a flurry of afterimages to intercept the incoming light, while simultaneously creating distance between them. Standing at a distance, Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he cast a sidelong glance at the ground, where several silver needles lay silently. Were these hidden weapons? He looked back at the woman, who smiled alluringly, slowly raising one hand to cover her face with her wide sleeve, while the other hand feigned a defensive posture, reminiscent of a shy maiden, leaving only her piercing eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Why hasn't anyone informed you of my prowess? Chapter 161, The Woman's Past. With a slight tremble of her hands, 2 silver needles materialized at her fingertips. Qin Feng exhaled softly. Indeed, anyone who could enter the Tower of Villains was no ordinary foe, especially one stationed on the 9th level. Suddenly, the smile vanished from the woman's face as she whipped her hands forward, sending several silver needles hurtling through the air, while her figure flickered, rapidly closing the distance to Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his hand to block the silver needles, then paused, employing the ghostly shadow technique to shift his form rapidly. However, the woman was no ordinary opponent. She deftly stepped forward, her speed matching his. Their confrontation resumed, each of her movements potentially accompanied by a silver needle. A blend of reality and deception that kept Qin Feng on high alert. The battle grew tense. After several exchanges, Qin Feng seized a critical moment to alter his strategy, transforming his claws into fists. Channeling the secret technique of inch power with quintuple force, he struck her squarely in the chest. The woman was sent flying, crashing several dozen feet away. When she raised her head again, a hand was already poised before her face, the fierce gust from his palm, sending her hair flying backward. She clutched her chest with one hand, blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? She had never witnessed such a technique. Every martial art has its own rhythm from the initiation of force to its release. She had never encountered a shift in martial arts mid-attack. How can such a style exist? After a few breaths, Qin Feng withdrew his hand, calmly stating, "You have been defeated. What is this technique?" Yet, Qin Feng offered no reply, turning to leave. Initially, the woman had exploited Qin Feng's cognitive inertia, the sudden appearance of her hidden weapons catching him off guard. Had it been anyone else, unaware of her tactics, they would have certainly fallen victim. Fortunately, Qin Feng's quick reflexes had prevented him from being ensnared. His victory was equally a result of exploiting the woman's assumptions, leading her to believe he was solely reliant on claw techniques, which allowed him to triumph. In a life-and-death battle, even the smallest factor can dictate the outcome. The technique he employed was merely a manifestation of the illusory prison thousand threads. This exemplifies the terrifying aspect of the illusory prison thousand threads, capable of executing sudden changes that catch adversaries unprepared. The criteria for passing the 8th and 9th levels of the tower were quite simple. One merely needed to enter and then exit to be deemed successful. This judgment system was established because the individual on the 8th level had gone mad, attacking indiscriminately anyone who entered. Thus, the instructors had chosen not to station themselves there. And similarly, none had entered the 9th level. As for sustenance and daily necessities, they were delivered via a dedicated passage. It was only after Qin Feng had thoroughly defeated the previous occupant that he could proceed to the 9th level. As Qin Feng opened the iron door, preparing to exit, the woman inquired, "Which faction do you belong to?" Now that you have defeated me, surely you can reveal it? Qin Feng paused for a moment before responding. I grew up in the slums. I am not from any noble family. The slums? The woman blinked in surprise, repeating the words softly. An ensuing silence enveloped them, just as Qin Feng was about to leave. It's been a long time since I had any wine. Could you bring me a jug? Qin Feng turned to face her. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, What kind of wine do you desire? Huadiao. I fancy that, she said. Bring me some next time. Thank you. At the entrance of the Tower of Villains, the old gatekeeper sighed. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves before them. All right, I will report your information. Once you reach the outer court, you can claim the rewards for passing the 9th level of the Tower of Villains. Though he already anticipated the outcome, hearing the confirmation stirred excitement within Qin Feng. Thank you, instructor. The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, What are you thanking me for? This is what you deserve. Who would have thought in my lifetime I would witness a student pass the 9th level? It makes my life worthwhile. Passing the 9th level of the Tower of Villains not only granted substantial academic credits, but also an additional reward. Upon entering the outer court, one could select any Earth-tier martial art from the Martial Pavilion. This was precisely why, even in his final year at the academy, Qin Feng was determined to challenge the 9th level of the Tower of Villains. The next day, Qin Feng returned to the Tower of Villains, this time carrying a large bundle. The old gatekeeper, upon seeing him, said nothing and simply allowed him entry. In the 9th level of the Tower of Villains, Qin Feng placed the bundle before the woman, carefully unwrapping it to reveal several wine jugs and 2 beggars' chickens. He picked up one of the wine jugs and handed it to her. Here is the huadiao you requested. The woman's eyes lit up as she took the jug, uncorking it and bringing it to her nose for a deep whiff before tilting her head back and drinking heartily. Refreshing, she exclaimed, wiping her mouth with her sleeve in a boisterous manner. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he took a sip from another jug, only to grimace at the spiciness. Quite fiery, but also exhilarating. The two shared the beggars' chickens and drank in silence, as if their sole purpose was to indulge in food and drink. Before long, they had finished both chickens. Burp. The woman sprawled on the ground, unceremoniously belching, her demeanor utterly relaxed. Her eyes grew somewhat hazy, perhaps knowing she would never have the chance to leave again. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, she finally spoke. Do you wish to know how I came to be here? As the wine jug was about to be raised, it suddenly halted. Qin Feng poured himself a generous sip and, after a brief pause, followed the lead of the charming woman's conversation, inquiring, How did you come in? The woman, seemingly indifferent to such trivialities, began recounting her experiences. Her name was Song, with the single character, meaning song, as her given name. It was quite a coincidence that her name matched that of the Song Gu he had encountered earlier, yet their life trajectories could not have been more disparate. This Song Gu before him was originally the leader of a formidable assassin organization in the eastern part of the Great Chu. The East was the domain of the Sima family, and with their considerable influence, they sought to bring her organization under their control. However, at that time, Song Gu was unwilling to submit. She believed that her prowess would enable her to rival the Sima family. Yet, reality proved to be harsh, unbeknownst to her. The Sima family had bribed one of her most trusted subordinates, poisoning her tea. Consequently, it was no surprise that Song Gu was easily subdued. The strength of her organization, too, fell swiftly, thanks to the betrayal of that very subordinate, who was now the master of the Shura sect, known as Shualuo. Thus, Song Gu was, in fact, the former leader of the Shura sect. Moreover, the deranged villain on the 8th level of the Tower of Evil was one of Song Ji's former confidants. Reviled for his treachery, Shualuo, in a fit of rage, subjected him to torturous torment that ultimately drove him mad. Chapter 162. Casual conversation as they drank and conversed. It was primarily Song Gu who spoke, while Qin Feng listened intently. Occasionally, she would inquire about Qin Feng's background, to which he would respond candidly, revealing his humble origins and recounting his journey from a slum, borrowing from loan sharks to enter a martial arts school, subsequently joining an assassin organization, advancing to the Dragon Gate's martial arts hall, and finally reaching the branch academy. Upon hearing Qin Feng's narrative, Song Gu felt a flicker of admiration. Such a tale seemed fit for a storybook, yet unfolded vividly in Qin Feng's life. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly recalled something and asked, By the way, what technique did you employ for that final move? Was it of your own creation? The sudden shift in Qin Feng's technique had left her with no time to react, and it had been a lingering thought since their encounter. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, taking a quiet sip of his wine. Song Gu shrugged, her expression casual. If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine. It was indeed a delicate matter to inquire about another's martial arts. Song Gu was merely curious and had asked without much thought. Just as she assumed Qin Feng would remain reticent, his calm voice broke the silence. It is a highly intricate martial art known as Illusory Prison Thousand Claws, but it is not of my own invention. Song Gu murmured the name, Illusory Prison Thousand Claws? Indeed. She searched her memories for any martial arts she had encountered, but found no recollection. Moreover, martial arts with hand as a suffix were exceedingly rare. Who is its creator? A prodigious talent, who has fused three incomplete martial arts, palm, fist, and claw, into one. During an offensive, these three styles can be seamlessly interchanged, rendering the opponent defenseless. Song Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. She had initially thought it was a mere trick, but was taken aback to learn it was an entire martial discipline. Rising from her seat, she stretched her limbs, her face alight with eagerness, and declared, "Let us have a try. I wish to witness this so-called illusory prison thousand claws." "Very well," Qin Feng replied without hesitation. They then engaged in a sparring session. Of course, Song Gu refrained from using hidden silver needles. This was not a life-or-death duel, but rather a validation of their martial arts, purely exchanging techniques with their hands. As time elapsed, Song Ji's astonishment grew. Qin Feng maintained a dominant position throughout the exchange, a style that would be challenging for anyone to contend with. Perhaps when used by Lung Qi, it had been somewhat hindered, but after Qin Feng's refinement, the illusory prison thousand claws had become remarkably perfected. They both came to a halt. Song Gu nodded appreciatively, sincerely exclaiming, "The genius who created this technique is simply extraordinary." At that moment, a term surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. 9 Claws of Yin Wind, a mysterious level technique. Yet unlearned. This was the technique Song Gu was employing. Qin Feng's spirits lifted. He had inadvertently gained access to a mysterious level martial art. In truth, given sufficient conditions, Qin Feng could learn any martial technique used by others. However, it required the other party to demonstrate all foundational moves of their technique for Qin Feng's system to record it. Such opportunities were rare and serendipitous. To think that an unintentional exchange could yield such significant rewards. Now, as long as Qin Feng utilized secret elixirs to cultivate it to perfection, he could advance his own progress in the spectral ghost claw a step further. It was truly a windfall. After their exchange, Qin Feng departed from the Tower of Evil. Chapter 163. Sima Ling. Days later, a servant entered to report. "Lord Qin, there is a gentleman outside claiming to be Lord Sima Ling, here to pay a visit." "Sima Ling?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly before nodding. "Understood, please lead him to the reception room." In the reception room, the two sat across from each other. The atmosphere momentarily awkward. Neither was inclined to offer compliments. Since childhood, Sima Ling had always been viewed as someone to be revered, requiring no flattery. Conversely, despite his humble beginnings, Qin Feng would never stoop to flattering others. After a prolonged silence, Sima Ling broke the ice, awkwardly stating, "Brother Qin, your strength is remarkable. I hold you in great esteem." Seeing this, Qin Feng could only respond with a perfunctory acknowledgement. He then straightforwardly inquired, "What brings you here, Sima Ling?" Sima Ling remained silent, merely casting a glance at the nearby maidens. Qin Feng understood and addressed the maidens. "You may leave. There's no need to attend." "Yes, my lord." Once the maidens had distanced themselves, Sima Ling turned to Qin Feng with a serious expression, asking, "What would it take for you to relinquish the position of first in the branch academy?" Qin Feng paused, then slowly shook his head. "That position cannot be surrendered." Sima Ling, realizing that he could not expect to gain it easily, spoke earnestly. "The 100 medicines pool is of utmost importance to me. If you could part with it, name your price, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your request." The 100 medicines pool is a wondrous place within the external medicine division, stocked with various rare herbs, personally blended by the medicine division's head. Warriors who enter can significantly accelerate their cultivation speed, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of their abilities. A single day spent within is equivalent to a year of training outside. Most importantly, the elixirs in the 100 medicines pool possess remarkable effects that can refine one's bones and marrow. After soaking in the pool, one's cultivation speed will receive a permanent boost of at least 30%. Such effects are truly formidable, far surpassing the value of any earthly level martial technique. After all, possessing at least a 30% greater cultivation speed than his peers would yield increasingly significant returns as time progressed. Moreover, as the first in the division, entering the outer court granted him a singular opportunity to train for a day in the renowned Baoyao pool. Naturally, Qin Feng could not afford to forfeit such an opportunity. Sima Ling presented his terms. For 9 transformations golden pills, accompanied by 4,000 exquisite secret medicines of the bone-forging realm. The mere utterance of this demand caused Sima Ling's heart to bleed. Qin Feng's expression involuntarily morphed into one of astonishment. Such a lavish offer. The worth of the 9 transformations golden pills was beyond question. and the addition of 4,000 superior secret medicines for the bone-forging realm was indeed a substantial sacrifice on Sima Ling's part. Nevertheless, Qin Feng ultimately shook his head resolutely as he observed the growing disappointment in Sima Ling's eyes. I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the reception room. Sima Ling let out a deep sigh, resignedly clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. In that case, I shall not impose further. Qin Feng returned the gesture without uttering another word. As he watched Sima Ling depart, he steadied his resolve and returned to his chamber to continue his cultivation. Presently, he was merely a quarter of the way to the mid-stage of bone forging. Just a few days prior, after acquiring the Yin Win 9 claws from Songo, he had promptly elevated it to perfection. And upon merging it with his own netherworld claw, its level had significantly advanced once more. This enhancement further accelerated his bone-tempering speed. And with a plethora of secret medicines at his disposal, he fully immersed himself in his training, resulting in an even swifter growth in power. The time to enter the outer court drew ever closer. A few days after Sima Ling departed from Qin Feng's residence, he convened a meeting with several of the top-ranked students from the division. Of course, Qin Feng was not among them. Sima Ling began to outline his plan. As he spoke, expressions of shock spread across the faces of the attendees. One individual hesitated before voicing, "Isn't it rather reckless to confront him so openly? We may face repercussions from the instructor. Rest assured, I have already smoothed things over with the instructor, ensuring there will be no accountability afterward. Should any complications arise, you may freely disclose my involvement in front of the instructor. With 5 of you and just 1 of me, it is evident whose side the instructor will believe." The others exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. Eventually, Feng Xian spoke up. "We are all reasonable individuals. Please state your conditions." They were well aware of the significance of the Baoyao pool, thus comprehending Sima Ling's urgency to eliminate Qin Feng. Upon successful completion, each of you shall receive a 9 transformations golden pill and 1,000 portions of exquisite secret medicines from the bone forging realm. The group perked up immediately. However, not long after, Feng Xian scoffed, "Is that all? It pales in comparison to the value of the Baoyao pool." Indeed, when it came to worth, the Baoyao pool surpassed these secret medicines by multiples. The others quickly concurred. If Sima Ling's plan were to unfold without incident, they would be compelled to demand a greater share. Yet Sima Ling remained remarkably composed, asserting, "This is all I can offer at present. It reflects my utmost sincerity. If you seek more, I am truly unable to provide it." The secret medicines he mentioned, aside from the 9 transformations golden pills arranged through his clan's assistance, were drawn from future resource allocations, a significant sacrifice that would diminish his support for years to come. However, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant accessing the Baoyao pool. He was confident that no one would refuse this offer, as long as he remained a contender for the division's top position. They would be deprived of their chance to enter the Baoyao pool. They needed only to assist him once to secure such a bounty of secret medicines. He trusted they would make the right choice. After a silent exchange of glances among Feng Xian and the others, they ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, we accept." As the end of the month approached, Qin Feng opened his door and made his way toward the martial arts arena. Today marked his final grand competition within the division. Upon entering the arena, he noticed several individuals gathered near one of the fighting platforms and began to walk in their direction. This was not surprising. As the competition progressed, the disparities in strength among students became less pronounced. Rankings had largely stabilized, resulting in a scarcity of challengers. Indeed, the latter half of this year had been predominantly characterized by duels between Sima Ling and Qin Feng. It seemed they would meet once more today. Qin Feng had grown accustomed to this routine, and as he advanced, he gradually slowed his pace until, mere yards from the fighting platform, he came to a halt. His brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the instructor was conspicuously absent. What could this mean? Realizing he had been detected, Sima Ling paid little heed and nodded to a companion beside him. The companion understood and whistled sharply, causing figures to emerge from the surrounding buildings, swiftly converging on their location. In no time, dozens encircled Qin Feng, effectively trapping him in their midst. The encirclement began to constrict slowly. Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly, darkening as he recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, including Feng Xian, with all 6 of the top-ranked students present. The circle halted its tightening, and a gap opened, through which Sima Ling and several others entered. Qin Feng even spotted Lung Qi trailing behind Sima Ling. However, their eyes met only for an instant before quickly diverting, as if they were mere strangers with no connection. Qin Feng felt a surge of surprise. This was quite the coincidence, indicating that Lung Qi had caught the attention of the Sima family. Since entering the outer court, the two had not interacted. After Qin Feng had garnered acclaim in the division, Lung Qi had swiftly progressed to the bone forging realm as well. now ranking within the top 20 and securing a position in the outer court, albeit slightly lower on the list. Unlike Qin Feng, however, he had been more cautious in his challenges. Each month, he ascends a few ranks, thereby attracting less attention. However, it is primarily Qin Feng who draws all the focus, rendering Lung Qi less conspicuous. Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards Sima Ling. What do you mean by this, Sima Ling? Upon hearing this, Sima Ling's eyes glinted coldly. It means nothing. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, I shall have to send you on your way today. So, the instructors of the sub-academy will not intervene, will they? Sima Ling regarded Qin Feng with the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. The capabilities of aristocratic families are beyond your comprehension. Rest assured, no one will save you today. Suddenly, Qin Feng lowered his head and chuckled softly. When he raised it again, his gaze was electrifying, and his voice emanated with a steady cadence. You think you can kill me, just with you? At these words, the surrounding crowd instantly darkened in demeanor. This was a blatant humiliation. What did he mean by just them? Did Qin Feng truly believe that he alone could withstand them all? Chapter 165, The Siege. Utterly arrogant, Feng Xian felt an immense frustration. We'll see if your bravado holds. Sima Ling coldly retorted, then shouted, Stop wasting words with him. Attack. Let us end this swiftly. Sima Ling was the first to move. He flashed forward and unleashed a powerful punch directly at Qin Feng. Tiger Leopard Shock Fist. Simultaneously, Feng Xian and the others surrounding them also struck. As the fist approached, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and he responded with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding boom. The tremendous impact forced both combatants to stagger backward. Sima Ling cradled his arm, a trickle of blood dripping from his fingertips to the ground. He stared blankly at his arm, the outcome utterly beyond his expectations. A dawning shock gradually crept into his expression. How is this possible? It's actually a martial technique. Moreover, it cannot merely be a technique, for such power cannot stem from it alone, unless it was at the earth level, which is clearly impossible. Thus, the only explanation is that in addition to his martial art, Qin Feng has cultivated secret techniques to enhance its power. And his mastery is not low. In truth, Sima Ling had been careless, not unleashing his full strength at the outset. His technique for amplifying force had yet to be deployed. Over the past 3 years, even this martial technique had been elevated by Qin Feng to the profound tier. Ascending from the yellow tier to the profound tier is arduous, but from the profound tier to the earth tier is remarkably easier. Coupled with the five-fold enhancement of his physical strength, anyone would be caught off guard and suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having regained his footing, swiftly dodged several attackers. A relentless wave of assaults ensued. The scene erupted into chaos, with Qin Feng's figure darting about, occasionally revealing a flicker of ghostly light. Excruciatingly loud sounds rang in his ears. One student, suddenly overwhelmed, found himself disoriented. Before he could react, a shadow zipped past him, and instinctively turning his head, he felt a warmth at his throat. Reflexively, he reached to touch it, only to find his hand smeared with blood. Terror gradually seeped into his heart, and soon, his vision blurred, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng suddenly appeared before Lung Qi, exchanging several blows. With a claw-like strike, 5 streaks of blood erupted across Lung Qi's chest, his face contorting in agony, as Qin Feng sent him flying with a powerful kick. Blood splattered across the arena. The students surrounding him fell one after another. Since they sought his life, Qin Feng no longer held back. Those ranked higher, like Feng Xian, would fall within 5 moves. For the others, it was almost a single strike to defeat them. The ghostly claw technique was inherently treacherous and lethal, targeting the vital points of the human body with each attack. In mere moments, the martial arts arena was littered with the bodies of students. Even those who survived were sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Having dispatched these opponents, Qin Feng turned sharply towards Sima Ling, the instigator, determined not to let him escape. Upon seeing this, Sima Ling's expression changed dramatically. Straining to rise, he attempted to block Qin Feng's advance. Yet, just as Qin Feng's assault was about to strike a critical area, his gaze caught a glimpse of Lung Qi, causing a shift in his thoughts. In that split second, he slightly adjusted the direction of his arm. With a piercing shriek, 3 bloody claw marks appeared on Sima Ling's face, the wound slashing diagonally from his forehead down, traversing the entirety of his visage. Sima Ling clasped his face with both hands, writhing on the ground in anguish, blood oozing from between his fingers. Qin Feng raised a hand, reaching for Sima Ling. Just then, a furious shout rang out. Stop! A figure rushed in from a distance. However, Qin Feng seemed oblivious, his claw gripping Sima Ling's calf. With a fierce twist of his fingers, crack! The bone of Sima Ling's leg was instantly contorted into a grotesque spiral. The excruciating pain penetrated deep into Sima Ling's bones, eliciting a horrified scream. Qin Feng lifted his hand, fingers aimed straight at Sima Ling's eyes. In that moment, Sima Ling was utterly defenseless, gazing helplessly at the approaching fingers, despair flooding his eyes. With this strike, even if he did not die, his sight would be irrevocably destroyed, with no chance for healing. In this era, there were no means to restore sight to the blind. The figure in the distance continued to close in, but it was clear that they would not arrive in time. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure suddenly appeared from the side, recklessly lunging forward to shield Sima Ling. With a piercing sound, Qin Feng's fingers plunged deeply into the newcomer's abdomen. The sudden appearance of this person was none other than Lung Qi. The intense pain contorted Lung Qi's face, but he had saved Sima Ling, who exhaled in relief. His eyes filled with gratitude. Qin Feng swung his arm, flinging Lung Qi aside. Yet, during that brief moment of delay, the figure from afar had reached Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng raised his arms defensively before his chest. Bang! A foot struck forcefully against Qin Feng's arm, propelling him several yards away and finally rescuing Sima Ling. The newcomer, visibly anxious, crouched down to assess Sima Ling's condition. Rising, he turned to face Qin Feng, coldly stating, "Qin Feng, how dare you defy the Academy's regulations and ruthlessly harm your fellow students?" The sudden arrival was one of the instructors from the sub-academy, responsible for presiding over the duels in the arena. If this had occurred in the past, Qin Feng might have swallowed his pride to gain admission to the outer academy. However, now that he understood the true nature of these individuals, he felt no need to endure any longer. Thus, Qin Feng, devoid of a hint of trepidation, deviated from his usual demeanor and retorted with scorn. "Indeed, quite remarkable. When they conspired against me, you chose to remain absent, yet now, in the wake of their defeat, you emerge to accuse me of violating the Academy's regulations." The instructor's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity in confronting him. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of icy disdain. "Preposterous. The fact that you have harmed your fellow students is undeniable, and the Academy's rules are not to be trifled with. I advise you to surrender at once and await the Academy's judgment. If there are extenuating circumstances, justice shall be served in due course. However, should you resist, I will personally see to your capture and demise." Qin Feng could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Ha! How ironic. You deliberately turn a blind eye to Sima Ling's transgressions, yet you insist on upholding the Academy's rules against me." Entrusting his fate to others was not in Qin Feng's nature, and after this incident, he could no longer place his faith in the division's instructors to handle matters fairly. With a wry smile fading from his lips, he shook his head and replied, "If that is the case, then I shall no longer indulge you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng's figure shifted slightly, and he swiftly propelled himself backward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the instructor shouted, "Stop him." In an instant, figures leapt from the heights of the nearby structures surrounding the training grounds, swiftly converging towards Qin Feng. To his astonishment, these individuals were all instructors from the division, having remained hidden, observing from the shadows. Witnessing this scene only solidified Qin Feng's resolve. Their speed was astounding, and with each passing moment, they drew closer. With so many instructors in pursuit, the weakest among them was at the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. Should Qin Feng be apprehended, the consequences would be dire. However, he remained unperturbed. With a single foot planted firmly on the ground, he summoned the flowing wind 100 techniques with all his might. His speed surged, transforming him into a streak of light, and before they could complete their encirclement, he darted away, racing toward the Academy's exit. The instructors hastily followed in pursuit, but even as they exerted themselves to the utmost, the distance between them and Qin Feng gradually widened. A quarter of an hour later, the instructors stood with ashen faces, watching Qin Feng's elegant retreat into the distance. Days later, a letter arrived in Shui Xian's hands. Initially believing it to be a trivial matter within the Shui Xian hall, she opened it nonchalantly, only to widen her eyes in disbelief. After confirming the contents, she took a moment to calm the shock within her, reading every word with utmost attention. With a resounding thud, she slammed the letter onto the table and immediately summoned her subordinates. She ordered them to investigate Qin Feng's whereabouts and made some internal arrangements within Shui Xian hall. However, days passed without any news. Just as Shui Xian contemplated taking matters into her own hands, another letter reached her. This one was brief, pinned by Qin Feng, inviting her to meet at a specific location. After reading it, Shui Xian's eyes glimmered with contemplation. She then tossed the letter into the nearby fire, watching it burn to ashes before she rose and walked toward the door. Days later, Shui Xian arrived deep within a secluded forest, the very place where Qin Feng had arranged to meet her. Yet, at that moment, it was deserted, save for a smoldering fire pit that lay cold and extinguished. Seeing this, Shui Xian remained calm, choosing to stand patiently as she awaited his arrival. Before long, a figure silently emerged from behind a large tree. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shui Xian let out a quiet sigh of relief and couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite cautious. Qin Feng nodded impassively. Better to be prudent. Shui Xian brushed off the comment, aware that Qin Feng's initial delay was a reflection of his lingering wariness towards her, fearing she might bring others to ambush him. After all, such a significant incident could easily lead to fatal consequences if not handled with care. Shui Xian initiated the conversation. What transpired? She had only heard that Qin Feng had wreaked havoc in the division, subsequently being pursued by the instructors, but the full details remained unclear. Qin Feng sighed softly. The division's affairs are rather troublesome. He then recounted his experiences, detailing how he had claimed the title of the division's champion, how Sima Ling sought him out, and how he was subsequently besieged by Sima Ling and his associates. Shui Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she teased. So now, I suppose I am no match for you, the champion of the division. Chapter 167. The Counterattack of the All-Beings Cult. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before asking, what are your thoughts on the matter? After all, behind Hua Manlu stood a significant figure from the Feng family. During the training session, aside from Lung Qi and Sima Ling, all others had perished at his hands, including Feng Xian, the legitimate son of the Feng family and its future head. Thus, it was imperative for Qin Feng to ascertain Shui Xian's stance before formulating his future plans. Shui Xian, understanding Qin Feng's concerns, wasted no time in expressing her position. Hua Manlu merely relies on that influential figure from the Feng family. He is not their benefactor. Furthermore, the Feng family is currently in disarray due to the All-Beings cult's affairs. You are unaware of the internal turmoil because you have not been involved in the hall's matters. That influential figure has been pressuring Hua Manlu to send people to the All-Beings cult's territory, yet it is a veritable den of peril, with few returning safely. This has resulted in significant losses for the hall. The protectors and the members below are exceedingly discontented. If this continues, the members of Hua Manlu will be wiped out. However, the hall master is fixated on aligning with the southern hegemon, the Feng family, and refuses to pass up any opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, leading to chaos within the hall. Qin Feng had not anticipated such circumstances arising within Hua Manlu. Shui Xian continued, moreover, the individuals within Hua Manlu who are aware of your true identity are limited to those in Shui Xian Hall. Upon receiving the news, I promptly dispatched individuals to alert those who know your name. I trust they will know how to proceed. Therefore, you need not worry. Upon hearing Shui Xian's reassurances, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. Given the current situation, you can return directly to Shui Xian Hall without fear of repercussions. Additionally, I will arrange for personnel to spread false information to confuse the Feng family's spies. In response, Qin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, sincerely thanking her. Thank you. Although Shui Xian spoke nonchalantly, she would bear responsibility should matters escalate. Given the instability within the hall, he needed to prepare himself mentally. What is the situation? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Our informants have discovered that several protectors are clandestinely gathering, plotting something that likely bodes ill. Just keep this in mind, Shui Xian replied. Qin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. He then donned the long and used monkey mask and returned to the stronghold of Shui Xian Hall. The repercussions of Qin Feng's actions were far-reaching. Upon learning of the events, the division's head berated the instructors below in a fit of rage. What was initially perceived as a simple matter had spiraled into a significant blunder. Simultaneously, he lamented his previous greed for the meager benefits offered by the Sima family. Now, with the fire burning at his feet, it was unbearable. The casualties among the division's students were so extensive that they could not be concealed. Meanwhile, news of Qin Feng's brutal rampage within the division reached the ears of the prominent families. The Feng family was incensed. However, their primary focus was currently on the matters concerning the cult of all beings, leaving them with insufficient manpower to seek revenge on Qin Feng. Consequently, a notable figure from the Feng family was compelled to issue orders for Hua Manlu to discreetly investigate Qin Feng's whereabouts. Intending to settle scores once the situation with the cult of all beings was resolved, the members of the Shui Xian Hall pretended to be diligently searching. Yet they remained tight-lipped about Qin Feng's actual location. Unbeknownst to others, the individual they sought was securely ensconced within a stronghold of the Shui Xian Hall. Thus, Qin Feng successfully concealed himself within this refuge for several months. In one of the cities occupied by the cult of all beings, the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter. Martial artists rampaged through the streets, effortlessly dispatching multiple foes with every movement. Even though the cultists, having consumed the miraculous pills crafted from the divine powder, exhibited a surge in strength and recklessly charged at these experts, their efforts were in vain. The disparity in power was insurmountable, and they were significantly outnumbered. In a brief span, the city fell, leaving behind what resembled a ghost town, littered with corpses and few survivors. These martial experts donned a uniform bearing the inscription, Longmen Academy. All of them were instructors from the division, who had somehow been persuaded by the Feng family to intervene. The collective force of these instructors, all formidable practitioners at the bone-forging realm, was unparalleled within their own tier. Confronting the cultists, who relied solely on the enhanced powers bestowed by the miraculous pills, proved to be a mere formality. Their primary objective was to breach the cult of all beings' territory, locate the so-called Holy Master, and eliminate him, thereby dismantling the cult from within. The offensive launched by the division's instructors was fierce. They handled the assault, while the Feng family members dealt with the aftermath. Within mere days, several cities captured by the cult of all beings were reclaimed. However, before the Feng family could revel in their success, the Holy Master of the cult, along with numerous subordinates, secretly infiltrated the vicinity of the division and launched a fierce counterattack, inflicting significant damage on the division, a historic first in centuries. Never before had anyone dared to assault the territory of Longmen Academy's division, a blatant affront to the great Chu dynasty. Caught off guard by this turn of events, the division's instructors had mostly ventured forth to confront the cult of all beings, leaving behind only a small contingent of instructors and students. After a brutal clash, the overwhelming number of students allowed the division to barely withstand the cultists' onslaught, as the top 50 among the division were no weaklings in the bone-forging realm. After both sides suffered heavy losses, the Holy Master of the cult retreated, but not without inflicting significant casualties on the division. The structures within the division were left in ruins, including the infamous Evil Man Tower, where the gatekeeper and several instructors confronted the Holy Master. The gatekeeper and his companions, all in the late stages of the bone-forging realm, engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately succeeded in driving the Holy Master back, though the gatekeeper sustained severe injuries in the process. Meanwhile, the 9 notorious criminals within the Evil Man Tower seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Upon learning of the turmoil within the division, the principal, who was outside at the time, was filled with both shock and fury. He was enraged that the cult of all beings had the audacity to directly assault the division and was astonished at the magnitude of the incident, pondering how he would explain it to the higher-ups. After Qin Feng's previous rampage at the martial arts arena, resulting in numerous student fatalities, the principal had exhausted all his resources to suppress that incident. He had hoped to recoup some losses from the Feng family, yet now found himself embroiled in this dire situation. Following 2 consecutive blunders of such magnitude, the principal could foresee his own downfall. He could feign plausible deniability regarding the previous incident, but how could he justify this one? After all, the division's primary duty was to select prodigies, not to quell local rebellions. His misguided decisions had led to further loss of life among the students, filling him with intense rage. Chapter 168, adding to the old man's dilemma. At this juncture, it was almost certain that the position of division principal was lost. This intensified his hatred towards the cult of all beings, particularly the Holy Master. However, it was no longer feasible to deploy the division's instructors. They had all been reassigned to safeguard the division and ensure the students' safety. Nevertheless, he candidly informed the Feng family that if they could ascertain the precise location of the Holy Master, he would personally take action. The division principal was a fully realized practitioner of the bone-forging realm, aware that the Holy Master was merely in the late stages of the same realm. He was confident he could handle the confrontation. As time swiftly passed, at the entrance of Longmen Academy's division, 20 young individuals rode forth on horseback, brimming with vigor. One of the youths turned to a stern-faced man beside him and inquired, "Lung Qi, as we approach the outer academy, what are your feelings?" However, in response to the question, Lung Qi coldly replied, "No particular feelings." Unfazed, Sima Ling merely chuckled and shook his head. "Lung Qi, you truly lack enthusiasm." Lung Qi shot Sima Ling a glance, but offered no reply. Ever since that fateful day when Lung Qi risked his life to save Sima Ling, the latter had harbored immense gratitude, insisting on keeping Lung Qi by his side, treating him as a confidant. Lung Qi's distant demeanor, in Sima Ling's eyes, was merely a quirk of his character. He did not mind. After all, it was sufficient for him that Lung Qi had bravely protected him in a moment of peril. "All right, everyone, let us set off," called out a middle-aged man at the front. "Yes, instructor," the group responded in unison. This assembly was comprised of students from the division who had successfully secured their spots in the outer academy. Whatever transpired next in the southern region was of no concern to them. They were bound for the outer academy of Longmen, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. The horses trotted forward, and Lung Qi glanced back at the division, an inscrutable expression crossing his face as he stared at the increasingly distant gate. Lost in thought, he gradually steeled his resolve, turned his head, and gently flicked the reins. Giddy up. The group left the division, journeying towards the horizon. The division's instructors were dispatched to apprehend the criminals from the evil man tower. These wrongdoers had been confined within the tower for at least a decade, their monotonous existence driving them nearly to madness. Now liberated, they could not suppress their base desires and began to wreak havoc, further destabilizing the southern region. Meanwhile, the Feng family continued their relentless conflict with the cult of all beings. The two factions were locked in an irreconcilable struggle, their relationship characterized by an unyielding enmity. Engaged in a battle of wits and strength, after a period of investigation, the Feng family finally discerned the whereabouts of the holy master of the cult of all beings. They then ambushed him on the road, accompanied by several formidable experts from the Feng family. Holy Master Wuxing, this time, there will be no escape for you, declared Feng Lin, the head of the Feng family, coldly. The lord of the all-being sect, known by the title of the Unborn Saint, has long since been forgotten by his original name. Gazing calmly at the individuals before him, there is no hint of alarm upon his countenance. With your capabilities, it seems unlikely you could impede my progress. Just then, an unexpected voice pierced the silence. What about me? A figure swiftly approached from the distance, and within mere breaths, stood before the Unborn Saint. This individual was none other than the Dean of the Branch Academy. Chapter 169, Counter-Ambush. After today, the all-being sect shall cease to exist. Unborn Saint, do you have any final words to impart? The Dean declared, his aura brimming with lethal intent. The Unborn Saint had tarnished his career with a significant stain, and he was resolute in ensuring that this instigator would not escape unscathed. Having served as the Dean for 15 years, he was merely 5 years away from potentially ascending to a position within the outer academy of the Dragon Gate, leveraging his distinguished record and familial connections. The disparities in treatment and authority across the various academies of the Dragon Gate were substantial. Even a modest role in the outer academy would surpass the power he currently wielded as Dean. Yet, now all his aspirations lay in ruins. How could he not harbor resentment towards the Unborn Saint? Though he had achieved the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm, the Unborn Saint was merely at its later stages. Moreover, the Wind family had numerous formidable experts, the weakest among them being at the mid-stage of bone refinement. The head of the Wind family, Feng Lin, had likewise attained the later stage of bone refinement, placing the situation in dire straits for the Unborn Saint. Nevertheless, upon the appearance of the Dean, the Saint exhibited no surprise, instead breaking into a smile. Ah, you have finally chosen to show yourself. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Such a reaction was exceedingly peculiar. With hands clasped together, the Unborn Saint spoke with utmost courtesy. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, benefactor. The multitude of beings is boundless. Although his words seemed but a whisper, they resonated loudly, carrying far and wide. Whoosh! Figures erupted from the surrounding woods, hastening toward the scene, and within moments, encircled the Dean and the Wind family. These were none other than the kings and diamond protectors of the all-being sect, 10 kings and over 200 diamond protectors, including the former leader of the Wolf Gang, Lang Yun. These individuals did not represent the entirety of the sect's strength, but were the most formidable forces currently available. The Wind family members' expressions shifted dramatically at this sight, yet the Dean merely scoffed, disdain evident in his demeanor. You think such a ragtag group can stand in my way? I am eager to see just how long you can delay me. The chasm in strength between the pinnacle of bone refinement and its mid-stage counterpart was far from inconsequential. The Wind family, reassured by their own top-tier warrior, exhaled with relief, believing they had nothing to fear. However, the Unborn Saint shook his head. No, they are not here to obstruct you. Their purpose is to deal with the members of the Wind family. The Dean laughed derisively. Are you suggesting you will stop me? Amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, the Unborn Saint's expression turned grave as he nodded slightly. Indeed, it is I who will confront you. How long do you believe you can withstand my presence? Killing you would obviously be the ideal outcome, he replied with candor. Observing the solemnity of the Unborn Saint, the crowd began to wonder if he had lost his mind. The Dean, unwilling to waste further time, declared, enough with the trivialities, let our actions speak. Instantly, chaos erupted as the Wind family warriors charged toward the kings and diamond protectors, while the Dean surged directly at the Unborn Saint. With a graceful arc of his leg, he executed a powerful strike, the force of which sent a gust that rustled the Unborn Saint's garments. Yet the Saint remained unfazed, raising his hands in defense. Boom! The collision reverberated through the air. As the dust settled, the Unborn Saint stood firmly, his feet embedded in the ground up to his knees, having effectively absorbed the Dean's assault. With a determined gaze, the Unborn Saint launched himself at his adversary, igniting a fierce confrontation. The Dean's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized that his opponent was also at the pinnacle of bone refinement. Furthermore, The unborn saint practiced defensive martial arts that bolstered his strength, though the dean could maintain the upper hand. He found it impossible to subdue the unborn saint in the short term. Meanwhile, the diamond protectors showed no hesitation, simultaneously consuming the elixir known as the divine powder. Its effects manifested rapidly. Within mere moments, their eyes transformed to a blood-red hue. With fierce roars, they charged at the Wind family warriors. Under the influence of the divine powder, their strength surged to the pinnacle of muscle refinement, and combined with their reckless fervor, the atmosphere turned chaotic. As the number of combatants swelled, the impact of individual prowess diminished significantly. The Wind family, having brought forth only 20 or so experts of bone refinement, soon found themselves at a disadvantage, with injuries beginning to mount. The dean, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding battle, felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. The ferocity of the diamond protectors was overwhelming, even causing him to feel apprehensive. He understood that even he would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The adage that a swarm of ants could fell an elephant held true within the martial community as well. Once the Wind family had been dealt with, it would be his turn to face the consequences. After a brief encounter with the unborn saint, the dean distanced himself from the fray, observing the battlefield with newfound clarity. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. He turned sharply to the unborn saint. Your ultimate objective has been me all along, has it not? With the goal achieved, the unborn saint no longer concealed his intentions, smiling faintly as he replied, Indeed, though I did not anticipate the Wind family would summon you so hastily. You have unwittingly aided me greatly. The dean's fingers cracked ominously. What do you truly seek? The unborn saint, hands clasped in reverence, gazed earnestly at the dean. I have heard whispers of a secret elixir within the branch academy that aids warriors in breaking through to the blood refinement realm. I am in dire need of such a potion. Regrettably, I must take action against you. At this, the dean's expression darkened further. How did you come to know of this? Yet the unborn saint merely shook his head, offering a respectful bow without answering. The dean, teeth clenched, his eyes shifting rapidly, finally conceded, Fine, if you allow me to depart, I shall deliver that elixir to you. The defeat of the Wind family was merely a matter of time. If he allowed them to finish first, he would likely have little chance of escape. Thus, he began contemplating his retreat, unwilling to perish here when he had ample time yet to squander. However, the saint shook his head gently, a light chuckle escaping him. I can obtain it myself. Now was the opportune moment to eliminate the dean. If it were to be let go, one would still worry whether the dean of the branch would have a change of heart. The saint of no life was not inclined to take such risks. The dean of the branch was seething with rage. Chapter 170, falling one after another. At that moment, 2 law kings had circled to the back of the dean, blocking his escape route. Upon seeing this, the dean's expression shifted slightly as he turned to glance towards the Feng family, only to witness their masters being scattered by the diamond respecters of the All-Beings sect. The dosage of the divine elixir consumed by those diamond respecters was significantly greater than that of the ordinary followers, resulting in astonishing effects. Initially, they were merely at the early stage of the muscle refinement realm, yet they unleashed power approaching the peak of that realm. Moreover, they felt no pain, transforming into frenzied combatants. Each master of the Feng family faced dozens of diamond respecters, their martial skills rendered ineffective, being surrounded and beaten to death one after another. Of course, the side effects of the larger doses of the divine elixir were equally terrifying. The exposed skin of those diamond respecters was riddled with cracks, and with every movement, blood oozed from their bodies, painting them as blood-soaked figures. Some could even be seen with bone white visible beneath their skin. The other 2 law kings kept their distance, refraining from engaging in the battle, merely hovering nearby, occasionally interceding to restrain any who attempted to flee. Only after those diamond respecters had successfully entangled their targets would they retreat. Meanwhile, the battle between the Saint of No Life and the Dean had commenced. The Dean, while fending off the Saint, kept an eye on the surrounding circumstances. However, the 2 law kings were exceedingly cautious, maintaining their distance while subtly blocking the Dean's retreat. Cold sweat began to bead on the Dean's forehead. Exposing one's back to an adversary of comparable strength was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. If he attempted to flee and was delayed by the 2 law kings, it would provide the Saint of No Life ample opportunity to pursue and inflict grave injury upon him. As time passed, the masters of the Feng family were utterly annihilated. The remaining 50 or so diamond respecters promptly redirected their charge towards the Dean. All beings are infinite, the Saint of No Life murmured. Then, disregarding the incoming attack, he brazenly absorbed the Dean's whip kick with his chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the Saint's hands clutched tightly onto the Dean's calves. The Dean's complexion changed dramatically. His lower leg was yanked relentlessly, yet he could not extricate himself. In that fleeting moment, the diamond respecters finally arrived. With a furious roar, they lunged at the Dean. In a critical moment, the Dean executed a single kick, spinning midair. Poison Dragon Pierces. One foot pierced the void, forcefully stomping onto the chest of the Saint of No Life. Boom. A dull sound resonated. In a life-or-death instant, the Dean unleashed extraordinary strength. Despite the defensive martial arts shielding him, the Saint could not withstand the blow, feeling as if he had been ravaged, spitting blood and flying backward. However, the Diamond Respecters had already reached the Saint's vicinity. They employed hands and feet indiscriminately, seizing hold of any part they could grasp. They swarmed together like a human tower, one after another, overwhelming him. The martial arts duel had devolved into a close-quarters brawl. The area instantly transformed into a mound of bodies. Mere moments later, amidst the Dean's furious roar, boom, the mound erupted, bodies flung away. At last, the Dean managed to extricate himself. Yet, a few Diamond Respecters still clung desperately to his feet. With an enraged shout, the Dean swung his fists down. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the Diamond Respecters burst like watermelons, their remains scattering across the ground. However, even after slaying them, their hands remained firmly attached to the Dean. The Dean attempted to take a few steps, but dragging the corpses made movement exceedingly cumbersome. He crouched down, extending his hands to grasp their arms in an effort to pry them off. Yet, the knocked-back Diamond Respecters lunged at him once more. Seeing the approaching figures, despair flickered in the Dean's eyes, and he was soon engulfed again. After several cycles of this nature, the Dean finally lacked the strength to break free. A quarter of an hour later, the surviving Diamond Respecters retreated, and the battle came to a definitive end. The Dean had been torn apart, his body in disarray. Not a single piece left intact. The remaining dozen or so Diamond Respecters panted heavily, the effects of the divine elixir causing their hearts to race. Even with the cessation of battle, they remained in a state of exhilaration. All beings are infinite. Several Law Kings and the Saint of No Life chanted in unison. A glimmer of clarity flickered in the eyes of the Diamond Respecters, who then clasped their hands in prayer, sincerely bowing to the Saint and his companions. Finally, without a moment's hesitation, they raised their palms and struck their foreheads with force. Crack, crack. A dozen Diamond Respecters simultaneously took their own lives. The Saint of No Life led the way, slightly bending forward, murmuring an unknown scripture in homage to the fallen Diamond Respecters. The Law Kings behind him followed suit in solemn tribute. Once matters were settled, the Saint turned his gaze towards the direction of the Dragon Gate branch, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Saint, shall we proceed with a full-scale assault on the branch? Yet, the Saint shook his head. Although he yearned for the secret elixir that could transcend the muscle refinement realm, the more critical the moment, the more patience was required. Not yet. Let some time pass. Upon your return, hasten your preparations. As commanded, Saint. The Law Kings replied, bowing deeply. They tidied the scene slightly before swiftly departing. With the Dean and the majority of the Feng family's masters slain, the All-Being sect no longer held back and accelerated their offensive. In just a day, they had captured over a dozen cities. They then intensified efforts to win over the populace within those cities. Since ancient times, the common folk had been in a state of profound subjugation, seldom receiving such attention from the upper echelons of martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that any martial artist possessed of strength could easily bully them, as long as it did not go too far. The local officials and soldiers were disinclined to intervene. Under the indulgence of the upper class, over time, various gangs had formed, extorting the common people under numerous pretexts. The moment the All-Being sect captured a city, they swiftly dismantled all gangs within, mandating their dissolution without any room for negotiation. This lifted a tremendous weight off the shoulders of the common folk, who suddenly felt as if their lives had been illuminated. Coupled with the various benevolent measures introduced by the All-Being sect, the populace quickly rallied to their cause. The all-out offensive by the All-Being sect sent shockwaves through the aristocratic families who had been closely monitoring the situation, leaving them bewildered as to what madness had overtaken them. It was only days later that the deaths of the Feng family patriarch and the Dean came to light. The news spread rapidly across the southern regions, leaving all who heard it in utter shock, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The headmaster of the division and Feng Lin, the patriarch of the Feng family, have become the paramount forces in the southern region. With their demise at the hands of the cult of all beings, who then could possibly restrain them? Before long, the cult of all beings had seized control of a third of the southern cities. Their advance was swift, leading to the complete annihilation of the Feng family. At the gates of the division, a throng of people was visible, the entrance choked with followers of the cult of all beings. The division had only recently welcomed a new batch of students, and none could have anticipated the audacity of the cult, which sought to confront the division head-on. With no grand proclamations, the supreme master of the cult issued a command, and all present roared as they launched their assault on the division. After a brutal and bloody battle, the the cult of all beings finally breached the gates of the division. The followers surged in, scattering and engaging in fierce combat with the division's students and instructors. The air was filled with the cries of battle. Meanwhile, the Supreme Master led a large group of followers directly towards the apothecary pavilion. Upon gazing at the pavilion, he refrained from a reckless attack, choosing instead to wait patiently. The pavilion housed a wealth of secret medicines, and a direct assault could jeopardize these invaluable resources, an outcome he wished to avoid. Thus, he waited for the occupant inside to emerge, confident that the individual would also prefer not to see the secret medicines destroyed in a skirmish. After a considerable wait, the doors of the apothecary pavilion creaked open, and an elderly man stepped forth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the followers of the cult, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the Supreme Master. "Who would have thought that you lowly wretches could stir such turmoil?" he remarked. Lowly wretches is a term steeped in contempt. To those of noble lineage, anyone outside their ranks is deemed a lowly wretch, without distinction. The crowd's faces darkened at the elder's words, but none acted, instead looking to the Supreme Master. However, he paid no heed to their indignation, responding with a courteous salute. "You may leave, esteemed one. I shall not hinder your departure." This elder was a consummate warrior of the bone refinement realm, tasked exclusively with safeguarding the apothecary pavilion. He would only engage if the pavilion were under attack. This was also the reason why the Supreme Master, despite knowing that the secret medicines for breaking through the bone refinement realm lay within the pavilion, had refrained from assaulting it during his previous ambush on the division. After all, that earlier incursion relied on stealth, and to avoid detection. The Supreme Master had brought but a handful of followers. Alone, they could not hope to breach the pavilion. Thus, he concealed his true strength. In fact, during that previous encounter, the Supreme Master had secretly arranged for another individual to infiltrate the pavilion should the elder dare to leave his post to confront him. Yet, the elder remained ever vigilant, never straying an inch away. Ultimately, the Supreme Master had to abandon that plan, creating a ruckus before leading his followers to retreat. The display of his late-stage bone refinement strength had also led the Feng family and the division head to miscalculate, allowing the Supreme Master to successfully outmaneuver them. Upon hearing the Supreme Master's words, the elder snorted derisively. "Humph, Lu is not one to cower in fear. If you wish to enter the apothecary pavilion, you must first tread over my corpse." Seeing this, the Supreme Master sighed in resignation. He, too, wished to avoid conflict. After all, the Diamond Elder of the cult was not to be trifled with. To incur fewer losses would be advantageous. "In that case, I must regrettably offend you." He raised his head, his compassion swiftly morphing into ruthlessness. "Attack!" The surrounding followers let out a furious roar and charged forward. The elder, however, merely scoffed, casting forth a cloud of powder. The powder shimmered with reddish light under the sun before settling upon the advancing followers. Those touched by it quickly succumbed, collapsing to the ground within mere breaths, their lips darkening, limbs trembling, faces contorted in agony, until their bodies lay still. The elder continued to unleash the powder, and the number of fallen followers increased. However, those who initially charged forward were merely the ordinary minions of the cult, the most numerous among them. They remained locked in a stalemate for a quarter of an hour until the elder could no longer disperse any more powder. The cultists surged ahead, overwhelming the elder. Blood splattered, and the sounds of breaking bones echoed as distorted bodies were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The Supreme Master and the surrounding Law Kings clasped their hands together, bowing in reverence, muttering incantations, likely chanting for the brave souls who met their demise. The battle raged on into the night, culminating in the division's obliteration. The followers of the cult ransacked the apothecary pavilion, emptying it of its secret medicines, and made off with the martial arts manuscripts as well. Ultimately, under the Supreme Master's orders, flames illuminated the night sky. With the Feng family and the division eliminated, the cult of all beings shed all restraint, unleashing their full might. One city after another fell into their grasp, their territory expanding exponentially. Meanwhile, the great families near the cult began their hasty exodus. The southern region once again witnessed a mass flight, but this time, the protagonists were not the destitute, but the noble clans. Simultaneously, from the distant strongholds of the Gua and Shi families, swift steeds galloped forth, racing westward into the territory of the cult of all beings. Shortly thereafter, these individuals re-emerged, heading back to the strongholds of the great families. After several months, it appeared that some form of agreement had been reached between the cult and the remaining families. Following the cult's conquest of nearly half the southern region, they ceased their expansion. Amidst the chaos in the south, significant changes unfolded within the Flower Pavilion. Many fleeing noble families sought refuge within its walls, inevitably leading to conflicts. Those families, having lost their stable sources of income, turned their gazes towards other ventures. with the flower pavilion being the first target due to its low costs and high profits. Within one of the outposts of the flower pavilion, Qin Feng sat at the lower seat, listening as Shui Xian analyzed the recent developments in the southern region. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in. "My lord, the master has decreed that in 5 days, we are to convene at headquarters for discussions." "Understood." The messenger saluted and exited. Shui Xian pondered for a moment before looking at Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Feng, accompany me to the meeting." "Certainly." 5 days later, a refined middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, appearing weary as he rubbed his nose. He then cast his gaze upon the gathered assembly and inquired, "Esteemed protectors, do any of you have thoughts to share?" This man was none other than the master of the flower pavilion, the 100 Flowers Taoist. At this moment, he was engulfed in profound distress. The Feng family had inexplicably been annihilated by the cult of all beings, a turn of events he had never anticipated. Upon receiving this news, he was rendered utterly speechless. Throughout this period, he had steadfastly aligned himself with the Feng family, and now, with their extinction, his unwavering commitment had become a mere jest. It is worth noting that during this time, the master of the 100 Flowers had exerted every effort to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Feng family, continuously sending personnel to support the cult of all beings. Yet now, he was informed of the Feng family's demise. His investments had yielded nothing. After a moment of silence, the Plum Blossom Guardian was the first to speak. "For now, we must focus on internal organization. The cult of all beings is launching a fierce offensive. Should they seize control of the entire southern region, they will certainly not tolerate the existence of factions such as ours at the Flower Pavilion. Therefore, we must prepare ourselves to withdraw from the south at a moment's notice." Despite the palpable indignation on their faces, the others could only nod in reluctant agreement. Indeed, according to the intelligence they had gathered, the cult of all beings did not permit any other forces to coexist in the areas they occupied. Should any opposing factions refuse to disband, they would be eradicated with ruthless efficiency, leaving no room for negotiation. Whether the Flower Pavilion could be an exception remained uncertain, but the odds were decidedly against it. Hearing this, the master of the 100 Flowers furrowed his brow. To withdraw from the south would mean starting anew, a cost far too great to bear. Unless absolutely necessary, surrendering was out of the question. Does anyone have any viable suggestions? Ultimately, the master of the 100 Flowers was unwilling to part with the legacy he had built. The Flower Pavilion had consumed a vast amount of his efforts, and to relocate would entail catastrophic losses. Chapter 174. The Plum Blossom Guardian takes action. The Guardians exchanged glances, each falling silent, unable to conceive of any effective solutions. Observing their expressions, the master of the 100 Flowers felt a surge of frustration and waved his hand dismissively. "Let us observe the situation for now." However, upon hearing this, the 4 guardians were unwilling to relent, voicing their objections. "Master, the current circumstances do not allow for further delay. A decision must be made swiftly. While it is possible that those prominent families have struck some form of agreement with the cult of all beings, halting their actions temporarily, we cannot guarantee when they might resume. By then, it may be too late to act." Relocating the Flower Pavilion was not a matter that could be resolved quickly. They needed to identify a new destination, ascertain the local power dynamics, and send personnel ahead to make the necessary preparations. Moreover, they would need to begin transferring various supplies promptly. Thus, even a strong dragon crossing a river would require extensive preparation. The Flower Pavilion, being a substantial establishment, could not simply depart at a moment's notice, unlike an individual. The guardians spoke in a cacophony. The water fairy remained silent, observing the proceedings with a measured demeanor. Being new to their ranks, both in strength and status, she felt it prudent not to interject in such a critical discussion. Even in previous meetings, she had spoken rarely, only asserting herself when it concerned the interests of the Water Fairy Hall. She was acutely aware of her position and maintained clarity about her standing. As long as the matters discussed were unrelated to her or the Water Fairy Hall, she would remain indifferent. However, if it concerned her own interests, regardless of the disparity in strength or status, she would not yield an inch. That was her bottom line. While the Water Fairy refrained from speaking, Qin Feng similarly adopted an invisible presence, standing quietly behind her with his eyes slightly closed. The others had already recognized that Qin Feng was the newly appointed leader of the Water Fairy Hall, but after a cursory glance, they paid him little heed. The weight of a leader held little significance in their eyes. The internal strife among the halls seemed akin to the playful antics of household pets. As long as the leader remained alive, it was not deemed a serious matter. Perhaps the guardians might inquire about him at some point, but otherwise, he was of little concern. The 4 guardians continued their discourse, and the master of the 100 Flowers gradually displayed signs of impatience. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his palm down. "Enough. You need not continue to persuade me. We will wait and see how the situation unfolds. For now, let us disperse." The Master of the Hundred Flowers was still reluctant to abandon the foundation of the Flower Pavilion. He believed that the cult of all beings' temporary ascendancy would not last. The cult had slain the dean of the branch and obliterated the Feng family. The Dechu dynasty would surely not let this transgression go unpunished. In due time, experts would descend from above, and the downfall of the cult of all beings would be inevitable. Witnessing the Master's obstinacy, the Plum Blossom Guardian rose and spoke earnestly. Master, I believe it is imperative that you take a respite, unable to endure any longer. The Plum Blossom Guardian seized this opportunity to rally the other guardians to his side, utilizing the current crisis as a catalyst. Chapter 175. The appearance of Song Gu, the Master of the Hundred Flowers, was taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. What did you say? The Plum Blossom Guardian, unflinching, replied candidly. To put it plainly, I implore you to step down and assume the role of a reverend for the Flower Pavilion from this day forth. Preposterous. Plum Blossom Guardian, are you inciting rebellion? The Plum Blossom Guardian bowed deeply, stating, this is a consensus reached with the other three guardians. For the future of the Flower Pavilion, I beseech you to step down temporarily. The Water Fairy gazed at the Plum Blossom Guardian in astonishment. She had indeed sensed that several guardians were conspiring, but never had she imagined they would plot against the Master. Upon hearing this, the Master of the Hundred Flowers looked incredulously at the remaining guardians, who, upon meeting his gaze, lowered their heads in shame. Realizing their alignment, he erupted into a sardonic laugh. Ah, how amusing. You wish for me to consider the greater good? Yet, have you contemplated the ramifications of your actions? As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed as the Master of the Hundred Flowers figure exploded into a flurry of petals, his presence vanishing without a trace. The petals drifted slowly throughout the room, infused with a chilling malice. The guardians' expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively assumed defensive stances, scanning the air thick with petals for any sign of the Master's whereabouts. However, the Master of the Hundred Flowers possessed exceptional skills in concealment. The crowd searched repeatedly, yet discerned no flaws. At that moment, a single petal descended towards the Plum Blossom Guardian. In the blink of an eye, two fingers emerged from nowhere, aiming directly at the Guardian's eyes. This lethal strike was so abrupt that the Guardian could not react in time, helplessly watching as the fingers drew ever closer. The chilling breath of death loomed near, and a flicker of fear surfaced in his eyes. Just as the situation seemed dire, several gleams of cold light flashed from the shadows, rapidly darting towards him. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen silver needles were knocked to the ground. The figure of the flower Taoist had to reveal itself as he bellowed. Who goes there? From the darkness emerged a beautiful woman, slowly stepping into view. This enchanting figure was none other than Song Gu. Upon seeing her, the flower Taoist's expression changed dramatically. How could it be you? With a smile, Song Gu replied. Surprised, are we? The flower Taoist abruptly turned to the Plum Blossom Guardian, his face contorted with displeasure. You fool. Do you not realize the enmity between the Shura sect and the Flower Pavilion? The Flower Pavilion was bolstered by the Feng family to counter the Shura sect, and over the years, the two factions have been locked in a deadly struggle. Now, you invite the former leader of the Shura sect to engage in the affairs of the Flower Pavilion? Regardless of who ultimately prevails, it will diminish the strength of the Flower Pavilion. Are you not afraid that the Shura sect will benefit in the end? Yet the Plum Blossom Guardian nodded. I am well aware of that, but Master Song's intentions do not lie with the Flower Pavilion. She has acknowledged this herself. So there is no need for you to worry about future developments. They were all aware of how Song Gu had been betrayed by the Shura sect's subordinates. Hence, a collaboration between Song Gu and the Shura sect was no longer feasible. It would be more fitting to regard Song Gu as a lone wanderer now. Chapter 176. Old Matters. The flower Taoist's gaze was fixed intently on the Plum Blossom Guardian, his murderous intent almost spilling over. Plum Blossom, you deserve to die? He knew that this entire situation was orchestrated by the Plum Blossom Guardian. Before the daffodil ascended to the role of guardian, the Flower Pavilion had 4 major guardians: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Among them, the Plum Blossom Guardian was the most powerful and held the highest position. They were not a united front, and persuading the others to join him in rebellion was something only the Plum Blossom Guardian could achieve. Feeling the intense murderous aura from the flower Taoist, even the instigator, the Plum Blossom Guardian felt a chill run down his spine. However, having already taken action, there was no turning back. He feigned calmness, turning to Song Gu and speaking in a low voice. Master Song, I would appreciate your assistance. As a leader of a prominent assassin faction, Song Ji's strength was not to be underestimated. Before being imprisoned in the Tower of Villains, she had lingered in the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm for many years. Even nearing a breakthrough, had she not been betrayed by her subordinates, she would have likely advanced to the late stage of bone refinement within half a year. Although the flower Taoist was also at the mid-stage of bone refinement, He had only recently broken through in the last decade, and his progress was still only half complete. Thus, there was a considerable disparity in strength between the two. In fact, many years prior, the Flower Taoist had fought against Song Ge. At that time, the Shura sect's influence began to infiltrate the southern regions, and the Flower Pavilion was not as formidable as it was now. Under the Shura sect's offensive, they suffered repeated defeats, losing one stronghold after another. They were somewhat fortunate, as many assassin factions were directly annihilated by the Shura sect. Just when the Flower Pavilion was on the brink of collapse, the Feng family noticed the Shura sect's movements and dispatched individuals for covert investigations. Discovering the shadow of the Sima family behind it, realizing the gravity of the situation, the second master of the Feng family decisively intervened, disrupting the Shura sect's advance. In one such battle, the Flower Taoist and several masters from the Feng family surrounded Song Ge. Yet, as the leader of an assassin faction, Song Ge was known for her caution, combined with her agile movements and exquisite throwing techniques. Ultimately, she managed to escape even under heavy siege. The Feng family's unexpected intervention also made Song Ge acutely aware that this was a game between the two major families in the east and south. She wished only to develop her influence in the martial world, unwilling to engage in the conflicts of powerful factions, and thus she decisively halted the Shura sect's advance. Subsequently, individuals from the Sima family approached Song Ge, extending an olive branch. The Shura sect was the premier assassin faction in eastern Chu. If the Sima family could harness their power, it would greatly facilitate their endeavors. Initially, it was thought that Song Ge would recognize the situation and yield to the Sima family's influence. However, not only did she reject their overtures, but she also stated her intention to withdraw the Shura sect's influence from the south. At that time, she did not believe the Sima family would take any action against them. After all, while the Shura sect may not have been as powerful as the Sima family, they operated in secrecy within the martial world, engaged in the profession of assassins. Their operations were extremely discreet, making it exceedingly difficult for the Sima family to deal with them. Song Ji's actions left the Sima family deeply dissatisfied. Consequently, the Sima family turned their attention to Song Ji's trusted subordinates. A thief for 1,000 days. Yet where is the defense for 1,000 days? After some time, during a routine meeting within the faction, Song Ge was poisoned and betrayed by her then-trusted subordinate, Blood Luo, the current leader of the Shura sect. Following this, Blood Luo ascended to power, reorganized the faction, and reignited their infiltration into the southern regions. The Flower Pavilion, after that incident, garnered the attention of the second master of the Feng family, receiving priority access to various critical medicinal resources. What ensued was a prolonged conflict between the Flower Pavilion and the Shura sect that lasted for many years. Chapter 177. The defeat of the Flower Taoist on this side. Upon hearing the words of the Plum Blossom Guardian, Song Ge cast him a cold, indifferent glance. His actions indeed displeased her, especially since she had experienced something similar herself. However, this was an internal matter of the Flower Pavilion, and the Plum Blossom Guardian had paid a considerable price to enlist her aid. Song Ge had no ulterior motives regarding the Flower Pavilion, being purely motivated by the compensation offered. Turning her gaze, Song Ge focused on the Flower Taoist. Her primary objective now was to break through to the late stage of bone refinement. Only by strengthening her own power could she truly assert her dominance. As a former leader of a faction, she possessed this awareness. At this point, the Flower Taoist was already engulfed in rage, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he retracted his hands into his sleeves, then flung his arms outward, sending a multitude of petals flying towards the crowd, most of which surged toward the Plum Blossom Guardian. However, upon witnessing this, Song Ge snorted coldly. Mere tricks. The two had clashed before, and the Flower Taoist's methods were not unfamiliar to Song Ge. With a swift motion, she tossed her head to the side, her long hair following suit as countless silver needles shot forth from her tresses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver needles, seemingly possessing a will of their own, accurately struck several petals amidst the multitude. The moment they hit, metallic clinks echoed as hidden weapons concealed beneath the petals fell to the ground. The remaining petals, now devoid of momentum, slowly drifted downwards. Soon after, Song Ge had already positioned herself in front of the Plum Blossom Guardian, intercepting the Flower Taoist's assault. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The four guardians, unwilling to be outdone, sprang into action, assisting from the sidelines, and chaos erupted in the arena. Observing the tumultuous scene before her, Xianxian took but a fleeting moment to contemplate before exclaiming, "Shadow, engage." With unwavering resolve, she dashed forward to intercept one of the guardians. She had not anticipated that all four guardians would turn against her simultaneously. Previously, she had assumed they were covertly conspiring against her. Given her long-standing discord with the guardians, particularly Mei Hua, she recognized that she could not allow them to prevail. Otherwise, her ultimate fate would be dire. The intercepted guardian of Chrysanthemum, while battling Shui Xian, sneered. Shui Xian, even now, cannot you discern the gravity of the situation? Humph, the gravity? The gravity is that you traitors are in rebellion. Words were futile. Let me see if you are truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. The guardian of Chrysanthemum unleashed her full power, and immediately, Shui Xian felt the weight of pressure intensify. Ultimately, her recent ascension had not afforded her the experience to match these seasoned guardians. At this juncture, her only hope lay in by Hua Daoren's ability to triumph. She was aware of Qin Feng's formidable strength. If she could subdue one guardian, perhaps Qin Feng could do the same for another, alleviating some of the burden from their leader. Although disadvantaged, she still perceived a glimmer of hope. It was no fault of Shui Xian's, who would concern themselves with past grievances. A decade prior, she had been fighting for her place among the seed team within the tower, oblivious to the true prowess of the Shura sect's leader. She only knew that after Song Gu had been treacherously attacked by Shui Luo, he had disappeared for an extended period, likely not having gained much strength in that time. As for Bai Hua Daoren, being the leader of the first floor, the disparity in strength between them should not have been vast. Yet, contrary to her expectations, it was not long before Bai Hua Daoren was grievously wounded by Song Gu. Subsequently, the guardian of Mei Hua, with a fierce glint in her eyes, transformed her palm into a blade, slicing through Bai Hua Daoren's shoulder. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as an arm flew away, and anguished screams reverberated throughout the surroundings. Chapter 178, Taking Charge. But it did not end there. The guardian of Mei Hua relentlessly delivered several merciless kicks to Bai Hua Daoren's chest. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing resonated, and Bai Hua Daoren fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, a sudden flush of crimson washing over his face. Coughing violently, he expelled fragments of internal organs from his mouth. Witnessing the tide of battle turn, the four guardians sighed in relief. As long as Bai Hua Daoren remained alive, they could not feel at ease. Meanwhile, Shui Xian retreated swiftly, disengaging from her combat with the guardian of Chrysanthemum. Her feet landing beside Bai Hua Daoren as she surveyed his condition, her expression darkening. Such a defeat had come too swiftly. The four guardians began to encircle Shui Xian slowly. The guardian of Mei Hua's eyes glinted with malice as she sneered. Shui Xian, you have made a foolish decision this time. At these words, Shui Xian's countenance darkened. The situation had indeed taken her by surprise. But it was too late for regret now. Her mind raced, seeking an avenue of escape. You treacherous wolves, may you all meet a dreadful end. Bai Hua Daoren's expression twisted in rage as he cursed vehemently. The others fell silent for a moment, before the guardian of Mei Hua remarked, you can only blame your own obstinacy. Despite being guardians and subordinate to the tower's leader, they held no real authority in the overarching matters of Hua Man Lu. Bai Hua Daoren continued his tirade. Just then, Qin Feng approached slowly from behind Shui Xian, positioning himself behind Bai Hua Daoren. In truth, when Shui Xian had called for action, Qin Feng had remained still, merely observing their battle. He appraised Bai Hua Daoren briefly before shaking his head. The latter was already incapacitated. Gradually lifting his hand, Qin Feng stood behind Shui Xian and Bai Hua Daoren, thus remaining unnoticed by them. However, the guardians across from him were acutely aware of his actions. With a powerful strike, Qin Feng's palm crashed against the back of Bai Hua Daoren's head. Thud! Bai Hua Daoren's head jerked down, his body stiffening instantaneously before he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng's abrupt action left everyone momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, the guardian of Chrysanthemum chuckled coldly. Heh, now you think to remedy the situation? It is too late. The guardian of Mei Hua also found amusement in the scene. Casting a glance at Shui Xian as she said, Shui Xian, it seems your subordinate is not as obedient as you thought. Shui Xian was equally taken aback by Qin Feng's actions. Shadow you. She harbored no doubts about Qin Feng's intentions toward her, but was perplexed as to why he would choose to act in such a manner. What purpose would there be in eliminating Bai Hua Daoren at this juncture? Yet, facing Shui Xian's bewilderment, Qin Feng merely nodded, offering her a reassuring glance. Before directing his gaze at the four guardians and declaring, from this moment forth, Hua Man Lu is under my command. I present you with a choice, to live or to perish. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Song Ji's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she gazed at Qin Feng. Not long ago, they had been toasting each other, and she certainly recognized his voice. As everyone turned their attention to Qin Feng, captivated by his audacious proclamation, they failed to notice Song Ji's expression. The four guardians, upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration, could not suppress their laughter, their mirth so overwhelming that tears streamed from the corners of their eyes. Ha ha ha, gasped the guardian of bamboo, panting for breath, you. A mere home master, Think you can speak in such a situation? How audacious of you to make such grandiose claims. Have you lost your mind? Xian had never anticipated that Qin Feng would utter such words. However, despite the absurdity of the situation, she understood that he would not speak without purpose, and thus remained silent, observing how he would handle the matter. Ignoring the guardian of bamboo's mockery, Qin Feng turned his attention to Song Gu and softly said, Song Gu, it is good to see you again. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased as incredulous glances flitted between the two. Could there be an old connection between them? Yet it seemed implausible. Qin Feng's manner of addressing Song Gu was far from that of a junior toward a senior. Song Gu composed herself, a faint smile playing on her lips as she shook her head, her tone laced with a sense of nostalgia. What a small world, to encounter you here. Qin Feng smiled gently, nodding in agreement. It appears we share a certain fate. What do you wish to do? Speak, she urged. Stay and assist me. Qin Feng replied candidly. Assist you? Are you attempting to win me over? She asked with a light laugh. You could say that, he affirmed. Having experienced Song Ji's formidable abilities, he recognized her strength. Song Ji's gaze shifted to Xian. Are you allied with her? Xian? Her strength is merely adequate. And you serve under her? From the earlier exchanges among the guardians, Song Gu had gleaned the nature of the relationship between Qin Feng and Xian. Upon hearing this, Xian, though unaware of the specifics of Qin Feng's connection to Song Gu, felt a twinge of displeasure at being belittled. However, recognizing Song Ji's superior strength, she refrained from retorting. After all, she was not entirely certain about the nature of the relationship between Qin Feng and Song Gu. With a sidelong glance at Xian, Qin Feng then turned his attention to the four guardians and Song Gu, as if discussing a matter of little consequence, his tone remarkably calm. No one can harm her. Those who dare will face death. The four guardians and Xian exchanged incredulous glances at Qin Feng. Will this include even Song Gu, the former leader of the Shura sect? Just when everyone anticipated Song Gu might retaliate, she smiled alluringly and remarked, Heh, how domineering. If I were in your position, I wouldn't be able to resist throwing myself into your arms. In response to Song Ji's teasing, Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing her intently. After a few moments of this tense stillness, Song Gu stepped forward gracefully, her figure drawing closer to Qin Feng. As she approached, Xian felt a surge of anxiety. Yet Qin Feng's gaze remained as tranquil as ever. Song Gu moved directly past Qin Feng to stand behind him, her red lips parting slightly. I have but one request. Do not cooperate with the Sima family and eliminate Shui Luo. This stipulation hardly seemed a demand, and without hesitation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. However, Song Ji's assertiveness did not sit well with Mei Hua, the guardian, whose expression darkened. Leader Song, we had an agreement. Song Gu interrupted him decisively. Then our previous agreement is null and void. The expression on Mei Hua's face froze. So direct? He exclaimed. What does this mean for us now? As the group hesitated, Song Gu suddenly declared, I cannot defeat him. Chapter 179, The Decision of Life and Death. At these words, all present were taken aback. Cannot defeat him? Qin Feng. How is that possible? Yet, as they looked at Song Gu, they saw her demeanor was utterly composed, devoid of any jest. Song Gu was no fool. From any perspective, she could not afford to reject Qin Feng. First, they were at least half friends. Second, and most crucially, Qin Feng was stronger than she was, and to refuse him would mean positioning herself as his enemy, a scenario she had no hope of winning. The expressions of Mei Hua and the other guardians shifted rapidly, but given the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. We pay our respects, leader. The group inclined their hands in unison. Qin Feng remained silent, contemplating for a moment before turning to Xian and stating, Who remains is your decision. The four guardians suddenly looked up, their faces paling, their bodies instinctively prepared to act. However, as Qin Feng's words hung in the air, Song Gu had already produced several silver needles between her fingers, their cold gleam threatening. Should they dare to make any other moves, she would not hesitate to strike. The four guardians stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qin Feng's statement, Xian was momentarily bewildered and glanced at him. From now on, matters beneath Wamanlu will be managed by you. I have no need for those who are duplicitous. Seizing the opportunity, he continued. If there are individuals you wish to dismiss, speak now, and we shall resolve it together. It matters not if they are all eliminated. At this, the faces of the four guardians turned ashen. Qin Feng was unwilling to waste time on the internal affairs of their faction, thus he required a spokesperson. Xian was an excellent candidate. Of course, in terms of ability, Song Gu was undoubtedly superior, having once led a formidable faction. Nevertheless, he placed greater trust in Xian. Qin Feng was not jesting. If Xian wished to dismiss all four guardians, then he would do so without hesitation. Once Xian was appointed to lead, no one could hinder her. Merely a tempered body, with the resources at Wamanlu's disposal. It would be feasible to recruit 4 new guardians of similar caliber. Shui Xian regarded the 4 guardians before her eyes flashing with intensity. The guardians panicked, and Mei Hua was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily spoke. My lady Shui Xian, I have wronged you in the past. I implore you to overlook my transgressions this time. In the face of life and death, Mei Hua had no choice but to submit. Even referring to her as my lady was a display of desperation. After all, they had needed outside assistance for mere dealings with a minor faction. Yet now they faced at least 2 combatants of Song Ji's caliber. Defiance was not an option. Should a confrontation arise, they would likely have no chance to escape. Mei Hua's gaze toward Shui Xian was filled with pleading. The other 3 guardians echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we have offended you in the past. Please, my lady Shui Xian, grant us clemency this once. We promise to obey your commands in the future without a hint of defiance. Observing their supplication, Shui Xian took a moment before responding. Let them remain for now. We shall see how things unfold. The 4 guardians sighed in relief. With Shui Xian's endorsement, Qin Feng nodded, no longer troubled by the matter. Very well, proceed as you see fit. However, he added a caveat. Should any issues arise in the future, just inform me, and I will address them. Thank you, leader. Shui Xian replied, her tone shifting. With the change in address, Qin Feng felt somewhat unaccustomed and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality between us. Let us continue as before. Chapter 180, The Attempt to Explain. After speaking, Qin Feng turned his attention to Song Ge. Song Ge, you will henceforth serve as a venerator of Wamanlu. You shall receive your due, but you must heed Shui Xian's commands. Song Ge cast a resentful glance at Qin Feng. You could at least have spoken to me privately. Announcing it publicly makes me lose face. Qin Feng contemplated this seriously before nodding. That is a fair point. I shall reiterate it to you in private. You are infuriating. Song Ge exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Ignoring her resentful gaze, Qin Feng instructed Shui Xian. Ensure that Venerator Song receives whatever she needs. Accommodate her as much as possible. Understood, Shui Xian nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Song Ji's expression brightened. At least you have a conscience. Since we stand on the same side, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. Then Qin Feng turned to the others and reiterated. One more matter to emphasize. On the surface, Wamanlu is led by Shui Xian. Do not disclose my association with Song Ge. Both she and I have notable pasts, one having slain numerous disciples of the branch, and the other having escaped from the Tower of Villains. It is uncertain whether the Longmen Academy will take any action, so it is prudent to remain discreet. Understood, Shui Xian added. I will assign more personnel to monitor the situation with the All-Living sect, as well as keep an eye on the Shura sect. As for the relocation of Wamanlu, preparations should commence immediately. Agreed. 2 months passed. The All-Living sect remained quiet, and the relocation proceeded according to plan. One day, Qin Feng listened as Shui Xian reported on recent developments in the south. After concluding her report, she hesitated, seeming to struggle with whether to speak further. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. If there is something to say, just say it. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Xian decided to explain the situation to Qin Feng. During this period, although Mei Hua, the protector, appeared to show utmost respect towards Shui Xian, the outcomes of many tasks assigned by Shui Xian were disappointingly poor. This lack of efficiency made management exceedingly cumbersome for Shui Xian. She suspected that Mei Hua was deliberately undermining her efforts, yet she could not pin down any concrete evidence. Moreover, her own strength was slightly inferior to that of Mei Hua, leaving her unable to assert dominance. Given the increasingly tense situation in the southern region, Shui Xian feared that her shortcomings might jeopardize the fate of Wamanlu. After sharing her concerns, she glanced anxiously at Qin Feng. Though she had previously cared for him greatly, the dynamics had shifted. Qin Feng had now become the principal figure of Wamanlu. Shui Xian worried that Qin Feng might blame her for her ineffectiveness, despite the considerable support he had provided. Accustomed to operating independently, she would never have sought assistance if she could manage the situation herself. In truth, she had been striving to alter the circumstances, but her efforts had yielded little success. Observing Shui Xian's inability to handle Mei Hua, the other protectors began to stir restlessly. This was the inevitable consequence of failing to maintain authority over subordinates. At this point, Shui Xian felt utterly powerless. Upon hearing Shui Xian's account, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Clearly, he perceived the lack of appreciation. He then commanded Shui Xian to gather everyone together, instructing that they reconvene in 3 days. 3 days later, all gathered once more. Without any preamble, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Mei Hua and questioned, "Do you refuse to follow Shui Xian's command?" Mei Hua, evidently prepared for this confrontation, displayed a respectful demeanor and replied, "I harbor no such intention. However, Qin Feng raised his hand to silence her, his countenance cold. It seems you are still unaware of the current situation. No sooner had he spoken, than his figure vanished abruptly. The onlookers beheld a shadowy flash before Mei Hua. Her expression shifted dramatically as she quickly raised her hands in an attempt to defend herself. With a swift motion, Qin Feng reappeared behind Mei Hua, and a warm liquid began to flow from her neck. Realizing her predicament, Mei Hua's trembling hand instinctively went to her throat. Upon seeing the crimson evidence, her pupils constricted in disbelief. She found herself utterly incapable of resistance. As the blood flowed more freely, a wave of weakness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Clutching her throat, in her final moments, a flicker of regret crossed her gaze. With a thud, Mei Hua's lifeless body fell, completely devoid of vitality. The other three protectors instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes wide with fear as they witnessed Qin Feng's decisive lethal strike. Their gazes towards him were now filled with trepidation. If Mei Hua had met such a fate, what hope did they have? Qin Feng's icy gaze swept over the remaining three protectors. You are to comply with Shueishian's directives. If you cannot manage this, then your presence in Wamanlu serves no purpose. Yes, we understand, they replied in unison. Qin Feng let out a cold snort and turned his attention back to Shueishian. You need not seek reasons. If you find it difficult to work with anyone, just inform me directly, and I shall address it. His stance was unequivocally strong. He had no desire to engage in debates. If Shueishian identified an obstacle, he would simply remove it and appoint a replacement. Shueishian finally grasped the implications of his words, her expression filled with excitement as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Lord Shadow. This overt favoritism was a novel experience for her, revealing Qin Feng's unwavering trust. The realization that someone could offer such unreserved support was truly delightful. This was, in essence, a return on the assistance she had previously extended to Qin Feng. Regardless of her original intentions, Qin Feng had indeed received tangible benefits. After eliminating Mei Hua, Qin Feng addressed the remaining three protectors directly. I offer you an opportunity. If you wish to leave Wamanlu, you may do so now without hindrance. However, should you choose to remain, there shall be no more instances of insincerity. The three protectors exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted as they weighed their options. Finally, after much hesitation, Juhua stepped forward and declared, Master, I wish to depart. Qin Feng nodded, showing no inclination to dissuade him. Very well. He then turned to the remaining two. Does anyone else wish to leave? After a moment's hesitation, Lan and Zhu remained silent. Leaving would mean relinquishing access to Wamanlu's resources. The establishment had reached a certain level of prominence, and the benefits they received were substantial. The difference between having a background and lacking one was stark. Departing Wamanlu would confine them to navigating the world alone, searching for medicinal resources or seeking alliances with families, yet the value of their standing was well known, and the offers they would receive would barely surpass those from Wamanlu. Staying with Wamanlu, they held the title of protectors, a position of considerable authority with only 3 individuals above them, in charge of a sizable entourage. They enjoyed a significant degree of power and comfort compared to other avenues. Seeing that the other 2 remained inactive, Qin Feng discerned their choice and addressed Juhua. I grant your departure. But let me make one thing clear. Any information regarding Wamanlu's internal affairs must not be disclosed to outsiders. Should I hear of any indiscretions, you know the consequences. Juhua promptly replied, Yes, I understand. I will keep my lips sealed. Satisfied, Qin Feng nodded. You may leave now. As Juhua was permitted to go, a sense of relief washed over him, and a hint of joy appeared on his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Shadow. Juhua no longer wished to live in constant fear. The situation in the southern region was too chaotic. Remaining here was fraught with uncertainty. With the Feng family and the branch institution in decline, and the threat from the cult of all beings looming, he felt he could perish at any moment. Thus, he resolved to depart and seek refuge with a family in central Dazhong, hoping to remarry a distant relative of a prominent family and lead a quiet and comfortable life thereafter. Observing Qin Feng's course of action, Sangge furrowed her brow and cast a glance at him, yet she chose to remain silent. Once Juhua's figure had vanished from sight, Qin Feng spoke. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Yes, we take our leave, the 2 remaining protectors replied before exiting, leaving only the 3 of them in the hall. Qin Feng's gaze lingered in the direction Juhua had departed, his silence profound. After a moment of stillness, just as Shueishian was about to speak, Qin Feng suddenly instructed, Sangge, step outside and handle Juhua. A smirk played at the corners of Song Ji's lips. Indeed. Qin Feng did not disappoint her. Understood. She then slowly exited the hall, her figure swiftly pursuing the direction in which Juhua had left. A short while later, Juhua was riding swiftly on horseback. Suddenly, the sound of something piercing the air echoed. The protector of the chrysanthemum reacted swiftly, hastily dodging. Several silver needles struck from horseback, piercing straight through the horse's body and embedding themselves in the dirt path. After landing, the chrysanthemum protector steadied himself and immediately took a defensive stance, shouting, "Who goes there?" A slender figure gracefully soared above him and landed lightly before him. The protector's expression froze in astonishment as he murmured, "Master Song?" Song Gu turned to face him, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. "After all these years as a protector, it seems you haven't made any progress." The protector's face darkened at the scornful remark. "What do you mean by that?" Song Gu shook her head dismissively. "Nothing much. I merely came to send you on your way." The protector's expression shifted slightly, his bravado faltering. Lord Shadow said I was to be released. How dare you defy his command? He knew full well that he was no match for Song Gu and could only invoke Qin Feng's name as a last resort. Upon hearing this, Song Gu could not help but let out a soft laugh. "He may have said to spare you, but I never agreed to that." You with a chilling glare. Song Gu unleashed a flurry of silver needles. Clink, clink, clink. The protector deflected the incoming needles, but when he looked up again, he found 5 sharp claws poised before him. Wind's 9 claws. Chapter 182. The plans for Wamanlu. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Qin Feng was engaged in a discussion with Shui Xian regarding the internal affairs of Wamanlu. After recounting the details, Shui Xian inquired, "Qin Feng, what are your thoughts?" In the absence of outsiders, their dialogue became considerably more candid, with Shui Xian addressing him by his given name. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, mulling over her words. This situation is indeed quite challenging. With 2 protector positions now vacant, they must be filled. Thanks to the preferential purchasing rights for secret medicines provided by the Feng family over the years, the strength of Wamanlu's members has surged remarkably. If this trend continues, the various hall masters below will soon break through to the bone-forging realm. Traditionally, those who achieved the bone-forging realm were promoted directly to the position of protector. Are we to add 8 more protector positions? This would result in 10 protectors, not even counting Shui Xian. Yet there are only 8 halls in total, 1 for each would barely suffice. If each protector oversees 1 hall, what purpose would the hall masters serve? Furthermore, managing this arrangement would be cumbersome. Shui Xian would have to issue commands to each of the 8 individually, which is simply impractical. Qin Feng turned to Shui Xian, clearly stating his position. This will not work. It would hinder the normal operation of Wamanlu. What are your own thoughts? Shui Xian replied without hesitation. From my perspective, it is unnecessary to have many individuals handling hall affairs. 2 protectors should suffice to manage the daily operations of the 8 halls. This way, each can oversee 4 halls. Enhancing efficiency. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that Shui Xian's reasoning mirrored his own. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about we separate the task execution from the management of the internal operations? Excluding considerations of strength, do you have suitable candidates in mind?" Shui Xian nodded. "Yes. While I am unfamiliar with the individuals from other halls, I know our Shui Hall well. Any 2 of the 3 leaders there would be more than capable, and they have a good rapport with me. She would not put forward anyone lacking the requisite capabilities. An incompetent leader would only endanger their subordinates." Agreed. From this moment forth, you will draw secret medicines from the vault, prioritizing their supply to them, so they may swiftly break through to the bone-forging realm. Promote them to protectors, and have them assist you in maintaining the normal operations of Wamanlu. What about the others? Shui Xian referred to the hall masters on the verge of breaking through to the bone-forging realm. For this, Qin Feng had already formulated some ideas of his own. He proposed gathering all those who had achieved the bone-forging realm into a new hall, specifically tasked with undertaking more challenging missions. Shui Xian looked taken aback. More challenging missions? That would mean only those at the bone-forging level could participate. Before they could discuss further, Song Gu returned. She casually walked to a nearby seat, poured herself a cup of tea, and began sipping it nonchalantly. Qin Feng and Shui Xian continued their discussion without reservation, not bothering to inquire about the chrysanthemum protector's fate, confident in Song Gu's prowess to handle any unforeseen circumstances. After they had nearly concluded their discussion, Qin Feng remarked, "All right, let us proceed with this arrangement." Understood. Qin Feng suddenly recalled something and turned to Song Gu. "By the way, what has become of Gue Luo?" As if haunted by unpleasant memories, Song Gu sighed softly with a hint of melancholy. Though her emotions stabilized somewhat, she still bore the weight of the past. Chapter 183. The issue of Gue Luo. Qin Feng exhaled a sigh in sympathy. The Gue Luo they referred to was the madman once imprisoned on the 8th level of the Evil Tower, also one of Song Gu's most trusted subordinates. At that time, when the Saint of No Life was battling the Elder guarding the Evil Tower, Song Gu seized the opportunity, rushing to the iron gate of the 9th level and swiftly rendering it into scrap metal. She then entered the 8th level and quickly snapped the metal chains binding Gui Luo. Both the evil tower and the chains were crafted from an unknown metal that was indeed remarkably tough, but it could only restrain those at the early stages of the bone-forging realm. As Song Ge was already nearing the mid-stage of the bone-forging realm, the chains posed little challenge for her. She was the only one in the evil tower not hindered by the chains. The true limitation on her was the elder guarding the tower at the mid-stage of the bone-forging realm. However, with the elder now preoccupied with the Saint of No Life, it presented a rare opportunity. Importantly, although Gui Luo had lost his sanity and would attack anyone before him, he subconsciously harbored a profound trust in Song Ge. Thus, he remained relatively calm in her presence and did not exhibit any extreme behavior. As for Qin Feng, each time he visited the 9th level to see Song Ge, he had to confront Gui Luo first. Yet by that point, Gui Luo had lost all rationality. His attacks were erratic and uncoordinated. Although he retained some combat instinct and habits, Qin Feng's own strength surpassed his, and as an agile fighter, he found Gui Luo's weaknesses glaringly obvious. After rescuing Gui Luo, Song Ge led him down directly from the tower's peak. The instructors who usually guarded each level had long since joined the fight against the Saint of No Life. Thus, Song Ge, determined and unyielding, liberated the villains from every level of the tower, ultimately seizing the moment while the guardians were occupied with the Saint of No Life. All the villains successfully escaped the evil tower and left the branch. Once outside, Song Ge found a secluded spot to settle Gui Luo. While she sought various means to earn secret medicines for her own cultivation, striving for a swift breakthrough, she also scoured for a method to cure Gui Luo. After Qin Feng took control of Wamanlu, Song Ge had discreetly approached him, hoping to leverage Wamanlu's resources to heal or discover a cure for Gui Luo. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng acquiesced and instructed Shui Xian to retrieve all potentially effective elixirs or potions from the secret vault for Gui Luo's use. Presently, Gui Luo had been securely placed in a clandestine location within the Flower Manor. Periodically, Song Ge would personally deliver medicine, simultaneously administering it to Gui Luo. Unfortunately, only Song Ge could approach Gui Luo. Anyone else who drew near would provoke a violent frenzy, rendering it impossible to assign even attendance. Having traversed the martial world for such an extended period, have you not encountered any renowned physicians or remedies for such ailments? Song Ge shook her head. While I have not kept abreast of physicians, I have heard whispers of a certain class of secret elixir capable of clarifying the mind of martial artists, enabling them to attain an extraordinary state of consciousness, which may indeed assist Gui Luo in his predicament. However, such elixirs are exclusively intended for comprehending various martial arts and are exceedingly rare, perhaps even unavailable within the Sima clan's confines. To procure one would likely need to venture to Central Dechu. This posed a dilemma for Qin Feng. Central Dechu was, in truth, far too distant from their current location. It was not merely a matter of availability. Even if one could locate it, the challenge of safely transporting it back loomed large. Chapter 184, The Agreement. After all, should any misfortune befall the journey, the ramifications would be considerable. Elixirs that facilitate the comprehension of martial arts are invariably of great worth. Take, for instance, the 9 transformation golden pill that Qin Feng had consumed, which was effective solely for defensive martial arts, yet was deemed worthy as a prize for the top performer in the martial arts hall. Central Dechu, you say? Suddenly, an epiphany illuminated Qin Feng's thoughts, as if he had stumbled upon an invaluable insight. Do you suppose the outer court of the Longmen Academy possesses such elixirs? According to his knowledge, the secret elixirs held by noble families are supplied by the apothecary of the Longmen Academy, making it most fitting to seek a specific elixir directly from them. Furthermore, both the outer and inner courts of the Longmen Academy are situated in Central Dechu. Coincidentally, Lung Qi had gone to the outer court. Perhaps he could devise a means to obtain it. Song Ji's spirits lifted in an instant. She nearly forgot that Qin Feng had once achieved the top rank among the branches. Do you have acquaintances in the outer court? If we search there, we might indeed find something. Yes, although I am uncertain about the difficulty of acquiring such elixirs, it is worth attempting. Upon hearing this, Song Ge felt a surge of excitement. At least there was hope. Very well, consider this a favor owed to you. Qin Feng smiled, refraining from further comment, swiftly procuring paper and ink to begin writing. Moments later, he sealed the letter in an envelope and handed it to Shui Xian, instructing her. Please arrange for someone to deliver this letter to a student named Lung Qi at the outer court of the Longmen Academy and await his response. Understood. Qin Feng paused for a moment. Additionally, have someone investigate the movements of the merchant caravans responsible for transporting secret elixirs from the noble families. It is imperative that this matter remains known to as few people as possible. Let it be handled solely by the personnel of Shui Xian Hall. Are you referring to the merchant caravans that supply secret elixirs to the cult of all beings? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian's expression became serious. Are you contemplating action against them? Qin Feng nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Shui Xian could not help but voice her concern. Might this course of action be excessively perilous? If the matter becomes exposed and the southern noble families learn of it, the Flower Manor would be unable to withstand their wrath. The merchant caravans in question are those responsible for delivering secret elixirs to the territory of the cult of all beings. Recently, the Flower Manor finally uncovered the contents of an agreement reached between the prominent southern noble families and the lifeless saint of the cult of all beings. It was stipulated that all existing southern noble families must allocate half of their quota of secret elixirs each month to the cult of all beings, which includes elixirs suitable for the bone-tempering realm. This was evidently an attempt to transform the southern noble families into suppliers of secret elixirs for the cult. As long as the cult of all beings remains intact, these families will be compelled to continue their supply. However, the southern noble families find themselves unable to refuse. Dissent would result in their entire clan being forced to relocate from the south, thus leading to a dead end. For them, the mere thought of relocating from the south, let alone to an adjacent city, is an unbearable blow. The severity of such a blow ranks just below annihilation. This is because the majority of their assets are situated within their current city, and having established a foothold over many years, they are loath to abandon it. Relocating to a different city would mean starting anew, a prospect they find exceedingly difficult to accept. If one were to consider it from their perspective, they would readily understand that if outsiders sought to establish themselves in their city, all noble families would instinctively band together to resist. They cannot ascertain who might encroach upon their interests once the outsiders secure their footing. Fortunately, the lifeless saint does not intend to exploit them without compensation. Agreeing to purchase at black market prices, this arrangement has allowed the noble families to begrudgingly accept the terms, as they now hope merely to stabilize the cult of all beings before Dechu or the Longmen Academy dispatches forces to eradicate it. Chapter 185, Preparations for Action. However, the apothecary in the south has been razed to the ground along with its branch by the cult of all beings, compelling these families to send representatives to the eastern part of Dechu for transactions. Fortunately, they still possess the identity of noble families, and with the backing of powerful clans such as the Gua family, the apothecary of the eastern branch reluctantly consented to sell a portion of their stock to them. Yet, this only amounted to half of their previous allocation. As for the remainder, the various southern families must rely on the eastern families to supplement their needs. In no time, countless caravans began to traverse the routes between the east and south. However, ever since the cult of all beings seized half of the southern territory, they ruthlessly expelled all martial artists residing within their domain. A multitude of martial artists, left with no choice, were compelled to flood into the remaining half of the southern region. This influx of martial artists has rendered the entire martial world exceedingly chaotic. Gradually, audacious martial artists began to set their sights on the merchant caravans transporting secret elixirs. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. In the past, they would have lacked the courage to act, but the deeds of the cult of all beings have inevitably altered the perception of the noble families among the populace. Moreover, with martial artists from the entire southern region congregating here, finding sufficiently powerful allies has become significantly easier. Even bone-tempering realm warriors, with a bit of effort, can muster a group of 7 or 8, while those of the muscle-refining realm are even more numerous. Consequently, reports of the merchant caravans being ambushed have begun to surface. Naturally, the strength of these noble caravans is not to be underestimated. In every skirmish, regardless of the outcomes, the casualties have predominantly fallen on the martial artist side. The risks are considerable, yet the potential rewards are exceedingly alluring. The quantity of secret elixirs carried by those caravans, even if merely 1/10 of a medium noble family's monthly quota, consists of thousands of high-level bone-tempering elixirs, while the muscle-refining elixirs are virtually incalculable. This has driven the martial artists in the world into a frenzy. Shui Xian, possessing the keenest understanding of the situation, found it impossible not to feel tempted. However, as solitary martial artists, they do not need to consider much. The Flower Manor, however, is in a different predicament. Should anything go awry, its position in the south would become exceedingly precarious. Aware of Shui Xian's concerns, Qin Feng spoke calmly. I am acutely aware of this risk, therefore, should Hua Manlu wish to take action, a team of sufficiently powerful individuals must be assembled to execute such a mission. It is imperative that no survivors remain after each operation. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian immediately grasped the implication. Qin Feng had evidently been pondering this for some time. The gathering of all the martial artists who had ascended to the bone refinement realm within the building was clearly preparatory for this very endeavor. If Qin Feng's plan were to be enacted, it would indeed possess a high degree of feasibility. After all, Many in the martial world have their eyes set on these merchant convoys. With a modicum of caution, suspicions would hardly fall upon Hua Man Lu very well. I shall arrange for personnel to begin probing. How long do you estimate it will take? Shui Xian silently calculated in her heart. At the very least, it would require a month's time. This pace was considered quite swift, and Qin Feng was immensely satisfied. He turned to Song Gu and inquired, Song Gu, how long until you can make a breakthrough? At this rate, it will take more than 2 months, Song Gu replied. Qin Feng had no qualms about expending the precious elixirs stored in the treasury. Since he took over Hua Man Lu, the three of them had been freely engaging in their cultivation. The elixirs in the treasury were a significant accumulation of Hua Man Lu over the years, and their quantity was truly astonishing. These elixirs served as a crucial foundation for Hua Man Lu. With the support of these elixirs, Song Ji's progress in bone refinement was remarkably swift. All right, once you achieve your breakthrough, we shall commence our operations, Qin Feng declared. Wait. Shui Xian detected something in Qin Feng's words, her brow furrowing in confusion. Aren't you two going to act alongside Hua Man Lu's members? Qin Feng shook his head. No, we shall operate separately. And why is that? Song Gu questioned. Your techniques with hidden weapons are easily recognizable. You were originally an inmate of the evil tower in the sub-branch, and my situation is not dissimilar. Once we make our move, we would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. By acting separately, we can divert everyone's focus, thereby facilitating the actions of others within the building. Being alongside the members of the building would actually heighten the risk of exposure for Hua Man Lu, understood, Shui Xian acknowledged. 3 months later, on a certain horse path in the southern region of Dechu, the battle was nearing its conclusion. A figure clad entirely in black and masked struck out, shattering the skull of a nearby guard with a single punch. He forcefully flicked his hand downward, shaking off the red and white residue that clung to him. Turning to survey the ground behind him, he beheld a multitude of corpses sprawled out before him. Simultaneously, several other black-clad figures, akin to him, were systematically silencing the few who had not yet succumbed to death. Though the total number of black-clad individuals was merely 9, they had successfully taken down a merchant convoy of over 30 people. As their gazes met, they promptly moved toward the nearest horse-drawn carts laden with goods, mounting their steeds. With a resounding crack, the whip fell heavily upon the horses' flanks. Giddy up, they urged, driving the carts swiftly into the distance. They galloped for more than an hour, the horses pulling the carts heaving heavily, their nostrils flaring as they struggled against their limits. Only then did the black-clad figures find a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain to halt their pursuit. While the horses rested, 3 of the black-clad figures exchanged knowing glances with another man characterized by his elongated, narrow eyes, silently signaling him. Observing their intent, the narrow-eyed figure displayed a flicker of hesitation in his only visible eye. However, after glancing at the cart covered with an oilcloth hiding the precious elixirs, his resolve gradually strengthened, and he cautiously scanned the surroundings before rising and walking towards a sturdy black-clad man nearby. The 3 black-clad figures, upon seeing this, immediately perked up and hurried to follow him. The narrow-eyed man approached the imposing figure and respectfully clasped his hands together. Guardian Lon. The robust black-clad man was none other than Lon, a guardian of Hua Man Lu. All those present were former hall leaders who had successfully ascended to the bone refinement realm. With the intelligence provided by the spies from Shui Xian Hall, they had effortlessly acquired accurate routes of several merchant convoys. Thus far, they had successfully intercepted 3 noble merchant groups. As they undertook these operations, rewards were naturally in store for them. For each successful interception, they were entitled to retain 30% of the elixirs, with 2 guardians receiving the lion's share while the 7 hall leaders took the remainder, leaving the other 70% to be deposited into Hua Man Lu's treasury. Although the portions were small, the quantity of elixirs was still considerable, representing a significant fortune for any martial artist in the bone refinement realm. Experiencing rapid growth in their capabilities as well as the sweet taste of success, they became increasingly enthusiastic about executing such operations. As this was only the 3rd time, the newly ascended bone refinement warriors could not help but entertain some less than noble thoughts. Is 30% truly sufficient? Moreover, the new master of Hua Man Lu, Shui Xian, had merely been a newly appointed guardian a few years prior, and now she had suddenly risen to the position of master. Guardian Lon, Guardian Zhu are both seasoned protectors with formidable strength. Perhaps they could bring this up with Shui Xian, they thought, considering that Shui Xian might acquiesce in light of the 2 guardians standing. Some even pondered the possibility of usurping Shui Xian's position. These musings swirled within their minds. The narrow-eyed man was Du Wan, the former leader of the Du Wan Hall, which had previously been under Guardian Lan's command. Now, with only Lon and Zhu remaining as guardians in Hua Man Lu, the other halls naturally gravitated towards these 2. As a former subordinate of Lon, Du Wan had become their de facto leader. It was convenient for Du Wan to probe the waters on certain matters. What is it? Guardian Lan's voice was calm, yet commanding. Guardian Lan, I have a thought that I am unsure whether to voice. Du Wan hesitated. Guardian Lan's gaze sharpened, briefly assessing Du Wan and then glancing at those behind him, having already surmised their intentions. With a dismissive snort, he declared, if you are uncertain whether to speak, then perhaps you should refrain from doing so. Du Wan's words faltered, caught in his throat as he felt the weight of the moment. However, having opened his mouth, retreat was not an option. He steeled himself to continue. Guardian Lan, I believe that since we are the ones undertaking the actions, 30% is indeed rather low. Moreover, what qualifies Shui Xian to assume the position of master? You and Guardian Zhu are both formidable and have served Huaman Lu for many years. Even if a new master were to be chosen. Silence. Guardian Lan's voice thundered, cutting Du Wan off sharply. At that moment, Guardian Lan's countenance darkened ominously. I advise you to suppress any such misguided thoughts. Whatever Lord Shui Xian decrees is absolute. We shall comply without question. I do not wish to hear even a whisper of these matters again. Guardian Lan, is my meaning still unclear? Du Wan stammered. Fool. Guardian Lan's voice dripped with disdain. Yes, I understand, Du Wan replied hastily. Upon witnessing Guardian Lan's fury, the others dared not further pursue the topic, bowing their heads and muttering in agreement before slinking away. As they retreated, Guardian Lan let out a heavy sigh. If it were possible to manipulate matters, would he not be aware himself? Since they dared to follow the Plum Blossom Protector in opposing the 100 Flowers Taoist, if the opportunity truly arose, how could they possibly hesitate to act against the Narcissus? Currently, the inhabitants of the Flower Pavilion are only aware of the demise of the 100 Flowers Taoist, while the recently promoted Narcissus has inexplicably ascended to the position of the new pavilion master. In truth, the people within the pavilion are also quite perplexed by this development and have been discreetly inquiring about it, yet not a whisper of insider information has surfaced. Both protectors are fully cognizant of this, but they cannot openly disclose it to the others, as Qin Feng has issued a gag order prohibiting any revelation of his and Song Ji's existence. What can they possibly say? Only 5 individuals are privy to the complete details, and since Narcissus is allied with Qin Feng, they, the 2 protectors, are regarded as outsiders. Should even the slightest hint of information leak out, it would inevitably lead to a choice between the 2 of them. Who knows if Qin Feng might, in a fit of rage, eliminate them both? Thus, the 2 protectors unanimously sealed their lips. Moreover, during this period, Protector Lan has also gleaned some external news. Chapter 187. The Lin family's Lin Qing. 2 formidable martial artists have frequently targeted the merchant caravans of the prominent families, plundering numerous secret medicinal herbs. These 2 martial artists are a man and a woman. The woman is adept in the art of hidden silver needles, striking with such stealth that her adversaries find it nearly impossible to defend against her unexpected assaults. Meanwhile, the man possesses a ghostly agility and employs a peculiar and lethal claw technique that leaves no trace of his victims. It is evident that these 2 are none other than Shadow and Song Gu in action. The goods transported by those prestigious family caravans are of considerable worth, and thus, the martial artists accompanying them are naturally of a higher caliber. Few dare to confront their caravans in the entire martial world. Now, the exploits of Qin Feng and Song Gu have begun to circulate throughout the realm. When Protector Lan learned of this news, he was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that Song Gu and Qin Feng had attained such formidable prowess. It is worth noting that, up until now, Protector Lan and his companions had only targeted the caravans of lesser families. Although their numbers in the bone forging realm are considerable, they may not even match the strength of those from the prominent families. This realization made Protector Lan increasingly hesitant to harbor any ulterior motives towards Qin Feng. A long caravan slowly traversed the dirt road. Gua Yinshe rode at the forefront, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. During this time, his spirits were exceedingly high. One could only attribute this to fate. Among the younger generation of the Gua family, there were originally 3 strongest contenders, of which he was one. The eldest son, Gua Yanming, and his cousin, Gua Yinxing, both possessed exceptional talents, while his own abilities were somewhat lacking in comparison. The eldest son, Gua Yanming, had abundant resources, making him the strongest among the 3. As for his cousin, Gua Yinxing, despite his talent, had the weakest background among them. Gua Yinshe found himself perfectly positioned in the middle. If things continue to develop in this manner, in a decade or so, Gua Yinshe might very well secure a position as the 3rd in command of the Gua family. However, he never expected that a seemingly ordinary visit to the Dragon Gate Academy would drastically alter his circumstances. First, his cousin Gua Yinxing was inexplicably killed while executing a mission at the Martial Arts Hall. Although the Gua family symbolically executed a few individuals, it remained uncertain whether the true murderer was among them. With one less competitor, Guo Yinshe automatically ascended to the position of the Guo family's future second-in-command. This was fortuitous, and Guo Yinshe secretly reveled in his good fortune. What transpired next was even more surreal. During the division of the academy, the eldest son Guo Yinming was unexpectedly drawn into a confrontation against Qin Feng. Subsequently, the eldest son Guo Yinming also met his demise. At that time, Guo Yinshe's ranking was quite low, and his strength paled in comparison to the leading students. Thus he did not receive an invitation to assist in battle and, by sheer luck, evaded disaster. In the end, Guo Yinshe found himself positioned as the foremost individual among the younger generation of the Guo family, effectively designated as the future head of the family. The loss of two prodigious talents was a tremendous blow to the Guo family. Guo Yinshe ought not to have rejoiced. Yet undeniably, with the untimely demise of both, he emerged as the greatest beneficiary. How could Guo Yinshe not be elated? He had already begun to envision the days when he would ascend to the pinnacle of life. The caravan continued its journey, and as the sun began to set, Guo Yinshe called out, "Halt! Let us rest here for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." Understood. After issuing his command, Guo Yinshe rubbed his stomach and turned to shout, "Xiao Wu!" Instantly, a sharp-featured young man who had been trailing behind rode up, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. "Guo Gu, what orders do you have? Go fetch me some game." Xiao Wu patted his chest confidently, declaring, "No problem. Leave it to me. I'll arrange it for you right away." Turning towards the back, Xiao Wu shouted, "Guo Xing, Guo Ji, Lin Qing, come here." Three figures emerged from the ranks, galloping forward on horseback, and spoke in unison, "Five go." In the presence of the three, Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He commanded, "You three, go into the surrounding area and catch some game quickly. Don't keep Guo Gu waiting." "Yes." Without hesitation, the three nodded in agreement and dispersed into the distant woods. Lin Qing arrived at the forest's edge first, lightly tugging the reins. The horse reared up, letting out a loud neigh. Before the horse could steady itself, Lin Qing had already leaped down and dashed swiftly into the woods. He ran through the forest, his eyes darting left and right. Over the years, Lin Qing had undertaken such endeavors countless times, gradually developing his own insights. In the wild, he had long since grasped the habits of various animals. With just a glance, he could ascertain their whereabouts with remarkable accuracy. Before long, Lin Qing emerged from the forest, his hands laden with an assortment of game: 3 snakes, a wild chicken, and 2 hares. He approached Xiao Wu and respectfully presented the game he had caught. Xiao Wu's face illuminated with satisfaction as he praised, "Well done, you clever lad." Lin Qing humbly replied, "5 go, you flatter me." Xiao Wu clapped Lin Qing on the shoulder, boasting, "Hee, as long as you work diligently with me, 5 go will not treat you poorly." Lin Qing wore an awkward smile, fully aware that he would need to rely on Xiao Wu's favor in the future. Xiao Wu, with Lin Qing's catch in hand, hurried over to Guo Yinshe. "Guo Gu, take a look at this." Guo Yinshe's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Ha ha! Quite impressive, Xiao Wu. Hee, serving Guo Gu, I will certainly give it my all." Hearing Xiao Wu's obsequious tone, Lin Qing sighed. He never imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament. Ever since the Lin family was annihilated by the Wolf Gang, he and his 2 younger sisters had returned to their maternal home with their mother. Their mother was a collateral descendant of the Guo family, and thus they returned to the Guo residence. Fortunately, their mother was the only daughter in the family and was quite cherished by her parents, ensuring that Lin Qing and his sisters were not neglected. The various resources of secret elixirs have never been in short supply, and in fact, they exceed those available during Lin's time with the Lin family. Lin Qing is also diligently cultivating, aspiring to carve out a new realm for himself. However, reality is exceedingly harsh. At this point, Lin Qing has only managed to elevate his strength to the mid-stage of muscle refinement. This level of power renders him insignificant among the younger generation of the Guo family. The mere fact that he could join the Guo merchant caravan was solely due to his mother's relentless efforts to secure his place. Reflecting on this, Lin Qing cannot help but feel a bitter smile creeping onto his face. After enduring countless hardships to squeeze in, he finds himself relegated to menial tasks. He has been toiling in the caravan for 2 full years, and he wonders whether his mother and sisters would look down upon him if they were to learn of his predicament. Chapter 188, Ambushed. The members of the caravan began to spring into action, some tending to the fire, others feeding the horses, and some taking watch. Each individual had their designated responsibilities. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing whistle echoed from a distance. The crowd's expressions stiffened as they turned towards the source of the sound. Something was amiss. This was a warning signal from a dispatched lookout. Mere breaths later, several other sentinels from the same direction similarly signaled an alert. The group hastily abandoned their tasks, converging towards the center, entering a state of heightened vigilance. What is happening? Guo Yinshe rushed to the front of the caravan, his expression taut. A figure rapidly approached from afar, swiftly landing before Guo. He clasped his hands in greeting and reported, "Young master, there are unidentified individuals advancing from the front." All on high alert. The crowd responded in unison. In truth, even without Guo's command, the members had already entered a state of readiness upon sensing the anomaly. After several breaths, commotion finally arose from ahead. Emerging from the obscured dirt path, a group of figures dashed forward, rapidly closing in on the Guo merchant caravan. As they drew nearer, at about 10 paces away, the leader yanked the reins sharply. With a whinny, the horses behind mirrored the action, their forelegs lifting off the ground, emitting a series of neighs as they pivoted in place before coming to a halt. The number of adversaries was substantial, roughly estimated to be over 50, comparable to the size of the Guo caravan. Their intentions were unmistakable. Guo's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the scene, his voice cold as he declared, "Have you lost your senses to dare target the Guo merchant caravan?" After a moment's pause, the opposing group remained silent, merely observing the Guo caravan. The members of the Guo caravan felt bewildered, and Guo shared their confusion, about to speak when suddenly, whoosh, a sound cut through the air. Instinctively, they looked up to see a peculiar dark object hurtling towards them, crashing heavily onto the ground ahead. Boom. The tremendous sound caused everyone to frown involuntarily. As the dust settled, a colossal figure emerged before them. Lin Qing's pupils constricted. The others in the Guo caravan were equally stunned, for the sight was utterly shocking. The gigantic figure was a man, standing nearly 9 feet tall, broad and rotund, resembling a massive sphere. The very existence of someone so corpulent was beyond their comprehension. Guo was also left dumbfounded. Is this still a human? Moreover, this individual was not only grotesquely overweight, but also covered in dark iron plates, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance, far removed from that of an ordinary human. "Guo family," the man's mocking voice rang out. Guo's expression darkened. The tone conveyed an unmistakable disdain for the Guo family, which irked him greatly. "What do you mean by that? Hand over your goods, and I'll spare your miserable lives." What audacity! Do you not fear the repercussions of your arrogance? Guo retorted with a cold smile. "Since you refuse, then leave your lives behind. Remember, I am fat-headed monk. Do not let the king of hell inquire about the identity of your killer." Guo chose not to waste further words and issued a command, "Attack." The Guo family members surged forward, charging at the fat-headed monk. With a single hand raised, the monk effortlessly blocked the onslaught. Countless strikes collided with his body and arms, only to produce sparks. Then, with a furious roar, he swung his massive hand, compressing the air and unleashing a deafening blast. Those at the forefront were instantly struck. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the impacted warriors contorted grotesquely before being hurled away like ragged cloth, crashing to the ground in a heap, twitching slightly. The fat-headed monk seized a Guo warrior, tightening his grip. Amidst the screams, the man erupted in a cloud of blood mist, the pungent scent of iron assaulting the senses of those nearby. The monk casually discarded the lifeless body and then, with both hands raised like a force of nature, he absorbed all incoming attacks, sending Guo warriors flying with ease. Chaos ensued in the arena. Seizing an opening, Guo unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the monk's chest, but his fist sank deeply into the flesh. The fat-headed monk's hand came whistling toward him, and Guo, summoning all his strength, yanked his hand free and retreated hastily. As he landed, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That was close. Looking up at the monk's formidable figure, Guo's expression darkened considerably. This was his first time participating in the Guo family's caravan escort, and he never anticipated encountering such a situation. Although he faced no competition now, a failed mission would still severely tarnish his reputation. Grinding his teeth, Guo steeled himself and pressed onward. Chapter 189, 100,000 Tales. Yet, the gap in strength between the two was indeed vast. Though Guo was merely at the initial stage of bone refinement, he was still considered a formidable figure in the southern region. Just look at those who surpassed him in strength. They were either heads of noble families or the most crucial elite forces within those families. As for those wandering the martial world, attaining the mid-stage of bone refinement was an exceedingly rare feat. Pure independent practitioners were nearly non-existent. They were typically leaders of major factions like the Cult of All Beings or Huaman Building. The remaining few were experts at the initial stage of bone refinement. Among his peers, only the top talents from illustrious families could surpass him, such as Feng Xian from the Feng family, or the leading seasoned warriors of the initial stage of bone refinement in the martial world. However, even such warriors were exceedingly scarce. Thus, in strict terms, Guo's prowess allowed him to navigate the martial world with relative ease. In the realm of martial arts, seasoned warriors at the initial stages of bone forging typically refrained from provoking the powerful Guo family due to their formidable influence. However, the rotund monk was an exception. His prior arrogance had led him to slay a prominent figure from a prestigious family, resulting in his capture and subsequent imprisonment in the infamous Evil Tower of the Branch Academy, reduced to a mere pawn. A quarter of an hour later, a resounding crash echoed as Guo Yanshi was forcefully slammed to the ground. The tremendous impact made him feel as though his very insides were on the verge of rupturing. His expression was one of utter agony, his body instinctively curling into a tight ball. The remaining members of the Guo merchant convoy lay scattered across the ground, some dead, others wounded, with none left standing. As the battle concluded, the monk's subordinates began to tally the spoils of the Guo caravan. Once the arrangements were complete, a man, panting from exertion, approached the monk and respectfully inquired, "Boss, how shall we deal with these remaining individuals?" The monk surveyed the moaning survivors of the Guo merchant convoy, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His past experiences had instilled in him a deep-seated animosity towards the members of noble families. He spoke with a chilling finality. "Bring back those still breathing. Let the Guo family pay for their release. Those without a ransom shall be chopped up to feed the dogs." "Understood," the man replied, turning to summon his subordinates. Feeling a presence touching his body, Lin Qing struggled to open his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if his very being were on the brink of disintegration. In the remnants of his consciousness, he could only recall the sensation of the exceedingly corpulent man's arm brushing against him before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in this dire situation. He noticed a rope being tied around him before he could fully comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, a blurred figure mounted a horse and bellowed, "Go." In an instant, Lin Qing felt an immense force tugging at him, pulling his body swiftly forward. The friction between his body and the gravel was excruciating, sending waves of pain crashing through his nerves, compelling him to scream in agony. "Ah!" His piercing cries reverberated across the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of blood on the dusty road. A servant rushed breathlessly into a small courtyard, making his way to a rather delicate-looking woman. Upon hearing the servant's account, the woman appeared stricken, and after a moment of stunned realization, she staggered towards the inner courtyard. A moment later, within the inner chamber, a noblewoman exclaimed in disbelief, "What? 100,000 taels? How can we possibly raise such a sum given our current predicament? Mother, what shall we do? Eldest brother must not come to harm." Lin Wanru cried anxiously. Their father was already gone. And if anything were to happen to their eldest brother, what would become of them, the few women left behind? The noblewoman, Lin Qing's mother, Guo Shi, felt a surge of anxiety. Ever since the Lin family had endured the calamity of Fenghua City, their savings had been completely depleted. Years prior, Qin Feng had spent over 10,000 taels to redeem Lin Wanru from the black market in the inner city, leaving them in debt. Since returning to the Guo family, Guo Shi had utilized her family's connections to manage various enterprises. While she could scrape together 30 or 40,000 taels, 100,000 was beyond her reach. Glancing at Lin Wanru, she swiftly commanded, "Rower, go find your third sister at once." "Yes." Lin Wanru responded immediately, dashing towards the door with remarkable speed, her movements betraying her strength, contrary to her delicate appearance. Moments later, Lin Wanru returned with another young woman, who appeared anxious and, upon seeing the noblewoman, called out, "Mother, Ninger, how much can we currently muster from all our enterprises?" The young woman was Lin Wanqing. Initially, Guo Shi had overseen the family businesses, but in the past 2 years, she had gradually entrusted them to Lin Wanqing. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing had managed the enterprises with remarkable efficiency, and they were thriving. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing responded to Guo Shi's inquiry. "We currently own 3 shops and 2 taverns. If we liquidate everything, we could gather 30,000 taels. This is the maximum we can provide without disrupting normal operations." As she spoke, she removed a satchel from her back and presented it to Guo Shi. "Mother, I have already withdrawn the funds. They are all here." Guo Shi grasped the satchel tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure of her anxiety. Good. 30,000. Only another 30,000 to go. She had nearly 40,000 taels in her private savings, bringing the total to 70,000. After much deliberation, she found herself at a loss for alternative solutions. With a determined expression, Guo Shi pushed the satchel back into Lin Wanqing's arms, saying, "You two stay here. I must step out for a moment." Without waiting for their response, she hurriedly exited. "Mother." The sisters exchanged glances, a shared sense of concern prompting them to lower their heads. They were acutely aware of their mother's pride, despite her accomplishments. She was reluctant to be perceived as weak. In truth, had Guo Shi been less stubborn, she could have easily relied on her grandparents for support, and the 3 siblings would have fared far better. Guo Shi had 3 elder brothers, and as the sole daughter, she was cherished not only by her grandparents, but also doted on by her brothers. When Lin Qing and his siblings arrived at the Guo family, their grandparents and uncles rejoiced, treating them with great kindness. However, As her brothers established their own households, favoritism began to attract unwelcome gossip. Unable to bear the scrutiny, Guoshi chose to relocate Lin Qin and the others. Now, in light of their eldest brother's predicament, she found herself compelled to seek assistance from her grandparents once more. The pressure on Guoshi was palpable. Observing his daughter kneeling before him, an elderly man sighed heavily. "Qiner, must you persist in this manner? Those idle rumors hold no weight." Guoshi bit her lip, but remained silent. The elderly man, her father, addressed her gently. "One coin can thwart a hero. How then can a mere few tens of thousands pose a challenge for Guoshi?" Beside the elder, an elderly woman, her eyes slightly reddened, expressed her frustration. "Why must you be so obstinate?" The elder shook his head and softly called out, "Madam." The woman turned to him, and he nodded in response. "Go on." Though she felt exasperated with Guoshi's rigidity, she nonetheless turned and entered the inner chamber. Before long, she emerged, a stack of silver notes in hand. The elderly woman approached Guoshi and placed the notes into her palm. Observing the slightly weathered visage of Guoshi, the elderly woman could not help but reach out to caress her cheek. "You have suffered," she murmured. Guoshi, valiantly stifling her tears, lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you, mother." After departing from her father's side, Guoshi returned to her residence, handing over the borrowed banknotes to Lin Wanru. "Rower, you must bring Qing'er back." "Yes, mother." Lin Wanru turned to make preparations for their journey. One day, at the foot of Falling Leaves Mountain, 3 men and a woman rode in haste. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking their path. "Who approaches?" inquired an elderly man at the forefront, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. "We are from the Guo family." Upon hearing this, the man whistled, and another individual emerged from the shadows. The initial figure stepped aside, gesturing with one hand. "Our leader has been expecting you. Please, follow us." Thus, the second individual led the 4 into the mountains. Lin Wanru rode closely behind the clan elder, her palms slightly sweating around the reins. Though she knew that with the clan elder present, there would be no danger, a tinge of anxiety still lingered within her. The leading elder was indeed a clan elder of the Guo family, his strength reaching the mid-stage of bone refinement, underscoring the significance the Guo family placed on this endeavor. After all, Wei Yanshi was the last scion of the Guo family. Any further mishap could spell the end for them. Not long after they entered, 2 more figures approached on horseback from the distance. The guard's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Why are there more people coming? Yet despite his doubts, he stepped forward to block their way. "Halt." The guard scrutinized the newcomers, a man and a woman. "Who are you?" The man replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Old friends come to visit." "Old friends?" The guard's brow furrowed in skepticism. "Who are you looking for?" "Pang Tuchuo." "Pang Tuchuo." At this, the guard hesitated but ultimately stepped aside, saying, "Please." Pang Tuchuo was indeed their leader. The guards had no reason to doubt. They all knew Pang Tuchuo's formidable strength, and it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble. Thus, the man and woman smoothly made their way inside. In the main hall of the mountain stronghold, a rotund figure sat regally atop the main seat, surrounded by a variety of food laid before him. At that moment, the corpulent figure was indulging heartily. Suddenly, a subordinate entered and announced, reporting, "Speak." Pang Tuchuo mumbled with his mouth full. "The Guo family has arrived." Let them in." "Yes." The Guo family members were ushered into the hall. When Lin Wanru caught sight of Pang Tuchuo for the first time, she was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, this exceeded her wildest imagination. She had never envisioned that anyone could possess such a physique. Chapter 192. The Meeting, 2. The man and woman who followed slowly made their way along the mountain path. The woman's gaze appeared casual, yet lingered momentarily at certain positions, revealing a flicker of surprise mixed with skepticism. "I didn't expect that rotund fellow to be quite lively, gathering so many underlings so quickly." The man beside her continued walking without pause, stating, "You underestimate him too much. Anyone placed in the 7th tier of the Tower of Villains cannot be a mere nobody." The woman shrugged nonchalantly. "You might be right. That does seem like a standard level." Subsequently, the 2 fell silent and continued their ascent. Upon seeing Pang Tuchuo for the first time, the Guo clan elder was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining composure to state bluntly, "Let us cut to the chase. We have brought the money, so please release the hostages." Pang Tuchuo signaled to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate approached the Guo clan elder, took the banknotes into his hands, weighed them, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to Pang Tuchuo to report, "It's sufficient." Hearing this, Pang Tuchuo smiled broadly at the Guo clan elder. "Good. Go bring those people up." "Yes." Just as the subordinate had barely stepped away, a voice called from outside, reporting. A lackey entered the hall, cupping his fists towards Pang Tuchuo. "Boss, a man and a woman have come specifically to see you, claiming to be your old friends." Pang Tuchuo paused his actions, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Old friends?" He pondered deeply. struggling to recall any acquaintances. No, it seemed he had no friends at all. Shaking his large head, he dismissed the thought. Bring them in. Yes. Moments later, the man and woman entered the hall. The Guo family members instinctively turned to look, assessing one another. The man's gaze lingered on Lin Wanru for a brief moment before shifting to the rotund Pang Tuchuo, seated at the head of the table. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Lin Wanru's expression froze in shock. Is it him? Meanwhile, Pang Tuchuo was still relishing his meal, seemingly unfazed. The woman, however, could not help but wrinkle her nose in disgust. Just the sight of him was repulsive. Pang Tuchuo bit into a piece of chicken, chewing, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the two figures, initially disregarding them. Just a moment later, his actions came to an abrupt halt, fixing his gaze upon them. Once he discerned the true identities of the man and woman, Pang Tuchuo was instantly dumbfounded. With a clatter, the chicken leg slipped from his grasp, hitting the table with a resounding thud. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Qin Feng, Song Ge. The pair standing before him were indeed Qin Feng and Song Ge. What a coincidence. Qin Feng remarked with a slight smile. Pang Tuchuo snapped back to reality, the chicken leg losing its allure, his complexion becoming somewhat unnatural. What brings you two here? Qin Feng replied coolly. It's not a significant matter. We simply heard you've recently struck a big deal, so we came to borrow something. Borrow? Pang Tuchuo immediately refuted without a second thought. I have nothing to lend. I want half. What? I want half of what you looted from the Guo family caravan. Impossible. Pang Tuchuo promptly rejected the notion. At this moment, Song Ge raised her hand to stifle a laugh. Little fatty, you better think carefully before you respond. Pang Tuchuo's expression stiffened, realizing he had spoken too soon. Who were Qin Feng and Song Ge? Both were individuals capable of easily overpowering him. With the two standing together, his chances of standing against them were even slimmer. Just then, an irate voice interjected. You are Qin Feng? Qin Feng turned to look, puzzled. The speaker was none other than the Guo clan elder, his eyes burning with murderous intent. You are the Qin Feng from the branch, right? You are the one who killed Guo Yinming, aren't you? At once, Qin Feng grasped the situation. Guo Yinming, the eldest son of the Guo family, met his demise at the hands of Qin Feng during the hunt aimed at him. Yet, when confronted by his adversaries, Qin Feng exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, he mockingly inquired, Are you members of the Guo family? The clan elder of the Guo family was already seething with rage. For Guo Yinming was the foremost candidate to inherit the family's legacy, and such a loss was utterly intolerable. In a flash, the elder of the Guo clan lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. As the fist drew near, Qin Feng remained utterly unperturbed. Just as the blow was about to land, Song Ge, standing nearby, subtly flicked her finger. Whoosh! Several streaks of silver light abruptly emerged, aimed directly at the elder's eyes. A hand swiftly rose to intercept the silvery projectiles. Clang! Clang! Sharp, piercing cries echoed as the two figures clashed in an instant. Bang! Bang! The hall was filled with ephemeral shadows of fists and claws. After a brief moment, they separated. One figure tumbling to the ground before Qin Feng, standing between the two combatants. Song Ji's expression was grave, her hand trembling slightly. She had recently advanced to the mid-stage of bone forging, yet there remained a discernible gap compared to the seasoned elder. The elder's gaze darkened as he assessed Song Ge, realizing she too was a mid-stage bone forging warrior. Qin Feng, aware of Song Ji's predicament, felt no fear. Instead, he directed a menacing glare at the elder of the Guo clan, his voice laced with intent to kill. Do you intend to leave Luya Mountain alive? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression soured significantly. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, he let out a heavy snort and took several steps back. The implication of Qin Feng's words was unmistakable. Should a confrontation ensue, even though Song Ge had only recently broken through to mid-stage bone forging, she possessed the capability to hold the elder at bay for a time. As for the others, who among them could withstand Qin Feng's prowess? His ability to emerge unscathed from the siege of numerous students, even turning the tide against them, was a testament to his formidable strength. Thus, the elder hesitated to take such a risk. His mission was to safely escort Guo Yinsher back, not to avenge Guo Yinming. Lin Wanru, observing Qin Feng's imposing demeanor, found herself momentarily stunned. His current demeanor was a stark contrast to the person she had known before. Doubts crept into her mind. Could she have mistaken him? Yet, the name was unmistakable, and the resemblance was too striking. Lin Wanru was certain she had not misidentified him. As Qin Feng noted the elder's retreat, he understood the elder's decision and turned to the stout monk, preparing to speak. At that moment, the remaining survivors of Guo Yinsher's caravan were dragged in. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. Lin Wanru soon witnessed a sight that would haunt her for a lifetime. Chapter 193, The Scheming Little Fatty. The stout monk's minions roughly hauled in 5 individuals. treating them like refuse, and unceremoniously dumped them onto the ground in the center of the hall. They were battered and bruised, their clothes tattered, and their bodies stained with dried blood, lying motionless on the floor. Lin Wanru froze for a moment. Then her eyes brimmed with tears, which she could no longer contain. As she cried out, "Elder brother!" she rushed forward, embracing one of the figures tightly. It was Lin Qing, but his eyes were tightly shut. His face as pale as a sheet. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. "Young master." "Second brother." The younger companions who had accompanied her quickly reacted, a mix of shock and anger flooding their expressions as they rushed to check on their condition. Among them, Guo Yanshi bore the most severe injuries, with his limbs distorted to varying degrees. Witnessing this, the elder of the Guo clan's expression darkened ominously. Yet he refrained from turning hostile immediately. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and murderous intent. Without a backward glance, he commanded, "We shall depart." The others complied. Lin Wanru gritted her teeth, hoisting her brother onto her back as she followed the elder of the Guo clan out. The other two lifted the remaining individuals, one on each shoulder, trailing behind. After their departure, Qin Feng's gaze shifted back to the stout monk. "So, have you made a decision?" The stout monk's expression darkened as his eyes darted between Qin Feng and Song Ge. Ultimately, lacking the courage to refuse, he let out a resigned sigh. "Let it be half." "Humph, at least you are sensible," Song Ge scoffed. "Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. We have heard that among the secret medicines transported by the Guo family, there are indeed 2 9 transformations golden pills." Qin Feng had set his sights on the stout monk upon learning that they had announced their intention to sell the 9 transformations golden pills. The stout monk's plump face contorted. But he dared not retort, lamenting, "Very well, I shall give you one." Qin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have changed my mind. I want both 9 transformations golden pills. As for the rest, you can calculate it yourself, ensuring the total value amounts to half." Upon hearing this, the stout monk found it acceptable. Agreed. He then turned to instruct his subordinates to make arrangements. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled something and inquired, "By the way, do you know the whereabouts of those who emerged from the tower? Is anyone close by?" Recently, among those who had targeted the aristocratic caravans, the individuals who had escaped from the evil man's tower were among the main perpetrators. Their mere entry into the tower signified their strength, and now that they had escaped, both old and new grievances would compel their involvement in such significant matters against the aristocracy. The stout monk's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting?" For the first time since meeting Qin Feng, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face, and without waiting for a response, he divulged their locations. "I know of 2. One is 200 miles to the east." He then proceeded to share the details of how many times they had robbed these individuals and what secret medicines they had obtained, spilling everything in one go. As the stout monk rambled on, Qin Feng and Song Ge exchanged increasingly peculiar glances. They had not anticipated this little fatso to be so cunning. However, this was fortuitous, sparing them the trouble of searching. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Feng and Song Ge departed Lia Mountain, laden with several carts of secret medicines. Chapter 194, The Lin Family. As the members of Shui Xiantang drove away the carts, Qin Feng and Song Ge watched their retreating figures. Song Ge suddenly broke the silence. "What are you pondering?" Qin Feng lifted his gaze slightly, revealing his thoughts. "I was reflecting on the brother and sister I encountered earlier at Lia Mountain." "You knew them beforehand, didn't you?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yes. I served as a guardian for their sister for a time." Upon hearing this, Song Ge understood, though it was not surprising. It was not uncommon, generally. Martial artists had only a few sources of income, and serving as guardians for aristocratic families was among the most stable occupations. So, Qin Feng, hands clasped over his chest as if in contemplation, replied, "I wish to meet them." Song Ge shrugged nonchalantly. "Then let us go. There is nothing pressing on our agenda at the moment." On the other side, after several days of arduous travel, Lin Wanru finally returned home with Lin Qing. Upon seeing Lin Qing's condition, the Lin family members were instantly struck with shock. Qing'er, elder brother. Guo and Lin Wanqing hurriedly rushed over. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guo immediately instructed a nearby servant, "Quick, go fetch the doctor from the clinic." "Yes." Subsequently, everyone scrambled to carry Lin Qing into a room and settle him. Before long, the doctor arrived hastily, carrying a medical bag. After a thorough examination, and under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, he withdrew his hand from Lin Qing's pulse, adjusted the quilt, and turned to Guo, saying, "Your young master is not in critical condition. Most of his injuries are superficial. However, he has lost considerable blood and, having not eaten for several days, has succumbed to unconsciousness. I shall prescribe some medicine. If administered timely, with adequate rest, he should recover within a month." Upon hearing this, the 3 let out a collective sigh of relief. This was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortune. Guo expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Huang, for your efforts." Dr. Huang offered a slight bow. "It is merely my duty. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, safe travels, sir." Gua courteously returned the gesture and then instructed a nearby servant, "Someone, please escort Dr. Huang out." Observing the servants tending to Lin Qing, Lin Wanru tugged gently at her third sister's sleeve. Lin Wanqing turned, puzzled. Lin Wanru gestured towards the outside, and the two sisters stepped out together. Once outside, Lin Wanqing asked, "Sister, what is it?" Lin Wanru's expression was also somewhat hesitant. In truth, she felt uncertain herself. "Third sister, do you remember a certain bodyguard from before?" "A bodyguard?" Lin Wanqing looked perplexed, unsure why her second sister would suddenly bring this up. "Who do you mean, second sister? Do you still recall Qin Feng?" Lin Wanqing was taken aback. "Qin Feng, have you seen him, second sister? Where is he now? How could she possibly forget?" It was Qin Feng who had saved her life, despite being hired to do so. Yet, when the wolf gang breached the city, Qin Feng did not abandon her. He even sustained severe injuries due to his efforts, and subsequently, Lin Wanqing had hidden with him in his residence in the slums for several days. Not to mention, Qin Feng had later spent over 10,000 taels from the black market to rescue her sister. To this day, that sum had yet to be repaid to Qin Feng. "Since you have seen him, why did you not bring him back with you?" Lin Wanqing's tone bore a hint of reproach. Qin Feng could be deemed the savior of the Lin family. Now that their living conditions had improved, they certainly had the means to assist him. It was indeed the perfect time to repay his kindness. Of course, this was merely the sentiment held by Lin Wanqing and a few members of the Lin family. Lin Wanru then recounted everything she knew. "When I went to redeem elder brother." Upon hearing her sister's account, Lin Wanqing was left utterly astonished. "How could this be possible? Are you certain you did not mistake him for someone else?" Lin Wanru felt a twinge of uncertainty, but recalling the circumstances, she replied, "Though it seems incredible, I am certain of his name, and his appearance was not markedly different from my memory. I can assure you, he is the Qin Feng we know." Lin Wanqing's delicate fingers intertwined nervously. After a moment, she looked at her second sister and asked, "You have not mentioned this to anyone else, have you?" Lin Wanru shook her head. "No, presently, only the two of us are aware." Lin Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is fortunate. You must not speak of this to anyone. First, inform Uncle Chun to temporarily halt any actions on his end." For the past year, the Lin family had been discreetly seeking news of Qin Feng, with Uncle Chun being responsible for such inquiries. However, their focus had been solely on martial artists, never considering that Qin Feng had entered the Dragon Gate Academy, becoming known to the prominent families. This oversight was not entirely their fault, as information of such caliber was beyond their reach. They were merely aware of the existence of the Dragon Gate Academy. Even when the Lin family resided in Fenghua City, they were merely a minor family in the outer city, lacking the qualifications to partake in the allocation of martial arts hall quotas. To be involved in such matters, one must at least belong to an inner-city family. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru nodded in acknowledgement and promptly turned to arrange matters. Lin Wanqing's expression grew troubled. This situation was quite awkward. Qin Feng had slain the eldest son of the Gua family, and according to Lin Wanru's account, the elders of the Gua clan were intent on eliminating Qin Feng. Clearly, the relationship between the two families had reached an irreconcilable state. The Lin family still relied on the Gua family's reputation. If the Gua family discovered their connection to Qin Feng, they would undoubtedly find it untenable to remain in this vicinity. Fortunately, they had not made a conspicuous effort to inquire about Qin Feng's whereabouts, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Lin Wanqing re-entered the room, sending the servants away before leaning closer to Gua, who was cautiously attending to Lin Qing. Lin Wanqing slightly crouched, her lips moving to whisper something in Gua's ear. Gua's expression shifted, disbelief washing over her as she looked back. Lin Wanqing subtly nodded in confirmation. "Report, someone is requesting an audience outside." "Who is it?" The individual did not specify. "A few have arrived, but only one appears to be a messenger." A rugged-looking man furrowed his brow. "Bring him in and inquire." Before long, the visitor entered the main hall. The man surveyed the surroundings from a height, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. "What is it?" He watched as the messenger produced a letter from his robe, presenting it with both hands, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "My lord has instructed me to deliver this letter to you." A subordinate stepped forward to take the letter. The man, somewhat skeptical, accepted the letter, glanced at the messenger, and then opened it to read. The contents of the letter consisted of only a few terse sentences. Upon reading them, his expression turned icy. His gaze continued downward, and upon reaching the end, his countenance froze. Swallowing hard, he struggled to regain his composure. He looked back at the messenger standing in the hall. His eyes filled with conflict. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with a hint of indignation. "You expect me to relinquish half of my spoils based on a mere piece of paper? Is that not a jest?" The messenger, though clearly no formidable opponent, merely an ordinary practitioner, displayed no sign of alarm in the face of the man's accusation, responding in a flat tone. I am merely a bearer of tidings. Whether you choose to believe it or not is beyond my concern. The man crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it at the messenger's feet, exasperated. And if I refuse? The messenger clasped his hands and spoke directly. If you refuse, I cannot compel you. I shall take my leave immediately. However, the next visitors will be those two lords. You. Upon hearing those words, the man was engulfed in a blaze of fury, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes upon the newcomer. Yet, the latter met his fierce stare with an air of composure. The two remained locked in this tense standoff for several breaths. The fierce-looking man grappling with a tumult of emotions within. The names inscribed at the end of the letter weighed heavily upon him. Neither of the individuals mentioned was someone he could afford to provoke. The only ones privy to the knowledge of these names, apart from the few who had escaped from the Tower of Villains, could be none other than those few. He was unwilling to believe that the others possessed the audacity to impersonate such figures for deceit, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Just as the man hesitated, the newcomer issued a final ultimatum, stating, "Prepare the items, and in 2 hours, our people shall arrive." With that, he turned and strode out of the hall. Watching the figure confidently exit the grand chamber, the fierce-looking man ultimately refrained from taking action, despite his intense desire to strike. However, should the two individuals truly have sent him, such an act would be nothing short of provocation. With a heavy sigh, he conceded that he could not gamble on such a risk and instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. In a certain city, a man and woman leisurely rode through the city gates. Upon entering, they casually sought out an inn. As soon as they sat down, the woman eagerly called out, "Waiter, bring me 10 pounds of beef and 2 fragrant pig knuckles." She rattled off an array of orders before adding, "and 2 jars of huaiyao wine." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment." Before long, a variety of dishes arrived swiftly, covering the table. The woman seized a wine jug, eagerly uncorking it, inhaling its fragrance deeply, and then tilted her head back to drink heartily, displaying a truly uninhibited style of drinking. Observing Song Ji's actions, Qin Feng could only smile wryly, lifting his own cup to sip slowly. Originally, they had been following the Lin siblings, but had received news from the Water Immortal Hall about a merchant convoy from a noble family transporting secret medicine, disguised as an ordinary caravan, passing nearby. Thus, they took a detour to intercept the convoy and seize the precious cargo, which accounted for their delay of a few days. As for demanding the secret medicine looted from the Tower of Villains, Qin Feng simply penned 2 letters and entrusted them to the people of Water Immortal Hall, leaving the rest to their discretion. The following day, Lin Qing was in the courtyard of his home, engaging in physical rehabilitation. Having spent the past few days in bed nursing his wounds, he was now on the mend and eager to regain his strength. As the eldest son of the Lin family, with the greatest martial talent among them, it was his duty to shoulder the family's burdens. He took small steps around the courtyard, swinging his arms back and forth as he sought to avoid pain. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon him. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Qing's brow, and his breathing grew labored, prompting him to halt his movements. "That will be sufficient for today," he mused, aware that haste would not serve him well. As the saying goes, injury to muscles and bones takes 100 days to heal. The mere fact that he had returned alive was a blessing in itself. Struggling to a nearby stone bench, he sat down and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In that unguarded moment, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow behind him. His movement faltered, and he spun around sharply. To his surprise, a figure had silently taken position behind him, unnoticed until now. Recognizing the individual, Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils constricted. It was Qin Feng. With his current level of stealth, deceiving Lin Qing was a trivial matter. "Young Master Lin, I trust you are well," Qin Feng greeted. Upon realizing it was him, Lin Qing exhaled deeply, allowing his heart to settle. After regaining his composure, Lin Wanning had informed him of Lin Wanrou's encounter with Qin Feng. Learning of Qin Feng's remarkable prowess left him profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the once humble guard of the Lin family had ascended to such heights. Now, standing before Qin Feng, despite the latter's overwhelming strength, Lin Qing felt no trepidation. After all, their family had benefited from Qin Feng's assistance on 2 occasions, first rescuing his sister Lin Wanning from the wolf gang, and later saving Lin Wanrou in the black market. He could not fathom any reason for Qin Feng to harbor ill intentions towards him. With a solemn expression, Lin Qing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Brother Qin, to what do I owe the pleasure of your unexpected visit? Is there something you require assistance with?" He could only surmise that there must be a matter at hand that necessitated his involvement. However, should there be any task arising, he would not decline, provided it did not involve the Lin family. Moments later, with a swift motion, Qin Feng departed the small courtyard. Lin Qin gazed at the spot where Qin Feng had stood, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought for quite some time. He then noticed a book without a cover in his hands. One day, a group of young individuals clad in formal attire rode into the southern territory. Ugh, how annoying. Why were we assigned to this godforsaken place? One of them grumbled, visibly displeased. Enough already. Instead of whining. We should focus on completing our tasks so we can return home sooner, another chimed in. Exactly. Although it's a bit far, the credits we earn this time are substantial. A third added, dismissing the complaints of the first. You two enjoy this rural locale so much. Why don't you just stay here? Came a sarcastic retort from one of their companions. Bah, you little brat, is that necessary? They exchanged barbs, escalating into a playful verbal sparring. Then, the young man who appeared to be the leader interjected. Enough. Keep it down. The dean of the branch has already fallen to the hands of the cult of all beings. We must remain vigilant. The initially disgruntled individual couldn't help but quip. What is the worry? Brother Tang, you are at the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm and still being this cautious? Brother Tang acknowledged that he might be a tad alarmist. All right, you talk too much. Let us split into two groups as previously discussed. You all handle the minor nuisances, while we take care of the cult of all beings. Let us wrap this up quickly and leave. There was a palpable sense of respect for Brother Tang's authority, and no one questioned his directives. Understood, Brother Tang, they responded in unison. Subsequently, the group divided into two factions, heading off in different directions. Had an outsider been present, they would have been astonished to see that most of these young individuals were armed, including Brother Tang, who bore a sword, a rarity among practitioners at the bone-forging level. Typically, martial artists carried weapons primarily to deal with those far weaker than themselves, such as common bandits lacking any martial prowess. Due to the significant disparity in prowess, they found that utilizing weapons allowed them to swiftly vanquish their opponents while simultaneously averting the spillage of blood upon themselves. However, it is often observed that the mightier the warrior, the less inclined they are to wield weapons, for in encounters against adversaries of comparable strength. The presence of a weapon could prove detrimental to the manifestation of their true potential, particularly in the rapidly shifting tides of battle. Engaging with a weapon is tantamount to courting demise. Of course, this premise holds true only if their primary means of attack does not rely heavily on weaponry. Within a certain stronghold of Womanlu, Qin Feng was engrossed in the letter he held in his hands. This correspondence had been dispatched by spies sent to the Outer Academy to liaise with Lung Qi. The missive spoke of the San Zhuan Jingxin Dan, the secret elixir that Gui Luo sought, along with the even more potent Lu Zhuan and Jiao Zhuan variants. This nomenclature bore resemblance to that of the Jiao Zhuan Jin Dan, leading Qin Feng to surmise that it was indicative of a specialized classification system for a certain category of secret medicines. As time progressed, Qin Feng's brows furrowed in contemplation. It was noted within the letter that even the most basic variant of the San Zhuan Jingxin Dan commanded a staggering 5,000 credits. Such an amount was no trifling sum, even at the branch academy. Moreover, in the Outer Academy, Lung Qi, with his current capabilities, could only amass a mere 1,000 credits monthly. To gather enough credits for a single San Zhuan Jingxin Dan, he would require at least 5 months. While Lung Qi's strength was indeed formidable in the southern regions, it paled in comparison to the prodigious talents that thrived in the Outer Academy. At the initial stage of the bone-forging realm, he would likely not even rank among the average. The model of the Outer Academy mirrored that of the Branch Academy. The stronger the students, the more resources they could accrue, thereby accelerating their advancement. Consequently, the gap in strength among the students would only continue to widen. Qin Feng continued to peruse the letter. Lung Qi mentioned a method of earning credits in the Outer Academy that was absent in the Branch Academy, the Comprehension Challenge. This was the sole challenge that did not correlate with one's personal strength. The Outer Academy would present participating students with various martial arts techniques, encompassing claw techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, and even various weapon training methodologies. Students were free to select any technique for practice, unrestricted by time. Upon attaining a certain level of mastery, they could receive varying degrees of support from the Outer Academy. The tiers of mastery mirrored the levels of the techniques, categorized into entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Achieving major achievement would grant one special training from the Outer Academy, along with a monthly allocation of 10,000 credits, thus positioning them as a focal point of attention. Should one attain perfection, they would gain direct entry into the core training targets of the Outer Academy, with abundant resources at their disposal. In essence, the Outer Academy had specifically established an evaluation challenge for martial comprehension. Provided one possessed sufficient insight, they would be rewarded with substantial support. Lung Qi had himself endeavored through this process, yet the techniques proved exceedingly esoteric and difficult to grasp. Since his entry, he had devoted several months to this pursuit. Barely reaching the entry stage, after which his progress had stagnated. In the letter, Lung Qi candidly requested Qin Feng's assistance. Upon reaching this point, Qin Feng instantly grasped Lung Qi's intent. It was rather straightforward. Lung Qi required Qin Feng's exceptional comprehension to perfect the technique from the comprehension challenge and subsequently impart it to him. This way, Lung Qi could leverage his identity as an Outer Academy student to receive special training. Once he attained the major achievement, the monthly 10,000 credits would suffice to procure a San Zhuan Jingxin Dan. Chapter 199, The Comprehensive Claw Manual. Setting down the letter, Qin Feng picked up a white-covered tome that had been sent alongside it. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the bold inscription of 4 characters, Comprehensive Claw Manual. A smile crept across Qin Feng's face. It seemed Lung Qi was not entirely confident in his own abilities, fearing that he might falter, thus opting for what he deemed Qin Feng's strongest domain. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. As Qin Feng continued to read, he found the initial contents remarkably familiar, essentially a verbatim reproduction of the essentials of claw technique. He skimmed through it with ease, having already comprehended its essence. To be precise, this comprehensive claw manual was an advanced iteration of the essentials of claw technique. Much of the latter portion expanded upon the foundational principles of the essentials. Hence, to practice this manual, one must first possess a grounding in the essentials, and Qin Feng had already honed the latter to its utmost limits. However, even so, the subsequent material proved to be quite challenging. As Lung Qi had stated, the content was indeed obscure and difficult to decipher. No wonder Lung Qi had only managed to reach the entry stage. The moment Qin Feng finished reading, a mental notification emerged in his mind. Comprehensive Claw Manual. Technique, not yet initiated. Progress, 0. Guidance, practice 500 times to enter the next stage. Qin Feng was taken aback. 500 times. Even the initiation of an Xian-level technique required only 20 repetitions. Yet, for the Comprehensive Claw Manual, merely to reach the entry stage necessitated 500. Surely, even techniques of the Earth tier did not impose such a high threshold. However, there was no alternative. The process of deducing the technique must continue. After all, possessing numerous skills is never a burden. For the next several months, Qin Feng remained sequestered within his quarters, delegating all matters to Song Ge, while he devoted himself entirely to practice. 3 months later, within a secluded chamber, Qin Feng exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. In his mind, he saw Comprehensive Claw Manual. Technique, Major Achievement. Progress, 1. Guidance, practice 2,000 times to enter the next stage. Although supported by Wamanlu's secret medicines, the stock of living secret medicines was limited. Living secret medicines served as accelerators for cultivation, proving invaluable. However, a single portion equated to several higher-grade elixirs. In the absence of ample supplies, ordinary warriors seldom utilized such remedies. Even within the ranks of Wamanlu's personnel, their use was scarce. This scarcity significantly hampered Qin Feng's practice efficiency. Having successfully advanced to the major achievement stage, Qin Feng promptly took up his pen to transcribe the improved version of the Comprehensive Claw Manual. He then sought out Shui Xian, instructing her to expedite its delivery back to Lung Qi. Just as Shui Xian was about to depart, Qin Feng suddenly called out, "Wait." Shui Xian turned, puzzled. Qin Feng's visage bore a look of contemplation as he spoke. "First, make 2 copies of this document yourself. Remember, only you are to write it. And maintain utmost confidentiality." Though Shui Xian did not fully grasp Qin Feng's intentions, she nodded in agreement. The following day, Qin Feng summoned Song Ge and Shui Xian, presenting the 2 copies that Shui Xian had transcribed. "Take a look at this and try practicing. It may prove useful in the future." Shui Xian's expression remained unchanged. Having transcribed both volumes herself, she was well aware of their contents. Nonetheless, she extended her hands to receive them, her demeanor now imbued with a touch more respect than before. As for Song Ge, it was her first encounter with the material within. As she turned the pages, Song Ji's gaze gradually transformed into one of astonishment. Unable to restrain herself, she cast a glance at Qin Feng. This was Chapter 200, Ambush. As a top-tier martial artist, Song Ge possessed a discerning eye. The intricacy of this martial art manual was unparalleled. She had never encountered such meticulous detail before. It was akin to a high school student perusing a primary school mathematics textbook. Its contents were succinct and comprehensible. Frankly speaking, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could grasp its teachings. Although Song Ge was not particularly skilled in claw techniques, she could still recognize the value of this tome. It had been procured from the Outer Academy of the Longmen Institute. One merely needed to follow its instructions for cultivation. Qin Feng offered a brief explanation before continuing. The Outer Academy has already devised a means to obtain the secret elixir that Gui Luo requires. Shui Xian, you are to arrange for personnel to follow up. To ensure absolute safety, once the Outer Academy is prepared, You shall personally retrieve the elixir. Understood, Shui Xian nodded in agreement. At that moment, a bloody massacre was unfolding on Luya Mountain. A sharp cry pierced the air, swords sweeping the heavens. The corpulent monk, witnessing the relentless onslaught of sword lights approaching, was gripped by terror. In the face of life and death, he could only bellow in defiance. He raised both hands to shield his head, channeling every ounce of his strength. Countless sword lights rained down upon him. Clang! The sound echoed as his bald head was bombarded. With each successive strike, crimson streaks began to appear on his body. Among the myriad of sword lights, one particularly sharp beam pierced through the chaos, swiftly reaching the monk's throat. A figure somersaulted through the air, landing gracefully on the ground. The individual stood with sword in hand, its tip angled toward the ground. A single drop of blood sliding from the blade and softly splattering onto the earth. Clang! The sword was sheathed, and the person stepped forward, departing the scene. The monk raised a hand to clutch his throat, emitting labored gasps, his face etched with despair. Hot blood gushed forth between his fingers, and his vision began to blur. Consciousness faded away. With a thunderous crash, his massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground alongside the monk were countless corpses. None among the inhabitants of Luya Mountain had survived. A merchant convoy was slowly making its way along the road when, suddenly, two figures appeared before them, accompanied by a commanding voice. Leave your goods, and we shall spare your lives. The merchant convoy immediately braced for confrontation. The two obstructing figures were none other than Qin Feng and Song Ge. They had received word that a convoy was to pass through this area, prompting their arrival. Under normal circumstances, upon seeing the duo, the merchants would surrender without resistance and hand over their goods. However, the leader of this particular convoy, upon spotting the two, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a peculiar smile crept onto his face. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. Something was amiss. At that moment, two figures leaped from the midst of the convoy, landing between the two parties. They were two young individuals. One, a young man, regarded Qin Feng with a mocking expression and inquired, "You are Qin Feng, the former top of the southern branch?" Qin Feng, unusually serious, replied, "Who are you?" He instinctively sensed that these two were not to be underestimated. The man who spoke regarded Qin Feng with a hint of regret, shaking his head with a sigh. "Your original prospects were boundless. How could you be so reckless as to engage in such treasonous acts?" Chapter 201, A Perilous Situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression hardened as he began to realize the origins of his interlocutors. People from the Longman Institute. Are they from the Outer Academy? The other individual standing beside the man was a strikingly beautiful woman. With a slight furrow of her brow, her tone tinged with impatience, she addressed the man. "Chinchong, since you are so eager, why don't you two step aside and have a chat for a while?" Upon hearing this, Chinchong appeared somewhat embarrassed and hastily waved his hands. No, there's nothing to discuss. Humph, had I known, I wouldn't have partnered with you. You truly do talk too much. Quickly deal with those two, and then assist Brother Tang." Chinchong dared not retort and could only nod in agreement. With that, both individuals simultaneously drew their swords. Clang! Under the sunlight, the blades shimmered with a cold gleam. In an instant, their figures flashed, resembling lightning as they charged toward Qin Feng and Song Ge. In less than a breath, they traversed a distance of about 10 zhang, seemingly vanishing in an instant. The next moment, Chinchong and his companion stood before Qin Feng and Song Ge, their expressions shifting. What incredible speed! The two adversaries had clear targets. The young man named Chinchong was heading directly for Qin Feng. With swift, blinding sword strikes, Qin Feng was forced to evade repeatedly. As Chinchong delivered a downward slash, Qin Feng sidestepped, simultaneously forming a fist to strike the sword's blade. Just as he was about to make contact, Chinchong's wrist suddenly twisted, and the sword pivoted 90 degrees, its edge meeting Qin Feng's fist. Clang! Chinchong's sword was deflected, and seizing the momentum, he swiftly turned, executing a sweeping strike. Qin Feng leaped back to evade, but as soon as he landed, Chinchong closed in with an even fiercer barrage of attacks. Chinchong's swordplay was like a flash of lightning, relentlessly targeting Qin Feng's vital points. Initially, Qin Feng could parry and counter, but within a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, reduced to mere evasive maneuvers. The relentless pressure from his opponent constricted his movement, the sword lights weaving a net that encircled him, gradually squeezing his space for action. Qin Feng's situation grew increasingly precarious. At a critical moment, his figure suddenly accelerated, unleashing his ghostly shadow technique in rapid succession. Darting back and forth, the unexpected surge of speed caught Chinchong off guard, disrupting his rhythm of attack, and soon, his sword net revealed vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Chinchong. Standing with his sword held aloft, Qin Feng regarded Qin Feng with a hint of surprise. You possess some skill. No wonder you were the top of the branch. The ability to unleash such rapid speed in a short span, even among those with profound martial prowess, required extensive training to achieve. If this were exhibited by a prodigy from a prestigious family, he would hardly be surprised. However, as far as he knew, Qin Feng hailed from humble beginnings, not even from a minor clan, merely a common martial artist. Yet, this ordinary individual could concurrently excel in both attack and agility, an extraordinary feat indeed. Hearing Qin Feng's remarks, Qin Feng felt no sense of pride. Instead, his countenance grew more solemn. He slowly raised one hand, revealing a gash about an inch in length on the back of his hand. Blood began to seep from the wound, the result of his earlier clash with Qin Feng's sword. Had he not been vigilant at the last moment to temper his strength, his injuries would have been far worse. Qin Feng's prowess lay predominantly in his hands, which he regarded as his most formidable asset. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself breached by his opponent's blade. This clearly indicated that the sword wielded by his adversary was of extraordinary material. A shadow of dismay crossed Qin Feng's countenance as his gaze inadvertently darted towards the battlefield where Song Gu was engaged. The situation there appeared equally dire. Her opponent, a woman of superior strength, wielded her sword with such skill that Song Gu was forced to retreat at every turn. The elusive silver needles that Song Gu employed as concealed weapons proved ineffective, being easily deflected by her foe, inflicting no harm whatsoever. It was evident that the opponent had also mastered a defensive technique, and her cultivation level was notably high. Such defensive arts were particularly adept at countering various hidden weapons, especially considering that Song Ji's silver needles were made of ordinary materials, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. The woman merely needed to protect her head, allowing her to disregard the silver needles aimed at other parts of her body. Witnessing this predicament, Qin Feng's heart sank deeper. Qin Feng, noticing Qin Feng's movements, glanced at the ongoing skirmish beside them, revealing no surprise, and then turned his attention back to Qin Feng, softly offering words of comfort. Do not fret. You shall not face this alone. Song Gu will not survive either. The two of them, one in the mid-stage of bone refinement and the other in the late stage, hailed from the outer academy, rendering them overwhelmingly superior to Qin Feng and Song Gu. As he spoke, Qin Feng subtly raised the tip of his sword, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Do not resist. I shall endeavor to spare you some pain. Qin Feng's body tensed involuntarily. Sword storm of the 9 heavens. Qin Feng's figure vanished in an instant, and then a multitude of sword lights erupted. Chapter 202. Unable to overcome. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this, and he attempted to retreat swiftly, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air accompanied the resonance of sword chants. In the blink of an eye, countless beams of light had manifested before him, and then they descended. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated, stirring clouds of dust. Amidst the haze, the sharp sword lights flickered rapidly, while a figure darted through the chaos, appearing and disappearing like a specter. This continued for several moments until one figure was sent careening out of the dust, rolling through the air before landing on the ground a short distance away. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Drip, drip. Several drops of blood fell softly onto the earth, merging with the dirt below. As the dust gradually dispersed, the figure emerged more clearly. It was Qin Feng, who, despite the evident weariness, managed to lift his head with great effort. His body was marred with numerous wounds, blood staining his skin, and a gruesome gash marred his left cheek. Though Qin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, these injuries were not fatal. In the face of his adversary's onslaught, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, employing the ghostly shadow technique to its utmost to evade critical blows. In the midst of the dust, Qin Feng swept away the haze with one hand. Observing Qin Feng standing before him, his surprise deepened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. You are quite impressive. The sword storm of the 9 heavens was among his most potent techniques, yet he had not anticipated that Qin Feng, who was at a lower cultivation level, could withstand such an attack. However, in his eyes, it was only a matter of time before Qin Feng would be defeated and perish. It was a pity to lose such a talent. Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret. His mission orders had been to eliminate the rebellious students of the branch academy. Yet now, he sensed something amiss. Qin Feng possessed the ability to enter the outer academy. What could possibly outweigh the benefits of such an opportunity? Nonetheless, understanding this did not concern him. He merely needed to fulfill the task assigned by the academy. Whatever underlying motives existed were beyond his purview. Qin Feng held his sword aloft, his fingers gliding along the blade as he spoke coolly. Do you have any other means? If not, prepare to meet your end. In response, Qin Feng exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a smirk tugged at his lips. You think you can take my life? Qin Feng could not help but laugh at this. Oh, What other abilities do you possess? To be honest, at this juncture, Qin Feng's audacity to utter such defiant words took him by surprise. He was even slightly intrigued. In terms of techniques, as a student of the Outer Academy, he was not lacking. In terms of raw power, there was a significant disparity between them. To wish to battle across levels? It had always been their prerogative to surpass others. Never had they considered the reverse. Qin Feng offered no reply. Instead, he slightly turned his head towards Song Gu's direction. At that moment, she had managed to create some distance from her opponent, her breathing slightly erratic. As if sensing something, Song Gu turned to look. Their gazes met instantaneously. Without a word, they seemed to grasp each other's thoughts. In the next moment, they both executed the same movement. Qin Feng relaxed his muscles, then lightly pushed off with his toes, propelling himself backward like the wind, his speed so swift that it left behind a trail of afterimages. Chapter 203, Assisting Song Gu. Thinking of escaping? Chen Chong scoffed, forcefully driving his foot into the ground, his speed suddenly surging as he pursued Qin Feng. The two sped away, one in front and the other in hot pursuit. After a brief chase, Chen Chong's expression began to shift. Something was amiss. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Despite his full effort, the distance between them did not close. Instead, it gradually increased. Ahead, Qin Feng glanced back at the ever-diminishing figure of Chen Chong, disregarding him as he turned his attention to the two figures pursuing from a distance. They were headed in the direction of Song Gu, who was maintaining a swift pace, but trailing closely behind her was a figure that was noticeably faster. The gap between them was rapidly narrowing. Song Gu glanced back occasionally, her expression growing increasingly grim. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Qin Feng assessed the situation, then shifted his gaze from Song Gu to the side, where the outline of a town became clearer. Contemplating the speed of the woman chasing Song Gu, he adjusted his course to head in her direction. At that moment, while Song Gu pondered her escape, a figure approached her from a distance at an extraordinary speed. Startled, she focused her gaze and was astonished to find it was Qin Feng. However, his speed was astonishing. Even Song Gu was taken aback. This was the first time Qin Feng showcased his lightness skill before her. Their speeds were nearly equal. The distance between them rapidly diminished. And as Qin Feng brushed past Song Gu, he left behind a single phrase. "You go ahead." He then charged towards the woman from the Outer Academy, who was pursuing her. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Gu gritted her teeth, convinced that Qin Feng would not engage in reckless endeavors. Thus, she refrained from hesitating and hastened her escape. Meanwhile, it was evident that Qin Feng was not inclined to confront their adversaries head-on. Positioned not far behind Song Gu, he clenched his fists and struck forcefully against the trunk of a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered in two and crashed heavily to the ground. As he retreated towards Song Gu, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, causing surrounding trees to topple one after another, effectively obstructing the path of the pursuing woman from the outer courtyard. Xianxiao leapt over the fallen obstacles, though they inflicted no harm upon her. They significantly hampered her speed. As she gazed at Song Gu, whose figure had dwindled to a mere black dot in the distance, Xianxiao's expression darkened with irritation as she turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. Without hesitation, she charged towards him. Observing this, Qin Feng promptly turned and fled towards the distant town. Xianxiao's lightness of foot was remarkable, further augmented by her formidable prowess at the late stage of the bone refining realm, enabling her to close the distance rapidly. Qin Feng was aware of her approach but exhibited no signs of alarm. As the powerful gusts of wind swept past him, he attuned himself to their direction, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The muscles hidden beneath his garments began to undulate, their contours shifting to harmonize with the flow of the air currents. This transformation occurred within mere breaths, after which Qin Feng's speed surged dramatically, more than doubling from its initial state, allowing him to match Xianxiao's pace. The two maintained their distance as they entered the town, where the bustling crowd engulfed Qin Feng. Chapter 204, Concealment. A captivating figure descended upon the town's thoroughfare. Xianxiao raised her eyes to scan the surroundings, her brow furrowing in frustration. Where could Qin Feng's silhouette possibly be? She advanced cautiously, her keen gaze meticulously scrutinizing every nook and cranny. She was convinced that Qin Feng was concealed nearby. The throng of townsfolk meandered about the streets. Yet after a prolonged observation, Xianxiao failed to discern any discrepancies. Her furrowed brow deepened in perplexity. How could she not locate him? Her eyes swept over the scene. Beggars by the roadside, vendors hawking their wares, common folk bargaining, and wandering martial artists on horseback. Even a caravan emerging from an inn, busy counting heads and goods, presented no cause for concern. After an exhaustive examination, she remained unable to identify any anomalies. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Xianxiao relinquished her search and turned back the way she had come. As she walked, Her mind pondered how Qin Feng had evaded her detection. The distance between them had been minimal, scarcely 5 breaths apart. What could he have accomplished in such a fleeting moment? Baffled, she shook her slightly throbbing head. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Xianxiao turned to observe a group of ruffians causing a stir at a small vendor's stall. The stall, constructed of bamboo and topped with a large sunshade, appeared to sell trinkets for children, but its contents were now strewn across the ground. One of the thugs seized a middle-aged man by the collar, growling menacingly, "Are you tired of living? You think you can set up shop without any money?" The middle-aged man, trembling in fear, pleaded, "Gentlemen, please, I haven't even opened yet. I'll repay you by tomorrow." Smack! The thug's hand struck the man's face, yanking him closer and warning through clenched teeth. "Tomorrow? How many times have you promised tomorrow? You'll pay when I say so, or you won't be setting up shop at all." The man paused momentarily before desperately begging, "Please, without a stall, how can I earn a living?" However, the thug was unyielding. "I don't care about that. Pay up when I say, or you won't sell anything." With a forceful shove, he pushed the man aside and violently overturned the stall. While the altercation continued, Xianxiao frowned slightly, but lost interest quickly. She had witnessed such scenarios countless times before and was no stranger to their grim familiarity. She then made her way toward the outskirts of the town. The middle-aged man continued to plead with the thugs, "I promise, I'll pay by tomorrow." And as he caught sight of Xianxiao's retreating figure, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "But how can I possibly repay?" The ruffian dismissed him with a flick of his hand, scoffing. The man's expression shifted abruptly, casting a cold glare at the thug, only to revert to one of fear. Yes, of course. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as the stall toppled toward the middle-aged man's direction, a hand emerged from beneath it. Chapter 205. Have you had enough? As the goods from the stall fell, they concealed the hand beneath. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, obstructing the thug's line of sight, while subtly pushing his foot back to conceal the revealed hand. Just as he completed this discreet maneuver, a fist collided violently with his face, sending him sprawling several feet away. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. The assailant, presumably the ruffian leader, spat on the ground and coldly commanded, "Drag him inside." Several thugs nodded in compliance, with 2 of them seizing the middle-aged man by his feet and hauling him into a nearby alley. The nearby vendors, witnessing the unfolding situation, turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Though sympathetic, they felt powerless. These ruffians were enforcers of the local gang. To operate a stall here, they not only had to pay a fee to the city guards, but also a tribute to the gang. After all was said and done, the vendors barely made a profit. However, they had no choice. Refusal meant harassment or, worse, violent retribution, as exemplified by the middle-aged man's current plight. The ruffian leader scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, causing anyone who met his eyes to avert their gaze. He grunted heavily and stepped further into the alley, well aware that leniency in such matters was not an option. Otherwise, these individuals would only grow bolder. It is not merely a matter of holding back. One must strike with vigor, ensuring they comprehend the repercussions of their delinquency in paying the stall fees. Within the alleyway, a few individuals were dragging a middle-aged man around a corner. They had already distanced themselves significantly from the alley's entrance. The ringleader of the thugs had followed suit. Observing the man sprawled on the ground, with arms crossed over his chest, he gestured with his chin towards the fallen man, signaling his accomplices to take action. The young hoodlums instantly understood, crouching down to gather various bricks and other objects from the ground. Just as they prepared to act, the middle-aged man lying on the ground stirred, propping himself up on his hands and unsteadily rising to his feet. The ringleader, unfazed, snatched a brick from one of his companions and swung it violently towards the back of the man's head. This strike was intended to be fatal. A direct hit could lead to paralysis at best, or death at worst. Suddenly, a hand deftly seized the ringleader's wrist. The middle-aged man had somehow turned around and intercepted the thug's attack. The thug stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Such speed. This was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The middle-aged man fixed his cold gaze upon the ringleader and spoke. "Have you had enough?" As he spoke, a peculiar scene unfolded. His throat began to undulate. By the time he uttered the final 2 words, his voice had transformed entirely. Yet, the metamorphosis did not cease. The flesh of his face and body began to shift, his form subtly elevating. Ultimately, the middle-aged man had completely morphed into a different, younger man. This astonishing spectacle left those around him utterly astounded. Who? Chapter 206. The Return. Qin Feng raised his hand to gently wipe the dust from his face. The art of the 1,000 faces. The middle-aged man had been a disguise he had assumed. "Are you a human or a ghost?" The ringleader stammered, his lips quivering. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Qin Feng replied, his expression impassive, "I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with the king of hell yourself." As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The ringleader felt a chilling sensation at his throat, as though something warm was continuously flowing down towards his chest. Pain surged through him. Qin Feng's hand had plunged deep into the ringleader's throat, positioned behind him in such a way that 4 fingertips protruded from the back of his neck. Finally, the ringleader grasped the reality of his situation, his eyes widening in terror as he gasped for breath, only to be stifled by the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. The other thugs, witnessing this, turned pale, paralyzed by fear before they could react. Just as they began to move, Qin Feng's foot lightly tapped the ground, and his figure vanished from their sight. The specter of death raced through the alleyway. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching occasionally, crimson blood seeping from beneath them. Qin Feng crouched down, his demeanor calm as he wiped the bloodied hands on one of their garments. Unbeknownst to him, a lithe figure stood poised against a wall behind him, sword in hand. Suddenly, the tip of the sword rose, pointing ominously towards Qin Feng's back. Years of combat had sharpened Qin Feng's senses. His expression shifted slightly. He rolled to the side, disregarding his appearance. A blade barely missed his neck. Qin Feng regained his footing and faced the assailant, his countenance darkening slightly, his eyes shifting. "Xianxiao, it is you, the one who was supposed to have left." Xianxiao pointed her sword at Qin Feng and remarked coolly, "You truly surprise me. I didn't expect you to possess such skill in disguise." Qin Feng, curious, inquired, "How did you discover me?" His art of the 1,000 faces, although esoteric, had been cultivated to a remarkably high level. Aside from his inability to control hair color, such as beards or the color of his hair, there were hardly any discernible differences. Thus, he prioritized disguising himself as individuals younger than middle age. Naturally, he had also prepared his attire. Do not forget that Qin Feng's clothing was reversible. The pants he wore were of an exceedingly ordinary style. These were all preparations he made in advance to facilitate his disguise. Therefore, the middle-aged man had been selected from among those he observed on the street. However, in response to Qin Feng's inquiry, Xianxiao shook her head and candidly replied, "To be honest, I did not detect it. I merely knew you were nearby. Though I was unaware of how you concealed yourself, I never anticipated discovering that you also possessed the ability to disguise yourself." Qin Feng sighed, his gaze fixed on Xianxiao. "Let us end this game of cat and mouse. Shall we conclude this here?" Indeed, it was a game of cat and mouse. She was in the late stage of the bone-refining realm, while he was merely in the early stage. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving him with no chance of victory. Xianxiao pondered briefly before shaking her head at Qin Feng, declining. "At this proximity, you have no opportunity to hide. Surrender willingly." Chapter 207, The Chase. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 5 zhang, and it was becoming increasingly improbable for Qin Feng to deceive her with his disguise. Although his speed had seemed nearly on par with hers, Xianxiao was subconsciously convinced that Qin Feng had employed some technique with adverse side effects. Otherwise, how could a mere early-stage bone-refining cultivator match her speed? Thus, Xianxiao felt confident in her ability to capture Qin Feng. Undeterred, Qin Feng stated, "If you wish to kill me, it is ultimately to acquire credits for exchanging cultivation resources. Name your terms. I am willing to negotiate as long as it is feasible." His words were earnest. If a monetary solution existed, then it was no longer an issue. Rather than expend effort devising an escape, it would be more prudent to resolve matters amicably. However, Xianxiao remained resolute in her refusal. "I must admit, your abilities have exceeded my expectations. If given more time to grow, the students who come after you may indeed find it challenging to subdue you. Yet, your continued existence remains a source of turmoil." Seeing her unwillingness to relent, Qin Feng sighed in resignation. In that case, before he could finish, Qin Feng had already driven the tips of his feet into the ground, suddenly propelling himself forward, sending a cloud of dust flying towards Xianxiao. Xianxiao, quick to react, raised her hands to shield her eyes. And when she turned to look again, she saw Qin Feng darting into a nearby residence. Despicable. Anger flared on her face as she brandished her sword and pursued Qin Feng. The two resumed their cat-and-mouse chase once more. However, this time, Qin Feng chose to flee within the confines of the building. His body moved with the agility of an eel, deftly navigating the intricate environment. He skillfully utilized the various structures of the houses, frequently changing direction. Initially, Xianxiao, who was in pursuit, hesitated to follow him closely. But as she realized she could not catch up, her patience began to wane. Thus, she cast aside her reservations and lunged forward with her sword. With a swift motion, Xianxiao's silhouette accelerated, her long sword piercing the void as she charged into the dwelling where Qin Feng was hiding. Boom! The house erupted in a violent explosion, debris and splinters soaring through the air. The sudden cacophony elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding townsfolk. In mere moments, a figure burst forth from the ruins, landing with a forceful push of his feet, rapidly racing towards the outskirts of the town. Almost instantaneously, Xianxiao followed suit, continuing her relentless pursuit of Qin Feng. At the spot where Qin Feng had initially landed, a drop of crimson fell onto the stone pavement, gradually spreading outwards. The two were locked in a fierce chase through the city. Moments later, a figure emerged from the town, closely followed by another. They sprinted away into the distance. In the dense forest, Qin Feng's breath quickened as he darted through the thickets, glancing back intermittently. A ghastly, 3-inch-long gash marred his left chest. A quarter of an hour later, as Qin Feng burst from the forest, he was confronted by a sheer cliff that loomed before him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Behind him, the piercing sound of a sword echoed. With no time to lose, Qin Feng rolled forward onto the ground. Yet, the cold glint of the blade pursued him relentlessly, as if anticipating his escape route, aiming directly for his neck. Swiftly, Qin Feng raised his arms to shield himself. Channeling his iron cloth technique to its utmost limit, the sword sliced through, blood erupting forth. With a muffled groan, pain surged through his arms, the muscles tearing apart to reveal pale bone beneath. Fortuitously, he managed to block the blow. However, it was not over. Xianxiao, retracting her sword midair, elegantly turned and executed a decisive spinning kick, her foot crashing into Qin Feng's chest. The thunderous impact resonated, followed by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Qin Feng, unable to restrain himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was propelled backward. Without a moment's pause, Xianxiao landed and propelled herself forward, her sword rapidly closing in on Qin Feng's chest. The fluidity of her movements was mesmerizing. As the icy blade approached, Qin Feng, battling through the agony and driven by the will to survive, gritted his teeth and awkwardly adjusted his position midair. He then planted his feet on the ground, exerting all his strength to propel himself towards the cliff's edge. Simultaneously, he raised one foot to block the oncoming tip of the sword. The result was inevitable. The razor-sharp sword pierced through Qin Feng's foot, blood splattering in all directions. Nevertheless, this bought him a fleeting moment of reprieve. Qin Feng's body flew off the cliff, plummeting toward the raging river below. Xianxiao stood at the edge of the cliff, watching Qin Feng's dwindling figure with a sense of frustration. The credits that were so close to her grasp had slipped away, leaving her deeply discontented. In midair, Qin Feng relaxed his body, gazing upward at Xianxiao's striking form, as if to etch her image into his memory. Their eyes met, and the connection was palpable. In Qin Feng's gaze, there was nothing but indifference. No grand declarations. Merely a silent acknowledgement as they locked eyes. Subsequently, Qin Feng curled his body as best as he could, shielding his head. With a resounding crash, he plunged into the turbulent waters of the river. Xianxiao lingered at the cliff's edge for a moment longer before letting out a cold huff and turning away. Elsewhere, at a modest courtyard in Qin village, a young man with a simple demeanor prepared to embark on a fishing trip, equipped with his gear. Dazhuang, come back early. A woman's voice called from the kitchen. Sure thing, Dazhuang replied with a grin, tightening the fishing net slung over his back before stepping outside. Moments later, Dazhuang reached the banks of the Dream River, expertly untying a small boat. He pushed the boat with vigor and hopped aboard. Grabbing the oar set aside, he steered the boat toward the center of the river. Once he reached an optimal spot, Dazhuang took the fishing net, swung it a few times, and then cast it with all his might, the net unfurling gracefully and settling onto the water's surface before sinking slowly. After completing his task, Dazhuang clapped his hands together and turned to board the boat, but his peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual. Dazhuang blinked and focused. Not far from him, a dark object bobbed up and down in the river. It appeared to resemble a human form. Dazhuang hastily grabbed the oar and paddled closer. Upon nearing, Dazhuang discerned that it was indeed a man. The individual lay on his back, his body floating with the current, several strands of water grass ensnaring his neck, keeping him suspended in place. Dazhuang's expression remained calm. He crouched down, grasped the man's collar, and with a firm pull, lifted him onto the boat. The young man looked quite youthful, yet bore the marks of distress. Deep gashes marred his forearms. Having been submerged in the water for an extended period, the exposed flesh appeared pallid. Dazhuang's face reflected a hint of pity. It was a shame for someone so young to have met such a fate. Assuming the man was yet another corpse, Dazhuang felt it was not an unusual occurrence. The villagers of Chun relied on the Dream River for their livelihood, and many often came here to fish. In these tumultuous times, it was not uncommon for bodies to drift down the river. Dazhuang himself had encountered such sights numerous times. It was a shared experience among the fishermen of the village. Typically, if a body floated downstream, they would not intervene. However, If it was ensnared by watergrass and remained stationary along the riverbank or in the middle of the river, it always felt unsettling. After all, the village women frequently came here to wash clothes, and encountering such a sight could be quite frightening. Yet, when such cases arose, they generally retrieved the bodies, dragging them ashore to find a patch of land for a hasty burial. Upon emerging from the depths of the river, one could hardly claim that fortune had favored De Zhuang. Faced with an unfortunate predicament, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his fishing endeavor, hoisting the boat's pole and steering toward the shore. First, he needed to dispose of the corpse. Moments later, De Zhuang finally dragged the lifeless body to a flat patch of ground. He promptly seized a shovel and began to laboriously dig a grave. 15 minutes passed. De Zhuang leaned on his shovel, slightly out of breath, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Assessing the depth of the pit, he nodded in satisfaction. It would suffice. Even if the hole was not particularly deep, merely half a foot, perhaps. Nevertheless, it would serve its purpose. He then strode over to the body and, with a firm kick to its midsection, sent it tumbling into the shallow grave. De Zhuang picked up the shovel and began to fill the hole. Just as he was halfway through, he was startled by a faint cough. He paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, and leaned down to peer into the pit. Hastily, he set aside the shovel and descended into the grave, placing his hand upon the man's chest. De Zhuang's eyes widened in astonishment. The man was still alive, though his chest showed no signs of movement. De Zhuang could distinctly feel the faint rhythm of a heartbeat beneath his palm. Panic surged through him. He had nearly buried a living soul. A twinge of embarrassment washed over De Zhuang as he scrambled to pull the man up, slinging him over his back and sprinting home. Days later, a man with a bandaged forehead lay quietly on a bed within a modest dwelling. At one moment, his eyelids fluttered, and then slowly, his eyes opened. Almost immediately, a throbbing headache assaulted him, etched with anguish across his features as he instinctively attempted to lift his hands, only to be met with sharp pain coursing through them. The intensity of the discomfort drained some color from his face. After a while, he managed to acclimate, lying flat on the bed. His eyes roamed about, taking in the sparse surroundings. Chapter 210, Awakening. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed, a crude wooden table, and a chair. The man felt a wave of confusion wash over him, his mind enveloped in a fog. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise. His ears perked, and his gaze instinctively shifted toward the door. Before long, the door creaked open, and a sturdy-looking man entered, carrying a bowl. This was De Zhuang, who, upon seeing the man awake, could not suppress his joy. At last, you have awakened. He quickly approached the bedside and scrutinized the man's condition. How are you feeling? Who are you? The man inquired. De Zhuang chuckled. I found you by the Dream River. Remarkably, you survived after who knows how long submerged. When I discovered you, I nearly buried you alive. He scratched his head sheepishly at this admission. The man appeared taken aback, muttering to himself, the river? How did I end up in the river? As he pondered this, De Zhuang interrupted his thoughts, hastily offering him a bowl of medicinal soup. Hold on. Let's not dwell on that. Drink this first. As De Zhuang brought the bowl to the man's lips, he hesitated at the sight of the dark concoction. Yet, a sense of instinct assured him that it posed no danger. Thus, he opened his mouth, allowing the bitter liquid to flow in. The moment the concoction hit his tongue, his eyes widened in shock. A wave of extreme bitterness erupted across his palate, sending a shiver down his spine. Though his face contorted in distaste, he persevered and finished the potion. Afterward, he coughed lightly, prompting De Zhuang to place the bowl on the table and turn back to him, grinning. Little brother, my name is De Zhuang. And you? I am Qin. The man responded instinctively, but suddenly faltered mid-sentence, as if something had lodged itself in his throat. He found himself unable to recall more. Frowning, he sensed an inexplicable urge not to divulge his true name. A sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, and anguish contorted his features, cold sweat beading on his forehead. De Zhuang, noticing his distress, rushed to his side. Hey, what's wrong? The man could only grit his teeth in silence, trembling from the intense pain. After a moment, his condition began to stabilize. His complexion paled as he gasped for breath. Seeing that the man seemed to be recovering, De Zhuang finally felt relieved. Are you all right? He asked. The man shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I just can't remember my past. De Zhuang offered a comforting smile. It's all right. If you can't recall, don't force it. Focus on recuperating first. The man nodded wearily, his eyes fluttering shut as he succumbed to sleep once more. De Zhuang, observing him, let out a resigned sigh before tiptoeing out of the room and closing the door gently behind him. A month later, the man, now identified as Qin Feng, stood upright in the courtyard, leaning on a pair of crutches, his gaze fixed on an eagle soaring overhead, lost in thought. Chapter 211, Amnesia. Dressed in a simple outfit of coarse linen shorts and a shirt that hung slightly too large on him, Qin Feng appeared rather disheveled. De Zhuang's clothes were a far cry from his own, which had long since deteriorated beyond wear after who knew how long submerged in the river. His expression oscillated between confusion and furrowed brows, before he finally let out a deep sigh. He genuinely could not remember anything. He grasped the crutches firmly and hobbled slowly toward a nearby stone table. The scars on his forearms stood out starkly, deep and jagged, a testament to the peril he had previously endured. When De Zhuang had saved him, he had been gravely injured, with fractures in both arms and legs, and a wound at the back of his head, presumably from a heavy blow that had caused his memory loss. Fortunately, his body's healing abilities seemed remarkable. Just a month later, he was already able to move about. Having barely taken a seat, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching the courtyard. He turned to look. "I'm back," a robust voice called out. De Zhuang entered, one hand carrying 2 fish and the other a wild chicken, excitement radiating from his every step. Upon spotting Qin Feng, De Zhuang broke into a broad grin. "Good morning, Brother Qin." Qin Feng smiled slightly in return. "Good morning, Brother De Zhuang." Initially, the man merely uttered a single character, Qin, leading De Zhuang to surmise that the individual must bear the surname Qin. However, he could recall no other detail about him. Thus, he could only temporarily refer to him as Brother Qin. Perhaps upon hearing De Zhuang's voice, a response echoed from within the house. Shortly thereafter, a slightly plump village woman hurriedly emerged. This woman, unremarkable in appearance, was none other than De Zhuang's wife, Sawa, with a beaming countenance. She approached and took the items from De Zhuang's hands. Upon seeing that there was meat to be enjoyed, her delight was palpable, and she could not help but commend him, exclaiming, "De Zhuang, you truly are impressive." Having been married for less than a year, although De Zhuang was somewhat simple-minded, he possessed a robust physique and a diligent nature. Time and again, he managed to procure meat to bring home, allowing the couple to live quite comfortably. While the average household would prioritize selling any fish or game they obtained in the town for silver coins, which could then be exchanged for necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, items that were not inexpensive, De Zhuang's family faced no such worries. Occasionally acquiring fish and game, they could enjoy them directly at home. At her words, De Zhuang's face lit up with pride as he patted his chest and boasted, "Heh, who in Qin village is unaware of my prowess?" He then added, "By the way, wife, prepare a fish stew for Brother Qin to help him recuperate. Keep the other one for tomorrow." Suehua discreetly cast a glance at Qin Feng, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet she smiled and replied, "All right, I shall attend to it right away." With the fish and wild rabbit in hand, she made her way briskly to the kitchen. Naturally, Qin Feng sensed Suehua's unease. However, under the roof, he could only lower his head and feign ignorance. Chapter 212, De Zhuang's home. De Zhuang sat down directly across from Qin Feng, wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a goofy grin, inquired, "Brother Qin, how is your recovery progressing?" Qin Feng expressed his gratitude with a nod, saying, "Thank you for your concern, De Zhuang. I am feeling much better." De Zhuang scrutinized Qin Feng with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "By the way, your physique is quite robust. The doctor mentioned that for injuries like yours, a typical person would require at least 3 months to recover. I never expected you to be up and about in just a month." As for his peculiar condition, Qin Feng himself could not comprehend it. He could only attribute it to his good health. Moreover, he often felt as if there were something within his mind. Yet whenever he attempted to delve deeper into it, a sharp pain would ensue, leading him to suspect it might be the memories he had lost. Rather than respond to De Zhuang, he sincerely remarked, "I truly apologize for being a burden to you, De Zhuang. Once I am fully healed, I shall work diligently to repay the expenses incurred during this time." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang scratched his head and reassured him, "Brother Qin, there is no need to worry about that. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. Your primary focus now should be on recuperating. Everything else can wait." Before long, Suehua completed the meal, and De Zhuang assisted Qin Feng inside to partake of it. That afternoon, the trio enjoyed a hearty repast. Throughout the meal, De Zhuang frequently served Qin Feng meat, urging him to eat more. Today was particularly bountiful, with both fish and rabbit meat on the table. And Suehua's culinary skills were commendable, yielding a delightful flavor. As Suehua observed Qin Feng's bowl brimming with meat, she pursed her lips and cast a fleeting, resentful glance at De Zhuang, yet could only bury her head in her bowl, silently consuming her meal. De Zhuang's attentiveness to Qin Feng's dietary needs had become a routine over the past month. He genuinely believed that as an injured man, Qin Feng required ample nourishment for recovery. However, he remained blissfully unaware of Suehua's evident discomfort. Although Qin Feng noticed her feelings, he refrained from speaking up, thus enduring the awkward atmosphere until they finished their lunch. Time passed gradually, and before they knew it, another month had slipped by. Remarkably, due to De Zhuang's frequent provision of nourishment, Qin Feng's injuries healed remarkably fast, with his limbs nearly restored to full function within just a month. He even began assisting De Zhuang with various tasks. Although he had little prior experience, De Zhuang exhibited great patience, tirelessly instructing him, allowing Qin Feng to gradually find his footing. At the headquarters of Womanlu, incompetence. With a furious crash, Shui Xian swept the documents off the table, her bloodshot eyes glowering at a figure kneeling below, as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You have searched for so long, and yet cannot even produce a single shadow? What use are you to me?" At her words, the man kneeling before her broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he replied, "My lady, we have mobilized all our informants. However, the area to be searched is simply too vast, making it exceedingly difficult to yield results in a short time frame." Just then, a voice interjected from the side. "Shui Xian, calm yourself." Shui Xian turned to see Song Gu seated nearby. Taking a deep breath, Shui Xian attempted to compose herself. And after a moment, she spoke slowly. "Then tell me, how long will it take you to find him?" The man below clenched his teeth, stating, "It will take at least 3 months to uncover any leads." Shui Xian huffed disdainfully. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 months. A living person must be found, and a corpse must be accounted for. Should you still fail to locate him after 3 months, ensure you prepare your own coffin." "Understood, my lady." With a wave of her hand, Shui Xian dismissed him, and he promptly withdrew. Chapter 213, An Unexpected Turn. Song Gu sighed softly, understanding Shui Xian's frustrations. Yet she recognized that pressuring those beneath her would yield no fruitful outcomes. Ultimately, Qin Feng's disappearance was partially her responsibility. He had ventured forth solely to divert Xianxia's attention for her sake. Now, while she was safe, Qin Feng remained missing, leaving her with a heavy heart. She longed to search for him, but reality constrained her actions. Currently, the 2 students from the outer courtyard had established contact with a local family, seeking their assistance in gathering information regarding Qin Feng and Song Gu. This left Song Gu with no choice but to remain hidden within the headquarters of Womanlu. Throughout the past month, she had learned through Womanlu's intelligence network that all the villains who had escaped from the branch's evil tower, save for herself, had met with unfortunate ends. The perpetrators were, of course, the students from the outer courtyard. Those who gained entry into the outer courtyard were not to be trifled with. Each student emerging from there possessed formidable strength, and as far as was known, their weakest members were already at the mid-stage of bone refining. The immediate dispatch of external academy trainees represents a staggering blow to the martial artists of the southern regions, akin to a dimensional descent. Fortunately, Qin Feng had been well prepared beforehand, ensuring that the movements of the 2 remained undisclosed. Even after gaining control of Womanlu, he continued to let Shui Xian take the spotlight. Thus, those outside were only aware of Shui Xian's level, while only the personnel of Shui Xian Hall knew of their existence within Womanlu. Should the external academy members become aware of Qin Feng and Song Ji's presence in Womanlu, a significant purge would undoubtedly ensue. The combat prowess of the external academy trainees is not something that the humble Womanlu could withstand. One can only hope that the inhabitants of Womanlu swiftly locate Qin Feng, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had gradually acclimated to the rhythm of life at the De Zhuang household. In the early morning, he accompanied De Zhuang on fishing and hunting expeditions. Shortly after, the trio would head to the fields to toil. This period marked the height of the farming season. With an abundance of tasks to undertake, De Zhuang, leveraging his considerable strength and vigor, had cultivated a significant amount of farmland, boasting dozens of acres dedicated solely to grain cultivation, almost double that of an ordinary family, and that does not even account for the various fruit trees planted haphazardly. Consequently, when this time of year arrived, the entire Qin village would become bustling with activity. With Qin Feng's addition as a laborer, De Zhuang's household operated at an even more impressive efficiency, eliciting envy from the other villagers. The physical prowess of both Qin Feng and De Zhuang was undeniable. In no time, they managed to complete the agricultural chores. Sui Hua, working alongside them, felt a sense of quiet delight at Qin Feng's remarkable competence. Unexpectedly pleased that De Zhuang had acquired such a valuable helper. Just as they were nearing the completion of their tasks, a small figure appeared in the distance. Calling out loudly, De Zhuang. De Zhuang stood up and turned around, recognizing the villager from Qin village. He raised his hand and called back, inquiring, "I'm here. What's the matter?" "There's a situation at Luomenzai. Hurry over." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang's expression shifted noticeably. Although he may have seemed simple-minded, he was not foolish. He immediately turned to Qin Feng and said, "Brother Qin, hold the fort here. I'll be back shortly." Sensing that something might be amiss, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Brother De Zhuang, rest assured, I will manage things here. You go attend to your business." De Zhuang promptly set off towards the villager. As time passed and the sun began to set, De Zhuang had yet to return. Consequently, the 2 began to pack up their belongings to head home. Upon returning, Qin Feng arranged the farming tools and turned to see Siwa approaching with a tray of tea. "Qin Gur, here, quench your thirst." Siwa's smile was warm and amiable, a stark contrast to her demeanor earlier. Qin Feng returned her smile, gratefully accepting the tea. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Oh, we're all family here. No need for such formalities. You've worked hard all day. You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest. I'll prepare something for you to eat." "All right, I appreciate it, sister-in-law." As Qin Feng watched Siwa's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced his lips as he savored the tea. Life seemed to be improving, filling him with quiet joy. Though he understood that Siwa's kindness likely stemmed from his ability to share in the labor, it was still a positive reflection of his worth. While Qin Feng enjoyed his tea, De Zhuang returned. Upon seeing De Zhuang, Siwa's irritation flared. "Where have you been, you rascal? Returning only now?" De Zhuang chuckled awkwardly. "There was something at the village chief's place. I didn't mean to take so long." Siwa huffed, muttering as she resumed her cooking. De Zhuang joined Qin Feng at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea, his expression betraying an unmistakable sorrow. Noticing De Zhuang's unusual demeanor, Qin Feng inquired, "Brother De Zhuang, is something troubling you?" De Zhuang paused, glancing instinctively at Siwa before shifting his gaze back to Qin Feng, seemingly hesitant to speak. Just then, Siwa entered the room with dishes in hand. "You must be starving. Eat up." De Zhuang quickly swallowed his words, redirecting, "Brother Qin, let us eat first." Qin Feng smiled. "Very well, let us eat." Before dawn the next day, Qin Feng and De Zhuang set out in a small boat to fish on the Dream River. After a flurry of activity, they settled at the boat's edge, their work complete, though they would have to wait some time to retrieve their nets. De Zhuang appeared to be burdened with thoughts. Qin Feng broke the silence. "Brother De Zhuang, what's on your mind?" De Zhuang sighed heavily. "It's about Luomenzai." "Luomenzai?" Qin Feng responded, puzzled. "It's understandable if you're unaware. You see, the reason our Chun village can thrive here without being plagued by banditry is due to a delicate balance." At this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. As De Zhuang spoke, he began to comprehend that Chun village's situation was indeed peculiar. Despite his memory loss, he retained a general understanding of the world's basic dynamics. He knew that beyond the city walls, various regions were infested with numerous roving bandit gangs. Villages, towns, and cities alike constantly faced the threat of bandit incursions. Yet, how could a village like Chun, seemingly devoid of any defense, manage to exist so peacefully in a bandit-ridden area? De Zhuang continued, "Luomenzai is, in fact, the largest bandit stronghold in the vicinity, controlling a vast area that includes several neighboring villages, and our Chun village is located less than 10 miles from it." Qin Feng was taken aback. What an absurd symbiotic relationship. In Qin Feng's mind, it was unfathomable that bandits could coexist peacefully with civilian settlements. De Zhuang wore a bittersweet expression as he elaborated. "Originally, the villagers of Chun village were affiliated with Luomenzai. In truth, our Chun village, along with nearby villages, consists largely of the descendants of bandits." Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Descendants of bandits? So many. He estimated that there were 200 to 300 villagers in Chun village alone, and he was aware of at least 4 or 5 nearby villages, similarly named after their surnames. Though these villages were somewhat distanced from each other, interactions still occurred occasionally. If they were of comparable size, the number of civilians living under Luomenzai's domain must reach at least 1,000. De Zhuang continued, "While this arrangement has afforded us a relatively stable life, it comes at a cost. Every 3 months, we are required to pay a certain sum to Luomenzai, averaging 10 taels of silver per person. Additionally, we must surrender 50% of our annual grain harvest. In truth, the inhabitants of our village are still able to subsist under such circumstances." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng instinctively nodded in agreement. During his time at De Zhuang's home, he had often assisted with labor, thus gaining some understanding of the landholdings and livelihood strategies of the ordinary villagers. Based on their annual harvests, even with the imposition of such exorbitant protection fees, they could still manage to get by. At the very least, providing for their families was not an insurmountable challenge. Qin Feng observed that the lands beyond the city were extensive and remarkably fertile, yielding abundant crops with relative ease, regardless of the type of grain sown. However, it was a common phenomenon for ordinary citizens to eschew these fertile territories and laboriously migrate towards the city. Even when settling on the outskirts of the city, where the soil was less fertile and taxes were higher, they still preferred not to remain in those areas. Why? The answer lay in the overwhelming presence of bandits. The density of these marauders was beyond imagination, resulting in an exceedingly chaotic living environment outside the city walls. In their struggle for survival, various mountain bandits operated under a predatory big fish eats small fish mentality. In such an environment, engaging in agricultural endeavors that required half a year or even an entire year of toil was utterly impractical. No one could be certain of their survival until the next day, rendering them incapable of settling down. Thus, these desperate individuals did not contemplate farming and self-sufficiency. Instead, they fixated on how to plunder passing merchant caravans and seize territories. Consequently, when merchant convoys traversed the area to avoid bloodshed, they typically offered a small sum as a toll. Almost all bandit factions sustained themselves through this revenue model. It was not the case that every bandit group, like the Luo Menjai, could afford to support a few villages, akin to raising livestock and periodically collecting the harvest. Such an arrangement required formidable strength to maintain. Without the constraints of a city, such a scenario was entirely plausible. Although the southern region of Dechu boasted hundreds of cities, giving the impression of abundance, the vastness of the territory rendered this number relatively sparse. These cities, scattered across the southern map of Dechu, resembled stars twinkling in the night sky, appearing exceedingly distant. In Qin Feng's mind, a map of southern Dechu flashed before him, detailing the locations of various cities. It was akin to a sheepskin map hanging in a grand hall, with a vague silhouette standing at one corner. Though indistinct, the outline resembled that of a woman. At this thought, Qin Feng's expression froze momentarily. Was this a fragment of his own memory? He strained to recall the woman's visage, but a dull ache began to throb in his mind. Unable to suppress the discomfort, Qin Feng raised his hand to his forehead, his expression tinged with pain. Chapter 216, Luo Menjai. Observing Qin Feng's unusual demeanor, De Zhuang wore a worried expression. Brother Qin, are you all right? This state persisted for a while, until the pain in Qin Feng's mind gradually subsided. He lifted his slightly pale face and managed a strained smile. I'm fine, just suddenly recalled some things. Noticing Qin Feng's pallor, De Zhuang advised, if you can't remember, it's best not to dwell on it. Qin Feng responded softly before inquiring, by the way, did the village chief summon you today for some matter? Yes, news has reached us that Luo Menjai was eradicated by another group of bandits nearby. Our village chief has already met with them. They demand an increase in the annual tribute, raising the head tax to 15 taels, along with 70% of the grain yield. 70%. Qin Feng glanced at De Zhuang in disbelief. De Zhuang nodded with difficulty. Indeed, 70%. Upon receiving this confirmation, Qin Feng's mood plummeted into despair. This was simply outrageous. What did a head tax of 15 taels combined with 70% of the grain yield entail? 70% of the harvest meant that, apart from De Zhuang's family, the other villagers in Qin village would be left with just enough grain to feed 3 to 4 mouths annually. Adding another 5 taels for the head tax, the ordinary peasants would only be able to sell off their remaining grain to cover this deficit. In essence, after toiling for an entire year, they would barely manage to avoid starvation. This was tantamount to driving the villagers of Qin village to the brink of desperation. So what are your thoughts? De Zhuang covered his face with his hands, speaking in a muffled voice. What can we think? Even if we wanted to leave, we cannot. Today, the village chief mentioned sending a few people over in a few days to negotiate and see if they can lower the demand. Qin Feng fell silent. This seemed quite challenging. If the bandits refused to negotiate, the people of Qin village would find themselves utterly powerless. The nearest town was a day or two's journey away, and with so many people in Qin village, including men, women, and children, it was impossible to move silently and discreetly. If they angered the bandits, they might even face a massacre. Will you go as well? De Zhuang nodded. I suggested it myself. I will accompany the village chief. When the village chief mentioned selecting a few young men to go to Luo Menjai, the other men present visibly recoiled in fear. Observing their reactions, De Zhuang did not hesitate and boldly stepped forward, expressing his willingness to accompany the village chief, perhaps inspired by De Zhuang's courage. 2 others subsequently volunteered to join as well. When do we leave? Qin Feng asked. In about 3 days. We need to prepare the silver and grain first. Then be sure to include me. What do you intend to do? I'll go along for mutual support. Hearing this, De Zhuang hesitated, finally resting his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. 3 days later, Qin Feng accompanied the villagers of Qin village to Luo Menjai. The others in the village assumed it was just another routine trip to pay the protection fee to Luo Menjai. Such occurrences were commonplace and had long become a part of their lives, hence they paid it no mind. Along the way, the villagers escorting the goods chatted amiably, their expressions filled with ease, entirely devoid of any sense of impending danger. In stark contrast, a small contingent of villagers, including the village chief, Qin Feng, and De Zhuang, bore serious expressions, occasionally revealing signs of concern. Chapter 217, Luo Menjai 2. After several hours of journeying, the people of Qin village finally arrived at Luo Menjai. At this point, dozens of individuals awaited them at the mountain stronghold's entrance. A glance at their attire revealed that they were from other nearby villages, likely facing similar predicaments as Qin village. The village chief of Qin was a man who appeared to be in his 50s, after a cursory glance around. He swiftly approached a group of middle-aged men gathered nearby, who were anxiously discussing matters among themselves. Upon noticing the arrival of the village chief from Qin, the other village leaders quickly surrounded him, their expressions filled with uncertainty in light of the situation. Before long, a lackey called out to the village leaders, "You may proceed." The leaders of several villages immediately bowed in acknowledgement and beckoned to their own villagers. Understanding the signal, Qin Feng and De Zhuang set off together, ascending the mountain, while the remaining villagers turned to depart. Under the guidance of a bandit, Qin Feng and his companions eventually arrived at a hall within Luomenjai. Before them sat a robust man. After a trembling exchange of pleasantries, Qin Village's leader, Qin Danyu, swallowed hard, summoning his courage to inquire, "I am Qin Danyu, the village chief of Qin Village. May I ask how to address you, esteemed sir?" The man above responded nonchalantly, "Wolfgang, Lu Yun." The elder bowed. "I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Lu." It is as follows. Qin Danyu proceeded to elaborate. According to the demands of the Wolfgang, more than 90% of the villagers are unable to comply. The consequence of this inability is starvation. Yet, Lu Yun appeared unfazed, leisurely responding, "Whether you can achieve it is your concern, not ours." Among the group, Qin Feng seemed somewhat lost in thought. Wolfgang? That name sounds so familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere before. That fleeting sensation slipped through his fingers as he instinctively tried to grasp it. Just then, an all-too-familiar voice broke the silence. "Your demands are utterly unattainable for any village. What benefit do you gain from pushing us to our demise?" bellowed Da Zhuang, filled with indignation. Lu Yun turned his gaze towards Da Zhuang, his brow furrowing slightly, and pondered aloud, "I didn't quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat yourself?" Unaware of the impropriety, Da Zhuang continued. "You, however." His words were abruptly cut short as Lu Yun struck, delivering a forceful kick to Da Zhuang's abdomen, sending him flying. Da Zhuang's body collided violently with the stone wall before crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock, taken aback by Lu Yun's sudden aggression. Qin Feng, too, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Da Zhuang." He hurriedly rushed to assist him. "Brother Da Zhuang, are you all right?" Da Zhuang clutched his abdomen, the intense pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. After a moment, he managed to shake his head weakly. "I'm fine." With Qin Feng's support, Da Zhuang slowly rose to his feet. Fortunately, Da Zhuang's robust physique meant that, had it been anyone else, they would likely be incapacitated for weeks. Chapter 218, Lu Ping and his wife. Lu Yun regarded Da Zhuang coldly. "Who do you think you are to act so brazenly before me?" Qin Danyu promptly chastised Da Zhuang. "You insolent wretch. How dare you speak to the Lord in such a manner? You have no place to voice your opinions here. Wait until we return, and I shall deal with you appropriately." He then turned to Lu Yun, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "My lord, please, do not take offense. Da Zhuang is young and naive. I implore you to overlook his transgressions." Da Zhuang, his face flushed, dared not protest and lowered his head in silence. Lu Yun, however, was not so gracious. He summoned several subordinates from outside, gesturing towards Da Zhuang. "Take him outside and let him learn a lesson." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. "Yes." The subordinates responded promptly, moving menacingly towards Da Zhuang. 3 days prior, in a city hundreds of miles away, dozens of horsemen arrived at the city gates, weary from their journey. The leader looked up and proclaimed, "This is the place. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We set out at dawn tomorrow." Sparse replies echoed from behind. As the travelers were too exhausted to engage in conversation, they had journeyed from over 1,000 miles away, only feeling safe enough to rest once inside the city. The remainder of their time was spent on the road. The last opportunity they had to rest properly was 5 days ago. The group dismounted and made their way slowly into the city. At the rear of the procession, a young man and woman followed closely, their steps in sync. The man cast a worried glance at the woman beside him. "Songmei, can you hold on?" The woman smiled gently, shaking her head. "It's nothing." These two were Lu Ping and Song Ge. Ever since the troubles beset the Lu family, they had faced the world together. Years had passed, and they had encountered countless life and death situations. Fortunately, with heaven's blessings, they had remained steadfast, supporting each other to reach this point. Perhaps due to their experiences, Lu Ping had matured considerably in demeanor and composure. He had even sold the ornate sword he once carried, realizing that such impractical adornments would only encumber him and his companions. He excelled in the martial arts passed down from the Wei Yuan escort agency. He finally understood why his uncle had been so critical of him before. Battling with skills he was not adept at in the Jianghu was akin to courting death. In retrospect, he realized that his uncle had been too indulgent, having not chastised him harshly enough. The bond between Lu Ping and Song Ge deepened through their trials, leading them naturally to become a married couple. Recently, Song Ge had discovered she was pregnant. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, she sensed her stamina waning. which also affected her combat prowess. This was a significant concern among martial artists in the Jianghu. Thus, the couple decided that once they completed this bounty and acquired the reward, they would take a break and find a place to settle down for a time, allowing their child to be born. As for what lay ahead, they could only take it one step at a time, likely settling down and no longer wandering the Jianghu. Chapter 219. Lu Ping and his wife too. Over the years of conflict, their prowess had advanced rapidly, and they had now reached the refining tendon stage. Though only at the initial phase, their status was worlds apart from before. Among all martial artists in the Jianghu, those at the iron skin stage represented over 90%. Within the remaining 10%, the refining tendon stage comprised a staggering 99%, with the refining bone stage being a rare exception. For everyone, those at the refining bone stage were considered exceptionally rare, each belonging to the upper echelons of various factions. Different martial arts levels foster distinct circles, a phenomenon prominently displayed in the Jianghu. The vast disparity in power made lower-ranked martial artists eager to follow those of higher rank. The underlying reason was simple: swift monetary gain. Frankly speaking, a martial artist at the refining tendon stage could simply stand on a road, and every passing merchant convoy, particularly the smaller ones, would pay a toll without question, even if there were refining tendons warriors within the opposing convoy. For the sake of safety, they would choose to pay to avoid conflict, ensuring the survival of their convoy's personnel. This alone could guarantee that their entire group would be well provided for. If one wished to enhance their abilities, they would need to take risks and raid merchant caravans transporting rare medicinal herbs. These are the villains who previously escaped from the infamous villain tower, and it is perplexing how they managed to gather their respective factions in such a short span of time. Given the current circumstances, if Lu Ping and his spouse harbor the intention, they could easily rally a multitude of Iron Skin Realm warriors to their cause with a mere call to arms. Personal strength remains the most reliable foundation for assurance. Had Song Ge not fortuitously found herself with child, the duo, both adept in the muscle refinement realm, could have summoned a team within a single day. However, this very circumstance necessitated a change in their plans. The bounty for exterminating the remnants of the Wolf Gang is extraordinarily high, amounting to a total of 250,000 taels. The distribution of this bounty is contingent upon the strength of the participants. According to the customary rules of the martial world, their team comprises 5 muscle refinement warriors, who will collectively receive 200,000 taels. The remaining 50,000 taels will be shared among the dozens of iron skin warriors beneath them. Should they succeed in this mission, the couple stands to gain 80,000 taels, sufficient to procure a residence in any small town, allowing them to live in peace for several years. In front of the main hall of the Luomen stronghold, several fists rained down upon Qin Feng and De Zhuang. Bang, bang, bang. The two shielded their vital areas, silently enduring the onslaught from those around them. As the punches and kicks landed upon him, Qin Feng initially felt a twinge of apprehension, but soon a look of confusion spread across his face, for it was not painful at all. Turning to De Zhuang, he observed him gritting his teeth, laboriously withstanding each blow. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the henchmen of the Wolf Gang assaulting them. How slow they were. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the henchmen tasked with punishing De Zhuang and Qin Feng, exhausted from their exertions, began to breathe heavily. One of them, panting, commanded the others to take the two away. Subsequently, they were unceremoniously tossed into a room. Watching the door close behind them, Qin Feng supported himself on the ground, dusting off his hands before crouching to inquire of the prone De Zhuang. "Brother De Zhuang, are you all right?" De Zhuang grimaced, rubbing his chest. "I'm fine. I can endure." De Zhuang possessed a robust physique, quite exceptional among ordinary folk. The initial kick from the third master had caused him considerable discomfort, but the subsequent beatings from the henchmen were still within his capacity to bear. As De Zhuang massaged his chest, he glanced at Qin Feng, who appeared utterly unfazed by the ordeal. This struck him as peculiar. He scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. Unlike De Zhuang, who was well built, Qin Feng seemed far less robust, yet after enduring a beating together, he remained composed as if nothing had happened. De Zhuang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qin, are you all right?" Qin Feng himself sensed something amiss. He touched the areas that had been struck and indeed felt no pain. I'm not sure why it's like this. This was indeed strange. De Zhuang scratched his head, utterly baffled. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, several village chiefs spoke in earnest, yet the third master Lu Yun remained obstinate. "If you wish to take them back, fine. Bring 200 taels of silver in 3 days to redeem them. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it." 200 taels. The village chief of Chun trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "My lord, 200 taels is far too much. We simply cannot manage it. Please, a lesser amount." Lu Yun coldly chuckled. "A lesser sum is not out of the question." Before the village chief could express any relief, Lu Yun continued, "Then let it be 50 taels. Come back in 3 days to collect the bodies." The village chief's face drained of color, and in a state of panic, he acquiesced. No, no, no. 200 taels, just 200 taels. Lu Yun waved dismissively. "You may leave. In 3 days, bring the silver to redeem them, or you can slowly search for their corpses on the back mountain." The crowd, unable to defy him, could only turn away reluctantly. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and screams erupted from outside, accompanied by the wails of the dying. A figure rushed in, breathless. Reporting to Lu Yun, third master, "A horde of people has charged in. Our brothers can scarcely hold them." Lu Yun's expression turned icy as he slammed his palm on the table, growling, "Which blind fool dares to invade our territory?" The 3 masters had once been minor leaders within the Wolf Gang, and since its disbandment, they had roamed with their subordinates, maintaining a prudent distance from urban areas and retreating into the deep mountains. Despite being mere minor leaders, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary mountain bandits. 3 muscle refinement warriors could easily dominate. Although they lived far from the city and faced harsh conditions, they still managed to live quite comfortably. "Let us go. Lead the way," Lu Yun commanded. The messenger complied and led Lu Yun outside, leaving the others in the hall exchanging wary glances, uncertain but compelled to remain momentarily. Outside, Lu Ping stood with his hands poised, waving them with ferocity, radiating an aura akin to a tiger descending a mountain, undeterred. As his palms sliced through the air, they emitted a series of sharp howls, reminiscent of a roaring tiger, instilling fear in all who stood before him. Those who dared obstruct him were sent reeling, bloodied. Bang! Lu Ping struck one henchman on the shoulder with tremendous force, shattering his scapula and embedding his palm deep within the man's body. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lu Ping's hand did not waver, maintaining its relentless speed as it continued its downward arc. 5 tigers break the door palm. With a swift motion, the body of the henchman in front of him was cleaved in 2, splattering blood and entrails in all directions. In an instant, the area around Lu Ping was drenched in a veritable rain of blood. Nevertheless, he pressed on, charging through the sanguine deluge towards the throng ahead. His hands were like the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the vibrant. The scene exuded an aura of utter annihilation, as if he would slay anyone who dared to impede him. The 3 who accompanied him in paving the way cast wary glances at Lu Ping's ferocity. In the face of such gruesome carnage, the members of the Wolf Gang trembled with terror, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from afar. "Who dares to intrude, seeking death?" As the words fell, a figure charged forth, executing a series of aerial kicks. Lu Ping hastily raised his hands in defense, and they exchanged several blows, causing Lu Ping to retreat step by step. Upon landing, the figure fixed a steely gaze upon Lu Ping, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" Lu Ping shifted his grip on his forearm, scrutinizing Lu Yun's visage, and stated, "You must be Lu Yun of the Wolf Gang." Though phrased as a question, his tone was undeniably assertive. Lu Yun scoffed, "I am Lu, and I shall not change my name or my clan." Lu Ping nodded, responding nonchalantly, "Then I am not mistaken." Upon hearing those words, Lu Yun's expression grew grave. The audacity to approach, despite being aware of one's true nature, indicated that the situation was far from simple. Concurrently, the chief and his deputy arrived at the scene. A moment of silence enveloped both parties before chaos erupted. On Lu Ping's side stood 5 martial artists, all at the initial stage of muscle refinement. In contrast, the Wolf Gang's contingent comprised 3 leaders, equally at the foundational level of muscle refinement. However, as previously stated, even among contemporaries, the disparity in strength among muscle refinement practitioners could be substantial. The 3 leaders of the Wolf Gang had long lingered in this realm, seasoned warriors at the pinnacle of the initial stage, thus showing no fear towards any adversaries of similar rank. The battle commenced. Lu Ping's side, leveraging their numerical superiority, engaged the 3 adversaries with vigor. Amidst the sudden cacophony of battle cries, Qin Feng and De Zhuang exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Qin Feng hastily approached the entrance to assess the situation outside. To his surprise, the bandits who had formerly guarded the door had vanished. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng turned to De Zhuang and beckoned him. Together, they stepped outside. As they emerged, the sounds of combat grew increasingly distinct. Instinctively, Qin Feng's mind conjured a mental image of the comparative strengths of the opposing forces. The combatants seemed evenly matched. De Zhuang, upon hearing the distant clamor of violence, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Brother Qin, what is going on?" he inquired. Qin Feng shook his head, responding, "Let us move forward and investigate." Their proximity to the conflict was not far, and soon they found themselves near the fray. Witnessing the tumultuous clash ahead, both were taken aback. Qin Feng glanced towards the main hall, where several village leaders from Chun village appeared equally tense as they observed the melee. He turned to De Zhuang and urged, "Let us head over there." De Zhuang, devoid of dissent, promptly followed Qin Feng towards the hall. Chapter 224, Lu Yun's Demise. Here, several village leaders and numerous villagers took refuge behind the doors of the hall, keenly observing the unfolding battle ahead. The bandits of Luo Min Zhai were numerous, a throng surging towards the conflict. However, the group accompanying Lu Ping was formidable, each member at least at the peak of iron skin, effortlessly dispatching the wolf gang's ranks as if they were mere chaff. Most adversaries fell within mere exchanges of blows. The scene was grotesquely bloody, limbs severed and scattered about. Life, at this moment, seemed tragically cheap. The villagers, witnessing such extreme carnage for the first time, were gripped with terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They had seen death, even the most grotesque of corpses. But witnessing the process of death unfold before their eyes was a profound psychological shock. It was akin to encountering a pig's head at the market. Seeing a head alone may evoke little discomfort, but witnessing a living pig have its head severed, its body twitching on the ground, was an entirely different experience. Some villagers could not help but hunch over and retch. Not only the villagers, but even the self-proclaimed worldly wise leaders felt their stomachs churn, while they scrutinized the unfolding chaos. Qin Feng and De Zhuang arrived, calling out, "Village chief." The crowd instinctively turned to look. Seeing Qin Feng and De Zhuang, the chief of Qin village appeared surprised. "Weren't you captured?" he exclaimed. "We noticed there were no guards outside, so we came out," Qin Feng explained. The village chief of Qin opened his mouth to respond when suddenly a villager shrieked in terror, "Look out, they're coming this way." Two shadows raced toward them, one pursuing the other, and the sound of solid impacts echoed as the second shadow caught up. The leading shadow hurtled forward like a meteor. In an instant, the crowd scattered, fleeing into the hall. Bang! The shadow crashed through the doors and windows of the hall. The pursuing figure followed closely, and soon they were entangled in combat within the hall. Their speed was astonishing, the fighting spectacle dizzying, while those huddled in the corners could only glimpse the fleeting shadows of fists and feet. Bang! 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 Wherever they passed, the furniture in the hall was obliterated in an instant. Suddenly, one figure, as if struck by cannon fire, was propelled at high speed against the hall's wall. Boom! A tremendous sound resounded. It was the third leader, Lu Yun, who appeared almost embedded within the wall, leaving a small crater surrounded by numerous cracks. Blood streamed uncontrollably from Lu Yun's mouth and nose before his body slowly slid down to the ground. Observing that his opponent had lost all fighting capability, Lu Ping exhaled a sigh of relief. It is over. His peripheral vision caught sight of the villagers, yet he paid them no heed. Lu Ping strode directly to the still-breathing Lu Yun, raised his hand, and struck down with force. Lu Yun's eyes widened as he beheld the descending hand, filled with unwillingness and dread. Although he had anticipated this day, the reality of it brought forth a visceral fear of death he had not expected. Crack! Lu Ping's palm struck Lu Yun's forehead, causing his skull to cave in, a violent impact making his eyes bulge, blood vessels erupting. The third leader, Lu Yun, was dead. Chapter 225, The Betrayal. With the target eliminated, Lu Ping relaxed completely, crouching down to search Lu Yun's body. In mere moments, several silver notes appeared in his grasp. Though not abundant, it was a modest gain. Lu Ping deftly folded the notes and tucked them into his clothing, rising to head outside. As he turned, his gaze inadvertently swept across the villagers cowering in the corners. Seeing that he seemed disinclined to harm them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the villagers. However, after taking just a few steps, Lu Ping's brow twitched. A familiar sensation surged from within, as if he had encountered this feeling before. With time, that sensation intensified, causing Lu Ping to furrow his brow deeply. His pace gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. The surrounding villagers sensed Lu Ping's unease, instinctively holding their breath, their expressions taut with apprehension. Did he intend to spare them? Lu Ping turned, his piercing gaze sweeping back over the path he had taken, wherever his eyes landed. The villagers tensed, their bodies instinctively stiffening. His gaze soon fell upon a young man, momentarily pausing before returning to fixate intently on him. The young man's eyes mirrored Lu Ping's, brimming with various emotions, confusion, bewilderment, familiarity, and even a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Lu Ping's body stiffened instantaneously, shock coursing through him. It was him. It was indeed him. The visage of Qin Feng was an indelible memory for him, one he could never hope to forget. Lu Ping's expression gradually darkened, his gaze fixated intently on Qin Feng. Soon, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, his fists gradually clenching with a crackling sound. The vendetta for his father's murder was an eternal grievance. He could never let it fade from his memory. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Lu Ping. How familiar. Yet, he could not recall the connection. It felt as if something was on the verge of surfacing in his mind, but it eluded him just the same. He sensed Lu Ping's murderous aura, which, under normal circumstances, would instill fear within him. Oddly, he found himself unconcerned by the threat, as if, in the depths of his subconscious, he dismissed it entirely. This dissonance gnawed at Qin Feng's heart. The two men locked eyes, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The villagers present gazed at them in confusion. After a prolonged pause that seemed to stretch over several breaths, a commotion arose from outside. A shadow streaked in, crashing heavily to the ground. With a splutter, the figure spat out blood. Instantly, the attention of the crowd shifted toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing the individual, Lu Ping's expression shifted dramatically. "Songmei," he exclaimed, rushing to Song Ji's side, his voice laced with shock and anger. "What happened?" Song Gu struggled to lift her head and replied, "Pinggu, watch out for Huang Si." Huang Si was one of the other three leaders in their faction. Just as she finished speaking, several figures rushed in one after another. Lu Ping turned to see Huang Si and the other two leaders. His expression darkened as he regarded Huang Si, who stood at the forefront. "Why?" Huang Si smirked coldly. "The sole heir of Lu Shan from the Wei Yuan escort agency." Lu Ping's countenance fell. "You recognize me? 5 years ago, at Huyang Mountain, our fifth brother was slain by Lu Shan. How could I possibly forget?" Chapter 226, Backstab 2. 5 years ago? Lu Ping's brow furrowed deeply. Yet he struggled to recall the events. During that time, he often accompanied his father, Lu Shan, or his uncle, Lu He, on escort missions. But the actual dealings were managed by the two brothers. The number of bandits they had encountered was beyond counting. Moreover, Lu Ping had approached those missions with a mindset of leisure. How could he possibly remember how many lives the Wei Yuan escort agency had taken? Huang Si, observing Lu Ping's bewilderment, felt no surprise. He let out a light chuckle. "Well, it's understandable for someone like you not to remember us." Huang Si had recognized Lu Ping the moment he first laid eyes on him. However, Lu Ping's nonchalant demeanor made it clear that he had forgotten about them. Huang Si felt a surge of anger. His brother had been killed, yet their adversary hadn't even regarded them as worthy of recognition, remaining oblivious even in their confrontation. Such blatant disdain would irk anyone. Huang Si looked at Lu Ping with a mocking tone. "Can't recall, can you?" Then, his gaze turned ferocious, his teeth gritted. "But I have not forgotten. I will never forget. I've heard that the Wei Yuan escort agency is left with only you. If I can ensure the Lu family faces extinction, it would serve as a fitting tribute to my brother's spirit." The two companions flanking Huang Si glared at Lu Ping and his companion with murderous intent. As Huang Si's words hung in the air, he bellowed, "Attack." In an instant, the three assailants lunged at Lu Ping. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly grasped Song Gu, throwing her aside. Whether it was intentional or not, she was sent flying toward Qin Feng's direction. Lu Ping then engaged fiercely with the three attackers. The trio were all in the early stage of the muscle refinement realm, with Huang Si being slightly stronger than Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping had recently ascended to the muscle refinement realm, his martial arts prowess far exceeded that of the three. This disparity stemmed from their respective lineages. Lu Ping practiced the 5 tigers breaking the door palm, and even though he had not applied himself diligently during his training, he benefited from the foundational insights of Lu Shan and Lu He. Training under a master of the entry level was incomparable to training under one of the consummate level. Lu Shan had already mastered the 5 tigers breaking the door palm to its pinnacle. Furthermore, Lu Ping was no slouch in talent and had trained on the cusp of Lu Shan's mastery. In recent years, his diligence had brought him close to that pinnacle himself. Thus, he could barely fend off the trio's assault. On the other side, Qin Feng gazed at the approaching Song Gu, his expression somewhat dazed. As she drew nearer, just half a foot away, his focus sharpened. Instinctively, he reached out, catching her, and with a single leg anchored to the ground, he spun, creating a whirlwind beneath them. With one hand supporting Song Gu, he spun her around several times before finally releasing her gently to the ground. Song Gu slowly opened her tightly shut eyes and was met with the sight of a familiar figure. Her expression froze. Since her arrival, she had yet to acknowledge Qin Feng. Now, with them so close, despite the slight differences in attire, his form was unmistakably familiar. Chapter 227, Plea. However, at that moment, Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the presence of the woman before him, his gaze fixed intently on his own hands. What was that sensation just now? While Qin Feng pondered this, Lu Ping was preoccupied with parrying the blows from the other two attackers when Huang Si seized the opportunity, landing a heavy punch to his chest. Bang! Lu Ping's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground near where Qin Feng stood. Lying on the ground, Lu Ping clutched his chest, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Each breath brought a sharp pain to his chest, and he recognized it as a sign of internal injury. Looking at Huang Si and his accomplices, Lu Ping's expression was grim. He realized he had been careless. Had he not been so reckless, as long as they stayed together, Huang Si and his group would not dare to strike. Pingu. Song Ji's face paled as she rushed over, helping Lu Ping to sit up. Lu Ping met her worried gaze, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He felt utterly inadequate for failing to protect the one he cherished. He forced a smile and said, "I've dragged you into this suffering." Hearing this, Song Gu fought back tears, vigorously shaking her head. "It's not suffering. Being with you is my greatest happiness." Lu Ping felt a flicker of comfort at her words, but it was quickly overshadowed by a violent cough. Huang Si, overhearing their tender exchange, sneered. "Rest assured, you won't be lonely in your descent. After all, we were once companions. Once you both are gone, I shall send them down to join you." As Huang Si spoke, he gestured towards Qin Feng, who stood in the corner among the villagers. Song Gu turned her gaze towards Qin Feng, only to find him expressionless, observing them. She mistakenly believed he was waiting to witness their humiliation. In truth, Qin Feng found them somewhat familiar. Song Gu bit her lip and turned back to Qin Feng, acutely aware that due to various circumstances, her husband, Lu Ping, harbored deep resentment towards Qin Feng. Even at night, he would occasionally mumble in his sleep about avenging his father by killing Qin Feng. However, in this dire moment, there was no alternative. With a thud, Song Gu knelt on the ground, her expression filled with sorrow. "As long as Qin Feng allows me, Song Gu, to vow with no grievances." Upon witnessing this, Lu Ping's face flushed crimson, and he exclaimed angrily, "Sister Song, what are you doing? There's no need to plead with him." Meanwhile, upon hearing Song Gu call his name, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. As for what Song Gu said afterward, he only grasped the essence of her words, yet he distinctly caught her name, Song Gu. "Qin Feng, Song Gu," he murmured. The enchanting figure reappeared, becoming increasingly vivid. A sudden sharp pain pierced through his mind, prompting Qin Feng to instinctively clutch his forehead. This pain did not linger long, but was soon followed by a deluge of memories, flooding back in waves. His gaze shifted from confusion to a piercing clarity. On the other side, Huang Si and the others exchanged glances, then scrutinized Qin Feng, bursting into laughter. Ha! They laughed heartily, gasping for breath, continuing for several moments until Huang Si finally regained composure, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, and with a trembling finger pointed at Qin Feng, he exclaimed, Chapter 228. Are you all counting on him? Their laughter was not without cause. Qin Feng's appearance was that of a mere villager, utterly unassuming of a martial artist. Moreover, when Qin Feng caught Song Gu, the trio had been engaged in a struggle with Lu Ping, thus failing to notice his intervention. The surrounding villagers were already trembling in fear at the prospect of the trio turning their aggression towards them. Lu Ping gripped Song Ji's arm tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he attempted to lift her, growling, Sister Song, stand up. Even if we die, we must die with dignity. Song Gu did not retort, but lowered her gaze, softly responding, Indeed, death does not frighten me. But what of our unborn child? At her words, Lu Ping's expression froze, falling into silence. Yes, their child. At this moment, Lu Ping's heart was engulfed in turmoil. The presence of Qin Feng had always been a thorn in his side. After all, his father and uncle had been killed by Qin Feng. He realized that, under those circumstances, even if Qin Feng had not acted, the Lu brothers were likely doomed. Yet knowing was one thing. Understanding and accepting the actions of another was beyond Lu Ping's capability. Who could easily let go of the fact that someone was forced to kill their own kin? Lu Ping could not, hence his desire for vengeance. However, Qin Feng's strength was insurmountable. They had already attempted to confront him, but it was a futile endeavor. Mere survival was the extent of Lu Ping's abilities. And now he was expected to bow to Qin Feng. He would rather die. Yet, Song Ji's words had begun to waver his conviction. As Song Gu gently pried Lu Ping's hand from her, she knelt once more before Qin Feng. She had always understood Lu Ping's feelings. But upon realizing the existence of a new life within her, the importance of their child had eclipsed all else, ascending to the foremost priority. Nothing was more significant than her child. Moreover, she knew that if they sought Qin Feng's help, given his past relationship with Lu He, he would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to their plight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng cast a glance at Huang Si and the others, disregarding them, and focused on Lu Ping. Observing Lu Ping's demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed Qin Feng's eyes as his voice, though subdued, carried an unmistakable authority. Come here. His words, though soft, echoed sharply in the tense atmosphere, prompting everyone, including Huang Si's group, to instinctively turn their attention towards him. Lu Ping raised his head to meet Qin Feng's gaze, realizing these words were directed at him. However, he remained motionless. Moments later, Qin Feng's tone sharpened. I said, come here. Lu Ping glanced at the kneeling Song Gu, took a deep breath, and slowly moved his battered body towards Qin Feng, stopping in front of him, locking eyes with Qin Feng without a trace of fear. They stared at each other for a moment before Qin Feng spoke. "What did your look at me mean earlier?" Lu Ping was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Qin Feng pressed on. "Did you intend to kill me?" Lu Ping's expression darkened slightly, preparing to speak, when a slap. A crisp sound resonated through the hall, plunging the entire room into silence. Qin Feng had delivered a sharp slap to Lu Ping's face. The sudden assault left Lu Ping stunned, clutching his cheek in disbelief as he looked at Qin Feng. The saying goes, one should not strike the face. And such an act, especially in front of witnesses, was profoundly humiliating. Before his downfall, Lu Ping had been the sole heir of the Wei Yuan escort agency, living a life of privilege. Even after losing his father and uncle, he had navigated the world with commendable strength, never having experienced such disgrace. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed, coldly delivering another slap. He vividly remembered the murderous intent in Lu Ping's earlier gaze. While he was indifferent to it, he would not indulge such behavior. The force of this slap was greater, sending several bloodied teeth flying from Lu Ping's mouth. Bang! But that was not the end. Qin Feng followed up with a vicious kick to Lu Ping's abdomen. Lu Ping was propelled backward, bending over as he trembled on the ground. "Pingu!" Song Gu gasped in horror, rushing to Lu Ping's side and placing herself defensively between them. "Qin Feng, stop!" Lu Ping gritted his teeth, forcing himself to lift his head. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not continue his assault, but coldly regarded Lu Ping, stating, "Do you truly believe I wouldn't kill you? Your continued existence is thanks to your uncle Lu. Otherwise, you would have accompanied them in death long ago." Upon hearing Qin Feng mention Uncle Lu, Song Gu disregarded everything else and urgently interjected, "Qin Feng, Lu Ping is the last descendant of the Lu family. Do you wish to eradicate his line?" Qin Feng remained silent for a long moment. Truly, a wretched mess that cannot be salvaged. He coldly spoke to Lu Ping. "After all, your Lu family has heirs. This is your final opportunity, should there be another. You may as well descend to the underworld to fulfill your filial duties to Uncle Lu." In contrast, Song Gu exhibited a greater sense of pragmatism, opting to remain while sparing herself unnecessary distress. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ping's fists gradually clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously, yet he found himself unable to retort. Bowing his head in resignation, Qin Feng observed Lu Ping and let out a soft sigh. He lamented only that Lu Ping was not the son of Lu He. With matters settled on this front, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Huang Si and his companions. The moment they witnessed Qin Feng's decisive and agile movements, they realized their earlier misjudgment. For an ordinary person could not possess such skill. This young man was no illusion. He indeed wielded formidable power. Moreover, he appeared to be stronger than both Lu Ping and his spouse combined. Otherwise, they would not be so obsequious. What a jest this was. As Qin Feng looked their way, Huang Si and the others instantly tensed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Huang Si hastily spoke, "We can depart at once, and all past grievances can be forgotten." Navigating the complexities of the martial world required a keen sense of adaptability, which Huang Si understood all too well. To stubbornly resist against insurmountable odds would lead to a swift demise. A true man must know when to yield. However, Qin Feng merely shook his head gently. "There is no need for amnesty. Let us resolve our past grievances today." No sooner had he uttered these words than his figure vanished from sight. In an instant, the onlookers only perceived a fleeting moment, and Qin Feng had already materialized at Huang Si's position, swiftly eliminating two of his companions. He then seized one of the corpses and hurled it toward the entrance of the hall. The figure was none other than Huang Si himself, who had only grasped the peril from the first half of Qin Feng's words and promptly turned to flee. Huang Si sidestepped, narrowly evading a concealed weapon hurled from behind. Upon lifting his gaze, he found a figure blocking his path. His mouth agape, fear filled his eyes. How swift! A moment later, Qin Feng crouched beside Huang Si, his bloodied hands brushing against Huang Si's garments with a casual wipe. By now, Huang Si had completely lost vitality, reduced to a lifeless body. Meanwhile, the village chief Chun and others who had taken refuge in the shadows beheld Qin Feng as if he had transformed into an entirely different being, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng surveyed the gathered crowd before advancing toward the villagers. As he approached, they were rendered momentarily at a loss. Qin Feng ultimately halted before De Zhuang. Meeting Qin Feng's gaze, De Zhuang instinctively swallowed hard. He had heard countless tales of martial artists, many of whom, intoxicated by their own might, would act with impunity towards ordinary folk. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, the darker aspects of human nature could be fully unleashed. Although Qin Feng had spent some time in his company, De Zhuang was unsure whether he would also exhibit the peculiar temperament of a martial artist. Just as the tension reached its peak, Qin Feng solemnly clasped his hands together and stated, "Brother De Zhuang, I am grateful for your care over the past days." This gesture left De Zhuang somewhat flustered, stammering in response, This is only natural." Qin Feng sighed inwardly, turning to address the other village chiefs standing nearby. "Which town is closest to here?" The village chief, Qin, paused momentarily before responding. "The nearest is Lu Family Town." Lu Family Town? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, having no recollection, and continued his inquiry. "And what is the nearest city?" Qin's expression shifted, revealing his discomfort, until he recalled something and turned to another village chief. "Old he, you have seen much. Do you know?" The village chief, he jolted awake. I know this. The nearest city is Hongshan City, approximately 500 miles to the east." Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lu Ping and commanded, "You must depart immediately for Hongshan City to contact the people from Wamanlu and request that they send someone from the Shui Xiantang." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Do not disclose my identity." Qin Feng remained cautious. As his name had become somewhat sensitive, it was prudent to maintain a degree of concealment. From Wamanlu's perspective, if an individual suddenly appeared requesting someone from the Shui Xiantang without revealing their name, the person in charge would certainly grow suspicious and report it to Shui Xiantang. Meanwhile, Lu Ping murmured, "Wamanlu? Shui Xiantang?" He was well aware of Wamanlu, the most formidable assassin organization in the southern part of Dechu, known to all who traversed the martial world due to the bounties they issued, which constituted a significant part of their income. Having ventured out for a few years, both Lu Ping and Song Gu had, naturally, taken on bounties from Wamanlu. Could it be that Qin Feng was associated with the Shui Xiantang of Wamanlu? Lu Ping's mind raced. No wonder Qin Feng possessed such strength. It turned out he was affiliated with the Shui Xiantang of Wamanlu. Realizing he could not refuse, Lu Ping nodded and beckoned Song Gu to prepare to accompany him. However, Qin Feng interjected, "Song Gu is unwell. You should go alone." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping felt a surge of frustration, but recognizing the gravity of the situation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, he hastily procured a horse from the Luo Men Zhai and set off alone towards Hongshan City, while Qin Feng and Song Gu accompanied the villagers on their return journey. 3 days later, Lu Ping rode into Chun village alongside an unremarkable-looking man, making his way to De Zhuang's residence. At that moment, it was midday, and Qin Feng, Song Gu, and De Zhuang and his wife were gathered around the table, enjoying a meal. Although the fare was far from the delicacies of an inn, Qin Feng savored it with gusto, while Song Gu appeared preoccupied. Without glancing back, Qin Feng inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Gu candidly replied that Huangxi had a total of 5 brothers, and their eldest, the strongest among them, is said to be the second in command of a security agency. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. So there is indeed a loose end. Moreover, to achieve the rank of second in command at a security agency indicates considerable prowess. Your concerns are not unfounded. Second in command. Do you know which agency it is? Qin Feng probed further. "I am not certain. I only heard Huangxi mention it once." Song Gu shook her head. It was during their first collaboration with Huangxi, and he divulged it himself. This could be considered a means of self-disclosure. Though he did not specify which agency it was, it could deter those with ulterior motives. Just then, a commotion arose outside, prompting the group to turn their attention to the door. It was Lu Ping and the unremarkable man accompanying him. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the man froze momentarily before immediately bowing with excitement. "I am Lu Neng, your subordinate, and I pay my respects to you." After a brief pause, Lu Ning added, "The host has been searching for you, and to our surprise, here you are." The couple, Lu Ping and his wife, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. The host. Looking for Qin Feng. What sort of existence is the host of Wamanlu to seek out Qin Feng? Moreover, judging by Lu Ning's demeanor, it appears that the relationship between the host of Wamanlu and Qin Feng is rather extraordinary. Upon noticing Lu Nong, Qin Feng merely nodded slightly. He had a vague recollection of this individual. Previously, during his time at the Water Lily Hall, he had been part of a small team, while Lu Nong was a member of one of the other 2 teams. The 3 teams often collaborated, and although they had never spoken directly, they were familiar enough with one another's faces. "I will be setting off back in a few days. There is no need for concern," Qin Feng said. "Please arrange matters in the surrounding villages to prevent any disturbances from others." Lu Ning instantly understood, nodding affirmatively. "No problem. We just so happen to have an informant stationed nearby. I can notify him to assist in keeping watch." Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback, but quickly realized this was to be expected. The informants of Wamanlu's Water Lily Hall were extensively spread out, not only within the city, but also among the bandits outside. He had previously encountered that extensive list, which was quite astonishing. The identities of the informants encompassed a myriad of professions, all orchestrated by Song Gu. However, he had not given it much thought at the time, not anticipating it would prove useful now. "Very well, Then, take care of it. Also, investigate that individual named. What was it again? Qin Feng glanced at Song Gu. His name is Huang Si, Song Gu replied. It is said that he has an elder brother who is the second in command of a security agency. We should be able to uncover more information. Are you certain he is the second in command? Lu Neng inquired. Song Gu affirmed. He should be. That's what he claimed back then. Upon hearing this, Lu Neng's mind swiftly began to race. As a martial artist at the muscle refinement stage, they had indeed gathered intelligence on Huang Si. So Lu Neng was not unfamiliar with him. Huang Si and his group typically operated within a limited range of a dozen or so cities. It seemed likely that the security agency of his elder brother would not be too far, even when broadening the scope of consideration. There were scarcely 10 agencies within that vicinity. In just a few breaths, Lu Neng had pieced together this information. He turned to Qin Feng and responded. I have some leads. It will take about 10 days. Very well. Locate him and deal with it, Qin Feng commanded. Chapter 215. A Reunion with Lung Qi. Lu Neng did not hesitate, immediately bowing in agreement. The second in command of a security agency would at least be at the mid-stage of muscle refinement. In the past, this would have posed some difficulty, but now their overall strength had significantly improved, with dozens of newly advanced martial artists. Moreover, there were several seasoned protectors who had remained at the mid-stage of muscle refinement for many years, their prowess not to be underestimated within the same realm. Lu Neng was unaware of Qin Feng's current standing within Womanlu, but he was certain it was not low, which emboldened him to respond so directly. As for you two, Qin Feng glanced at Lu Ping, finally letting out a sigh. What are your plans? The couple exchanged glances, with Lu Ping remaining silent. It was Song Gu who spoke up. We plan to have the child first, and then decide on our next steps. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. That is reasonable. If you wish, you may stay here in Xianxia village for the time being. At least you will not be disturbed, and you can help oversee the village. Song Gu naturally had no objections. As you say, given their couple's strength, it mattered little where they settled. She also sensed Qin Feng's intentions and readily acquiesced. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lu Ping, his eyes deepening. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. From now on, you must take care of yourself. He paused again. You must understand, my patience has its limits. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's expression became somewhat uneasy. He fully grasped the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. After speaking, Qin Feng paid no further attention to Lu Ping and turned to Big Zhuang and his wife, his facial features unconsciously softening. Big Zhuang, sister-in-law, I must thank you both for taking care of things during this period, Qin Feng said, formally bowing in greeting. The sudden formality left Suwa somewhat flustered, and she hurriedly replied, Oh, Brother Qin, why speak so formally? Please get up. Suehua, having never witnessed Qin Feng's strength, felt no deep impression, yet Big Zhuang was different. Seeing Qin Feng bow to them left him both surprised and honored, and he rushed forward to assist Qin Feng up. Brother Qin, no need for such formality. He placed his palms under Qin Feng's elbows, exerting all his strength, yet was unable to lift him. Big Zhuang was astounded. Is this the strength of a top-tier martial artist? After bowing, Qin Feng straightened up and patted Big Zhuang on the shoulder. Big Zhuang, until we meet again. Once everything in Xianxia village was arranged, Qin Feng departed, leaving Lu Neng to handle the remaining matters. A few months later, within a small courtyard in Xiwan City, with a soft thud, Song Gu and the man beside her halted their actions simultaneously. They turned to see a somewhat shadowy-faced man entering the living room. Every detail of the shadowy man emanated an unmistakable aura of keep your distance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Gu involuntarily stiffened. It was a peculiar instinct, an intuition. The presence of a kindred spirit. The shadowy man slowly scanned the room before his gaze settled on the man beside Song Gu. After a long pause, he nodded slightly in greeting. Qin Feng nodded in response. The newcomer was none other than Lung Qi. The three exchanged no pleasantries. Lung Qi reached into his robe and produced an exquisite small wooden box, handing it over. Seeing this, Song Gu felt a surge of excitement and stepped forward to accept it. Upon opening it, her expression froze. 2 secret medicines lay quietly within. This, a cool voice emanated from Lung Qi. I exchanged for 2 using my credits. Song Gu carefully tucked the items away and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Lung Qi said little more, instead turning to the standing Qin Feng. After a long time apart, they met again, and Lung Qi's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Just by sensing each other's aura, they both gained a rough understanding of one another's capabilities. Lung Qi's martial arts level had surpassed that of Qin Feng. Originally at the pinnacle of the initial stage of muscle refinement, after Qin Feng had transmitted the claw technique back to him, he had refined it to a remarkably high level, subsequently entering the higher echelons of the outer courtyard. It was only natural that he became a core member of the outer courtyard. Following this, a continuous supply of training resources flowed in, allowing Lung Qi to break through to the mid-stage of muscle refinement, placing him a notch above Qin Feng. It was almost certain that as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, Lung Qi's future would be exceedingly bright. At the very least, one could secure a modest position within the Outer Academy. With the assistance of a benefactor, ascending another tier would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The gazes of the two individuals met in the air, exchanging silent understanding, creating a subtly charged atmosphere among the three. However, there was not a flicker of emotion in Qin Feng's eyes. After a brief moment, Lung Qi slightly lowered his head. "It has been a long time since we last met," Qin Feng remarked with a hint of indifference. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" This statement, abrupt and lacking context, left Song Ge in a state of confusion. Observing the interaction between the two, she sensed something amiss but wisely chose to remain silent. Quietly observing from the sidelines, Lung Qi regarded Qin Feng without uttering a word. Qin Feng took it upon himself to sit down, pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip before organizing his thoughts and addressing Lung Qi with an air of composure. "I believe there is no need for us to be evasive with one another. You possess considerable potential, and my willingness to collaborate with you stems from my belief in your capabilities. If you are unwilling, then we shall part ways here." Upon hearing these words, Lung Qi's heart jolted in surprise as he gazed at Qin Feng. He had indeed contemplated various alternatives, but did not anticipate Qin Feng would lay everything bare so candidly. Qin Feng maintained steady eye contact, unperturbed. After much contemplation, Lung Qi slowly raised his hand, cupping it in respect as he bowed slightly. "I am at your service." Qin Feng nodded, neither affirming nor denying. He understood that every endeavor carries inherent risks, particularly those intertwined with human nature. He would not naively assume that mere threats could coerce an independent-minded martial artist like Lung Qi into submission. Nonetheless, there existed a mutual interest binding them. Their conversation continued, predominantly with Qin Feng inquiring about Lung Qi's experiences within the Outer Academy, to which Lung Qi responded openly, without reservation, even discussing the admiration he garnered from the higher-ups after mastering the claw's foundational techniques. "So, there is another competition ahead?" Qin Feng inquired. "Indeed, but I am not particularly confident," Lung Qi replied, nodding earnestly. Though this group of exceptionally perceptive students received substantial support from the academy, competition among them remained fierce, rooted in their varying degrees of comprehension. The higher one's rank, the more resources one would acquire. Last time, Lung Qi had participated but ended up with only a commendable position. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I shall take your place." Lung Qi furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? If discovered, we both may face dire consequences. If exposed, simply place the blame on me," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He understood Lung Qi's concerns. It was only natural for any rational individual to instinctively consider the risks of failure in any undertaking. When Qin Feng initially planned to elevate Lung Qi, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of a failed investment. Investing inherently carries risks, and the same principle applies when investing in others. A person is not a machine. One cannot guarantee absolute control over another's actions. On Lung Qi's side, having achieved a certain level of success, he could not help but feel apprehensive about what lay ahead. Achieving entry into the core ranks of the Outer Academy ensured that even if he ranked low in subsequent competitions, he could still ascend to a managerial position within a few years. The future appeared bright. Lung Qi's earlier demeanor upon re-encountering Qin Feng had inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. However, it was Qin Feng's direct approach that illuminated their somewhat delicate relationship. Thus, Lung Qi found himself reassessing his position, ultimately choosing to align with Qin Feng. Why? Without Qin Feng's assistance, Lung Qi would never have reached his current standing. It could be said that Qin Feng's contributions were paramount. While Lung Qi could certainly sever ties with Qin Feng, what then? Solely relying on himself, how far could he truly go? The Outer Academy was essentially his limit. This reality had already dawned upon him during previous competitions. Recognizing the gravity of the situation as Qin Feng articulated it, Lung Qi's gaze solidified with determination. He ceased his hesitance and bowed. "Very well, I entrust this to you, Brother Qin." After a brief moment, Lung Qi exited the courtyard, cautiously surveying his surroundings before making his way to the Outer Academy beyond the city walls. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the entrance, heading in another direction outside the city. 5 days later, at the Outer Academy of Longmen Academy, numerous students bustled about, each engaged in their own pursuits. After departing from his residence, Lung Qi oriented himself before proceeding towards a specific location. It wasn't long before the flow of people around him began to dwindle. He arrived at a training ground, stepping inside to find 5 or 6 individuals already present, awaiting something. Lung Qi cast a quick glance before moving to a corner, closing his eyes to meditate and quietly await further developments. As time passed, more individuals trickled in, yet it seemed as if an unspoken understanding prevailed. No one uttered a word as they each waited. The number of attendees steadily increased, reaching nearly 20 by noon. A middle-aged man appeared at the forefront of the training ground, prompting the students to turn their attention towards him. With an impassive expression, the man surveyed the crowd before quietly announcing, "Now, the competition begins. Students, please enter the arena." A throng of students began to disperse, and alongside several others, Lung Chi followed the leading instructor through a series of winding paths until they arrived at a room. Upon pushing the door open, they entered, perhaps due to instinct. Lung Chi furrowed his brow, his body tensing subconsciously. After a few breaths, he acclimated to the intensity of the indoor lighting, finally grasping the room's layout. In the center stood a stone tablet inscribed with peculiar characters and designs. However, the practice of martial arts cannot be taken lightly. Any minor error could potentially harm the practitioner. This is akin to flawed techniques that may induce adverse effects on the body, and if one practices for an extended period, they may even develop hidden ailments. In the next moment, Qin Feng realized something was amiss. If the martial arts cold Qi had previously comprehended were of this nature, such crucial information could not have been withheld from him. He then cast a glance at the other students who had entered alongside him. Indeed, they too wore furrowed brows, clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. At that moment, the instructor who had brought them in spoke in a measured tone. "You have 3 days. The instructor was terse, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further, and after delivering his message, he turned to leave. However, the students grew anxious. Wait, what on earth is depicted on this stone tablet? We can't even comprehend the text. How are we supposed to practice? Indeed, this is unlike anything we've encountered before. Moreover, if we practice recklessly, what if we make a mistake?" The others chimed in, fully aware of the principle that martial arts should not be practiced haphazardly. They had been repeatedly cautioned by their elders from the very first day of their training. Yet, the instructor remained unyielding, stating flatly, "You may choose not to practice. You can leave at this moment. However, once you step out of this door, re-entry will not be permitted." Upon hearing this, the students were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing their dilemma. After a brief deliberation, one of the young men spoke up. "Instructor, are the other students facing the same stone tablet in their assessments?" The instructor, unusually forthcoming, nodded in response. "Yes, all participants in this assessment are facing the same situation." The students exchanged glances, a heavy silence enveloping them. If they chose to leave, it went without saying that their chances of success in the assessment would be forfeited. How many others would opt to abandon their efforts like them? They could not ascertain. If others chose to persist, regardless of their scores, they would inevitably rank above them, as opting out would place them at the very bottom. This, in turn, implied a significant reduction in future training resources compared to their peers. How could they possibly accept such a fate? The instructor patiently waited for a moment, recognizing their silence as an indication of their decision. He then turned and exited the room. Chapter 219. An unconventional method of deciphering with no other recourse. The students began to scrutinize the contents of the stone tablet. They observed the peculiar characters while correlating them with the postures depicted by the small figures, engaging in deep contemplation. Although they did not communicate verbally, they instinctively undertook a unified approach, striving to match each character with its contemporary equivalent. Their objective was to decipher as many characters as possible, and in conjunction with the figures, reconstruct a preliminary understanding of the martial arts inscribed on the tablet through their own martial comprehension. Of course, this was merely the beginning. They needed to continuously practice the martial arts concept they had grasped, gradually refining it. In truth, even by merely interpreting the figures, they could deduce part of the techniques based on their own understanding. However, under these circumstances, each additional character deciphered would yield more information than their peers. Consequently, the martial arts derived from their efforts would be more aligned with the original techniques inscribed on the tablet, thus leading to superior results in the assessment. They had a mere 3 days. One should not underestimate this time frame. The process of deciphering martial arts is no trivial matter. Even if a complete martial technique were handed to an ordinary practitioner, it would take them a week or more to grasp the basics, prompting exclamations of genius from onlookers. The intensity of their assessment, in contrast, was of an entirely different magnitude. They were tasked with deciphering and then cultivating the martial arts to a level that could be deemed foundational within 3 days, a threshold necessary for their assessment scores to be counted. If the developed martial arts did not reach the foundational level, they would still receive no score. What does it mean to cultivate to the foundational level? It signifies that the martial art possesses the potential to be disseminated among ordinary practitioners, or in other words, that an average person could ultimately become a practitioner of the iron skin realm through its cultivation. The difficulty was indeed considerable. At this moment, their minds raced as they scrambled to decode the martial art inscribed on the tablet, each engrossed in their interpretation and practice. On the other side, Qin Feng gazed at the contents of the stone tablet, his brow occasionally furrowing, and his eyes flashing with contemplation. He was not confounded by the text. Rather, the martial arts recorded therein struck him as strangely familiar. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, Qin Feng had already deciphered the contents of the tablet. Was it that his martial comprehension far surpassed that of the others? Not quite. He simply possessed a system. As he observed the characters, he instinctively sought to correlate them with contemporary writing. However, the moment he read the final line of the tablet, his mind's system sprang to life. Suddenly, the characters seemed to animate, swirling in his consciousness. With the system's feedback, Qin Feng quickly grasped the meaning of the text. Upon fully comprehending the content expressed on the stone tablet, even with his disposition, he couldn't help but internally scoff. This is utterly absurd. For these characters were not intended to convey information. Rather, they annotated the method of channeling the body's major meridians. The number of major meridians within a martial artist's body is vast, intricately intertwined, and if one were to attempt to integrate them, there would be myriad combinations. The martial arts inscribed on the tablet indicated which meridians to activate, paired with the postures of the small figures for practice, ultimately forming a complete martial system. Yet, at first glance, the text bore a striking resemblance to writing, which misled others visually. Unless one was already aware, how could anyone conceive that this was the nature of the practice? Chapter 220. The 3-day deadline, the Roma Claw. Not yet at the foundational level. Qin Feng continued to ponder, frowning. So far, he had encountered relatively few practitioners who employed claw techniques. However, scenes from the past flitted through his mind. Still lacking that sense of familiarity. Was he perhaps being overly sensitive? Doubt crept in. Yet, as he mentally revisited the techniques of the Roma Claw, that sense of recognition resurfaced. No, he had definitely seen this somewhere before. Qin Feng was certain. He wore an expression of contemplation. What was amiss? He had retraced his thoughts several times, yet still could not pinpoint the source of this familiarity. There was only one possibility. Perhaps this sense of recognition did not stem from the claw technique itself. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng closed his eyes, and countless fragments of memory began to flicker through his mind. He retraced every encounter he had experienced on his journey. The martial arts hall of the Longmen Academy's branch still provided no clarity. Qin Feng continued to push forward until a certain moment arrived. A robust figure was besieged by the crowd, and then, like a cannonball, charged towards Qin Feng with murderous intent. In that moment, a striking familiarity surged within him once more. A flash of lightning traversed his mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes. This was indeed the place. It was the scene where the Vajra master of the All-Being sect escorted the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, subsequently ambushed by the people of Wamanlu. The technique employed by the Vajra master was a defensive martial art, not a claw technique. Yet, its movements and the manner of exerting energy bore a striking resemblance to the Rama claw, clearly stemming from the same martial lineage. Martial arts schools, as they are known, possess a shared core philosophy, whether it be soft, hard, or a combination of both, evolving into various forms of martial arts. Although they may differ vastly in appearance, their essence remains the same. This can also be referred to as a style. Martial arts from the same lineage, having developed from a common foundation, exhibit a high degree of similarity, making them easily recognizable by outsiders. The martial arts inscribed on the steel, the Rama claw, undoubtedly originated from the same lineage as that used by the Vajra master of the All-Being sect. What could this mean? Qin Feng pondered in confusion. How could the martial arts of the All-Being sect possibly be related to those of the outer court? Yet, despite his thoughts, he remained utterly perplexed. He shook his head, casting aside distractions. This was merely an entry-level challenge, one he could easily overcome. Before long, the 3-day deadline arrived. The instructor reappeared, leading several individuals for the competition. To call it a competition would be somewhat inappropriate. It was more accurately described as an assessment. The evaluation did not involve students battling one another, but rather each student demonstrating their understanding of the martial arts they had grasped. Subsequently, several instructors acting as judges would score the students. One by one, the students took the stage to perform. The highest possible score was 10, with a passing score of 6, indicating that the martial art demonstrated reached an entry-level proficiency. Achieving a perfect score of 10 was utterly impossible. What did a perfect 10 signify? Even fully replicating the original martial art might not guarantee a score of 10. As time passed incrementally, once all students had completed their performances, the judging instructors quickly assigned scores. Most students could only attain a score of 6, although a mere 6, upon receiving their scores. The students did not feel disheartened. Instead, they experienced a sense of relief. Chapter 221. The Treatment of Lung Qi. Only they understood the immense difficulty of this assessment. To achieve a score of 6 was indeed commendable. Many students received scores of 5 or even lower. Soon, the assessment concluded, mirroring previous competitions without any significant changes. The rankings remained consistent, with the same few individuals at the top. There were no sudden displays of extraordinary prowess that astonished the instructors and students alike. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Disguised as Lung Qi, Qin Feng performed adequately, earning a score of 7, placing him in the upper middle tier. When others occasionally noticed, they regarded him with mild surprise, but nothing unusual. Compared to his past performances, he had shown some improvement, yet it was not extraordinary. The top scorers remained the same few students. Among those in the middle tier, variations in perception were natural, and fluctuations in rankings were to be expected. Everything felt entirely normal. However, one male student, upon seeing Lung Qi's score, involuntarily exhibited a look of delight on his face and nodded in approval. Clearly, Lung Qi's performance had pleased him immensely, even though he too had only scored a 7. Noticing the young man's gaze, Lung Qi turned his head. Upon meeting that familiar face, he lowered his eyes slightly, pausing for a moment before redirecting his attention to the instructors on stage. Once the assessment concluded, the instructors offered few words, merely a brief summary, and then everyone dispersed. Naturally, rewards were forthcoming, including credits and various elixirs, all logged under each individual's name. When desired, one could simply present their identity token at the relevant office to collect their rewards. As soon as the instructors announced the conclusion, several students surrounding the young man began to congregate, showering him with somewhat flattering remarks. Brother Sima is as impressive as ever. The young man smiled slightly, not feigning aloofness, and nodded in acknowledgement, engaging in mutual flattery with his peers. The atmosphere among them was particularly harmonious. In contrast, Lung Qi returned to his quarters alone. However, shortly after he sat down, 10 servants, dressed in servant attire, followed in behind him. Each of them carried an array of wooden boxes. Standing at the entrance of the hall, the foremost servant gently called out, "My lord." Lung Qi lifted his gaze and nodded slightly. Upon receiving permission, the servants cautiously entered, placing the wooden boxes in the center of the hall before quietly retreating. Qin Feng scanned the wooden boxes arrayed before him. Naturally, these boxes contained various elixirs. Were these gifts from the outer court? Not at all. They were sent by Sima Ling, the very young man with whom he had just exchanged glances. Sima Ling had also entered this core circle of the outer court. Given his strength, it was entirely justifiable. On the surface, Lung Qi was recognized as Sima Ling's associate. Although he did not fawn over Sima Ling like others, Sima Ling had extended particular care towards him. Each month, various elixirs arrived punctually, with no shortages whatsoever. His treatment exceeded that of others by more than half. This was, in fact, related to Lung Qi's past actions in rescuing Sima Ling at all costs from Qin Feng. Consequently, Sima Ling's tolerance for Lung Qi was remarkably high. This time, it seemed that due to Lung Qi's commendable performance in the assessment, the quantity of elixirs sent by Sima Ling had doubled. Chapter 222, 1 month later. With a soft thud, Qin Feng casually opened the topmost boxes to reveal an orderly arrangement of elixirs within. Just a glance allowed him to roughly estimate the value of these elixirs. Each box was worth at least 100,000 taels, and there were 30 to 40 such boxes. The total value exceeded 3 million taels. What a significant expenditure. Even Qin Feng felt a twinge of temptation. It was evident that Sima Ling had indeed invested heavily in Lung Qi. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had no intention of being polite. He directly took the elixirs and consumed them, commencing his cultivation. He also aimed to enhance the newly acquired Rama Claw. Although he had only achieved a score of 7 in the assessment, this was a deliberate choice on his part, as he had not fully demonstrated the Rama Claw inscribed on the steel. The key elements that required accompanying texts to comprehend had been largely concealed by him. If everything were to be demonstrated, scoring 8 or 9 out of 10 would not be an issue at all, but he simply cannot allow that to happen. The mentors assessed the martial arts comprehension of the disciples not through a single event, but across multiple stages. This competition is merely the first phase, with subsequent evaluations occurring periodically. To suddenly excel beyond expectations may inevitably raise suspicions. Lung Qi does not require such abrupt exposure. A gradual approach is what they ought to pursue. Lung Qi is the linchpin that Qin Feng has embedded within the Longmen Academy, and every aspect must be meticulously considered. These matters have already been deliberated between Qin Feng and Lung Qi, and their thoughts are in perfect alignment. Hence, Qin Feng now merely needs to await Lung Qi's return to assume his role, subsequently imparting the complete techniques of the Roma Claw to him. As for how Lung Qi will progressively showcase his prowess to the mentors without appearing out of place, that is a consideration for him alone. Time trickled by. Before long, Qin Feng had spent over a month in the outer academy. During this period, to avoid unnecessary risks, he rarely ventured out, only doing so when he needed to exchange credits for secret elixirs. This also aligned with Lung Chi's original character. One day, a servant entered to deliver a message. Moments later, Qin Feng departed from the courtyard he had inhabited for over a month, heading towards the city. In a secluded courtyard, two figures stood facing each other. One was clad in a black robe, the hood obscuring his entire head, shrouding him completely. The figure in black slowly raised his head to gaze upon his counterpart. Despite having seen him once before, the sight still stirred an undeniable tremor within him. The light illuminated his face, revealing his sharply defined features. It was indeed Lung Qi. Opposite him stood another Lung Qi. The two Lung Qis faced each other. During his time in the Outer Academy, Qin Feng had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the bone-forging realm, thanks to the secret elixirs from the Outer Academy and those sent by Sima Ling. At that moment, their martial arts realms aligned perfectly. A grave expression settled upon Lung Chi's face. They bore an uncanny resemblance, with not a single flaw discernible. At that moment, an uncontrollable thought emerged in his mind. If Qin Feng were willing, could he not seamlessly replace someone else entirely? For instance, himself. The instant this notion took root, Lung Qi felt a chill creep down his spine. Chapter 223. The Roma Claw. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who was oblivious to Lung Qi's inner musings, he noticed the muscles of Lung Qi's face beginning to twitch oddly. Simultaneously, his stature seemed to elevate slightly. After several breaths, Qin Feng returned to his original appearance. Was everything proceeding smoothly? Lung Qi nodded. There were no complications. The 3-turn purifying heart pill was indeed effective. The individual had regained much of his faculties, though moments of stupor still occasionally occurred. Perhaps 1 or 2 more would suffice for complete recovery. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression relaxed, relieved that it had proven useful. If even the 3-turn purifying heart pill had failed, he truly would not have known what to do. In light of this, perhaps you should return in exchange for 3 more, just to be safe. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced a token from his robe and tossed it over. Lung Qi caught it gently and tucked it away. This was his identity token as a student of the Outer Academy, and it was only fitting that it be returned to its rightful owner. However, beyond this, Lung Qi was more concerned about another matter. What was the outcome of the competition? It was acceptable. Acceptable? Lung Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that even Qin Feng, with such a high comprehension, had not fared better? He had previously attempted several times, yet remained stagnant in the middle ranks. Although he had received a fair amount of elixirs and credits, who would refuse the opportunity for more? Qin Feng did not elaborate, simply stating, without further ado, I shall impart the Roma Claw to you. The Roma Claw? Lung Qi was taken aback. Yet, Qin Feng had already begun to practice within the courtyard. Lost in his own world, the Roma Claw differed from typical claw techniques. Generally, claw techniques adhere to a single style from beginning to end. In fact, this applies not only to claw techniques, but to any form of martial arts. For instance, Qin Feng's Phantom Ghost Claw strikes silently and swiftly, reaching the opponent before they can react, often targeting their vulnerabilities, much like a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss, deceptive and ruthless, leaving opponents defenseless. In contrast, the Roma Claw's stylistic approach was not fixed. As Qin Feng moved within the courtyard, at times his 5 fingers appeared relaxed, as if devoid of strength, gliding gently through the air, while at other moments, they would tighten suddenly, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. The rhythm of his attacks fluctuated between fast and slow, creating a disorienting tempo for Lung Qi. Yet amidst this ebb and flow, Lung Qi could remarkably sense the unique cadence inherent in the Roma Claw. This was partly due to Qin Feng practicing the foundational techniques, where each move seamlessly connected with the next, allowing Lung Qi to perceive it so intuitively. In combat, martial artists do not adhere strictly to foundational techniques. That is the approach of novices. Each martial art's foundational moves can be deconstructed into multiple segments, and it is the warrior's task to freely combine segments from dozens of foundational moves, selecting one from the myriad of combinations in real time to confront their opponent. This decision must be made in an instant, testing the warrior's foundational skills and combat acumen. Therefore, when combatants of a certain caliber engage in battle, witnessing their complete foundational techniques becomes nearly impossible. This further underscores the terrifying nature of the Roma Claw, as its attacking patterns are exceedingly erratic, making it immensely challenging for opponents to adapt or decipher the rhythm of the battle. Recognizing the exceptional nature of the Roma Claw, Lung Qi focused intently on every movement of Qin Feng.